Chapter 1, A Second Chance at Life, Everything Will Be Different. Goddess Transformation System successfully added. Congratulations on receiving a beginner's gift pack. Would you like to open it now? Yes. Long Xingyue slowly opened her eyes. Two exquisitely crafted dolls appeared in her hands, and she was quite familiar with both of them, Dilraba and the singer Han Hong. Around the necks of the two dolls, a faint white light flickered. She instinctively reached out and touched their necks. Dilraba, Slim Neck Optimization 1. Dilraba, Fair and Tender Skin Optimization 1. Singer Han Hong, Powerful Voice 1. The two puppets in her hands vanished immediately, and a faint warmth began to spread across Long Xingyue's neck, followed by an itching sensation in her throat. She coughed lightly twice, her voice turning crisp. As she observed the changes in her body, a bitter smile appeared on her stunning face. Sure enough, I've turned into a woman, heh. I climbed out of bed and walked barefoot to the bathroom. Gazing at the stunningly beautiful goddess-like face in the mirror, my original memories slowly began merging with those of this body. Long Xingyue, 23 years old, an entertainer at Awa Entertainment in Huaxia. Just because she smashed a bottle over the head of the company's young master who tried to take advantage of her a year ago, she's been sidelined ever since. But today marks the expiration of her final contract day with the company. These memories don't belong to her original self. Her real name is Lang Yan, a man of unyielding integrity from another world. As a bodyguard whose duty was to protect others, he ultimately failed to save his girlfriend. Watching helplessly, the frail figure of her actually stepped in to take a bullet for him. However, it seemed as if the heavens were playing a rather amusing joke on him. When he took down his enemy, perishing together, he thought he would reunite with her in another world. Instead, he found himself here, transformed into a woman's body. A different gender, different memories. From today onwards, he officially changed his name to Long Xingyue. Perhaps this was exactly what the heavens intended for him to live anew in place of his girlfriend, who knows? His fingers gently twirled through his own hair. As he caressed this face that seemed too ethereal to belong to the mortal world, Long Xingyue's expression remained stiff and unyielding. Although it was a second chance at life, her current identity was truly making it difficult for her to adjust. At that moment, the phone in the room suddenly rang. She quickly walked back to the bedroom and picked up the phone. The name displayed on the screen was actually Tong Lia. Hello? Her voice was cool and devoid of any affectation. Little Xingyue, congratulations, you're now a free person again. Tong Lia's voice came through the other end of the phone. It seemed that the memories of her previous body had merged, as a faint smile reluctantly appeared at the corner of Cold Star Moon's lips. This person was none other than her longtime best friend. Thank you. Faced with such a close friend, Cold Star Moon didn't know what words to use or what expression to adopt. It seemed only two words could answer the thoughts in her heart. Hearing her say this, Tong Lia didn't mind. Instead, she glanced at a contract placed in front of her. Xingyue, you've been staying at home for over a year now. I happen to have a job opportunity to recommend to you. Come to my studio tomorrow, I'll introduce you to someone. Your popularity has declined significantly recently. This is exactly the time when you need a program to help restore your fame. So this time, you must listen to me. That gentle, water-like voice gave Lang Xingyue no reason to refuse. Well, alright then. Alright, I'll be waiting for you here tomorrow at 10 a.m., moi. He kissed her over the phone before finally hanging up. Lang Xingyue stared blankly at the unknown phone in her hand, a bitter smile on her face. How could it be? In this world, there are actually celebrities identical to those from her own world? In Tong Lia's studio, she placed her phone on the table. Looking at the contract in front of her, an invitation to be a regular guest on the second season of the show, Longing for Life. She wrote the name Long Xingyue on it. Director Wang stood by, watching her with a smile. What, for the sake of this friend of yours, you're willing to give up that over 20 million in compensation? Tong Lia grinned, revealing two little canine teeth. Although we're good friends, I'm actually older than her. I'm her elder sister. Now that my younger sister has fallen on hard times, how could I, as her elder sister, not lend her a helping hand? What does 20 million matter? When I was down and out before, she was the only one who stood by me unwaveringly. This little thing is nothing worth mentioning. Director Wang looked at the girl before him, whose smile was as pure as a lotus flower. I've never seen such self-discipline in my life, giving up over 20 million in astronomical fees just for a friend. Sigh, in that case, I'm genuinely curious about this good friend of yours. I wonder what kind of girl she is to make you care for her so deeply. Well, her. Tong Lia rested her chin on one hand, blinking her large eyes. She's like a snow lotus from the Tian Shan Mountains, utterly pure at heart without a trace of impurity, yet her exterior is like a block of ice, making it hard for anyone to get close. Heh, she's an even more beautiful fairy than I am. Chapter 2, A World Overlapping by 10%. Hearing her say this, Director Wang couldn't help but grow curious. What kind of woman could Yaya describe as resembling a Tian Shan snow lotus? They agreed to meet at 10 o'clock the next day. Feeling it inappropriate to linger, he exchanged a few more words before finding an excuse to leave. Early the next morning, Long Xingyue opened the drawer. Amidst the dazzling array of lingerie in various colors, she picked out what she considered to be a relatively plain set and put it on. Since she had been reborn as a woman, she might as well go with the flow. After all, for the sake of her girlfriend from her past life, carrying her thoughts, she had to live well. But in this lifetime, forget about getting married, she had no such disgusting thoughts. 1 year's time was enough to completely strand the popularity of a third-tier celebrity. Yet, she had originally been nothing more than a fourth-tier artist barely approaching third-tier status. Initially, the company's hype about her plastic surgery had managed to attract a small fan base. But to put it bluntly, those people were only interested in her looks, and many of them were convinced she had undergone plastic surgery. The rest were just a bunch of zombie followers. He didn't care about these minor issues at all. To prepare for her visit to Yaya's studio, she deliberately changed into a white shirt that could at least pass muster in his straight male gaze, paired with loose-fitting jeans. After rummaging through her shoe cabinet for ages among high heels, she finally dug out a pair of white skate shoes to wear. She wasn't wearing any makeup, yet her delicate features were enough to outshine the vast majority of women. Besides, she never knew how to apply makeup in the first place. In the scorching summer heat, under the blazing sun, she put on a pair of black sunglasses and headed to the garage downstairs, where she found a mid-range SUV worth over 200,000 yuan and got inside. Fortunately, her years as a celebrity had earned her some income, and coupled with her family's modest wealth back home, she managed to secure an apartment in Beijing and a decent car. As for Lang Xingyue herself, he had always admired the personality she once had. In this circle, there are very few who are willing to remain neither too hot nor too cold, avoiding shortcuts and relying solely on their own abilities. Many have been left stranded on the shore, with only a few able to roam freely in this vast ocean. After a night of contemplation yesterday, she finally understood what makes this world so unique now. This world seems to overlap partially with the one from her previous life, but the overlapping part has already become chaotic. From the earliest history, through the War of Resistance period, to the new era of today, after overlapping, it is still those great figures. Similarly, nowadays, some celebrities also overlap with that world, just like Tong Leah from yesterday. Perhaps there are many overlapping points, but in just one night, she could only find these few. In fact, she still holds a glimmer of hope. If all this is not overlap but repetition, then perhaps in this world, she might find her girlfriend who died in her previous life. Drove all the way to the building where Yaya's studio is located, parked the car, and went upstairs. Didn't call her either, stood at the door, and before knocking, glanced at the time on my phone. 9:53. Good, arrived right on time. Knock gently. A little girl's voice came from inside. Coming. Hello, who is it? Oh, Sister Xingyue, you're here. The door was opened by a girl who looked to be in her 20s, perhaps around the same age as herself, yet she addressed her as sister with such sweetness. He led her into the studio, and when she heard the girl's voice, Tong Leah hurried out from the inner room. Upon seeing Lang Xingyue, she stepped forward and gave her a warm hug. Oh, little one, I've missed you so much. Have you missed me? She forced herself to put on a smile and looked at Tong Leah. It's been so long since we last met, of course I've missed you, Sister Ya. Hearing this, Yaha smiled until her eyes narrowed into two crescent moons. Holding her hand, they walked into the inner office together. Inside, two middle-aged men were already waiting, their faces full of anticipation as they watched the doorway. The door opened, and Yaya led Lang Xingyue inside. Xingyue, let me introduce you to these two. This one, you must know the renowned Huang Xiaochu in our circle, teacher Huang Lei. Lang Xingyue looked at Huang Lei before her. Indeed, he was the same as in her previous world, yet there were differences. This teacher Huang Lei was slightly thinner than the one from her former world, appearing more handsome. She quickly put on a faint smile and extended her hand toward Huang Lei. Hello teacher Huang Lei, I grew up listening to your songs since childhood. Hey, don't make it sound like I'm ancient, huh? Huang Lei waved his hand casually with great ease. That's natural, you look much younger than your age. I can hardly see any traces of time's erosion on your face. It's clear that you must be a very easygoing and magnanimous person. Lang Xingyue naturally delivered a modest but flattering compliment. Hearing her say this, teacher Huang couldn't help but ask why she would say such a thing. Wearing a hat and sunglasses indoors would have been quite impolite, so she quickly took them off after all. Only by maintaining a joyful and relaxed heart could one preserve eternal youth. Chapter 3, Truth and Sincerity. When she removed her hat and sunglasses, her face stunned these two influential figures who had seen many beauties. Fortunately, both were quite experienced and eased the awkward situation with a smile. Oh, really? Now that you mention it, it's true I've lived most of my life without much to worry about. After getting acquainted with him, Yaya began pointing to the second person. This is Mr. Wang Zhangyu, the chief director of Back to Field. The show I recommended you join is this phenomenally popular reality show, the second season of Back to Field. Hearing her say this, Lang Xingyue couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. Was Yaya really giving up such an important program opportunity to her? She really didn't know what to say about her. After getting acquainted with each other, they quickly got straight to the main topic. Miss Leng Xingyue, to be honest, we don't know you very well. Our understanding of you comes mainly from online sources and descriptions by your good friend Miss Ton Lia. Frankly, for the second season, we're looking for a cheerful female celebrity to join us. Given the positive response to the first season, we plan to adopt a completely new approach for the second season. First, we'll record some episodes, and second, we'll also incorporate live broadcasts. While live streaming might seem a bit cliché, there's no denying that audiences really enjoy it. My question for you is, what are your thoughts about this show, and what do you think are your strengths? Thoughts? Strengths? She hasn't even watched it, how could she have any thoughts? After some consideration, she still gave a generic, safe answer. Genuineness is precious, and my strength lies in treating others with sincerity. Truth and sincerity. Wang Zhangyu and Huan Lei exchanged glances. No one expected her to give such an answer. This came as a bit of a surprise to them. Sincerity and authenticity, what a combination of sincerity and authenticity. Huan Lei raised an eyebrow and turned to look at Leng Xingyue. From the very beginning, he had felt unusually relaxed around her. Unlike other fledgling celebrities who would appear nervous or overly cautious in his presence. She was completely natural, and this demeanor was undoubtedly a magnet for attention. This face is truly excessively beautiful. If you have no further questions, then please take a look at this contract. Although I can't offer you the same remuneration as Ton Lia received before, 10 million per season is already the maximum I can provide. Seeing their promptness, Leng Xingyue naturally didn't delay either. She quickly skimmed through the document and, finding no issues, signed it directly. Very well, then let's cooperate happily. The filming schedule waits for no one. Will depart for Tonglu County the day after tomorrow. A car will be waiting at your doorstep early that morning to pick you up. Seeing how pressed for time it was, Leng Xingyue lowered her head and thought for a moment. Alright then, we're heading to Tonglu County the day after tomorrow, right? I'll go by myself. Director Wang, don't worry, I won't be late. Is there something you need to do? Director Wang glanced at Huan Lei, then turned his gaze back to her. Oh, actually, it's nothing major. I just wanted to go there early to familiarize myself with the surroundings. Since she had already said so, Wang Zhangyu naturally couldn't refuse anymore. After all, the contract was signed, and he didn't believe Leng Xingyue would fail to comply with its terms. The conversation among the three was resolved in less than 10 minutes. Everyone enjoys talking with straightforward people, and Huan Lei is no exception. Seeing the task completed, the two bid farewell to Yaya and then left one after another. After getting into the car and saying goodbye to them, Wang Zhangyu finally turned his gaze to Huan Lei. Do you think it might be too reckless for us to directly use a faded celebrity who's almost like an ordinary person? Huan Lei didn't think so. He cracked the window open a little, letting the breeze flow in naturally. With a gentle smile. Isn't life just like a game of chess? You think this move isn't good, but I feel it's a move that determines the life or death of the entire game. I have a feeling, old Wang, this young lady will definitely become a shining star in our show. Hey, have you ever seen such a beautiful girl? I thought he would keep talking about these life philosophies, but unexpectedly he took a sharp turn, leaving Wang Zhangyu stunned. After some thought, he replied, beautiful. To be honest, in today's entertainment industry, you can hardly find anyone more beautiful than her. Huan Lei nodded in agreement, exactly. From her way of speaking, I could sense her inner simplicity and upbringing. Especially when she was talking to us, she didn't show any sign of nervousness, which shows she's a well-mannered, sensible, and very intelligent girl. I have a good impression of her, and I'm never wrong about people. Seeing that he had already said so, Wang Zhangyu didn't press further and nodded helplessly. Well, the contract is already signed. Whether she's a donkey or a horse, we'll have to put her to the test. Let's just leave it at that. Hopefully, she'll give us a big surprise. Chapter 4, The Mad Speedsters on the Country Road. 2 days later, Tonglu County. Oh, is this the address of the new mushroom house? This place is absolutely stunning. Teacher He, carrying a simple backpack, walked along this country path surrounded by lush greenery, with vast bamboo forests visible in the distance. Living in such a place would truly be a delight. That must be our new home, right? Just a quick glance is enough to tell, wow, this is perfect. Such a big house can accommodate as many people as we want. Huang Lei is only concerned about two things: how comfortable the living conditions are and what kind of food options are available nearby. Dahua, holding little H, is so excited that apart from exclamations of amazement, he is left speechless. It must be said this place, nestled between mountains and water, is truly a captivating retreat worth losing oneself in. Along the way, they could still see many people working in the fields. In high spirits, Teacher He and the others began waving and greeting them. 2 or 3 professional aerial drones occasionally flew overhead, capturing the surroundings of the group and transmitting the footage in real time to their exclusive live streaming platform via computer. The number of viewers skyrocketed from just a handful at the beginning to 100,000, 200,000, 300,000 in an instant. Magnificent, our great Hangzhou. It's truly so beautiful here. I've lived here for so many years, yet I never knew such stunning places existed. Yes, nestled between mountains and rivers, it's truly a place that makes one reluctant to leave. The scenery is beautiful, but I still prefer watching little H. Now that he's grown up, he looks even more adorable. No matter what, wherever they are is the life we yearn for. I'm growing more and more excited about it. Heejun walked at the very front, seemingly having discovered something. Excited, he turned around and looked at Huang Lei. Teacher Huang, take a look over there. They've actually set up a greenhouse, right below that small courtyard. If I'm not mistaken, that'll be our spot, right? Could it be some seasonal vegetables or something? The greenhouse wasn't particularly conspicuous, and Huang Lei squinted for a long time before he could make it out clearly. He immediately shook his head. I'm absolutely certain it's not that. If it were vegetables, there wouldn't be so little. Think about it, if they planted just one type, the variety would be too limited. The production team wouldn't be that foolish. And if they planted several types, to be frank, we'd run out in almost 2 meals. You know how much Dahua eats. Dahua followed behind and, hearing these two mention him, couldn't help but look at them curiously. What about me? Oh, nothing, just praising you. They say being able to eat well is a blessing. The aerial drone overhead, under the control of Director Wang's staff, was planning to capture 2 long-distance scenes before shutting down. However, Director Wang, who was standing to the side, saw through the monitor 2 dark figures speeding rapidly toward them from the path behind, charging forward like lightning. On the screen, it was unmistakably 2 motorcycles racing at breakneck speed. Seeing that they were about to crash into them, he urgently shouted, Teacher Huang, get out of the way quickly. The people in the live stream were stunned, unsure what had suddenly happened. Huang Lei and the others also heard the sound of a motorcycle engine starting behind them. They hurriedly dodged aside, only to see an old motorcycle charging toward them, ridden by 2 dark-skinned young men in their 20s speeding ahead, while behind them was a sleek, pure black motorcycle. The rider wore a racing suit and a black helmet, making it impossible to see their face. In the blink of an eye, the black motorcycle was about to overtake the first one. But this road isn't exactly wide, though it's not too narrow either, it's just passable. A 2-meter wide road can indeed accommodate 2 motorcycles riding side by side, but at this speed, it's extremely dangerous. As the black motorcycle accelerated and pulled alongside, it narrowly flashed past Huang Lei and the others. Just when they thought the riders would leave, the other party made an incredibly bold move. The person in the racing suit suddenly kicked out at the other motorcycle. At this speed, even if the kick wasn't particularly powerful, it was still enough to knock the other person down. What I thought could only be seen in movies has now happened in real life. The old motorcycle, propelled by that kick, tilted instantly. In their frantic scrambling, the 2 lost control completely, causing the bike to tip over. Both fell to the ground, seemingly quite badly hurt. The speed just now had basically exceeded 120 km/h. At this speed, the consequences of a fall would be extremely severe. Huang Lei and the others thought they were witnessing a brawl, or even a possible homicide. The crew members from the director's team quickly rushed over as well. They stared at the person dressed in the black racing suit. When she stopped the motorcycle, she realized that the other person was actually a woman, whose graceful and curvaceous figure was perfectly accentuated by the racing suit. She strode over to the 2 men with an aggressive demeanor and snatched a gray cloth bag from their hands. Without hesitation, she kicked them twice, completely indifferent to the fact that some of their bones were already fractured and they were bleeding profusely. Holding the cloth bag, she finally removed her helmet. The moment it was picked, everyone in the livestream and the on-site staff held their breath. Who is this goddess-like beauty? Chapter 5, Precision Strike Guess? Not a chance. Xing Yue? Huang Lei was completely stunned when he realized it was Lung Xing Yue. Teacher Huang, could you please call the police? These 2 men were robbing an elderly woman on a motorcycle, and I happened to witness it. This is the evidence. As he spoke, he threw the gray cloth bag in his hand to him. Heejun looked at Lung Xing Yue and felt somewhat familiar. After thinking for a moment, he finally recognized her. Oh, so it's you, Lung Xing Yue. When she saw Teacher He, she finally revealed a faint smile. Though it was just a faint smile, it was enough to surpass the beauty of most women. The live stream instantly exploded. Holy crap, what did I just see? Is this Charlie's Angels? How can a goddess with such divine beauty be this cool? Does anyone know who this is? From what Teacher Huang just said, her name is Lung Xing Yue. Why does that sound vaguely familiar? Isn't Lung Xing Yue that female celebrity who went viral for a while and was rumored to have had plastic surgery? I used to be a huge fan of hers, but for some reason, she just disappeared from the spotlight. I never expected to see her on this show. Oh my god, I can't handle it. Even as a girl, I think she's so damn cool. After the staff called the police, it took less than 10 minutes for a patrol car to arrive from the foot of the mountain. The vehicle slowly came to a stop in front of them, and when the door opened, out stepped an elderly woman. Seeing Huang Lei holding her cloth bag, she hurried over and was about to bow in gratitude. This wouldn't do at all. Huang Lei quickly supported the old woman, not daring to let her bow in thanks to him. Oh no, you mustn't do that, ma'am. It was this young lady who helped retrieve your cloth bag. As he spoke, Huang Lei continued supporting the old woman while pointing at Long Xingyue. Although she appeared somewhat aloof, that faint smile of hers was enough to melt all glaciers and rivers, effortlessly drawing people into her serene charm. Thank you, young lady. This old woman is truly grateful. Without this money, we wouldn't have made it through the month. Long Xingyue glanced at the gray cloth bag, which contained mostly small, scattered bills. A rough estimate suggested there couldn't be more than 300 yuan inside. It was nothing, really. Please don't mention it. By the way, are you feeling alright? Would you like me to take you to the hospital for a checkup? The reason she was so angry earlier was because those two scumbags, just to snatch the old woman's cloth bag, actually dragged her down to the ground. If it weren't for the fact that this elderly woman was still quite sturdy, she might have lost half her life from that one fall. After investigating, the police discovered that these two were actually habitual criminals they had been trying to catch. It was fortunate today, though these two ended up in pretty bad shape. One had his leg crushed by a motorcycle and several ribs broken, while the other hit his head and is now unconscious. Excuse me, may I ask how these two got injured? We need to verify the details. Officer, comrade, it's her, this woman, she kicked our car hard, that's why we fell. You must stand up for us. The only robber who hadn't passed out was whimpering on the side, making so many people want to go up and beat him now. Damn it, you're a robber, and you still have the nerve to ask someone to stand up for you? Truly, shamelessness knows no bounds. Just looking at this, anyone can tell you're a repeat offender. You're lucky a fall is all you got. I'm a local. Just the other day, a friend's mother was dragged a long distance by motorcycle robbers for wearing a gold chain. In the end, the robbers got away, and my friend's mother barely survived. People like that deserve to be shot. The police looked at Long Xingyue, but she appeared unusually calm. Who knows? Probably they rode too fast after robbing someone, and the heavens couldn't stand it, so they made them crash. As soon as Long Xingyue finished speaking, the staff behind her chimed in agreement. Yes, we all saw it, they fell on their own. Exactly, we can all testify to that. These two got what they deserved. The heavens are watching, and those who do such things will face retribution sooner or later. And now, the retribution has come. The police nodded after hearing their words, completely indifferent to whether the truth was as they claimed. Then they turned and escorted the two into the police car. Oh, by the way, thank you for your strong support. Thanks. The two police officers saluted them and left the scene. Case closed. Huang Lei and teacher he let out a sigh of relief, helplessly looking at Long Xingyue standing nearby. Star Moon, you're really bold. How dare you chase after those crazy robbers all by yourself? Long Xingyue simply smiled faintly. She pushed her motorcycle over. I'm not being bold, I'm completely confident. I've thoroughly scouted this route. Especially at 8 o'clock, I saw you entering this road and estimated you'd reach Mushroom House in 30 minutes. 10 minutes later, they robbed at the village entrance, and I spotted them. Using my bike, which accelerates faster than theirs, I blocked their escape route, forcing them onto this uphill mountain path. Their motorcycles weren't powerful enough, and this steep slope would slow down even the best performing bikes. After calculating that there were two of them, and hearing the old, muffled sound of that beat-up car's engine, I prepared everything to force them to the edge of this road, the very spot where they would crash. There were actually two protruding rocks there. With precise timing, forcing them to push their speed to the limit, any external interference would be fatal. Their worn-out motorcycle tires lacked sufficient grip, and the slightest tilt would spell disaster. After she finished speaking, Huang Lei and the others were practically dumbfounded. This girl is downright terrifying. What kind of mind does she have? To plan every detail just to catch two robbers? Chapter 6, Can a living person really be held back by their own piss? Oh, Xingyue, you were really too reckless this time. Think about it as a young woman, if someone were to target you, how serious the consequences could be. Huang Lei spoke with earnest concern. Don't worry, Professor Huang. It won't happen again. I'll handle things more carefully next time. Long Xingyue flashed a radiant smile, so delicate and charming that it instantly dissolved his urge to scold her further. All his words could only melt into a long sigh. Oh, let me introduce you. This is Teacher He, whom you know, and this is Dahua, hey, wake up. Dahua stared blankly at Long Xingyue's pretty face, only snapping out of it after being nudged several times by Teacher Huang. Hello, my name is Lu Xianhua. Seeing him like this, Long Xingyue understood immediately. She didn't bother avoiding the situation and instead shook his hand openly and confidently. Her face still wore that calm and composed smile, as if everything was under her control. Teacher He and Teacher Huang exchanged a glance. Seeing Dahua in this state, they already understood that this guy probably had some other ideas again. This is Long Xingyue, our resident guest for this season. It wouldn't be good if longing for life was all men, right? This time it's great, we finally have a beautiful lady, fulfilling our Dahwa's wish at last. At Teacher He's words, Dahwa's face turned red. With his head lowered, he carried the luggage and walked up first. When they were all ready to go up, only Lang Xingyue remained standing in place. Noticing she hadn't moved, Huang Lei turned his head and looked at her in confusion. Teacher Huang, my luggage is still at the village entrance. I was too focused on catching someone earlier. You, Teacher He, and Dahua go ahead first. I'll fetch my luggage and be right back. With that, she swung her long legs over the motorcycle. She started the engine and sped off. Such a decisive attitude made Huang Lei quite fond of her. Jian, what do you think of this girl? Watching the motorcycle disappear into the distance, Huang Lei suddenly turned to Yi Jiong and asked. As the two walked up the stone staircase, Teacher He pondered for a moment before speaking. From the very first time I saw that girl, I was struck by her appearance. And then, her personality, you can tell she's the type who's cold on the outside but warm on the inside, a classic case of a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Especially after what happened today, it really scared me. Who would have thought a young girl like her would dare to chase down a robber all by herself? But I have to say, she's a remarkable young woman. Heh, I think so too. The village entrance wasn't far from here, but the gentle slope along the way made the journey rather troublesome. Lang Xingyue glanced at the watch on her wrist. It was almost 9 o'clock now, and the recording over there was about to officially begin. But she wasn't in a hurry. When she came down by bike, her suitcase was not far away, but at this moment, a young man in his 20s was looking at it. As he looked around and saw Lang Xingyue arriving on her motorcycle, he quickly waved his hand. With a roar of the engine, she maneuvered the motorcycle with a stylish skid to stop right in front of him, then flipped up the visor of her helmet. She looked at him. Little brother, thank you for watching my luggage for me. Pang was startled to see that the other person was actually a woman. Looking at her sister with some surprise, you actually chased the robber alone? You're so brave. Not wanting to dwell on the matter too much, she let out a light chuckle and gave the young man a once-over. Noticing the many cardboard boxes behind him, she immediately said, looks like you're planning to take some things with you too. Need a ride? Really? But your car. Her motorcycle could barely fit one more person, there's absolutely no way to carry all that stuff. Pang looked somewhat troubled. Can a living person really be defeated by a full bladder? How about this to thank you for watching my luggage, I'll help you carry your things up first. Where are you headed? Sis, I'm here to record a show. It's in a pretty big house further up this road, do you know the place? Hearing this, Lang Xingyue looked at him with confusion. She tumbled off the motorcycle. At the same time, she removed her helmet, revealing her delicate face as she gazed at him. What's your name? Pang's breathing became heavy when he saw this face, and his heart began to race. I'm Peng Yu Chang. Lang Xingyue removed her gloves and smiled calmly. Let's get acquainted. I'm Lang Xingyue, a regular guest on this season of Longing for Life. Nice to meet you, little brother Peng Yu Chang. These words sounded like heavenly music to him. What? This beauty is actually a regular guest on this season's show. No way, am I really this lucky? Looking at her outstretched hand, Peng Yu Chang found himself feeling like a child again, extremely nervous as he shakily reached out his hand to shake hers. In the future, I'll be counting on Sister Lang's guidance. Don't say that. Maybe I'll need your help in the future. Let's go, since we're heading the same way anyway. Chapter 7 Pure Kindness. She didn't continue riding the bike but instead tied all those things along with her suitcase onto the bicycle and pushed it forward. Pang silently supported the suitcase from behind and followed her. I had wanted to say a few words to her, but Lang Xingyue, true to her surname, was usually not fond of speaking. If she hadn't spoken so casually just now, he might have thought this elder sister was angry. He was halfway along the path heading toward the mushroom house. In the distance, she spotted an old woman carrying a bundle of dry grass, walking toward a dilapidated cottage. The other houses were all quite beautiful, only hers seemed somewhat old and worn. Lang Xingyue quickly turned her head to look at Peng Xian and paused. Wait a moment, I have something to attend to. Do you want to come with me? Is that okay? Parking the motorcycle to the side, Lang Xingyue hurriedly took a few quick steps to the old woman's side, supporting her as they walked toward the small house. The elderly woman, realizing it was the kind stranger who had helped her now supporting her, immediately broke into a smile. The wrinkles on her face blossomed like a radiant chrysanthemum. From her gaze, Lang Xingyue could see her genuine kindness. He responded with a faint smile of his own. Auntie, are you feeling better now? Supporting her as she walked into the house, she quickly waved her hand and said, I'm fine. You should go back now. The smell here isn't pleasant, and it wouldn't be good if you, such a sweet-smelling girl, ended up covered in stench. As soon as the door was pushed open, an indescribable odor hit them. Lang Xingyue's delicate brows furrowed slightly. The ground was littered with animal droppings. In the courtyard, there were quite a few cats and dogs, along with a few scattered little rabbits. They all seemed to be abandoned animals based on their condition. The elderly woman also appeared somewhat embarrassed. She hurriedly wanted Cold Star Moon to leave. Having escorted her this far was enough. After signaling her to let go, the elderly woman limped toward a nearby cage enclosed with wooden strips and spread the dry grass she was holding over it. Seeing their owner return, some of the cats and dogs nearby instinctively came over, as if sympathizing with her, this kind-hearted woman with an angelic soul. Forgive me for making you witness this. All these little ones were picked up by me. Whenever I see them abandoned, I can't help but want to take them in. After all, they're lives too, aren't they? Ever since my old man passed away, being alone hasn't been much fun. But having these little companions around has actually lightened my days, hee hee. This place is too messy and dirty, so I won't offer you any water. To be honest, anyone who saw the scene, even if they were animal lovers with kind hearts, might hesitate to drink water here. Long Xingyue felt her pocket and smiled. Auntie, the police forgot to mention earlier that those two guys who knocked you over will have to compensate you accordingly. Here, it's a total of 3,000 yuan. If you have any issues, just come find me at the house up on the mountain, and I'll help you resolve them. She only had 3,000 yuan left in her wallet, all in cash, which she took out and handed to the auntie. Her clumsy act couldn't possibly escape the old woman's notice. She didn't dare accept the money and quickly refused. You silly girl, how could I not know this money is yours? Auntie here doesn't lack for anything living alone. You young folks have it hard enough, take it back quickly. Seeing her hesitating to accept it, Long Xingyue bit her lower lip. Looking around. If you won't accept it, then how about this? I'd like to buy some animals here, would that be alright? These are all abandoned animals. If you want to adopt them, of course you can take them, I won't take your money. The aunt was speaking, but her hand was firmly grasped by Long Xingyue. This money is what I entrusted to you. I want to buy all the animals, this is their feed money. Could you help me raise them? I'll pay you monthly. She wasn't a particularly kind person, but she felt that it was truly remarkable for an elderly woman to go to such lengths. Especially today, she had thought the cloth bundle might contain something important, something worth the old woman clinging to so desperately. But when she saw that it was just some loose change inside, truly, she was somewhat moved. Perhaps, the perseverance of one person is enough to make the world admire her. The old woman's kindness was enough to earn Cold Star Moon's recognition and care. When Peng Peng saw that the small courtyard was filled with animals everywhere, she was also somewhat stunned. Dogs with broken legs, cats born with deformities, there are quite a few of them here. Their original owners no longer wanted to care for them, so they were abandoned outside to fend for themselves. Who would have thought they'd end up being taken in by this elderly woman? Seeing that Long Xingyue refused to back down, the old woman finally let out a helpless sigh. She reached out with her dry, slightly trembling hands and accepted the hefty sum of 3,000 yuan. The moment her hand touched the old woman's. Pure kindness 1. Chapter 8, The Haughty Kitten. Long Xingyue eventually did circle around and make a selection here, finally fixing her gaze on a grubby cat lying by the distant wall. Auntie, I'll take this one. When she saw that Long Xingyue had chosen this particular cat, the old woman was somewhat surprised. With a reluctant smile, I said to the cat, I can't control it. Whether it will go with you depends entirely on itself. Usually, it only comes down when it's hungry. Otherwise, it almost never comes down, it just stays up there. Hearing her say this actually piqued Long Xingyue's interest. Standing under the corner of the wall, gazing at the grimy cat overhead, his eyes held a hint of something profound. Come down within 3 counts, or I'll come up and carry you down myself. Whether the cat understood her words or not, it actually lowered its head to look at Long Xingyue. The man and the cat locked eyes in an unexpected stare down. In less than 3 seconds, the little fellow slowly got up on his own and jumped down from the top of the wall. Overall, the little one isn't very big, just slightly larger than a palm, but its personality is utterly lazy. Its fur still faintly reveals traces of white, though now it has completely turned black. Leaping onto Long Xingyue's shoulder from the wall, it slowly settled down and continued its lazy days. Hey, this cat is even more aloof than her. This seems to be a tiny kitten just a few months old. When I found it, the little one was barely clinging to life. I tried feeding it rice water as a last resort, never expecting it to actually survive. However, its body is still quite weak. Young lady, you must take good care of it. Before leaving, she cleaned up the small courtyard together with Peng Peng. Only then did he pick up the grubby little creature and leave the place, pushing his motorcycle as he hurried toward the mushroom house. On the way, Peng Peng pondered for a long time before turning to Long Xingyue and asking, Sister Lang, earlier, why did you think of giving her money instead of helping the old lady send all those animals to a professional care facility? Long Xingyue gazed into the distance. No turning back, only a mother would spare no effort to protect you and care for your growth. For Auntie, her current life is only accompanied by these animals. Why should I go out of my way to take her child away from her side? Upon hearing these words, Peng Peng immediately grasped the underlying meaning and began to form a plan in his mind. The two arrived at the mushroom house one after another, pushing the motorcycle up the steps and parking it in a corner. At this moment, Teacher He and the others had already started packing up their things. Seeing Long Xingyue accompanied by Pangpeng, he immediately greeted them with a cheerful smile. Just now I was wondering why Pingping's suitcase is here. I didn't expect 2 more people to join this season. Xingyue, go check out the room you'll be staying in, it's really beautiful. On the 2nd floor, there are 2 large bedrooms, a guest room and a master bedroom. The master bedroom is where teacher Huang, Dehua, and the other 2 live, while the guest room is reserved for future visitors. As for Lang Xingyue, after some consideration, they assigned her a small partition room on the 2nd floor, barely 10 square meters in size. Originally used as a storage space, it was now naturally given to her since there was a female comrade who needed accommodation. Dehua and Pangpeng met for the first time, greeting each other warmly. Busy unpacking the luggage and settling into the room. Only cold Xingyue carried her own suitcase and went up to the 2nd floor. Following teacher He's guidance, I arrived at the innermost compartment. Originally, this was just a warehouse, completely empty. Now, when you step inside, apart from a door and a window, all that remains is a large wooden wardrobe. Not even a bed. Teacher He and Huang Lei quickly followed her up to the 2nd floor, only to find Long Xingyue already standing in her room, so they hurried over as well. Moon and Star, there's no need to rush about the bed. Wait. When I pushed the door open, I found Long Xingyue hanging a hammock on the wall. Seeing their somewhat bewildered expressions, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Actually, I had anticipated this long ago, so I specifically brought a hammock with me. Additionally, I've already purchased an inflatable mattress through Nettie's Kaolayago, along with some daily necessities, which should arrive tomorrow. By the way, will the production team reimburse this? This sudden question made teacher He burst out laughing. It seems that the once cold Xingyue has changed her unusual temperament, gradually becoming less icy. This is great news. Reimbursement? Of course, it'll be reimbursed. I'll discuss it with Lao Wang later and have him reimburse you. Just remember to get the invoice. Huang Lei also chimed in with a half-joking remark. Hey, you should have said so earlier. If I'd known it was like this, I would have bought the high-end one. Helping Cold Star Moon hang up the hammock. She opened the box again and took out 2 strings of wind chimes. He handed one of the slightly larger wind chimes to Hejeong. This is for our new home, and the other string is meant to hang on my windowsill. What do you think? Doesn't it look quite elegant? Chapter 9, Little Mao, Little Hey, Little Bai, which one do you choose? It seems you've put real thought into this, the craftsmanship is truly exquisite. The 2 were studying the wind chime in their hands when suddenly a cat's meow caught their attention. In the corner of the room, on a towel, lay a cute little creature, staring at them with gem-like eyes. Though still dirty, one could clearly see how utterly adorable it was. Is this kitten the ingredient you brought us, Xingyue? It seemed to sense teacher Huang's gaze upon its body. The little creature actually turned around, presenting its rear end to him. Watching the little one behave like this only endeared it further to the kind-hearted teacher He. This little one is so adorable, yet so aloof. Did you bring this cat, Xingyue? Long Xingyue nodded in response. This is the cat from the elderly lady's home today. She has rescued many stray cats and dogs, and I noticed she was struggling to care for them all alone, so I brought one back with me. Don't worry, I won't let it run around and disrupt the normal filming. She was completely overthinking this. Teacher He adores these little creatures, especially since this one is so clever and doesn't scratch or bite randomly, that makes it even more endearing to him. No problem at all. It's perfect timing. Little H already has his own girlfriend, and now our home has a new kitten, so we've got both a cat and a dog. Oh, by the way, Xingyue, does this little cat have a name yet? Let us call it Xiao by Little White. The little one turned around, seemingly quite displeased as it spoke. Teacher He noticed the kitten in his arms wasn't happy with the name and curiously glanced at teacher Huang. This little thing can actually understand what we're saying? No way, right? We're calling it Xiao Bai, got a problem with that? Long Xingyue gazed indifferently at the little white cat in teacher He's arms. The little creature swiftly leaped out of Hejeong's embrace, landing on the ground and staring at Long Xingyue, as if preparing for a standoff. Alright, little fur, little black, or little white, pick one from these. When it came to naming, Long Xingyue was always this straightforward. Meow. Xiao Bai seems to be saying, aren't you just being lazy with this? What's with all these little black and little white names, just calling them by their colors? What's next, little red and little green? But seeing that Long Xingyue seemed dead set on calling it Xiao Bai, there was ultimately no resisting under such tyranny. Helpless, they had no choice but to agree. Watching as it listlessly returned to the towel bearing its own scent, ready to lie down again. Teacher He couldn't hold back any longer. Such an understanding little cat? Teacher Huang, you go ahead and cook first. I'll go give it a bath. Upon hearing the word bath, Xiao Bai instantly raised its head, looking at teacher He with a mix of shock and doubt. Seeing him approach, it turned to flee. But at the moment it thought to escape, it caught sight of Long Xingyue's calm eyes. After struggling for a long time, it finally chose to give in, allowing teacher He to pick it up and carry it out of the room. Although it's unclear what breed this cat is, its remarkably human-like demeanor alone is enough to make it the new favorite in the mushroom house. Just as the two had left, Pang Pong and Dahua walked in, bringing along the little couple, Xiao H and Xiao O. At this moment, Long Xingyue was unbuttoning his shirt, about to take it off. Seeing the two approach, he had no choice but to set aside the clothes he intended to change into. Wow, this place is amazing, it actually has hammocks. Lang Jia, can I stay here with you in the future? Dahua asked excitedly. No way, what are you thinking? Also, I'm younger than you, just call me Xingyue. She took off her racing suit, revealing a sports tank top underneath. Her slender neck and snow-white skin perfectly accentuated her upper body. Dahua wasn't discouraged by Long Xingyue's rejection. On the contrary, he became extremely excited when she told him to call her Xingyue from then on. Alright then, I'll call you Xingyue from now on. We'll be like family from this moment forward. I've gained both a younger brother and a younger sister. Ha! I haven't acknowledged you as my elder brother yet. Anyone who wants to be my brother must, at the very least, be more outstanding than me. Dahua, you still fall short. Long Xingyue had no intention of humoring him. She called things as she saw them. He was quite serious about it. Hearing Lang Xingyue say this, he immediately nodded and said, then I'll strive to become even more outstanding than you, so you'll willingly become my little sister. Long Xingyue. As long as you're happy. After the two had left, she changed into a cool outfit, a loose short-sleeve top on the upper body and a pair of puffy cropped pants on the lower half, with slippers on her feet. Her long hair was tied into a ponytail. As she had just stepped out, she noticed a small, snow-white creature quietly scurrying over. Upon seeing Long Xingyue, it immediately leaped into her arms. Only then did she realize this little white fluffball was actually Xiao Bai? How dirty was this little guy before? Chapter 10, Little White and the Colored Lights. Little White, Little White? Hey, you little rascal are such a pervy cat. I went through all the trouble to clean you thoroughly, and as soon as you dried off, you turned around and ran away. Teacher, he walked out of the bathroom, looking at the little guy in Cold Star Moon's arms with an angry expression. Long Xingyue noticed the helpless expression on the little white one in her arms, who was then promptly taken by Teacher He, clearly adored beyond measure. Just as Teacher He was utterly smitten with this new family member, Teacher Huang began calling for both of them from the first floor. It seemed the crucial moment had arrived, time to negotiate with the production team. We should hurry downstairs too, quick, quick. She was dressed lightly and followed Teacher He downstairs. As she descended, she caught quite a few gazes again. At the doorway, in the brief moment Teacher He was changing shoes, Xiao Bai leaped onto Long Xingyue's shoulder in a few quick steps. It began lazily yawning, ignoring Teacher He's resentful gaze entirely. When Dahua and the others saw Teacher He and Lang Xingyue come out, their eyes immediately lit up. Just moments ago, Lang Xingyue had been dressed in a dashing racing suit, but now, clad in casual wear, she looked like a model straight out of the fashion world, exuding a unique blend of icy elegance and lazy charm. Even the cameraman couldn't help but give her a few extra shots. In the live stream. Wow, Sister Xingyue is absolutely stunning, no doubt about it. She's just unbelievably beautiful, with that goddess-like appearance, oh my god. Beautiful? What's so beautiful about her? It's just plastic surgery and makeup. If I had the money to go to Korea, I could be even prettier than her. Just for Lang Xingyue's beauty alone, over 10,000 people have come to admire her. Her nearly depleted fan base suddenly surged again. Wow, the little kitten on her shoulder is so adorable, I just want to give it a squeeze. Seriously, it looks like a tiny ball of fluff, so tempting to cuddle and pet. What kind of cat is that? I've never seen one like it before. It resembles a British Shorthair but also has a bit of a Garfield look. Teacher Huang Lei noticed Lang Xingyue had changed her outfit and came out, his eyes lighting up as he couldn't help but praise, now we finally have a lady of the house. Otherwise, with just the four of us men, it was getting a bit dull to look at. Seeing the two of them approach, Pang Pang quickly offered his seat. However, Lang Xingyue didn't sit down. Instead, she stood beside the colorful lantern, gazing at it. The little white creature on her shoulder stretched out its tiny paw and let out a soft, milky cry when it saw the lantern. Animal Language 1. Meow Hi. Though it was just a cat's meow, it made Lang Xingyue freeze momentarily. Somewhat stunned, she looked at the little creature perched on her shoulder. How did I recognize that cat's meow just now? Colorful Lantern glanced at it but remained silent, still quietly gazing at the land before them. Its aloofness seemed to frustrate Little White, who actually jumped down from Cold Star Moon's shoulder on its own. Walking with cat-like grace, it approached Colorful Lantern's side. Without saying a word, it just lazily flopped down beside me and started dozing off. As if remembering something, it raised its head again to look at Cold Star Moon and meowed. You go ahead first, I'll lie here for a while. When it gets dark, I'll naturally go back. Could it be that I've actually gained the ability to understand Little White's speech? Seeing this remark, Lang Xingyue stopped speaking and silently walked behind Huang Lei, standing beside Teacher He. Noticing that Little White wasn't on her shoulder, He Jong couldn't help but instinctively ask, "Where's Little White?" She extended her finger, pointing at the duck and cat duo not far away. It seemed to notice that colorful lantern looked somewhat lonely, so it decided to keep it company. As soon as Long Xingyue spoke, teacher Huang and Dahua's attention immediately shifted to that side. The way the two little animals interacted was surprisingly carefree. One gazed into the distance, while the other drowsily lingered by its side. Neither paid attention to the other, yet the colorful lantern kept glancing at Little Bai, seemingly moved. The colorful lantern won't attack Little White, right? If it does, Little White is just a tiny kitten and would definitely get hurt. No, I have to pick it up. Teacher He, worried that the little one might get attacked, watched nervously in that direction. Unexpectedly, Long Xingyue stopped him. Teacher He, since Little White chose to go there on its own, let's just watch slowly for now. I trust its choice. He Jiang then looked at teacher Huang. His thoughts aligned with Long Xingyue's. This little cat is quite intelligent, perhaps it might bring them some unexpected surprises. The production crew also tacitly fell silent, quietly observing the scene, including Kai Dang and the others. The duck actually inched its way bit by bit toward Xiao Bai. At the same time, it slowly draped its wing over the small creature's tiny body, though its gaze remained fixed on the field ahead. Yet, the scene at this moment was unexpectedly and strikingly beautiful. Has the lonely colored lantern finally found its companion? For some reason, teacher He found his eyes reddening as he watched the scene before him. Chapter 11, The Weather Forecaster Colored Lantern. The colored lantern's actions made teacher He's eyes involuntarily redden as well. Huang Lei was deeply touched by the affectionate display between the two animals, warming the softest part of his heart. In the first season, little colorful lantern was all alone. Although he once had Little H as a companion, now Little H has his own girlfriend, leaving him still solitary as a duck. Xiao Bai's kind gesture moved and won the support of everyone. This was no staged scene. Little colorful lantern and Xiao Bai acted entirely on their own instincts. It seems the mountain wind was too strong, and fearing Little Bai might catch a chill, so it covered its petite body with its own wings. Teacher He quietly reached out to wipe the corner of his eye, while Long Xingyue handed him a tissue. Ah, at this age, everything seems a bit moving. Sorry for making you see me like this. Not at all, this just shows teacher He's heart is filled with kindness, and there's still a little angel living inside. Long Xingyue's words made teacher He burst out laughing. You silly girl, don't try to cheer me up with that tone you use to coax children. Though he said this, the smile on his face remained completely unconcealed. Not daring to disturb the gathering of these two creatures, the others returned to the pavilion and turned their attention to the production crew. This season, we've made some changes. Starting today, our mushroom house will have a basic living allowance. Director Wang said with a smile to the group, while appropriately lowering his voice. As if afraid of startling Kai Dang and Xiao Bai. Living allowance? Tell us more about it first. Huang Lei looked at Director Wang. Dahua wisely handed him the shoes from his feet, always ready. Hey, listen to me first, there's quite a bit more. 300 per season, which means for these 3 months, you'll have a total of 300 yuan as basic living expenses. As soon as the words were spoken, the slippers were flung over. 300? Sounds like a lot, but 3 months? Every time we have guests, don't we spend 70 or 80? This money is simply not enough, okay? I estimate this 300 won't even last through 5 episodes of recording before it's gone. I haven't finished yet. We're self-sufficient. Look around at the fields, they're all ours, with all kinds of vegetables here. Later, you can pick them yourselves. Also, you can use them to exchange for money. But this time, it's different, you need to process the food properly before you can trade with me at equal value. This will test Chef Huang's skills. Huang Lei nodded. I understand, Dahua, hand me the other shoe. Director Wang. I see you still don't understand. Overall, the current situation can be considered good, but there are still some gaps if you look at it negatively. Compared to the locations in the previous season, the food here has become more abundant, satisfying their appetites. However, when it comes to living expenses, they are becoming increasingly stingy. The production team didn't forget to hand them a map. The map marked the names of all the fields they owned here. After teacher He took the map, everyone gathered around, looking at the various marked locations and the types of food planted there. Oh, by the way, within these 3 months, you'll need to plant rice seedlings across that largest area. As for the density, you can decide that yourselves. I believe teacher Huang and teacher He wouldn't cut corners. Director Wang subtly flattered the two without making a sound. Teacher He smirked mischievously, you believe that? I don't even believe in myself, and you believe in me? Director Wang has only given these instructions for now, and there's nothing else to announce. He also hurriedly called a small meeting. Alright, since today is the first day, let's first figure out meals for the 5 of us. Given how hot it is right now, cooking indoors is definitely not an option. After some thought, I've decided to extend the stove from our first season and build one outside ourselves. Now that we have more people, here's the plan. Dahua, you go get some yellow clay. Xingyue and Pengpeng, you two try transplanting rice seedlings. This will be our future task, so let's aim to finish it within a few days. Teacher stand by for now. I'll first figure out how to build the stove. Upon hearing that he'd be transplanting rice seedlings with Lang Xingyue, Peng Peng immediately beamed with joy. Dahua gazed at Lang Xingyue and said, Xingyue, you can do it. Okay, you can do it too. She and Peng Peng put on sturdy rain pants and ran toward the rice field over there. As they passed by Xiaobai and Kaidang, Xiaobai was sound asleep, with its pink little tongue drooping to the side. Sleeping sprawled out. The colorful lantern gave her and Peng Peng a faint glance. It looks like it might rain, so you'd better be careful. Ah, I forgot you can't understand me. Hearing this, Lang Xingyue looked up at the clear sky above and couldn't help but frown. Peng Peng was right in front of her and noticed her suddenly stopping while walking. He couldn't help but ask, what's wrong, Sister Lang? Oh, it's nothing. I just feel like the weather might change soon. Chapter 12 was henceforth renamed Lung the Half-Immortal. Going to rain? Peng Peng also looked up at the nearly cloudless sky and grinned. Hey sis, you're really good at joking around. With not a cloud in the sky, how could it possibly rain? Let's go. Hearing him say this, Lang Xingyue didn't argue back. She just took another glance at the colored lantern. Seeing that it had fallen silent, she finally headed towards that rice field. Perhaps you're right, maybe it was just my mistaken feeling. The two of them stood before this rice field, gazing at the muddy ground. Peng Peng tentatively tried stepping into the wet mud with her rain pants on. It turned out to be completely impossible to move. Wow, with these rain pants on, we can't move at all, Lang Jie. How about we go barefoot instead? Lang Xingyue ignored his question and instead tentatively stepped inside. Indeed, it was quite difficult to pull out, but for her, it wasn't really a challenge. Peng Peng, without confirming whether there are sharp stones or other creatures in this mud, I advise you to prioritize safety. If your foot gets cut by a stone, it would be more trouble than it's worth. Her long hair was somewhat troublesome, so she simply tied it up to avoid getting soiled by the mud on the ground while bending over to transplant rice seedlings. Gently pinch the upper part of the seedling's root with your fingers. Press it into the soil with 2 fingers. Begin planting the seedlings along a straight line. The movements are surprisingly fast, unlike those of a beginner. After all, Lang Xingyue's predecessor came from a rural background and had done many of these tasks herself. Now, as she found herself working with soil again, she couldn't help but feel nostalgic for the life she once lived as a man. Sigh, who would have thought being a woman could be so troublesome? She didn't even dare to swear freely anymore. Peng Peng was utterly astonished to see Lang Xingyue swiftly pressing the seedlings into the soil, and in such perfectly neat rows at that. Wow, Lang Jie, have you done this before? You're amazing. In less than 10 minutes, she had already planted over 50 seedlings. If not for the rain pants slowing her down, she could have been even faster. It's my first time, but it doesn't feel too difficult. The gloves are just a bit inconvenient. She turned to look at Peng Peng and noticed slight movement in the soil in front of him. Couldn't help but remind him, Peng Peng, be careful. There might be some wild little animals in here, don't let them startle you. Don't worry, Sister Lang. After all, I'm a man, how could I ouch? Peng Peng hadn't paid much attention at first, but as he inserted the seedling, a loach less than 10 centimeters long was flipped out beside him. The sudden movement startled him, causing him to slip and sit down in the mud. Lang Xingyue hurried over to help him up. I already told you to be careful, but you just wouldn't listen. Now look what happened. Go change your clothes quickly. Covered in dirt like this must be uncomfortable. I'm really embarrassed to have made a fool of myself in front of you, sister. I'll go change my clothes right away. Sister Lang, please take a rest for a while. I'll be back soon. Watching him hurry away, Lang Xingyue shook her head helplessly. She bent down and continued with her work. But in this mud, loaches would occasionally emerge, and she never turned them away. Any she caught that were over 5 centimeters long, she placed into a small pit she had built herself with stones. Less than 10 minutes later, Peng Peng hurriedly changed clothes and jogged back over. In the small stone pit nearby, 7 or 8 loaches were wriggling incessantly, trying to escape, but unfortunately, they had no chance. Ha! Lang Jie, did you catch these? Wow, I'm really a bit embarrassed in front of you. You're amazing. She gave a proud smile on the side, of course, otherwise how could I dare to let you call me sister? Lang Xingyue wasn't as old as Peng Peng, but on the contrary, she had no patience to call Peng Peng and Dehua brothers. Adding her previous age, her psychological age was already over 50. How could she possibly let herself act cute and call these 2 brothers? Peng Peng said this and wanted to get down, but Lang Xingyue stood up and signaled for him to stop. Forget it, I think our mission today has come to an end. Why? Lang Xingyue pointed to the sky and, at the same time, opened the small stone pit they had built, releasing all the little loaches back into the soil. I wanted to eat them, but there really were too few to make it worthwhile. It would be better to release them and let them grow a bit more. The sky had darkened with thick clouds at some point. Inspired by Lang Xingyue's words just now, Peng Peng suddenly felt a deep respect for this mysterious sister. What a divine person. Not only is she stunningly beautiful, but she could even predict that it would rain today. watching Lang Xingyue's actions in the live stream. Netizens flooded the screen with heart emojis. From now on, this cool sister is my sister. I think I won't fall in love with anyone else anymore. Not only is she beautiful, but she can also predict the weather. The weather forecast didn't mention rain today. Cold half immortal, cold fairy. I wonder how much it would cost to marry her? Hey, you're overthinking it. Can you really measure cold sister with money? That's so tacky. Chapter 13, What is called tacit understanding? What is called heroes seeing eye to eye? After coming out of the field, they returned to the mushroom house, with no more than 5 minutes between their arrival. The sky grew increasingly overcast, and it began to rain lightly. Cold Xingyue hurriedly embraced Xiaobai. As she gazed at the colorful lights, it was also looking at her. Surprisingly, instead of fleeing like it would have done if it had encountered someone else, it stared back at her with a pair of eyes that seemed almost deep. Thank you for reminding me earlier. Lang Xingyue smiled sweetly at the colored lights, reached out to touch its head, and gestured for it to go hide in the room where the 3 chickens, Xiaobai and Xiaohua, were staying, or to come over to the pavilion here and wait for a while. It seemed not to understand what she was saying, but it wasn't afraid of her. Seeing that it was raining outside, the lantern slowly made its way toward the 3 chickens. It seemed that this rain, for it, was a good thing. Xiaobai was sleeping soundly when he felt himself being picked up. He lifted his head to look at the person holding him and, upon seeing it was Lang Xingyue, closed his eyes again and rubbed his face against her chest, continuing to drift back into sleep. If it weren't for the fact that it was a little female cat, she would have truly believed it was a lecherous cat. The weather today was so nice earlier, with clear skies, but now it suddenly started raining. Fortunately, the rain is just right for making the yellow mud a bit stickier, so I can use it to get the stove going. Dahua followed Huang Lei, and Pang Pang also came over. Mr. Huang, when we were leaving earlier, Cold Sister told me it might rain soon, but I didn't believe her. Then, before we even got to the fields for half an hour, it really started raining. She's so amazing. Really? Huang Lei had a smile on his face. This Lang Xingyue always seemed a bit mysterious, which had the 2 young boys completely captivated. She's really quite skilled, isn't she? I never expected her to have such abilities in this area. Next time, I won't bother checking the weather forecast, I'll just ask her directly. Ha ha. After changing out of her rain pants, Lang Xingyue placed Xiaobai on the towel that had already absorbed its scent. She went downstairs to help Mr. He unpack the items that had arrived today, opening each one and arranging them in the correct order. Looking outside, the rain was getting heavier. Lang Xingyue rummaged through her bag and pulled out 2 umbrellas, then stood at the door. Dahua, Pang Pang, I'm bringing you umbrellas. Don't come over here, it's raining too hard. From the door to the small pavilion across the street, it's not that far. As long as you aim well, you can definitely throw it over. After making a few practice throws, Lang Xingyue raised her hand and tossed both umbrellas across. The target was the open space between Dahu and Pang Pang. Since it was a folding umbrella, she had wrapped it in bubble wrap beforehand, which she had brought along for mailing items. It definitely won't break. 2 umbrellas swept out from the doorway, drawing 2 arcs in the air before landing in front of them. With a quick motion, the 2 seamlessly connected. Nice work, Xingyue. We've got it. Thanks. Seeing that the umbrella was still wrapped in bubble wrap, Huang Lei smiled without saying a word. All the plates were placed on the cabinet, but there was one thing that was causing Mr. He some difficulty. Yeah, there's a big problem right now. Mr. He looked out at the relentless rain and pondered. We don't seem to have anything to eat today. If the rain doesn't stop tonight, we'll have to go hungry. There's some rice porridge. Did you forget about it? Cold Xingyue covered her mouth and laughed softly. She casually picked up the rice porridge endorsed by Mr. Huang from the nearby shelf and looked at He Joan. This stuff is plentiful, so even if the production team is greedy, they wouldn't dare to put a price tag on it, right? He Joan looked helpless. You little girl, we can't all drink a bellyful of thin soup at night, can we? Do you really think this is for weight loss? With my slim figure, if I lose any more weight, I'll end up with a tiny waist like yours. To be honest, she really didn't think the term little waist was a compliment. She quietly touched her slender waist. At least, this body still had a hint of a mermaid line. Seeing him so distressed, Lang Xingyue silently returned to her own room, found her luggage, and took out several packets of her essential food items. When she went downstairs, Dahua and the others had all returned. Mr. Huang, with his hands covered in yellow mud, was busy washing them in the bathroom on the first floor, while Mr. He had already started calling out from outside. Mr. Huang, we're running out of food. What should we do? Mr. Huang didn't even look up and said, just drink some rice porridge. There's plenty of that. Seeing him say the same thing, He Joan rolled his eyes. I'm starting to doubt whether yeah is really your sister. The 2 of you sound exactly the same. Nishi is nice, but you can't eat it, can you? Huang Lei heard He Joan say this and was also curious. What's going on? Does Yaya say the same thing? Hee, great minds think alike. Because of the rice porridge, the production team dared not quote a price, so we just drank as much as we wanted. It's fine. At that moment, Lung Xingyue came downstairs holding a pile of food. He Jeong saw her coming down from the second floor and hurried over to greet her. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed that she was holding a large amount of instant noodles, sausages, luncheon meat, and other food items in her arms. Wow, yeah, are you here for a camping trip today? Why did you bring so much food? She smiled shyly. No, I slept outdoors yesterday. The air here is so fresh that I didn't want to leave. Actually, I'm used to it now. Chapter 14, I'm hungry, I need to eat. He Jeong and the others were taken aback. You slept outside last night? Cold Xingyue, on the other hand, looked completely unfazed. She placed all the instant noodles, sausages, and other food she was holding in her arms aside. What's the big deal? I prepared a tent yesterday. Mr. He, you have no idea how beautiful the night sky is here. As long as we watch out for snakes and insects, this place is a perfect paradise. Listen, it's actually starting to give me the creeps. Huang Lei looked at Lung Xingyue and couldn't help but ask, Suyu, have you ever been in the military? Huang Lei looked at Lung Xingyue and couldn't help but ask, yeah, have you ever been in the military? I never did, but I've always admired the military lifestyle. However, now that I'm an entertainer, I feel that bringing joy to audiences is also a form of contribution, and in my eyes, it holds the same value. Of course, one always chooses to speak in a way that sounds pleasant. After all, he had once been a member of a special forces unit, so something like camping was no challenge for him. To be honest, looking at her appearance, Mr. He and the others would never have associated her with the cold and composed Xingyue who was camping in the wilderness. Such a delicate young woman actually had such a bold and adventurous side to her, it truly surprised them. However, at least it seems like we'll be able to eat today. While cooking noodles in the room, Lung Xingyue held a can of rice porridge and looked at Huang Lei. Mr. Huang, can I feed Xiaobai with the rice porridge? Oh, we don't have cat food yet, do we? Sure, go ahead and feed it to him. The little white cat on the second floor is so hungry it's about to scratch the walls. From morning till night, he hasn't had a single bite to eat. When Lung Xingyue pushed open the door and entered the room, Xiaobai turned his head and saw the rice porridge in her hands. Without caring if anyone was following behind, he clung tightly to the ground with all four limbs and jumped onto her back. He shouted at her in a babyish voice, Meow, I'm hungry, I want to eat. Cold Xingyue was truly surprised that she could understand Xiaobai's words. What she heard wasn't just a sound, it was more like an illusion. Every time it meowed, she felt a response within her heart, as if she understood the meaning behind that single meow. I know. Here it is, I brought it for you. Drink slowly, drink slowly. He poured the rice porridge onto a plate. The little guy couldn't wait and started eating the rice porridge on the plate. Feeling the snow-white fur on the little creature's body, Cold Xingyue finally understood why so many people loved petting cats. This thing is truly addictive. The soft, fluffy texture, combined with its adorable little appearance, is absolutely adorable. The photographer behind him saw Xiaobai's adorable expression and seemed to be getting a little excited, but he managed to control himself. It's time for Ye to eat. Mr. He, the teacher, walked over to the door and happened to see Xiaobai slurping his rice porridge. Seeing this adorable sight, he couldn't help but smile broadly and hurried over to stroke its little head. Yeah, I think we should get a room for Xiaobai. It's different from Xiao H and Xiao O. The little guy is very human-like and extremely clean. I think we should get it a cat tower or something. What do you think? It's clear that Mr. He really loves Xiaobai. However, upon hearing his words, Lung Xingyue couldn't help but smile wryly and shook her head in refusal. Never mind, Mr. He. You said Xiaobai just arrived today. If you show too much affection for it, Xiao H and Xiao O will get jealous. I plan to prepare a small box for it first, fill it with some sand, and once it gets used to the sand in a couple of days, I'll start training it how to use it. It's still young, after all. As if hearing Cold Xingyue's words, Xiaobai lifted its head and gave her an unhappy bark. Meow, I'm not that dirty. I know exactly where to go. Mr. He saw that Xiaobai was unhappy and chuckled. He looked at it with a slightly indulgent tone. Our little white one is unhappy. Yes, our little white one is the cleanest, right? Faced with Mr. He's indulgent manner, Lung Xingyue could only sigh in exasperation. Having such a cute little one around who could melt anyone's heart was truly beyond her control. Sigh, I wonder who could be so heartless to abandon such a cute kitten. Luckily, it was found by such a kind-hearted person who took it home. Otherwise, oh well. Cold Xingyue gestured for him to stop talking. No matter how difficult the past was, it's all in the past now. Xiaobai is our family now. Mr. He, please don't dwell on those unhappy memories. Don't forget, Xiaobai is very sensitive. What if it can understand what you're saying? He only realized this then and hurriedly looked at Xiaobai, who was still eating the rice porridge. He let out a sigh of relief. Alright, let Xiaobai eat here. It's time for us to eat too. We're starving. Alright, fine. Lang Xingyue placed a long cardboard box on the ground in the corner. Looking at Xiaobai, she said, Xiaobai, I know you can understand me. When you need to go to the bathroom at night, try to use this. Just bear with it for a few days, and I'll get you a better one soon. Be a good boy. As he said this, Long Xingyue suddenly froze. She pinched her own face, recalling something rather unbelievable. Damn it, it seemed like after absorbing this woman's memories, she started speaking in a cute, childlike manner. This wasn't a good start. Chapter 15, The First Meal She Longed For. In the second season of The Life We Aspire To, on the first day, everyone ended up eating instant noodles. Talk about a letdown. Fortunately, there were some ham sausages and luncheon meat in her food, and everyone drank a can of rice porridge, which was enough to fill their stomachs. However, Miss Huang remained somewhat unhappy throughout. Looking out at the heavy rain outside the gate, his face showed a hint of helplessness. After finally waiting for the second season to air and start filming, we never expected to be caught in such a downpour. The stove isn't even set up yet. I think tomorrow will be a busy day for us. There will be plenty of work to keep us occupied. Cold Xingyue looked at the two people in front of her. Scratching his head, he said, why don't we make a plan first? The guests haven't arrived yet, so let's think about what needs to be done first, and then add new tasks appropriately based on the importance and urgency of each person's assigned work. Huang Lei thought for a moment. The first thing to do was to build the stove. Since it was raining today, they could either set up the stove in the pavilion or build a makeshift shelter. This was the most urgent task they needed to complete first. The mud was ready, they needed some bricks. He asked Dahua to help him with that. As for food, they needed honey and strawberries. Who would go get them? Peng Peng looked at Long Xingyue, who glanced at Mr. He. Alright, let Peng Peng go gather honey, Mr. He go pick strawberries, and I'll plant the rice seedlings. She didn't realize that she had assigned the most difficult tasks to herself. Instead, she felt that this was the best arrangement possible. Seeing that neither of them responded, she continued, if anyone comes tomorrow, they can help Peng Peng and Mr. He first. In the afternoon, we can all work together to transplant the rice seedlings. Based on my estimate, I should be able to complete at least 1/5 of the work on my own tomorrow. With everyone else's help, we should be able to finish about 2/5 of the work. He Jiong couldn't help but laugh, covering his forehead in exasperation. You're such a hard-working girl. You come here and start thinking about work right away. What about Dehua and Peng Peng, the two young and strong guys? Let's do this, you come with me to pick strawberries. The rice seedlings can wait, we can do them together in the afternoon. Alright, then. Little H and Little O, two dogs, had somehow come to their side. On Little O's back was a lazy white fur ball. They sat nearby, listening to their conversation. The arrival of the two dogs had already been noticed by He Jiong and the others. Especially the little white cat on Xiao's back was incredibly eye-catching. They had no idea how this little cat had managed to become so well connected, but seeing this scene before them now always gave them an overwhelming sense of wonder. They had originally wanted to go hug them, but unfortunately, the white kitten was asleep, so Mr. He didn't dare to disturb them. The two dogs and one cat were curled up in a corner of the living room on the first floor, dozing off. The scene was incredibly peaceful. This little guy is so adorable that I can't help but want to take him home and raise him myself. Mr. He said enviously. However, he also knew that the cat had been brought back by Ling Xingyue, so there was no way he could keep it. If you want to take it with you anytime, as long as you can give it a new living environment, I don't care who it stays with. Ling Xingyue didn't have any other thoughts. She had never considered getting a cat before. At that time, she had wanted a dog that would be loyal to her. As for a little kitten, she didn't feel much about it. Seeing that she didn't care at all, Mr. He sighed helplessly once more. Mr. Huang watched the two of them and couldn't help but laugh alone. After all that, Yaya still didn't take Xiaobai seriously. It's over. Poor Xiaobai always liked to stick by your side. As everyone laughed, the phone suddenly rang. Since it was the first call of the season, Huang Lei personally walked over to answer it. Hello? Who is this? Since the speakerphone was on, everyone could hear the voices coming from the other end. Is that the mushroom house? His accent sounded familiar, but his northeastern Chinese was really awkward. You, stop pretending to be from northeast China. Your accent doesn't sound right at all. This is Mushroom House. What do you want? Huang Lei realized that this must be an old acquaintance, so he spoke with a bit more confidence. I came here to order, of course. I want shrimp and eel noodles and stir-fried bamboo shoots with oil. Can you make that? Shrimp and eel noodles? Long Xingyue looked at He Jiong, leaned in close, and asked in a low voice, do we have shrimp and eel here? Mr. He thought for a moment, turned around, and took out a map from the bookshelf behind him. He immediately spread it out on the table. There should be some. When I was talking with the production team today, I heard them mention it. Look, they're all in the rice fields. There were crayfish, eels, snails, and eels in that rice field, along with some other small creatures like toads. Upon seeing this, Long Xingyue couldn't help but feel eager to try. Listening to Mr. He speak, she hurriedly patted her chest and assured him with unwavering determination, leave this to me. I feel like it'll be really interesting. Peng Peng watched Long Xingyue from the side and couldn't help but feel curious, adding another question. Cold sister, aren't you afraid? Lung Xingyue didn't even hesitate before responding. The hardest things in my life, I've already endured. Is there really anything more terrifying than living a meaningless life? What she really wanted to say was, I'm not even afraid of death, why would I be afraid of eels and yellow croakers? Chapter 16, Assigning Tasks. Mr. He thought she was referring to the period when he was banned. He looked at the young woman beside him with a touch of sympathy as she reached out to wrap her arm around his shoulder, silently offering her encouragement. However, the thoughts in their minds were completely at odds with one another, though she did not voice them. Meanwhile, Mr. Huang on the other end had finished his call. I already know who it is. I'd recognize that voice even if it were turned to ashes. Hearing him joke like that, Mr. He hurriedly interrupted, don't talk nonsense like that. Your analogy isn't very teacher-like, you know. Huang Lei also realized that he had gotten a bit carried away in his excitement earlier and had spoken out of turn. Sitting beside He Zhong, he couldn't help but ask, so, according to you, Mr. He, how should that sentence be phrased? If I were to rephrase it, I would say, the teacher's words are like a sword that cuts through the heart. Cough, cough. Listen carefully. According to how we teachers say it, even if it were reduced to ashes, I would still recognize it. It should be said, a person is not born with knowledge. Mr. Huang, have you understood? Seeing that Mr. He actually blurted out a sentence in classical Chinese, Huang Lei hurriedly formed his hands into the traditional bowing gesture of respect, bowing his head in deference. Hearing your words is truly worth more than reading 1,000 books. Oh, no, as the saying goes, among 3 people walking together, there must be one who can be my teacher. There must be something I can learn from you as well. Oh, no. You're too kind, too kind. Seeing the two start to argue, Lung Xingyue smiled slightly, glancing at Peng Peng and Dahu. Alright, better save my energy for tomorrow's work. I'll go take a shower first. As she said this, Dahua was drinking a cup of soy milk, which he immediately sprayed out, patting his chest repeatedly, as if he had choked. Lung Xingyue saw this and smiled even more broadly, resembling a delicate lotus flower, beautiful and irresistible. Peng Peng dared not look directly into her eyes for more than 5 seconds. It goes without saying how devastating this scene must have been. Just as he stood up, the phone rang again, unexpectedly. Since she had already gotten up, she went to the phone and answered it. Hello, this is Mushroom House. Hello, I'm the guest who will be coming tomorrow. May I place an order? Your voice is exceptionally pleasant, and you are very polite. Lung Xingyue glanced at Huang Lei and the others, then replied directly, of course it's possible. What would you like to eat? How about bamboo shoot and shrimp soup? Huang Lei made an okay gesture beside him, indicating that it was okay. Seeing that he had no objections, Lung Xingyue naturally responded to the other party. Tomorrow, how many people will be coming here? The other party was straightforward. Upon hearing Cold Xingyue's question, she didn't hide the fact that she would be the only one arriving tomorrow, and she would likely arrive around 9 o'clock. Is there a girl in the mushroom house? The girl on the phone seemed to have just realized. What she said made everyone laugh. This female guest is a bit of a scatterbrain. Well, I guess so. You'll see when you get here. I hear you're still on the road. Be careful on the drive tonight. Bye. The voice was cold, but it carried a hint of concern. This touched the young woman on the other end of the line. Until the call finally ended, Huang Lei couldn't help but smile bitterly. Alright, let's divide up the tasks. First, after breakfast tomorrow morning, we'll all head to the bamboo grove to start digging bamboo shoots. With 2 additional dishes requiring bamboo shoots, we'll be overwhelmed if we don't work together. Once we return, Dahua and I will handle the stove, while Peng Peng will go with Ye to catch eels. Is that okay, Ping Pong? Upon hearing that Mr. Huang had assigned him to work with Lang Xingyue, Peng Peng couldn't help but smile broadly. Of course, no problem at all. Mr. Huang, please go ahead. Although Lang Xingyue had some doubts about Peng Peng's abilities, she didn't say anything in the end, just patted him on the shoulder in trust. Seeing that everything was fine, she turned around and went to the bathroom to start washing up. Just as she was about to close the door to take a shower, a small white furball had somehow slipped in. In a few quick jumps, it hopped over to the sink and looked at Lung Xingyue. Meow, I heard you're going to catch eels. I know a place where the eels are really big and there are lots of them. Do you want me to show you the way? Seeing Xiaobai say this, Lung Xingyue looked at it strangely. She reached out and picked it up, examining it closely. After confirming that it was indeed a little female kitten, he finally let out a sigh of relief and set it down. You really are a cat with a human heart, not just any ordinary cat. When Lung Xingyue asked it this again, Xiaobai shook its head. Instead, it looked at her with a suspicious expression. Meow, I can only barely understand what you're saying. It seems like there's something pleasant smelling on you, and you can understand what I'm saying too, right? It's more direct to watch than to listen. Xiaobai just meows, and in his mind, he automatically translates these sounds into words. At first, she thought it was just her imagination, but when she heard the colored lights say it was going to rain, she realized that she might actually be able to understand the language of animals. There's something I need to tell you after I finish my shower. I don't care if you're a male cat or a female cat, just stay outside and behave yourself. Hey, I don't want to stay in he dad's arms. Meow, meow. Chapter 17, Are you wearing no makeup? How is that possible? Through the door, she faintly heard Mr. He's ecstatic voice. So Xiaobai was here. Come on, I'll take you over there. Yeah is taking a shower. What are you up to, you little pervert? Today was just supposed to be a preparation day, but we didn't expect the weather to completely ruin everyone's plans. By tomorrow, it'll probably be a complete mess. The only silver lining is that they now have a large group, so at least when it comes to dividing up tasks, they have more than enough people to spare. In the living room on the first floor, everyone listened to the desolate sound of rain outside the courtyard, feeling a mix of helplessness and a touch of comfort. Sitting in a wooden hut, holding a cup of fragrant tea, he gazed out at the rain-drenched scene beyond the door. It feels like a painting, evoking a sense of awe. Mr. He came over holding Xiaobai. Seeing how adorable the little thing was, Huang Lei couldn't help but reach out and pet it twice. To be honest, even I, a grown man, found this little guy adorable. If my daughter saw it, she'd definitely go gaga over it. The little white one in my arms seems a bit resistant to these big guys' touches. After all, she was a cute little female cat. Naturally, she preferred to stay with creatures of the same gender. Taking advantage of the fact that Long Xingyue wasn't around, He Laoshi turned to look at Huang Lei. When we arrived today, I was really startled when I saw Yaya. I never expected her to join our program. You're really quite devious, not even informing me. Huang Lei chuckled, glancing at Peng Pang, who was smiling brightly. Last time we agreed that you'd choose one and I'd choose one. But I placed a little bet on Yaya, so I didn't tell you. I feel that Long Xingyue is different from ordinary girls. I plan to give her a chance on this stage, and with time, she'll definitely shine brightly. His eye for talent was sharp, and He Laoshi naturally understood. Both of them were teachers by profession, and their ability to judge people was almost ruthlessly honed. Upon hearing this, He Jiong did not refute it or express any objections. He merely smiled slightly and glanced sideways at him. Is it that old habit of yours acting up again? You always like to play these games where you bet against yourself. However, this time, I actually think you're right. I've always liked that girl, Yaya. It's just that due to certain circumstances, she disappeared for a while. Now that she's made her comeback, she's changed a lot. I think she'll become even more dazzling than before. Regarding the issue of Long Xingyue's past, Mr. He knows more than Huang Lei. He understands better than anyone else how challenging this comeback is for Long Xingyue herself. Peng Pang and the others didn't quite grasp the meaning behind He Laoshi's words, but they were smart enough not to pry further. About 10 minutes later, Long Xingyue emerged from the bathroom with her long hair flowing freely. She carried a faint fragrance on her body, different from shower gel or shampoo. It was an indescribable scent, as if it were the legendary body fragrance. However, upon seeing her emerge, she remained as elegantly composed as ever, prompting Huang Lei to make a rare sarcastic remark. Hey, it's already this late, and the recording is over. Why are you still wearing makeup? I seriously doubt you just washed your hair and came out. Xiaobai, you're so cute. Xiaobai saw Lang Xingyue come out of the bathroom and hurriedly jumped out of He Laoshi's arms, feeling a little wronged as she cuddled up in her arms. However, she didn't pay any attention to the little guy and instead looked at Mr. Huang Lei. What are you talking about? I didn't put on any makeup. I've been wearing no makeup all day today. As soon as she said this, He Jiong, Huang Lei, and even De Hua and Peng Peng were all taken aback. What? You're not wearing makeup? How is that possible? Mr. He hurriedly stood up and examined Long Xingyue's charming face closely. Upon getting closer, he finally noticed that her face was indeed very delicate, and her skin tone wasn't the unnaturally pale white color created by makeup. Instead, it had a healthy, rosy glow. But such a face was simply too enviable. Gently pinching her cheek, there was no trace of foundation on her hands, and her fingers didn't pick up any color either. He was completely convinced. Peng Peng and De Hua actually wanted to try and see Lang Xingyue's face, but they didn't dare. In this circle, perhaps only Mr. He dared to do such a thing. Everyone is waiting to see the final outcome of Mr. He's actions. However, upon seeing the astonished expression on his face, everyone already knew the answer. Yeah, you're going to get attacked by the other girls like this. You're so beautiful without any makeup at all. I can't even imagine how stunning you'll look once you put on makeup. Lang Xingyue thought Mr. He was just flattering her, which made her feel both flattered and a bit overwhelmed. She hurriedly waved her hands and said, "Oh no, please don't say that. There are so many beautiful women in this circle. I'm just used to it, and besides, I'm not very good at makeup. I always feel uncomfortable with the greasy feeling on my face. If there's nothing else, I'll head back now. Good evening to everyone." Under everyone's surprised gaze, she walked up to the second floor with her long, slender legs, and Xiaobai mockingly watched them all. Meow, you mortals have been captivated by my master's charm, haven't you? Chapter 18, Xiaobai wet the bed, and De Hua is bleeding from his nose. in the deepest room on the second floor. Xiaobai looked helplessly at Long Xingyue, who was staring at him with a serious expression, and said helplessly, "Meow meow, I'm just a little kitten who was born not long ago. I really don't know anything about what you're asking me." Finally, he had the chance to confirm whether he could communicate with this little creature. After saying a few more words, she realized that what she had heard wasn't actually sound, but rather the system automatically translating it in her mind. She didn't feel comfortable asking Xiaobai about where it had come from or any other such information. "Do you know where there are more bamboo shoots around here?" Xiaobai licked his pink little paw, thought for a moment, then looked at Long Xingyue. "Meow, meow, I advise you not to go. I heard from the black cat from the old lady's house that there are many snakes in the depths of the bamboo forest nearby. I'm just thinking about your safety, master." "What a pity." After saying that, it noticed cold Xingyue's flickering eyes filled with excitement. If it weren't for her stunning figure and heavenly beauty, from the perspective of a cat that had only been alive for less than 3 months, this person wasn't a woman at all, she was a man with an insatiable curiosity. "Don't worry about me. Take care of yourself. If it's convenient here, I'll drop you off at Mr. He's room tomorrow." Long Xingyue ruffled the little guy's fluffy head and climbed onto the hammock in her slippers, looking down at the bare floor. As she turned off the lights, she reached for her phone again and began searching for something on it. As a woman, the only good thing was that there were no cameras here. It was late at night, but the sound of rain continued unabated. The fresh air and the melodious sound of the rain surrounded them, gently lulling them into a peaceful slumber. The next morning, Long Xingyue felt something warm in her arms, like a hand warmer. The thing was moving, crawling around, and finally, 2 fluffy little paws tugged at the collar of her nightgown, peeking out from under the blankets. The little paws clung to the front of her clothes, looking at Long Xingyue pitifully. When he met his master's icy gaze, Xiaobai trembled all over like a sieve. "Meow, first of all, I should clarify that I'm still a tiny kitten who hasn't even been weaned yet. Yesterday, dad gave me a bath, and I had to rely on him. It's not my fault." Hearing this, Long Xingyue cast a suspicious glance at the small box in the corner. The little creature was still fairly well behaved, knowing to use the box for its needs. However, there was a wet spot on the towel where it had been sleeping. Do kittens pee in bed too? Kittens under 3 months old should not be bathed, and those who have never owned a cat naturally wouldn't know this. However, what really concerned her was something else entirely. This little guy had even left a few tissues where he had done his business. It even knows to use tissues to wipe the spot where it peed. Even so, Long Xingyue remained unfazed, grabbing Xiaobai from her chest and glancing at her own clothes. "You little dirty cat, you peed the bed and still dared to crawl into my arms. You really need a good scolding." Seeing that there were no unspeakable stains on her body, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Meow meow, I'm a very clean cat, you know. I wiped myself clean with tissue paper. I'm not dirty at all, master. You're just making things up." Having an argument with a cat first thing in the morning, if anyone else saw this, they'd probably think I'm crazy. I pulled back the blanket, revealing her pale purple silk nightgown, her 2 long, jade-like legs now exposed. Cold Xingyue stared blankly, still unable to believe what she was seeing, and cautiously reached out to touch her. To be honest, touching someone else's leg and touching your own are 2 completely different concepts. Even if the leg is as beautiful as this one, touching your own leg feels like holding your left hand with your right hand, it just feels odd. I slipped into my slippers without even bothering to change my clothes. She opened the door to the room and first placed the cardboard box and the towel soaked with Bai Zhao's urine outside the door. She planned to throw them away when she went out later. Coincidentally, Dahu was drowsy and seemed to be heading to the restroom. "Dahu, good morning." She placed the box in the corner, stood up, brushed her long hair off her forehead, and smiled gently at Dahua. "Oh, yeah, good morning. To be honest, with this outfit, the only parts of my body exposed are my face, neck, and collarbones. I wonder if it's because my smile is so charming, or if this guy is just feeling a bit under the weather today." He looked at Long Xingyue, paused for a moment, and then a tiny drop of blood trickled out of his nose. "Pfft, Dahu, go to the bathroom and check it out." Looking at him, I can't help but feel like I've found that naive, clueless version of myself from long ago. Chapter 19, The Depressed Newbie. Seeing himself in such an embarrassing state, Dahua hurriedly covered his nose and ran toward the bathroom. Meanwhile, Mr. He, Mr. Huang Lei, and Peng Peng had also gotten out of bed. Upon hearing the commotion, they all turned to look toward the corridor. When they saw Lang Xingyue standing at the door wearing a purple silk nightgown, they couldn't help but mutter to themselves, yeah, this girl is really too beautiful. I can't imagine what would happen if other boys came here in the future. Would we be able to control ourselves? Although Huang Lei was just joking around, his words did serve as a reminder to He Jiong. Well, if that's the case, we should remind Yaya to wear casual clothes when she goes out in the future. Even though she didn't expose any sensitive areas, it still makes a big impression on young people. Sigh, I never knew that before. Being too beautiful can also be a problem. Exactly, huh? In the hallway, Xiaobai stood by the towel he had peed on, looking very upset. It seemed as though he was upset about something that had nothing to do with him. After all, he was just a 3-month-old kitten who didn't understand anything yet. He was looking at the other side of the corridor. A pile of poop almost as big as itself was piled up there. When Mr. He came out, he almost stepped on it. It must have been little O, little O, little O. Huang Lei shouted twice, then ran downstairs from the first floor. The two little dogs were still looking at Mr. Huang with no idea what was going on. Under the watchful gaze of Xiaobai's sparkling little eyes, Mr. Huang slapped his own hand several times, which served as a lesson for little O. Looking at himself again. It's already perfect, isn't it? After doing its business, it even knows to wipe its bottom. Have you ever seen a cat that can wipe its own bottom? After cleaning up little O's poop, Missy finally noticed little Bai, who looked a bit upset. And the cardboard box beside it. Is this child so well behaved that he learned to use the restroom here without being taught? As they spoke, Mr. He and Mr. Huang glanced again at the two mischievous children who were spreading lies everywhere. The difference seems a bit too great. Lung Xingyue didn't know whether she should tell him now that this little guy could wipe his own bottom. If she did, would it cause a small stir in the mushroom house? Seeing its slightly aggrieved expression, He-Joan picked it up and looked at Lung Xingyue with confusion. What's going on? Little White seems a bit upset. Xiaobai has been meowing in his ear the whole time, but I have no idea what he's saying. Cold Xingyue, however, continued to smile as she watched the little creature. Finally, with a sigh, she reached out her delicate hand and gently stroked its back, which finally calmed it down. It wasn't a big deal, but yesterday, Mr. He and I forgot something. This child is not even 3 months old and shouldn't be bathed, as it's easy for them to catch a cold. Fortunately, the rice porridge we gave it yesterday was warm, which helped it recover a bit. However, it still wet the bed today. This little one actually knew to use a tissue to wipe its little bottom. It seemed upset because it saw its bed was gone and I scolded it a bit, so it was throwing a tantrum at me. What? He-Joan was dumbfounded, looking up and down at Xiaobai. He looked at Long Xingyue in disbelief. Huang Lei and Pang Pang also approached with astonished expressions. This little guy is so understanding and clean? Joan, it really is true that comparison is the thief of joy. How can little H and little O make me feel like the two silly sons of a landlord now? His words couldn't help but make He-Joan smile wryly. Looking at Xiaobai, his expression also grew somewhat profound. Such a little creature, how could anyone not want to love it? Yet someone actually chose to abandon it. That's truly heartless. Joan, this little thing is called Xiaobai. What about our Xiaobai at home? The names are mixed up. Maybe I'll just stew it today. Huang Lei said half-jokingly. Upon hearing that the chicken named Xiaobai was going to be stewed, Xiaobai shook his head repeatedly and waved his little claws back and forth. It seemed as though it was saying it didn't want Mr. Huang to stew that chicken. Seeing it so excited, they could finally confirm that this little guy was truly intelligent. Yaya is truly lucky to have found such a kind-hearted little creature in that old lady's house. If it has nowhere to stay, it can sleep with me. He-Joan really loves Xiaobai so much that he wants to hold it all day long. Xiaobai shivered all over and turned its head to look at Lung Xingyue with a pitiful expression. He hoped to receive his master's concern and to refuse Mr. He. Meow master, if you don't stop Mr. He, you'll lose me. Those little eyes were staring at her so pitifully that Lung Xingyue couldn't help but shake her head helplessly. Mr. He, don't worry. I already bought a room for it yesterday, and it should arrive today. It's best not to sleep with it tonight, be careful it doesn't pee on your bed. Meow nonsense. Chapter 20, This dog food is too tough to chew. At 8 o'clock, recording and live streaming began again. Currently, there are several trending topics in the live streaming room. All the attention is now focused on Lung Xingyue, followed by the Snow White kitten. Following closely behind are the young couple, Little H and Little O. It's not that Mr. He and the others lack popularity, it's just that with the sudden premiere of the second season, the freshness naturally lies with the new regular guests. Since Lung Xingyue is too dominant, Pang, another newcomer, has been completely overshadowed. Of course, he himself couldn't care less. The 5 of them sat down at the table, each drinking a cup of freshly brewed rice porridge. They also gave Xiaobai a cup. However, this little guy was eyeing the dog food in front of Little H with envy, seeming quite curious about it. Meow. Woof. Little H also seemed to like the new member of the family. Seeing that Xiaobai was drooling over the dog food in front of him, he generously pushed the dog food bowl toward him. Xiaobai sneakily glanced at his master, Lung Xingyue, who was busy drinking rice porridge and didn't have time to look at him. Seeing that she wasn't paying attention, he couldn't help but stretch out his little paw to grab a piece of dog biscuit to eat. Little did he know that this adorable moment had already been captured by the camera nearby. Wow, what kind of cat is this? It's so cute. It even knows to sneak a peek to see if its owner is paying attention to it, as if it wants a matching little white one. I want one too. My cat at home just eats all day, sleeps after eating, and is so lazy. This little one is much cuter. Little H is also very well behaved. He even knows to give way to this new family member. How thoughtful. Are you two planning to steal Little White together? Take me along too. I'll go too. Xiaobai took a bite of dog food. It seems that because they are baby teeth, they find the dog food biscuits a bit hard to chew. It holds the biscuit and keeps gnawing on it. After gnawing for a while, it finally sighs and quietly drinks some rice porridge. This pitiable and melancholy expression was fully noticed by Mr. He and the others. Little H noticed it wasn't eating and felt a bit puzzled, but eventually couldn't resist and started eating voraciously. After finishing, he didn't forget to lick the cute little creature. He let it jump onto his back and followed Little O to go play with the colorful lights. It always feels like they're just a bunch of kids who never grew up. In an ordinary family in Hangzhou, a girl of 17 or 18 was watching a live stream of An Ideal Life on her phone. When she saw the little white cat, she paused for a moment. She turned around and called her mother over to take a look. "Mom, this cat looks so much like the one we threw out more than 2 months ago." Her mother immediately denied it. "That's impossible. That cat was sickly from the moment it was born, had a high fever, and the vet said it wouldn't survive more than a few days. How could it be the one we abandoned? It's not possible." Although her mother said that, the daughter didn't believe it. Instead, she looked at the kitten, pointing to its little face and saying, "Look at the corner of its eye. There's a little bit of fur that's a different color. This is the one we abandoned." I watched the live stream, and the netizens said that an old woman found it and then gave it to the show. Now it's become very human-like and seems to have become quite famous. She hadn't finished speaking yet. Her mother interrupted her directly. "You mean this little guy is worth a lot of money?" "At the very least, given its current fame, it's definitely worth at least 10,000. It's in such high demand that people are arguing online about who can buy one of these kittens." 10,000? This figure is enough to impress most families. The mother immediately stood up and decided, "Alright, since it's our family's cat, why should we give it to them? Let's go to the production team and get that valuable little thing back." Cold Xingyue and the others had no idea that the issue of Xiaobai's ultimate ownership was only just beginning. As the 5 of them got ready to depart, carrying shovels and bamboo baskets, preparing to head to the bamboo forest, Xiaobai was lying on top of Xiao H's head, waving its paws at them. His lazy demeanor seemed to have already forgotten the minor embarrassment he had caused earlier that morning. On the way, Huan Lei was studying the dishes he needed to cook today. For the braised bamboo shoots and bamboo shoot and shrimp soup, we'll need at least 1.5 to 2 pounds of bamboo shoots. Otherwise, with so many people now, it'll be hard to cook a big pot of food. What makes Huang Xiaochu feel frustrated, everyone else understands this is a huge undertaking. It wasn't just about preparing these 3 dishes. Mr. Huang also needed to think of some other delicacies to complete a full spread. However, the requirements for the bamboo shoots are a bit high. This couldn't help but remind Long Xingyue of what Xiaobai had mentioned to her yesterday about snakes in the depths of the bamboo forest. "Mr. He, Mr. Huang, Peng Peng, and De Hua, when we enter the bamboo grove later, everyone must be careful and avoid going too deep into the forest. It seems dangerous." Chapter 21, Let's go to the bamboo forest to dig bamboo shoots. Danger? What danger? Huan Lei turned to look at Long Xingyue and asked. They were walking along a rural path where the ground was still damp, making it the perfect time to dig for bamboo shoots. However, as they walked across the lush green grass, Cold Star Moon looked at the bamboo forest ahead and said with concern, "I heard from the elderly villagers that there are snakes lurking in the depths of the bamboo forest. Everyone should be careful." "Snakes? Don't worry, Yaya. If there are any snakes, I'll protect you," Dahua said with a look of righteous indignation, holding a hoe. Pang Pang nodded in agreement beside him. Snakes in a bamboo grove were a fairly common occurrence. As long as they were careful, there would be no problem. After all, there were more than 5 of them, and they were accompanied by a film crew. Long Xingyue looked at the 2 people in front of her with a mix of exasperation and amusement. Did she really need their protection? All she had asked was for them to take care of themselves. It seems that they have misunderstood. The same misunderstanding applies to the viewers of the live streaming platform. Who would have thought that Miss Long Xingyue, with her icy demeanor, would be afraid of snakes? It seems she is not just cold and aloof, she also has that adorable, girly side. I love it. Being afraid of snakes is something every girl can relate to, right? But Miss Xingyue is just so beautiful. Even though her outfit today looks simple, she manages to pull off a fashion model vibe. If I had a figure like hers, no, even half of it, I'd be a goddess. The person above, the only difference between you and a goddess is just one word, goddess, with an extra neurotic added. When everyone stepped into the bamboo forest, facing the layers of green bamboo standing there, they didn't know where to start. Let's split up and search, but there's one thing to keep in mind, make sure you stay in your position. Yeye already said that there might be some small animals here, so be careful. Understood. Stepping on the moist soil, everyone was carefully searching for the bamboo shoots that had just begun to peek out. However, although they seemed common, finding them was actually not that easy. Mr. He spent half an hour digging with a pickaxe but found nothing. Dahu dug around frantically. Only Huang Lei and Long Xingyue had not yet moved, simply continuing to walk forward. Their pace was even, but they were separated at opposite ends, not walking together. When she reached a patch of dry grass and fallen leaves ahead, she suddenly seemed to notice something. She picked up the pickaxe and began digging in the soil in front of her. As she continued digging, a small sharp point began to emerge from the soil. It was a bamboo shoot. This bamboo shoot is really well hidden. Mr. He, I found one. Seeing her excitedly shouting, He Jiong waved his hand and said, I just found one too. With two of them having found theirs, the remaining three who hadn't found theirs began to grow anxious. Especially the two young men, who had been planning to show off in front of Lang Xingyue, but the outcome was clearly not going to work out. Dahu and Peng Peng exchanged glances and shouted to Huang Lei, Mr. Huang, I think that even if there are bamboo shoots here, there probably aren't many left. We should go deeper inside. Otherwise, we might not be able to gather enough bamboo shoots in a short time. That was indeed true. Seeing him say that, Huang Lei nodded in agreement. He waved them inside to go further in. Although Cold Xingyue's warning was still fresh in their minds, the thought that there were so many people here made them feel less afraid. She herself was busy digging out the bamboo shoots in front of her. That's the downside of being a female celebrity. Every part of your body has to be perfectly protected, especially your hands. You can't let them get calluses, and you definitely can't keep your nails short. It seems like I'll need to start going to a beauty salon soon, specifically to focus on taking care of my nails. That's quite a hassle. Nowadays, she always has to wear gloves when she works. The reason is to prevent her delicate hands from suffering any damage. After digging in the soil for about 5 or 6 minutes, she finally managed to pull out a bamboo shoot that was about 10 centimeters long. I placed it in my backpack and was about to look for another one when I glanced up at the others' progress and noticed that Dahua and Peng Peng had already walked quite a distance ahead without me noticing. Although there was still a photographer filming behind them, if they encountered a venomous snake, having more people around wouldn't make a difference. Mr. He and his team are still working tirelessly on the front lines of the bamboo forest. Seeing that none of them noticed this scene, Long Xingyue had no choice but to follow behind them. She hurried toward the two of them. They seemed to have spotted the bamboo shoots and were digging vigorously, but no one noticed that just a meter above Peng Peng's head, a small, emerald green creature was lurking on a bamboo branch, glaring intently at Peng Peng. Its scales were tightly locked, and its body was tightly arched. Peng Peng's work seemed to have provoked it. Ready to pounce at any moment, ready to take a bite. Chapter 22, The Female Superhero Wearing Her Underwear on the Outside. What bad luck! I just arrived and already ran into this? What a stroke of bad luck! I just arrived and already ran into this? Cold Xingyue muttered under her breath, then quietly made her way over to Peng Peng and Dahu. When she approached, Dawa was about to greet her, but noticed that Lang Xingyue's expression was extremely serious. Don't say anything. Just stand there and don't move. Fortunately, she was wearing sneakers, otherwise she probably wouldn't have been able to get through. With a sudden burst of strength in both legs, her body shot forward, aiming at the small green creature, and reached out with lightning-fast speed to grab it. It was at that very moment that Peng Peng and the others finally noticed that, not far from where they stood, there was a bamboo leaf snake that they had completely overlooked. Its body, over a meter long, coiled around Long Xingyue's arm. At that moment, the gloves on her hands were still on, but the bamboo leaf snake struggled relentlessly, unable to move an inch. In desperation, it could only be held by the snake's head, twisting its body relentlessly in an attempt to find an opportunity to break free and bite her fiercely. The cameramen nearby were equally terrified, and the viewers in the live stream were shocked and horrified. Most people thought it was fake, but this snake was a real, live snake, and its two sharp fangs were no joke. What's going on? The goddess is holding a venomous snake with her bare hands? This must be fake. No normal girl would dare to do that. I think this is definitely something the production team made up to boost ratings. But that was really a bamboo leaf viper, a venomous snake that lives in forests and bamboo groves, and it was alive. How could they fake that and air it on TV? If that's real, my goodness, I'd start to doubt whether the cold goddess is even human. Is she a divine being? Huang Lei and He Jiong rushed over and, upon seeing the venomous snake in Lang Xingyue's hand, were so frightened that their expressions changed completely. Only then did they realize that what Ye had told them earlier not to go too far into the area because there were snakes lurking there had been a warning. At first, they didn't believe it, but now the facts are right before their eyes, leaving them no choice but to believe. What should we do with this snake? Should we kill it? Otherwise, if it suddenly bites us, the consequences would be unimaginable. Huang Lei's words left everyone speechless. This bamboo leaf snake wasn't exactly a nationally protected animal, and it was especially common in this bamboo forest where people frequently dug for bamboo shoots. Perhaps killing it was the best option after all. This wasn't the time to be a saint. Even someone as kind-hearted as He Jiong felt a surge of fear upon seeing the venomous snake. He dared not imagine how many people it had bitten in this forest. If left unchecked, the danger it posed was simply too great. Why don't we take it to the Wildlife Management Bureau? His words were met with unanimous approval from everyone, except for Lung Xingyue, who was staring at the small green snake. She shook her head slowly. Perhaps we were too selfish. Deep down, this should be their home. We were the ones who invaded their territory first, so they chose to attack us. Sending it away may be for its own good, but what if it has its own children? I'm not just feeling sorry for it blindly. I just think that I should handle this matter properly. Mr. Huang, how about letting me handle this bamboo leaf snake? But He Jian was about to say something else, but Huang Lei waved him off. He stopped him. He now realized it too. If there were really dangerous snakes here, the villagers would have told them long ago. But they hadn't, so perhaps they had reached some kind of understanding with these creatures. Since it's a gift from nature, we should strive to preserve it and not disrupt the ecological balance here. Mr. He, I believe in Yeye. This girl always makes me feel a bit amazed. A girl who can catch snakes with her bare hands, do you know her? Regarding Huang Lei's laissez-faire attitude, He Jian still felt some concern for Long Xingyue. He wanted to go with her, but was refused by Long Xingyue. To be honest, during my year off, I learned a lot about the wilderness. You can rest assured that I'll just put this little guy deep in the bamboo forest and he'll come back on his own. Just have the cameraman follow me, and you all should hurry up and dig the bamboo shoots. A year off. These words stung He Jian's heart. This child, despite being banned for a year, did not succumb to despair but instead chose to enrich himself by learning various kinds of knowledge. This resilience fills him with pride and admiration. What a wonderful girl she is. The four of them watched as Long Xingyue walked away, holding a small green snake in her hand, heading deeper into the bamboo forest. Dahu and Pengping's faces had not yet regained their composure. Cold sister is really amazing. Who is Ms. Huang, really? Is she just a celebrity? If this keeps up, I'll start thinking she's a superhero wearing her underwear on the outside. Peng Peng still has the heart to joke around at a time like this, which shows that he's recovering pretty well. What are you talking about? She's Iron Man? How can you say that to your sister? Hey! I just realized what you're doing. You're just pretending to be cool. Yeye is 2 years younger than you. Chapter 23, Brave Fool? Little Fairy? Ha! Is that so? But I always feel like among the three of us young people, Cold Sister is the most mature one. Peng Peng's words made Huang Lei and He Jian smile bitterly. Watching Lung Xingyue's departing figure, he murmured to himself, after experiencing so many ups and downs, anyone's mindset would mature. With enough hardships, one naturally becomes resilient. This child has truly endured hardships to achieve happiness. His future is limitless. To give such a high evaluation all at once, Huang Lei was also doing so for the first time. He Jian was still a bit worried about Lang Xingyue's safety, but upon seeing that she was not only accompanied by a cameraman but also a deputy director, he could only sigh in relief. Let's hurry up and dig. This time, everyone must be careful of your surroundings and watch out for your heads. Don't touch any dangerous creatures. Dahu and Peng Peng approached He Jian and the others. They dared not venture further in, instead focusing on digging for bamboo shoots. On Cold Star Moon's side, after walking for about 5 or 6 minutes, he finally prepared to release the bamboo leaf snake he had caught. Before letting go, she turned to look at the two people behind her. Be careful. If it charges at us again, just take it out. The assistant director was an expert in wilderness knowledge, and even he dared not underestimate this bamboo leaf snake. However, when he saw that Lang Xingyue was even calmer than him, he couldn't help but feel a hint of doubt. Was this girl really that carefree, or just incredibly brave? Even if it were himself, being told to grab the head of a venomous snake and walk deep into the bamboo forest, he would have to think twice before doing such a thing. All that could be seen was Lung Xingyue carefully removing the bamboo leaf snake from his arm, inch by inch. She gently rubbed its snake head. Such creatures may not possess high intelligence, but they are capable of keenly sensing the hostility of others. Once it detects that the opponent is stronger than itself, it will avoid engaging in a futile fight and instead choose to flee. What a joke! Back in the days when I was in the army, I even ate black mamba just to survive. A bamboo leaf viper? How could she possibly take me seriously? Originally, the snake was about to charge at her again. Though its vision was poor, it sensed that the other had the same gaze as itself, that of a predator. It had a strong premonition that if it lingered here any longer, the situation would soon be beyond its control. Without hesitation, Zhu Yeqing seemed to have made up her mind. The moment Lang Xingyue let go of her hand, she turned and ran off without pausing for a moment. Seeing that she had truly escaped, the assistant director and cameraman behind her also let out a slight sigh of relief. Although Lang Xingyue was still just an unknown person at the moment, her fame had skyrocketed overnight after yesterday's livestream. At this point, if any safety issues were to arise, it would be hard for anyone to justify it. Wow, I didn't expect there to be so many bamboo shoots here. Perfect, that's enough for tonight's dinner. It seems like Lady Luck is still on my side. Cold Xingyue smiled slightly as she looked down at the bamboo shoots sprouting up from the ground. Her expression immediately brightened. Half an hour later, if it weren't for the assistant director contacting them, Hee Jeong and the others would have already rushed in with their people to search for them. When they saw Lang Xingyue return unharmed, they all breathed a sigh of relief. You're such a reckless girl, it really gives me a scare. Huang Lei chuckled softly. Lang Xingyue showed the bamboo basket on her back. Inside were bamboo shoots of various sizes, numbering over 10. There were many bamboo shoots inside, but they were somewhat dangerous. I happened to come across them and couldn't resist digging them all out. These should be enough for our 2 dishes today, right? Not only enough for today, but you've even brought enough for tomorrow. You little girl, you've brought it all out for me. Huang Lei saw that the bamboo basket was quite heavy, so he reached out, took it off her back, and carried it himself. Everyone then headed back toward the mushroom house. Who would have thought that digging bamboo shoots would lead to danger? Sigh, from now on, we must be extra careful. On the way back, Huang Lei and Hee Jeong kept warning the 3 young people to be extra careful next time they went bamboo shoot digging. Especially Lang Xingyue, that reckless fool. In Mr. He's eyes, Lang Xingyue has evolved from being cute and clumsy to being bold and reckless. He was genuinely worried that she might one day do something utterly unexpected, fearing his heart couldn't handle it. By the way, yeah, you're the youngest here. Why does Peng Peng call you cold sister? Girls don't like being called old, do they? Usually, they call themselves little fairies, don't they? I wonder what Huang Lei was thinking, asking her that out of the blue. Little fairy? Cold Xingyue felt a chill run down her spine. Though her appearance was indeed that of a fairy, her heart was devoted to Erlangshen. Perhaps it's because I'm sensitive to the word older brother, but I always felt that Pang Pang and De Hua, though older than me, still seemed a bit immature in their approach to handling matters, and thus didn't quite meet the standards of being my older brothers. She responded in a very aloof manner. Chapter 24, Little H and Little O pulling a cart. Although they needed the guests to form a cohesive unit, a family, what Cold Xingyue said didn't seem entirely wrong. Dahu and Peng Peng, on the other hand, don't seem to be there yet. They're not as mature as Lang Xingyue. Take today's incident, for example. Without Yeye's help, one of them would have gotten hurt. Thinking about it now, I really feel a bit ashamed. As soon as everyone pushed open the door to the mushroom house, they heard the phone ringing in the living room. It was only around 9:30 in the morning. Mr. He had intended to go pick them up, but they were all carrying bamboo baskets. Only she was carrying an empty one. The basket that had been filled with bamboo shoots was already being carried by Mr. Huang. Cold Xingyue beat into it and walked inside. She answered the phone. Hello, this is Mushroom House. Hello, sister, I've arrived at the village entrance, but my car broke down. Could you come pick me up? I have a lot of things here that are really hard to carry. I'm so sorry. The car broke down? Lang Xingyue was a bit surprised, but she immediately replied, alright, then wait for me at the entrance. I'll come pick you up right away. After saying that, she hung up the phone, changed out of the clothes she had worn that had come into contact with the bamboo leaf venom, and put on her previous racing suit. Just as she was about to leave, Xiaobai suddenly jumped onto her shoulder. He insisted on going out to play with her. By the way, the 2 little ones, Little H and Little O, were also looking at her with eager expressions. Meow the Lantern Master said that today is a clear, sunny day, perfect for a walk, Master. Looking down at the pitiful little white cat and the 2 little ones fawning and cuddling at her legs. She had intended to refuse, but unexpectedly, the phone rang again. When she answered again, it was her delivery. They asked her to come sign for it, and she had actually ordered quite a lot. If she had her 2 dogs, Little H and Little O, with her, they might have been able to help her a little. Bringing the 2 of you along is fine, but there's one thing. Lang Xingyue crouched down in front of the 2 puppies, stroking their soft heads. As she spoke, she paused deliberately, her eyes flashing with a hint of coldness as she looked at the 2 little creatures. Regardless of whether they understood or not, she continued, if you dare to disobey me and run around causing trouble, I'll throw you into the bamboo grove tonight. Do you understand? Woof. Very good. Since we have to carry quite a lot of things, it might be a bit troublesome if we only have one motorcycle. However, there is one advantage. From here to the village entrance, most of the roads have very little traffic, and the roads are relatively wide. She found the cart that Dahu had previously used to carry mud. She was quite unkind, finding 2 ropes and tying Little H and Little O to it. When Hee Jeong saw this, he burst out laughing. Yeah, what are you doing? Are you planning to put these 2 little fat dogs on a diet? She had just gotten on her motorcycle and turned to smile at Mr. He. The delivery for my package just arrived. Also, the young lady who called yesterday said she's at the village entrance. She has a lot of stuff, and her car seems to have broken down on the way. She asked me to pick her up. These 2 little ones want to go for a walk with me. Don't worry, I won't let them run around. Are they Little H and Little O? Woof woof. Although the 2 little guys weren't very big, they could still pull an empty cart without any problems. Mr. He saw how sensible the 2 little ones were and didn't say anything else. However, the sight of 1 person, 1 cat, and 2 dogs was simply too comical. It was hard not to chuckle. Oh my goodness, this is too adorable. If I didn't have anything else to do right now, I'd definitely go with you to see if these two little ones are well behaved. Go early and come back soon. Don't worry. After rolling the cart down the stairs, she immediately let the two small dogs, Xiao H and Xiao O, take control. She didn't dare to ride too fast, especially since it was still a downhill slope. If the speed was too high, the two little ones would definitely lose control of the cart. While others have dogs pulling sleds, we have dogs pulling a cart. Today, this is undoubtedly a stunning sight to behold. The two little ones seemed to be out for the first time as well, looking around with great excitement. They had wanted to explore the area, but upon recalling Xiao Bai's translation of Leng Xingyue's threat, the two dogs immediately backed down. Caving in now is no big deal, but if you don't take them out to play in the future, that's when the real trouble starts. It was less than a half-hour drive, but when they passed by the homes of villagers in Heling village, this peculiar little group attracted quite a crowd. A motorcycle led the way at the front, followed by a cart pulled by two small dogs, and surprisingly, a car was trailing closely behind. It was truly unexpected and fascinating. Facing these two little workers, netizens have also given them consistent praise. These two little guys have indeed gained a bit of weight recently, and netizens have started joking about getting them to start a diet. Chapter 25, It's Too Big, and It's Not My Fault. At the village entrance, a beautiful young woman dressed in a white dress could be seen from a distance, carrying a black shoulder bag and two suitcases, looking around nervously. When she saw a black motorcycle approaching slowly from the distance, she looked at Leng Xingyue with a puzzled expression. Then, she was drawn to the two plump little dogs behind it. What kind of line is this? Leng Xingyue found the girl somewhat familiar, but to be honest, in his previous life, he didn't really know many celebrities. He was merely vaguely familiar with her. The motorcycle slowly pulled up beside her, turned off the engine, and removed the helmet. Hello, little sister, would you like a ride? Beneath the helmet, a face so delicate it took one's breath away was revealed, causing Yang Chaoyu to involuntarily hold his breath. To say she wasn't jealous would be a lie. She had always believed her own appearance was already beautiful enough, but never did she expect that this reality show she had been longing to be a part of would hide such a heavenly beauty. From the voice, she could tell it was the older sister on the phone. Yang Chaoyu hurriedly shook her hand and greeted her. Hello, sister. Nice to meet you. My name is Yang Chaoyu. Leng Xingyue also extended her hand and shook hers gently, but at that moment, her gaze was fixed on Yang Chaoyu's white neck. It was emitting a faint white glow. It seems that his system can only obtain attributes from all female characters. As for Yang Xiaochao, it seems a bit tricky at the moment. It wouldn't be appropriate to go up to someone you've just met and start touching their neck. I'm Leng Xingyue. Hello, little sister. Please wait a moment. I'll go pick up my package, and then I'll give you a ride home. Since she had brought the cart, she had already made up her mind. She went to the village office and got 7 or 8 cardboard boxes, only 2 of which were large, while the rest were smaller ones that were relatively easy to load onto the cart. She planned to tie one end of the cart to her motorcycle. As long as she could ensure the cargo didn't fall out, she could use the motorcycle to transport everything smoothly. From the very beginning, Yang Chaoyu had been looking at Leng Xingyu with some suspicion. The two girls, whose names both contained the character for Moon, seemed to have a subtle sense of rivalry. To be precise, it's actually Yang Chaoyu who feels a little jealous of Leng Xingyu's beauty and wants to compete with her. However, her heart is still pure. I had originally planned to secretly compare my figure with Leng Xingyue. Earlier, Leng Xingyue had been holding a package, though she was wearing a racing suit, she was slightly hunched over. He appeared somewhat hunched over, obscuring his true physique. Yang Chaoyu deliberately straightened her back and lifted her head as she helped her. Until the last box was loaded onto the cart. Cold Xingyue finally wiped the sweat from her forehead. This body was considered quite fit among women, but it still fell short of her own standards. She had just managed to straighten her body. He heard a loud snap. Straightening up wasn't a problem, but the zipper on his black racing suit slipped down, revealing the white sports tank top underneath. She reached out and naturally pulled the clothes back into place. She didn't think much of it, but Yang Chaoyu was completely stunned. He looked at her, then at himself. Of course, such an incident wouldn't be complete without the viewers in the live stream. What just happened? My cold goddess straightened her back, and the zipper opened? Isn't that a bit too much? I don't know if it's real or not, but it's pretty impressive. I always thought this was something you only see in cartoons, but now I've seen the real thing. My goodness. Typing with both hands to prove my innocence. Envy, jealousy, and hatred. If only I had half the figure of Leng Xingyue, I wouldn't have to worry about finding a boyfriend. Seeing Yang Chaoyu staring at her like that, Leng Xingyue felt a bit awkward. It was too big, and it wasn't her fault. She didn't want it either. She got into the car first. Turning to look at her sister getting in, she said, "We're leaving." At that moment, Xiaobai, who was in the car, suddenly poked his little head out, looked at her, then looked at Yang Chaoyu, and waved his little paws to greet her. At that moment, Xiaobai, who was in the car, suddenly poked his little head out, looked at her, then glanced at Yang Chaoyu, and waved his little paws to greet her. That soft, baby-like voice instantly melted her heart. Wow, what a cute little kitten. Sister, what's its name? Its name is Xiaobai. You can play with it later. Now, hurry back and hold on tight. As he spoke, he had already started the engine. He put on his helmet. Similarly, she handed Yang Xiaoyu a red hat. The girl seemed afraid that Cold Star Moon might suddenly speed off, so she clung tightly to her waist. Oh, sister, you have such a great figure. I'm so jealous of you. Yang Xiaoyu was truly impressed this time, hugging her waist and saying enviously. Long Xing Yue. Is that so? As long as you're happy. She didn't dare to drive too fast when the motorcycle started, keeping the overall speed at 30 miles per hour. She occasionally had to glance back at the trailer. Check if any cargo has fallen off. However, this is not something to be overly concerned about, as the two little ones, Xiao H and Xiao O, are closely following behind. It seems a bit hot, and the two of them are sticking out their tongues as they follow behind. The speed isn't very fast, but Yang Xiaoyu, the girl, seems a bit nervous, her body tightly pressed against her back. Long Xing Yue felt a bit uneasy. Chapter 26, Here I go, I'm going all out. Yang Xiaoqiao, melodious voice 1. Yang Xiaoyu, fair skin 1. It seemed that because she was tightly hugging Ling Xingyue, the attributes that could be extracted from her body had already been automatically extracted by the system. Clearly, she could feel her skin sweating slightly, unsure whether it was because she was wearing the racing suit in the summer heat or due to the increased whiteness of her skin. In any case, it made her feel a bit uncomfortable. With the sun beating down on her head, she didn't dare to ride too fast, and the two little dogs behind her had also run their hearts out today. By the time they reached the mushroom house, Little H and Little O were panting with exhaustion, but it was clear they had had a wonderful time. When they saw Long Xingyue return, Dahu and Peng Peng hurried out to help push the car up the hill. At the same time, they greeted Mr. He and Mr. Huang Lei. Mr. He, Mr. Huang, there are guests here. Sister, let me introduce you. This is Dahu, and this is Peng Peng. Yang Xiaoqiao is a very polite young lady. At least from what Long Xingyue can tell so far, she certainly seems like someone who knows how to behave properly. When greeting Dahu Peng Peng and the later arriving He teacher and Huang teacher, Cold Xingyue had already begun working on the items on the cart. Oh, right, I brought everyone some specialty snacks from my hometown, hairy crabs, jade belt cakes, and 2 big watermelons. Yang Chao brought 2 boxes in total, one of which was filled entirely with food. He Jiong and the others looked on with their mouths half open, surprised by the child. This girl is just too honest. They're not really missing these things, but what they like is her personality. Just as the camera focused on Yang Xiaoyu and He Jiong, Long Xingyue was quietly sorting through the items one by one and moving them directly to the second floor. Given that this young woman's current fame far surpassed her own, it was only natural that the production team would give her more screen time. She doesn't seem to mind it either. Now, she only had 2 things on her mind, moving everything back to her room and taking a shower. Since getting off the car, I vaguely noticed that it wasn't just my skin that had become a bit whiter, it seemed to be affecting my body, making me feel a bit taller, and even certain parts of my body seemed to be showing signs of regrowth. If this continued, she feared she would truly come to understand the hardships of being a woman. It was simply too heavy and exhausting. What really needs to be improved now is physical fitness. Peng Peng and Daho hurried to help her carry the items upstairs. They had no idea what she had bought and had planned to help her organize everything, but unfortunately, Huang Lei needed help with the stove, and Peng Peng was called over to assist him. These days, I'm just too busy to help her out right now. Long Xingyue took out a set of clothes from her luggage, intending to put down the little white thing on her shoulder, but then she thought better of it. She decided to carry it into the bathroom with her. Meow meow, I'm not taking a bath, I'm not taking a bath. Seeing himself being led into the bathroom, Xiaobai panicked and shouted. Enough, stop screaming. You wet the bed. Don't you think that's dirty? You're all white and clean, and we won't bathe you today, but we'll at least wipe you down. Cold Xingyue undressed while watching the trembling little white cat in the corner. This cat was absolutely terrified of baths. It simply dislikes getting wet. However, that said, Long Xingyue's words also reminded Xiaobai. It's just a little white cat. If it's all dirty, not to mention others, even Long Xingyue would ignore it. If it gets any dirtier, there might not be a future for it. Thinking of this, it felt a sense of relief, stretched out its 4 paws toward the sky, and lay down on its back on the ground. It looked as though it was willing to be trampled by the cold stars and moon. Meow, come on, for the sake of becoming a cat everyone loves, this cat is willing to take the plunge. But who would have thought that Long Xingyue didn't even acknowledge it? Instead, she stripped off all her clothes, revealing her body covered in yellow oil stains. Though not much, it was still quite unsettling to look at. Looking at myself in the mirror, she could clearly feel her nose getting a little hot. She quickly averted her gaze and covered her nose. The power was indeed quite overwhelming. Even looking at his own body, he felt like he couldn't take it anymore. I don't know whether I should be happy or sad about this. I turned on the shower, stepped inside, and looked up to face the cold water washing over me. I wonder what kind of change I will undergo after stepping out. Yang Chaoyu sat alone in the living room on the first floor, looking around at the surroundings. Since there were only boys around, she felt a little nervous and began searching for the older sister who had brought her here earlier. Seeing Pang Pang busy, she hurriedly asked, "Pang Pang, where is Cold Sister? How come she disappeared so quickly?" Pang Pang looked up at the second floor. Seeing no one coming downstairs, he suddenly heard the sound of running water from the bathroom. He seemed to think of something and hurriedly covered his nose, afraid that something might come out. Cold Sister must be taking a shower. If you want to find her, just wait a moment, she'll be out soon. Chapter 27, New Home Decorated. About 20 minutes later. Cold Xingyue finally pushed open the door, wearing a loose t-shirt that exposed half of her shoulder. Her lower body was covered by a pair of shorts that reached her knees. He is wearing sandals on his feet. Her snow-white, delicate feet emerged, wearing a pair of pink and white flip-flops. When Yang Chaoyu saw her come out, he hurried over to greet her, but when he saw her face, he was startled once again. How could she look even more beautiful than before? Especially the skin, which has become soft and supple, as if it had just been soaked in milk, making it impossible to look away once you catch a glimpse. Especially the pair of long legs exposed below the waist, to borrow a line from a TV drama, they're so smooth and supple that a single squeeze would yield a pool of water. Cold Sister, is there anything you need help with? Help? Long Xingyue glanced up and down at Yang Chaoyu. She handed the little white object in her hand to her. I forgot to change it earlier. Cough cough, come with me. Actually, Long Xingyue forgot to change her underwear earlier. She also forgot herself. A smart person would naturally have already understood what Long Xingyue was trying to say earlier. The cameraman who had been following Yang Chaoyu suddenly started bleeding from his nose and hurriedly covered it. Director Wang also replaced him at the same time. No one could have anticipated that Cold Xingyue's single remark could stir such vivid imagination that it caused someone to bleed. Of course, it might also have been due to the oppressive heat causing a sudden surge in body temperature. Upon arriving at the second floor, Yang Chaoyu had intended to follow her into the room, but was stopped at the door. Sister, I'll change my clothes first. Wait for me. Since the program is filmed in 2 consecutive episodes with a 1-week break in between, everyone's dirty clothes are actually packed back into their luggage and taken home to be washed during the break. It wouldn't be appropriate to have clothes, socks, and shorts hanging around the courtyard during the show. While it might seem down to earth, it would still feel a bit embarrassing. After quickly changing into clean underwear, she finally opened the door and invited Yang Chaoyu inside. At that moment, there were a large number of boxes scattered around, none of which had been opened yet. A hammock was prominently placed not far away. Perfect, could you help me open all the boxes? There's nothing in this house, and these items are what I just bought yesterday. They'll come in handy today. Alright, sure. I thought this girl would be pretty clumsy, but she actually surprised me. She worked very efficiently. She used a utility knife to carefully open each cardboard box one by one. Finally, they were stacked on one side of the corridor. Cold Xingyue first took out the double-person inflatable bed she had purchased. After inflating it, she laid it out in the middle of the room. The mattress pad, and bedding that were purchased were then laid out on top of it. She also purchased a carpet, curtains, and window curtains. Once everything was finally in place, the room, though barely passable as a girl's room, was finally complete. Missy also took the opportunity to come upstairs and take a look at the room's arrangement. To be honest, she wasn't there to check on Lang Xingyue so much as she was curious to see what kind of place Xiaobai had made for himself. She had built a 2-story house made of ivory white wood. It wasn't very tall, only about a meter high. There is a slide on top and a swing nearby. At the bottom is a cozy little room that looks warm and comfortable, and the top also provides a spot for it to relax and soak up the sun. As for Xiaobai, it looks down proudly at this palace that is entirely its own. Jumping around on it, he gazed at the cold moon. Well, it's not bad, at least it's better than the old towel I had before. At the same time, she took out a rectangular box with a trash bag at the bottom and a compartment on top. Cold Xingyue poured the cat litter onto it and stared at Xiaobai with a cold gaze. Her meaning was clear: if you pee on the bed again, you'll be the one sleeping on the cat litter from now on. Xiaobai dared not meet her gaze. Wow, this place finally looks like home. You really did buy a lot, yeah. He-jong wasn't trying to tease her, it was just that, at the moment, only this room looked like a home, while the others resembled hotel rooms. This is home, isn't it? She looked at He-jong and said with a smile. One sentence left him speechless, but he followed with a smile, you're right. I guess I didn't think it through. Yeah, you're right. This is our home, isn't it? At that point, he turned to look at Xiaobai. He held it tightly with a look of affection, finally giving it a home as well. Now, the place was mostly tidied up and taking shape. Looking at the room, she couldn't help but feel a little pleased. To be honest, it was probably just a perk of being a female resident having her own room. If she were a man, she'd probably be sharing a room with De Hua and Pang Pang by now. Chapter 28, Let us wash together. Yeah, Miss Huan, the stove is almost ready. Why don't you take Chao Zui to pick some strawberries? He Jiang held Xiaobai in his arms, looked at Yang Chaoyu and her, and gave them instructions. Didn't you forget that we still have a rather difficult task to complete? We haven't caught the eel yet. Cold Xingyue reminded him appropriately. Those bamboo shoots aren't even moving yet, and digging them up is already such a hassle. These lively eels, just thinking about it, must be a real pain. How could He Jiang not know that? It's just that this girl is too stubborn. Pang Pang and Daho hadn't even mentioned going to catch eels yet, but she was already eager to go. He really didn't want Long Xingyue to suffer too much. We don't need to rush. Let's take it one step at a time. Since that's the case, why don't you take Chaoyu to catch some crayfish? There should be some around the lotus pond and rice fields. Make sure to bring gloves and rain pants. Since Yang Chaoyu ordered bamboo shoot shrimp soup. Their food budget for the first quarter was only 300 yuan, so they couldn't afford to buy shrimp in the first batch. Fortunately, there are some crayfish here, so I decided to make a crayfish and bamboo shoot soup with shrimp. I just finished taking a shower. Cold Xingyue said helplessly. Yang Chaoyu smiled in response, wrapping her arm around her affectionately. It's okay, sis. We'll wash together later. These words were also broadcast live, sparking wild speculation among netizens. Wash together, wash together, wash together, what a beautiful phrase. Typing with both hands to prove my innocence. The person above clearly gave themselves away, yet they still try to prove their innocence. What a shame. Since Mr. He had said that, she couldn't refuse. She put on rain pants, a pair of rubber gloves, and took Yang Chaoyu with her to the lotus pond. Both of their hair was tied into ponytails, though Yang Chaoyu's was a light yellow, while Long Xingyu's was pure black. She was also a bit taller than Yang Chaoyu, and the two of them looked just like real sisters. They walked together along the rural path. As if worried that the two girls might be in danger, Dahua also followed them over. The first episode had such a beautiful girl, and he seemed quite excited. When it's time to catch lobsters, just leave it to me. You guys make sure to stay safe and be careful not to get pinched by the lobsters. Hearing him say this, Yang Chaoyu listened carefully, but to Long Xingyu, they were just little lobsters. What could possibly be dangerous about them? Soon, the three of them arrived at a marshy area. The ground in front of them was covered with lush green vegetation. Whether there are crayfish here, they actually don't know. However, the production team said so they came here to take a look and see what they could find. They didn't go down directly but chose to observe the situation around them from a distance. Dawa was much more cautious this time, trying to place his feet in the wet ground. The sticky, thick mud sank his legs deep into it, but fortunately, it wasn't very deep, and even his little legs didn't reach the bottom. He tried to dig the mud around him, and to his surprise, he actually saw a small crayfish moving around in it. Actually, her description wasn't entirely accurate. It was indeed a pond, but the ratio of water to mud was quite different. And these small crayfish are almost all hiding in the shallow puddles. It seems there are quite a few crayfish here. She didn't even go down. She just used a reed stalk to dip into the water and was able to pull one up, which was enough to prove how many crayfish there were here. Though I don't know if the production team intentionally placed them there or if they were actually farmed there. It did, however, spark a little bit of interest in her. Come down quickly, it's not deep, and there are lots of little crayfish. Dahu started off well. Since he's tall and has long legs, he didn't have much trouble getting into the pond. However, when it came to Yang Chaoyu's side, he became cautious. Every time he pulled his feet out of the mud, it was an extremely laborious effort. However, overall, the fun outweighs the fatigue. She always stayed close to Long Xingyue's side, as if she were the only sister here who could speak up, making her unable to resist wanting to stay by her side. As she watched Dahu walk further and further away, Long Xingyue gazed in his direction. Dahu, don't go too far. We can just catch some small lobsters around here. After learning from his previous mistake, Dahua also understood this point. He couldn't act on his own without thinking, especially when she called out to him with a smile on her face. Yeah, are you worried about me? Yes, I am. Long Xingyue didn't hesitate and replied directly. Oh, really? That makes me so happy. Dahua seemed a bit too excited. As he was walking, his feet slipped, and he fell flat on his back. One of his feet was raised high, and the mud on it flew toward the two women. Yang Chaoyu couldn't dodge in time and saw that she was about to be splashed by the mud. Suddenly, a figure appeared and blocked her. Chapter 29, I'm really good at scrubbing backs. Cold Xingyue's back was splattered with mud and dirty water. Daho sat on the ground, looking at Long Xingyue standing in front of Yang Chaoyu, his face filled with apology. He hurriedly stood up to help her clean the mud off her body. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Long Xingyue shook her head, not caring about these things. Anyway, it's already dirty, so I might as well grab more to hand over later. It'll get dirty sooner or later, so there's no need to worry too much about it. Her words, however, made Dahu feel ashamed and embarrassed. He began to frantically grab the small lobsters. Yang Chaoyu was no different. As she looked at Long Xingyue, her eyes sparkled with a certain emotion. The cold-hearted sister in front of her was simply too handsome. Cold sister, thank you for earlier. She stood aside and said softly. Everyone knew that Dahua didn't mean it, so no one blamed him. However, he himself felt a bit embarrassed, always thinking that this situation was entirely his fault for being so careless. But that was indeed the case. So he is now frantically grabbing the small lobsters, trying to make up for what happened earlier. Cold Xingyue saw Yang Chaoyu, the girl, also thanking him. He smiled gently. It's okay, you're a guest, so of course we have to take good care of you. Yang Chaoyu looked at her and also smiled. The three of them had been searching intently for over an hour and had finally caught around 50. They had no idea how many each of them had caught. Upon returning, He Jiong and Huan Lei looked at Dahu and Long Xingyue in surprise. Both of them had mud all over their backs, and those who didn't know better might have thought they had both fallen into a mud pit at the same time. Dahua explained to the two of them, feeling a bit embarrassed. He Jiong gave him a disapproving look. It was already the second season, and he still couldn't keep his cool. He didn't have any major flaws, but he just liked to rush things, which was something that both Huan Lei and He Jiong found frustrating. Fortunately, Long Xingyue didn't care about that at all. After informing them, she changed her clothes and entered the bathroom once more. Just as he was about to close the door, Yang Chaoyu unexpectedly walked in. Although she had a smile on her face, it was still evident that she seemed a bit nervous. Sister, to repay you, let me help you wash your back. I'm really good at it. Looking at the mud on her body, Long Xingyue thought for a moment and didn't refuse. Alright, then I'll trouble you. She didn't have any other plans, and now that she finally had a chance to rest, she wouldn't pass it up. After a quick rinse, Yang Chaoyu wiped her back, and by the time she returned to the room, she was completely exhausted. Lying on the bed, she gazed out the window in a daze. Vaguely, I could hear the voices of He Jiong and the others chatting. It seemed like someone was coming. Judging by the time, it should be the customer who ordered the shrimp and eel noodles. Since a new customer had arrived, she had no choice but to hurry downstairs. Just as she stepped out, she happened to run into Mr. He and the others. Two new guests appeared ahead, a bald man named Su Zhang and a middle-aged man named Wang Yanhui. When he saw Long Xingyue coming out of the room, He Jiong hurriedly introduced, "Oh, let me introduce you to the only one with good looks in our mushroom house, Long Xingyue, Miss Ye." She hurried forward and took Su Zhang's hand, saying, "Hello, Mr. Su Zhang." "Hello, Ms. Wang Yanhui." Smiling at Su Zhang, she said, "I've been watching you play Zhubeiji since I was a child. If it weren't for Xia Longnu, I probably wouldn't have chosen this path as an actor." The actress who once played Xia Longnu is now Su Zhang's wife. Hearing her say this, Su Zhang naturally laughed happily. Next time there are any female roles, don't forget to keep an eye out for Ye. With her looks, she's a real head-turner and a surefire way to attract attention. Huang Lei began to recommend her from behind, and to be honest, what they said made Long Xingyue feel a bit embarrassed. Acting? She doesn't know how to act. If you're talking about acting, does learning how to pretend count? Alright, no problem. I'll keep an eye out for roles that suit her in the future. The two of them chatted and laughed as they entered the pavilion in the courtyard to rest. Yang Zhaochao came out of the room shortly after, having changed into a different set of clothes. Upon seeing two veteran actors from the industry, he hurried over to greet them. At the same time, He Jiong seemed to have noticed something. Now that there were only men here and Yang Chaoyu was the only girl, they definitely couldn't stay together. We can't very well make Su Zhang and Wang Yanhui share a bed with them either. It would be even more inappropriate for the two men to spend the night in Long Xingyue's room. Not to mention whether Long Xingyue would agree, even I would find it unacceptable. The only solution, it seemed, was to have Yang Chaoyu sleep with Long Xingyue tonight. He looked at Long Xingyue, who was standing beside him, smiling at the others. Though she smiled often, her smile was often fake, unable to change her icy appearance. Yeah, there's something I want to talk to you about. The beginning will be a bit slow, but the plot will unfold gradually. Please be patient and wait a little longer. Thank you. Chapter 30 is quite ironic but true. Look, now that Su Zhang and the others have arrived, that guest room is definitely being given to them. Can we let Chaoyu stay with you tonight? This is really the only option left. Long Xingyue smiled faintly, without hesitation. Of course, that's no problem. Customer service comes first, after all. Alright, since you've agreed, I'll go tell Chaoyu then. He Jiong was about to leave, but she pulled him back. You should go ahead and do your work. I'll handle this matter with the young lady. Seeing Long Xingyue speak like this, He Jiong didn't insist. Indeed, as a man, he didn't feel it was appropriate for him to get involved in such matters. Having a female host on the show does have its advantages. After all, there might be some matters in the future that the men wouldn't be comfortable handling, and in such cases, Long Xingyue could step in to assist. Though she may seem cold on the surface, her heart is actually fiery. Unlike some celebrities who force themselves to act like ice queens, she doesn't put on a cold facade. She just speaks her mind and doesn't bother to engage with others. At first, Wang Lei was a bit nervous too. If she were like that, this laid-back show wouldn't suit her at all. After all, the show is all about bringing warmth to people's hearts. There is no need to try to be cool or use poor acting to maintain a persona. Everything should return to its natural state. In the small courtyard, Xiaoyu sat in the pavilion, listening to several influential figures in the circle discussing something. Upon seeing Long Xingyue approach, she hurriedly waved at her. Xiaoyu, why don't you sleep with your sister tonight? I'll help you move your luggage to my room. No, let me do it. No need, I'll do it. Earlier in the bathroom, the two of them had already seen each other naked, and Yang Xiaoyu was completely defeated. Originally, she believed her own beauty could outshine many celebrities, but when she met the naturally flawless cold Xingyue, she finally understood the saying, there's always someone better out there. As for other aspects, there was no need to mention them. She had never seen such a perfect woman before. Now I've really seen something. Similarly, Long Xingyue also felt a bit helpless. She had thought she would be very excited. But when the moment finally came to muster the courage to look at the girls, I realized that the inexplicable excitement I once felt as a man was nothing special after all. Perhaps it was because I had grown accustomed to my own physique. Seeing even minor imperfections in others left me feeling calm. It seems like a dangerous sign. She had made up her mind to hold on to her masculine mindset and never let herself be swayed by feminine thoughts. Upon reaching the second floor, Yang Xiaoyu struggled up the stairs while carrying her luggage. Upon entering the room, she looked at Long Xingyue with anticipation. Sister, can I give you a hug? No. Before she could finish, the girl had already embraced Long Xingyue, a faint smile on her face. Sister, you really smell so good. Sister, do you know? I've been in this circle for so long, and this is the first time I've met someone like you who was so kind to me. Seeing this girl taking advantage of the situation, she deliberately pressed her little head against my chest. Using other words might get me banned. She frowned. No, you're wrong. I'm nice to everyone. Sister, you should sleep in the bed tonight. I'll rest in the hammock. She resumed her icy demeanor. Yang Xiaoyu lifted her head and looked at her pitifully. Sister, I'm actually afraid of the dark. Can't you stay with me and sleep together? The cameraman behind me couldn't handle it anymore and hurriedly called for help. Quick, quick. I can't take it anymore. I need a blood transfusion. The intensity here is too high. It might end up hurting innocent bystanders. It wasn't just the cameraman. The livestream was already buzzing with calls for take down Yang Xiaoyu. No way. Yang Xiaoyu is taking advantage of her cute looks to get close to our cold goddess. This is absolutely unacceptable. First floor, what are you really trying to say? I want one too. I want to warm up the cold goddess. Oh no, another one has gone mad. Take her away and bury her. Seeing the girl in this state, Long Xingyue couldn't help but feel she was putting on an act. When the cameraman finally left, she quietly asked, feigning innocence, isn't that exhausting? Yang Xiaoyu's entire body trembled. It seemed as though he was surveying his surroundings. Cold Xingyue closed the door to the room, with a sign standing upright on it reading girl's room do not disturb in large characters. Don't worry, there are no cameras here. Seeing there were no cameras, Yang Xiaoyu finally let out a sigh of relief. He looked at her with a very embarrassed expression. Since I chose to be in this circle, I have to grit my teeth and persevere. I can't just pretend to be cute. Even if I have to pretend to be a grandchild, I have to endure it. Otherwise, how would I support my family? Her words were mocking, but they were all the more true. In truth, this young woman, born into poverty, managed to rise to this position through a combination of luck and hard work, which is certainly commendable. Of course, her striking beauty and flawless voice also played a significant role. Sitting beside her, Long Xingyue couldn't help but gently touch her little head. Alright, you've succeeded now. I'm sure your parents will be proud of you. However, this persona you've created will likely be uncovered by netizens soon. It's better to return to your natural self. I'm sure someone will appreciate you for being such a kind-hearted young lady. Chapter 31, the title of Confidant Sister. Is that true? Whether it was true or not, Long Xingyue's gaze had already revealed the answer to her. Yang Xiaoyu looked at her, his eyes slightly reddened. He reached out and embraced her once more. Cold sister, thank you. Current unfamiliarity level detected. System automatically upgraded. Upgrade successful. Host can now view the other party's familiarity level. Levels 1 to 2 are ordinary friends, levels 3 to 4 are close friends, levels 5 to 6 are best friends, levels 7 to 8 are confidants with no secrets, and levels 9 to 10? Yang Chao's current affection level is level 3. The system has granted the host the title of Confidant Sister. When encountering someone younger than themselves, the system automatically upgrades the affection level to level 2. Just because I said a couple of sentences, does this girl already think of me as a close friend? Actually, calling her a close friend is a bit inaccurate. It's merely a standard of measurement. In her view, Yang Xiaoyu probably sees herself as a true confidant whom she can confide in. In the few seconds of stunned silence, the girl had collapsed into his arms, and there was even a smile on her face. If she weren't such a cute and pretty girl, she would have definitely slapped him like a thug. Is that comfortable? Sure, no, you misunderstand me. I just wanted to borrow your embrace to calm myself down. Seeing the tears welling up in her eyes, Long Xingyue didn't say anything else. Actually, she wasn't accusing her earlier, she was just curious if it was true and if it felt good. After all, it's like scratching an itch. When you scratch yourself, you don't feel much, but as soon as someone else touches you, you can't stop laughing. It's pretty much the same thing. This body is your own, but to you, it's like your left hand grabbing your right hand, you don't feel anything. Of course, he hadn't tried grabbing anywhere else yet. He didn't dare. Alright, wipe your tears, tidy up, and get ready to go out with your sister. It's time to work. I had originally planned to leave with her, but suddenly noticed a little white ball of fur lazily climbing up the cat tower nearby. This little white one had already started taking a lazy nap here. Downstairs in the courtyard, Dahua was shouting at the window, "Yeah, Xiaoyu, come out to eat." Meow? Dinner? You ungrateful humans dare not wait for this cat? It was still half asleep when it sat up, only to find Long Xingyue staring at it with a faint expression, her eyes devoid of any emotion. Xiao Bai. Meow? Meow, I'm sleeping, I don't know anything, I can't see anything. It actually lay down again, and I don't know if it's really asleep or just pretending. Seeing its adorable and innocent expression, Yang Xiaoyu grew very fond of this little creature. However, since it was sleeping, she dared not touch it. Sister, hold this sleepy little guy. Let's go downstairs to eat. It's not eating anyway, so let it go hungry today. I even bought it a can of tuna. Long Xingyue deliberately emphasized the word tuna with a heavy accent. Xiaobai immediately looked up at her, meowing, "Meow master, I love you. What's this about tuna? That's all nonsense. The main thing is that I feel like I can't live without you, just like a fish can't live without water." Oh, really? Seeing how articulate Xiaobai was, she couldn't help but smile despite her stern expression. Yang Xiaoyu couldn't understand a word of what Xiaobai was meowing about. However, this adorable expression was more than enough to instantly replace her current favorite cute pet in her heart. Take your food bowl and bib, and come down to the living room on the first floor with me. Having said that, Long Xingyue turned and left with Yang Xiaoyu. Meow master, my legs are short. I'm not even 3 months old yet. Hey, don't be so cruel to the cat, okay? Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're pretty, meow. Seeing that Long Xingyue really wasn't paying attention to it. With no other choice, it could only pick up a small food bowl it had just bought nearby, with a pale yellow bib still on top. He called out from the second floor. Soon, Little H ran up and took Xiaobai downstairs. It looked like a proud little emperor, sitting coldly on Little H's back. Cold Xingyue and Yang Xiaoyu emerged from the adjacent room, observing the interaction between the two little creatures, and were quite surprised by what they saw. This little one's intelligence is almost on par with a 5-year-old child. How can a single animal be so understanding? Hejeong was still holding the dish, having just brought it to the pavilion in the small courtyard. He saw the little white dog sitting on Little H, with a food bowl and a bib in its mouth. Pfft, did your master forget about you again, so you had to come out and eat by holding the food bowl yourself? Xiaobai seemed to whine in response. It jumped down from Little H's body. It waved its claws at it. Meow. Woof. Su Zheng and Wang Yanhui just stood there, staring blankly at the scene before them. After a moment, he finally spoke up. Is the cat and dog in your house real animals or fake ones? I feel like my brain isn't working properly. Chapter 32, Afternoon Activities. Of course they're real animals, but, well, they're animals, just a bit too human-like. Hejeong tied the bib around Xiaobai. Not far away, Long Xingyue held a small can in her hand, smiling brightly at Xiaobai. Alright, Xiaobai, you know how to vent now. Hearing this voice, the little guy hurriedly jumped over to her side. His little head rubbed against her leg. Meow, how dare I? My master is always as beautiful as a flower. He opened the tuna can in his hand, poured it into its small bowl, then looked at the other small bowl and added some water. During this time, the little guy didn't dare to move at all, just staring intently at Long Xingyue. Seeing how obedient it was, Long Xingyue finally relented. Alright, go ahead and eat. The little guy finally started eating heartily. His maturity was truly surprising. This cat is actually an abandoned kitten. Whose cat could be so well behaved? Su Zhen was even moved. Yeah, where did you get this cat? It's so well behaved and obedient. Regarding this matter, Pang Pang did offer an explanation. Though he didn't know much about what happened earlier, he was present when they obtained this kitten. Upon hearing that Long Xingyue had taken in the cat out of pity for the old woman, Su Zhang and Wang Yanhui held her in even higher regard. Hejeong hadn't even had a chance to mention the daring young woman who had single-handedly taken down 2 motorcycle thieves. However, upon reflection, this wasn't necessarily a good thing. Hejeong managed to keep his composure and didn't say anything. Nevertheless, the incident sparked significant controversy online. Since it was a live broadcast, the event trended on social media that day. Many people initially believed it to be fake news, but after contacting the local police station and learning the full details of the incident, they realized it was indeed true. It can be said that her fame was almost entirely due to that single kick. What a great girl. If Su Zhang thinks so highly of her, she'll probably be the first choice for any future roles. During her time on the show, she handled all matters on her own and never considered seeking the help of an agent or similar professional. Currently, she hasn't fully adjusted yet, and even if she were to hire an agent, she wouldn't know where to start or how to proceed. At present, Long Xingyue has already made preliminary plans for the initial phase. Once the project concludes, she plans to take a break before considering further opportunities. Since she is working independently and has received $1 million fee, there is no rush to take on another project. She plans to use this opportunity to first focus on improving her physical condition. Unfortunately, in the days to come, she would only be able to smile bitterly. This plan doesn't change fast enough. The lunch was quite simple. A local specialty from Hangzhou, scallion pancakes. Each person gets a large bowl of fried noodles with sauce, and it's so satisfying to eat. Cold Xingyue had always had a hearty appetite, but after switching bodies, her appetite was no longer comparable to her previous self, having been significantly reduced. A shallow bowl of noodles was devoured in just a few bites. Though she ate quickly, she simply couldn't manage to eat anymore. She touched her smooth little belly. She still wanted to eat, but her body wouldn't allow it. She didn't want to see a ring of fat appear on her delicate curves. Yeah, you're already done? Want some more? Huang Lei asked with concern. Long Xingyue shook her head. I really want to eat, but my body won't allow it. Unlike men, eating won't make me gain weight, but I have to make sure my body doesn't get fat. Yang Chaoyu nodded in agreement, feeling the same way, while De Hua stood by, also nodding in agreement with a hint of helplessness. Mr. Huang, you'll never understand the hardships we idols go through. Daho looked utterly helpless. Seeing Dahua's behavior, He Zhong suddenly interjected, if it were Ye and Chaoyue, I'd believe it, but you? Before Peng Peng came, you were the one who ate the most. Put. Everyone looked at Dahua and started laughing along with him. Mr. He's follow-up was really ruthless. Even the netizens are thinking the same way. They're all die-hard fans who watched the first season, so they know exactly what Dahua is like. They're not going to be fooled by his few words. In a bit, yeah, should you go catch eels or follow Su Zhang to collect honey? Huang Lei suddenly asked. At this question, Su Zhang was taken aback for a moment, then hurriedly said, Hey, I haven't even said I'm going to work yet. How come you've already assigned me a task? Ignoring the bald man's words, Huang Lei instead turned his gaze toward Long Xingyue. I'd better go catch some eels. I just have a feeling it'll be pretty thrilling. I didn't get hooked on catching crayfish last time, but this time, she's all ready for the eels. She is just waiting to head out to the rice paddies soon. Mr. He and Mr. Wang will go to plant rice seedlings, Dahua, you go with Su Zhang to collect honey, Pang Pang will take Chaoyue, and Ye will catch eels. What? I'm catching eels? Chapter 33, All my life, I've never relied on anyone but the wall. Earlier, Peng Peng had mentioned that he was a bit afraid of catching eels. Glancing at Xiaoyu beside him, though she didn't say a word, her little face clearly showed that she dared not touch them either. He smiled at Mr. Huang Lei. Cold Xingyue spoke up, Mr. Huang, if you assign it this way, it might be a bit troublesome. Xiaoyu and Peng Peng seem a bit hesitant to go catch them, and it might delay today's afternoon schedule. Why don't we have Dahu and Mr. Wang join me in catching eels, have Peng Peng follow Mr. Su Zhang to collect honey, and Xiaoyu can follow Mr. He to plant rice seedlings instead. Yellow eels are something most people really dare not catch. Huang Lei had overlooked this point. Upon hearing her new arrangement, he looked at everyone present. Does everyone agree? I have no problem with that. No problem. I have a problem. I came here to enjoy myself, not to work. I strongly demand. If there are no issues, let's get started. Peng Peng, go prepare the clothes we need to wear. We don't want to tire out the guests, especially Mr. Su Zhang, who is so precious. Huang Lei looked at Su Zhang with a sarcastic expression as he spoke. They were old friends, and he didn't want to see this bald guy doing nothing but living off his wife. Seeing that Huang Lei was speaking with hidden meaning, Su Zhang couldn't help but smile helplessly. Dahua also took out 2 pairs of rain pants, one of which she had just worn that day. Unexpectedly, it was only afternoon, and she had to put them on again. The other one was actually for Mr. Wang, but he didn't want it either. I was just going to go ahead and do it anyway. Dahu was the same. Long Xingyue looked down at her own feet. She thought to herself that if she were like before, she wouldn't even mind going barefoot, let alone wearing just a pair of shorts and rolling around inside. But now, it was better to stay calm and composed. She quickly put it on her, then hurriedly helped Yang Chaoyu put hers on as well. The two followed Dawa and He Zhong into the rice field. Be careful when catching eels. He Zhong called out again, still a bit worried. Although it was the same piece of land, the division of labor was different. He Zhong and his team also have no need to take such a huge risk. Yang Chaoyu looked at Long Xingyue with some concern. However, there was not a trace of fear in Lang Xingyue's eyes, only excitement. This rice field was even harder to navigate than the lotus pond where she had caught small lobsters. Although she had already tested it yesterday, it was all in vain. The difficult parts were still just as treacherous, and she couldn't pull her shoes out easily. She decided to stay on the shore and observe first. When she spotted a section of soil with faint air pockets, she would then go down to dig around. Though this method wasn't guaranteed to work, it was better to be cautious. Dahu was trying this for the first time. When he dug up the mud, sometimes half of an eel's tail would appear, wriggling back and forth before swimming away with its body. Every time he saw this scene, it made him a bit nervous and almost fall over. Don't rush, Dahua. Take it slowly. First, dig the mud deeper, like I'm doing, and then dig it all out with force. Wang Yanhui demonstrated beside him. Neither of them noticed that on the side, Long Xingyue was constantly turning over the soil. Just as she lifted a large clump of mud, a 30-centimeter long eel darted out, trying to escape. Her hands moved like lightning, and she quickly grabbed both sides of its body and held it tightly. She then placed it into the bamboo basket tied around her waist. Ah, it felt like an eel just slipped past my foot, startling me. Dahu shouted wildly. Then hurry up and dig in the mud. It can't have gone far. Wang Yanhui was an expert at catching eels. Upon hearing Dahua say that, he hurriedly gestured for him to get to work. Haha, I caught one. Look, Mr. Wang. Dahua dug around in the mud wildly and finally caught a mudskipper less than 10 centimeters long. He thought it was an eel and laughed so hard he couldn't stop. Yeah, look, this is the eel I caught. I was planning to show it to Lang Xingyue, but when he turned around to look at her, he happened to see that she was holding a yellow eel as well. However, this one was over 30 centimeters long and extremely plump. Compared to the small eel in his hand, it was almost an instant knockout. What's wrong, Dahua? Lang Xingyue looked at him in confusion. It's okay. If you're scared, just tell me, and I'll protect you. Don't worry, you probably won't have the chance in your lifetime. I've always relied on myself and never on others. Though she spoke with a touch of nonchalance, anyone could hear the bitterness underlying her words. Yang Xiaoyu couldn't help but nod in agreement, thinking to herself, "Cold sister, I understand you." Dahua tossed the eel he was holding aside, stepped over to her side, and leaned in close, asking, "You've never relied on anyone before?" "Yes, I have. Once, when I was drunk, I leaned against a wall." "Does that count?" Chapter 34, Encountering a Drunkard at an Inn. Dahu was speechless. Lang Xingyue smiled slightly. "Alright, get back to work. Don't linger here. You left Mr. Wang all alone over there. Hurry up." After nearly an hour of work, she had already caught 7 or 8 eels. This pace was still considered decent for her. After all, the shoes didn't fit properly, which was quite troublesome. At the top of the mountain, Huang Lei was planning tonight's meal. He muttered to himself, "I guess I'll have to go buy some meat. Who should I send?" He turned around and saw Lang Xingyue's black motorcycle. This bike, no need to mention who could ride it. Generally, people rarely let others touch motorcycles like this. They are the owner's treasures. Well, there's no choice but to have Lang Xingyue run an errand this time. Yeah, come here. I have something to tell you. The distance between the mushroom house and the rice field isn't very far. Therefore, Huang Lei's voice quickly reached the side. "Oh, okay." Seeing Lang Xingyue leave, Yang Xiaoyu finally asked his teacher curiously, "Teacher He, why do I feel like Lang Xingyue is very important? It seems like she's involved in almost everything. Is that so?" He Jiong asked in return. At the same time, he began to think about the current situation. Since yesterday, if it weren't for Yaya, dinner would have been a problem. Today, she had protected Dahu and Pangpang and dug up a lot of bamboo shoots. In the morning, he helped pick up Yang Xiaoyu, and in the afternoon, he caught eels here and even called Huang Lei over. Indeed, it seems she really is quite busy. Originally, we had planned to cast her this season as a mere prop, using her beauty to attract the audience. However, it turned out that she is actually a hardworking and capable individual. She is a very hardworking young woman. At times, she even puts Dahua and Pangpang in a bit of a difficult position. 2 grown men are no match for a beautiful young woman. Back at the mushroom house, Huang Lei also felt a bit embarrassed. It had only been half an hour since he had called them back, and it really wasn't appropriate. Seeing her carrying a small bamboo basket, he tried to comfort her by saying that it was okay not to catch the eels, and that they could wait for another time. They weren't in a hurry, and since her precious motorcycle wasn't something they wanted others to touch, he asked her to go buy some meat instead. Saying this, he handed her $20. "That's fine, I was just going to fill up the motorcycle with gas." Hearing her say that, Wang Dao and his program team seemed to be discussing something. A staff member ran over. "Miss Lang, our production team will refuel your motorcycle for you. You don't need to go to the gas station yourself. Please wait a moment and I'll fill up your motorcycle's fuel tank right away." "That's so thoughtful. Thank you very much." The young man speaking, standing so close to Lang Xingyue, especially when he saw that smile that could captivate anyone, felt a moment of dizziness. "No, it's okay. I'll go try harder right away." 10 minutes later, Lung Xingyue, holding the 20 yuan Huang Lei had given her, dressed in casual attire, rode her motorcycle away from the mushroom house once more. There was no other option. Her racing suit was already covered in a layer of grease, and she couldn't bear to walk around in it anymore. She loved motorcycles, especially the sound of the wind rushing by when the engine started. It makes her feel utterly free and refreshed. But she hated those motorcycle gangs. People who ride motorcycles all day long, deliberately making a lot of noise and speeding recklessly on busy roads. It's those people who are tarnishing the reputation of the entire motorcycle community. As a result, ordinary people have become very averse to seeing motorcyclists. After wandering around the narrow streets of the village for an unknown amount of time, she couldn't find any place to buy meat. As she looked around, she passed by a small tavern. The front of the tavern looked a bit run down. Both doors are peeling and faded. And the signboard above the door simply bore two large characters, Tavern. As she passed by, a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard was sitting cross-legged at the entrance, looking to be at least in his 30s. His gaunt face bore a hint of drunkenness. However, Lung Xingyue did not detect any scent of alcohol on him. Before him stood a tea-colored wine jug. A cup beside it was filled with a transparent liquid. He raised it and drank it all in one gulp. Although he was sitting here, it didn't stop people from entering the tavern to drink. The constant flow of people inside contrasted sharply with his solitude outside the door. "Excuse me, sir, do you know where I can buy some meat around here?" It seemed that the man had noticed her question and slowly turned his head to look at Lung Xingyue. "It should be sold out by now. If you're in a hurry, I can sell you one." "Oh?" Seeing him say that, Lung Xingyue didn't rush to agree. He must have something else to say. The drunkard then took out another wine cup, poured a cup of wine into it, placed it in front of him, and looked at her with his cloudy eyes. "The condition is, you have to drink a cup with me." Chapter 35, 20 yuan, 2 pounds of ribs, let's be friends. "Hey, you." What he said made even the photographer behind Lung Xingyue a bit angry. He stepped forward to scold him. However, he was stopped by Lung Xingyue. She took off her helmet, gave him a sly smile, and said, "You can look. This is the first time I've seen someone get drunk from drinking water. I'll drink this cup with you." Saying this, she raised the cup he handed her and drank it all in one gulp. The man stared at Lung Xingyue's face, looking dazed. Seeing that she drank the water in her cup without hesitation, "Ha, you're the first person who dared to drink the water I handed you." Seeing that he himself said it was water, Lung Xingyue found him somewhat intriguing. "So, you're the first person I've ever seen get a little tipsy from drinking water. No more chit-chat, get me some meat." This guy is pretty straightforward. He pushed himself off the ground and stood up. Brushing off the dust, he walked inside. "You can wait inside for a moment, though I must say, I really don't want you to come in. Your appearance would make my tavern look dull in comparison." Cold Xingyue wasn't he going to feel any better about his nonsense? She crossed her arms and waited silently. As he left, she finally turned to the camera and spoke. "The drink I had earlier was actually water, not alcohol. Everyone can rest assured I don't drink and ride a bike." The way she remained unfazed just now already made it clear that what she drank was water. Adding this here now is just to prevent any nitpickers from jumping in. Less than 3 minutes later, the man emerged holding a piece of frozen beef rib, weighing nearly 2 pounds. When he handed it to Lung Xingyue, she didn't take it. "I only have $20, I can't afford that much meat. Why don't you just cut me a portion instead?" The man was also carefree and casually tossed it to her. $20, it's yours. You're the first person here to drink with me, so consider it a gesture of friendship. 2 pounds of ribs to make friends? Cold Xingyue raised an eyebrow and looked at the drunkard. Seeing that he wasn't looking at her, she leaned against the wall again, drinking water on her own, gazing at the sky that had already begun to grow dark. He smiled slightly. "This is an interesting person." He pulled out the 20 pieces from his pocket and placed them beside him. "You use 2 pounds of ribs to make friends with me, so I'll use these $20 to make friends with you. We'll meet again someday." The drunkard glanced at her unexpectedly and smiled broadly. He carefully put the $20 away. "Then I'll consider you my friend. Until we meet again." 2 pounds of beef short ribs. These days, even if you buy them online, they're at least $50 or $60 per pound, and that's probably the cheapest you can find. She doesn't know how much they cost at the market. However, overall, she still came out ahead. When she picked them up, she carefully inspected the ribs to make sure there were no issues before taking them home. As she pushed the motorcycle, intending to go back, the cameraman behind her suddenly asked, "Miss Lang, didn't you notice anything unusual when he handed you the drink just now? You're really brave." "Ha ha." Lung Xingyue just shrugged it off with a smile. She spread her long legs and straddled the motorcycle. If he were a scoundrel, his tavern wouldn't be so crowded. It seems like he's an honest man, though his brain might be a bit short-circuited. "Ha, I'm not waiting for you. I'll go ahead." The motorcycle started up, its red taillights illuminating the road as it slowly merged into the distant street, eventually disappearing into the distance. The videographer, however, was reminiscing about the words she had just spoken. If he were a good-for-nothing, the tavern wouldn't be so crowded. There seemed to be something to that. The assistant director driving behind him saw that he was still standing there dumbfounded, so he hurriedly honked the car horn from behind. "Hey, what are you still standing there for? Let's go." Mushroom House. Huang Lei looked at the 2 pounds of ribs in Long Xingyue's hands with surprise. The look of surprise on his face was beyond words. It was truly quite surprising to him. "I think I gave you 20, right? You little girl, tell me the truth, did you use your looks to charm the shop owner?" Huang Lei spoke hastily and said the wrong thing. Jian was afraid that Long Xingyue would be upset, so he hurriedly pulled Huang Lei aside. Yeah, he didn't mean it that way. Mr. Huang was just worried that we might use our celebrity status to ask them for food or something, which wouldn't be appropriate." Long Xingyue didn't get angry either, she just looked at the two of them in a hurry and couldn't help but smile. Behind her, her personal cameraman finally returned. She hurriedly pushed him in front of her. "He could testify for me. Plus, the viewers in the livestream could also confirm that I indeed spent 20 yuan to buy it." The cameraman, who had been pushed forward earlier, was still confused and didn't know what had happened. But when he heard Long Xingyue say that, he immediately understood. Oh, right, these ribs were traded by Miss Lang for something from the owner of a tavern. The two even became friends as a result. Make friends? Girl, what are you thinking? What if they have ulterior motives toward you? Chapter 36, the sincere smile that accidentally slipped through her face. At that moment, Huang Lei truly resembled an older brother, fearing that his beloved younger sister might be taken away by someone, his expression serious. Mr. Huang, please rest assured. Even if Dahu is kidnapped, I won't be kidnapped. She made a little joke, which actually helped ease the tension. Unfortunately, Dahua was caught in the crossfire. Huang Lei truly regarded Long Xingyue as family, otherwise he wouldn't have been so anxious. She, of course, was well aware of this. After being out for about half an hour, Jiang returned, but Yang Chaoyu and Dahu were still working hard. He started helping Huang, who was busy, by cutting the ribs. He had originally thought that Long Xingyue was a girl who never did any housework, but here she was, having just finished cooking the small lobsters and already had the ribs sliced. Since the ribs were frozen when she brought them back, the other half should be able to be kept until tomorrow without spoiling. Your knife skills aren't bad. Have you cooked before? Long Xingyue nodded. Back home, when she was alone and bored, she would try her hand at cooking. Over the years, her skills hadn't improved much, but she had managed to spoil Zue. Huang Lei chuckled. He was amused by her remark. He took the ribs in his hands, placed them in the water to wash them, then put them in the pot to blanch them. Soon, a faint aroma of meat began to waft through the air. Cold Xingyue closed her eyes and inhaled the scent. At the same time, it also caught the attention of the two little ones, Xiao H and Xiao O. Yeah, go call Dahu and the others. Dinner is almost ready, and there aren't enough eels for all of us. Tell them to hurry back. All right. Long Xingyue turned to leave, but Huang Lei suddenly remembered something. Also, don't forget about Chaoyu. Tell her to hurry back. It's getting dark. By the rice fields below the mountain. When Long Xingyue arrived, Dahu and the others were almost blind with anger. They couldn't find many eels. Teacher Wang Yanhui was quite skilled, he managed to catch 7 or 8. As for Dehua, he caught a lot of loaches, but as for eels, the current count was 1. Dahu, Mr. Wang, it's time to head back. We really need your eels now. Just mentioning the eels makes Dahu a bit embarrassed. Mr. Wang was already heading toward the ground, but he was still constantly digging in the mud. I have a toothache today, so I won't eat shrimp and eel noodles. I want shrimp and mud noodles, eel noodles. Alright, go ahead, and come up first. I'll let Mr. Huang know, and he'll prepare a special portion for you. Dahu was taken aback. He hadn't expected Long Xingyue to take him seriously. He hurriedly smiled awkwardly, waving his hands, and struggled to walk out of the rice field. Yeah, you're so innocent. Your brother was just joking with you. Cold Xingyue, however, looked at him calmly, her eyes betraying no trace of anxiety. She turned sideways and pulled Mr. Wang out of the rice field. Brother? Dahua, I think Mr. Huang and Mr. He are more suitable to be my brothers. I heard you want to be Mr. Huang's son? Then our relationship will need to change. Wang Yanhui burst into laughter, looking at Dahua and then at Long Xingyue. Should we call her Auntie Xiao? That's fine. She's so young and pretty many people would love to claim her as their aunt. Dahua really got the short end of the stick this time. Not paying attention to Dahua's side, she had already made her way to the other side of the rice field and started calling out to young Chaoyu. This girl really knows how to work. From the time she left until she returned, she had already planted a small area. Sis, come on up. It's time to go home for dinner. Young Chaoyu giggled and wiped her nose with her hand. Her originally snow-white face was now smudged with a patch of black mud, making her look utterly ridiculous. Seeing such a cute little face, Long Xingyue couldn't help but let her forced smile slip, gently opening her delicate lips and laughing softly twice. Seeing such a cute little face, Long Xingyue, who had been pretending to be indifferent, couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. She quickly realized her mistake and hurriedly covered her mouth. Unfortunately, Dahua and the others were already staring at her in shock, unable to react for a moment. Usually, her smile rarely showed her teeth, and it had a somewhat formulaic quality to it. Similar to a fake smile. But who would have thought that, seemingly relaxing a bit, I couldn't help but laugh out loud. And this smile was also captured by the camera and broadcast directly to the audience. Just now, the smile from the cold goddess was so sweet. That's unfair. She's so beautiful, and that smile is just... I can't handle it. I'm going to get diabetes. I always thought the cold goddess's smile was just a quiet, forced smile, but that smile just now was truly beautiful. I've made up my mind. I'm going to marry her. Even though I'm a girl, I'm going to fight for it for my own happiness. Cold sister, marry me. Long Xingyue saw the three people in front of her staring at her. She thought she had smiled awkwardly earlier and felt embarrassed. I'm sorry for being rude earlier. Chapter 37, Effort, Sweat, and Perseverance. No need to be polite, no need to be polite. Your smile just now was so beautiful, yeah. Dahua never hesitates to offer praise, especially to women. See how he's talking about it. Long Xingyue managed a forced smile. She didn't know what her smile had looked like just now, but it could only have been one of two things: either she looked absolutely stunning, or she looked absolutely hideous. However, it seemed more likely that the first scenario was the case. With Yang Chaoyu, Dahua and the others walked out of the rice field together. Despite being covered in mud, their faces were radiant with carefree smiles. It seems that occasionally switching jobs can make a world of difference. Dahu was busy showing Huang Lei the eels he had caught. So he hurried off quickly, with Mr. Wang close behind. To be honest, the physical exertion over the past hour was no small feat, and he was starting to feel hungry. Yang Chaoyu followed Long Xingyu and walked at the back. She gazed at Long Xingyue's back, as if hesitating about something. After gathering her courage, she finally spoke. Cold sister, could you please help me comb my hair tomorrow? Comb my hair? Cold Xingyue silently glanced at her own wild and unruly hairstyle. If it weren't for her good hair quality, it would probably already be a mess. However, seeing Yang Chaoyu's nervous expression, she couldn't bring herself to say no. So she nodded in agreement, effectively agreeing to the matter. I'm actually not very good at combing hair either, so if... It's okay. As long as Cold Sister combs my hair herself, even if it looks like a bird's nest, I'll still like it. Yang Chaoyu said with a delighted smile. Though she said that, Long Xingyue felt even more uncertain inside. Unfortunately, there were only the two of them in the mushroom house, and there was no one they could turn to for advice. Such matters were not something one could easily ask Mr. He about. All I can do is hope her hair is as good as mine, just give it a quick brush and tie it into a ponytail. It's both cool and simple. After everyone returned to the mushroom house, Da Waxing excitedly brought Wang Yanhui and the others to Huang Lei and began showing off their current achievements. Mr. Huang, look at all this. I caught it all myself. Should be enough for tonight's dinner, right? He knew very well that these weren't eels, but loaches. However, Dahua had never eaten loach before, so he assumed it was just a smaller version of eel, and probably didn't taste much different. Huang Lei looked down at the excited young man holding the bamboo basket, his expression growing peculiar. However, since Dahu had gone to so much trouble to catch it, he naturally wouldn't say anything unkind. Dahu, do you know what this is? He pointed at the eel and asked. Of course, it's a loach, but it should taste similar to eel, right? Huang Lei. Alright, since you caught them, let's use the loaches to make a dish. We can't waste them, can we? It'll also give you a chance to taste the difference between the two types of fish, so you won't just grab them blindly in the future. Seeing Huang Lei's expression, he realized he had made a mistake. He knew deep down that he hadn't caught the eel, the only one was caught with Wang Yanhui's help. He wondered if it was because he was too clumsy or just unlucky. He forced a smile in front of the camera. Wearing a pair of flip-flops, he rinsed the mud off his feet. Then, facing the night breeze, he caught sight of the cold moonlight illuminating the 3 chickens being fed nearby, along with the colorful lanterns of Tianba. He walked over with a slightly disappointed expression. Yeah, do you really think I'm that stupid? Why didn't I catch a single eel today? Am I really just a naturally dull person? Cold Star Moon didn't even glance at him. Kai Deng, however, glanced at Dahu and called out twice. Upon hearing its words, Long Xingyue smiled. Did you hear that? The colored lights are saying you're a fool. Few people are naturally gifted. Teachers like he and Huang are rare even across all of China. You're not the only one who's not the brightest. Being slow isn't shameful. What's shameful is knowing you're not the sharpest and still not putting in the extra effort to catch up. In this era, what matters is effort plus sweat, coupled with perseverance. Otherwise, how can you compete with those geniuses? Her words caught Da Huang off guard. He hadn't expected Long Xingyue to see things so clearly in the present situation. Then what about me? You're not stupid at all. Think about your talent in music. Her few words caused Di Hua's expression to change noticeably from before. Her face also took on a confident glow. Am I really not stupid at all? Da Hua had already understood what Lung Xingyue was saying. It was just that he lacked the affirmation from those around him. Cold Xingyue didn't say anything else, just nodded with a smile. Holding a handful of dry grass, she fed it to Tianba and Dian Dian. He no longer looked at him. Thank you, yeah. Excited, he wanted to give her a hug, but she stopped him with her hand. I'm not complimenting you, I'm just stating a fact. Chapter 38, The Warning of the Colorful Lights. Da Hua left, and the cameraman beside her also temporarily paused filming and went to the restroom. Kai Deng was eating the strawberry she had fed her when she suddenly glanced sideways at Lung Xingyue. If you have something on your mind, keep it to yourself instead of wearing it on your face. On a cloudy day, a rainbow will never appear. His ambiguous words caught Lung Xingyue off guard. Vaguely, she seemed to grasp some of its meaning, but it was still elusive and hard to pin down. Looking at the colored lights. Cold Star Moon reached out and touched its head. Perhaps it saw her as an exception. The colored lights only stayed when she was around. The same goes for the 3 chickens. Yeah, come and eat. He-jiong began to shout from the pavilion. Hey, come here. Lung Xingyue clapped her hands. As she stood up to leave, the colored lantern spoke again about the little white child, saying that it had always harbored a grudge in its heart. It hoped that as the host, she could comfort its wounds. Ah, poor child. Xiao Bai? The colored lights didn't know they could understand what it was saying. It seemed to be just talking to itself. However, Lung Xingyue was somewhat surprised and came to a sudden stop, halting her steps. Can its words be trusted? That little guy, who spends all day eating and sleeping, and at worst follows little H around on his back for a couple of laps, does it have any reservations? In just 2 short days, how could she possibly tell? After all, it was just a tiny kitten not even 3 months old, abandoned shortly after birth. Even a human would harbor resentment, let alone a cat. As if hearing Mr. He's call, little H and little O ran out of the house, and before leaving, they didn't forget to carry little White out with them. It was still in its usual lazy state. It was holding its own food bowl in its mouth, with a bib hanging crookedly around its neck. His little face is so cute it could melt your heart. It jumped down from little H's back, scanned the area around it, and finally spotted the late arriving Lung Xingyue. It let out a couple of complaints. Looking at the little creature in front of her, it seemed to dispel the fatigue from her body, always softening her expression. He held the little one in his arms and looked at Lung Xingyue. Yeah, please put this child's food on the first floor. It's not convenient for you to keep running up and down the stairs. Alright, I'll bring all the cat food down right away. Seeing her go upstairs, Da Hua followed closely behind, intending to help carry the cat food. Just as they reached the top of the stairs, they bumped into Pang Pang, who was rubbing wind oil on his little leg. Turning to look at Dahu, I said, you go help Pang Pang downstairs to eat first. There's not much cat food left, and I can carry it myself. Taking care of your younger brother is more important. By the time the 2 of them came up, Pang Pang had already sensed someone coming upstairs. Upon hearing Lung Xingyue say this, he forced a smile. Cold sister, what are you talking about? I was just stung by a bee. I wiped some wind oil on it, and I'm fine now. Do I really need Big Hua to help me? You really underestimate my endurance, Pang Pang. Ugh. When the 3 of them went downstairs, Xiao Bai had already been sitting by the door waiting for Lung Xingyue. When she saw what she was holding, not a can of tuna, but a bag of brown cat food. It was clearly visible on the little guy's face a look of disappointment. Meow meow? Where's the little can, master? Canned food can only be eaten once every 3 days. You're still young, and eating too much isn't good for your growth. Eat this first, it's also very tasty. Meow? Have you tried it, master? Cold Star Moon. She was actually confronted by a little kitten. Grasping the back of the kitten's neck, she dragged it to the small food bowl it had brought over. He poured the cat food into the bowl. At first, it resisted, but to my surprise, after trying a little, it seemed to like the taste. So, it let go of its idol complex and buried its little head in the cat food, eating with such joy. Seeing the cat food, little H and little O walked over curiously, bending down to look at it. Xiao Bai was quite generous, letting the 2 of them each try a bite. However, these 2 adorable little creatures simply couldn't handle the taste of the cat food. They stuck out their tongues, drank a lot of water, and then started devouring the breakfast that Mr. He had poured for them. These 2 idiots even tasted the cat food. How cute they are. Su Zhen looked enviously at the little pets inside the mushroom house. Everyone says it's a cat and dog battle, but look at the cats and dogs here, they get along so harmoniously. Cold Xingyue watched the little white cat eating happily, lost in thought. As for Kai Deng's words, she was half believing, half doubting. She wasn't sure if a kitten could harbor such feelings deep within its heart. Could it really be hiding them so deeply? How could such a small body contain such profound wisdom? As if sensing its master's gaze, Xiaobai's fur bristled all over its body. After hesitating for a long time, he finally gave up half of his spot and gestured to Long Xingyue. Master, if you want to eat, then go ahead. I'll just develop a little later. Chapter 39, Ye joins the ranks of the miserly. She gently stroked the little one's head and chuckled softly. Those two laughs scared Xiaobai half to death, making him think he had done something wrong. When he tried to apologize, he noticed that Long Xingyue had already arrived at the dining table and wasn't looking at him anymore. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Serving the emperor is like serving a tiger. There was always an aura about Lang Xingyue that made him feel afraid. I always feel like this little white one is afraid of Ye. Huang Lei actually saw that this little guy knew to give Lang Xingyue some space, which was really unexpected. Such a creature with such a human-like nature is truly rare. Cold Sister always has a stern expression on her face. Though she does smile occasionally, she still looks cold, and not just to small animals, even I sometimes feel afraid. Pang Pang held his bowl nearby and cautiously glanced at Lang Xingyue before speaking. Everyone had expected Lang Xingyue to pretend to lose her temper, but instead, she seemed lost in thought, silently eating her meal without saying a word, as if she hadn't heard Pang Pang at all. When she noticed everyone was looking at her, Lang Xingyue finally snapped out of it and lifted her head to look at Dahu and the others. I was just born with this face and personality, but I'm actually quite easy to get along with on the inside, right, Mr. E? He Jeong, who knows her well, nodded in response as she asked herself. At the same time, he picked up a piece of spare ribs with his chopsticks and handed it to her. That's right, our Ye is a tough exterior with a soft heart. Pu Wang Lei heard He Jeong say this and suddenly thought of something, bursting into laughter. Jeong, Ye is indeed quite gentle, but have you forgotten what happened yesterday and this morning? Our Ye is actually a real firecracker, most guys can't compare to her. Huang Lei didn't mean to tease her, but Mr. He got upset. If you keep talking like this, are you planning to make our Ye stay single for the rest of her life? The person involved hadn't even spoken yet, leaving Su Zhang and the others completely confused, unsure of what had happened yesterday. Dahua and Pang Pang were both eager to speak up. However, Pang Pang was still somewhat reserved, while Dahua raised his hand. I'll marry me, I'll come. Cold Xingyue rolled her eyes silently. Seeing Dahua's bashful expression, she picked up a piece of spare rib and placed it on his plate. You, just forget it. I think dueling is more your type. You can't handle me. Upon hearing the name dueling, Dahua immediately fell silent. He lowered his head and began to chew on the ribs, saying nothing more. He Jeong smiled as he watched the two of them, but his gaze lingered mostly on Lang Xingyue. It seems like you've done your homework. What, you've watched the entire first season? Seeing Mr. He asked her that. She felt a little embarrassed. No, I just watched a few clips. To see the life I aspire to, I'd have to pay for a membership, and I find that a bit too much. I think it's better to experience it firsthand. Watching the videos, I realized that Mr. He is even more handsome in person than he appears on video, and the same goes for Mr. Huang. These people aren't idiots, they can tell that the girl is clearly just complaining that the membership is too expensive and she doesn't want to pay for it. It's not because she wants to experience the life she aspires to, it's all just an excuse. He Jeong didn't call her out on it, just looked at her calmly. In our circle, Wei Dashuan is the most stingy. Yeah, please don't let me include you in this group of tightwads. Actually, you can't really blame her for that. When she checked, there was less than 200 yuan left on the card linked to her phone, and she ended up spending it all on various things. The 10 million, however, had been transferred to another card. When she checked the balance, she was startled to see that it showed over 30 million. In her memory, she vaguely recalled her family's circumstances. After subtracting the 10 million, the remaining over 2 million seemed to be everything she had earned through her hard work over the years, plus the money her parents had sent her from their hometown. She was a strong-willed and self-disciplined young woman. All of that money was kept in a single account, which she rarely touched. Her monthly expenses were barely over 200,000. In their social circle, spending less than 200,000 yuan a month is already considered very little. She doesn't wear much makeup and doesn't like shopping for clothes. I don't have many friends who like going to bars or karaoke. All day long, besides work, I just stay at home quietly listening to music that soothes the soul. It's only natural that I've saved up this money. Just wait, tonight I'll get you a membership, okay? I'll get you a 10-year one. Mr. He said generously. You've really misunderstood. The SIM card I linked to my phone had only a few dollars left on it. All my funds are on another card that isn't linked to my phone. Now I have money, so I don't need Mr. He to help me unlock it. I'll do it myself in a moment. I'll definitely finish watching the first season tonight. Is that okay, Mr. He? Humph, that's more like it. He Jeong arrogantly turned his head away. He was so proud of himself. Chapter 40, Important things must be said 3 times. As night fell, Su Zhang and the others were sitting in the pavilion. If it weren't for the mosquitoes, they probably could have stayed there until bedtime. However, there were simply too many mosquitoes, and since Su Zhang was bald, if they didn't go back inside, his head would soon be covered in bites like the Buddha's. Everyone was sitting in the living room on the first floor, while the two little ones, Xiao H and Xiao O, were lazily lying nearby to cool off. As for Xiao Bai, he was currently lying leisurely on Lang Xingyue's shoulder, his tiny tail swaying back and forth, and he was humming softly from time to time, as if he were about to fall asleep. This little guy eats when he's hungry and sleeps when he's full. I'm starting to seriously wonder if he was born in the wrong species. As she stroked the fluffy little creature, Lang Xingyue said with a hint of disgust. Seeing her like this, everyone felt rather helpless. We're just saying, but you won't give it to us even if we want it. At present, Lang Xingyue's demeanor was exactly like that of a mother who had placed her own child on display. Oh my poor child, he didn't do well on his exam, only scoring 98 in math. How disappointing. He didn't even get a perfect score. It's driving me crazy. I scolded him yesterday too. All he does all day is play around. That's a perfect description. Yang Chaoyu sat leaning against Lang Xingyue, his hand below her gripping hers nervously. He could feel the sweat on her palm. This was the first time he had recorded such a seemingly relaxed reality TV show. Plus, everyone sitting here now are all big shots in the industry. Huang Lei, Mr. Huang, a teacher with countless students and has directed many outstanding works. Su Zhang, a director of films with over 100 million viewers, from Lost in Thailand to Dying to Survive, all of which he directed. He is also considered one of the top directors in the industry. He Jeon, on the other hand, needs no introduction. He is a host on Hunan TV and is often referred to as the top host alongside Wang Han. He has an extensive network of connections. In contrast, Yang Shicho is indeed very popular now, but it remains to be seen whether she can maintain her popularity. At present, she can barely be considered a third-tier celebrity in the industry. These few, however, are all genuine first-tier celebrities. In this world, celebrities are strictly categorized into tiers based on factors such as the number of followers on Weibo, appearance fees, and online reputation. Achieving instant stardom and becoming a top-tier artist is simply impossible. One must climb the ranks gradually. Now, this is a golden opportunity. Yang Xiaoyu, this girl's mind is filled with thoughts of Yang Xiaoyu. Think hard, think of an interesting topic, quickly. Looking at the people here now, He Zhong turned to Lang Xingyue beside him. Xingyue, is this your first time participating in such a program? Holding Yang Xiaoyu's hand tightly, Lang Xingyue smiled. Of course, facing several senior figures in the industry, my sister and I are both very nervous. Upon hearing her words, everyone turned their attention to Yang Xiaoyu. Seeing the girl smile somewhat forcefully, He Zhong immediately understood this girl was still too nervous. Seeing that the girl was smiling somewhat forcefully, He Zhong immediately understood this child was still too nervous. Hurrying to agree with Lang Xingyue, he continued, Hey, I won't allow you to say that about Huang Lei, Su Zhang, and Mr. Wang. They're not even 50 yet, how can you call them elders? It seems like he's exempted himself from the group of elders. Huang Lei and Su Zhang looked very unhappy. Mr. He, how could you do that? Don't think that just because you're still the same as before, you can do whatever you want. He couldn't think of any more idioms, so he hurriedly signaled to Huang Lei. Huang Lei immediately understood. That's fine, do as you please, and remove yourself from the situation. Su Zhang, why did you say that 3 times? Well, I couldn't think of anything to say at the moment, so I just repeated it 3 times because it's important. Huang Lei doesn't feel embarrassed at all. A few words from the 3 of them instantly livened up the entire scene. Yang Xiaoyu also relaxed a bit. At this moment, Lang Xingyue stood up and picked up the sleeping Xiao Bai. I'll take him upstairs and cut some watermelon for you guys. Saying that, he carefully carried the little one and hurried up to the 2nd floor. Along the way, she left behind a trail of fragrant air. Seeing her leave, Huang Lei finally whispered to Su Zhang. How does the child seem? Su Zhang seemed to see the figure of his wife from years ago in her back. She moved so gracefully, as if she were the real little dragon girl. She's a good girl, speaks calmly and steadily, always with a smile on her face. Most importantly, she doesn't have the artificial expressions of many girls today. When faced with exciting situations, she becomes emotional. Overall, I think she has a mature disposition and is a promising young talent. Su Zhang didn't notice the young woman over here, so He Zhong quickly grabbed a sunflower seed and tossed it in his direction. Hey, there's a young lady here. Don't say that. Even Nana still considers herself a young girl. Chapter 41, Director Su's Olive Branch. He Zhong was trying to avoid the awkwardness that might arise from Su Zhang speaking without restraint. However, he's been directing for so long that he's used to being straightforward. He always says what he means and never beats around the bush. However, Yang Xiaoyu did a great job today, especially in the afternoon when Lang Xingyue told her to let go of her inhibitions. Now, this young lady has finally let go of her lively and adorable nature, and what is now before us is a gentle and graceful young woman. When He Zhong mentioned her, she hurriedly waved her hands. It's nothing, she said. Mr. Su Zheng wasn't talking about me. If I really have these flaws, I'll work on them if they exist, and if not, I'll strive to improve myself. He Joan was taken aback and carefully examined Yang Xiaoyue. What's going on, Xiaoyu? Are you finally ready to let go of your baggage? She seemed to hesitate for a moment, then looked up at He Jong after a few seconds of contemplation. Yes, today, Yeye told me a lot about how she wants to be like me, a celebrity who doesn't rely on her looks or baggage. I think that as long as I work hard, I can still succeed. This is something Yeye taught me. Don't go copying everything she does. That girl, oh, we're going to be worrying about her all the time in the future. Huang Lei sighed. It seemed like he was thinking about her previous bold actions again. At the dinner table, Su Zheng had wanted to ask what was going on, but he hadn't said anything. Now that he brought it up again, he was really curious. What's going on? You and Mr. He have been beating around the bush. This isn't like you two at all. Huang Lei was about to speak when Long Xingyue came down from the second floor and gave them a faint smile. She walked into the kitchen to cut the watermelon. Mr. Huang hurriedly covered his mouth. He Joan was clever. He held his phone and spoke softly. Just take a look at today's trending topics. Since it was a live broadcast, the events from yesterday have already been shared online by netizens. The nickname Cold Goddess is gaining more and more traction. Hearing him say this, Su Zheng hurriedly checked the trending topics on her phone. Sure enough, she was ranked second, just below the news of a certain top-tier celebrity's wedding. When she clicked on the video, she saw that it was the very same road they had walked on earlier that day. He Laoshi, Huang Laoshi, and Daho were just arriving there. The camera then pans up, showing two motorcycles speeding toward them from a distance. Huang Lei and the others hurriedly dodged, but the most unexpected scene unfolded. Lang Xingyue forcefully charged forward and kicked the motorcycle that was speeding toward them. The two riders narrowly avoided being thrown off and killed. This scene left everyone speechless, even Huang Lei and He Jong, who had witnessed it firsthand. Such a fierce young woman, and yet she was also so beautiful. It's truly surprising. This girl, Yeye, is actually this skilled? Racing against two motorcycle-wielding robbers? Su Zheng, being a director, could tell right away that this 1T staged scene it was real. But watching it was simply unbearable. Such a gentle and delicate young woman, yet she had such a righteous and violent side hidden deep inside her. At the time, I didn't think much of it. Those two scoundrels dared to steal the money an old woman earned from raising pets. Kicking them and breaking their bones was karma. Even if I hadn't kicked them, they would have faced retribution eventually. This is what they call heaven watches over you, and I was merely following the will of heaven. Director Su, enjoy your watermelon. Unbeknownst to them, Cold Star Moon had appeared behind them, smiling as she placed the watermelon on the table. Su Zheng's eyes grew brighter and brighter as he looked at Long Xingyue with some excitement. What a pity. The movie I'm directing isn't an action film, otherwise, I would definitely cast you as the female lead. He picked up a slice of watermelon, took a big bite, and then looked surprised. This melon is so sweet. He Jong saw his surprised expression and hurriedly explained, this melon was brought all the way here by the young lady Chao Yu. Director Su, you must really savor it. Mr. He, please stop talking. If you keep going, I'll be so embarrassed. The young lady came all the way here and even brought a watermelon, but I came with Mr. Wang and didn't bring anything. It's so embarrassing. Huang Lei shot him a glance and thought to himself, you know what embarrassment is? Teacher Wang Yanhui came here with her skills. Half of tonight's shrimp and eel noodles were caught by Teacher Wang, and the other half were caught by Yaya. And you? You just brought a Zue over. They're old friends, so when they meet, they naturally tease each other a bit. Hearing Huang Lei say that, he didn't get angry either. He just glared at him angrily. The baby doesn't want to talk to you. Alright, here's what I'll do. I have a movie I'm planning to shoot. If you're interested, why not come and make a cameo appearance? The role might not be very big, but I'd like to see how you handle it. What do you think? Yang Xiaoyue's eyes lit up. This is good news. She excitedly grabbed Long Xingyue's hand. Sister, did you hear that? Director Su gave us a chance. Long Xingyue looked completely bewildered. Opportunity? Acting? I can't act. What should I do? Chapter 42, Impromptu Performance? We're doomed. This is a good thing. Otherwise, why not have Yeye and Xiaoyue give you a live performance? What do you think? As Huang Lei finished speaking, Long Xingyue's heart skipped a beat. Her heart nearly stopped. Live performance? I can't perform. I don't know how to perform at all. What am I going to do? She hasn't received any acting attribute boosts yet. Next time, I really need to have a serious chat with Tong Liang to see which part of her body could potentially gain an acting attribute boost. Yang Xiaoyu was a bit nervous. She wasn't professionally trained in acting and had always focused on singing since her debut. Being asked to improvise a scene on the spot made her feel a bit awkward and even more nervous. But what she didn't know was that the person beside her, whom she considered a reliable older sister, was even more nervous. Alright, that's perfect. Let's have Dahua and Pengping join them too. I'll see how the four of them perform together. In her own impression, Lung Xingyue was someone with 2 or 3 years of acting experience. This should be a small-scale performance. Although Dahu was a singer, he occasionally acted in films, and Pang Pang, who was an actor by profession, was even more experienced. Alright, let us make it a bit harder. Everyone will portray someone with a completely different personality from their current selves. For example, Xiao Yu will play a cold-hearted person, Yu will be a ruthless man, and De Hua and Pang Pang will team up to play the police officers. Now, the two of them are the villains, and the two of them are the police officers. Currently, Da Hua and Pang Pang have been arrested, and Ye and Xiao Jue want to extract information from them to rescue their friends. How about that plot? Su Zhang said with a wicked smile. He Zhong and Huang Lei, along with Wang Yanhui, who had remained mostly silent, looked at the heartless bald man with a mix of exasperation and disbelief. You, even bullying little girls, I despise you. Huang Lei gave him a light shout. Yang Xiaoyu was unsure about this role. After all, who knows what a gangster boss is supposed to be like? As for Lung Xingyue, she was deeply immersed in her memories. It seemed like she had indeed encountered such a person before, though the other party wasn't a police officer, it was this group of soldiers. If I just act like that troublemaker from before, will that work? Cold Xingyue's eyes lit up. Su Zhang thought his question was a bit too difficult and was about to make it easier, but Lung Xingyue had already started speaking. Su Zhang, if that's the case, can I tie De Hua and Pang Pang together? If we're putting on a show, we might as well go all out. Upon hearing her say this, Su Zhang naturally had no objections, while Li Zhong and Huang Lei also couldn't help but were expressions eager to watch the show unfold. As she went to fetch the rope, Yang Xiaoyu hurriedly followed behind her. Holding her hand, she pleaded, Sister, what should I do? I'm so nervous right now. I have no idea how to proceed with the performance. In her mind, there was always a memory of herself as a soldier in Yunnan, searching for enemy hidden drugs. He and one of his comrades fell into a trap and were captured by a major figure from the Golden Triangle at the time. One of his henchmen was a cold-hearted man who didn't say a word. At the last moment, he fired a shot at Cold Xingyue's comrade. Fortunately, the bullet missed, and the reinforcements that arrived shortly afterward killed them all. Otherwise, he might have been killed prematurely. You're doing this, and soon you'll. She whispered softly into Yang Xiaoyu's ear, her breath making her feel a bit ticklish. Her little ears turned bright red, making one irresistibly tempted to kiss them. After hearing Cold Xingyue's words, Yang Xiaoyu rubbed her little face and said firmly, Alright, then I'll follow you, sister. In the warehouse, He Zhong had assumed that Dahu and Pang Pang would merely be tied to chairs. However, to his surprise, the two were suspended from the nearby staircase. The rope was long enough to serve as a prop, with part of it tightly wrapped around their necks. It looked as though they had truly been hung there. Seeing this, He Zhong whispered to Huang Lei about Ye's technique, wondering how she could make it look so professional. Huang Lei actually felt the same way, but he knew better than to speak out of turn at that moment, so he quickly changed the subject. You're mistaken. She's clearly just tying it up randomly. After tying both Dahu and Pang Pang to the bed, she and Yang Chao took a moment to ease their anxious mood. She turned to look at director Su Zhang. He made an okay gesture with his hands. Alright, 3, 2, 1, go. Right after the word start was uttered. Instead of immediately turning cold and ruthless, a smile appeared on Lung Xingyue's face. However, her gaze was completely different from before, entirely different. The once gentle look in her eyes had now turned into a pool of stagnant water. He smiled cheerfully at Pang Pang and Dahua. Yang Xiaoyu stood expressionless with his hands behind his back, following behind him. She walked up to the two of them and gave them a quick glance. You're the police, right? He turned around holding a small stool, thinking he was going to sit down, but instead, he suddenly slammed it onto Pang Pang's head. Chapter 43, Blow Up, My Acting Skills. Ah! He Zhong let out a cry and quickly covered his mouth. Everyone could see that Lung Xingyue had used a clever technique, and in fact, she hadn't hit Pang Pang at all, the blow had struck the wall behind him instead. However, this blow was indeed quite shocking. You've been searching for us for so long, it must have been quite a hassle for you. I wonder how the two of you would like to be addressed. Pang Pang put away the surprise he had just felt and coldly laughed at the Chinese police. You're acting pretty righteous, huh? It seems you still haven't figured out the situation. In this world, there's no such thing as pure justice. Just like you right now, in my eyes, you're nothing but a hollow shell about to die. Justice? That's not something you deserve, because no one will ever know where you are or whether you're alive or dead. As he spoke, Lung Xingyue suddenly pulled out a butterfly knife from his chest. With nimble fingers, she twirled the knife into a flower-like pattern before flinging it forward with a swift motion. The tip of the knife was aimed straight at Pang Pang's eyes, and Lung Xingyue didn't hesitate for a moment. He instinctively closed his eyes, and the knife moved behind him. Snap! The tip of the knife lightly touched the wall. Now, all I need is one answer. As for the other person, I will kill him, skin him alive, and make it look like he betrayed us. How does that sound? Exciting, isn't it? You cling to your ridiculous sense of justice and righteousness, but in the end, you die, and the very people you once protected will curse you. Isn't that satisfying? Ha ha ha. Su Zheng watched the scene and was genuinely terrified. This wasn't just a villain, this was a madman. That stunningly beautiful face, in front of Peng Peng, seemed like that of a ruthless demon who killed without batting an eyelid. Looking at her, he felt an overwhelming sense of fear. Why does she portray it so vividly? Even if I were to die, and the people were to condemn my character, I would accept it. At least my soul has not been defiled by you. As soon as these words left his mouth, Long Xingyue's expression changed, and she stepped forward and slapped him across the face. Soul? Desecration? Character? I hate people like you who love to talk big. Those who constantly preach about justice, souls, and duty are the most hypocritical of all. You dare to lecture me on these things? You don't deserve it. With that, Long Xingyue turned her head and signaled Yang Chaoyu to act. Yang Chaoyu has always stood there expressionless. When it was her turn, she pulled out a toy gun from her hand. In a few quick steps, she approached Peng Peng. The gun was pointed at his head. To make it seem more realistic, she even added sound effects. Bayou. Cold Star Moon? It was such a nice scene. What's going on here? Chaoyu, what's going on here? He Zhong couldn't help but laugh first, followed by Huang Lei, Su Zhang, Peng Peng, and Dahu. They were all amused by Yang Chaoyu's adorable little expression. He was about to say something, but before he could finish speaking, Cold Xingyue suddenly slapped him across the face. Yang Chaoyu was indeed clever and immediately lowered her head. Useless. At this moment, Long Xingyue no longer resembled the icy beauty she once was, but had transformed into a true criminal. Peng Peng had already been shot dead, leaving only Dehua alone. As Long Xingyue watched Dahu, his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Her aura was too overwhelming, Peng Peng couldn't suppress it. There was nothing he could do, he was just reciting generic lines from TV dramas. How would he know that Long Xingyue had actually encountered someone like this before? You. Don't come over here. I won't say anything. Looking at Dahu, Long Xingyue suddenly smiled again. The butterfly knife blade was pressed against his cheek. You were born with a good-looking face. If you hadn't mentioned it, it wouldn't matter. You're just an informant. Death is no loss. Old men like me don't value human life. You, with your delicate skin and soft flesh, are exactly the type many people here find appealing. She turned her head to look at Huang Lei, her expression tinged with a hint of mockery. Lazy, this guy is all yours. Before you play with him, make sure to cut his tendons first. And when you dispose of the body, don't dirty my new cashmere carpet. After speaking, Long Xingyue kicked Yang Chaoyu, who was sitting on the ground, once more, then turned and walked away in large strides. The scene finally came to an end. With a faint smile of apology and shyness, she ran over from the side and quickly picked up Yang Chaoyu. Oh, my dear sister, did I scare you? Yang Chaoyu hugged Long Xingyue. He hummed under his breath, Sister, you were so scary just now. While comforting her, he then put Peng Peng and Dahu down. The two of them were fine, but Peng Peng seemed deep in thought. Looking at Long Xingyue, he suddenly asked. Cold sister, I can't help but feel that your performance just now was too realistic. Are you really a big shot in the black society? He made a frightened expression and looked at her. Cold Xingyue shot him a disdainful glance and tapped his forehead with her finger. I'm just a delicate little woman. What kind of big shot are you talking about? Chapter 44, Are you bullying me because I haven't read Journey to the West? Peng Peng definitely wouldn't believe it. Her acting earlier had completely overwhelmed him. Fortunately, he knew she was an actress who had debuted even earlier than him, otherwise, he might have genuinely believed she was a deeply hidden powerhouse. Su Zhan watched the two of them. He nodded repeatedly. Ye's performance earlier already left me speechless. I never expected you could portray this role so flawlessly. As for Chaoyu, although you were overshadowed by Ye, your facial expressions were still quite good. And that bio sound, I really didn't expect that. I thought it would end there, but the twist at the end was completely unexpected. The two of you worked together seamlessly. I'll give you 9.5 points. The remaining 0.5 points I'm withholding because I don't want you to get too proud. Huang Lei laughed and scolded, Go to hell. Do you think this is a talent show where they give scores? But to be honest, they really didn't expect Long Xingyue's acting to be so spot on. If he had been impulsive in casting the two of them as guest stars earlier, he now felt that it had been well worth it. This was the makings of a top-tier artist. No need to say more. Whenever you have time, give me a call, and I'll arrange it immediately. No problem at all. Director Su Zhang is also a straightforward person, he just went ahead and finalized the matter right there. Hurry up and thank Director Su. He Jiang stood by and chuckled. Yang Chaoyu hurriedly bowed and said, Thank you, Director Su. Meanwhile, Long Xingyue remained calm and composed. She nodded with a smile and bowed slightly to express her gratitude to Su Zhan for his guidance. The two of them spoke, and one could immediately tell who was superior. Yang Xiaoyu was still too young to understand such things. Long Xingyue had always referred to Su Zhang as Su Zhanggu, which, without saying, added another layer of relationship between them. If he agrees here, he will become Cold Xingyue's older brother, while Yang Xiaoyu continues to address him as Director Su, the official title. It's no secret that titles are a curious thing. The stranger and more casual the one you use, the closer the relationship between the two people. It's like how Huang Lei always calls he Jiong Jiong Jiong. After more than 2 decades of friendship, aside from a few exceptions, who else dares to call him that? This girl is still too innocent. In this regard, Long Xingyue did a better job. Of course, she wasn't a scheming woman. She would naturally teach Yang Xiaoyu such things, but not now. They talked about many things. It was getting late, and everyone agreed that the two girls should go wash up first. When Yang Xiaoyu went back in, he brought Long Xingyu with him. The two girls were bathing inside, and the scene was enough to make one's mind start wandering. In the bathroom, seeing that Mr. He and the others were no longer in sight, she finally warned Yang Xiaoyu. "Sister, if you see Su Zhang in the future, make sure to tell your older brother, okay? This way, an invisible connection will be formed between the two of you. Whether he cares or not, as long as he acknowledges your greeting, he will become part of your network. Do you understand?" The young girl nodded her head vigorously, like a metronome. She kept nodding her head. "Sister, if you hadn't told me, I probably wouldn't have known until much later that there were so many things inside here. Oh my, could you help me unbutton my underwear? In this world, even seeing a beautiful woman's delicate body doesn't excite me anymore." Cold Xingyue sighed helplessly, massaging her temples, and helped her undo the buttons of her undergarment. She then took off her own clothes as well. We took a quick shower together. Every time she saw Long Xingyue's goddess-like figure in beauty, Yang Xiaoyu felt deeply jealous. Unfortunately, she knew that jealousy was useless. It would be better to be smart and build a good relationship with this goddess instead. However, whenever she looks at her, she can't help but let a mischievous smile slip onto her face, and she can't resist reaching out with her white hands to touch her. "Cold Xingyue? You little girl, what are you grabbing? Sister, I'm so jealous of your figure. Share some with me, please." "Hey, I'm not made of rubber, how am I supposed to share with you? If you don't stop, I'm going to have to discipline you." Yang Xiaoyu is still too young. She was laughing a bit too loudly in the bathroom. "Dahua Pengpeng, these two feel like their noses are a bit dry. Cough, cough, I think I'd better get some tissue just in case." Peng Peng hurriedly brought over some tissues. Su Zhang smiled and looked at the two of them. "You're not that young anymore. These two girls don't have boyfriends yet. Why not give it a try?" "No way." Huang Lei and He Jiong said in unison. Seeing the surprised expressions on Dahua and the others, Huang Lei finally said, "Yeye is my sister and Jiangjiang's girlfriend. We have to keep an eye on her. Peng Peng and Dahua are good kids, but in our eyes, they're still a little lacking." Dahu felt a glimmer of hope and hurriedly asked, "So how much distance are we talking about?" "About 10,800 miles, Huang Lei and He Jiong exchanged glances and said with a smile. "Dahua, are you bullying me because I haven't read Journey to the West?" Chapter 45, System Update and a Nighttime Kiss. As night fell, today had been a busy day. Although everyone was in high spirits, you could already see the fatigue on their faces. By around 11:30 p.m., everyone had washed up and returned to their rooms to sleep. Yang Xiaoyu, the young woman, was wearing a white, lightweight nightgown and lying on one side of the air mattress. Cold Xingyue, wearing her light purple nightgown, covered Xiao Bai with a small blanket before preparing to turn off the lights and rest. At that moment, the two lay on the bed. Yang Xiaoyu felt the faint fragrance emanating from the goddess beside him, and for some reason, his heart fluttered with excitement. She was clearly a woman far more beautiful than himself, yet why did he suddenly feel a sense of peace and comfort in her presence? Taking advantage of the darkness, she quietly turned around and moved closer to Long Xingyue. Her small hand gripped her delicate, slender hand. Seeing she didn't react, he grew bolder, hugging her arm and drifting off to sleep with a sweet smile on his face. "This unlucky child," Cold Xingyue muttered to herself silently. The young girl was about the same age as her, but she was far behind her in terms of thinking. At that moment, she was hugging her arm. This couldn't help but make Yeye feel a little embarrassed. Xiao Yu, on the other hand, was sound asleep, but now she was starting to wake up. Looking at her now, the favorability rating above her head is gradually increasing to level 4. Although she felt deeply moved, she also felt a bit helpless. Was she perhaps placing too much faith in herself? This young woman was still inexperienced and innocent, which was heartbreaking. Current attributes have been refreshed. Update extraction optimized. Touching the area with your hands or other body parts will grant the original attribute bonus. Touching the area directly will grant double the attribute bonus. Notify the host accordingly. Now, at Yang Xiaoyu's neck, a faint white glow has reappeared. She felt a bit torn. Should she reach out or be too bold? Since all the attribute bonuses from the previous upgrades had been focused on voice and neck optimization, the glow had always been concentrated around her neck, and she hadn't noticed any attribute markers appearing elsewhere. Feeling the steady breaths coming from the other person, Lang Xingyue took a deep breath, thinking to herself that if she were discovered, she would have to figure out how to explain the awkward situation. Being an extremely calm and disciplined person, he decided to wait another half hour before making a decision. However, those 30 minutes were truly agonizing. Her arms were still wrapped around her. Beneath her peaceful sleeping face, a faint smile lingered, as if she were dreaming of something beautiful. This child must be sound asleep by now, right? Cold Xingyue murmured to herself. She quietly turned around, raised her arms high, pretending to grab something by the bedhead. If she was discovered, she could always make an excuse. He looked down at the girl sleeping soundly. She felt as though she were a vampire, lusting after the hot, delicious blood in her snow-white neck. Pop! This time, the aroma was rich. Yang Chaoyu was still fast asleep. However, she seemed to sense something unusual around her neck and instinctively reached down to scratch it. Cold Xingyue quickly dodged, pulling her arm out in the process. Yang Chaoyu, vocal optimization 2. Previously, it was all a 1, but now it's a 2, which has brought about a subtle change in her voice, making it feel a bit ticklish. She struggled to suppress the urge to cough. She was also feeling a bit sleepy, so she closed her eyes dazedly, preparing to rest. Yang Chaoyu felt her embrace and seemed to sense something. She murmured softly and reached out her hands to feel around in front of her. Finally, her small hand clung to Long Xingyue's blanket. The other hand gripped her arm. Like a koala, she clung to her, finally settling down and sleeping soundly. Cold Star Moon. This unlucky child, is he really asleep, or is he just pretending? However, it seems like she's accepted the 2 attributes I've gained from her. Who told me to be so guilty? He silently repeated to himself the principle of, when you're here, make the best of it. I slowly drifted off to sleep, until the next morning. Yang Chaoyu was awakened early the next morning by a fragrant scent that left him feeling drowsy. Before him lay a snow-white expanse, bathed in sunlight that was a bit blinding. He didn't know when he had ended up hugging Ye and falling asleep. For some reason, last night I slept like a child, clutching the other person's hand and still able to fall asleep. Wow, thinking about it now, I feel so embarrassed. Will Cold Sister hate me? Yang Chaoyu couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Chapter 46, Little Tree Koala Yang Chaoyu. Feeling the small paws on her lower abdomen retract, Long Xingyue slowly opened her eyes, meeting Yang Chaoyu's gaze. Ha! You little girl finally woke up. You were like a little koala bear yesterday, worrying me to death. Yang Chaoyu blushed and felt a bit embarrassed. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Miss Long, are you 2 awake? We'd like to record a video of the 2 of you just getting out of bed. Is that okay? Oh, sure, just a moment. Long Xingyue walked barefoot on the carpet, about to go over. Yang Chaoyu hurriedly ran over to catch up. Oh, sister, your clothes. Quickly tidy them up. These days, she doesn't wear makeup, so her skin and appearance are a bit worse than before. However, this is typical of girls. As for Lang Xingyue, her appearance is the biggest reason for jealousy in this circle. She tidied up her pajamas, but her hair remained as messy as ever. Rubbing her eyelids, she opened the door to the room. The 2 cameramen at the door had already prepared something spectacular. However, they never imagined that Lang Xingyue's current lazy demeanor could be so devastating. They knew full well that the cold goddess wasn't wearing any makeup. Her natural beauty alone was enough to outshine the vast majority of women. Combined with her effortlessly lazy charm. Hey, aren't you supposed to be filming? Lang Xingyue waved at the 2 cameramen in front of her. Only then did they react. Ah, okay, Miss Lang, we'll just shoot a short 2-minute scene. Please pretend you and Miss Yang just woke up, and that's it. After saying that, he quickly composed himself and began adjusting the camera position to prepare for filming. Lang Xingyue pulled Yang Chaoyu back to the bed. She whispered to Yang Chaoyu, asking if he wanted to try a different pose. Seeing her teasing expression, Yang Chaoyu felt a bit embarrassed. But it seemed like she was just being stubborn. No, I still want to hug my sister. Having said that, she actually burrowed into her arms. Lang Xingyue could do nothing but embrace her once more. The 2 began to pretend they had just woken up, their actions hazy and disoriented. The young cameraman beside them covered his nose and hurriedly said, Quick, shoot. I might not be able to hold on much longer. For a single guy like me, this is too much to handle. It wasn't just him. Even Yang Chaoyu's agent and assistant, who were standing nearby, hadn't expected her to be so bold as to hug Lang Xingyue. From waking up to getting out of bed. After filming for over 2 minutes, the 2 finally stopped recording. Miss Lang, I'd like to discuss something with you. Since you are a woman, we have not installed cameras here. However, if there are female guests staying with you or if you are staying alone, we may occasionally film a short segment of you getting up in your room. Would that be acceptable to you? Sure, that's understandable. It's all part of the job, and I appreciate your efforts. After thanking the 2 cameramen, The two of them also left the area discreetly. After following Yang Chaoyu through the bathroom, the little girl went to get ready. Meanwhile, she changed into a white tracksuit. She began to tidy up Xiaobai's mess. But thankfully, this little guy still knows to wipe his bottom. It knows deep down that if it just goes up to Lang Xingyue all dirty and messy asking for a hug, it'll probably get either an extremely cold, warning glare or even a kick. Mr. Huang, Mr. He, good morning. In the small courtyard, the elderly couple had already gotten up and were busy boiling water and preparing rice porridge. Meanwhile, Peng Peng had also woken up, with a face mask on. Upon seeing Lang Xingyue, he hurried over. He enthusiastically handed her one. Sister Yaya, here's one for you too. Why don't you try sticking it on? Although Peng Peng meant well, Lang Xingyue looked at the face mask he handed her and flicked her ponytail. Do I really need to put on a face mask, sister? With this face, full of collagen, you still need to put on a face mask? Are you kidding me? Peng Peng was speechless for a moment. Looking at this delicate face, it really doesn't seem like it needs a face mask. Unlike other girls, although her face is white, if you look closely, it's just a layer of makeup. Looking at this delicate face, it seemed that she really didn't need a face mask. Unlike other girls, her face was white, but upon closer inspection, it was just a layer of makeup. However, Lang Xingyue's face is naturally perfect to the point where it doesn't evoke any jealousy in others. Of course, this was only true for men. Mr. He and Mr. Huang were watching this scene from a distance. Seeing Peng Peng humiliated, the two elders had no intention of sparing him any dignity, laughing with such vigor it was hard to contain. This kid was even trying to recommend the face mask to Yaya, that's just asking for embarrassment. He Jiong said with a smile. Oh, don't say that. Peng Peng meant well, but he just used it in the wrong place. It's a pity, huh? Seeing that the water had come to a boil, Huang Lei helped everyone start brewing. Today, Su Zhang and the others would probably have to leave early, and they might not even have time for lunch. I'll take a look around and see if there's anything interesting nearby to show them. P.S. Regarding the two shortcomings of the next book, the first is that I will be writing about the matter involving Xiaobai. I need to explain why he behaves in such a human-like manner, which may be particularly frustrating for readers. However, please rest assured that it will only span a few chapters. Please be patient. Second, the pacing of the system is currently a bit slow. This is a small plot device that I plan to connect with the later storyline. I hope you won't rush it. Additionally, I truly don't want to see readers get upset over the characters in the book. You are all my cherished readers, so please take it easy, stay calm, and thank you. Wishing everyone a wonderful day ahead. Chapter 47, Public Defamation Can Lead to Imprisonment. Yang Chaoyu, and Dahu followed suit, getting up and leaving. They began to enjoy the warmth brought by the rice porridge. The live stream also resumed. The camera is now filming the crowd gathered in the pavilion. Yang Zhaochao looked at Lang Xingyue with a look of reluctance. Today she was leaving, and now she truly felt reluctant to part with the sister she had just come to recognize. Sister, once you've had a chance to rest, can I come visit you? She suddenly blurted out that sentence. Dahua and Peng Peng's eyes lit up. Can we do it too? Looking at Dahu, He Zhong didn't say anything, but the expression on his face already told him, you're overthinking it. You're very busy. Of course. She ran her fingers through Yang Chaoyu's long hair, smiling serenely, while also looking at Dahua and Peng Peng. If I'm resting, you can certainly contact me, but it's best not to. If rumors spread, it could be a significant blow to your careers. Oof. Of course, I'm just joking. But at least they heard something nice, so they can go find her. I had actually planned to say a few more words. Suddenly, there was a noise outside the door. You can't go in there. They're filming inside. Wang Dao, who was in the small courtyard, also froze upon hearing this. What was going on? Outside the door, a villager was blocking 3 people. But he couldn't stop them at all. This is indeed the filming location, but the staff are all inside the mushroom-shaped house. Unless a particular celebrity is about to arrive, they won't be sent out. Otherwise, they generally don't stay in the surrounding area. As a result, they didn't notice the intruders. The gate to the small courtyard was pushed open, and 3 people walked in, a middle-aged couple and a young girl who still looked fairly pretty. Behind them followed an elderly man in his 60s. Upon seeing the gate open, he seemed a bit embarrassed. I'm really sorry, they insisted on coming to your production team to ask for something, and I couldn't stop them. Seeing the old man say this, Huang Lei first thanked him. Then, on behalf of the program crew, he turned to the family of 3. Sorry, we're in the middle of filming. We didn't know you were here. The middle-aged woman didn't even glance at Huang Lei, she pointed her finger at Lang Xingyue. The person I'm looking for is her. Hey, shouldn't you return our cat? That's our family cat. I wondered why it went missing for the past 2 months. It turns out you stole it. As soon as she said that, everyone was stunned. Then they all looked at her with disapproving eyes. Stealing a cat? Your cat is so precious, how could a celebrity take an interest in it? Although Xiaobai has gained fame and his value has risen, no one knew who he was before, let alone anyone taking an interest in a little kitten. Her words clearly don't make sense. Nonsense. This cat was clearly bought by Yeye's older sister from the old woman's house. How dare you say she stole it? Our production team only arrived here 2 days ago. Pang Pang stood up excitedly and shouted at the woman. The live stream was flooded with comments. This matter is now clear to anyone with discernment. What the heck? There are really all kinds of people in this world. It's obvious that they abandoned the cat and it was eventually saved by an old woman and adopted by the cold-hearted goddess. Now that the cat has become valuable, they want it back. This is truly despicable behavior. It's a disgrace. How can there be such a shameless family? I spit on them. Don't turn off the live stream, I want to see just how shameless they are. Anyone who could throw trash here must be from Hangzhou. Sorry, there's trash in my great city of Hangzhou. I'll go sort it out right away. Sorry, my great city of Hangzhou, I've embarrassed everyone. Cold Xingyue saw Pang Pang getting angry and hurriedly reached out to stop him. Hey, what's your tone? You're different from them. You're a public figure. Let me handle this. She gracefully approached the family. Her delicate features, now seen in person, were even more captivating, making it hard to look away. The two women couldn't help but envy her beauty. Excuse me, you keep saying that I stole your cat. Do you have any evidence? Don't tell me you just saw the white cat I adopted in a video and claimed it was yours. You know very well that in today's society, evidence is essential. If you can't provide any, please investigate this defamation and see how it will be handled. According to Article 246 of the Criminal Law, anyone who uses violence or other means to publicly insult others or fabricate facts to defame others, under serious circumstances, shall be sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment of not more than 3 years, criminal detention, control, or deprivation of political rights. Don't blame me for not warning you. We're live streaming right now, and over 1 million netizens are watching this incident. If you can't provide any evidence, don't blame me for reporting you for defamation. Defaming a public figure in front of over 1 million people, you're looking at 3 years in prison. The serious circumstances part can be interpreted broadly as fabricating false information to a significant extent, or narrowly as considering the severity of the act from the perspective of dissemination. Over 1 million people are aware of this incident. Would you say the circumstances are serious or not? The middle-aged woman's legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Chapter 48, Xiaobai's mother? Oh my poor life. Not only was our cat stolen, but when I tried to find it, someone actually wanted to call the police. Go ahead and call them. I'm ready to face the consequences. Let the police see for themselves whose fault this really is. Throwing a tantrum on the spot. Actually, her behavior also shows that she has no evidence to prove she stole the cat. Earlier, she said she just wanted to put some psychological pressure on them, but she didn't expect Long Xingyue to bring up the law. In today's world, with such advanced technology, no one is illiterate. Everyone has at least heard of the law. Seeing her speak so logically and with evidence, if only a few people had heard her, she might have been able to argue her way out of it. But now, when she was suddenly told that over 1 million people were watching this incident, it was more than she could handle. Seeing her roll around on the ground and throw a tantrum, Long Xingyue watched her with a smile. She motioned for Dahe to bring over a few chairs, first handing one to the other woman, only to have it kicked aside by the middle-aged woman. Long Xingyue crossed her legs, propped her chin on her hand, and watched them with a smirk. Make a scene? Go ahead. After all, it's a live stream, and they're in the right. They're just causing trouble. She was curious to see how long the three of them could keep it up. The man seemed a bit scared of his daughter and tried to help his wife up, but it was no use. Madam, considering we are both women, let me give you some advice. If I were in your position and had no grounds to complain, or if you had approached me calmly, this would have been a completely different matter. But by acting this way, you are only making yourself a laughingstock for netizens. In this day and age, do you really think throwing a tantrum will accomplish anything? The middle-aged woman fell silent upon hearing this, lifting her head to look at Long Xingyue. Her tone softened, but it still betrayed her greed. I don't care. That's my cat. Even if you didn't steal it, someone else did. We want it back, and we have proof. My daughter brought our cat over. Cold Xingyue raised an eyebrow. The middle-aged woman's daughter hesitated for a moment. She regretted coming here to ask for a cat. She feared that her life would be difficult from now on, and she might even be mocked by others. Mom, maybe we should just take it when I tell you to. Why are you making such a fuss? The girl came out of the courtyard and carried in a Garfield cat with snow-white fur. It did indeed resemble Xiaobai, but Xiaobai seemed more like a mix between a ragdoll cat and a Garfield cat. Looking at this snow-white cat now, Long Xingyue had already acknowledged it 80 to 90% in her heart. This is my family's cat, and also Xiaobai's mother. If you don't believe me, you can have Xiaobai come out and recognize it in front of everyone. If it's our family's cat's child, you'll need to return it to me. Looking at this white cat, there seemed to be a hint of tenderness in its eyes, not toward her but toward some creature behind her. Meow. Long Xingyue didn't turn around, something was clutching her ankle. She raised her hand and embraced the little white dog that didn't want to watch this family. He reached out and gently stroked its trembling body. It seemed afraid, as if it were struggling with itself. This was the first time she had ever seen such a white one. She had always thought that this little white creature was someone who, like her, enjoyed a lazy lifestyle. But she never imagined that deep within its heart lay a wound that could never be fully healed. The young girl placed the white Garfield cat she was holding in her arms on the ground. The big cat looked at the little white cat and meowed again. The sound seemed to carry an emotion that tore at the heart. However, in the ears of Lang Xingyue, it had completely transformed into 3 words. I'm sorry. Xiaobai almost died once, and that was what the old woman told her. She believed the old woman who had shown her such pure kindness. People who possess pure kindness are generally not deceitful. If there is truly a grudge in Xiaobai's heart, it is likely because it was once abandoned. At this moment, the little creature lay trembling in her arms, and seeing it made her heart ache even more. She looked up and gazed at the 3 of them now. If anything were to happen to Xiaobai, the viewers in the livestream and the staff present today could all testify on my behalf. The 3 years of imprisonment you'd face, you wouldn't be able to escape. Long Xingyue is also torn. Getting rid of these 3 people would be easy, too easy. But what about the emotional knot in that young man's heart? It's likely that there won't be another opportunity to untie it in the future. Don't blame me for being heartless, little white. This is the only chance you have to resolve the grievance in your heart, and I have no choice but to do this. Gently stroking its back, Long Xingyue spoke softly. I know you still have reservations, but your mother is innocent. Go see it. Be a good girl. I'll give you a can of tuna today. Meow? Me, can I really go see it? But I once. Long Xingyue didn't want it to hesitate. Even a tiger doesn't eat its own cubs. Whether it's a human or an animal, a mother is always great. She believed that even this Garfield cat probably wouldn't want to abandon its own child. Chapter 49, Better to part ways than to cling together in adversity. Seeing that his master had placed him on the ground, Xiaobai hesitated, glancing at Long Xingyue, as if hoping to see a glimmer of strength and encouragement in her eyes. Then, he turned to look at his mother, no longer aloof, but like a little kitten. He curled up in her arms like a kitten seeking warmth. Indeed, it was her child. Huan Lei and the others all felt a chill run down their spines. He Jiong had already prepared himself for the worst. If all else failed, he would buy it back. He truly loved this cat, and he was willing to spend tens of thousands of dollars if necessary. He couldn't let this little white cat fall into their hands. Did you see that? That's our cat. You middle-aged women don't seem to realize how serious things are going to get, and you're still thinking about the cat. The husband couldn't take it anymore, grabbed her, and slapped her across the face. Are you never going to stop? You're about to go to prison, and you're still thinking about money? Have you lost your mind? In the eyes of these ordinary people, it's as easy as pie for a big celebrity to send an ordinary person to prison. If you really push Lang Xingyue to the limit, you can take the cat, but don't even think about leaving. She has evidence to back her claims. The daughter's eyes welled up with tears, and she suddenly bowed deeply to Cold Star Moon. I'm sorry. We were too greedy to even consider such a thing. This cat, we don't want it anymore. Please keep it for yourself. Upon hearing the girl's words, Lang Xingyue's expression finally began to soften. At least there was one sensible person in this household. What I don't want to hear right now is that Xiaobai almost died. Don't tell me the cat was really stolen. If you tell the truth, I think everyone here might choose to forgive you. After her mother was slapped, she seemed dazed but seemed to have realized that she had just narrowly escaped a dangerous situation. When Xiaobai was born, he was much smaller than other kittens. He had been running a fever since birth and couldn't be sold, so she couldn't bring herself to say more. So you just abandoned it, didn't you? Less than a month old, and you abandoned it to die. Do you know that it was a kind old woman who found it still clinging to life and fed it rice porridge by the spoonful until it recovered? Now its body is so weak that it needs to sleep every day to regain its strength. And what about you? Cold Xingyue's voice suddenly rose, scolding them angrily. In the vast courtyard, not a single person dared to utter a word. Everyone was listening intently to Long Xingyue's interrogation. Just because our show aired, Xiaobai became famous and popular, and now he has the nerve to come back and try to take it back? What gives you the right? Do you really think it's just a tool to make money? It's not dead, it has feelings. It now understands why it was abandoned. Cold Xingyue's eyes also began to redden unconsciously. He Joan frowned and walked over to her, wrapping his arms around her shoulders. I'm sorry. The young girl was so upset by Cold Star Moon's sharp questions that she started crying. They wanted to take back the white cat and prepare to leave. Xiaobai, we don't have the face to ask for it back. We hope you can take good care of it on our behalf. When Big Cat and Xiaobai parted ways, the look in their eyes was heartbreaking to witness. Fortunately, Little White didn't leave them. Just as Hee-jeong was about to excitedly say something nice to Long Xingyue, she suddenly spoke up. Wait, take Xiaobai with you too. Her words were somewhat unexpected. But it was also exactly what everyone had expected. Cold Xingyue, as Huang Lei and Hee-jeong had described, was cold on the outside but gentle on the inside, far too kind-hearted. Mr. Huang, what's going on with Sister Yu? Peng Peng was standing by, feeling anxious. Su Zhang and the other older folks understood her approach. He patted Peng Peng on the shoulder. Peng Peng, did you see just now how Xiaobai looked in its mother's arms? It finally found its mother after so much effort. Why should we tear them apart? Instead of clinging to each other in hardship, let's part ways and forget each other in the vast world. They never treated Xiaobai as a pet. Once separated from its mother's embrace, whether human or animal, no one wants to be in such a situation. Now that there is this opportunity, why should we let our selfish desires tear them apart? After this incident, they probably won't dare to sell Xiaobai again. Xiaobai turned its head. It had heard cold Xingyue's words and seemed to look at her in surprise. For the first time, he saw this master who was cold on the outside but warm-hearted on the inside. His eyes turned red. What kind of emotion was this? It still didn't quite understand it, but it didn't want its master to cry. Looking back, it gazed at its mother, taking tentative steps with its little paws, cautiously moving toward her. But it hesitated, unable to bring itself to go forward. The big cat suddenly jumped out of the little girl's arms. It came over to Little White. He hugged it again. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and bit down on its neck, lifting it up and striding toward Long Xingyue. He then placed it down at his feet. Meow, this is your home. That big cat looked back 3 times as it walked away. All of its own children had been sold, and now only this one remained. Though heartbroken, it did not want it to end up like itself, unable to protect its own children. Seeing the big cat in such a state, Long Xingyue suddenly spoke up. Alright, I'll take this big cat. Name your price. Chapter 50, Ultimate Kindness. This girl glanced at her mother. When her mother saw this, Long Xingyue wanted to buy their cat, but she immediately waved her hand. No sale. No matter how much you offer, we won't sell it. 3,000. Long Xingyue looked up at her mother. 3,000? Are you trying to get rid of me? I won't sell it. Hearing her say that, Long Xingyue couldn't help but laugh. This woman sure changes her mind quickly. Could she have already forgotten what happened earlier? Thinking this, she suddenly gently flicked her long hair and smiled at her. Since you don't want to sell it, I won't buy it either. Let's talk about the defamation matter properly. Have you made up your mind, sister? If there's nothing else to discuss, I'll have to contact my lawyer. Do you really think I'm someone you can bully? You can't use your fists, so now you've learned to use the law as a weapon? When they heard that Long Xingyue still remembered this incident, the 3 of them turned pale all at once. Hee-jeong, standing nearby, sneered, just now, weren't you threatening my little Yaya so happily? What's the matter now? Have you given up? What's the matter? Cold Xingyue asked, looking at the white cat at her feet. Cold Xingyue had intended to say a few more words, but the little white cat at her feet gently nudged her with its tiny paws. She knew exactly what it meant. However, looking at the family of 3, she couldn't help but feel annoyed. They had come here so early in the morning just to seek attention. Young lady, please leave me your phone number and home address, then you may go. Her sudden change in tone left Hee-jeong momentarily speechless. He had just been about to say a few more words, but how did things suddenly change like this? Until he saw the little white dog at his feet, staring at them with its crystal clear, large eyes, Hee-jeong also fell silent. This was its home. Why should he destroy its mother's home? In the end, only the girl who looked a bit more presentable left behind a note with her family's phone number and address, and the family of 3 left in disarray. Looking down at Xiaobai, there seemed to be something extra in the little guy's eyes, but it was hard to put into words. Now, when it looks at Long Xingyue, it seems to grow a bit tense. Its little head shifted away, but its little paws were still on her legs. Xiaobai, welcome home. The smile that can't help but show is the most deadly. When she looked at Xiaobai, the smile on Long Xingyue's face was perfectly captured by the cameraman. Mr. He sighed in relief, picked Xiaobai up from the ground, and placed it on the table in the pavilion. Perhaps this little guy really is meant to be with me. He nearly died, but turned misfortune into fortune. Despite a persistent high fever, he accidentally developed his brain to the intellectual capacity of a child of a few years old. Now, this is the only explanation that can account for why it can understand what I say. As if she had thought of something, Long Xingyue looked toward the camera. Thank you all for standing up for Xiaobai. However, I hope everyone will refrain from targeting that family. Though they may have acted wrongly, for Xiaobai's sake and for its mother's sake, please avoid judging them through a biased lens. Here, on behalf of Xiaobai, I extend my gratitude to all the netizens. If, as I watched Long Xingyue earlier, she was someone who could sacrifice her own happiness for Xiaobai's happiness, then these words are truly an expression of great love. From her eyes alone, it was clear that not a single word of what she said was false. She was serious. Why is the Ice Queen still defending them when that family was so rude just now? I'm so angry. Sai, you don't understand. If we were to expose them publicly, revealing all their malicious deeds, then what would happen if Xiaobai wanted to visit her mother in the future? Everything is being done with Xiaobai's best interests in mind. The cold goddess is way too kind. She is full of good intentions. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to become a die-hard fan, from a regular fan to a die-hard fan. Add one more. What happened earlier was so real it didn't look fake at all. The cold goddess doing that really moved me. I decided I'm going to marry a wife just like the cold goddess. Sai, fourth floor, you're so young and already planning to stay single? That's really tragic. Why make things so hard on yourself? After this incident, Xiaobai's heartache was completely resolved, and Hejiong and Huang Lei felt even more admiration and helplessness toward Leng Xingyue. No wonder she had been sidelined for so long. Although Leng Xingyue is an extremely kind-hearted girl, deep down she possesses a strong and resolute attitude. In this circle, those who fail to adapt will find their path littered with thorns. Especially someone like her, a girl whose beauty is so striking that it's almost otherworldly. All the more so. Since everyone has had breakfast, why don't you accompany Su Zhang and the others to explore the surrounding area? Oh, and go fishing. If you happen to catch a few fish, that would be great. As soon as he heard the word fishing, Su Zhang perked up. Just as he was about to speak, the phone in the room suddenly rang. Chapter 51, Xiana and Zhang Jia are coming? The phone rang. Who should answer it? Hejiong was busy doting on Xiaobai and didn't have time to answer the phone. Cold Xingyue had no choice but to step into the mushroom house and answer the phone. Pang Pang and Dehua followed behind, walking over together. Hello, this is Mushroom House. The voice was clear and pleasant, causing the person on the other end of the line to pause in confusion. Ha? Why is it a girl? There's also a female voice that's clearly been altered by a voice changer, talking in the background. A female voice? That's impossible. Did you mistake Mr. He or Dehua for a girl's voice? Let me listen. Zhang Jia hurriedly handed the phone to someone nearby. Then a Taiwanese accented female voice came on the line. Hello, I'm a guest at your mushroom house. The tone of his voice sounded a bit affected. Cold Xingyue looked at Dahu and Pang Pang with a confused expression. Yang Chaoyu seemed to recognize who the other person was and hurriedly covered her mouth, smiling at her. Dahu also seemed to have recognized the voice. Since the speakerphone was on, he also said directly, oh, this I can tell. Pang Pang and Leng Xingyue hurriedly looked at him, eagerly awaiting his answer. It's Tinga, your teacher. Leng Xingyue really shouldn't have had any expectations for you. Even the voice on the phone sounded a bit down. How could she be Tinga, your teacher? She's clearly a girl. Get lost, Dahu. Only someone who was extremely close to someone would speak to them in such a manner. Watching Yang Chaoyu's smug expression, she seemed to have made up her mind. Sister, do you want me to tell you? Just let me kiss you once. The young girl said playfully. Ha? Really, yeah? Peng Pang and Daho suddenly perked up and turned to look at Leng Xingyue. Get out of here, both of you. Leng Xingyue pinched Yang Chaoyu's little face. She said casually, Najia, stop pretending. I know it's you. Since it's you, then the guy beside you must be Jiegu, right? The other person remained silent for a few seconds before abruptly hanging up the phone. Dahu finally understood what had happened. Oh, right, it's Najia. When she came last season, she did the same thing. When we guessed her identity, she would hang up the phone and then switch to another voice. Sure enough, the phone rang again. When I answered, it was a man's voice, but it still sounded fake. Hello, I'm a guest at your mushroom house. I need to. Okay, Sister Na, what would you like? Pang Pang said. Xiana, give me some face, will you? You guessed me in the first season, and now you're doing the same in the second season. Can't you show me some respect? Hejiong saw them laughing happily in the room and walked in holding Xiaobai. He looked at Peng Pang and asked, what's going on? Why are you all so happy? Oh, Najia is coming, probably with Jiegu. Pang Pang hurriedly replied. However, Xianan had completely given up resisting. When she heard Hejiong's voice, it seemed to ignite a faint desire to struggle. I want to eat the dishes he Laosher cooked. I want to eat the little lobsters. I want to eat Xiaobai, Xiaohua, Xiaowang, and Dian Dian and Tianba. You want to eat Xiaobai? Xiaobai was so scared that he jumped into Leng Xingyue's arms, looking at the phone in front of him with fear. Although he was intelligent, some things still needed time to get used to, such as this phone, which had never appeared in his cat life. It's no wonder it's a bit nervous. But who would have thought that this thing could actually speak like a human and even say it's going to eat itself? How could it not be scared? Hejiong saw that Xiaobai was scared and rolled his eyes in annoyance. Why didn't you say to wash Mr. Huang and stew him? Xiana was laughing happily over there. Ha, you said it yourself, I didn't say anything. Hearing the commotion, Huang Lei and the others also came over. Everyone gathered around the phone, chatting excitedly. It sounded like Nana's voice. Could she be coming over again? Hey, is Xie Zhai about to make a comeback? Huang Lei joked. On the other end, Xia not heard everything clearly. She laughed and immediately refuted, no, it's Zhang's house now. Seeing them chatting happily, Long Xingyue hugged Xiaobai and pulled Yang Chaoyu outside. Su Zhang and the others followed them out. Yeah, let's go. Oh, right, do you have a fishing rod? Compared to Nana coming here, these two old comrades still prefer fishing. Fishing isn't about the fish, it's about the act of fishing itself. It cultivates one's character and slows down the pace of life. That said, this activity is actually quite challenging for the average person. Unless you have a lot of free time, or you're wealthy. If you have neither money nor time, who would be willing to waste their time on something like this? Yes, just wait a moment, I'll get it for you right away. As she left, Long Xingyue looked at the little white thing in her arms. Are you coming with me? Miano, no, I heard from the yellow dog at the old lady's house that there seems to be a fish king in there, which is very scary. I'm not going, master, you be careful. Chapter 52, Who's using a mirror to flash at my sister Na? Meow meow, I heard that the fish king specifically bites children's pants. I don't even have pants left, so it'll just get stuck in my teeth. Pants? What on earth are you talking about? Hearing it say that, Long Xingyue became curious instead. Yang Zhaochao wasn't particularly interested in fishing, but since Lang Xingyue was there, she stayed put. She was quite attached to this newly acquainted older sister. In the warehouse, she found 2 fishing rods and handed them to Su Zhang and Wang Yanhui. He led them to the lakeshore nearby. If there had been more time, Su Zhang would have preferred to visit the island in the lake, but unfortunately, time was now pressing. With no other choice, he came here, exchanged a greeting with an old man nearby, and sat down beside him. Old master, it seems like you've had a good day today. Seeing the old man's fish basket filled with several lively, jumping fish, Su Zhang couldn't help but feel a bit envious. Fishing itself isn't about how many or how big the fish are, what matters is the excitement and anticipation of catching them. This old man looked frail and worn, and he must have been in his 70s or 80s. Upon hearing Su Zhang say this, he chuckled softly. Not bad. Today, the weather isn't good, so the fish king isn't very happy, so there aren't many fish. Are you two here for a vacation? The old man's words left Su Zhang and the others speechless. Cold Xingyue held Yang Chaoyu's small hand and stood behind them, silently listening to the old man's words. Well, I guess so. Staying here for the night was really nice. Ha, of course. This area is under the protection of the Fish King, so naturally the weather is always favorable. Well, I'm an old man, so I won't keep you any longer. I'll head home to enjoy some tea. As he reeled in the fishing rod, another fish was hanging on it. The old man didn't mind, removed the fish from the hook and threw it back into the lake. He also released all the fish in his basket. Oh, what a pity. So many fish, and they were just released. Yang Chaoyu looked at the fish being released and slowly swimming away with a hint of regret, murmuring to herself. The old man was packing his things, seemingly having heard her words. With a carefree smile, the old man said, Me? I don't fish for the fish. I fish to catch the innocents I lost here long ago. Ha ha. May I ask, old master, have you caught your own yet? Cold Star Moon asked softly from the side. The old man seemed to be recalling something, but due to his advanced age, his memory was beginning to fade. He shook his head helplessly and sighed. My original intention has long been forgotten. If it still exists, then even if I were to catch it, I would no longer have the prime of my life to hone my skills. Young lady, cherish the path before you. The old man's words made Lang Xingyue feel, for some reason, that there was something interesting about him. However, she did not say much more, merely bowing slightly in respect after he had finished speaking. It seemed like another elderly person who had weathered many storms and had his own story to tell. After hearing the old man's words, Su Zhang and the others couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. After all, they were no longer young. Long Xingyue gazed at the emerald green lake before her, falling into silence. Xiaobai mentioned the Fish King, which was understandable, but she never expected even the old man to say that there was a Fish King in the lake. This piqued her curiosity a bit. Yang Chaoyu, the girl, held her phone and began taking photos of her surroundings, including selfies with herself and group photos with Su Zhang and Wang Yanhui. On this day of departure, no matter what, she had to leave some memories behind. Time always flies so quickly. Before one even notices, it slips away in a hurry. At 11 o'clock in the morning, they were walking along the path back home. As soon as they arrived at the mushroom house, before they could even enter, they heard an extremely excited voice from inside. Wow, this little cat is so cute. Jia, come quick and look at this beautiful kitten. Mr. He, can you give it to me? You wish. That's someone else's cat that they've been taking care of for months. Su Zhang laughed loudly, and besides Nana, there was no one else around. Speaking of which, I haven't seen her since she gave birth. My wife did go to visit her, and I heard that the 2 children are quite cute. When it comes to such topics, two men actually have a lot to talk about, especially since they're both fathers. When the conversation turns to the next generation, there is always plenty to discuss. He stepped onto the stone steps and pushed open the door. They were greeted by Nana, who had cut her hair short, and Zhang Jia, who was standing beside her with a backpack. Upon hearing the door open, Sienna turned her head toward them. Just as she turned, she was blinded by a bright light and couldn't see anything. Who is it? How dare you use a mirror to blind me, Sister Na? Everyone followed suit, holding back their laughter. Until Su Zheng, with a grim expression, put his hat back on. The intense light finally faded away. I had just gotten hot, so I took off my hat to fan myself, but I didn't expect it to reflect the light. This matter has caused quite a stir. Yang Chaoyu was holding back behind her, feeling a bit uncomfortable. She couldn't help but giggle softly while hugging Long Xingyu's arm. He was practically hanging off Long Xingyu's body. Chapter 53, The moment of parting is always bittersweet. This Yang Chaoyu is always hanging around my cold goddess's side, making me envious and angry. Can't she act more ladylike? Hey, you upstairs, you're giving yourself away. Cough, cough, it's okay, I don't believe it, I'm the only one who would think that. Long Xingyu hugged the girl and hurried over to greet Sienna. The sudden appearance of such a beautiful young woman caught Sienna off guard. Zhang Jia was even more stunned. However, Sienna took a closer look at Long Xingyu and seemed to remember. You're Yaya, right? Oh my, it's been ages. And you, little girl, you saw me and didn't even say a word. Yang Chaoyu and Sienna hugged each other and hurriedly greeted everyone. She had originally thought she was the only woman here, but to her surprise, this season, they had actually brought in a female hostess to stay at home. At least now she had someone to keep her company. Sienna and the others have arrived, so Su Zheng and the others will have to take their leave. Though it was hard to part, there was nothing to be done. Sometimes, beauty is fleeting, and all we can do is cherish every moment we have, rather than trying to preserve the beauty of the past forever. When they stood together for a group photo, Yang Chaoyu couldn't help but tear up. By the time she was about to cry, Long Xingyu saw her most genuine side. When she was sending her off to the car, the little girl hugged her tightly one last time, reluctant to let go. This silly girl, didn't Mr. Su Zheng invite us to film a movie? We'll see each other again then. She's always acting like a child, but she'll never grow up. She ran her fingers through her soft, long hair. Watching their car gradually drive away from here. For this charming young woman, she couldn't help but feel a touch of lingering affection. Who wouldn't want to hold a cute little girl in their arms all the time? On the way back, she gazed at the mountain scenery in the distance. At the entrance, Xiaobai was lazily gazing at her, wagging his little tail at her. The colored lights flapped their wings for some reason and suddenly flew down from a great height, slowly landing on an open space. Mr. He hurriedly called out to Dahua and Pengpeng to catch it. Unfortunately, the two of them were clumsy and couldn't move as quickly as the colorful lantern. Sienna and the others stood on the upper pavilion watching this highly amusing scene. From time to time, they would offer their own suggestions and strategies. Xiaobai, bring the colored lights back. Tell them these two mean no harm. Bring the colored lights up here, and I'll tell Dahua and Pengpeng to stop. After Lang Xingyu finished speaking, she thought the little guy would get up immediately, but to her surprise, he stretched out his little paws and meowed. Besides today's fish can, I want 3 more cat food portions. No way. Meow, then 2, please, master. I can't believe it's only been a few months, and Xiaobai is already turning into a foodie. Looking at its still small size, she quietly calculated in her mind. She finally nodded and said, alright, 1. Since there's no fish can tonight, I'll feed you cat food instead. Meow. Deal. As he spoke, Xiaobai perked up, nimbly jumped down from the wall, and headed toward the colorful lanterns. Cold Xingyu hurriedly called out to Dahu and Pengpeng. Dahua, Pengpeng, stop grabbing the lanterns. Stand over there and watch quietly. The two of them couldn't figure out what Long Xingyu meant by that. But what happened next left them speechless. There, Xiaobai was strolling leisurely toward the colored lantern, then jumped onto its back, as if communicating with it. Suddenly, the colorful lantern began to walk in a figure-8 pattern, slowly making its way toward the mushroom house. Hesitating and moving too slowly, Lang Xingyu had no choice but to reach out and embrace the two elderly gentlemen, guiding them step by step up the stairs. As she placed the colored lanterns, she looked at herself. Xiaobai's heart knot was untied. Thank you, but how will you untie your own heart knot? This lantern is definitely the work of a master. Every time it speaks, it leaves me a little surprised. She gently stroked its head and smiled warmly at it. My affairs don't require the lantern master's concern, hee. Seeing that she could touch the lanterns and that the other party didn't seem to mind, He Zhong and Huang Lei stared wide-eyed at the scene before them, almost unable to believe what they were seeing. Lanterns weren't like the little birds they usually fed. You couldn't just touch them while feeding them. The slightest disturbance would send them flying away. But how could this cold star moon be unharmed now? Is this moon too beautiful, even the animals are mesmerized by it? He Zhong asked a rather absurd question. I have no academic knowledge about this subject, and this girl is so mysterious that she has piqued our curiosity. Seeing everyone staring at her, Long Xingyue felt a bit embarrassed and smiled shyly. Holding Xiaobai, she walked into the mushroom house. I had originally planned to wash Xiaobai's 4 little paws, but when I returned to the room, I found a letter on my bedside table. It read 7 words: Dear Yeye's sister. Chapter 54, Man on Top of Man, the strong man locks the man. Yeah, when you read this letter, you're smart and beautiful cough. Let's just say you're not as beautiful as me, but I've already left the mushroom house and returned to my team to keep working hard. However, in the past day and a half, you taught me so much and helped me let go of the idol complex I've been carrying around. I'm slowly becoming more authentic. So, I really want to thank you for everything you've done for me. I hope that the next time we meet, we can still hug each other and sleep together. I love you. Yang Chao Yu. Reading the words above, Long Xingyue silently tucked the letter away into the inner compartment of her luggage. This girl is so adorable. She took a towel and wiped the 4 little paws of the white kitten. As I carried it downstairs, Peng Peng suddenly poked his head out of the kitchen. Yeah, there was a call at the village entrance earlier. It seems like your package has arrived. You should go pick it up. A delivery? All my packages have arrived. How could there be any more packages? Oh, I see. Thank you, Peng Peng. The shy young man scratched the back of his head with a smile and went back to work. He Jiong followed Huang Lei outside, where they were discussing something with the others. If you want to eat fish, we have a way. There seems to be a fish pond nearby. You can go down and catch some yourselves. I'll have Peng Peng and Ye follow you. Hearing this, Long Xingyue hurried over and interrupted. Mr. He, I'm so sorry. Peng Peng just said there's a package waiting for me at the village entrance, so I need to go pick it up. Could you please assign me the shopping task instead? Shopping? He Jiong and Huang Lei exchanged glances, seemingly deep in thought. Suddenly, Mr. Huang gave a mischievous smile. Currently, I'm planning to go to a slightly farther vegetable market with Jiong. You don't need to go, but if you want, why don't you try selling things? I just made some strawberry jam yesterday. Would you like to try some? Mr. Huang looked exactly like a creepy uncle wanting to take a little girl to see goldfish. He mentioned strawberry jam. Cold Xingyue shook her head. Mr. Huang, this thing has no impact whatsoever. Otherwise, I might as well just go sell strawberries. Just because the production team won't take it doesn't mean the villagers won't, right? Huang Lei glanced at the production team, then seemed deep in thought. He turned to look at He Jiong. Jiong, this seems like a bug that the production team left in on purpose, right? But it might not be a bad idea. Why don't we let Ye give it a try? If it weren't for the fact that there wasn't enough money, and every penny counted, Huang Lei really wouldn't want Long Xingyue to go out and sell strawberries. After all, when a celebrity goes out to sell things, there is always some other meaning behind it. He Jiong brought out a small basket of strawberries from the kitchen and handed them to her. Take these strawberries. If you can't sell them, it's no big deal. After all, here, whether you can sell them or not is really up in the air. Sienna and Zhang Jia had been watching from the side, looking at Long Xingyue with some surprise. Yeah, you said you were going to pick up a package. How are you going to get there? Are you walking? Long Xingyue didn't say a word. Instead, she picked up the basket and pushed her motorcycle out from the side. She gave Sienna a carefree smile. Sister Na, do I look wild? You're so wild, you're about to lose control. Be careful, if you fall, you'll regret it later. Look at that flawless skin. Sienna looked at her with a mix of concern and jealousy. However, Long Xingyue merely chuckled. She placed the strawberries on the back seat of the car. Pushed the motorcycle down the stairs. Then, with a flash of light, he disappeared at the end of the road. His movements were as smooth as flowing water, exuding an indescribable sense of elegance and coolness. This girl, looks like a seasoned pro on a motorcycle. She's so cool. Zhang Jia complimented her. Sienna looked at him indifferently, with a faint smile on her face. I'll learn to ride a motorcycle too. Do you think I'll look cool too? Seeing her cute expression, He Jiong and Huang Lei quietly left the area. Sienna seemed a bit jealous, but more than that, it was just the couple's intimate moment, so they didn't want to make a scene there. Oh my goodness, don't strain yourself like that. You're pregnant, I'm already worried sick about you, and you're still riding a motorcycle? Why don't you learn to fly a plane instead? It's the couple's private time, even the cameraman doesn't bother to film it. Why bother filming? There's plenty of other things to watch. The cameraman did the right thing. After finally finding some free time to watch the livestream, they were forced to watch more dog food. It's really frustrating. The person above is being too harsh. What did little h do to you? Besides, the relationship between little h and little o doesn't need me to explain. Even the dogs are starting to spread the love. You're a single guy, aren't you ashamed? Second floor, don't talk like you're not in the same situation. Do you even have a girlfriend? Humph, men should be with men, strong men should lock down men. Got it, the person above is definitely a fangirl. Chapter 55, I have wine, do you have a story? At the village entrance, she retrieved her package from the village office. She had no idea what it was, just a large box. When she finally opened it, she discovered that it contained a laptop computer, along with some snacks and chocolate. There was also a letter tucked inside. To be opened by Xiao Yeye. My dear sister has done you such a huge favor. It's time for you to repay me. Next month, the Beijing TV station has invited my sister to participate in the Masked Singer competition. Following the principle of friendship first, competition second, I can't let you go alone and risk embarrassing me. I've thought of you, my beloved younger sister, little cold Xingyue. Here are a few songs I've selected for you. I know you're tone deaf, but this show's ratings are almost as high as The Good Life. With your current status, participating would definitely help you leverage the opportunity and return to the spotlight as a third-tier celebrity. So, practice hard these days. When you come back, I'll treat you to some spicy crayfish. Keep it up. Your most beloved sister, Ton Lia, Muma. Long Xingyue's eyes felt a bit sore and swollen. She didn't know if it was because she had suddenly become a woman, making her eyelids feel heavier and more sensitive, or if it was something else. Lately, she had been feeling like crying all the time. Ton Lia. A name that is already well known in another world, a top-tier artist with divine looks and a personality as gentle as water, she has become an overnight sensation. It was this person who helped her so much. In her memory, it seemed like Long Xingyue had helped her during her most difficult times, so that's why they were so close now. For this younger sister, she was even willing to give up a fortune. This time, she also brought her along on another variety show. This favor is one that I fear I won't be able to repay anytime soon. Actually, I should still mention it now. In this world, aside from nearly 1/10 of its history overlapping, certain aspects such as culture, books, and the direction of variety shows have also taken somewhat different paths. Take, for example, this variety show featuring masked singers. The first season started last year. The ratings skyrocketed. At that time, the only programs that could compete with it were Longing, Extreme Challenge, Running Man, and The Big Camp. Due to different scheduling, they had the audience firmly in their grasp. After finishing Longing, viewers would immediately switch to The Masked Singer. One thing that impressed him about this world was their time management. Although they also compete for ratings, they prefer to collaborate and share their audience resources. The host of the first season of The Masked Singer was He Jiong, and one of the guests was Huan Lei. This can also be considered as promoting the popularity of the variety show The Desired Life on the Masked Singer program. This is largely due to their effective resource allocation and strategic planning. Therefore, they are also successfully preparing for the second season of the show The Masked Singer. They invited Ton Liang, and Ton Liang found herself. Perhaps the former Lang Xingyue had once helped Ton Lia, but for her, that wasn't something she would have done. Now that Ton Lia was helping her so much, she felt that even a drop of kindness should be repaid with a spring of gratitude. Now was the perfect time to put into practice the ability she had gained from Han Hong and Yang Chaoyu. Since Ton Liang said she can't sing a note, why not surprise her with a performance that day? She put away the item and was about to ride her motorcycle back home. But on the way, she unexpectedly saw the tavern owner stumbling along. He was holding a piece of wood in his hand, as if he had just picked it up from somewhere. The tavern wasn't too far away, so she followed behind on her motorcycle. Since she was acting alone this time, there were no crew members following her to film. By the time her motorcycle reached him, the drunkard had already erected the wooden sign on the side of the tavern. When he saw the title, Long Xingyue smiled. I have wine. Do you have a story? If it weren't for his scholarly demeanor and his drunken behavior, she wouldn't have guessed that such a classic pickup line could come from him. Upon hearing the sound of a motorcycle, Wang Huanzi turned her gaze back to look behind her. Cold Xingyue's face was too unforgettable, causing him to smile involuntarily. Hey, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. What's up? Still here to find me for a drink? He placed the wooden sign to the side, and preparations for opening the shop had already begun. I guess so, but mostly I'm just curious about your sign. How did you find it? Are you lonely and looking for a companion? Wang Huanji didn't understand Long Xingyu's teasing. Not understanding what she meant, he opened the door and invited her in to sit down. I was just speaking from the heart, wanting to get to know people with similar life experiences better. If possible, I'd be happy to buy them a drink. Her words caught Long Xingyue off guard. However, she didn't ask. Instead, she picked up the strawberries and began to examine the old, dilapidated tavern on her own. Hey, can I ask you a question? Do you have any strawberry wine in this tavern? Chapter 56, I have a story, but I don't want to tell it. You have fine wine, and I won't drink it for free. Strawberry wine? No, the kind of people who come here are those who enjoy chatting about everyday life and venting their frustrations. Besides tea, what they truly love to drink is baijiu. So compared to this fruit wine, I don't really recommend it. When it comes to alcohol, he seems like a completely different person. His tone of voice also changes significantly. Oh? I don't quite agree. While this baijiu is indeed good, it's too strong. Men can drink it, but it's not advisable to drink too much, let alone women. On the other hand, fruit wine is beneficial for beauty and has a much milder taste. Since this is a tavern, you can't always serve a mix of Western liquor and baijiu. For someone like you, who can get drunk even from drinking water, what you drink isn't important, what matters is the mindset with which you drink it, right? I wonder which nerve that hit for Wang Huanji. He stared straight at him. He walked over step by step. Although Lang Xingyue didn't sense the danger he posed, he still subconsciously prepared himself for a fight. How interesting. After all, he had once been a member of the Special Forces, and even after retiring, he was still a bodyguard. Though his physical condition wasn't as strong as a man's, he still knew some Brazilian jiu-jitsu, and he was also skilled in grappling techniques. This drunkard? Bring 10 more like him, and he'd handle them all with ease. Wang Huanzi stared at Lang Xingyue until they were only a meter apart, then stopped. More accurately, he was stopped by Lang Xingyue's hand. You can tell what I'm feeling inside? He looked at Lang Xingyue as if he had unexpectedly found a kindred spirit. Can you tell? Lang Xingyue shook her head bitterly, then nodded. Just understand it that way. It's fine. He didn't want to say that he and Wang Huanji were people bound by the same fate. However, the other parties seemed to have noticed. Although Lang Xingyue's expression was slurred from drinking, it didn't mean his intelligence was impaired. He didn't press the matter further. Instead, I noticed the half-full basket of strawberries in her hands and suddenly asked her, "Can I try one?" She didn't refuse. She reached out and handed him the strawberry. Wang Huanji grabbed the strawberry without bothering to wash it. He put it directly into his mouth. The initial taste was sour enough to snap him back to his senses, but the sweetness that followed made him think of something, and he stood there dumbfounded. After a moment, he finally looked up at Lang Xingyue. "Friend, are these strawberries for sale? Do you want some?" "Of course, I'll sell them. This half basket of strawberries weighs about 2 pounds. These are all specially selected by Mr. He, some of the larger ones. So they look pretty good overall. At the very least, it definitely has that camera shot look you see online, with a vibrant red color that's particularly eye-catching." Wang Huanzi felt around on his own body. Finally, he pulled out a stack of bills, didn't count them, and shoved all the money into Lang Xingyue's hands. There were at least $700 or $800 bills among them, let alone the other denominations. She thought about it and finally pulled out a $50 bill from the stack, leaving the rest of the money untouched on the table. "Sir, this is a tavern, isn't it? Could you please give me 2 pounds of white wine? Though I have a story, I don't want to tell it. You have the wine, and I won't drink it for free." She waved the $50 bill in her hand. He said confidently, "First, give me 20 yuan worth." Wang Huanzi, however, casually waved his hand. "All kinds of spirits are in the backyard. Just take a bag and fill it up. It doesn't matter how much you take. You don't have to pay. Just trade them for strawberries." This guy seems to have developed a taste for strawberries. He eats one after another, sometimes without even picking off the green stems, just popping them into his mouth one after another. However, for some reason, his eyes are gradually turning red. She didn't ask any further questions. Carrying 2 clean plastic bags, she walked to the backyard. He saw that there were bottles of liquor ranging from over 30 degrees to over 50 degrees. She stopped directly in front of a barrel labeled 56 degrees. She poured in about 1.5 pounds of white wine. "Though I don't know how much it costs, 20 yuan probably won't be enough, but still, I should take some back to give to Mr. He and the others as an explanation, right?" When I returned to the front hall, the guy was already asleep. He placed the 50 back into his money, took out 30 more, and carefully put the remaining money back into his pocket. Vaguely, it seemed as though he could hear the man muttering to himself. "The strawberries you love, I ate them. They were sour, but also sweet. Really, they were very sweet. Sigh, another person ruined by love. I wonder if he's lucky or unlucky." Lang Xingyue always regarded the changes she had undergone as tests given to her by heaven. And the will that has crystallized within this body is not just his own, it also carries the longing of his girlfriend. That sense of guilt, perhaps. He wasn't the type to complain about his life. As a man, even if you fall into a field of nails, as long as it is the path you have chosen, you must get back up, brush the dust off your body, and set off again without fear. Chapter 57, Making Strawberry Wine. Return to the mushroom house. Xiana, Zhang Jia, and the others are no longer here. Even Mr. He and the others seem to have gone shopping and haven't returned yet. In the vast courtyard, there was only her at that moment, along with a few little attendants. The colored lights watched her silently. Little H and Little O, riding on Little White, came up to her, cheerfully greeting her, as if wanting her to join them and play. She put the computer back in the room. She picked up the basket and prepared to leave. As she was leaving, she hesitated for a moment when she looked at the little ones, Xiao H, Xiao O, and Xiao Bai, who were following her, but she decided to take them all with her. After all, the 2 little ones only behaved themselves when they were with me. They understood that only by being obedient would Cold Star Moon take them out to play. The cameraman followed closely behind. Capturing this scene, a beautiful young woman carries a bamboo basket and holds a white fluffy kitten in her arms. Two well-behaved dogs follow behind. As they walk through the fields, this scene resembles the most heartwarming part of life. Who hasn't dreamed of living like this? But those once cherished thoughts have been gradually eroded, becoming a distant and laughable notion. Yet, when they saw Lang Xingyue, those memories were once again stirred within their hearts. They were all in their 30s and 40s, yet they had once again picked up the threads of their former happiness. The little white cat in his arms looked up at its master and asked in surprise, "Meow? Did something happen today? I feel like my master seems to be in a pretty good mood." Cold Xingyue smiled slightly. She didn't even care that the cameraman behind her was filming her. She whispered that she had indeed encountered some issues and met a drunkard who seemed to have had a similar experience to hers. However, unlike him, she chose to face it head-on, while he had completely given up. Ha ha. Meow? Xiao Bai didn't understand. What did she mean by that? Not to mention her, even Mr. He and the others probably wouldn't understand Cold Xingyue's feelings. How does it feel to watch your beloved take a bullet for you? At the strawberry greenhouse, based on today's quota, she needed to pick 3 or 4 pounds of strawberries, at the very least to compensate Wang Huan with 1 pound. After that, she needed to make strawberry wine, which required 1 pound, and the remaining 2 pounds would be saved for Huang teacher to make into strawberry jam or dried strawberries. In the strawberry greenhouse, she made a deal with the 3 little ones, promising to give them strawberries later as a reward, and finally got them to stay put and play nearby. She waited patiently as she quietly picked the strawberries. The scene was as still as a painting. The cats and dogs nearby quietly wait for their owner to finish work. Meanwhile, Lang Xingyue's arms were as white as lotus roots. Her delicate hands searched among the plants for ripe fruits. If only she had a white sun hat on her head, it would have been even better. After a while, she carried a bamboo basket filled with strawberries and walked home along the path. Every now and then, she would pick a strawberry and feed it to the 3 little ones. Little H and little O are okay, but for little White, I can only give it one, and it has to be a smaller one. This little guy is not even 3 months old, and just letting him eat a strawberry is enough to make Cold Xingyue's heart race. When they returned home, Mr. He and the others still hadn't come back. She began to busy herself, washing the strawberries, putting on an apron, and standing behind the table on one side of the pavilion. She smiled at the camera and said, "Alright, now it's time for Cold Little Chef to make strawberry wine. First, we'll need 1.5 pounds of white wine, 1 pound of strawberries, though we might not need that much, and lemon. This is a gift from Najie today, so I'll use it first. Additionally, we need this rock sugar. I prefer it a bit sweeter, so about 200 grams should be sufficient." In front of the camera, she took out a large glass jar, added some strawberries, followed by a layer of rock sugar, and 2 slices of lemon. She repeated this process, alternating between strawberries and rock sugar. Finally, she poured the entire 1.5 pounds of white wine into the glass jar. After soaking for 3 weeks, the strawberry wine will be ready to enjoy. He had tried it before, but how to put it? Perhaps that was where she shared a similarity with Wang Huanji. His girlfriend really liked drinking, but he himself only liked vodka, whiskey, or baijiu. However, lately, she has found herself feeling increasingly curious about strawberry wine. We're back. Oh, it's just Yaya at home. What are you doing? This big jar looks so beautiful. Missy didn't see clearly what the red liquid in the jar was, so she put down the vegetables she was holding and walked over. Huang Lei seemed to recognize it and smiled. "Hey, that's great, Yaya. You actually made a jar of strawberry wine. What's this? You little girl likes to drink too?" After Huang Lei finished speaking, He Jiong looked at Lang Xingyue and asked, "What? You're drinking too?" Chapter 58, Yaya's Unknown Side. Mr. He and Mr. Huang both treated her like their own younger sister. Though there was a significant age difference, it must be said that due to Lang Xingyue's mature mindset, even though she was younger, she always made them feel as though they were interacting with someone their own age. It wouldn't be appropriate to adopt her as a goddaughter, and even if they suggested it, Lang Xingyue likely wouldn't agree. Occasionally, she might have a drink, but not much. "I don't drink much, and I only dare to drink at home. As the saying goes, drink to forget one's sorrows. You're just a young girl, what could you possibly have to worry about? Never mind. Where did you get this alcohol?" When He Jiong asked this question, Lang Xingyue followed with a light laugh. "You wouldn't believe it, I was just about to tell you about this. I sold the strawberries for 50 yuan, but I spent 20 yuan on the wine, and I still owe the seller a pound of strawberries. I think if this strawberry wine is brewed properly, it might sell for twice the price of the strawberries. Yesterday, I met an interesting person. He's the owner of this tavern. The strawberries were his, and I bought the wine from his shop." Interesting? He Jiong looked at Lang Xingyue, saw she was fine, and sighed in relief before saying, "What's interesting about that? Yeah, your mind is indeed much more composed than most people's. But he teacher still has to remind you, your appearance is too easy to attract others' criminal intentions. When you go out, you must be careful, and even more careful. Do you understand? Though it was well-meaning, Long Xingyue couldn't help but smile wryly. Beauty is too easily a temptation for crime. She didn't want to either. But if you want to make a name for yourself in this circle, without a face that could bring down a country, what do you have to compete with others? In this industry, how many stars like Najia and Xiaoling can rise to fame in the early stages without relying on their looks, but instead through their humor? Besides, even when Xiana and Xiaoling were younger, they weren't ugly even by today's standards. When the topic came up, she felt a bit embarrassed. Jiong realized he might have gone too far and quickly changed the subject. Did you get the package? What is it? Huang Lei saw that he had abruptly changed the subject, so he didn't say much either. He simply held the strawberry wine that Yaya had just made and returned to the mushroom house. However, he couldn't help but show off along the way. Look, this is the strawberry wine my moon made. Let me tell you, if it's brewed properly, it'll be auctioned off. You won't be able to just buy it off me. The production team gave her a friendly smile. Cold Xingyue stood by, covering her mouth, feeling a bit embarrassed. The package arrived. It's some things my older sister sent me. She always treats me like a child and sent me a lot of chocolate. I left it downstairs. Later, Mr. He, please distribute it among Dahua and the others. Yeah, I didn't know that before. Turns out Yaya is your sister. Mr. Huang mentioned that it was Yaya who recommended you this time. Jiong didn't mean anything by it, he was just asking out of curiosity. The two of them also headed toward the mushroom house. Mentioning Yaya, Long Xingyue's mind became active, and memories of Tong Liang seemed to be constantly swirling around in her head. She's older than me in age, but in other ways, she's as cute as a child. We're actually the best of friends, the kind who are inseparable. She often comes over to stay the night, loves wearing my pajamas, takes over my little bed, and cuddles up to me to sleep. Haha, you know I'm not much of a talker, but when I'm with her, it's like I'm a different person. Facing such a gentle and kind-hearted girl, I simply couldn't ignore her presence, so I ended up being completely dominated by her. Jiong giggled. He had been friends with Tong Lia for many years, yet this was the first time he had heard such a story. He never imagined that the gentle and graceful Yaya would act like a child in Long Xingyue's home. Though her words carried a hint of helplessness, what was more evident was warmth and gratitude. Without Tong Lia's words, she would probably still be drowning her sorrows in alcohol at home. Not necessarily, but it certainly wouldn't have been as smooth as it is now. This phenomenon level show isn't something just anyone can get on. After the two entered the house, Mr. He saw the two little ones, Xiao H and Xiao O, who were resting and taking an afternoon nap, as well as Xiao Bai, who was sleeping soundly with a red mouth. Why is this little thing's mouth red? Did it bleed? Seeing that Xiao Bai's mouth was stained red, Jiong suddenly said anxiously. Cold Xingyue quickly intervened to stop him from continuing, wanting to check if he was injured. Mr. He, today I took them strawberry picking. On the way back, I gave the three little ones a few berries. Xiao Bai is too small, so I gave it the smallest one, but it ended up getting everywhere. Now they're tired from playing and have fallen asleep. Let's not wake them up. You should rest for a while too. Chapter 59, Mr. Huang paves the way for her. At the same time, she looked at Huang Lei. It was already afternoon, and dinner hadn't been prepared yet. Huang Lei was naturally busy, rushing around like a chicken with its head cut off. Cold Xingyue hesitated for a moment before moving closer to Huang Lei. You should figure out what to make for dinner. I've already boiled the water. You and Mr. He should go have some tea and rest. I'll figure out something for lunch. Huang Lei looked at Long Xingyue in surprise. Who would have thought that this delicate-looking girl could actually cook? Yeah, can you cook? Oh, I've cooked before. I learned a little while filming, but of course I can't compare to you. Still, it's edible. She had originally wanted to mention that she had once cooked a large pot of rice, but after thinking it over, she decided against it, as it was best not to dwell on such matters. So she quickly changed her story and made up a lie. You're really something. Huang Lei wasn't trying to slack off, he just wanted to see how far Long Xingyue could go. Seeing her confident expression, Huang Lei untied his apron and handed the work over to her to finish. As for himself, he sat leisurely beside Jiong, and the two began to brew tea with hot water and drink it on their own. Looking at Long Xingyue's back, Huang Lei suddenly said to Jiong, I think this girl is truly kind. Yesterday, a friend told me in confidence that the reason she was blacklisted before was because the young master of Aohua Entertainment tried to harass her, and she smashed a wine bottle on him, so he had her blacklisted. Now that she's terminated her contract with Aohua, there seem to be rumors in the industry that she's making a comeback. Some people are unhappy and want to use the power of their peers to suppress her momentum. Speaking of this, Huang Lei grew angry. He has always disapproved of such matters within the industry. Jiong naturally understood his old friend's feelings. A good girl like Long Xingyue shouldn't be treated like that by those trashy people. Seeing that Long Xingyue hadn't noticed them, he asked, What do you plan to do? Huang Lei chuckled, his eyes gleaming with a faint intensity. You know exactly what I mean. I'm heading to Hangzhou tomorrow night for a film shoot. I decided to have Ye participate in an episode of Extreme Challenge. According to the director, they need to bring in quite a few guests for this episode, so I plan to have her join in. She's currently in a blank period, so isn't it a bit inappropriate to just let her go on like that? Hee-jeong is happy that he can let Yu participate in the Extreme Challenge, but considering the many factors involved, if Lang Xingyue joins the Extreme Challenge, she might be criticized by netizens for being a flower vase. This was something Huan Lei had already considered. He took out his phone and flipped through it. The screen was filled with news reports from the past 2 days, and when he checked Lang Xingyue's Weibo, he saw that her follower count had skyrocketed. She started from the 5th tier and has been slowly rising, now showing a clear trend toward breaking into the 4th tier. When she was at Manhwa, her position was only in the middle of the 3rd tier. She had only played a few supporting roles, with the highest role being a 3rd female lead. However, her striking appearance has left a lasting impression on many viewers. Perhaps she can be considered a truly unique individual. She doesn't know how to adapt in this circle, but she stubbornly pushed her way through to where she is today. Mr. He and the others are unaware that the once cold Xingyue has vanished. I thought she was a strong girl. Reality is often much harsher. It is likely that Lang Xingyue died before Long Yin arrived. In other words, she was unable to escape the blow and chose death. As for how she died, Lang Xingyue examined her entire body but found no wounds. If it wasn't suicide, then it was most likely some kind of illness. Cold Xingyue was unaware that Huan Lei had already made all the arrangements for the upcoming day off. He was currently busy preparing lunch for today. Hand-pulled noodles, along with a bowl of egg sauce made with sweet soy sauce. The ingredients aren't hard to find, but it takes a bit of effort to knead the dough. By the time the noodles were ready, Dahua and the others had also returned with their loads. In the bamboo baskets they were carrying on their backs were 7 or 8 plump, beautiful grass carp. We're back, Mr. He, Mr. Huang. We caught so many fish. Come and see. The eggs just went into the pan, so she can't go out. Xiana and the others hadn't eaten much in the morning. After participating in such a physically demanding yet incredibly stimulating fishing game, they were exhausted and their stomachs were starting to growl. Mr. He, didn't you guys cook anything? I'm starving. How could you not give me any? What's that delicious smell? Huang Lei could tell what it was. It smelled like braised eggs. He rubbed his stomach and muttered to himself, I was planning to make some pancakes today, but now I'll just have to try Yeya's cooking. I better not say anything, or else she won't cook for me anymore if I try to slack off. He got up and hurried toward the kitchen. Hey, did you guys come back yet? How's the food turning out? Chapter 60, a faster version of squirrel fish. Hey, I can't compare to you, but it's still decent in terms of color, aroma, and taste. Lang Xingyue playfully remarked. Huang Lei saw that her hand-rolled noodles were almost done, so he bent down to look at the noodles and the eggs on the side. Hey, not bad at all. I'm not just saying this to flatter you, but this noodle dish is actually quite well done. At least in my opinion, it's already up to the standard of a housewife who can cook after marriage. Lang Xingyue. A cook? Marriage? Impossible. It's impossible for her entire life. She dares not imagine what life would be like with an old man. After all, her mind and soul were those of a strong, independent woman who still preferred women. However, in front of Mr. Huang, she can do nothing, so she can only respond with a laugh, acknowledging that she has heard what was said, and that is all. Dahua and Pangpang hurriedly brought the braised eggs and hand-pulled noodles to the table outside. Najie and the others were busy washing their hands and preparing to eat. Just then, they came back with the fish. Lang Xingyue casually grabbed one. Holding the kitchen knife, she swiftly made a few cuts, and all the fish scales were removed. At the same time, he skillfully cut the fish into pieces, coated them with a layer of batter, and fried them in hot oil until golden brown. Meanwhile, the sauce is prepared. Once the grass carp is fried, the sauce is added to the pan and stir-fried to release its aroma. Additionally, some lemon juice is added for seasoning. In no time, less than 10 minutes, a quick version of the grass carp squirrel fish dish was ready. She hurriedly brought it to the table. Alright, for lunch, let's just have these dishes. Everyone should try to save some room for dinner, as Mr. Huang is preparing a special meal. A feast? The others ignored Cold Star Moon's words and all stared intently at the dish of squirrel fish in front of them, too shy to try it first. Even Mr. He and Mr. Huang glanced at her. They gestured, go ahead and take a bite first. This was the first time Lang Xingyue had cooked here, so the two older brothers naturally wanted to give their younger sister some face. Lang Xingyue immediately understood and picked up her chopsticks, taking a piece of snow-white fish meat and putting it into her mouth. The expression of pure happiness on her face captivated everyone present. Is it really that delicious? I want to try it. Dahua and Hee-jeong also cautiously picked up a piece and put it in their mouths. Soon, the same expression of pure happiness spread across their faces, spreading throughout their limbs, making them feel as though they were drinking a cold soda on a hot summer day. This fish, you've made it so delicious, yeah. I never would have guessed that you were such a hidden culinary talent. Hee-jeong looked at her in disbelief and exclaimed in admiration. Well, actually, I can only cook this one dish. I'm really no good at anything else. Cold Xingyue gave a nervous laugh. She couldn't bring herself to say it, but she had grown up in poverty, never having tasted sugar or fish more than a few times in her life. One day, she had the chance to try this sour and sweet fish dish, and it instantly became her favorite. Through her diligent research, she has perfected this dish to the highest degree. That's pretty impressive. I'll give you a thumbs up first. You're really talented, truly amazing. Everyone praised Long Xingyue, making her feel a bit embarrassed. She couldn't eat much of the meal. After being the first to leave the table, she quietly returned upstairs to check the computer Yaya had given her. She had originally planned to sneak a drink, but the jar of strawberry wine was placed under the camera. If she went over, she would be caught on camera. After thinking it over, she reluctantly suppressed her little desire. The computer was a high-end Alienware laptop. Plus, Yaya had even gotten her a gaming laptop. It was very thoughtful of her, knowing that Long Xingyue used to love playing games, so she specially got her such a laptop. Opening the laptop and turning it on. The screensaver displayed an image of a graceful young woman standing on a beach, smiling serenely. The setting sun cast a warm glow on her fair, flawless face, making her beauty truly breathtaking. She actually used her own photo as my computer's standby wallpaper. This little Yaya. Click on a song file on the desktop. There is only one song inside. I guess they knew they couldn't sing, so they just made this one song. Although it was done with her best interests in mind, it still carries a hint of disdain. Clicking on the song, a simple melody slowly drifted out from the laptop. Youth danced to this melody. Love, naturally filled with passion. He had never heard the song before. It seemed to be unique to this world. And to her, the song seemed a bit unpleasant. I wonder if it's because her mindset is different from that of a typical girl, or if the song is just a bit off key. In any case, she had already rejected the song from the bottom of her heart. It seems like we need to look for some traits in Najia. If necessary, we can even resort to using her looks. Chapter 61, Women's Private Talk? What the heck is that? In the afternoon, except for Mr. Huang and Mr. He, who needed to cook at home, everyone else gathered at the rice paddies to transplant rice seedlings. Xianate stayed by Long Xingyue's side, hoping to build a good relationship with her. The Sienna of today is not as beautiful as she appears in the pictures, but she has gained a few more touches of approachability and the kind of beauty that comes with motherhood. Yeah, I heard from Mr. He that you caught 2 motorcycle thieves on your first day. Have you been practicing? Hearing her say that, Long Xingyue planted all the seedlings in her hands into the soil. Her thoughts raced. Hurriedly responding, she said, in the past, I used to exercise regularly. I particularly enjoyed going camping outdoors to explore the beautiful landscapes of our country. After all, as a young woman, I still need some sense of security, right? However, the incident last time was a bit rushed, and even now, when I think back on it, I still feel a bit scared from time to time. Girls are supposed to act scared, aren't they? You're such a bold girl. When Mr. E told me about it, my first reaction was, wow, Mr. E must have had too much to drink today? Sienna acted out the expression she had when she received the call, looking particularly surprised and helpless. Who could have imagined that something that only happens in novels would actually occur in real life, and that the hero wasn't even Superman with a red underwear over his pants? It was actually a delicate-looking young woman. Later, I saw you trending on social media. I looked and thought, what? You're doing something like a movie? Are you making a film? Even now, I still can't believe you had the courage to do that. When I first found out, I was completely shocked. Everyone worked here for over an hour, planting nearly a quarter of the rice field. Due to the prolonged bending over. This 1-hour period is sufficient. Everyone was exhausted, and by the time they returned to the mushroom house, no one felt like moving anymore. Dahua followed Pang Pang, leaning his shoulders against theirs, and had even dozed off. Xiana sat down beside Long Xingyue. She seemed a bit tired, but her spirits were high. Zhang Jie was splitting firewood in the courtyard. Long Xingyue had already noticed the 2 glowing spots on Sienna's body. One was on her forehead, and the other was on her neck. She had originally planned to extract it directly, but thinking about the Masked Singer competition a month later, she hesitated. She stood up and went behind her, beginning to help the new mother by massaging her shoulders. You just recovered a few days ago, and now you're doing such heavy work with us. How's your waist? Does it still ache? Sienna's face froze, and she felt a bit embarrassed. Hee, you caught me. Don't tell Jia Guo or He Laosher. We've finally managed to enjoy this life we've always dreamed of here with He Laosher. I don't want to ruin their good mood. Seeing that she was still thinking about others at this moment. Shui also felt helpless. Long Xingyue couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. He pulled her hand and carefully helped her to her feet. Come on, let's go upstairs. While there's still some time left, I'll give you a massage in my room. We're both women, so there's no need to be shy about it. For the sake of not delaying tonight's and tomorrow's recording, you must listen to me now, Najia. Xia Na didn't want to trouble Long Xing Yue. Xia Na really didn't want to trouble Long Xing Yue. Today, she had indeed been a bit too stubborn. Maybe it was because I saw an old friend and felt a bit excited. The soreness in my waist is just from bending over for a long time. Normally, she wouldn't have let this bother her, but she had just given birth and her body was still weak. Seeing that Long Xing Yue was insistent, she didn't feel right about saying anything more. The two of them held hands and headed toward the second floor, her room. On the way, Mr. He saw the two of them go upstairs but didn't say anything. Women, after all, tend to have more private conversations. I wonder what He Laosher would think if Lang Xingyue found out about his true feelings. Private matters? I need to know. I thought all the buildings here were wooden structures. However, when she arrived at Lang Xingyue's room, she was pleasantly surprised. This girl's bed really didn't fit in at all. Originally, this was a warehouse, and we didn't know that two new people would be joining this season, one of whom was a girl. After seeing me, they didn't have time to make a wooden bed, so I just bought an air mattress. If you find it too soft, Najia, why don't we try the guest room? Sienna covered her lower back, waved her hand, took off her coat, and thought for a moment. She turned to look at Long Xingyue. Is there a camera in this room? After receiving an answer, she took off her short-sleeved shirt, lying on the bed with only a small garment covering her upper body. Yeah, could you please wake me up if I fall asleep? I can't possibly sleep during the recording, can I? You agree, right? Oh, Najia, aren't you special? Besides, Dahu and Pangpang are both sleeping soundly. Seeing that there were no cameras around, Sienna suddenly gave a strange smile and looked at Long Xingyue, suggesting, let's talk about something private. Chapter 62, My Brother's Surveillance. The legendary private topics among women are finally making an appearance here? But what should I talk about? I'm waiting online, and it's pretty urgent. These days, you really have to love what you do. In my previous life, holding a girl's hand made me so nervous I could barely breathe. Now, looking at Najia lying there, Long Xingyue felt surprisingly calm, not a single ripple of emotion. This seemed like it wasn't necessarily a good thing. Yeah, are you getting used to living here? After all, there are 4 men and you're the only woman, and you're so beautiful. I'm not saying that Dahu and the others are dangerous, but I'm just curious, don't you feel nervous at all? Nervous? What's there to be nervous about? Long Xingyue rubbed her waist indifferently. Miss He, Miss Huang, you know what kind of people they are. They are the type who trust those they hire and never doubt them. The people they choose naturally don't need to be doubted. Besides, I once learned martial arts from a soldier. Someone like De Hua, who is all bark and no bite, isn't my match. I can handle one like him with ease. Sienna didn't believe her words. She turned her face aside and smiled at her. You little girl, just keep bragging. You even mentioned martial arts? Why not just say you've practiced the secret manual of the sunflower? Long Xingyue rolled her eyes. If I were a man, could I just leave this beauty sitting here like this? But I have to say, Najia, your skin is so smooth. You've never eaten pork, but you've seen a pig run, right? I guess girls' private conversations are probably similar to men's private conversations, where they secretly talk about which girl has a nice figure. Hey, you little thing, you're tickling me. I've got plenty of ticklish spots. Use a little more force, right there on the spine. She massaged and kneaded for nearly 20 minutes. During that time, the conversation mostly revolved around topics like the pros and cons of life here, and their opinions on De Hua Pengpeng and the others. True to her background as a host, she kept asking tricky questions, leaving her with no room to respond. Fortunately, she handled it skillfully. As Sienna spoke, the aching pain in her lower back seemed to ease considerably. She grew drowsy and eventually drifted off to sleep. Seeing her head tilted to the side, Long Xingyue thought to herself, this is my chance. She quietly approached and gently pressed her delicate lips against her forehead. Then he gently kissed her neck. Sienna seemed to feel a tingling sensation on her neck. Just as she reached out to scratch it, Long Xingyue quickly grabbed her hand and turned her over. She covered her upper body with the blanket. Just as they finished, Zhang Jie's voice suddenly came from outside the door. Nana? Seeing this, she hurried out of the room and gestured to Zhang Jie to shut up. She quietly closed the door and walked toward Zhang Jie. Najia had just fallen asleep, and her body was still very weak. Let her sleep for a while, it wouldn't be too late to wake her up when it was almost time for dinner. Hearing her say that, Zhang Jie nodded. Can I go check on her? Sure, but don't touch anything. After saying that, Long Xingyue carefully walked down the stairs. Zhang Jie looked down at Long Xingyue and shook his head with a smile in his eyes. The girl is indeed quite nice, but her words are truly cold. No wonder she's now being called the Cold Beauty and Cold Goddess online. Just as I stepped downstairs, Little H and Little O were out and about with Little White on their backs. Upon seeing her come downstairs, Little White made a cute cat leap and landed perfectly in her arms. It seemed to sense the comfort in cold Xingyue's chest. The little one actually rubbed her clothes with her little head and began to doze off again. Seeing the little guy lying in her arms with a blissful expression, his 4 little paws spread out like he was surrendering. Rowan's little belly was exposed. It's summer, so she's not afraid of catching a cold. Holding it, I went over to Mr. He. The old couple was busy having a great time. Looking outside at the 2 brothers, who were sound asleep, he couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. Mr. Huang, is there anything I can assist you with? Mr. Huang shook his head. You still owe someone a pound of strawberries. Pay them back first. When you come back, I'll find a chance to talk to you about something. Oh, okay, then I'll go deliver the strawberries first. I put Xiao Bai in its own little room. Cold Xing Yue carried the pound of strawberries and rode the motorcycle out the door once more. He Jiang watched her leave, a faint smile on his face. Oh my, it's so sleepy in spring and autumn, and in summer I doze off. I can't wake up in the 3 winter months. Seeing them all asleep, I'm really envious. Unfortunately, I'm too old to sleep now. Huang Lei chuckled beside him. He kept busy with his work. There's always a smile on your face. I said to you, we're both this age now. My son Duo can already help out with chores, but you're still not even close to settling down. Aren't you worried? He gave him a disapproving look. Mr. Huang, I'm warning you, this is live. Don't say anything stupid. It's okay, the live stream cameraman is following Yaya. I actually want to see who this person is who's befriending our Yaya. As her older brother, I need to keep an eye on things. Chapter 63, An Unexpected Delivery Package. Sienna, Initial Optimization of Sheet Music 1. Sienna, Delicate Voice Optimization 1. As the cold-hearted Xingyue rode her motorcycle toward the tavern, she didn't notice that the 2 older brothers in the mushroom house had quietly taken out their phones and started streaming live. They were watching Long Xingyue. At first, He Jiong was somewhat opposed to Huang Lei doing this. However, when Huang Lei mentioned that if someone were to harm her, a naive young girl like Lang Xingyue would definitely be at a disadvantage and would need her older brothers to intervene. Upon hearing this, He Jiong remained silent. In fact, she had also noticed the cameraman reaching out, so she deliberately slowed down the car to ensure their safety. What she didn't know was that this was a live broadcast cameraman, not a pre-recorded broadcast. Taking the initiative, he arrived at the tavern. It was now nearly 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The place was packed with people. However, the tavern owner was nowhere to be seen. When she walked into the tavern carrying a basket of strawberries, her beauty caught the attention of many people in the tavern. Everyone stared at her in a daze for a moment before snapping back to reality and continuing to drink their own drinks. A beauty paired with fine wine, it was indeed a fortunate coincidence. At the counter, there was a young woman in her 20s busy pouring wine for the guests. Upon seeing Long Xingyue approach, she quickly put on a smile and looked at her. Miss, would you like something to drink? Then, she noticed the cameraman and others behind her, and her expression grew tense. Everyone knew that the idyllic life in this village was being filmed, and now they had actually come here. As ordinary villagers, who wouldn't be nervous? Where's the drunkard owner of this shop? Not seeing him, Long Xingyue couldn't help but look at the girl in question with a puzzled expression. Seeing that she seemed about to call Wang Huanxi out, she was stopped by her instead. Never mind, no need to call him. This is the pound of strawberries we owed your boss earlier. Strawberries? Oh, okay. I was wondering why the boss suddenly started eating so many strawberries today. So these strawberries were from you, sister. The girl seems a little happy. I guess there must be some misunderstanding. Young lady, I think you've misunderstood something. These strawberries were sold to him today. He probably thought of something, so he ate the strawberries. I'll leave the basket here for now. I'll come back tomorrow to pick it up. Never mind, it's fine. Go ahead and get back to work. She seemed deep in thought, then turned and left. As she stepped outside and was about to get into the car to go home, a voice rang out from behind her. Hey, young lady, please wait a moment. Turning around, it was none other than the boss who had helped them block the family trying to take the cat from the mushroom house earlier today. Seeing the old man running over, sweat beading on his forehead, he hurriedly pulled out a pack of tissues from his pocket and handed them to him. Sir, please take your time to explain. Rest first. The old man didn't dare to take the tissue, so he wiped his sweat with the back of his hand and gave her a simple smile. At the neighborhood committee office at the village entrance, there are quite a few packages for you. Come with me quickly, there are a lot of them. Another delivery? She suddenly remembered something and hurriedly followed the old man, pushing the motorcycle all the way to the village committee office at the village entrance. Along the way, she also learned the old man's surname. His surname was Long, so she simply referred to the old man as Mr. Long. When he brought Lang Xingyue here, they could see 3 bags the size of cement bags being pushed around, and no one knew what was inside them. However, they looked quite heavy. Cold Xingyue looked at what was written on it, and a smile immediately spread across her face. The items I purchased yesterday arrived today, unexpectedly. 2 brothers, please assist me. Since you are driving, could you help me deliver the goods? The cameraman was taken aback. Delivery? What kind of delivery? The viewers in the live stream couldn't figure out what she was buying either and were discussing it animatedly. Could it be cement? Maybe she's dissatisfied with the layout of the room and plans to rebuild it? What are you thinking up there? Buying cement? Why not just hire a construction crew? In my opinion, that's a bag of rice and 2 bags of flour. I guess there are too many people and they're running out of food. Intelligence, intelligence. Do you really need to buy food online? Then what exactly are you buying? If I knew, I would have told you already. The things the Ice Queen buys are not something ordinary people can figure out. Licking dog. I have no idea what she bought. 2 young men pitched in to help carry the items to the car that was pulling up for them. There was another bag, which was surprisingly carried on the shoulders by Long Xingyue herself, following along with the others. Her astonishing action left everyone in awe. The cold-hearted goddess, she's got some serious strength. He placed the 3 bags in the car. The driver looked at her. Miss Lung, would you like to be taken back to the mushroom house? No, I'll lead the way. Just follow me. Thank you for your trouble, sir. Chapter 64, What Goes Around Comes Around. Her behavior was somewhat peculiar. Even He Jiong and Huan Lei, who were watching the live stream, couldn't figure out what Ye was up to. Unnoticed, Dahu and Peng Peng were also behind them, watching the live stream of Long Xingyue on their phones. Where is Ye going? What did she buy? I'm a bit confused. Peng Peng seemed to have figured out where Long Xingyue was going. His eyes lit up. I see, Sister Ye is going to. The motorcycle stopped in front of a small house. After coming to a stop, she first knocked on the door of the house. After a while, the old woman she had saved earlier finally opened the door. Upon seeing it was Long Xingyue, the old woman immediately broke into a smile. Oh, it's you, my dear granddaughter. How did you think to come here? Please come in, please come in. I'm just having dinner. Would you like to have a bite with me? No, thank you, old lady. I just came to bring you something. Opening the door, 2 young men carried 2 bags inside. The last bag was lifted inside with some effort by Long Xingyue. Through the camera lens, the live stream viewers could see that this small courtyard now housed many stray cats and dogs. The smell is overwhelming, and the ground is littered with trash. But even in such a place, nothing could dampen the radiant smile on the old woman's face. Looking at what she had prepared for dinner, it was just a plate of pickles and a bowl of plain rice porridge. Everyone felt heartbroken. Auntie, this is what I bought: cat food and dog food. And this bag here. She carried a butterfly knife with her, skillfully unfolding it, and opened one of the bags. Inside was a fairly large phone box containing several health supplements she had purchased. All of this is for you. Please don't speak yet, let me finish. I've already told you about the cats and dogs I bought them. You're my employee, right? So I'm giving you a little perk. Do you think that's okay? The elderly woman in front of the camera was at a loss for words. Seeing how kind Long Xingyue was to her, her eyes welled up with tears. She didn't know what to say, but faced with Lang Xingyue's actions, she could only silently accept them. Holding the elderly woman in her arms, Long Xingyue didn't know how to comfort her either. She turned to look at the cameraman and waved at him. Stop filming. Cut this part out when you get back. I don't want your program to air this. Her intentions were clear. Even if it were aired in the future, it would only highlight her kindness. However, if people keep disturbing this elderly woman's life, it would certainly be a very troublesome matter. It would be better to quietly look after the elderly woman than to do anything else. The cameraman said nothing, just quietly stepped back a couple of paces. She didn't know it was a live broadcast. Director Wang was also keeping an eye on this matter. He never expected that Long Xingyue would quietly go to help the elderly in the village. Such a good deed should be publicized by them. At the mushroom house, orders were issued directly to ensure that the recording must continue. Currently, the number of viewers in the live stream is rising sharply. Both in terms of emotion and reason, such good deeds should not be overlooked. In the scene, Long Xingyue no longer paid attention to the photographer behind her but began placing all the items she had purchased inside the house. Auntie, this dog food and cat food don't need to be fed too much each day. For the big dog, 1 bowl is enough, and for the small dog, half a bowl is sufficient. Additionally, Lanxiang, I've brought some food over for you. I said. Cold Star Moon looked at the door in surprise. There stood the mighty Dragon Lord, holding a large bowl in his hands. When he saw that Mu Lanxiang's eyes were slightly red, his expression changed, and he hurried over, sizing up the old woman from head to toe. Young lady, what are you doing? Lanxiang is just an ordinary old woman. Why are you bullying her? Seeing her cry, he thought she was being bullied by Long Xingyue. The usually mild-mannered Long Dage was truly enraged at that moment. Watching Long Xingyue about to drive them away, Mulan Xiang hurriedly grabbed his arm to stop him, saying, Brother Long, you've got it wrong. This young lady is my great benefactor. She then proceeded to recount, in a halting manner, all the details of Cold Star Moon's story. Long Daya finally realized he had wrongly accused an innocent person. He set the bowl aside, bowed deeply, and was about to apologize to Long Xingyue. Oh my goodness, how dare you apologize like that? You're shortening my life. Get up, get up. With this dragon elder present, Long Xingyue couldn't stay much longer. If she stayed any longer, the two of them might end up bowing to her in gratitude, and she truly couldn't bear that. When she was in the military, they would occasionally organize visits to comfort elderly people who lived alone. After being discharged, I would occasionally volunteer at a nursing home. Because he believes in a saying. What goes around comes around. The right path in life is one of hardship and struggle. As long as you do good deeds. Even if you don't reap the benefits in this lifetime, you will certainly be blessed with good fortune in the next. This was his unwavering belief. And hasn't it been realized today? Chapter 65, just a ordinary variety show. At least, he was still alive, and those people, he believed, had surely been sent to the 18th layer of hell to atone for the mistakes they had made in their lifetime. The old man did not linger long, placed all the items down, and then departed from that place. As he stepped outside, Long Xingyue deliberately looked at the cameraman with great solemnity. Make sure you edit this out of the video, okay? If someone later says I'm putting on a show or faking it, that's no big deal. But if it ends up disturbing the elderly couple's life, that would be counterproductive. The cameraman smiled wryly. Seeing her serious expression, he could only tell her the truth. This is a live broadcast camera. What? She couldn't help but cover her mouth. Her eyes widened in shock. Hey, you. Now is not the time to talk about him. Long Xingyue hurriedly turned to the camera, smiling at the netizens about today's incident. Whether you think I'm seeking attention or fabricating the truth, please let this matter rest here. The elderly live a difficult life here, so please do not disturb their peace. Thank you. The live stream fell silent. Even the comments have become much fewer. Fake? Who could possibly say that Long Xingyue is being fake at this moment? Is she just trying to attract attention? If it's really fake, then those two old actors could easily win an Oscar. I have no words for Cold Goddess's actions earlier. While it's true that many celebrities are donating money and setting up foundations nowadays, Cold Goddess is a minor celebrity who has been on hiatus for over a year. To have done this, without exaggeration or bias, I couldn't have done it myself. In this regard, I think she's someone worth learning from, and I'm now a fan. That's right. At the end of the day, it all comes down to one's heart. Doing good doesn't mean you have to donate a lot of money. Even if you don't have the financial means, you can still do what Cold Goddess did and use your own abilities to make a difference. For that reason alone, she truly deserves the title of Cold Goddess. There aren't that many naive people online. Cold Goddess, we won't bother the old lady. Rest assured. Although they know that Cold Xingyue can't see the comments on the screen, they still keep refreshing it, not for anything else, but simply because of their admiration for her. In the mushroom house. Huang Lei smiled and turned to look at Heejong. Now, I'll ask you, is going on Extreme Challenge every month enough to qualify? Heejong took a deep breath and wiped the corner of his eye. He set aside the work in his hands. This girl is just too kind-hearted, it's heartbreaking. I truly hope that her future path will grow longer and wider with each step she takes. Who could disagree? Huang Lei also sighed in admiration. After a while, Long Xingyue finally returned. Her face still bore a faint smile, as if the events that had just occurred had never happened at all. Sorry, Mr. Huang, I'm back late. Let me take care of this. You go ahead and do what you need to do. After washing her hands, she snatched the kitchen knife from Huang Lei's hands without a word and began slicing the potatoes swiftly and skillfully. Huang Lei didn't stop her. He let her go about her business. At the stove nearby, oil was being heated in a large pot. Yeah, I need to tell you something. There's an urgent job tomorrow, and I can't make it. Peng Peng has a film shoot, and Daho has a song to record, so I can only ask you. You know our schedule, we record 2 episodes and then take a week off for other projects. He deliberately left the sentence unfinished, waiting for Long Xingyue to pick up the thread. Cold Xingyue wasn't a fool, she naturally understood that Huang Lei was trying to give her a promotion. Upon hearing this, she hurriedly replied, of course. Please tell me what the job is. If they don't mind that I'm just a minor celebrity, I'll definitely go. You've already spoken, so if I don't go, wouldn't that be disrespecting you? Heejong didn't say anything, but he perked up his ears and listened quietly to what he was about to say next. Mr. Huang wasn't in a hurry either. He first put the cleaned grass carp into the pot. After handling things briefly on this side, he continued, it's just a regular variety show. They want you to be a guest for an episode. It's no big deal. Just go and have fun. Peng Peng and Dehua couldn't help but gape in astonishment. But neither of them said anything. A small variety show? Across all of China, among the top 10 outdoor variety shows, it almost always ranks in the top 3, right? And you call that small? They don't even have the status to appear on the show Extreme Challenge yet. Don't try to fool me. If Mr. Huang can introduce me to a variety show, I don't believe it's just a small job. Just tell me the truth. We're all family here. Hiding behind a veil isn't your style, is it? Cold Xingyue laughed lightly. Though she admitted that the poem was a bit inappropriate, it was quite fitting for Mr. Huang at this moment. How much it resembles the manner of a woman being coy, always speaking in half sentences. Huang Lei, being a teacher by profession, naturally understood the meaning behind her poem. This girl is just using poetry carelessly. You should have guessed it by now. It's about the Extreme Challenge show, which will be filmed in Sichuan province the day after tomorrow. I've recommended you to go. Chapter 66, take a simple yet meaningful photo. Oh my, you're being too kind. How about I treat you to dinner tomorrow? Let's have some skewers and, cough cough, Western food and red wine. I was actually thinking of going to a street food stall for grilled skewers and beer, but then I remembered that my status seems to have changed, and I shouldn't be going to a street food stall anymore. I should at least go to a decent restaurant. When she heard this, He-jeon couldn't help but burst out laughing. He thought to himself, this child is really generous. Huang Lei didn't seem to mind either. No need. I still think grilled skewers go well with beer. On a hot summer day, having a box of small lobsters and a plate of soybeans and peanuts, just thinking about it gets me excited. Cold Star Moon's eyes lit up. Same here, Mr. Huang. Go away. Who would consider you, a little girl, a fellow traveler? The matter was settled, and she didn't even ask how much the reward would be, nor did Huang Lei mention it. In her view, being able to participate in Extreme Challenge, a high-rated program, was such an opportunity that she would have gone even if it were free, let alone for a fee. It's a great opportunity to showcase herself. Once you perform well, you'll probably have more opportunities in the future. During this period of pre-recorded broadcasts, this was not mentioned during the live streams. Netizens are currently watching Xiana and Zhang Jia, the young couple, in the guest room, holding the little ones, Xiao Bai, Xiao H, and Xiao O, and playing with them. Those who understand the situation naturally appreciate Xiana's decision to stay here and rest. Having just given birth not long ago, she came to support her old friend. Given her current physical condition, it's only natural that she's resting here, let alone being fed by Zhang Jia. Netizens, however, felt a bit disappointed that Na Jia didn't bring her child along. If Jiego and Na Jia's child had been brought over, they would definitely be an adorable little one. After all, their parents are so good looking. You're overthinking it. No one would dare bring such a young child to work, no matter what. It's okay, it's okay. In a couple of years, when my child with Lang Xingyue is born, I'll bring him to the good life so everyone can meet him. Big brother, how many dishes did you order? You're drinking like this? Don't just drink, eat some food. Oh no, another one's gone crazy. Do you really think you can just get the cold goddess whenever you want? Take her away, take her away. At around 6 o'clock in the evening, everyone gathered in the small courtyard under the dim night sky. At that moment, the sky had a unique beauty. A series of fiery clouds appeared layer upon layer before their eyes. Even the sky itself turned red. Its beauty is so breathtaking that words fail to describe its grandeur. Such a beautiful sight. Let us put dinner on hold for now. I suggest we all take a photo together. Let the staff help them take a group photo. Xiana walked over, giving up on trying to form a heart shape with Jiego, and rushed toward Lang Xingyue. She even dared to press her face against hers. The two girls embraced each other very intimately. Na Jia gave the camera a heart-shaped hand gesture and smiled. Meanwhile, Lang Xingyue stiffly extended her fingers into the legendary scissors hand gesture. Yeah. Everyone saw her making a scissors hand gesture and couldn't help but smile. Click. The photo was taken, and this one with the natural, gentle smile captured everyone's expressions perfectly. Especially the embarrassed little face of Lang Xingyue. In fact, Xiana was even more surprised. As the top star of Hunan TV in the entertainment circle, she had met quite a few girls, but only a few had good skin: Hotba, Naza, and Yaya. The skin of these three new Xinjiang girls was truly radiant. But unexpectedly, Lang Xingyue's face was even more delicate, and the most infuriating thing was that she discovered the girl was actually makeup-free. She was makeup-free, she was makeup-free. This is a huge blow to a woman's self-esteem. A girl who is naturally beautiful is already this stunning she couldn't even begin to imagine what she would look like after putting on makeup. But with a face like this, there doesn't seem to be much need for makeup, does there? After the photo shoot ended, Xiana reached out and gently touched Lang Xingyue's face, turning it this way and that. She couldn't believe it. How could the heavens be so unfair? She was blessed with such a flawless face and skin. Oh, I'm so jealous of my sister. That little face is so delicate and beautiful. I wonder which lucky guy will end up with her. Cold Xingyue chuckled. Dahua stood by, scratching the back of his head awkwardly and smiling sheepishly. They had grown accustomed to Dahu, who acted like the foolish son of a wealthy landowner. Want to marry Yeye? What are you thinking? You'd be better off studying Chen Duling. She's the one who's cute and innocent, perfect for you. I thought Xiana would just be extremely obsessed with her face. After all, it's almost dinner time. But when Lang Xingyue just sat down, Na Jia suddenly came over and quickly kissed her on the cheek. Wow, for the first time, I felt so good being a woman, able to kiss Yeya's face freely, Sienna said with a mischievous smile. Chapter 67. Finally got to satisfy my craving for alcohol. Da Hua. Pong Pang. Heejong and the others looked at Sienna helplessly. So many people were watching. Was this really a good idea? What is kindness? When I'm eating porridge and pickles, you have meat to eat. There's no need to share a piece with me, but please try not to smack your lips. That's kindness. As a woman, you can take advantage of Lang Xingyue without caring at all about the feelings of your male peers. We have no right to join you in taking advantage, but please try not to let us see it. That's also a form of kindness. Wow, Yeda's little face is so cute, and it smells so good, just like my child's little face right now. Lang Xingyue sighed bitterly. In truth, she really wanted to get back at her by kissing Najie too, but after thinking about it for a long time, she decided against it. She didn't dare. Besides, what she had just said didn't sound very nice. Like your child's skin? Although it's meant as a compliment, the way you said it is a bit subtle. Alright, let's eat. Nana, stay away from my sister. Go kiss your brother. You're such a flirt. Heejong said jokingly to Sienna. It's just that Sister Na is so carefree, and today Cold Star Moon really helped her out. She even massaged her back until it felt much better and let her sleep for a while. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so energetic tonight. The dishes she prepared for dinner, Duban fish, stir-fried pork slices, and taro braised chicken were all hearty main courses. As the sun slowly sets in the west, I took a moment to savor their aroma under the soft glow of the lights. First, welcome Nana and Jie to the life we've always dreamed of. Cheers! Heejong raised his glass and proposed a toast. Everyone raised their cups in response. Lang Xingyue sipped the plain water in her mouth, finding it rather bland. Seeing that everyone else had started eating, she hurriedly helped Sienna pick out the chicken legs from the taro and chicken stew and place them in her bowl. At the same time, she quickly finished the water in her cup and gave a fake smile. Oh dear, I've finished all the water. You all go ahead and eat. I'll go get some more water and be right back. He then stood up and walked toward the mushroom house. At first, no one paid much attention, and they began discussing one interesting topic after another. Meanwhile, Lang Xingyue quietly made her way to the jar containing the strawberry wine. She never expected that the wine she had brewed today would be opened and drunk so soon. I don't know what's going on, but I'm unusually craving wine today. In my own cup, I didn't dare pour too much, just about half a cup. He then put the jar back in its place. He also added a slice of lemon to the cup. Only then did she happily carry the cup back to her seat. However, as soon as she sat down, she saw Xiaobai looking at her with a pitiful expression. That little look was almost as if he was saying, "Master, it's mealtime. Where's my cat food?" "Meow master, I'm still growing, I can't go hungry." "Oh, I forgot. Sorry, I'll get it for you right away." Mr. E also forgot to prepare food for Mr. and Mrs. Xiao H and Xiao Osai. It's all because the fiery clouds in the sky were simply too beautiful, making us forget about the important matters at hand. Since Xiaobai has finally resolved his emotional issues today, his appetite is quite good. Cold Star Moon also went out of her way to give it a special treat, not only getting a can of fish but also adding plenty of cat food. Returning to her seat, she picked up the water cup and took a deep sniff. It was still the same smell. If she guessed correctly, it should be erguotu. It seems that the drunkard boss has some taste after all. When it comes to high-proof alcohol, aside from imported spirits, almost every Chinese person knows about erguotu. Even if you haven't tried it, you should at least have heard of it. She's been here for so long, and she hasn't touched a drop of alcohol yet. But perhaps she knows that she needs to protect her voice. She didn't dare to drink much of it. Even now, when she was drinking it secretly, she only poured herself a small half cup. She took just a tiny sip. The fiery liquor, with its spicy kick and subtle tang, spread from his mouth, down his throat, and into his esophagus. The refreshing sensation that swept from her head to her toes made her involuntarily exhale a breath. With fine wine, delicious food, and beautiful company, the world is your oyster, anywhere can be home. No one seemed to notice Cold Xingyue's little trick. Everyone continued to talk among themselves, but as the meal drew to a close, some began to notice that something was off about Lang Xingyue. She seemed even more beautiful than before. If we were to compare her before to a budding flower, she has now fully bloomed, with a faint blush on her cheeks. Her eyes sparkled with a gentle glow, as if they were two deep, clear springs. When she smiled, she became charming and alluring. She had no idea that this body would react so strongly to just a little alcohol. She wasn't drunk, just a little flushed. Even she could feel it herself. Yeah, what's going on? After just one meal, you look even more beautiful. It must be Mr. Huang's cooking skills improving, now his meals even have beauty and skin-nourishing effects. Sienna asked teasingly. Sienna teased. Cough, maybe I have a cold. I'll go take some medicine so I don't infect everyone else. Covering her mouth, Yaya hurriedly got up, grabbed her cup, and ran toward the mushroom house. Chapter 68. Hello, Junghu, how have you been? Yeah, come quickly. I forgot to tell you something today. In the mushroom house at night. Cold Star Moon looked at her peach-colored face in the mirror and wiped the blood from her nose. She quickly washed her face twice and walked out. Hey, Mr. He, what's wrong? Seeing that she had just washed her face, He Jeong sighed and rubbed his temples. You kid, how long has it been since you last updated your Weibo? You're in the prime of your career right now, and I thought you'd update a few posts to interact with your fans. But today I noticed that your last post was all the way back in August last year. I really don't know what to say. Cold Star Moon? Is that important? What do you mean? He Jeong looked at her sideways. Alright, you're the boss. Whatever you say goes. While ordinary people envy celebrities for their good looks and popularity, they also face their own challenges. For her, crafting a Weibo post is a major headache. At the moment, she seems a bit flustered. Are you eating and drinking well? Have you all worked hard? Once upon a time, there was a banana. As it was walking along, it got a little hot, so it took off its clothes. As a result, it fell down. It didn't seem to work. Everyone was busy playing landlord, while Long Xingyue held her phone, looking utterly conflicted. Who knows what the celebrities are posting every day? How long have you been doing this? Yeah, let's take a photo of the few of us and send it over. That way, you can interact with your fans. I'm really curious, how have you spent all these years without even checking Weibo? He Jeong's remark made everyone laugh along. Long Xingyue shrugged her shoulders. Scrolling through Weibo? Besides patrolling, she often cleans her gun barrel. Does that count as scrolling? Looking at her Weibo, Long Xingyue thought for a moment and deleted all the posts she had made in the past. She posted a single sentence. Time flies, and before we know it, over a year has passed in the blink of an eye. To the person I once was, I bid you farewell. Hello, world. How have you been? Those who understand will naturally understand. She deleted all her Weibo posts to make it clear that she has no connection whatsoever with her former company. If she hadn't changed her phone number, there would probably be a lot of entertainment companies calling her by now. Since it's not easy to change a Weibo account, she might as well just delete all the content. In Beijing, at a luxurious villa. A man in his 30s, holding a beautiful woman in his arms. If anyone from this world were here, they would recognize her as the third or second female lead in a certain movie. Xi Xiao, I heard that the girl surnamed Leng has started her career again. She's incredibly popular now, and she seems even more beautiful than she was a year ago. In terms of popularity, she's not much different from second-tier celebrities. Another guy with slicked back hair and a greasy face chuckled beside him. At the same time, he didn't forget to take out his phone, open a few photos of Leng Xingyue's life and her ideal lifestyle, and handed them to him to look at. Cold? Qi Yuanzi took the phone and looked at the photo on the screen, his eyes widening in shock. The corners of his mouth curved into a smile. I wondered who it was, but it turns out to be this chaste and virtuous lady. At the end of year gathering 2 years ago, she didn't know her place and actually gave me a bottle of wine. I thought if I ignored her for a while, she'd settle down, but I never expected she'd have such a temper. She actually agreed to be ignored until the contract ended. At that time, I was accompanying my new girlfriend on a trip abroad, so I completely forgot about her. But now, she's become even more beautiful. Qi Yuanzi stared at the photo of Leng Xingyue on his phone, his eyes filled with an increasingly intense desire to possess her. Looking at her, then glancing at the person beside him. There's simply no comparison to be made. It's like comparing a firefly to the moon. There's simply no comparison. She's now participating in the ideal life? Is there a company willing to take her on? The gentleman beside her merely chuckled lightly. Since they were peers, there was no need for excessive formalities. He directly belittled her, saying, "Do you really think your company is some big corporation? There are 3 major giants above you. Even if you issue an order, they won't pay any attention to the words of a mid-level company like ours. Especially a woman like her appearance alone is enough to secure her future status. Which company wouldn't throw her a lifeline?" Though harsh, these words are not without merit. Qi Yuanzi's face was grim, but he didn't lose his temper. What was there to get angry about? The other person was just telling the truth. However, his friend's casual but seemed to give him a glimmer of hope. He pushed the woman in his arms aside, stood up, poured him a cup of wine, and hurriedly asked, But what? That friend drank the wine in one gulp and then said, "Actually, she doesn't seem to have joined any company yet. If my family didn't already have an entertainment company, I would have signed her up myself. With looks like that, I'd be willing to spend millions every day just to have her as a trophy wife at home." Chapter 69, I don't feel sorry for her. Not a bit. You know what? This look of yours is actually worth a few million. Looking at Long Xingyue's photo, it now feels like I'm looking at a piece of merchandise. The friend looked at Qi Yuanzi. What? You haven't given up on her yet? She's a chaste and virtuous woman. I don't think she can be bought with money. Qi Yuanzi snorted with a cold laugh. He handed the phone back to his friend. He wrapped his arm around the woman beside him again and said disdainfully, "So what?" The third female lead of the blockbuster movie The Legend of the Golden Carp, Jo Lily, is in my arms. She's just a lowly woman. Does she really think she can stir up any trouble? It only proves that you didn't spend enough money. Their conversation was something cold Xing Yue didn't know about, but if she had heard it, she would have immediately given them a combination punch package, plus a little grappling. Inside the mushroom house. Seeing Xiana Zhangjie covered in notes, Long Xingyue thought this was an opportunity not to be missed. She took several photos in quick succession, perfect for posting on Weibo. But unexpectedly, Xiana pounced like a starving tiger and rushed over. Ah, no photos without Photoshop, not allowed to post. What? Photoshop? How come your photos need editing, Najie? I think they're perfect as they are. You're already so beautiful, why bother? Xiana gave her a disapproving look. You little brat, you're mocking me, aren't you? Long Xingyue was speechless. She was clearly just flattering him, so how did it turn into teasing? It seemed she still hadn't grasped the essence of being a woman. So, over the next hour, Xiana insisted on teaching Lang Xingyue how to use 4 apps on her phone to edit photos, retouch images, and so on. Though, in reality, they didn't actually need any of that, but perhaps photo editing was simply a natural inclination for women. If you're already beautiful, why not strive to be even more beautiful? The same principle applies. By the time Lang Xingyue posted the photo on Weibo, it was almost 10 o'clock. The cameraman wasn't working either, and the production team began wrapping up for the day. Their conversation gradually became simpler. After recording a short segment, everyone went to rest, and the work was finally completed. Compared to them, the staff here are the ones who are really tired. After all, they still have to hold the camera and film. During dinner time every day, they are often kept working until past 10 o'clock before they can finally have a bite to eat. In the hot summer, especially in the mountains, there are many mosquitoes. Long Xingyue watched as most of the staff were squatting in the small courtyard, eating boxed meals. To avoid being caught on camera, they dared not enter the rooms. They had no choice but to stay outside. Seeing how hard they were working, it reminded her of her own time in the military. She stood up, looked at them, and saw them eating their boxed meals in big bites. Though their faces bore signs of fatigue, a hint of joy could still be seen. Perhaps they all found joy in their work. Busy in the kitchen, she boiled a pot of hot water. While Huang Lei was taking a shower, I stole some of his tea leaves and brewed this large pot of tea. I poured a cup for each of my colleagues who had worked hard all day. To have Lang Xingyue personally pour tea for them. These young men were overjoyed. He Jian and Xiana Zhangjie were watching Lang Xingyue in the living room on the first floor. These days, they had seen many beautiful women on screen, but once filming was over, they never bothered to ask about them again. However, someone like Lang Xingyue was indeed a rare exception. She didn't smile at all, and even went so far as to pour them water with a cold expression on her face. However, one could still sense the warmth in the tea and the kindness in her actions. It must be said that some things can be performed, but there are some things that are simply impossible to perform. How can one possibly portray the inner workings of another person's mind? Only through genuine sincerity can it be done. Otherwise, no matter how hard you try to portray a role, you will only be seen as someone imitating someone else poorly. When Huang Lei emerged from the bathroom with his six-pack abs on full display, he took a deep breath of the air. Is that the scent of green tea, Longjing? This aroma feels familiar. He Jiang stood by smiling as he pointed at Lang Xingyue, who was pouring water for the staff, and De Hua Pengpeng, who hurriedly followed after seeing her help. Director Wang Jiangyu, who had been watching the footage recorded today on the monitor in front of him, was startled when Lang Xingyue had already poured a cup of tea and handed it to him. Director Wang, have a sip of water first. He instinctively caught it, then sniffed it, his expression stiffening as he turned to look at Dahu and the others. Who brewed this tea? Dahua and Pengpeng looked at him in surprise, then glanced at Lang Xingyue. What's wrong? Is the tea not good? Seeing their expressions, Wang Dao knew who had brewed it. He couldn't help but take a sip and exhale slowly. Phew, as long as it wasn't the two of you, that's fine. Otherwise, Huang Lei, that old miser, would have discovered that you stole his precious tea leaves and would have kicked you out. As for Ye, he wouldn't dare to kick her out. Hearing him say that, the two of them instinctively looked toward the entrance of the mushroom house. Huang Lei winced but forced to smile as he looked at his younger sister. I don't feel sorry for her. I really don't feel sorry for her at all. Chapter 70, Yaha Calls. At night, Lang Xingyue lay on the bed. At this moment, she could still faintly sense the fragrance emanating from Yang Chaoyue's body. Xiaobai was curled up in his little nest, sleeping soundly. Meanwhile, she was already beginning to think about the song she would perform a month later. Tong Lia said she sang off-key. But after all this time, the only thing she's changed are her skin and her voice. Could I really start singing off-key now? Taking advantage of the fact that no one was around, she hummed a couple of lines softly, then froze in place. Is that me singing? It sounds pretty good. With this voice, it should be enough to surprise her. It was almost midnight, and she had planned to go to sleep, but unexpectedly, her phone suddenly rang. She looked and saw that it was a video invitation from Yaya. She tapped to accept the call. Tong Lia's exquisite face appeared on the phone. At that moment, she was in an open field, seemingly still working through the night on a film shoot, dressed in grayish-blue military attire. She had a smile on her face, but signs of fatigue were still evident. Yeah, did you receive the items? Long Xingyue couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for her older sister. She must be so tired, yet she was still thinking about her. A smile immediately appeared on her face as she looked at Yaya. I got it. Mr. He and the others really liked the snacks you sent. It's already so late. Do you still have to rush to the set? Yaya pouted helplessly. There's nothing we can do, the director is so ruthless. Ha, but I bet you're still awake too, so you can chat with me for a while. Did you turn on beauty mode? You look even more beautiful than before you left. She looked at the one-click beauty filter on her phone. It wasn't turned on. However, she smiled and said, if we video call, I dare not use beauty filters. You're so beautiful you'd completely overshadow me. Oh my, this little cutie is so sweet. I didn't expect my sister to be so articulate. I'm so proud of you. When I get back, I'll give you 2 kisses. After chatting for a while, Tong Liang began to talk about the matter at hand. She seemed to have not eaten yet, and was now holding her phone, eating a boxed meal while video chatting with herself. By the way, you don't have an agent or an assistant yet. I was wondering if you plan to set up your own studio or sign with a company? Would you like me to help you make some connections? If you're always on your own, you'll definitely be overwhelmed. She had actually thought about this, but for now, she didn't have any companies she was particularly interested in. If she wanted more freedom, then a studio would be a good option, but it would be a bit more complicated when it came to accepting work. She shook her head and decided to leave it at that for now. Being alone wasn't so bad. Look, she was doing just fine. She rode her motorcycle here, and tomorrow night she was heading to Sichuan province. Mr. Huang had arranged for her to be a guest on an extreme challenge show. She'd worry about setting up a studio later. For now, her life was pretty comfortable, and she had no plans to start a studio just yet. Agents and assistants, to put it bluntly, are just there to handle matters that aren't suitable for celebrities to handle themselves, such as paying bills, booking flights, and handling everyday tasks like picking up clothes or holding an umbrella. However, for her, these are all just minor tasks. After all, celebrities are human too, and living more naturally means she has fewer tasks to handle. Constantly trapping oneself behind a series of false facades, over time, one loses sight of who they truly are. She, however, has already come to terms with it. Upon hearing Extreme Challenge, Yaya was startled. You're going to participate in Extreme Challenge? That's great. If you perform well, you'll definitely return to the 3rd tier this year. She hasn't mentioned yet that director Su Zhang asked her to guest star with Yang Chaoyue. Since she thought the job wasn't that big of a deal, she didn't tell Yaya about it. However, the other party's subsequent actions caused Lang Xingyue's heart to race for a moment. This is a good thing. The fact that Mr. Huang is willing to help you means he really appreciates you. I must call Mr. Huang and thank him in person someday, and invite him to dinner. After all, you'll be working together on the show, and especially since he has such good connections in the industry. Upon hearing this, Yaya seemed even happier than she was. Seeing her face full of smiles, Cold Xingyue finally let a natural smile escape her lips. It's so nice to have someone care about me like this. Having a sister like this, the feeling isn't so bad after all. At least, in her eyes. Tong Lia was already someone who owed a tremendous debt of gratitude. Looking back now, all she can do is repay her slowly over time. Sis, there's no need to go to all this trouble. Once I have some free time, I'll naturally invite Mr. Huang to dinner. You should focus on your current work first, but don't overwork yourself. Even the thickest makeup can't hide those dark circles under your eyes. Hey, you little thing, you're so pretty, you don't even look at your older sister? Chapter 71, What is Happiness? An old couple bickering. Chapter 71, What is Happiness? An old couple bickering. After chatting with Yaya for half an hour, I watched her eat half a box of food before rushing off to continue filming. Who says celebrities have it easy? You just can't feel the hardships they go through. Now she finally has a clearer understanding. What is a celebrity, after all? To put it bluntly, it's just a high-paying profession. Are they hardworking? Yes, they are, but for those at the bottom, the salary for a single TV series is almost what they could earn in their entire lifetime. That's why it's considered a high-paying profession. In gaming terms, this profession requires not only a good background but also the ability to invest significant resources. Otherwise, success is unlikely. There are countless actors in China, but only a fraction of them achieve fame. Grassroots actors are indeed inspiring, but no matter how inspiring they are, it's still just a story. Those who truly rise to the top and become successful are few and far between. Take Long Xingyue, for example. Without Tong Lia's help, she would never have been able to enter the life she had always dreamed of. She would probably be nothing today. People are interconnected. This kindness, she won't express it, but it's already etched in her heart. Perhaps it was just good luck that she directly encountered Mr. He and Mr. Huang, such prominent figures. He casually reached out and gave me a tug. He had already stepped into the center of this circle. Perhaps that is the true strength of these celebrities. That night, she slept soundly. In her dream, she seemed to have returned to the world she once knew, where all her enemies and loved ones were dead, yet she alone had survived. He never remarried, instead opening a small restaurant where he lived out the rest of his days alone, with a cup of tea and a dog for company. Was he happy? Perhaps this can also be considered a kind of happiness. A person's happiness does not necessarily require wealth or the company of children. To live a simple life like this, with memories lingering in one's mind, each day unfolding like a movie, page by page, the two can be considered a spiritual solace and a source of joy for both the mind and body. However, she never smiled. When the dream ended, Xiaobai still lay in his arms. This little guy seemed to really enjoy lying on her chest. Damn it, who doesn't like lying there? If it weren't for the fact that it's a little female cat, she would have already tossed this little thing into Mr. He's bed. In the early morning, she got up and tidied her slightly disheveled light purple silk nightgown. I cleaned up little White's poop, then washed my face and brushed my teeth. Najia hasn't gotten up yet, and Diego is the same. However, no one dares to disturb the couple. After all, the young couple is probably still snuggled up together in bed. Disturbing them so abruptly would be completely out of line with the ideal lifestyle portrayed on the show. Everything should still be centered around the two words aspiration. I fed breakfast to Xiaobai, Xiaoh, and Xiao. She began to boil water. Every morning, breakfast was always rice porridge. It was a routine. After all, someone sponsored it, didn't they? At 7 o'clock, Mr. He and Mr. Huang emerged from the room with their hair disheveled. They looked at Long Xingyue with indulgent expressions. Look at her, this is my sister. Take a look at these two. Pang Pang and Dahua are simply. I won't say anything. Huang Lei was clearly judging the three of them with a biased perspective. He Jiang understood, but this time he agreed wholeheartedly. I agree with you. This Yaya, the more she acts like this, the more I feel that AO Hua Entertainment isn't worth a thing. They actually dared to crush such a promising talent right in the cradle. Old Huang, I feel like we might be holding a rising star in our hands. The two of you are respected elders in the industry, yet you hold such high hopes for Cold Star Moon. However, they have not made this known publicly and have no intention of informing her of this matter. We should keep an eye on her and talk to her first, to prevent her from becoming arrogant in the future. We need to be stricter with her and make her understand that good actors are forged through hard work and discipline. Oh well, then the task of playing the bad cop falls to you. I'll take the good cop role after all, everyone knows I'm a nice person. He spoke to himself as he walked toward the bathroom. Hey, you're the one who's so sly. Why should you play the good guy? I look like the bad guy. I'm clearly the old man, aren't I? Right, you're the old man. Can your grandson Sun Li handle it? Hey, don't think you can drive recklessly just because there's no video now. You're an old driver. It's rare to find a true friend in life. The friendship between Mr. He and Mr. Huang is truly something to envy. Cold Xingyue stood quietly on the first floor, listening to the elderly couple bickering. She held a cup of rice porridge in her hands and sipped it slowly. His thoughts had already broken through time and space, flying into the world of the past. They reminded him of his former comrades. Those old friends were all muscular, burly men. Now, the friends I know are delicate and fragile. If they don't improve, they'll be left behind by the march of time. Chapter 72, Red Flowers and Green Leaves. At 8 o'clock, Najia and Diego finally got up. They seemed to be in fairly good spirits. The young couple went to wash up, showing their love for each other. Little did they know that such a gesture was making Dahua envy them greatly. He stood there helplessly, sighed, and turned to look at Long Xingyue sitting in the living room on the first floor. Yeah, don't you envy the sweetness between Na and the others? Seeing him suddenly come closer. Cold Xingyue, who had been leaning against the wall, stood up straight. Envy, but what's the use? All you see is the sweetness, but do you know what lies behind it? It's the mundane realities of life: tea, rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea. The ordinary, unremarkable aspects of life are what truly make it worth living. If you can maintain the same innocence and passion from your first love all the way through marriage, that's what truly matters. I never expected those words to come from Long Xingyue. Huang Lei looked at her in surprise. Holding a bowl of rice porridge, he also walked over. He looked her up and down. You know a lot, but do you really know what it means to live a life? All you talk about is rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea. Don't underestimate me, old man. Though I'm young, I've seen a lot in my life. People's thoughts are naturally different, but mine are simple. That is, in the future cough, never mind. I won't say anymore. I don't want Mr. Huang to call me unrealistic again. I'll go chop some firewood. Actually, what she fears most is that if she reveals her true thoughts, others will discover the flaws in them. Her thoughts were actually quite simple: to grow old together with the person she loved. That was her wish. It could also be considered a kind of hope. But it's just a thought. In this world, she probably doesn't stand a chance of making it happen. In the morning, work assignments were being distributed. Peng Peng, Dehua, and Jiego went to the rice paddies to plant rice seedlings. Meanwhile, Mr. He and Xia Na went strawberry picking. Huang Lei and Lang Xingyue went to collect honey. This is all money. We can't not do it. Since this task involved a certain degree of danger, she did not allow Xiaobai to go out with the puppies. Walking along the country road, Huang Lei looked at Lang Xingyue, who was beaming with joy, and he felt a bit happy too. Yesterday, I reported on the work situation to your sister-in-law, and I mentioned you as well. She had nothing but praise for you. Oh, and by the way, she also mentioned your niece, Duo. She really likes you and keeps asking you to come over to my place someday to play with her and teach her how to ride a motorcycle. Ha, did you agree to let her learn? Lang Xingyue giggled beside her. Huang Lei rolled his eyes. Needless to say, he wasn't opposed to it. Girls riding motorcycles was fine, but in terms of safety, he would never agree. Sure, it was cool, but two wheels were never as safe as four. Let us just forget about it. I don't want my daughter to be as wild as you are, he said with a smile. Just say I'm crazy. What's with all this wild talk? You little girl, can't you tell if I'm being nice or not? Usually, you seem like such a proper young lady, but the moment you get on a motorcycle, you turn into a completely different person. Especially the way you accelerated makes me worry for you. Huang Lei seems to be turning into one of those parents who worry about their children. He looks very unhappy. Cold Xingyue naturally understood and cleverly changed the subject. Hey, Mr. Huang, what should we have for lunch today? How about something light? I'll treat you to some skewers tonight. I have to go take photos tonight. You're just trying to change the subject, aren't you? He, caught me. Lang Xingyue took the lead and went to the beehive. Upon seeing the two uninvited guests arrive, the bees grew restless. As the bees began to fly up and down restlessly due to their arrival, their flight frequency was noticeably slower than before. Huang Lei's heart began to race as well. Saying he wasn't afraid was pure nonsense. Who wouldn't be afraid of pain? Especially when it's Yeye by my side, not those kids from Dahu. He naturally felt responsible for protecting his younger sister. In the mushroom house, he and Mr. He were like an old married couple. Dahu and Peng Peng were like two sons, while Lang Xingyue had originally thought she was a daughter, only to unexpectedly become a younger sister. Though, it is somewhat unusual for someone of his age to have such an older sister. However, Lang Xingyue's actions were all commendable, leaving them no choice but to praise him. Yeah, be careful. To bees, you're like a beautiful flower. Be careful, or they'll sting you. At a time like this, Huang Lei still has the heart to joke around. When the two of them opened the beehive, it was clear that the swarm of bees had completely surrounded them. I'm a flower. What are you? You're so clueless. Can't you tell? Red flowers need green leaves to make them stand out, and I'm the green leaf. Well, your leaf sure is big. Chapter 73, Preparations Before Departure. The two of them busily began using small brushes to carefully brush all the bees off the beehive, simultaneously placing the removed honeycomb into the semi-automatic tool designed to extract the honey. Separation process. After nearly 20 minutes of hard work, they finally returned with a full load. This honey shouldn't all be taken away at once. When they returned, the two of them were the fastest. However, honey requires secondary processing. Using a mesh screen, it needs to be filtered. At the same time, the honey also needs to be packaged. Although it can be sold for money, Huang Lei considered the most important aspect in the end. By the time the final episode of the show airs, he plans to give all the honey, strawberries, and vegetables grown by the guests to the guests who have visited the show. This honey is a real treat, but unfortunately, there might not be enough to go around for all the guests. Huang Lei said with a smile as he carefully strained the honey through a sieve. Lang Xingyue naturally understood that, in the mushroom house, the amount of money was just a formality. This honey was truly a token of goodwill. Of course, it was the most appropriate choice to give it away. Mr. Huang, I think your approach is flawed. Fundamentally, you're wrong. Honey is indeed a valuable item, but you could have sold it to the production team. They know full well that they'll give it away at the end of the show. Why would they risk keeping it for themselves? They wouldn't dare. In the end, they'd have to return it to us anyway. Click. Clap. Wang Zhengyu's teacup fell to the ground. Fortunately, it was empty, and he was sitting down, so the cup remained intact. If he hadn't been sitting, it would have broken. Cold Xingyue's idea was utterly unacceptable. She was clearly trying to sabotage the production team. Huang Lei chuckled to himself, thinking, why didn't I think of that? I guess I'm just too kind-hearted to have considered that possibility. Come on, this isn't a survival challenge. Don't be so cunning. Relax. There's plenty of food all around us. Even if we run out of money, we can still live comfortably. What are you afraid of? Fruits? We have strawberries. Water? We have honey and tea leaves. Meat? We have little flower, little yellow, little white, and a few others like Dien Dien and Tian Ba as backups. Fish? We have that too. The only thing missing is a variety of vegetables, but that's not a big deal. Just relax, everything will be fine. But, by the way, if you go to the extreme challenge tomorrow, make sure you keep this mindset. Those people there are all troublemakers. That said, she could see the smile on Huang Lei's face. Is he really that bad? She actually thinks that Huang Lei really likes that group of friends. As early as yesterday, she had already taken care of all the arrangements for today's activities. The production team needs to return to Hunan to edit the footage, and it just so happens that they will be traveling together with Ms. Na, Mr. Jia, and Mr. He. This had already been arranged earlier. As for Mr. Huang Lei, he has been busy filming a movie with Peng Peng these past few days. In their spare time, they practice their lines. Practicing acting is quite tiring. I thought I would be able to rest properly or visit Yaya for a week. However, it seems there's no chance of that now. She needs to go to Sichuan province. The plane tickets have already been purchased. By car, the entire journey takes about 7 hours, while by plane, it takes only about half the time. We should arrive in Sichuan province around 5 or 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. This will also give me an extra day to relax and unwind. I'll take a stroll around Sichuan province and pick up some souvenirs for my friends. This had become a habit of hers before doing anything. She would always make a simple plan in advance. Even when unexpected changes occur, there may be some oversights. She has been known for her meticulousness since her previous life. After a moment, He Jiong returned with Najia, who was beaming with excitement. Sienna's face was lit up with a dazzling smile, as if this strawberry-picking trip had made her very happy. Upon returning, she set the strawberries aside and no longer paid them any attention, instead cuddling up to Xiaobai, who was basking in the sun nearby, and rubbing against him incessantly. It was clear that she truly loved Xiaobai, but unfortunately, it was all in vain. You can't just give something away like that. The poor little thing seems to have just woken up. With a look of slight grievance on his face, he was being held by Sienna, rubbing his little face against her. She dared not extend her claws to scratch her. He could only look at Long Xingyue pitifully. It seemed as though he was pleading, "Can you let me go? Let me rest in peace?" She couldn't do anything either, so she could only spread her hands helplessly and sigh, "Just endure it for a while. There's nothing we can do. After all, she likes you." Regarding its whereabouts for the next week, Long Xingyue had originally planned to temporarily leave it at her aunt's house. However, after thinking it over, she decided to place it with its mother's family instead. Though the mother wasn't exactly a model parent, at least Xiao Bai's mother was there, and the daughter in that household was decent enough. They wouldn't dare harbor any ill intentions towards Xiao Bai. The 700 yuan in living expenses for the 7 days would be enough to keep them happy. Chapter 74, Out of Sight, Out of Mind. At noon, Huang Lei prepared a sumptuous feast. Scallion-wrapped braised bamboo shoots, and steamed fish. As for the main dish, Huang Lei took a shortcut and asked Long Xingyue to make hand-pulled noodles again. To be honest, a life like this is really hard to come by these days. Anyway, I feel like the past 2 days have been absolutely wonderful. I feel like Snow White from the fairy tale. Just thinking about it makes me feel so happy. Snow White? Sienna's words immediately sparked strong disapproval from everyone. What does she mean? If she's Snow White, then what are the others? So, according to you, we're all dwarfs, right? If you say so, we'll just go along with it. But if Yeye is a dwarf, do you think you're a very good Snow White? He Jiong didn't hold back and mocked her directly. Sienna immediately refused to accept it. Mr. He, don't mention Yeye. I think it's clear that you're the one who's upset. She only said you're short, and she didn't even mention your shoes. Before she could finish, Sienna hid in Zhang Jia's arms, seeking protection. Mr. He wants to kill you to silence you. What's going on? There's nothing. If you dare to say another word, I'll expose all your past embarrassing moments. Hey, leave some room for future dealings. After all, we see each other every day. Is it really necessary to be so ruthless? Those words made He Jiong pause. Just as he was pondering how to respond, Dahu asked in a low voice, "What does can't see her when you look up, can't see her when you look down mean?" Though the voice was not loud, everyone still heard it. Oh, what Najie means is that the two of them are either on the roof or lying on the ground. You get it, right? You can't see them when you look up, but you can see them when you look down. She was explaining while demonstrating what she meant. Dahua was completely baffled. Pang Pang couldn't help but burst out laughing. The noodles almost flew out of his nose. Yeye's explanation was pretty impressive. This point must be acknowledged. This is the work of a master. He Jiong and Sienna both looked at Long Xingyue with grim expressions. This girl is definitely doing this on purpose. In the afternoon, Sienna leaned against Long Xingyue's side. She lingered, refusing to leave. To be honest, there was still a lot of work to do, but today, including Huang Lei, everyone started to feel lazy after lunch. Perhaps it was because these old friends rarely got together. They sat in the living room on the first floor to cool off. There was a freshly brewed pot of tea on the table, and a plate of bright red strawberries that looked very appealing. Mr. He, how much money do we have left now? Everyone was in a good mood, but Huang Lei's question shattered the pleasant atmosphere and brought everyone back to reality. Money. He Jong stood up, hurriedly picked up the golden piggy bank on the windowsill, and looked at the amount inside. After counting, he finally said, "There's only 264.3 yuan left." This was just the second group of customers, and Nana and Jiego didn't ask for much. This already accounts for nearly 1/6 of the total. I can't even imagine what we'll do if there's a day with more customers. Huang Lei remained silent, rubbing his chin. Don't look at how much we've saved so far. Don't forget, we still haven't had dinner yet. No problem. If they order dishes, we can guide them to choose vegetarian options or a fish-only feast. At least, fish doesn't cost us anything, and we can let them experience the joy of catching fish. It's a win-win situation. Everyone eats fish, and nothing else. Cold Xingyue said coldly. Her voice and expression were both cold. When it comes to rejecting people, she is the most suitable person to handle it. So, if it ever comes to that, it will be a hassle. Comrade yeah, you'll have to handle it. We really can't do anything about it. You know, both I and teacher he have thin skin, and Dahu's face isn't thick enough. Peng Peng could do it, but he's too shy. So, we're officially handing this task of playing the good cop to you, Comrade Yaya. Long Xingyue, sigh. There's no need to be so mean, bullying girls like that. Is that right? Although we left together in the afternoon, according to the requirements, we needed to record a segment where Najia and Jiego left first. Xiana carried her backpack, and Zhang Jia held the luggage, the two of them accompanied by Dehua and the others, all the way to the entrance of the mushroom house. Xiana felt a bit reluctant to let go of Long Xingyue. Her eyes began to well up with tears. Sis, if you ever want to come on the show, just let me know. When you come to Hunan, I'll take you to eat hot pot. He Jiong seemed a bit reluctant. Why bother sending Long Xing to the main camp? It's such a hassle. Why go through the trouble of finding Xiana? What's wrong with me, the Mango King? Am I not good enough anymore? Cough, cough. Hey, Nana, you still have things to do, right? Just go already. Don't linger here. Mr. He thought to himself, you took the surprise I've been preparing for days for Yeye and Dahu. If I don't hurry you along, who else would I rush? Chapter 75, Everything is Ready. The Extreme Challenge begins. Chapter 75, Everything is Ready, the Ultimate Challenge begins. Xiana shot He Jiong a disdainful glance, ignored him, and continued staring at Long Xingyue, holding her hand. Yeah, if you miss your sister, just give me a call. Long Xingyue could feel Xiana's concern for her, but she felt a bit shy. After parting ways with Xiana and her husband, the mushroom house finally fell into a brief period of calm. Recording up to this point can be considered a conclusion for now. Huang Lei and He Jiong were discussing something with Wang Zhengyu. Staff members were busy preparing to wrap up for the day. Meanwhile, on her side, the owner of Xiaobai, the daughter of the original family, called her. She is currently waiting outside the door. Actually, to be honest, this young lady isn't too bad. However, perhaps it was her mother who was too domineering and greedy, leading to the current animosity. Nevertheless, after Cold Xingyue's strong rebuke last time, her family has become much more subdued. This young woman's original surname was Wang, and her given name was Shuyu. She is 18 years old and is about to take the college entrance exam. I've had a few conversations with her before and found her to be a decent young woman. For someone like her family, Long Xingyue naturally has the means to make the payment. Her mother is indeed money hungry, but she fears Cold Xingyue. When dealing with such people, one must use a combination of firmness and kindness. Feeding a kitten costs 100 yuan a day, which is already quite high. Especially one like Xiaobai, who doesn't cause any trouble and just eats and sleeps all day. Who wouldn't want to earn this kind of money? When holding the little white one, Long Xingyue placed it in a small cage and returned it to your mother. Try not to be too showy. If anything happens, wait for me to return and tell me. Additionally, the device around your neck is a tracking device. I still feel a bit uneasy about Wang Shuyu's mother. Although Xiaobai felt reluctant to part with Lang Xingyue, the thought of soon being reunited with its mother brought a hint of anticipation to its reluctance. When it heard Lang Xingyue's parting words, it couldn't help but stretch out its delicate little paws, signaling for Long Xingyue to play pinky promise with it. Where did it get a hook? After sending Xiaobai away, Xiao H and Xiao's owner, who was also the on-site director of the program, they had already taken the two active little ones away beforehand. Now, only the colorful lights remain, dotting the place like old members who can't bring themselves to leave. They can only entrust the care of the lanterns to an elderly villager. In the previous season of the Mushroom House, every brief break would leave a few people behind. However, now that it is the beginning of the second season, they need to return to Hunan for editing and review, and the remaining staff are on their scheduled days off. Therefore, they had no choice but to ask the local elders to help look after things. And this old gentleman is none other than the same Mr. Long from yesterday. After what happened last time, the old man took the matter of the mushroom house very seriously and handled it with the utmost importance. This was something that Long Xingyue could naturally discern. After repeatedly begging Long Dage, the production team has already made all the necessary arrangements. Dahua has already left the venue. As he was leaving, he looked at Long Xingyue with a look of reluctance, as if he wanted to etch her features deeply into his heart. Before leaving, she didn't forget to hug Mr. He, Mr. Huang, and Peng Peng. However, when he approached Long Xingyue, she refused him. If she couldn't see through such a petty trick, then she would have lived all these years for nothing. Dahua left helplessly. He left Mr. He and the other two there, struggling to suppress their laughter. She packed her belongings, thinking that since it was just a single episode of an extreme challenge, she wouldn't need much. However, since she needed to bring some spare clothes, she planned to return directly to Beijing after finishing the extreme challenge recording. So she had no choice but to carry her own luggage. Xiana and Zhang Jie were waiting for He Jiong in a car nearby. He was carrying a backpack and a suitcase, looking at Long Xingyue, Peng Peng, and the others. There was no need for further words. After all, they would be returning anyway. They would depart first and meet again in 7 days. After seeing off He Jiong, Huang Lei finally looked at Long Xingyue. Let's go too. Since all three of us are heading to the airport, it's convenient to go together now. But on the way there, Mr. Huang's phone kept ringing. Only Peng Peng had a relatively leisurely workday and occasionally chatted with her for a few minutes. It seems that being a celebrity isn't as easy and simple as I imagined. From 4 p.m., I got into the car and rushed straight to the airport. We arrived at the airport on time at 6 p.m. However, since her flight was at 10:30 p.m., she now needed someone to wait for her at the airport. Huang Lei and Peng Peng had already boarded their flight and departed at 8 o'clock. She was wearing a baseball cap and still had a mask on her face. At that moment, she was sitting on her luggage, looking up at the moon above her head. I wonder if my friends are also gazing at the moonlight at this very moment, just like me. Just then, the phone suddenly rang. The caller ID displayed an unfamiliar number. He had initially planned to ignore it, but after a moment's hesitation, he decided to answer it first. Hello, may I help you? Hello, is this Miss Long Xingyue? This is Yen Min, the director of Extreme Challenge. I would like to discuss the payment for this episode with you. Do you have time? Regarding the payment, she hadn't really thought about it, but since he had brought it up, Long Xingyue was naturally happy and had time. Please just go ahead and tell me. Chapter 76, Cold Dad and Cold Mom. Considering that you're still new here, we don't mean to underestimate you at all. The cost for this issue is 3 million. What do you think? Additionally, we have already arranged your accommodation. The hotel room key card will be placed at the front desk shortly. Once you arrive, simply provide your name, and you will be able to collect the key card and check in. Is there anything else we can assist you with? The cost is 3 million per installment. The life you've always dreamed of, only 10 million for 12 installments. She didn't know whether to say that money was easy to come by these days or that her own worth had risen, so this was only natural. There were no other requests, so she would have to trouble the director. Long Xingyue was completely satisfied with the price. She knew her own worth and wouldn't overstep her bounds. A price of 3 million for the first installment was likely only offered because of Mr. Huang's influence. That's almost the price of a second-tier celebrity. Yen Min listened to the voice of Lang Xingyue on the other end of the phone. The voice was cold and distant, but extremely polite. It actually made him feel a bit more favorable toward him. Oh, no problem. In that case, someone will come to your room tomorrow to sign the contract. We're letting you know in advance, so please don't forget. Alright, no problem. Don't worry, Director Yen. You go ahead and get back to work. Sigh. For some reason, after hanging up the phone, she really wanted to smoke a cigarette. Come to think of it, that's quite interesting. Working as a bodyguard, especially one who carries a weapon, only earns a few $100,000 a month, literally risking your life for money. Yet celebrities, on the other hand, can make millions in a single day just by playing games. It's really no comparison. Of course, she understood the hardships behind the glamour of stardom. She just felt that the things she had once worked so hard for and strived to achieve had become so ordinary in this life. In the capital city, she had her own one-bedroom apartment, a car with 4 wheels, and even a motorcycle. The woman is on her own. It seems like there's nothing missing. She didn't pay any attention to the people around her who were watching her. She just sat there casually on the suitcase. A pair of slim-fit, loose-fitting trousers paired with a pair of black high heels. The top is a white oversized batwing sleeve blouse that reveals a hint of snow-white shoulders. Her jet black hair was disheveled and cascading down her back. She also wore a black baseball cap and a black disposable mask. Looking up at the starry sky, her snow-white, slender neck was fully exposed at that moment. Though her face was indistinct, her figure and demeanor alone were unmatched. Anyone who sees her can't help but whisper to themselves from the bottom of their heart, "What a stunningly beautiful young woman." The phone suddenly rang again. She picked it up and glanced at the name on the screen. A ripple of emotion stirred in her heart. "Mom! This is the phone number of Cold Star Moon's mother." In my memory, Lang Xingyue's family was still relatively harmonious, with assets amounting to around 10 million. However, after she moved to the capital, she rarely kept in touch with her family. As for why, her memory is vague, and even she herself doesn't know why. After hesitating for a moment, she reached out and answered the call. "Hello, Mom." There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. A gentle voice came through. "Livestream, Mom watched it. It was good. You didn't disappoint, Mom. Your father, that old man, didn't say much, but he was clearly happy today. He drank an extra 2 ounces. Yeah, if you're too tired, come back and rest for a while. Your parents are still capable here. Supporting one daughter isn't a problem." Before she could say anything, a stern voice suddenly rang out from the side. "Nonsense. What do you mean it's no problem to support a daughter? Our family's values are self-reliance. Cold Xingyue is the daughter of an old man, and no one from the Cold family has ever given up because of a little setback. Tell that girl that I've already transferred another 2 million to her account. If it's not enough, she can ask the family. However, what I don't want to see is a lazy, unambitious young woman who leeches off her family. Even if you keep falling down, as long as you can get back up, your old man will still support you." "Got it. Alright, got it." Cold Xingyue's father seems to be an extremely strict person. However, he secretly cherishes his daughter. A father who cares deeply for his daughter but dares not speak up, instead putting on a stern facade. What a happy family that makes others jealous. Perhaps the lingering resentment in her heart stems from that year she was neglected. Perhaps it was also caused by the sudden illness she suffered. Now everything has improved, and perhaps her spirit in heaven can finally rest in peace. Just tell her that you want to talk to your daughter but you're too shy. You old man is really funny. And don't always take sides with the Long family. The child is mine. How can you bear to let such a beautiful girl become just like you, a stiff-necked old man? Can you please not speak so harshly? I'm trying to educate my daughter here. Have you washed the dishes? Swept the floor? Washed the fruits? Is my face mask ready? Cold Dad, this life is ruined because of your face. You're beautiful, and your daughter is beautiful too. I give up." Chapter 77, her figure changes once again. Cold Xingyue didn't feel anything, but tears began to well up in the corners of her eyes. The lingering sense of bitterness in her heart seemed to vanish completely. At the same time, she seemed to have grown taller and more confident. Cold Mom gave Cold Xingyue a few instructions, saying she was going to apply a face mask, and then she had to go. However, Cold Xingyue felt like crying but couldn't. Damn it, how did her figure seem to get even better? The obsession has been eliminated. The host's body has fused with Cold Star Moon's body at 100%. Congratulations, host. Cold Star Moon, originally suffering from a hidden illness within her body, coupled with constant depression due to career setbacks, she had lost all hope. The only thing she could not let go of was her own parents. Thus, she harbored this obsession deep within her heart. Now, seeing this, she believes the host can take care of her parents and has let go of her obsession, leaving this place to seek the light of the next life. Cold Star Moon, acting performance optimized by 20. Cold Star Moon, body shaping optimization 20. Now, I can finally call myself Cold Star Moon. Before, she wasn't even a complete individual. I never expected that I would be able to further enhance my physical form here. Even though my figure was already perfect, I now feel incredibly frustrated. She stood up and stretched lazily, her bones cracking as she did so, and her height visibly increased by another inch. His figure also became more proportionate. Memories have been completely integrated. From this day forward, there is no longer a person named Long Yan in this world. What remains is only Lang Xingyue, reborn with a new life. He roughly estimated his own height. With the high heels on her feet, she was well over 1.8 meters tall. In her opinion, 9-headed might be a stretch, but with her current figure, she's definitely got 8 heads, right? A 9-headed body, as the name suggests, is the most perfect proportion for a woman. From head to waist, the length is only 3 times the height of the head. From the crotch to the feet, it is 6 heads long. However, this proportion would look quite strange in real life. Therefore, such modifications are typically only made on dolls or in photographs, where the woman's legs are intentionally elongated. And now, Cold Xingyue. Looking down at the noticeably shorter, loose-fitting trousers. If there were more than 8 heads, the ratio would definitely be 7.5 heads. These long legs, if I were a woman, I would definitely love them, as they are naturally my own. The greatest disappointment in life is encountering an exceptional woman and being unable to make her your wife, because that woman is yourself. She was already more than enough to catch anyone's eye. When she stood up and stretched lazily, it drew even more attention from the crowd. A few people pulled out their phones and started snapping photos. Especially this height. There are very few women who can reach 1.8 meters in height. What's even more remarkable is that she's also so beautiful. It's odd, really you can't even make out her face, but just by looking at her figure and demeanor, you can tell she's a rare beauty. I really don't know whether to say they're amazing or if Cold Star Moon has already reached the pinnacle of beauty. Going around in circles. It's about time. With the ticket in hand, I headed toward the VIP. A beautiful young woman in first class. This left many people gazing enviously. Since the flight was in the evening, there weren't many people. In first class, there were only a handful of people, maybe 5 or 6 in total. Originally, they were dozing off and showed little interest in their surroundings. But when the cabin door opened and Lang Xinyue walked in from outside, a few of the men first glanced at her listlessly. Then their eyes widened in shock. As Lang Xinyue walked past, a scent unlike any cosmetic fragrance wafted through the air. The scent caused the men present to involuntarily inhale deeply. Those with wives in tow couldn't help but pinch or slap them. Oh my goodness, I've told you before, I'm currently at the peak of my career. Finding a girlfriend isn't something to rush into. Besides, your son earns millions a year, how could he possibly be lacking in girlfriends? Give me another 2 years, and I'll find one for you myself. On the other side of Lang Xingyue's seat, by the aisle, a man in his 30s seemed to be talking on the phone with his mother. Suddenly, he noticed Lang Xingyue. She was actually sitting right next to him. He took off his hat and mask. That breathtakingly beautiful face left him speechless. At the same time, Lang Xingyue also noticed him. Seeing his state, she sighed silently to herself. Celebrities are great in every way, but they always wear masks no matter how hot it is outside. It's really frustrating. Seeing her put the mask back on helplessly, her beautiful eyes slowly closed. She began to close her eyes and relax in her seat. The man coughed once and answered the phone again. Mom, I think I really need to find a wife who can help me take care of the family. Otherwise, my villa will be empty and lifeless, and I won't be able to spend all the millions in my bank account. Chapter 78. This is the first time I've ever met an artist who was so straightforward. Cold Xingyue didn't even glance at him, but those empty-headed sisters seemed to perk up a bit after hearing that he was a young, wealthy bachelor. Seeing that this tactic didn't work, the man said a few more words before hanging up the phone. He thought of a plan. In the end, I mustered up the courage and stood up to go over to Lang Xingyue's side. Sir, the plane is about to take off. Please do not leave your seat. The flight attendant hurriedly said. I'm not feeling very comfortable here. Could you help me change seats? He pointed to his own seat in a pretentious manner. In reality, his actions were as obvious as Samurai Zhao's intentions, everyone could see through him. Who wouldn't want to sit next to a beauty? Unfortunately, the others are either married or older, and there are only a few of them. Who would dare to ask? It just so happened that he happened to meet the criteria for being single. The attendant will be with you shortly to change your seat, but please fasten your seatbelt now as the aircraft is about to take off and there may be some turbulence. Please stay seated and keep your head and shoulders inside the aircraft at all times. Normally, passengers are not permitted to change seats at will. However, first-class passengers require special attention. Moreover, there are only a few passengers in first class at the moment. Things have become more relaxed as a result. The plane took off slowly and leveled off. He unbuckled his seatbelt. The flight attendant hurried over, looked at his seat, and saw that there was nothing wrong. She looked at him with some confusion. If you'd prefer, you can sit in the back. If you feel uncomfortable, I can try to get you a blanket or something. The empty-handed sister said with a smile. Behind her, sitting in the back, was a middle-aged man who was currently asleep. It would be better to let him sit alone rather than sit with him. That way, I won't be a bother, and I can just sit on the other side. As he spoke, he stood up and headed toward Lang Xingyue's side to sit down. This. Kong Jia couldn't say anything either, so she could only look at Lang Xingyue beside her. Seeing the flight attendant looking at her, Lang Xingyue turned her head and gave the guy who had come over a quick glance. Just don't bother me. With that, he closed his eyes again and began to drift off. The man's forehead. He was so choked up he didn't know what to say. He had come all this way, and if he didn't say anything, wouldn't it all have been for nothing? On the plane, time passed very slowly. It was also a bit boring, so Lang Xingyue dozed off for the entire journey. The person sitting next to her was at least well behaved and didn't try to strike up a conversation with her. Finally, at 4:30 in the morning, the plane slowly landed at the airport in Sichuan province. As she walked out with her luggage, the man hurried out after her and handed her a business card. Miss, it's rare that we're on the same flight. Let's get to know each other. My name is Shou. Thank you, but no, thank you. Lang Xingyue didn't even glance at him, picked up her suitcase, and left the airport by hailing a taxi. On her phone, Director Yen had already sent her the hotel's address. Now that it was already daylight, looking outside at the newly opened shops, she felt a surge of excitement. She bought a famous Sichuan-style dan dan noodle dish on the way. I couldn't resist buying a bowl of pot chicken. I arrived at the hotel where I was staying. After receiving the room key. Upon returning to the room, he checked every corner of the room. When he did not notice any cameras, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He entered the bathroom. Started taking a shower. Facing my reflection in the mirror. Cold Xingyue's expression grew grim. The one thing she never wanted to happen had happened. If other girls heard about this, they would probably want to kill her. You still think it's not good? Why not share some with me? After a quick wash, I returned to my room and began to enjoy this delicious meal. Pot chicken, dan noodles. When it comes to Sichuan cuisine, he simply can't get enough of it. Despite not being from Sichuan, he has almost no resistance to spicy food. 10 o'clock in the morning. The phone rang. The director's team called to ask if they could have a face-to-face conversation. She had no problem with that. 20 minutes later, there was a knock on the door. Long Xingyue got up and hurried to open the door. The production crew members waiting outside Miss Lang's door were all taken aback by her beauty when they saw Long Xingyue. After all, she wasn't wearing a mask in the room. Who would have thought that the real-life Long Xingyue was even more beautiful than she appeared on TV? This is no longer something that shocks the heavens and moves the spirits. It's almost blinding. There were two people standing outside the door, a man and a woman. Since Director Yen still needs to check all the locations today, we will discuss the contract with you today. Please take a look at the contract first. Xiao Zhou from the production team handed the contract to Long Xingyue. After receiving it, she began to read it quickly, skimming through it in a matter of seconds. There wasn't much to be cautious about, so she simply scribbled her name on it and handed it back to him. All right. What? You don't have any other requests? This is the first time I've ever met such a straightforward artist. Chapter 79, dressed in a teenage outfit and the rules of the game. There's nothing much to say. If I didn't believe you, I wouldn't have come on this show, would I? Ha ha. Cold Xingyue's words eased the tension in both of their hearts. Look at him, he really knows how to talk. They had originally thought that the task would take half an hour, but it was all done in just 5 minutes. There was no point in lingering there any longer. After shaking hands with Lang Xingyue, he departed from the area. Script? Extreme challenge. What rules or script do you need? Cold Star Moon didn't ask, and they didn't say anything either. Everything still depended on their self-discipline tomorrow. Before leaving, the girl beside Xiao Zhou measured Long Xingyue's figure. After finishing the measurements, she looked at her with a look of astonishment. That jealous gaze was almost piercing through the thick lenses, burning her chest. Is this even human? That part is so large, her waist is so thin, and her legs are so long and slender, as if all the beauty in the world had been bestowed upon her alone. What an enviable child. I had planned to go out at night to take a look around, but after looking at my appearance and figure, I decided to stay put. After all, I'm new here and don't know anyone, so it's better to be cautious. That evening, I chatted with Yaya for over half an hour. Only then did I finally rest. I finally had a full and restful night's sleep. At 8 o'clock the next morning, the female staff member from the production team who had been there the previous day brought over a set of clothes and instructed her to change into them before accompanying her to the recording location. The extreme challenge had already begun. However, when the staff member received the clothes, she was taken aback. It was a set of clothing that looked somewhat like a military uniform. There was even a large black-brimmed hat. There was also a black mask with strange patterns on it. This design is a bit too over the top, isn't it? She's wearing a black uniform and a pair of high-heel leather boots. Wearing gloves, a mask covering her face, and a hat on her head. In the scorching summer heat, she was able to bake herself into a fool. Fortunately, there was air conditioning in the car. Otherwise, she would have died of heat in the program. Miss Lung, have you watched our show? A female staff member suddenly asked in the car. Yes, I have. I binge-watched an entire season yesterday just to prepare for this program. Ah, that's good. This episode is a bit different from previous ones. Huang Lei and Huang Bo from Extreme Men's team will be absent, so Yu Yunpeng and Lei Jiayin will join the show. On our side, there will be 6 members taking on a revenge challenge, including Shai, Xiaobao Gu, Yu, Zhao Nailiang, Wang Dalu, and Zhou Qing. However, yesterday Director Yen decided to add a small twist. You will become the leader of the 5 revenge seekers, forming the Revenge Alliance, to increase the difficulty of this game. What do you think? That's what he said. Hey, you guys aren't afraid of offending people, are you? You're handing me the task of getting the top-tier celebrities to work together, and you want me, a newbie, to direct 5 stars who are more experienced than me? You're trying to make me offend them to the point of no return, aren't you? Lang Xingyue wiped away sweat that wasn't even there inside in frustration. The girl also felt a bit embarrassed. She thought the same, but then again, since she had made it this far on the show, who would really get angry? If you were truly upset, you probably wouldn't get another chance to participate in the program. You knew it was a challenge, so why not give it your all? The main point is that once Lang Xingyue's appearance is revealed in the early stages, it will generate a lot of buzz for the game. She's just too beautiful to be easily targeted. Such a weak girl, how could anyone bring themselves to attack her? When a girl defeats a boy, that's called a tomboy. When boys beat girls, that's called being ungentlemanly and not respecting women. So director Yen decided that in the early stages, Lang Xingyue should keep her face covered. The show will first build up some suspense before revealing more details. In fact, her own heart began to race as well. She forced herself to give orders to the 5 men. Then you must be prepared to be commanded. Just took a quick look at their tasks for this issue. The men's task was straightforward, there were 6 of them, and each had 3 health points. They need to find 3 items and escort them to safety. Once the escort is successful, the mission is complete. Meanwhile, they are heading to disrupt the men's gang's activities. They used crystal pellets filled with paint to attack. Once the opponent's 3 health bars are depleted, they are eliminated. Prevent them from escorting that mysterious item or eliminate all 6 of them to complete the mission. This particular task requires her to inform Sha Yi and the others. Additionally, there is another point, both teams have their own spies within their ranks. And they only communicate directly with their respective team captains. Who the other party is remains for them to discover on their own. The game seems pretty interesting, huh? Cold Xingyue seem to have regained the feeling from their previous drills. Chapter 80, Transforming into the Devil Captain. In a conference room, Shai and several others were already seated, dressed in dark blue uniforms. This time, I'm telling you, I've already started studying their tactics at home. This time, I'm definitely going to give them a taste of their own medicine. Otherwise, I won't be able to ease the anger in my heart. Now, whenever people see me online, they're all feeling sorry for Shai. This time, I'm going to make the netizens start feeling sorry for Honglei and Xiaozhu. Just wait and see. Among the 5 of them, only Zhou Qing is a celebrity in this world, a 30-something actor who looks very sunny and approachable. Who had also suffered at the hands of a gang of men. This time, she had come specifically to seek revenge. However, to put it bluntly, while Sha Yi is a kind-hearted old man, he may find it challenging to handle those cunning and experienced individuals in such an extreme challenge. Bao Shanggu. No matter how cunning the schemes, they will not succeed. Only Jia Niliang considered himself clever, but compared to those like Xiao Zhu who were well versed in the tricks of the trade, he still seemed to fall short. This game is going to be tough to win. However, he was wise enough not to say it out loud. Bao Shige glanced at the time. We've been here for about 5 minutes, why hasn't anything happened yet? Could they be waiting for someone? Probably. There are 6 men, and we're only 5. If they're here for revenge, we're in trouble. Jia Niliang said as he played with the box in front of him. At that moment, the door opened. Cold Xingyue walked in with an air of aloofness, as if to keep others at a distance. She looked at the teachers with a cold and arrogant expression. He stood directly in the middle of the conference room with his hands behind his back. Good afternoon, everyone. I am the captain of the Avengers Alliance for today's game. If you want to win, you must follow my commands. For me, this is no longer a simple and easy game, it has become a battlefield without smoke. Though you are all teachers, and I am your junior, if I have overstepped my bounds, I will apologize after the game. However, for now, please forgive my rudeness. A brief statement clearly establishes her current role. The captain of this team. Since this is an extreme challenge, no one would be foolish enough to question the decision of having a girl as the team captain. What surprised them most was this woman's slender figure and her aura, which had all the men deeply captivated. Young lady, who are you? You must at least let us know your true identity. Sha Yi suddenly asked with a smile. Everyone nodded in agreement. Cold Xingyue, however, kept her hands pressed down, signaling them to be quiet. You are all my soldiers now. I ask you to approach this battlefield as warriors. Mr. Sha Yi, I can assure you that even if I reveal my identity, you will not recognize me. The arrangement of the team leader this time may seem abrupt, but as I said before, please address me as captain during the game. After the game, I will apologize to all the teachers. Now, I need to show you something. I borrowed a laptop from the production team earlier. She brought it over. She opened a video file on it. As soon as I clicked on it, the scene of Sha Yi being deceived by Hon Lei appeared on the screen. Golden bell, iron shirt. Everyone laughed except Sha Yi. Oh no, I'm afraid of heights. I'm afraid of heights. You guys wait here for a moment. This is Bao Xing's video. I must educate the little pig and let him know that this is the ultimate challenge. This is Jia Niliang. Hey, stop messing around, Hon Lei go, I'm sorry. This is Zhou Qing. The videos of the 5 people being tormented were played one after another, and their expressions no longer looked amused like they had earlier. Looking at their current state, Lang Xingyue closed the computer and coldly asked, is this amusing? This is the attitude you've always displayed. Today, why do we call ourselves the Avengers? You must know better than I do. Just now, when you saw your teammates' videos being brutally pranked, was that amusing? Tell me, was it amusing? Her voice suddenly grew much louder as she stared at everyone. Sha-yi and the others were startled. Don't underestimate her just because she's a girl. Her boldness really caught him off guard. He had served in the military, and this young woman's demeanor was exactly like that of his former drill sergeant. Although he had been a cultural soldier, who hasn't gone through a period of harsh training? Boring. Sha-yi's voice was the loudest, prompting the others to join in. They weren't afraid of Lang Xingyue. It was her words in the video she had just shown that made them feel ashamed. Why call yourselves the Avengers? You're not here to seek revenge. Are you still planning to be a bunch of useless fools being toyed with? Alright, now, among the 6 members of the extreme men's group, Huang Lei and Huang Bo are missing. Currently, Yu Yunpeng and Lei Jiayin have taken their places. They are searching for and escorting something, and our mission is to stop them, eliminate them, and open the box in front of you. Chapter 81, Division of Labor and Positioning. Inside the box was an electronic recorder with 3 red stripes, representing their health levels, and a toy gun containing 3 red paint-filled crystal bullets. The electronic recorder represents each of your health points. Once hit, you will lose 1 health point. When all 3 health points are depleted, you will lose the game. They also have guns. We are no longer the pursuers but the opponents. Currently, I need you to divide into 2 groups. The first group consists of Sha-yi and Bao Gu, the 2 of you as a team. The second group consists of Jia Nailiang and Zhou Qing, Wang Dalu, the 3 of you form a group. Now, I need each of you to remove 1 bullet from your guns and leave it here as your final safeguard, so that they won't all be taken by the men's group. Everyone understood the men's gang's tactics. After hearing Cold Xingyue's instructions, they all placed their bullets on the table. Good. Additionally, this gun is a toy gun, measuring 14.3 centimeters in length and weighing 243 grams. Due to the soft nature of the bullets, the springs inside are made from ordinary steel wire. Preliminary estimates suggest an effective range of less than 10 meters. Therefore, you must remain within 10 meters when firing. If you encounter the enemy and there are 2 or more of them, do not hesitate to abandon your teammates and flee immediately. If you are captured, destroy the remaining bullets. These words made Sha-yi and the others feel their blood boil. Look at that, that's how you do the Avengers right. Got it? Yes, I understand. Now everyone understood why such a young woman had been chosen as captain. Even from her casual remarks about the toy gun, it was clear how much effort she had put into researching the matter. In fact, what they didn't know was that the data about the gun was just her own rough estimate. The actual numerical values were something she herself was also unsure of. However, the error should not exceed about 1 meter, as we are talking about the effective range. At that moment, the message from the other side's informant had already been transmitted to the phones provided by the production team. They had divided into 3 groups and were heading toward 3 different locations. To prevent the 5 of them from suspecting each other, she did not reveal that there was a mole from the man's group among them. At that moment, she unfolded a map and marked 3 red circles on it, all of which were unremarkable locations. There were already reports of movement from their side. The underground parking lot, the car wash, and a hot pot restaurant. The underground parking lot was abandoned. Sha-yi and Bao Shenga. Understood. The 2 wanted to take a step forward like real warriors, but ended up accidentally bumping into the table. They ended up in a rather embarrassing situation. The 2 of you must depart immediately. Remember, sometimes even the information you have can be in the hands of strangers. Stay in constant contact with me. Upon arrival, do not act rashly. Report the information first before taking any further action. Cold Star Moon watched the 2 of them. The task at the parking lot was nothing more than washing cars, but their objective was not to complete the task but to intercept someone, so they could eliminate these troublesome elements. Yes. Turning to look at the 3 of them, Jia Nailiang, Zhou Qing, and Wang Dalu, he said, the 3 of you go to the hot pot restaurant. Don't be tempted by the delicious food. Once you see them, eliminate them immediately without giving them any chance. Yes, we will complete the mission. Having said that, they turned and left the place. In the conference room, only Lang Xingyue remained, quietly gazing at the underground parking lot. It wasn't that she didn't want to go, it was just that her clothes were too thick and she was feeling very hot. Plus, she doesn't know who the mole is yet, so she'll just have to take it 1 step at a time. After both groups had left, she picked up the remaining bullets 1 by 1 and held them in her hand. She examined them carefully. 5 bullets. This one was left by Teacher Sha-yi. He didn't hesitate at all, so there aren't any heavy marks on the bullet. She placed one of the crystal bullets on the table and spoke to herself. Then she took out the second one. This one belonged to Bao Gu. The bullet had faint sweat stains on it. It showed that he was hot, or perhaps nervous, but in this air-conditioned room, what was he nervous about? Ha ha. Placing Bao Zhiga's bullet aside, it seems to suggest that he is a suspect. Of the remaining 3 bullets, Jia Nailiang and Wang Dalu did not touch them. As for Zhou Qing, he seemed to be suspicious of something, possibly because he did not trust my abilities, or perhaps he had other thoughts in mind. Therefore, this bullet was also temporarily set aside. The director, watching cold Xingyue's words, felt a cold sweat break out on his back. Who on earth is this girl? Just from 5 crystal bullets, she managed to find so many reasons, and even selected 2 unfortunate representatives? This girl is a pro. It seems like old Yan's game has finally met its match this time. Chapter 82, Bao Ji's odd behavior. He carefully collected all 5 bullets. Seeing that the time was right, Leng Xingyue sent a message to the undercover agent hiding within the men's group via her phone. Who is your captain, and which of the 3 locations are you currently at? After a moment, the reply came back, Honglei, parking lot. The other party seemed very cautious. They didn't say a single unnecessary word. This only made her even more puzzled. She immediately stood up, took all the bullets, and tied the electronic recorder to her waist. Let's go to the parking lot. I want to see who it is. Actually, she understood that an undercover agent would say something like that, so he probably wasn't there. He needed to convey the message discreetly while also keeping his identity hidden. It's impossible for him to meet up with Leng Xingyue at the very beginning of the game, since she was more than 10 minutes behind Sha Yi and the others. The car had just started moving. Sha Yi has already sent word. We have arrived at the car wash and are currently hiding. We saw 2 members of the men's gang just arrive here, Xiao Yuyu and Lei Jiayin. What should we do now? At the car wash, Xiao Yeye and Lei Jiayin are currently discussing something with the factory owner. They have also attached electronic recording devices to their arms. These devices are merely for recording purposes and are useless if hidden. However, the gun was hidden very deeply. Bao Shengge was growing impatient. The 2 of them were now in a corner on one side, watching the others from a distance. He wanted to charge in with the gun and engage in a battle without gunfire. Hey, wait a moment. What's the rush? The captain hasn't given any instructions yet. Sha Yi smiled at Bao Ge, grabbing his shoulders and saying. Bao Ge seemed helpless, looking at him with disdain. Old Sha, what's the matter? Are you really going to listen to that girl? I don't think she's reliable. Listen to me, and you won't go wrong. They're talking to the boss right now. Let's rush over there, and we'll definitely be able to beat one of them to death. Xiao Yuyu and Lei Jiayin were both outsiders, and they only had a vague understanding of the rules of the extreme challenge. If they were to go over there to deal with the 2 of them, it should indeed be no problem. However, Sha Yi couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. He couldn't quite put his finger on it. At that moment, Leng Xingyue replied to his message. Wait until they start focusing on their work, then charge in. They'll instinctively spray water at you in a hurry, but remember, only guns are effective against them. Focus on disarming them. The 2 of you don't need to kill them. If you get the chance, reduce them all to 1 health point. This will significantly reduce the threat they pose to us in the future. Sha Yi had intended to inform Bao Ge about this, but another message suddenly arrived from behind. Keep a close eye on Bao Ge. He is one of the unstable factors. He is prone to making impulsive decisions. If you notice he is making a mistake, don't interfere. Just leave immediately. Upon hearing this news, Sha Yi's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Cold Xingyue's words were truly amazing. Did you actually figure that out already? He turned to look at Bao Ge. He decided to say the above words after all. The captain told us to wait until they start working, then rush over. At that point, they might spray water on us in a panic, but we're using guns to shoot them, which will cause them to lose health. The water they spray on us won't affect us at all. Bao Sheng heard this and immediately perked up. Wow, this captain is quite skilled. What else did the girl say? Sha Yi chuckled. He revealed his classic innocent smile. He snatched their guns, telling us not to kill anyone yet. We should weaken them first, and then they won't dare to act recklessly in the later stages of the game. As for abandoning Bao Ge when necessary later on, he didn't mention that. Facing Leng Xingyue's strategy, Bao Zhege deliberated for a long time and felt that her plan would be safer for Xianing. However, upon hearing that they would be sprayed with water shortly, they began discussing how to put on an extra layer of clothing. Additionally, they reminded the cameraman. Tell them not to go over there. First, it's easy to expose the target. Second, if the machine gets wet, it's ruined. By the time he finished speaking, Leng Xingyue had already arrived at the underground parking lot in question. Here, there was no significant crowd, and it seemed as though no one had noticed the celebrity passing by. After getting out of the car, she first took a quick look around at the surrounding terrain. She noticed an older man standing nearby, apparently guarding the area. He couldn't help but take a step forward. He asked softly, "Sir, how many doors does this underground parking lot have?" The old man, seeing another group coming to film a show, dared not say much. He tremblingly held up 2 fingers and said, "There are 2 doors in total. The front door is for entering, and the back door is for exiting." "Oh, car?" She casually glanced at the astonishing number of cars inside. Judging by the quantity, it seemed like the production team had intentionally arranged this. In that case, the vehicles would head toward the back door. Sir, do you know who the people recording the show inside are? I don't know them. I just saw 3 people, 2 tall, handsome guys, and a middle-aged man wearing glasses. Chapter 83, Capturing Hong Lei to serve as a warning to others. A middle-aged man wearing glasses? Sun Gu? Lung Xingyue immediately made a judgment. Among these people, only Sun Gu was wearing glasses, so it must be the 3 of them: Sun Gu, Xiao Zhu, and Zhang Yixing. With 3 of them, they might be planning to ambush us in the parking lot. Cold Xingyue wasn't foolish enough to walk in alone. Instead, after learning about the situation here, she turned around and left without a moment's hesitation. On the way, he was using his phone to send voice messages in their Avengers discussion group. There were 3 people lying in wait in the parking lot. Liang Gu, have you arrived at the hot pot restaurant yet? That old man's eyes don't lie. She believed what he said, so this parking lot was a dead end, and it wasn't wise to proceed lightly. Now that they had played this card, it might as well let him make a bold move. As soon as the words left his mouth, Jia Niliang had already responded. We've already arrived here and saw Hong Lei go inside. He's placing his order. Should we just rush in now? Lang Xingyue posted 2 words in the discussion group: retreat. At the same time, she sent a private message to Jia Niliang. The 3 of you should not disturb the onlookers. Wait until Hong Lei is eating, stop filming, and then disguise yourselves to enter and capture Hong Lei to serve as a warning to others. When Jia Niliang first saw the words retreat in the discussion group, he didn't understand Cold Xingyue's meaning. The next moment, a message from Cold Xingyue appeared on his phone. Capture Hong Lei to serve as a warning to others. That's quite a statement. You're truly the captain. Jia Niliang signaled to Wang Delu and Zhou Qing to step back. He quietly pulled out his phone and showed it to the 2 of them. When they saw the 4 characters serve as a warning to others, both of them felt a surge of excitement. Catch the thief by catching the king first. As long as we capture Hong Lei first, the momentum of our Avengers alliance will soar. Being able to gain the upper hand over their men's gang right at the start of the game is enough to get me a little excited. This is the first mission the captain has assigned to us. We must complete it. With only Hong Lei Gu on the team, do you have confidence? Yes. Wang Dala took out his gun and suddenly looked at Jia Niliang. Liang Gu, should we just take out Hong Lei Gu? Actually, if we're being completely honest, getting rid of him wouldn't be entirely unjustified. However, kicking someone out of the game right at the start goes against the rules of a variety show, and Jia Niliang just shook his head. This won't work. Although they want to win, their priority is to ensure the quality of this episode. Hong Lei and Xiao Zhu are the highlights of the show. If they are eliminated first, it might lead to viewer dissatisfaction later on. Don't bother with that. Just go straight for the live ones. Remember how Hong Lei tortured us back then? Now it's time to pay him back in full. Jia Niliang said angrily. I was set up by teacher Huang Lei. Wang Dalu looked somewhat innocent, as he didn't seem to have any connection with Hong Lei. Zhou Qing also agreed with me, saying he was also tricked by the little pig. Jia Niliang understood the spirit of the matter. Let's start with Hong Lei first as an experiment. Later, we'll bring the little pig over and really give him a hard time. When the topic turned to a common enemy, Zhou Qing also became enthusiastic. The 3 of them hid nearby, watching the skewered meat shop. Hong Lei was talking to the camera while waiting for the skewered meat to cook. As soon as the skewers were ready, the moment Hong Lei picked them up, Jia Niliang whispered, "Go." The 3 of them dashed forward like arrows leaving the bowstring. Holding their pre-loaded handguns, they were closely followed by the cameraman. Oh my, the aroma of these skewers is exceptional. Those foolish individuals are still heading to the parking lot. Consider the pleasant surroundings here. Really? There's an even better place. Do you want to go, Hong Lei? Jia Niliang and the 3 others burst through the door, glaring at him with cold smiles. Seeing that the enemy had already appeared, he had no chance to reach for his gun at that moment. Looking at the 3 people in front of him, with the words Avengers Alliance written in large letters on their clothes, Hong Lei couldn't help but laugh foolishly. Wait, are you guys promoting a foreign movie for them? How much did they pay you? I'll pay double for a scene where I fight the Is by Sujin. The name of this group is indeed a bit awkward, but that's not the main point. Jia Niliang cleared his throat. Cough, cough. So, Hong Lei, now that you've been arrested, do you want to live or die? Of course I want to live. What are you going to do about it? Just then, the phone rang. Jia Niliang picked up the phone and looked at Hong Lei, saying, "Hold on a moment." Wang Dalu and Zhou Qing kept their eyes fixed on Hong Lei. Hong Lei is a real showman when it comes to this kind of showdown. He's practically unbeatable. He pretended to be nonchalant, continuing to eat the skewers in front of him while simultaneously tempting Wang Dalu and Zhou Qing. Dalu, Zhou Qing, it's been a long time. Come on, today I'm treating. The production team can pay, and I'll treat you to skewers. Let us put all the past grievances behind us and laugh it off. As the saying goes, leave a little room for future encounters. Look at the beautiful weather outside. Shouldn't we? The words spoken earlier were as beautiful as flowers, but they were quietly tucked away in the heart. Now, with only 3 bars of health remaining, he dared not engage in a direct confrontation with his opponent, as he had only 3 bullets left. The only way out now is to take someone hostage. Trade his life for that of a teammate. Only then could he have any hope of surviving. Things were just about to get intense over here. Suddenly, 2 gunshots rang out from behind. Jia Niliang fired 2 shots at extremely close range, hitting Han Lei's back. Instantly, 2 bars of health were lost. He dared not move a muscle. Hey, I told you it would be deadly. Why did you hurt him? Han Lei hurriedly pulled his hand out of his chest. At this point, even if he acted quickly, he wouldn't be able to outrun the speed of a gunshot. Especially in this store, escaping wasn't going to be easy either. Jia Niliang reached into his clothes and felt for the hidden weapon. From his inner pocket, he pulled out a toy gun, though the bullets inside were blue. Han Lei, just tell us why you came here and what you're looking for. We might go easy on you. What do you want? Do you really think that I, son Han Lei, who has been walking the streets for so many years, am easily intimidated? If you have the guts, shoot me dead. Jia Niliang let out a cold laugh. He looked at the message on his phone, then smiled smugly and strangely. Yan Wang, everyone says you're so handsome, but what if we draw you looking beautiful and then dress you up in a Lolita outfit? What do you think would happen? Chapter 84, First Battle 1. Chapter 84, First Battle 1. Han Lei remained silent for a moment before lifting his head and smiling at Jia Niliang. Hey, stop messing around, little Liang. You know very well that during the episodes you were on, your older brother Han Lei wasn't there. We have our own grievances to settle, but we shouldn't take out our hatred for others on me, right? Han Lei spoke with reason and logic, even sounding a bit wronged. If you want to deal with him, that's fine, but it should be Sha Yi who does it. What are you doing bringing Zhou Cheng and Wang Dalu along? Seeing him back down, Jia Niliang couldn't help but smirk to himself. Cold Xingyue's move actually worked. He exchanged a glance with the 2 men beside him, then continued, since you said that, Han Lei, we won't make things difficult for you. Hand over whatever it is you're looking for here, and we'll consider letting you leave. What do you say? That's not good. I'm the captain of the men's gang. If I hand over the items to you first, what will I become? Otherwise, just kill me. Han Lei, you're a tough guy. You won't do as we say. Han Lei is a tough guy. He wouldn't follow Jia Niliang's orders. This has made things a bit tricky for them. Wang Dalu held the gun, feeling a bit lost. Should he really pull the trigger and kill him? Though it was indeed morale boosting to take down the leader of the men's gang at the start of the game, there wouldn't be much left to do afterward. Han Lei is so manly, I really admire him. A voice that was cool yet still charming came from outside the door. Just by the sound of her voice, one could tell she was a beauty. Son Han Lei hurriedly turned his head toward the door. Outside the door, a woman wearing a mask and clad in black robes was pushing her way inside. Just looking at her figure was enough to leave many women speechless. In real life, you can't use Photoshop to make your legs look that long. She sat there by herself, watching the shop owner. Sir, could you please bring me 4 bottles of iced cola? Thank you. She then turned to look at Han Lei and asked, Han Lei, what would you like to drink? Oh, just water is fine. He couldn't figure out where this woman had come from, and he was even more certain that he didn't know such a girl. Her figure was so stunning that there were few others like her in their circle. It's not good to stare at someone like that. When the other person handed him the water, Han Lei finally asked in confusion. Little sister, why are you still wearing a mask? Don't you want anyone to see you? Hey, it's not that my sister is ugly and doesn't want people to see her. It's just that we need to ensure the smooth filming of the program, so we had to put on masks first. He distributed 3 bottles of Coke to Wang Dalu and the others. He gave them 3 bottles of Coke. Han Lei, you should also know that this time, our team is here for revenge, and I, though unworthy, am the captain of the Avengers. We too have a mutual respect for each other, so I won't make things difficult for you. As she said this, she shifted her gaze to Jia Niliang. Liang Ge, leave Han Lei Ji's phone and let him go. A phone is a device used to transmit important messages. He wouldn't just hand it over easily. Han Lei covered his pocket and watched Long Xingyue sit there struggling. Look at you, little sister. We've only just met, and you said we should appreciate each other. Why are you treating me like this? Alright, leave the items here, but can I take the phone with me? The items here are for me to find a string with the Extreme Challenge brand name on it. Take a look. Hey, you should have said so earlier. It's no big deal. Liang Ge, Zhou Cheng, please make way for her. Take your time, Han Lei Gu. Stay in touch. Han Lei looked at the graceful young woman. He felt incredibly suppressed inside. This wasn't right. According to reason, someone should have already gone to the parking lot. How did 4 people suddenly show up here? Now the items hadn't been found, and the gun had been confiscated. As a team leader, he has failed miserably. He took out his phone and started shouting in the group chat. I just got caught, and I only have 1 health point left. Plus, I don't have a gun anymore. Yi Xing, is anyone at the parking lot? There are 4 people at this skewered meat shop: Jia Niliang, Wang Delu, Zhou Qing, and their leader. I didn't see his face, so I don't know who he is. Message sent. He looked around at the fans in embarrassment. Scratching his head, he turned and walked away in the opposite direction. There was no way around it, he had to keep thinking of a solution. We'll just have to borrow a point of health from someone else first and see what happens. In the skewered meat shop, 4 people searched among the rotating skewers, looking for cards with name tags. Meanwhile, Long Xingyue received a message from Sha Yi. Xiao Yeye had only 1 health point left, he had 2 remaining, and Bao Ge had 1 health point left. Lei Jiayin abandoned Xiao Yeye. Someone seemed to be carrying something and ran away. They didn't dare to attack the lone Xiao Yeye, so they had no choice but to let him go as well. However, the gun had already been disarmed. Those who could be captured were captured, and their own blood was shed in the process. This is truly a talent. Long Xingyue wore a mocking smile on her face. Although he currently had little confidence in proving that Bao Shenga was the mole, there was no doubt that this game had been thoroughly ruined by him. The parking lot is deserted, and the car wash task has failed again. Although we achieved an initial victory and made Hong Lei look bad, overall, this battle was a failure. We found the card and are preparing to move to the next location. Hong Lei has only 1 health point left, and Bao Zhou also has only 1 health point left. We should be able to transfer some of our life points from the electronic recorder to them. Liang Ge, you will team up with Bao Zhe and keep a close eye on Xiaoyu. De Lu and Zhou Qing, the 2 of you will take this task card and head to the next location. Make sure to complete the task before their men arrive. Everyone else, keep an eye on your own health points. As she spoke, she took out her wallet and placed a $20 bill on the table. She beckoned to Jia Niliang with her fingers. Liang Ge, let's go meet up with Sha Yigu and the others first. Let's go. With that, he pushed open the door, and the 2 of them left the hot pot restaurant one after the other. Wang Dalo looked at Long Xingyue, his expression tinged with a hint of confusion. Who is this girl? She gets things done efficiently, speaks coldly yet with a hint of gentleness. Is there someone like her in our circle? Zhou Qing looked at him with obvious disdain. What the heck is that, a mix of coldness and a hint of tenderness? What's going on with Wang Dalo? He's already been captured by the captain? No wonder he's still single, he's just too inexperienced. They can't handle a few words from a beautiful woman without losing their composure. I suppose she must be a model who moves in those circles, but I don't understand why she was given a mask. Could it really be because she's ugly? You actually believe what Wang Dalo said? Chapter 85, Mission Analysis, Head to the Forest Park. The show's director was surprised to see Long Xingyue pay for the drinks out of her own pocket. Normally, they would handle the bill later. They weren't sure if this was her habit or intentional, but either way, it made them feel a bit more favorably toward her. The phone buzzed again with a message. The second round of positions has begun to be distributed. The first round involved finding the locations of items on task cards. However, the second round is of utmost importance. Xingsha Square, Forest Park. The undercover agent only sent these 2 locations. At the same time, Jia Niliang had already seen the locations displayed on his phone. The 2 had already gotten into the car and were heading toward the car wash where they planned to meet. Xingsha Square, Forest Park. Wow, those 2 places are pretty far apart, and they're much more remote than where we are now. Jia Niliang seemed to know these 2 places and mentioned them instinctively. Deviate significantly? Long Xingyue checked the map on her phone. Since this wasn't the Sichuan province of her own world, the location was naturally a bit off. She had never heard of these 2 places before. Looking at the location indicated on her phone, she felt a sense of apprehension. Xingsha and the Forest Park. It's now the end of June, and Xingsha Square is famous for its unique and massive musical fountain. The mission must be related to that. As for the Forest Park, with its vast area, it couldn't possibly be as simple as just one mission. The park in Xingsha? After Liang Ge meets up with Bao Ge and the others, you take him to Xingsha. Don't try to capture anyone, just gather clues. Remember, don't be careless. I'll go with Sha Yigu to the Forest Park to look for the next lead. Since our tasks with the Menace gang are completely opposite, we can only follow one lead to figure out the next steps. She pulled up a photo of Xiao Yeye on her phone. This is the direction we'll take moving forward. It's not that I'm targeting him specifically, it's just that he's the easiest to deal with among the men's group. As long as we follow this approach, we'll definitely be able to disrupt their mission and win the game. Though it's a bit unfair to Xiao Yeye, but what can we do? He's just like Sun Gu and Sha Yi, the kind of honest, straightforward good guys who don't know how to play the cunning game. In real life, such friends are great, but in a game? That's exactly what you call a prime target. Since Mr. Huang wasn't there, Little Pig was the undisputed leader of the trio, so she decided to take him on herself. At the same time, she doesn't quite trust Bao Gu. From the very beginning, Long Xingyue had suspected that he and Zhou Qing were up to something. The rules didn't specify how many spies were allowed in each team, so this was a test of one's imagination. With 6 people in total, having 2 spies wasn't that hard to comprehend. Extreme Challenge has never been a show that plays by the rules. When the two of them arrived at the car wash, they happened to come across Sha-yi and Bao-ge standing nearby, muttering to themselves. They were both soaked, and with the help of their assistant, they managed to change into dry clothes. As the car came to a stop, Sha-yi hurried over to greet Lung Xingyue and Jia Nilian when he saw them arrive. "Captain, you finally arrived. The mission went smoothly. I've confiscated the gun, and Xiao Yeye was left barely alive. Although we won the first battle, in my opinion, you didn't show any of the might of the Avengers Alliance in this fight. First, we didn't get the item. Second, Lei Jiayin escaped. Third, Bao Xinga actually fled. While we achieved a preliminary victory, in my opinion, this battle did not demonstrate any of the might of our Avengers Alliance. First, we did not obtain the item. Second, Lei Jiayin escaped. Third, Bao Xinga was also reduced to critical health. In other words, Sha-yi-gu, your mission has failed. What you said is actually not wrong." Lung Xingyue stood with her hands behind her back, ignoring the two of them, and instead turned her gaze toward the owner of the car wash. "Sir, I would like to ask you, what did the production team leave here? Since the event has already ended, why not tell us?" The car wash owner was a burly man who saw Lung Xingyue asking him a question. He didn't intend to respond, but when he heard such a beautiful girl's voice, especially as she drew closer, the faint fragrance emanating from her body left this middle-aged man a bit dazed. "Well, it's nothing much. Just a black raincoat and a card. That's all I know." "Oh? A raincoat?" Cold Xingyue muttered to herself. Since she was wearing a mask, no one knew what she was thinking, but Jia Nilian's eyes lit up. He thought to himself, this captain is truly amazing. She figured out on the card that this was related to the musical fountain at Xingsha Square. He immediately stepped forward, grabbed Bao Xinga's arm, and looked at Captain Lung Xingyue. "I'll go with Bao Xinga then. I've got a general idea of what's going on, so it shouldn't be too different from what you'll tell me." Sha-yi and Bao Zhigu were both confused by his meaning, but unfortunately, there was no time to figure it out now. They got into the car with Bao Zhigu and headed straight for Xingsha Square. Only Sha-yi and she were left behind. Where should we go now? To be honest, even Sha-yi felt a little nervous when he was alone with Lung Xingyue. "Come with me. Let's go to the forest park. If I'm not mistaken, the men's gang and the Avengers will all meet there soon. Don't worry too much about it." In the car, she crossed her legs, propped her chin up with one hand, and gazed out the window, her face adorned with a faint, almost imperceptible smile. The film crew looked at Director Yen in surprise. "Director, what should we do?" Miss Lang actually revealed our entire plan for this episode word for word. If this continues, we'll probably be criticized by netizens for knowing the script in advance. Yen Nin's eyes sparkled with joy. He didn't care at all about what was happening. "It's fine, this is a good thing. The girl doesn't really know the script, she figured it out on her own. If we go and ask her about it now, we'll lose face. It's been a long time since we've encountered such a situation. We've actually met our match. Haha, this is interesting." On the way, Lung Xingyue kept thinking about the plan for what came next. She had already separated the two suspects, with one group following Jia Niliang and the other following Wang Dalu. Regardless of whether the two are undercover agents or not, capturing them is currently impossible. We must rely on our own efforts. Securing the forest park first is the top priority. Also on the way were several members of the extreme men's group. Sun Honlei, Xiao Yeye, and Lei Jiayin are also on their way to the forest park. Xiao Yeye looked at Lei Jiayin with tears in his eyes, unable to hold back his tears. He never expected this guy to turn and run without a second thought when Sha-yi and the others charged toward them, leaving him behind without a single moment of hesitation. "Hey, what a person. Hey, yeah, don't be angry. I'm just making up for it, aren't I?" Chapter 86, I feel uncomfortable if I don't say a word all day, driver. Yeye's round face clearly showed that the baby was upset and didn't want to deal with you. This left Lei Jiayin feeling helpless. Well, who could blame him for leaving so decisively? It was indeed a bit inconsiderate of him. But if Cold Xingyue had been in that situation before and had no ability to fight back, her first reaction would definitely have been to sacrifice the car to save the general. Take the mission card and abandon Xiao Yeye. Of course, this is just a game, so it's better to be as humane as possible. But then again, Lung Xingyue isn't a celebrity, so she really doesn't understand that. Even if she had fully integrated Cold Xingyue's bodily memories, her mind was filled with mostly everyday life memories and memories of filming. As for friends, apart from Tong Liyang, it seems she doesn't have any particularly close friends. The phrase "going through the motions" is actually the most appropriate description for this entertainment industry. How many people envy the friendship between He Jiong and Huan Lei? That's something that's been tested and proven over time. It's not the kind of friendship you can earn by complimenting someone today, saying their bag is beautiful, and then tomorrow praising their dress for being so flattering. Those are just empty words. Plus, over the years, her cold and distant nature has made it so that no one even wants to approach her. What kind of person is she? She looks like a seductive fox, yet she acts so aloof all day long. It's truly disgusting. Exactly. If it weren't for the young master taking a liking to her looks, with her personality, she wouldn't even be hired to sweep the streets. I heard that Long Xingyue went to South Korea for half a year. I'm sure she had plastic surgery, so she dares not smile easily, afraid of giving herself away. Since my memories fully merged yesterday, both the good and the bad have all been filtered through my dreams. Perhaps it was precisely because the people she had come into contact with were not good people that gradually led to the root cause of her growing coldness. However, the current cold Xingyue now believes that there is nothing wrong with that. Once you've experienced the most challenging times in your life, you realize that once you've overcome them, all problems cease to be problems. This is something an older brother once told me, and it was also the words of his former platoon sergeant. Sitting in the car, looking at the reflection of herself in the window, Long Xingyue couldn't help but smile from time to time. Is she happy? In a way, yes. She has always firmly believed that being able to come here is a second chance at life given to her by heaven. Now, she has everything: family, friends, and more. She has also gradually become accustomed to life as a woman. What kind of feeling is it, after all? In short, everything is gradually moving in a positive direction. Shai sat to the side, constantly looking for something to talk about. However, when he saw Long Xingyue sitting there so coldly with her legs crossed, he couldn't find anything to talk about. Finally, he wiped the sweat off his forehead, unsure whether it was from the heat or because he had suddenly become nervous for some reason today. Captain, what should we do next? Upon hearing his words, Long Xingyue slowly turned her head and gave him a casual glance. This forest park is a famous tourist attraction in a county of Sichuan province, covering a vast area. However, judging by our driving speed, it would take approximately 1 hour to reach there, while other locations were only about 20 minutes away from various corners. What does this indicate? The fact that we could advance so far in one go means that what lies here must be the most crucial element. If we were to compare the 3 items to a sword, then this place would undoubtedly be the blade, the most vital part. He took out his phone and silently opened the topographic map of the forest park. Here, 65% of the area is completely covered by trees and vegetation. However, only 35% of the area is covered by modern buildings. Of these, nearly 75% are areas where people can walk freely. The only 2 places she now suspects are these 2. The plant museum. And another place, the green plant maze. Since only the forest park was displayed on her phone, she guessed this location on her own. However, what she didn't know was that the cameraman and director Yen, who was in the distance, had been smiling happily just moments ago, but suddenly froze in place. He had set tasks at both of these locations, yet this girl had managed to notice them all? That doesn't make sense. This is even more cunning than an old fox. Huang Lei is the old fox, Zhang Yixing is the young fox, so what does she call herself? A fox spirit? No, let's just call him Little Zhuge. His ability to strategize is indeed worthy of the name Little Zhuge. Sha Yi had no idea where the other party might be. To be honest, the Avengers Alliance was currently in a very passive position, having only secured 1 stage of the mission. Now that the mission was in the hands of Wang Dalu and Zhou Qing, he and Lang Xingyue were, in his view, like a blind cat trying to catch a dead mouse. If they happened to succeed, it would be pure luck. If they failed, it wouldn't even count as bad luck. This is how I understand it. If I were Yen director, I would write the mission card like this: first go to the plant museum, complete certain tasks there, then obtain another mission card and a map. This map would be the green plant maze. By following the maze, they would eventually find the most valuable item they were seeking. Sha Yi was taken aback, looked up at Long Xingyue's beautiful eyes, and asked with a puzzled expression, "So you mean we should go to the plant museum to ambush them?" "No, that's not it. That might just be a way to distract us. We'll go to the green plant maze first. Once we see the cameras from the Extreme Challenge show, we'll enter immediately, hide there, and secretly film them." "No, that might just be a stopover. We'll go to the green maze first. Once we spot the cameras from Extreme Challenge, we'll go straight in, hide there, and secretly follow them." She extended her slender hand, placing it across her neck, making a decapitating motion. In the distance, Director Yen slammed the script he was holding onto the ground. Can't handle it? Now he seriously suspects that the girl has been peeking at the script. She must have some special ability, like X-ray vision or night vision. Either way, she must have peeked. Otherwise, how else could she have said it so perfectly? The assistant director and others nearby were all quietly laughing. Director Yen can't handle it anymore, haha. Just a moment ago, he was so calm and composed, and I thought Miss Lang was a master who could match him in intelligence. But look at him now, he's completely flustered. The 2 of them started laughing as they spoke. Just then, Director Yen overheard them. He glanced at them sideways. "Got nothing to do, huh? All of you just standing around chatting. Get the car ready immediately. I need to rework the plan. I didn't expect the old fox Wen come himself and instead send me this little Zhuge Liang. This Huang Lei, let us rename him the driver who can't go a day without complaining." Chapter 87, Damn, I messed up again. Forest Park. By the time they arrived, many tourists had already recognized Shai. Of course, the young woman by his side was even more captivating, though her face remained hidden. Cole Xingyue couldn't help but feel like she was playing the role of a cute and innocent girl in a cosplay performance. It wasn't that she was criticizing those teenagers who were into role-playing, it was just that she felt a bit shy in this outfit. The clothes were one thing, but this handsome mask was really too much for her to handle. With so many people staring at her, she couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. However, she forced herself to stay calm and walked into the forest park with Shai. On one side of the central square, there was a map. Walk straight along the left side, and you will find a large green maze at the far end. It is said that this maze was created using a large number of shrubs and bushes, and it is easy for people to get lost inside. However, fortunately, there are cameras and loudspeakers throughout the maze, and if anyone gets lost, they will be guided out by staff in the monitoring room following the instructions. Shai, let's go. The two didn't linger, heading straight for the green maze. Just as they arrived here, during this time, the men's gang has already clashed with the Avengers. Although both sides have suffered casualties, no reports of player deaths have been reported so far. Especially since Han Lei and Xiao Ye's firearms had already been confiscated, the two of them could only rely on Lei Jiayin's gun for protection. The remaining three headed towards Xingsha Square. They faced Bao Zhege and Jia Niliang. With only two of them left, Bao Zhege had only one health point remaining. They were almost surrounded and wiped out. Fortunately, the two were clever and hid among the crowd, thus avoiding the pursuit of the little pigs. They managed to escape from there. Upon leaving, they discovered that the piglets had already obtained the items from the area. Jia Niliang and his group were still a step too late. When he sent the information to Leng Xingyue, he received a response. Head to the forest park. On the way, I looked at the map I had already taken with my phone. This museum is completely different from the maze. If we take this route and it's wrong, we'll waste the time it took to get here. Otherwise, should I go to the museum first and we split up? Shai is also doing this to win the competition. However, he hadn't considered that going alone wouldn't make a difference. It wasn't about his personal abilities. It's just that the purpose of the game is to win. Even if he managed to get through, he's now holding Xiao Ye's gun with only 3 bullets left. It's simply not enough. You should come with me. Even if you go, what can you do? When you see them there, you'll just tell me, Shai, are you really going to charge in? There are 3 people at Xingsha Square. They've been forced by us Avengers to split into 2 groups, the 2-2 team and the 3-3 team. The 3-3 team consists of Xiao Zhu, Zhang Yixing, and Sun Go. On our side, it's definitely Han Lei Gu leading Xiao Ye and Lei Jiayin. If you encounter Han Lei Gu and Xiao Ye, do you think they'll spare you? Cole Xingyue's words made Shai feel slightly annoyed. He reached out and grabbed the handgun. What could she do? He had a gun. But you only have 3 bullets, and besides, the rules of the game state that bullets must hit the body to cause damage. In other words, it's just an electronic recorder tracking this piece of clothing. So if I wear another one over it, or put on a raincoat, as long as the electronic recorder doesn't show you've been hit, you're invincible in the game. Rules are rules, but people are flexible. Don't forget this is Extreme Challenge. In just a few words, Leng Xingyue directly revealed the essence of the Extreme Challenge. A game is a game. One must never analyze the events of this game using the same logic as a real battlefield. Shai said no more. He understood what Leng Xingyue meant. Instead, he became excited. If they were to follow her instructions, then they could certainly do the same. All they needed was a piece of clothing to hold in front of them. Then it can be used as a bulletproof vest. Before he could finish speaking, Leng Xingyue handed him a tissue to wipe the sweat off his forehead. He understood immediately. It's the middle of summer, and even wearing a jacket is too hot. Why would you wear anything else? What are you thinking? A green maze covering an area of about 200 square meters. Though not the largest maze, it has gained some fame in Sichuan province, attracting many visitors who come to challenge this labyrinth. Since the routes are fixed, you can usually find your way out after 2 or 3 tries. However, while ordinary mazes are manageable, in such a large maze, even if you manage to escape, you'll probably forget most of the way after just a few steps. This maze isn't really about confusing people with its layout, it's all about the plants inside. The greenery inside is absolutely stunning. Moreover, they come in various shapes and forms, most of which have been carefully trimmed by hand. Due to the precious nature of the greenery inside, surveillance cameras can be seen operating along almost every section of the route. Upon arriving at the entrance, Leng Xingyue did not look for the signs indicating extreme challenges or the cameras. Instead, she smiled lightly and turned to look at Shai. Did you notice anything, Shai? Shai heard her say this and quickly turned his head to look around, hoping to notice something different. However, there was nothing unusual here, which surprised him. Looking at Leng Xingyue, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. He scratched the back of his head, feeling a bit frustrated with his own intelligence. Sis, don't be like that. You know how my brain works, it's not the sharpest tool in the shed. Just say what you mean, okay? Cold Xingyue simply waved her hand, gesturing for him to look at the vast green maze of plants. Haven't you noticed anything yet? There are quite a few visitors today, but this place is completely empty. That must mean it's been left for us. Let's go inside, Sha-Yi. Looking at this deep, lush maze, Long Xingyue felt a great sense of curiosity, but Sha-Yi was a bit nervous. He pulled Long Xingyue back 2 steps. Are you sure we should go in just the 2 of us? Such a large maze must have a map, but I haven't seen one here. That means all your previous assumptions are correct. Going in recklessly like this will definitely lead us to get lost inside. If we're accused of assassinating Hon Lei and the others, we might end up being counterattacked by them. Maybe we should wait a little longer? There's always a way out. Some things are just things we haven't thought of yet. Do you really think they removed the map and we're helpless now? Look at this. I just screenshotted it from the official website of the forest park. The production team can remove the map from the real world, but can you block the map on someone else's official website? Director Yen slapped his forehead in frustration. Damn, I messed up again. Chapter 88. Don't feel sorry for me over money. Just charge me $1,000. The 2 followed the map, taking 1 step at a time. Every time they turned a corner, she would discreetly fold a strand of her long hair and place it beside her, at the corner of the glass display case on the ground. If one were to crouch down and look closely, one would easily notice the strand of hair. Sha-Yi naturally understood what she was trying to do. He couldn't help but admire her in his heart. She was truly meticulous. She even knew to make a mark. Sha-Yi, keep an eye on this hair. The exposed corner is where we pass through, which is also where we'll return. The direction the hair is pressed down indicates where we're heading next. Once we retrieve the items, the 2 of us will spread out along their inevitable path, trying to scatter them. Once they lose the map, it'll be much easier to take them down one by one. What's your plan? Cold Xingyue remained silent for a moment. The 2 of them slowly walked through the greenery. In 5 minutes, they had already advanced about 1/5 of the way in. Capturing Hon Lei earlier didn't go as smoothly as I had imagined. After all, this is just a game, and I was being too realistic. However, this time, I plan to trap them inside. Currently, their main members haven't arrived yet: Xiao Zhu, Zhang Yixing, and Sen Gu. All 3 of them have full health and full ammunition. They are the greatest threat to us moving forward. What I need to do now is to win them over. Sha-Yi, hashtag. Who is this girl? She's so scary. A game of wits and courage has turned into a battle reminiscent of the 3 Kingdoms period when she gets involved. Even psychological tactics were being employed. He was relieved that such people were not opponents but teammates. If they were his opponents, he could almost see his own confused and dazed expression, and he might have been so thoroughly outmaneuvered that he wouldn't know which way was up. As the old saying goes, plans change faster than you can react. Even though Lang Xingyue had already begun preparing for the current plan. But the bad news came anyway: Baoga had betrayed them. He led Jia Niliang to a parking lot, where they were ambushed. He fought to the death with Baogu before his health was depleted. The enemy didn't lose a single soldier, yet they managed to take out 2 of the Revenant's top generals. However, this was not the worst of it. The worst part is that the defeated player can choose to become the other player's assistant to revive them, with their health reduced to half, leaving them with only 1.5 health points. Alternatively, they can choose to become a sacrificial follower, continuing to follow the Avengers group and seeking a way to revive themselves in subsequent games. Bao Ji's betrayal, though called a betrayal, is more accurately described as him being an undercover agent who has successfully returned to his comrades. Meanwhile, Jia Niliang chose to continue following the Avengers, waiting for Long Xingyue to find a way to revive him. The events unfolded rather suddenly. When everyone found out about it. Among them, Sha-Yi and Lang Xingyue remained the calmest. Sha-Yi had only guessed a little, while Long Xingyue had been suspicious of Bao Gu from the very beginning. His acting in this regard seemed rather lacking. He was a competent actor, but he was not a competent villain. From the very beginning, you knew that Xiao Bao was an undercover agent, right? Sha-Yi suddenly looked at Long Xingyue and asked. There was something mysterious about this girl, especially when she was with Bao Gu trying to catch you earlier. When she said on WeChat that she could abandon Bao Gu if necessary, it already made him suspicious. However, at that time, the object of his suspicion was actually Lang Xingyue. But later, he realized it was impossible for the captain to be an undercover agent, so he began to closely monitor Bao Ji's every move. Sha-Yi realized his thinking was too simplistic, but how many second-tier celebrities are idiots? Xiao Bao has defected? What should we do now? This traitor. We came here to seek revenge, and now we've got a mole among us. This has made the game even harder. Cold Xingyue remained calm and composed, continuing to walk forward. On her phone, she deleted Bao Gu from the discussion group. At the same time, you can see that Jia Niliang and others are asking you what to do next. She glanced at the current time. It was 12:30 in the afternoon. The message read, though this is revenge, traitors will not be tolerated. Kill Bao Gu first, then slaughter the pigs, behead the lamb, and eliminate Sim Gu. Zhao Niliang first kill Bao Ge, then slaughter the pigs, behead the lamb, and eliminate Sun Gu. Wang Dalu first kill Bao Ge, then slaughter the pigs, behead the lamb, and eliminate Sun Gu. Zhou Qing first kill Bao Ge, then slaughter the pig, behead the lamb, and eliminate Sun Gu. Yen director looked at the message they had posted and burst out laughing. Are they here to play games or to stage a rebellion? They're making it look pretty convincing. The assistant director stood behind him, quietly watching Long Xingyue. It seemed as though he was deep in thought. Then he looked at Yen Min. Director Yen, I'm worried that this Miss Leng isn't someone to be underestimated. She's able to handle this situation so calmly, and I'm afraid Hong Lei and the others won't be able to handle it. Yen Min shook his head disdainfully and waved his hand dismissively. Impossible. No matter what, she's still a girl. How could she be a match for that group of old foxes and cunning villains? Capturing Hong Lei was just an accident. After all, the others hadn't even encountered them yet. If they did, the girl would probably abandon Sha Yi and run away on her own. The assistant director insisted on his own opinion, and the two of them started arguing here. A few people around them also joined in the debate between the two. Some supported Long Xingyue, while others supported the men's group. In the end, they split into two groups, one led by Yen Min and his followers, and the other led by the assistant director and his supporters. How about this? Dare you take a bet? The losing side will treat the entire crew to dinner tonight. What do you say? Yen Min smiled and looked at the assistant director. The staff behind him also smiled at them. Being able to relax like this during work breaks is actually quite nice. No problem. If we lose, we'll even invite Hong Lei and the others. We'll treat you to authentic Sichuan-style spicy hot pot. What if you lose? Hee hee, we'll be eating seafood then. Yen Min laughed generously. No problem. It's just seafood. Seaweed, conch, clams, whatever kind of clams, scallops, eat as much as you want. Don't worry about the money. Go ahead and spend 1,000 yuan. Assistant director. Stubbornly insisting. They must have learned this from Wang Dao, who aspires to a better life. Unfortunately, they don't dare to learn from Huang Lei, who would have used his shoe to slap him. The assistant director was silently praying, Cold Xingyue, you must win. Tonight's dinner depends on you all. We have to eat like kings tonight. Chapter 89, What did you say, little fatty? They continued walking deeper into the green maze. It had been nearly an hour since Jia Niliang and the others had arrived, giving them ample time to deal with Hong Lei. They didn't care at all, but now, due to Bao Sheng's betrayal, things had changed. Their plan was to take care of Bao Sheng first and deal with the rest later. They had thought that the center of the maze would hold a treasure chest waiting for them, but upon entering, they discovered that it was actually a small clearing capable of accommodating nearly 20 people. At that moment, two staff members were waiting for their arrival. Upon seeing Long Xingyue and Sha Yi walk in, they smiled warmly and bowed slightly toward them. Congratulations on making it to the center of the green plant maze. The thing you're looking for is now behind us, inside this transparent box. To obtain the key, you must find the piece of watermelon that contains it among the ones in front of you. If the watermelon you choose doesn't have the key, you must eat the entire piece of watermelon you selected. Is that clear? Watermelon. There was a row of watermelons on the table in front of her. Almost as if she had cut an entire watermelon into 5 pieces. Each piece weighs about a pound. Don't let the hot weather fool you, even someone like Sha Yi would struggle to finish 2 big pieces. This melon really is quite substantial. Is this a challenge? There are only about 10 pieces on the table. I'm not bragging, but I can finish it in a few bites. Do you believe me? As soon as Sha Yi saw the watermelon, he immediately perked up. On such a hot day, who wouldn't want to eat something juicy to quench their thirst? When he picked up a piece, he couldn't stop laughing. What a heartwarming show! This melon is still frozen, huh? Hey, that's great! Captain, can you eat it? Cold Xingyue didn't look at the melon instead, she turned her gaze toward the transparent box. Inside was a silver safe. It seems that once found, you will need to find the password. Might as well just relax and enjoy some watermelon. Sha Yi, you can eat melon, right? Then how about this, you eat all the melon, and leave the rinds for Hong Lei and the others to gnaw on. Put. When he heard Ling Xingyue say that, he nearly choked on the watermelon he was eating. This girl's move was pretty ruthless, making Hong Lei and the others eat watermelon rinds? Why not make them gnaw on the table instead? However, I think this idea is worth considering. After all, Bao Shinga defected to the enemy. Alright, since you say so, let's eat. He started to eat them one by one. Cold Xingyue hurriedly handed the watermelon to the cameraman behind her and the director and the others. It was a scorching hot day, and although everyone had brought water, after walking around for a while, the water in their hands had long since turned from ice cold to lukewarm. They were indeed feeling a bit dizzy from the heat. When they saw Long Xingyue handing them the watermelon, they hesitated for a moment before taking it and muttered a thank you. There were roughly 20 slices of watermelon on the table. Judging by the quantity, it must have been cut from 4 large watermelons. Under the table, there were also 2 uncut watermelons. Lung Xingyue gently lifted her mask upward. Only a hint of her red lips was visible, gently biting into the watermelon. Seeing her like this, Shai was so anxious for her. Wearing a mask in this heat, how hot must it be? This director is really strict with you, young lady. She laughed softly. As she ate the watermelon, she could clearly feel her body cooling down slowly from the inside. As for work, we naturally do whatever the director tells us to do. Besides, I can understand Director Yan's perspective. From her actions, it's clear that she's a kind-hearted young woman. She let the staff eat the watermelon first before having any herself. However, there were only 5 or 6 of them in total. Even if each person took 2 large pieces, there was still nearly half left uneaten. However, the key has already been found. Shai opened the transparent box and took out the password box inside, which also contained a mission card. Shai, don't worry about the watermelon. Here's what we'll do, we'll hide here on these 2 wrong green pathways. Han Lei and Xiaoyu don't have guns, so they'll definitely see us and either run away or try to grab the guns. When that happens, don't hesitate, just shoot. We only have 4 people left, we need to reduce their numbers first. Alright, I'll follow your lead. What should we do? Should we hide first? Lung Xingyue was about to speak, but she heard voices approaching from the distance. The microphone was already held high. Hide. Hurriedly waving their hands, Lung Xingyue, Shai, and the cameraman behind them quickly hid in the wrong intersection in the distance. This intersection was exactly where they would pass by, but it was out of the other party's line of sight. They can easily monitor the others' every move. In my opinion, the path we took earlier was wrong, as Han Lei led us in the wrong direction. Otherwise, we would have arrived here 5 minutes earlier. That was Lei Jiayin's voice. Since they had already arrived at the correct route, Han Lei also knew that he had really embarrassed himself in this episode, so he didn't feel like making any excuses. Fine, you big head. Just wait until I catch the opposing team captain and avenge this humiliation. I'll definitely settle the score with you then. Shui Lei glared at him with fiery eyes and said, Hey, stop it, Han Lei, we're on the same side, haven't you forgotten? But now I suspect you're a spy planted among us. If Bao Xinga is a mole planted among the Avengers, then it's highly likely that they have moles planted within the men's gang. If the current plan is to eliminate members of the men's gang, then the problem is likely to arise with Xiao Yeye and Lei Dai too. They are the only 2 guests, and they are both guests on the men's club side. The issue is quite evident. There's nothing wrong with the little pig side, yet they keep getting attacked. This really doesn't make any sense. I swear I didn't do it. I finally got to be on your show, and you think I'd go to all this trouble just to sabotage it? Lei Daitu felt like crying, pointing at his head and complaining to Han Lei, look at me. Just because I abandoned Xiao Yeye earlier, now I'm filled with self-blame. My head has swollen several times over. Do you think this is easy for me? Han Lei looked at Lei Daitu. His face was flushed, though he wore a smile, but his small eyes were still filled with distrust. You say you're not, then fine. Give me a reason, or in the next game, please take the lead. As the captain, I need to assess the abilities of the team members. Speaking so grandly, Xiao Yeye stood by and couldn't help but smile. I wonder who got caught and is now suspecting others? What did you say, little fatty? 2 chapters in a row, just woke up, sorry. Chapter 90, is Director Yan's taste really that heavy? Xiao Yeye hurriedly waved his hands repeatedly, pretending he hadn't said a word. Han Lei's aura was too overwhelming, he dared not say a word out of place. The 3 of them had now followed the map to the center of the green maze. As soon as they entered, they saw several slices of watermelon on the table. Without a second thought, Han Lei hurried forward, took 2 pieces, and handed them to Xiao Yeye and Lei Daitu. He then picked up another piece for himself. The weather was so hot that I didn't even bother to ask the staff what they needed to do, I just started eating the watermelon. Cold Xingyue and Sha Yi stood quietly in the back, watching. She pointed at Yeye and Lei Daitu, making a gesture to attack. After counting down to 3, the 2 men raised their guns and stepped forward, standing behind the 3 of them. 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots. Lei Jiayin's game is over. Sha Yi was holding the gun that Xiao Yeye had previously used, and a red bullet struck him. Yu Yunping's game is over. By the time these 2 felt the bullets behind them, it was already too late. They turned to look at Sha Yi and Lung Xingyue. Xiao Yeye was on the verge of tears, and Lei Jiayin was no different. Sha Yige, why are you still chasing me here? Are you trying to kill me? Sun Hong Lei remained calm, eating his melon in silence. The electronic recording device on his body was no longer visible. It's clear they're trying to pull a fast one. The game hasn't even reached the stage where you can heal your teammates yet. He's just trying to confuse her. However, Lung Xingyue decided to play along and spared Han Lei once again. As the saying goes, attack the heart first. I have always refrained from killing you. Eventually, your teammates will begin to doubt your own identity. Sha Yi stood by, striking the classic pose of a greasy old man, coolly blowing on the gun barrel. Phew, sorry, once I set my sights on my prey, I never miss. Don't blame me. From the moment Xiao Bao betrayed us, this was inevitable. In this line of work, you eventually have to pay the price. After finishing the melon, Hong Lei calmly looked at Long Xingyue. This girl who had always left him baffled. Lei Jiayin and Ye, however, did not recognize her. A girl with an amazing figure but still wearing a black mask. Why not just kill me too? Hong Lei seemed to have already figured out Lang Xingyue's intentions, but he still wanted to ask out loud, just to feel at ease. However, she performed a gun flourish with one hand and tucked the gun back into her waist. She gestured for Sha Yi to take Lei Jiayin's gun away. If we take you away, the game would be boring. The Avengers have lost one member and another has defected, while your men have lost two. This will speed up the game's progress. I think it won't be long before the production team prepares the game elements for healing and resurrection. Additionally, Hong Lei, as the leader of the men's group, if you're still alive, they'll focus some of their attention on you. Now that the mole has been exposed, you must be prepared for anything. Sha Yi, let's go. Sha Yi took Lei Jiayin's handgun and gave Hong Lei a wicked smile. Ha, Golden Bell, Iron Shirt, Hong Lei, you finally met your match. Ha, we common folk are truly happy today. The two of them didn't hesitate for a moment and hurriedly turned and left. Hong Lei watched Cold Xingyue's retreating figure in silence, a smile on his face. This girl really does have a similar temperament to him. Unfortunately, Xiao Yeye and Lei Jiayin didn't think so. The two looked at Hong Lei, wondering who that girl was. They had never seen her before. Sun Hong Lei didn't seem embarrassed at all. He patted the two on the shoulders and said, not having seen her before is normal. She's the captain of the Avengers. I don't even know who she is. She's the one who disarmed me. To be honest, I wasn't taking this game seriously at first, but now I see I need to take it seriously. Otherwise, I might end up losing badly. Let's go contact the others and prepare to meet up. On the way back, Long Xingyue held the mission card and read it aloud to herself. Go to Green Lotus Square and find a young woman in a red dress. She has a delicate appearance and wears a silver bracelet on her wrist. Once you find her, activate the mission to find the password. After handing the task card to Sha Yi, she muttered under her breath, what a hassle. Green Ivy Square was located on the other side of the Green Maze. The journey takes approximately 20 minutes. After returning the same way, she sent a message to Wang Dalu and Zhou Qing, instructing them to come directly to Green Lotus Square to find them. The two of them found a ride-sharing vehicle in the forest park and set off toward their destination. Along the way, Sha Yi was still lost in the memory of the cool scene from earlier, seemingly unable to snap out of it. Let's stick to this plan. I'm sure we'll win. Finally, we'll be able to beat the guys once and for all? I've been dreaming about this moment for so long. Seeing him so excited, Long Xingyue remained silent. The show wouldn't let them win so easily. There would definitely be a twist in the next game. She knew this deep down, but she couldn't say much about it. 10 minutes later, the two arrived at Greenvine Square. As soon as they got off the car, their phones buzzed with a message from the undercover agent. Xiao Zhu, Yixing, and Sen Gu have already arrived at the forest park and are meeting up with Hong Lei Gu. She could guess that the undercover agent was one of these three, but he was clever enough to mention his own name and hide it among the three names. Since she hadn't come into contact with them, she had no clues to help her analyze the three of them and determine who the undercover agent was. However, the next piece of information came as a surprise to her. She was about to head to Greenvine Square to search for the girl in the red dress. Is the task the same? If it's the same task, then Wang Dalu and Zhou Qing's tasks would also be the same. But that would present a minor issue. She looked at Sha Yi without changing her expression. Sha Yi, you're Zhou Qing. What's the next task? Where do they need to go? Oh, got it. Sha Yi didn't think too much about it. He was completely immersed in his own happiness, holding his phone and directly activating the voice function. Hey, Zhou Qing, where exactly in the forest park is our next assignment? Looking at the Greenvine Square, though it wasn't exactly crowded at that time, there were still over 100 people, and there were so many women wearing red dresses. Today, for some reason, there must be some kind of event taking place here. Many elderly women, dressed in red dresses, were singing and dancing on the square, creating a lively atmosphere. The atmosphere was instantly brought to a small high point. Is that a young woman in a red dress? Does Director Yen have such a bold taste? Chapter 91, Going Home to Try on the Dress. Sha Yi looked at the group of energetic ants ahead of him, and his expression also changed. His lips trembled slightly. He pointed his finger at the group of women in front of him and said, among these dozens of people, find the young girl wearing a bracelet? Maybe, Sha Yi. This task is yours. I don't know, but you have the reputation of being a master at dealing with middle-aged women. I trust you with this. Ha ha. Taking a step forward, Sha Yi hurriedly followed. He quickly refused, Captain, there are so many people here. Why don't we split up and search separately? We can each take half and finish faster. How about that? Cold Xingyue directly refused his kind offer. I have other things to attend to. I just have a feeling that this task isn't as straightforward as I imagined. I'll take this box with me for now. Keep an eye on your surroundings. The others are already on their way. You still have 3 bullets left, and your health is at 2 bars. If it comes down to a fight, 2 against 4 is a tough match. Better play it safe. Stay in touch via phone. I'll be nearby, keeping an eye out. Leaving Sha-E here means she has her own plans. Besides the fact that he is truly a friend to middle-aged and elderly women, there is another reason: he can confuse the issue and lure the young ones into a trap. Since we mentioned the young girl in the red dress, why are there so many middle-aged women here now? She couldn't help but think that it wasn't because Director Yen had such a strong preference, but rather that we had carried our first impressions into our current thinking, leading to a fundamental misunderstanding of the assignment. Sha-E also took the plunge, stepping forward to greet the group of older women in a friendly manner. He began checking each of their wrists to see if they were wearing silver bracelets. He checked 7 or 8 of the older women. Since Sha-E was too young to call them auntie, he referred to them as auntie instead. There were no bracelets, but I did see several women wearing bracelets, though I'm not sure if they were the ones I was looking for. However, when I turned around to ask Lung Xingyue, she had already disappeared into the crowd and was nowhere to be seen. Walking along the edge of the square, she coldly observed every traveler playing and resting here. Until she passed by a cotton candy stall and happened to see a young woman in her early 20s, wearing a red long dress and a silver bracelet that sparkled in the light. The spot where she stood was rather tricky. The cotton candy stall was right next to the group of dancing grandmas, directly opposite the entrance to Green Lotus Square. If you don't walk over, you might not even notice her. However, upon seeing the task on the task card, anyone would naturally associate the red-dressed girl with those older women. After all, this kind of prank in the extreme challenge isn't something new, they've done it before, so it's easy for them to go off track. Occasionally, Director Yen tries to change the style, but it remains to be seen how long it will take them to realize their own misjudgment in interpreting the theme. Red dress, silver bracelet, little sister, you're the one who has the password, right? That girl is very beautiful, especially in that red dress, which makes her look very elegant. However, Lung Xingyue was silently staring at her legs. She had never worn a skirt before. How could she feel comfortable with nothing underneath? I'll have to talk to Yaha about this tomorrow. Otherwise, I'll try it on myself when I get home first. The girl in the red dress saw that Lung Xingyue had found her and agreed readily. At the same time, she handed over the cotton candy she was holding. Would you like some? Maybe not. I'm trying to lose weight lately. Seeing that he refused her cotton candy, the little girl didn't seem to mind. She smiled indifferently and pointed behind her to a shooting booth. Sister, you have 3 chances. If you can hit the teddy bear in the middle, the task is complete. Isn't that easy? Though it's called a forest park, it actually has some very distinctive features, especially places like the Greenvine Square over here. It resembles a small stall in a square, bustling with activity. Compared to the quiet plant museum on the other side, the level of liveliness is vastly different. However, as you continue further in, you'll find hot springs, inns, and snacks, surrounded by a natural environment. In such a setting, traveling with a cheerful mindset is truly a delightful experience. Looking at the stall in front of her, it was quite large. The dolls she was referring to were at the back, each about the size of a basketball, with a distance of over 20 meters between them. Hitting such a target was no easy feat. Your sister has 3 weapons to choose from, number 1, number 2, and number 3. Once you make your selection, it cannot be changed. Which one would you like to choose first? Number 1, then. When she heard number 1, the girl hesitated for a moment, glancing at Lung Xingyue. Seeing that she was also a woman, and a stunningly beautiful one at that, she felt a sudden sense of familiarity. I think number 3 is actually pretty good. Why don't you give number 3 a try? Seeing that she had said so much, Lung Xingyue didn't say anything else. She nodded immediately. Then, the girl was seen holding a replica toy Barrett rifle. Though it wasn't a high-quality replica, it was still the best gun we had in our small shop. Sister, do you think it feels comfortable to use? Actually, she was more curious about what that weapon was exactly. Seeing the girl put down the gun and try to leave, Cold Xingyue grabbed her hand. Hey, little sister, can you tell me what this weapon is? The girl in the red dress glanced at the cameraman beside her, leaned close to her ear, and whispered, brick. Cold Xingyue, she could almost imagine the chaotic situation that would ensue if someone chose option 1. Are you holding a brick to hit someone? Now, she is very fortunate to have won the affection of the girl in the red dress. She sincerely thanked her. Only then did he pick up the Barrett and look at the small bear doll in the distance. The gun was loaded with crystal bullets. However, they are different from theirs. Their crystal bullets are made of a special glue in the shape of bullets, with dye inside, similar to the ocean babies sold on the market. They are lightweight and extremely fragile. However, he underestimated the toys of today. When he aimed and fired the first shot, the crystal bullet hit the toy bear's forehead. It barely grazed the fur as it flew past. The gun had quite a lot of power. 20 meters away. At a distance of 20 meters, combined with such soft bullets, it still managed to unleash such tremendous power. It couldn't help but make him marvel at how advanced toys have become these days. No wonder they're so expensive. Oh, what a pity, just a little bit more. The girl in the red dress said regretfully. Cole Xingyue knew that if this were a real gun, it would have hit her long ago. Unfortunately, the gun's sight and front sight were fake, and she had simply forgotten about them. Chapter 92, The Core Rules of the Game, Steal. Bang. The second shot hit, but the toy bear swayed and remained standing. Cole Xingyue smiled indifferently, stood up, and fired the third shot. Her movements were graceful and fluid, executed flawlessly in one seamless motion. The toy bear instantly falls to the ground, revealing a task card that had been pressed beneath it. Sister, thank you. She handed the teddy bear and the task card to Long Xingyue. She gave the young woman a gentle hug. They parted ways one after another. Red Dress Girl, Affinity Optimization 1. She suddenly realized why this girl had been so kind to her. The title of Soul Sister wasn't given to her for nothing. The two levels of intimacy have a significant impact. Holding the brown teddy bear, he found a bench to sit down on. One leg naturally crossed over the other. This showcased her stunningly proportioned double-curved legs. Before searching for the password, you must first make a choice: abandon the password box to revive a teammate, or choose to search for the password. However, there are two stickers on the task card below. These represent the two options for Task 1 and Task 2. Without hesitation, she tore open Task 1. At a wooden bridge not far away, there was an old woman. Hand her the box, and you will immediately receive an energy crystal. Install it on the electronic recorder carried by the player who has completed the game, and they will be fully revived. At the same time, the transmission station will be activated, allowing teammates at the transmission station to transfer their health to another teammate. Oh? It seems the game is starting to get interesting. Lang Xingyue didn't even bother to check what the second task was for her. The first one was more than enough. She stood up and hurried toward the wooden bridge. On this side, they began calling Shai. As soon as the call was answered, they heard the sound of the old man running out of breath. Phew, I saw the little pigs. They almost caught up with me. No wonder they're dancers, their physical fitness is way too good. Captain, where are you? I'll come find you. Cole Xingyue looked at Shai, who was leaning against a large tree not far away, breathing heavily from exhaustion, and hung up the phone directly. She took a step toward him. Let's go, Shai-gu. Don't worry about them for now. I've already found the task card. On the way, Shai had already opened the detailed instructions for the second task, smiled, and tore the task card into pieces, tossing them into the trash can on the side. He looked at Lang Xingyue with a smile, unable to help but ask curiously, why didn't you open the second task? Take a look. Who knows, it might be the task that could help our Avengers Alliance achieve greatness overnight. The game is just a game, but people are real. With no teammates left, what's the point of winning? There's no need to look. All we need to know is that this mission will allow Jia Niliang to return, and that's enough. Hey, what a great captain from Huaxia. Are you mocking me? No, I'm really complimenting you. There is a wooden bridge not far from Greenvine Square. Below the bridge flows a clear, swiftly flowing river. An old woman dressed in coarse hemp clothing looked as though she might be one of the park's residents. She was washing vegetables such as eggplants, potatoes, and chili peppers in the river water. Just as the two of them walked over, the old woman's hand slipped, and an eggplant slipped out of her hand and fell into the river. It floated downstream. Coincidentally, they were picked up by Long Xingyue, who happened to be passing by. When the two approached the old woman, they saw her with wrinkled skin and a pure, innocent smile on her face. Their mood lightened considerably, and they handed her the eggplant and the box they were holding. Have the two of you made up your minds yet? The old woman took the box and smiled at the two of them. Hey, what's there to think about? Helping others is the most important thing. Fame and fortune are just fleeting, aren't they? Though I don't know how Shai mentioned fame and fortune, the old woman fully agreed with his words. She set the box aside. He took out a small silver box from the other side. Inside was a specially constructed battery. It's probably the battery for the electronic recorder. This device is quite sophisticated. It can communicate with the clothing through a simple electromagnetic induction. Once hit by a bullet, it immediately identifies and records the incident. However, the battery might be the switch that reactivates Jianai Liang's electronic recorder. With this device in hand, stand on the wooden bridge. Shai stared at her. Captain, what should we do next? He couldn't see her face at all, but Long Xingyue's expression remained fixed in an odd smile. The old woman had no intention of leaving and was currently busy continuing to wash the vegetables in her hands. The box was just left there. She was only helping the production team with this small segment. Why would she bother with what happens next? Wait. If Jia Niliang and his group came over, let them take the box behind the old lady. If it was Xiao Zhu and his group, then find an opportunity to take their boxes as well. Wait, take? Why didn't we take them earlier? Lung Xingyue stroked the small teddy bear in her arms. She shot him a disapproving glance. I'm a lady. I wouldn't bully an old man. If you want to try it, go ahead, Shai. Forget it. I'm still considered someone of some standing among these middle-aged women. I can't bring myself to do that. Let us wait for Jian Niliang and Wang Dalo to come over and handle it. Actually, it's just talk. Jian Niliang and the others couldn't possibly move as fast as Xiao Zhu and his crew. They waited there for nearly 20 minutes, with her and Sha Yi sitting nearby to recover their strength while keeping an eye on their teammates' situation. In the distance, they finally spotted the main group. Xiao Zhu and the others were heading this way. However, Zhang Yixing was no longer in the group. Instead, there were Little Pig, Sun Gu, and Bao Gu, the undercover agent. Hong Lei and his men were not here. They must have split into two groups to intercept Wang Dalu. Watching Bao Shenga chatting and laughing with the little pig. Cold Xingyue stood on the bridge, leaning on her chin with one hand, her eyes slightly narrowed, emanating a faint aura of danger. Sha Yi, you haven't forgotten what we talked about today, have you? Sha Yi hurriedly took out his phone to check, then sneered, how could I forget? First kill Bao Gu, then slaughter the pig, and finally eliminate Sun Gu. What goes around comes around. Today, Bao Shi chose to betray us, so don't blame me for being ruthless. Sha Yi, stay hidden here. If you spot them taking the box, keep an eye on their movements and contact me immediately. I'll deal with Bao Shi first. Lang Xingyue removed the large brimmed hat from her head and gently tousled her long, flowing hair. After tidying herself up, she put the hat back on. He reached out to remove his gloves and pulled out a red bullet from his pocket. Weighing less than 10 grams, at a distance of approximately 50 meters, with no wind, advance 10 meters forward, and it will hit the target. Muttering softly under his breath, some words incomprehensible to Shai, his figure began to move toward the piglet, confident yet elegant. Chapter 93, This girl is taking this way too seriously, isn't she? The bullet was gently tossed twice. There were 2 bullets in total. One red and one blue. From a distance, he could see a tall woman walking down slowly. Little Pig didn't recognize Long Xingyue, but Bao Gu did. Upon seeing her, it was indeed Cold Xingyue. Hurriedly shouting at the little pig, she's the captain of the Avengers. Be careful, there might be an ambush. Seeing her wearing a black mask, she unexpectedly turned her head to look at Bao Gu. But who was she? Why was she wearing a mask? I don't know either, but all I know is that this girl is cunning and devious. You'd better be careful. No sooner had he finished speaking. A burst of red blood blossomed from Bao Shinga's chest. The crystal bullet hit its mark, and as the paint exploded, Xiao Zhu and the others were startled. To receive such high praise from Bao Gu, I can't help but feel a bit overwhelmed. The electronic monitor on Bao Zhiga's arm, which had originally shown 1.5 bars of health, suddenly dropped to just half a bar. Sure enough, she had already figured it out. The gun was merely a tool, and the bullet was the real key. Moreover, the strength of the arm was far greater than that of the gun. As long as the aim was precise enough, there was no fear of missing the target. Cold Xingyue is still over 30 meters away, and you've already hit him? You must be joking, right? In the distance, Sha Yi was also taken aback. This Lung Xingyue had been silent and unassuming, but her first move was a thunderous display of power, throwing bullets with her bare hands. Though they were just toy bullets, that move was pretty cool. With her outfit, she totally has that queen vibe going on. After firing the bullet, Xiao Zhu and Wang Sun quickly drew their guns and charged toward him. Sun Gu was still somewhat considerate, but Xiao Zhu was the ultimate terminator of this game. With Huang Lei and Huang Bo absent, only he remained of the Sanjing trio. He's the one holding the whole show together, so there's no room for mercy. Otherwise, the game would lose its flavor. Seeing Xiao Zhu and the others charging over, Lang Xingyue didn't flee but instead charged toward them. Seeing the 2 pigs charging toward them, Lang Xingyue didn't flee. Instead, she charged toward the 2 of them. Sun Gu and the 2 little pigs also received bullets from Jian Niliang, and while their hands weren't exactly well stocked with bullets, they were enough to take her down here. Sun Gu and the 2 men had also obtained bullets from Jian Niliang. Though their ammunition wasn't abundant, it was enough to eliminate her here. Their thoughts were completely different from what Long Xingyue had in mind. If they could end the captain's game here, the next phase would be a solo performance by the men's team. Bang! The bullet grazed her hair and flew into the river. The first shot missed. As he was about to fire the second shot, Lang Xingyue had somehow appeared in front of the piglet. With a swift flick of her wrist, she startled him into dodging backward while firing another shot. But the next moment, the little pig felt his wrist being grabbed. The force wasn't strong, but the control over the joints was extremely precise. They managed to counter and subdue him directly. He snatched the gun from him and engaged in a standoff with Sun Gu. Xiao Zhu was being held by one of her arms. She had originally wanted to grab him in front of her like the robbers in those TV dramas. But if I were to actually do that now? Would he be enjoying himself or suffering? That's anyone's guess. Don't move. The little pig is still in my hands. Sungu, I advise you to behave yourself. The cameraman, director, assistant, and Bao Xinga, they're all stunned. What kind of show was this? Bao Xinga's game ended. Earlier, while dodging the piglet's attacks, Long Xingyue flicked a bullet from her hand, but the piglet took the opportunity to dodge and didn't notice. The bullet wasn't aimed at him, but at Bao Xinga, who was hiding behind him. However, surprisingly, she managed to dodge the first shot from the pig. Although the second shot hit her, it wasn't a serious wound, because she managed to subdue the pig in just a few moves. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, who would have known that Long Xingyue was so formidable? Hey, can this game even be played like this? I'm out of here. Who is this girl? How is she so skilled? Wang Sun couldn't help but smile wryly. The little piglet, on the other hand, was clutching his arm tightly, dared not move a muscle. Though it didn't hurt now, the slightest struggle would cause his entire arm to ache intensely. This realization made him chuckle bitterly. What was going on? He had encountered a master. I currently have no intention of opposing the two of you, I merely wish to eliminate the traitors. The matter is now resolved, and I believe it is time to part ways. Cold Star Moon smiled indifferently, spun the pistol in his hand, and tossed it to the ground. As soon as he let go, he immediately took a step back and adjusted the wide-brimmed hat on his head. She departed silently. The little pig stared blankly at Long Xingyue, his eyes filled with nothing but astonishment. Is the ultimate challenge finally about to produce a game-changer? And is it a woman? Are you okay, little pig? Wang Sun hurried over and looked at him, saying, I'm fine. The girl didn't use much force just now. This arm is just a bit weak right now, but there's no discomfort. That girl was playing too seriously. She made me so nervous that my heart was pounding. Everyone felt that this girl was taking things a bit too far. However, it must be said that this long-lost sense of tension had once again excited him. Xiao Zhu turned to look at Wang Sun, his expression tinged with excitement. Sun Gu, do you remember when we were filming Extreme Challenge and the car exploded? Sun Gu seemed to understand what he meant. After all, they were all brothers in the men's alliance. A single glance was enough to understand what the other was thinking. Little Pig once again felt the true meaning of the phrase Extreme Challenge. It seems he's finally found the fun in the game. No wonder Hong Lei is in such a good mood today. He seems to have felt it too. Let's form an alliance. Form an alliance. Almost every episode has this line. But this time, Wang Sun burst out laughing. Why form an alliance? This time, we're already on the same side. Are you so excited that you've lost your mind? He was just standing there grinning like an idiot, oblivious to the strange look Sun Gu and Bao Gu were giving him. No, I'm getting excited. I need to call Hong Lei. The Yan Luo Wang trio is back in action today. The three of us should team up and take down their Avengers alliance. Meanwhile, Long Xingyue returned to the spot where Sha Yi was hiding and stretched her neck. She turned her head to look at the cameraman. Was what I just did a bit too much? The cameraman nodded slightly. Sha Yi also smiled helplessly. Indeed, the little pig was treated like a criminal and detained immediately. Alright, I'll try to be gentler next time. Sha Yi, you still don't understand. What aspect are you referring to when you say past? Do you still think it's about being too harsh? Where did this kid come from? Only Yan Dao, his eyes fixed intently on Long Xingyue. Not heavy at all, not even a bit. It seems like this episode will be quite the highlight. Chapter 94, Rushing to the Banquet at Hongmen. Next, they watched as Sun Gu and the others handed the boxes they were holding to the old woman. It seemed they hadn't considered taking the boxes back, so they returned the way they came, likely to meet up with Hong Lei and the others. Only Sha Yi and Lang Xingyue remained there, silently watching the scenery around them and the river flowing beneath their feet. They paid no attention to the departing group of men or their actions. It wasn't until nearly 10 minutes after the others had left that Jia Niliang and the others finally arrived. Upon their arrival, the boxes in their hands had already been seized, leaving them looking somewhat disheveled. Before they could explain the situation in detail, a new message appeared on all their phones. Given the commendable spirit between the two teams, a teleportation station has been activated, with two locations, Point A at the Hot Spring Bridge and Point B at the Green Forest. Players who have finished the game can use the teleportation station to transfer health and revive themselves. Task update: both teleportation stations now have new tasks. Please retrieve them promptly. Cold Star Moon pointed at the elderly woman about to leave and whispered, Liang Go, it wasn't in vain that we gave up our advantage to save your life. Go and retrieve those two boxes. The energy battery wasn't easily taken out. Now she only has 2 bars of health left. Sha Yi has 2 health points left, Wang Dalo has 1, and Zhou Qing has 2. She seemed to be calculating something in her mind, but she didn't tell anyone yet. At the same time, she had already quietly slipped the battery into her pocket. Jia Niliang felt a bit embarrassed, but seeing that Long Xingyue was serious, he gritted his teeth and followed Wang Dalu. He went to help the old woman carry the vegetables, while Jia Niliang quietly took the 2 boxes. In fact, Jia Niliang was overthinking if the old woman didn't care at all about the boxes. After all, he was just a minor NPC in the game. Once his vegetables were clean, who would care about the box you left here? It's long since been forgotten. Things have come back again. They had already decided where to go. The little pigs left here, so they must be heading back to the Green Forest, which is quite close to the Hot Spring Bridge. There's a subtle hint of both sides having their own bases here. When we arrived at the Hot Spring Bridge, there was a small makeshift shelter in front of us. In the center, there was something resembling a charging cable. On one side stands a staff member from a well-known smartphone company. Hello, welcome to the transfer station. Those who wish to exchange blood volumes simply need to stand on either side immediately, and the rest will be handled by me. Cold Xingyue didn't notice this at first. Instead, she looked down at the ground. Beneath her feet, it seemed to be a semi-transparent floor, but her sharp eyes had already caught a glimpse of the corner of a silver briefcase. There was an additional keyhole the size of a coin on top. It seems that you need to complete a certain task before you can obtain the key. Open the floor beneath your feet and retrieve the password box inside. Sha Yi and the others followed her gaze and looked down at the ground. They also spotted the box and tried kicking it a couple of times, but found it completely useless. They had no choice but to search for the key. Captain, let's first adjust our health levels, then. Wang Dalu had originally planned to give Lang Xingyue some suggestions according to his own ideas. But before he could finish, he saw Lang Xingyue suddenly stomp her foot heavily on the floor. The spot where the heel hit the floor had already cracked. Bum! 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 As the third kick landed, the floor shattered with a loud crash, revealing a hole the size of a palm. Everyone was initially stunned by Lang Xingyue's decisiveness and resolve, but they soon snapped out of it and began scrambling to grab hold of the floor fragments, preparing to pry them loose. Fortunately, the acrylic floor wasn't very thick, and in no time, they had managed to pry off more than half of it. It turned out that only the floor here was slightly thinner, roughly the thickness of 2 stacked coins, and since it was hollow underneath, Cold Xingyue's weight combined with the force applied made it relatively easy to pry open. Earlier, Sha Yi had only tested the ground with his feet. He never considered such an extreme measure. The box wasn't very large, roughly half the size of the ones they currently held. A card was attached to it, bearing a series of numbers and arithmetic operations. Once the password was entered, they opened it. Inside was a template for the Limit Challenge logo, which was 1/3 of the total. If I'm not mistaken, this must be what the men's group needs to escort. The task left behind should be the clue to the third template. Cold Xingyue muttered to herself. Attached to it was a task card. Sha Yi took it and began to read aloud. The 3 boxes from the previous mission contained bulletproof vests, energy crystals, 10 bullets, and a special gun. If you find the password to open the boxes, you will obtain the special items inside and learn the location of the final template, unlocking the final game level. Boxes, templates. Indeed, they are indispensable. Wang Dala gave an awkward smile and scratched the back of his head. Sorry about that. The box was stolen earlier, but they don't know the password, so they shouldn't be able to open it. Password? Lang Xingyue glanced at Wang Dalu, took out her phone, and seemed to be waiting for something. Just as everyone was puzzled, the phone suddenly rang. Just as I thought. Bao Xinga is currently inviting him to a video call. They're moving so quickly that the men's group wouldn't possibly follow the show's script and continue as planned. Moreover, since Hong Lei is among the men's group, he must have already used the exact same method to open the floor. The video connection was established. The screen showed Hong Lei's face. Behind him stood Xiao Zhu, Zhang Yixing, and others. At that moment, they stared at Lang Xingyue's black mask, their eyes brimming with excitement. Young lady, I think there's a big problem we need to address. We don't even know your name. When 2 sides are fighting, shouldn't they at least state their names? What's your name? I didn't expect Hong Lei to start with such a friendly remark. Lang Xingyue gave a light chuckle. She nodded in agreement. You're right. Then, just call me Yaya. Yaya? Hong Lei couldn't help but glance at the chubby little guy named Yu behind him. Which month? The month of the moon. Hong Lei suddenly realized, oh, that moon. Let's be open and honest. We'll take your boxes, and you take ours. We all know the passwords to our own boxes. Why don't we just exchange them? Upon hearing the word exchange, Sha Yi hurriedly waved his hands, urging Lang Xingyue to refuse. However, she agreed readily. All right. Hong Lei, tell me where to meet you. I heard there's a hot spring here. Why don't we soak in the hot spring while we do business? Cold Star Moon Hong Lei, if you keep this up, I'll take it as you're trying to be a bully. Chapter 95, Fire Prevention, Theft Prevention, and Flood Prevention. Chapter 95, Fire Prevention, Theft Prevention, and Flood Prevention. Hey, little sister, I was just joking with you. I heard there's an open field here specifically for exercise and recreation. Why don't we go there? The Green Camp Training Ground, how about it? Training ground? Lang Xingyue turned her head to look behind her. Jia Niliang was flipping through the map on his phone. Seeing her turn around, he hurriedly made an okay gesture. Alright, it's currently 1:40 p.m. Let's meet at the training ground at 2:30 p.m. How does that sound? No problem. The phone call ended, and Hong Lei and Lung Xingyue turned to look at the team members almost simultaneously. Head to the training ground immediately to familiarize yourselves with the environment and prepare for battle. Upon hearing her say that, Sha-yi grew anxious. This is a trap. If we go in so recklessly, we might not have much left to play with afterward. Who doesn't know this is a trap? She could probably guess that Hong Lei and his men had already opened the box. What they wanted wasn't the box itself, but the final victory. Sha-yi, do you have any other ideas? The only option we have now is this one. If possible, I really don't want to do this. We're outnumbered and low on ammunition, but there's no other choice. Are we just going to give up? Sha-yi no longer cared about the outcome of the game. He just felt that he and Lang Xingyue had put in too much effort today. If they were to fail now, it would inevitably leave him feeling a bit disappointed. However, the situation was exactly as Lung Xingyue had described. With only this one lead, they had no choice but to head there and make a deal with Hong Lei and the others. Dalu, you and Zhou Qing should go ahead quickly to scout the terrain. We'll follow shortly. Wang Dalu nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Zhou Qing reached out to take the box from Sha-yi's hands. Just as he took one, he was about to pick up the other one, but was stopped by Lung Xingyue. Let's just take one with us. Having more of you around will make it harder for us to move around. Glancing at the other box in Sha-yi's hands, he hesitated for a moment before turning around and following Wang Dalu out of the area. After seeing the two leave, she took the box from Sha-yi's hands. She looked at the location of the combination lock. I picked up a random stone from the ground. He aimed it at the combination lock and smashed it down. In no time, the combination lock was smashed out of shape, and the box was smashed open amid the vibrations. No, it's already open? Should I go call Zhou Qing and the others to bring over the other box? Sha-yi, who had been unsure of what to do next, suddenly felt as though a gift had fallen from the sky when he saw the box open so easily. A smile returned to the face of this middle-aged, greasy-looking man. No need. That box was just a decoy anyway. Let him take it if he wants. Cold Xingyue's words left Jia Niliang and Sha-yi completely baffled. However, there was no need for them to understand. He reached out and handed the energy core he had been holding to Jia Niliang. I have something important to tell you all later. Liang Gu, you use this first. By the way, it can only be used twice. On the way to the training ground, Wang Dalu followed Zhou Qing and the other two, running along the small path toward the front. The Green Camp training ground was located above the square, nestled among the trees, and the distance wasn't too far. Wang Dalu had thought they were among the first to arrive. But to his surprise, as soon as the two of them arrived, they saw Hong Lei and his 7 companions who had just arrived by car. This is bad, they're here first. Let's hide quickly. At 2:30 p.m., Sha-yi, carrying a box, and Jia Niliang met up with Zhou Qing. Looking around Zhou Qing, there was no sign of Wang Dalu. Sha-yi looked at him in surprise. Where's Dalu? Where did this kid go? Jia Niliang quietly took 2 steps back, trying to move closer to a nearby rock. Oh, the agent has something important to discuss with him, so he asked me to wait here for you. He's a big star, after all. It's normal. Seeing Zhou Qing act as if it were no big deal, Sha-yi smiled and didn't respond. Instead, he looked at the training ground in front of him. In front of him was an open field. Normally, this is where tourists camp. The area is surrounded by a forest. There are several paths leading deeper into the forest to the next training area, perfectly utilizing the trees to divide this training ground into several sections. Hong Lei and his group were over there on the open ground, currently watching Sha-yi with smiles on their faces. They're all old acquaintances. No need to be formal. There were 4 of them: Xiao Ye, Wang Sun, Hong Lei Gu, and Xiao Zhu. Only Bao Shangge, Lei Jiayin, and Zhang Yixing did not come here. Seeing them approaching, Sha-yi pretended to run away. Zhou Qing hurriedly pulled him back. Sha-yi, why are you running? Aren't we here to make a deal? Jia Niliang looked at Zhou Qing, his gaze shifting imperceptibly to the other side. He walked over and took the box from Sha-yi's hands. That's right, Sha-yi, you've been so deeply affected by the shadow of being persecuted by Hong Lei that it hasn't faded yet. You stay at the back, I'll handle the transaction. Seeing Sha-yi like this, Hong Lei couldn't stop laughing and rushed forward to give him a hug. Sha-yi, I'm so sorry. If I had known your heart was so incredibly fragile, I never would have treated you so harshly. Get out of here. I can't trust you anymore. Watch out for fire, theft, and lightning strikes. Go, stay away from me. Now Jia Niliang is holding a box, and Zhou Qing is holding a box. Hong Lei, however, is smiling as he engages in a heated exchange with Sha-yi. Behind what seemed like a farce lay a significant conspiracy. Jia Niliang had already noticed this. He didn't say anything to stop him, but instead pretended to look nervous as he watched Hong Lei. Brother Han Lei, are you still going to make the deal? We'll exchange this box with you, but there's one thing we need to see if the box is intact, just in case you're trying to deceive us. Meanwhile, they kept backing up. The little pig held the box in his hands and waved it in front of him. The box is right here. Can you see it? The lock hasn't been touched. Do you really think we're Han Lei? You want to smash everything you see. His joke lightened the mood considerably. Han Lei glared at him disapprovingly but didn't say anything. Seeing that the box was correct, Sha-yi looked at Zhou Qing. Since that's the case, let's just. Both quickly drew their pistols, but Zhou Qing aimed at Sha-yi, while Sha-yi aimed at Zhou Qing. He hadn't intended to fire his gun. In Zhou Qing's impression, Sha-yi had always been a nice guy, and when it came to his teammates, he had always been unwavering. But unexpectedly, he directly aimed the gun at himself. It was you after all. I never thought there would be two undercover agents among the Avengers. Chapter 96, I'm talking to you about heartbreak, and you're talking to me about games? Ha, I didn't expect you to figure it out. How did you discover me, Sha-yi? Zhou Qing was surprised, yet it seemed inevitable. He knew his identity would eventually be exposed, and he had already made thorough preparations. Han Lei, Xiao Zhu, and the others were also quietly preparing their attack the moment Zhou Qing exposed himself. They had no intention of holding back like Long Xingyue, refusing to finish them off. Me? I don't have the ability to do that. It's mainly because of the captain. Sha-yi finished speaking and fired his gun decisively, catching him off guard. He then turned to look at Jia Niliang and shouted, "Run!" Zhou Qing's health was at 2 bars. At the moment Sha-yi fired his gun, he raised his hand to fire as well, but suddenly felt a chill on his head. A bullet had struck his head, but fortunately, he was wearing a hat. And since it was a crystal bullet, it didn't hurt. But what does this shot reveal? In this kind of game, it's actually possible to get headshot? He actually got headshot. In the forest, Long Xingyue looked at the sniper rifle in his hand, which was very similar to the Barrett rifle from the red-dressed girl's shop earlier, and smiled as he gazed at the few people ahead. The internal spring had been reinforced by more than double, increasing the effective range from 10 meters to around 30 meters. At this distance, it should be no problem. The two of them didn't even have time to grab the boxes. Jia Niliang even held the empty box in front of him. He staged a gunfight right there on the spot. However, due to limited ammunition, no one dared to fire their guns. The only one who could fire at will was Long Xingyue alone. The Avengers are indeed down to just the 3 of them now. Sha-yi and Yu Captain were both right. Even Zhou Qing is a mole. De Lu must have been captured. What should we do now? Jia Niliang and Sha-yi ran a long way in one breath. But the little pig was hot on their heels. After dispatching Zhou Qing, Long Xingyue fired 2 more shots, reducing Han Lei's health to a single bar. At the same time, Xiao Zhu's health was also reduced by 1 bar. They started running, and for toy guns with an effective range of only 30 meters, this was a huge problem. Long Xingyue also changed her mind at the last moment. She stood up and headed toward the other side, following Han Lei. Seeing him walk toward the river, she slowed her pace. Upon arriving here, Han Lei didn't move either. He found a rock and sat down, a faint smile on his face. Yeah, I know you're here. That gunfire earlier was just me. Don't worry, there's no one else here. Long Xingyue's heart sank, and she muttered to herself, this is bad. Every member of this man's group was no pushover. He's using a diversion tactic, using just one person to lure himself out. Without hesitation, he fired a single shot and took down Han Lei. She finally emerged from behind a cypress tree, clutching the sniper rifle. I must admit, Han Lei, that was a clever move. I actually fell for it. Ha, that's only natural. After all, we're the seniors here, we can't lose face in front of you younger ones, can we? You deserved to lose this time. Han Lei seemed to have already seen the end of the game, appearing unusually calm. His phone buzzed with a message. He didn't care if Long Xingyue heard it, he simply opened it and turned the volume all the way up. Sha-yi and Jia Niliang were running pretty fast, and they were almost out of health. I can guarantee that, but the one thing I can't be sure about is that girl, Yu. She has 2 health bars left, and to take her down, you'd need at least 2 people. Han Lei, what's the situation over there? Bang! Long Xingyue listened to the recording. She raised her hand and fired a shot at the distant target. Xiao Ye's chest exploded again, sending a spray of blue water into the air. Yu Yunping's game ended. Childish tricks. I was just lured in by you. I didn't even know how many people were nearby. Han Lei, the game has only just begun. Don't jump to conclusions so early. Be careful or you'll end up getting humiliated. 3 boxes, but they all lead to the same place. At the forest park, where the rivers converge. A lake with rippling blue waters, where the river flows through and then follows an underground river to the sea. After eliminating Xiao Ye, Long Xingyue left the area with her firearms and headed toward the lake. Xiao Zhu and the others did the same. Han Lei, however, was puzzled by one thing. After Long Xingyue left, he looked at Xiao Yeye, who looked so wronged. Where's Yi Xing? Where's Lei Zi? Where are all the people? Didn't you just tell us to stay here and ambush them? If the three of us had attacked together just now, he could guarantee that Long Xingyue would have been taken care of. But now, where are they? Where can we go to argue this? I have no idea. I just went to the restroom for a moment, and they were all gone. When I was looking for them, I found you leading the enemies over, and then I was exposed. I feel like this game has a deep bias against me. Hong Lei held his forehead, looking utterly helpless. Sigh, it's tough to manage teammates. At the lake, Long Xingyue received a video invitation from the undercover agent. After connecting, Zhang Yixing and Wang Dalu appeared on the phone screen. Captain, I have successfully escaped and confirmed that Yixing is our undercover agent. Should we begin the counterattack now? Alright, head to the lake. In the center of the lake, there is a small island. It wasn't very big, only about 10 square meters in size. And on top of it, there was just a box sitting there naturally. To get there, there was no boat, unless one swam across or used a zipline to slide over. However, landing safely on the island is quite a challenge. Due to the crystal clear waters, this has become a popular activity for visitors to the area. If you don't land on the island, you'll naturally fall into the water, which is crystal clear. Swimming here is a unique and enjoyable experience. Soon, both groups arrived at the location. Xiao Shubao, Hong Lei, and the others had all arrived, while on the other side, Jia Niliang and his group had also rushed over. Zhang Yixing led Wang Dalu out of the bushes. Hurriedly following them, they arrived and stood behind Long Xingyue. Seeing that the little lamb was an undercover agent, Hong Lei covered his chest, and my heart ached. Yi Xing, I trusted you so much, and you turned out to be an undercover agent. I even took the blame for you for half a day. Zhang Yixing gave a shy smile. Brother, it's just a game. Don't take it so seriously. I'm trying to talk to you about something serious, and you're talking to me about games? Hong Lei glared at Zhang Yixing with his small eyes. It's over, it's over, it's over. The cute and innocent Yi Xing in my heart is gone. He must have been seduced by the girl in front of me. Yi Xing, you're still young. If you start looking for a girlfriend now, I think it might hinder your career. So you should be more cautious about it. Zhang Yixing, Hong Lei, what are you talking about? Chapter 97, finally revealing his true colors. Cold Xingyue glanced at Hong Lei, who was showing off. Why don't we do this instead? Whoever can take the boxes off the island first wins, no matter what happens. It's simple and straightforward. Hong Lei looked at her, then glanced at the little pig and the others. Alright, but this is what you said, no backing out now. Don't worry, a gentleman's word is as good as gold. Cold Xingyue spoke boldly. Hong Lei, isn't this just proving that you were going to go back on your word? A gentleman's word is as good as gold? You're a woman, aren't you? However, he still accepted the challenge. During the two group discussions, Zhang Yixing, Xia Yi, and others looked at Long Xingyue. We can only swim across. This is the simplest solution. Otherwise, Jia Niliang and I will go down together. When it comes to swimming, Xia Yi is pretty good. Speed aside, he definitely won't drown. Zhang Yixing, however, seemed intrigued by the zipline above and was eager to give it a try. She agreed as well. It seems I'll have to take the lead after all. Meanwhile, the men's side is highly controversial. Xiao Yeye and Bao Ge looked at them in surprise. They couldn't understand why they would accept such a game. If we play this game, won't we just be getting the box for free? There are two boxes, one containing a bulletproof vest and the other an energy crystal. If we were to confront Cold Star Moon and his group, our chances of victory would be quite high. So now the two of them don't understand why they agreed to this match. However, Xiao Zhu's words cut straight to the heart of the matter. It was all about attracting attention. Even with that raincoat, they wouldn't necessarily win against Long Xingyue and the others. What were they lacking? Blood? Bullets. Now they only have 3 bullets left, and they're already defeated. Unless they win this game in one go, the next game will just be a solo performance by Long Xingyue. She still has at least 7 or 8 bullets left. Rather than panic and flee, it would be better to go all out and take a gamble. After revealing the truth, Xiao Yeye and Bao Ge didn't say much more. Since they were ready to go all in, there was nothing he could do about it. Since Bao Ge and Lei Jiayin couldn't swim, they took on the role of referees on the shore. Are you ready? Looking at the piglet and Yixing on the zipline platform, Bao Xinge shouted loudly. Wait, it's too high. Let me tighten my pants first. The little piggy pulled up his pants tightly, as if afraid that the wind would blow them off when he went down, and hurriedly tied his shorts tightly. Seeing him like this, everyone couldn't help but chuckle softly, making it seem as though everyone was eager to see him. The weather was exceptionally hot, with temperatures reaching nearly 24 or 25 degrees at that time. Even Long Xingyue couldn't stand it anymore, unbuttoning the front of her jacket to reveal the white sports tank top underneath. Scented sweat trickled down her neck, flowing along her collarbone. She could only wipe the sweat away with a damp cloth. Ready, little piggy, let's begin. Extreme challenge, this is it, life or death. The little pig shouted out the show's slogan, charged forward, gripped the ropes hanging from the zipline with both hands, and tensed his body as much as possible. He sped toward the small island in the center of the lake. Meanwhile, Long Xingyue reached for her waist with both hands. She pulled out 2 handguns and aimed them at him. 2 quick shots rang out. It hit the little pig that had slid in front of her right on the back. Little pig, game over. Plop. At the same time, he misjudged the distance to his target and fell into the water. Hong Lei had already noticed Cold Xingyue's intentions but hadn't spoken up. Their defeat was due to the number of bullets they had. Additionally, Cold Xingyue hadn't wasted a single bullet, having confiscated their firearms from the start and kept the bullets for himself. Perhaps from the very beginning, the game had already been decided. Lei Jiayin's gun was pointed at Sun Gu. Sun Gu, don't move. The final victory in this game is ours, isn't it? Sun Gu looked at Lei Jiayin, feeling inexplicably helpless. How long has it been? This guy really can take it. I'm not saying this to be mean, but you've been hiding your true colors for way too long. You were even killed by Yaya earlier, and I actually thought you were on our side. I never expected you to pull off such a clever ploy. That was really clever. Hearing Sun Gu praise him like that, Long Xingyue felt a bit embarrassed. Looking at Lei Jiayin, she scratched her head. Looking at Lei Jiayin, she scratched her head. Actually, I really didn't know he was an undercover agent before. When I fired the gun, I genuinely thought he was an enemy. The game was over for the others, leaving only Wang Sun and Bao Gu. They had no intention of resisting further. As long as Zhang Yixing obtained the box on the island, they would consider themselves victorious. Unfortunately, Zhang Yixing ultimately couldn't jump up either. He fell into the water. Sha Yi and Jia Nai Liang, who had intended to swim over, unexpectedly discovered that Long Xingyue had climbed onto the high platform. It seemed as though she was preparing to slide across. Yeah, be careful. You're a girl. If it comes down to it, I'll swim over. It's no big deal. Long Xingyue ignored him, just silently staring at the small island ahead. She gripped the rope and swung gently. Her body slid down lightly. When she was 3 meters away from the island, she suddenly let go. Her body naturally slid forward. Landing on the small island, he rolled over twice on the spot, making a perfect landing. As she stood up, she brushed the dust off her body, a faint smile on her lips, and looked toward Sha Yi and the others. However, what greeted her were faces filled with surprise and admiration. Hong Lei looked at Sun Gu and said with a smile, I told you so. This girl must be beautiful. Otherwise, Director Yen wouldn't have let her wear a mask from the start. Otherwise, none of us would have dared to touch her. Indeed, this girl is indeed beautiful. Isn't she the one Mr. Huan Lei introduced to us last time? The girl, I think, was also named Yaya, right? When he suddenly mentioned it, Hong Lei seemed to remember as well. He slapped his forehead in surprise and exclaimed, oh, now that you mention it, it does sound like her. No way, this girl is Yaya. Hey, after all that fuss, it turns out she was sent by that old fox. Seeing them whispering, Long Xingyue finally realized that the mask had fallen to the ground when she rolled on the ground earlier. Her face was finally exposed. When Director Yen saw how beautiful Long Xingyue was, he was also particularly surprised. However, as a director, he was naturally more composed than others. He smiled and nodded in agreement. It seems like my setup was spot on. Adding this new girl, Yaya, to the mix will probably make this episode the most controversial one yet. When it comes to making shows, we're not afraid of negative reviews, we're only afraid of no reviews at all. Once there's controversy, it will draw viewers back to watch over and over again. That's the true essence of making a show. Chapter 98, I'm sorry, Mr. Ma, I've brought shame upon you. At night, in a private room at the hotel, Long Xingyue raised her glass to apologize to the senior members present. Today, I called you all by your names all day long. I truly apologize and offer my deepest apologies to everyone. As she spoke, she downed the wine in her cup in one gulp. The others present were not the type to hold a grudge, so they naturally wouldn't get angry with a young woman, especially one as beautiful as her. After dinner, Director Yen gave her a business card. She knew deep down that this was the opportunity Yen director was giving her. After expressing her heartfelt gratitude, with a slight buzz from the alcohol, back in the room, just as he had taken off his clothes and lay down in the bathtub filled with foam, his phone rang with a video call from Yang Chaoyu. After thinking it over, I decided to decline. At the same time, I replied on WeChat that my sister was taking a shower and to just say so if there was anything else. To my surprise, she actually sent a photo. The girl was also in the bathtub, her fragrant shoulders exposed, one playful little foot raised high, making a heart shape toward the camera. Sister, I'm taking a bath too. Let me see you. I miss you so much. At the same time, another video invitation was sent. Reluctantly, this time, Long Xingyue had no choice but to answer. However, she placed the phone on the table beside her. She curled up further into the foam. Although he and the young girl had already been completely honest with each other, to be honest, there was still a bit of awkwardness. The video call connected, and Yang Chaoyu's delicate, pink face was blinking at him. Upon seeing Lung Xingyue, she hurriedly greeted her, "Sister Yaya, I've missed you so much." This little girl, it's only been a few days since we last saw each other, and she already misses me? Smiling at the little girl, she reflected herself, starting from the collarbone. A bath towel is tied below. Her face was makeup-free, looking much more natural, but in her eyes, she was even more beautiful than when she was made up. "You little girl, you've only been gone for a few days and you're already saying you miss me. I should be able to return tomorrow. After that, give Mr. Suzheng a call and see if we can take advantage of these 2 days to finish filming his scenes. After all, we promised him, so we should make good on our word." Speaking of which, Yang Chaoyu got excited. "Sister Yaya, yesterday Suzheng called me personally. It seems he knew you were busy, so he asked me to let you know that if we have time in the next couple of days, we should go for an audition. The role isn't big, and it should be wrapped up in a day." At this point, she felt a bit embarrassed to continue. It seemed like she was waiting for Lung Xingyue to let her continue, giving her the courage to keep talking, and then she continued. Unfortunately, Lung Xingyue didn't respond at all, just silently smiled and watched her. "Yang Chaoyu, Sister, you're bullying me. Can't you just say it straight? What's there to hesitate about? This is something you should just say outright. So, it's still my fault?" Cold Xingyue rolled her eyes at her helplessly. This little girl has so much to do in a day. Seeing her little face almost hanging off the soy sauce bottle, I hurriedly said, "Alright, just tell your sister. What's there to hesitate about?" "Well, I won't hesitate then. I'll go find my sister tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow, the two of us can go find brother Suzheng together, okay?" Cold Xingyue? "Does this mean you're looking for me, including staying overnight?" From the way she said it, it seemed a bit unexpected. Yang Chaoyu realized she might have been a bit forward and hurriedly said, "If it's not possible, then forget it. It's okay. Just think of me as joking around, sister." Seeing her nervously waving her hands repeatedly, Lung Xingyue couldn't help but giggle. She really didn't mean it that way, it was just that her small single room was supposed to be a place where I could sleep alone. "Well, here comes another little troublemaker. No problem, come on in. I live alone anyway, and I happen to have something I wanted to ask you ladies you fashion-forward young lady about. See Cold Xingyue if you have any questions for her. See Lung Xingyue if you have any questions for her. See Lung Xingyue to ask her." Yang Chaoyu paused for a moment, unsure, and asked, "Are you sure you want to ask me?" In her heart, Lung Xingyue had already reached the level of a deity, almost on par with Sun Yukong. She even fantasized about Lung Xingyue one day suddenly appearing on a 7-colored cloud, boldly wrapping his arms around her waist, and taking her away, the two of them loving each other deeply and forever. "Oh, it's getting hotter and hotter, so I'm planning to buy 2 dresses. I've never worn many proper dresses before, so I was wondering if you could give me some advice on what to buy." If she's at home, she still prefers to wear just a pair of underwear, just like she used to when she was a man. Nowadays, she might add a tank top at most. But when it comes to going out, I can see other girls wearing super short shorts, but I would never wear them myself. I already get enough attention as it is. If I were to wear a pair of super short shorts, I'd be the center of attention for sure. Alright, then, sis, how about I accompany you shopping tomorrow? Where do you usually shop for clothes? Like specialty stores, or maybe you could just fly to the port area tomorrow, and we'll go shopping there, then head straight to find brother Suzheng and the others. What do you think? Shopping is often a natural inclination for girls. However, it's surprising how much more extreme shopping can be for female celebrities. If she had more time, she could probably arrange for her to go straight to Paris, France. She couldn't bring herself to say it, so she asked Yang Chaoyu to help her pick out 2 dresses on Taobao, each costing no more than 300 yuan. "Dad, you've embarrassed me." She seemed to remember that there were a few, not a dozen dresses of different styles in her wardrobe. She immediately stopped herself from saying more. If she continued, she might really have to apply for a visa. "I still have quite a few dresses at home. You can help me pick some out there first. Once we've had a proper rest, we can go shopping later, right?" Seeing Lung Xingyue say this, Yang Chaoyu didn't lose heart. Instead, she was a bit surprised. "Can I take a look at your wardrobe, sister?" "Oh, I'm so excited. Sister, I'll bring you lots and lots of delicious treats. Wait for me, okay? Food?" Lung Xingyue thought about it. She didn't know what a normal girl would think about, but all she could think about was grilled skewers, beer, and small lobsters. She also didn't know if Yang Chaoyu was the type of girl who would go along with it. If she brought some grilled skewers, she'd just hold her close and sleep with her tonight. If she didn't bring any, she'd reluctantly accept it. Chapter 99, The Mature Big Girl. The next day, they bid farewell to Director Yin and the others. Lung Xingyue carried her luggage, with a black mask still hanging from it. This item was specially made by the production team. She didn't want to leave it behind, especially since she really liked it. On the way back, things went smoothly, and she didn't encounter any guys trying to hit on her. It was just when I got off the plane. From a distance, I spotted a cute figure. She was wrapped up tightly from head to toe, just like me, with 2 pigtails tied at the back. She was sitting with her legs crossed, looking over this way. Upon seeing Lung Xingyue come out, she excitedly called out to her. "Yeah, sister, yeah, sister. Yeah, jia, yeah, jia." Well, it's actually Yang Chaoyu, that kid. She used to call herself Cold Sister, but she was indeed a bit cold. Peng Peng called her Moon Sister, but she called herself Cold Sister, which felt a bit formal, so she decided to just go with Moon Sister too. When she came out, the little girl immediately threw herself into her arms. Her face was adorned with a mischievous, seductive smile as she rubbed against Cold Star Moon's chest. "It's Sister Yaya's scent. Hee, Sister Yaya, why do you seem to have grown again?" "Humph, we agreed to stop until I grow up, then we'd work hard together." "You're lying, sister." At the airport, passengers came and went, gazing at the 2 women, one tall and slender, the other petite, especially the little girl clinging to the stunningly beautiful woman with her arms around her waist, clearly taking advantage of the situation. Being a woman is so much better. In my next life, I want to be a woman too. This little girl is so cute. Could you let go of that, sister, and let me take her instead? Of course, this is just what the boys are thinking, not what they say out loud. Lung Xingyue tapped her little head. "Alright, stop fooling around. Let's go back." We were originally going to take a taxi, but then Yang Chaochao drove up in a beige Volkswagen Beetle and pulled up beside her. He opened the trunk in a very gentlemanly manner, intending to help her put her luggage inside. Unfortunately, after all his efforts, he couldn't lift it at all. In the end, Lung Xingyue had to put the box inside herself. Just as she was about to open the back door. But he was stopped by Yang Chaoyu. "Hey, sister, you can't sit there right now. You should sit up front." Seeing her nervous expression, Lung Xingyue was a bit surprised. What's the difference between the front and the back? Aren't they both reaching out to open the passenger door? As soon as she got in, she turned around and saw a mountain of snacks piled up like a small hill. It's too bad. If she had opened the door, all the snacks would have fallen out. I wonder how she managed to move them up there. I still have a shred of hope for you, but I'm just being foolish. Yang Chaoyu, this girl, is the quintessential pink-hearted, cute little sister type. Among her fans, she's like a little angel. If someone were to say she poops pink little balls, people would probably believe it. However, this adorable girl left Lung Xingyue feeling torn. What about her own little barbecue? Was she really going to have to accompany her and eat snacks until she was full? You little girl, aren't you afraid of getting fat? You bought so much. The car slowly started moving. Yang Chaoyu chuckled. "I bet my sister doesn't have any snacks at home, so I bought some extra just in case. Besides, now I can use the excuse of wanting snacks to visit my sister. They don't let me eat snacks in the group, and they're really strict about it. This way, I can eat as much as I want at my sister's house without any worries. If I gain weight, I won't care. You're the one who can't control your mouth. Don't come begging me later, pouting and whining. Sister, didn't we agree to gain weight together? Why am I the only one getting so fat?" Cold Xingyue unexpectedly started teasing her in Yang Chaoyu's voice. "Oh, no, I didn't. Sister, you're so mean. I wouldn't get fat. I've always had a perfect figure." "Right, Chaoyu is the best. Stop by the supermarket later so I can buy some things." After buying a case of beer at the supermarket downstairs, she couldn't resist and bought some drunken peanuts. Beer and peanuts, a classic combination. This is a tradition that is deeply ingrained in our DNA. Although Yang Xiaoqiao was a bit surprised, it wasn't entirely unexpected. After all, there are plenty of female celebrities who enjoy drinking. However, it was the first time he had seen someone as plain as Lung Xingyue. The beer and peanuts cost less than $40 in total. They had reached their destination. When it comes to buying things, there's really no need to look at the price anymore. Even the snacks in her car, all of them together, cost nearly 10,000 yuan, and they were all snacks from major domestic brands and quite a few well-known foreign brands. Seeing how simple and unassuming Lung Xingyue was, she, who was always straightforward, couldn't help but ask as they were getting on the elevator. "Sister, our line of work isn't exactly poor. Why are you so careful with your spending? Is it a habit you picked up when you were young?" She didn't mean anything by it. Yang Xiaoqiao's family was originally from the countryside, and when she was young, she had to do all kinds of work to make ends meet. Of course, she understood the hardships of those days. "When I was a child. Sort of, but my family still had some assets. The real reason I developed the habit was because I didn't tell my parents about my experiences last year, so I got used to living frugally. Over time, I actually started to think that this $6 beer was better than those imported ones that cost dozens or even hundreds of dollars a bottle. It helped me get drunk quickly and forget about the unpleasant things." "Hey, why am I telling you this? Come on, we're home. Come inside." The girl's eyes were red, and she walked in holding some snacks. When she saw the empty room, she couldn't hold back her tears. She burst into tears, tossing the snacks aside, and clung to Long Xingyue, sobbing uncontrollably. Yeah, Jia, when I heard you talk about these things, it reminded me of my past. I always felt that we were so alike. You silly child, come on, wipe those tears away. You're such a grown-up now, yet you're still crying all the time. People might think I've kidnapped an adult loli. Yeah, you're teasing me again. Just the snacks in her car alone were enough for 2 people, and they had to make 2 trips to bring everything into the room. Once all the snacks were inside, she finally let out a sigh of relief, took off her shoes, and stood there barefoot. She lay flat on her stomach on Xingyu's small bed. Wow, it smells like yeah Jia. She closed her eyes, her little nose wrinkled in a daze, sniffing around. There's another scent here. Yeah Jia, has another sister been here? Yes, there was. Long Xingyue replied indifferently. Chapter 100, wearing a skirt is so damn exciting. Hearing Long Xingyue speak so casually, Yang Chaoyu couldn't help but feel a hint of jealousy in her heart. The little Zue puffed up again. Who is it? Long Xingyue was busy changing clothes and didn't notice her expression. She continued to ask, paying no attention to me. My sister, Tong Liaya, is my best friend and also my good sister. Sometimes she comes to my little house to compete with me for the spot on the small bed. Whenever she mentioned Tong Liyang, a captivating smile would always appear on Long Xingyue's face. Oh, it's my sister. It's good that it's my sister, it's good that it's my sister. Yang Chaoyu hugged the person who was smiling foolishly beside her, not knowing what they were thinking. She changed into a loose light blue jacket, walked in, opened the box, took out all the clothes she had worn, sorted them by color, and began washing them. For the time being, she didn't have time to pay attention to Yang Chaoyu. Seeing her busy at work, Yang Chaoyu felt awkward lying there alone and wanted to reach out to help. However, she stopped him. All who come are guests, how could she be allowed to lay a hand on them? Go to the wardrobe and help me look for some clothes. I remember the skirt is in there. Clothes, wardrobe? Sister, yeah, you just want me to go look in the wardrobe? For girls, the wardrobe is often a small private space, just like a man's phone. However, she didn't really mind these things. She nodded in agreement, letting her open the wardrobe and help her select the dresses she would need for the next few days. Seeing that she agreed, Yang Chaoyu didn't hesitate, stepping back into the room and opening the wardrobe, which was like Pandora's box, filling her with excitement. Inside, there were indeed many clothes, but most of them were predominantly in cool tones. There were only a few pieces with vibrant colors. As she looked around, the little girl noticed that Long Xingyue hadn't noticed her, so she quietly glanced at the bathroom. She then opened the drawer at the bottom of the wardrobe. Wow, are these Yeye's underwear? So many colors, so bold. I wonder what this little girl is thinking about. She's actually started observing Long Xingyue's underwear. Little did she know that behind her, Long Xingyue was helplessly watching this little girl. She was so cute, but why did she seem so innocent and adorable? After all, they were both women. What was there to study about such a small piece of fabric? Cough. She couldn't help but cough softly. Yang Chaoyu's entire body trembled. He hurriedly put his underwear back and turned to look at her with a smile. You might not believe this, but some of the fabric in this dress is quite sheer, so I need to see what color your underwear is to help you choose the most appropriate outfit. Cold Star Moon, I don't believe you for a second. You're such an old pervert. Seeing how eloquent she was, he couldn't help but pinch her plump little face. Now, you have 2 options. 1, stay here and snack, watch TV, or play games, whatever you like. I'll come back to deal with you after I finish tidying up. 2, behave yourself and help me pick out a dress. If you do, I might go easier on you later. Cold Xingyue smiled sweetly at her, running her fingers along her neck and resting them on her collarbone. Finally, he hooked her chin and whispered softly. Sis, why don't you come and collect it now? Cough, I think it's better for you to pick out a dress for Yaya. Go ahead and get busy, go on. The atmosphere feels a bit off. Cold Xingyue didn't notice any changes. The threat earlier was just to tell her to behave herself, or else he would tickle her or make her sleep on the couch later. As for whether she misunderstood something? Or did her ladylike behavior just now scare her? However, seeing her start to help me pick out a dress for tomorrow, I felt reassured and put the dirty clothes I was holding into the washing machine. He began to tidy up the room. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Yang Chaoyu held 3 skirts, smiling sweetly at Long Xingyu. At the same time, someone nearby had thoughtfully prepared 3 sets of underwear that matched the colors of the dresses. Yeah, my taste is notoriously discerning, and I'm sure these will suit you perfectly. The fabric of these dresses is excellent, but the designs are a bit conservative. In my opinion, you should show off those legs that make everyone drool. Expose most of them. They'll definitely catch everyone's attention. Among the 3 dresses, only one was a plain black one with a hem that barely reached her knees. The other 2, in her opinion, were no different from men's shorts. They were way too short. She took only the black plain dress and headed to the restroom to change. Yang Chaoyu followed behind her, watching silently. He had intended to ask her to leave, but after thinking it over, they were both women and had even rubbed each other's backs before, so he decided it didn't matter. In the room, she changed her clothes without paying attention to anyone else. To be honest, the simple dress looked quite good on her, especially after her body had developed further. Her legs have grown a bit longer again. Originally, the skirt was supposed to reach the knees, but now it only reaches the thighs. She paired it with a pair of black high heels that Yang Chao had picked out from the shoe cabinet. At that moment, Long Xingyue was as stunning as a black rose, breathtakingly beautiful. Every movement exuded a powerful cold beauty, making it impossible for anyone to look away. Of course, this is how others perceive her, specifically Yang Xiaochao's perspective. As for her own thoughts, damn, wearing a skirt and stuff, that's so damn exciting. Isn't this skirt a bit too short? With the wind blowing, it's not very safe, is it? Never mind, I'll just buy a pair of beach shorts. They're ugly, but at least they're safe. The above are the heartfelt words of Miss Long Xingyue. This is still a low-neck dress. The tightness made her feel a bit uncomfortable. Looking at Yang Chaoyu, she couldn't help but ask, is this dress a bit beautiful? Yeah, you're so beautiful, just like the full moon on the 15th day of the month. In any case, it's beautiful. No way, this dress is simply too beautiful. I won't let those men see you in it. Let's change into something else. Seeing her so cooperative, Long Xingyue felt slightly relieved. Especially when she pulled out a simple yet elegant black long dress. Cold Xingyue couldn't help but applaud inwardly. Nice, that's the one. Chapter 101, I just wanted you to hold me tight. Sis, I think this one is perfect. No need to try it on. Let us just go with this. Are you hungry? I'll order some takeout for you. You can play games or do whatever you want. Just don't pick out any more underwear or dresses for me, okay? Yang Chaoyu didn't mind. She obediently took the clothes she had taken out and hung them back into the wardrobe one by one. Long Xingyue crossed her legs and sat on the sofa. She picked up her phone and started ordering takeout. Should I get the garlic-flavored crayfish or the 5-spice-flavored ones? Would you like 2 bottles of white wine? Never mind, I should really stop doing that. In the living room, she held her phone and began planning for the upcoming evening, including dinner arrangements. Yang Chaoyu came out of the room, bouncing around, holding her phone and looking at her. Sister, can I record a video here? And also, can you come with me? Your appearance will definitely go viral if we post it. Trust my judgment, Yang Chaoyu. She made a V sign with her hands and placed them beside her eyes, smiling mischievously at her. Can't this child just stay still for a moment? However, she does understand. After all, as a celebrity, one must inevitably consider popularity. They need to be thorough in certain areas. Take Douyin and Kuaishou as examples. Although it may seem like a small platform, it actually has millions of daily visitors. That's truly terrifying. Alright, since my sister needs it, I'll naturally help you. Unexpectedly, Long Xingyue's offhand remark caused Yang Chaoyu to excitedly exclaim. Really? That's wonderful. Thank you, Sister Yu. Really? That's wonderful. Thank you, Sister Yeah. Current Yang Chao's affection level for you has successfully reached level 4, indicating a close and intimate relationship. Intimate and close? She was about to ask what aspects of their relationship he was referring to when Yang Chaoyu walked over and wrapped his arms around her neck. He kissed her cheek. Yeah, you're so kind. Yang Chaoyu, refined and optimized voice 1. She never expected that it was just a video. What's the big deal? As for why it made Yang Chaoyu so happy? Turning to look at the girl, her smile never faded from her face, and it didn't seem fake. You little brat, it's just a video recording with you. Why are you so happy about it? When the topic came up, her smile suddenly turned stiff. Seeing her like this, Long Xingyue seemed to understand something. Where there's fame, there's trouble, she thought. She had experienced this herself, though her trials had been limited to the slander of those around her and the jealousy of others toward her appearance. However, this saying has been vividly brought to life in Yang Xiaochao's life. While she was changing clothes, Long Xingyue opened the Douyin app. She searched for Yang Chaoyu's name. However, when I clicked on it, I only found the accounts of a few girls from their team, but there was no trace of her name or presence. In the video, several girls were chatting and playing together, seemingly living together in a villa. However, there is no sign of Yang Chaoyu. This was rather strange. They don't seem like the type to neglect others. Among them, there were several faces she didn't recognize. They seem to be the new generation of idols in this world. Such matters are not for her to comment on. While watching the video, Yang Chaoyu walked out wearing a black suit, smiling happily. To his surprise, he saw Long Xingyue flipping through her phone, watching videos of her friends. Instantly, she froze in her tracks. Seeing that she had noticed, Long Xingyue sighed, girl, if there's anything you can't bring yourself to say, just tell your older sister. Though I can't do much to help you, at least I can try to comfort you a little, can't I? When Yang Xiaoyu saw that Lang Xingyue's phone was playing a video of their group, she instantly understood what Lang Xingyue was trying to say. She tapped her forehead. "Oh, sis, it's not what you think. Actually, it's our company that wants me to go solo. I didn't want to at first, but I couldn't refuse the company's decision. Recently, they deleted all the videos of me and the team to create a buzz for me and showcase me individually. Don't worry, sis, no one is bullying me. They're all very nice to me." After explaining everything, she finally understood what had happened. She had even thought it was because she was too outstanding and was being envied by others. She blushed and lowered her head, saying nothing. Yang Xiaoyu, however, was beaming with joy, hugging Lang Xingyu tighter and tighter. He couldn't shake the feeling that this girl had ulterior motives toward him, but he had no proof yet. "Sis, I brought some clothes. Why don't you try them on? I was originally planning to try them on with the people in my group, but with your help, it'll definitely look even better. Help your little sister out, okay?" I had already planned to help her, but she still had that pleading expression. Lang Xingyue felt there was more to her words. Something's not right. There's something fishy going on. When she entered the bedroom and saw a bright red dress lying on the bed, she finally realized that the little girl had been waiting for her here. "Chuyu, this dress was made to fit your figure. I can't wear it, sister." "Oh well, I'm really sorry. I guess I can't help you after all." That said, Yang Xiaoyu still has a great figure. However, compared to herself, she was still a little lacking. Not to mention other areas, she couldn't even fit her chest into it. This was something that made Lang Xingyue feel fortunate, almost to the point of laughing out loud. "Yang Xiaoyu, you've already laughed out loud, haven't you?" Sure enough, when she held the dress up to Lang Xingyue's body, she realized it didn't fit at all. Alas, Ye's figure was simply too perfect, and now it had become a source of regret. "What should we do? We've been looking forward to this for so long. Sai, there's nothing we can do." As she spoke, she began to undo the buttons of her black suit on her own. Underneath was a white men's shirt, also custom made to fit her figure. After taking it off, she intended to try it on cold Xingyue briefly, but to her surprise, it didn't fit either. "I seem to have a men's suit, but what kind of video do you want to shoot, girl?" I've already promised her, and Lang Xingyue doesn't plan to break her word. Rather than wearing this bright red dress, it would be more comfortable to dress up as a man and rediscover the feeling I had back then. After rummaging through the wardrobe, she actually found a set tucked away at the bottom of a box. It was a seemingly high-quality black handmade suit. "It's nothing really, I just want to dress up as a dancer, then you come up to me, hug me tightly, and then cover your own little face, turning bright red." Lang Xingyue silently put the suit back in place. Chapter 102, Xiao Yu's strong will to survive. "Oh, what a coincidence. I can't find my suit either. How about we try something different? Something cute, or maybe something adorable?" Yang Xiaoyu's little head peeked over, feigning anger. You sister, I saw your suit." "You're lying to me. How did this child get such good eyesight?" She wasn't afraid of not finishing what she had to say, but she just felt that her idea seemed a bit unreliable. Maybe a simple dance or a quick costume change would be more likely to win over the netizens. "I have a small suggestion. Why not give it a try?" Upon being discovered, she no longer hid it and took out the suit. However, she didn't wear it. Instead, she looked at Yang Xiaoyu with a serious expression. "I think just dancing isn't very appealing. Why don't we start with something basic and old-fashioned? The camera will start with us just waking up, with no makeup on and looking disheveled. Then, in the next moment, you'll cover the camera with your hand, and the scene will switch to you looking like this now. What do you think? Give the netizens a stunning first impression." Maybe what she meant was that it lacks visual appeal. Lang Xingyue took out her phone and demonstrated it for her. Only then did she understand what Lang Xingyue was thinking. Her eyes widened as she looked at her in disbelief. "Sister, your wild imagination is amazing. Let's do it your way then. Out of the box? What? Isn't this just a tired old idea that's been done to death?" She didn't dare to ask. Since Yang Xiaoyu said so, then that must be the case. Anyway, she didn't bother to ask how different this world was from the last one, or how similar it was. Since she had come here, she might as well love the entire world. Why bother causing herself unnecessary suffering? Fortunately, she had brought everything she needed, including her cosmetics. She went to the bathroom to wash her face, using makeup remover to completely remove all the makeup from her face. Cold Xingyue began the first take of the recording. The little girl opened her eyes, rubbed them, and walked over to the phone. She pretended to apply makeup to her face, then quickly covered the camera with her hand and paused the recording. She wasn't in a hurry to continue with her makeup. Instead, Lang Xingyue looked at Yang Xiaoyu on the screen and hesitated for a moment. "Xiaodue, I think you're still missing something, especially since you just woke up. It looks a bit too stiff. Let me try it for you first, and you can get a feel for it." The younger sister nodded obediently, took the phone, and the two swapped positions. In the scene, Lang Xingyue's pajamas were slightly wrinkled, her hair was disheveled, and she lay drowsily on the chaon. She exudes a faintly alluring aura. A ray of sunlight streams down, and she, still half asleep, opens her alluring, soul-stirring eyes and yawns instinctively. She ruffled her long hair. She climbed up from the chaung. She went to the mirror, picked up the bottles and jars in front of her, and pretended to apply some makeup on her face. Then, smile at the mirror. She flipped her long hair, covering her face. At this point, it should have stopped. Long Xingyue also thought so, but Yang Chaoyu was staring blankly at the phone screen, forgetting to press pause. Her long, flowing hair was gently stirred by her fingers, cascading down like a black waterfall. Her delicate face adorned with a smile, she looked at Yang Chaoyu, covering her mouth with a light laugh. Have you learned it yet? Just standing there staring, hee hee. Thanks to the previous voice optimization by Yang Chaoyu, her voice carried an imperceptible hint of coolness, like the refreshing breeze that penetrates the heart on a scorching summer day, leaving a lingering, enchanting resonance. Perhaps describing it in words might seem a bit exaggerated, but the smile she just flashed and the simple question, "Did you learn it?" truly left one speechless for at least 3 seconds. Not yet. Sister Yaya, the scene you just created was simply too beautiful. I was so captivated that I couldn't look away. Hee hee. You little girl, you're just trying to fool me. No way. I never lie. At 5 o'clock in the evening, Long Xingyue called and said she had already arrived downstairs. The filming here had also just wrapped up. She put on her hat and mask, grabbed her keys and phone, and pushed open the door to go downstairs. Sis, upload the video first, then tidy up the house a bit. I'll be right back. The sound of her calling sister made Yang Chao's heart bloom with joy. She smiled brightly and waved at her, saying, "Don't worry, sister." The door closed. After seeing that Long Xingyue had already walked far away, she let out a shriek, clutching cold Xingyue's blanket, her excitement evident. Sister Ye is so amazing. I love her so much. No, I have to post the video first, then clean up the house, so she knows that her little sister isn't just a name. I'm actually pretty capable. During the filming earlier, the floor was covered in clothes and makeup dust and debris. Hurriedly uploaded the video. I started looking for a cloth to wipe the floor. Less than 10 minutes later, Long Xingyue returned carrying several takeout boxes. When she opened the door, the little girl was bent over, wiping the floor back and forth with her little butt sticking out. So hardworking. Here's a reward for you. Saying that, he tossed her 2 lollipops and a pack of children's yogurt. This is your drink for today. Drink it slowly. Cold Xingyue said with a clear hint of teasing. Yang Chaoyu took the milk, glanced at the words "for children" on the label, and pouted. Sis, I'm an adult, not a kid. You're clearly looking down on me. I can drink just as well as anyone. People even call me the Salt City Wine God. This is a blatant insult. Tonight, I'll challenge you to a drinking contest. Hey, you little girl, Salt City Wine God? Alright, how do you want to compete? She placed all the food she was holding on the table. She asked with a smile. Yang Chaoyu thought to himself, I knew you wouldn't dare to bet with me. If you dare to bet with me, you'll definitely lose. Alright, then. Before he could finish speaking, Yang Chaoyu's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw that it was his agent calling. She didn't bother to hide it from Long Xingyue, blocking her line as she answered. Hello, Jean Jia, what's up? Did you suddenly remember to call me today? Is that so? Alright, I understand. I'll hang up then. The phone hung up. Yang Chaoyu cautiously glanced at Long Xingyu, who was carefully arranging the takeout on a plate. She hurriedly opened her phone. His expression grew increasingly grim. Dear Yaya, I think this is a good idea. If you can't drink as much as me this time, will you promise me something in return? Sure, what is it? Please don't hit me. Chapter 103, Long Xingyue has completely gone viral. Looking at the video that had already been posted on her phone, Cold Star Moon woke up from her sleep then. This girl had carelessly posted it in the wrong place. Not only did she send it to the wrong person, but the video suddenly went viral. Comments are coming in at dozens per second, with countless comments, almost all just one sentence long. Who is this beautiful woman? How did she end up on Yang Chaoyu's account? She's stunning. Could it be that I've discovered a fairy? Someone with sharp eyes recognized who she was. I know who she is. She's the new resident guest on Aspiring to a Better Life, Long Xingyue. I never expected her to be so breathtakingly beautiful. No more words needed. From now on, this goddess is my life goal. If I can't win her over, I'll remain single for the rest of my life. Hey, up there, Shaolin Temple sincerely welcomes you to join us. Take a look at the reviews above. Long Xingyue didn't know whether to laugh or just sigh in frustration. Yang Chaoyu obediently crouched beside her, both hands pinching her own ears, unsure what kind of punishment this was. You, always causing trouble for no reason. This little brat, get up. I can't really blame you. Just post your video first, then delete mine. Such a cute girl, how could she blame him? Besides, this is also helping her gain popularity. However, now that the account is super popular, her popularity skyrocketing is useless. Yang Chao quickly posted her video and added a note. I accidentally posted the wrong video earlier. I'm truly sorry. She had intended to delete it, but her phone suddenly rang again. It was still my agent, Ms. Jean. Hello, Chao Yu, the first video must not be deleted under any circumstances. Although it may be disappointing, Cold Star Moon's appearance is undoubtedly among the top in the industry. Your account was originally blank, yet in such a short time, it has already gained over 500,000 followers. I estimate that by tonight, we can easily push your account to over 2 million followers. Find an opportunity to go live and boost your personal fame. That will make our future work much simpler and more convenient. This. Yang Zhaochao glanced at Long Xingyue, who was quietly listening nearby, and his face betrayed a look of difficulty. Seeing her hesitation, Long Xingyue gestured for her to hand over the phone. Though she didn't know what Long Xingyue intended to do, she obediently handed over the phone. Hello, is this Jean Jia? This is Long Xingyue. That familiar voice made Jean Jia instantly recognize who it was. She quickly gathered her thoughts and said, hello, Ms. Lang. I'm Chao Yu's agent. She often mentions you, saying you're a wonderful older sister. Look, you're on video today. Of course, no problem. Helping my sister is my honor. However, I'd like to offer you and the company a small suggestion. Of course, it's just a suggestion. Whether to say it or not is up to me, and whether to listen or not is up to you. Jean Jia heard the hidden meaning in her words and thought to herself, this doesn't bode well. Is she planning to make a quick buck out of this? I wouldn't say everyone in this circle is purely motivated by profit, but who entered this circle purely for the sake of some dream? Bull. Seeing her say that, Jean Jia didn't dare to contradict Long Xingyue's face. Even before the show The Life We Aspire To had aired, she had already become famous. Many people in the industry had already begun preparing to secretly contact her, intending to sign her. Now that Yang Chaoyu could speak to her, this was naturally a good thing. If one could grant her a favor now, that would be the best possible outcome. Oh, if you have any suggestions, please feel free to share them. I'm all ears. I dare not claim to be an expert. I just feel that it is still too early for Chaoyu to go solo. I believe their group still has potential for further growth. If Chaoyu were to go solo, first, she is still young, and her mindset may not be fully mature yet, making her vulnerable to setbacks. Second, she might face criticism for leaving the group after gaining fame, sparking controversy. Plus, you probably don't want the group to slowly lose its status, do you? Why not give it another try? In my eyes, they're just a group of kids who haven't fully grown up yet. Separating them now might be a bit harsh on them. Of course, this is just my humble opinion. If you disagree, that is perfectly fine. Seeing that Long Xingyue is still thinking about this matter on her behalf. Seeing Long Xingyue still standing up for her like this. Seeing Long Xingyue still thinking about her like this. Yang Chaoyu felt both touched and a little wronged, so she wrapped her arms around her waist from behind. Jean Jia on the phone fell silent for a moment. The analysis she provided had actually already been thoroughly researched by the company. That's just how the industry works. Everything is driven by profit. Once someone starts to decline, they're immediately discarded, and the best are singled out, with all resources funneled to them. The world is ruthless. If you want to succeed, you must improve yourself. You have to become better. If you always blame others and refuse to adapt to the changing world, you will ultimately become a failure. Cold Star Moon naturally understood this, but she simply couldn't bear to see Yang Chaoyu, who was as pure and innocent as a little flower, become like that. Even though she had no ability to help her. But at the very least, he must say everything he wants to say. I understand. I will bring up the matter regarding Chaoyu to the company. Thank you, Miss Lang, for your kindness toward my family's Chaoyu. Additionally, there is another matter I am unsure whether to mention or not. Oh, please feel free to speak. Jean Jia remained silent for a long time before finally speaking up. I heard that Miss Lang has already left AO Hua and become an independent artist. Would you be interested in signing with our company? We can't promise much, but we can definitely help you rise to second-tier status within 3 years. Sigh. Yang Chaoyu stood by listening, suddenly startled, covering her red lips. 3 years, second tier? She had never even dared to think about this. However, Long Xingyue did indeed have that potential. Second tier? If I were to say that my ultimate goal is to become the top-tier diva, would she see herself as a naive fool? Being a second-tier artist sounds pretty tempting, doesn't it? Ms. Jean, I'm truly sorry, but I haven't really considered that option yet. Perhaps I'll choose to establish a studio instead. As for the reasons, I don't like beating around the bush, and you naturally understand. Jean Jia gave a bitter smile. Do you understand? Of course I understand. I've known that since she started in this line of work. Celebrities aren't as good as the audience sees them. They look good, of course. They can go out and play a game and get paid hundreds of thousands or even millions, and they can star in a movie and get paid millions. But the fierce competition behind the scenes is something you don't see. Chapter 104, Want a kiss, want a hug, want to be picked up high. The circle is a battlefield where people kill without spilling blood. You only see the actors on stage laughing, but have you ever seen the actors off stage crying? Although there are countless celebrities and entertainers today who are criticized by the world, one thing is certain, objectively speaking, they are successful. Regardless of the circumstances, they have managed to capture the attention of the audience. Even a supporting role in a film can have dozens of people vying for it, so how could a star ever be so easily obtained? She had mentioned before that in the entertainment industry, there are no naive individuals, as those who are naive are swept away by the tide of time. A blunt statement, but that's exactly who Long Xingyue is. No matter how beautiful you are, if you can't speak properly and have a cold personality, it doesn't matter. If it weren't for Lang Yan's harsh words, if she didn't have a terminal illness, the life she longed for probably wouldn't have wanted her either. Because her personality was too cold before. As an influencer, you also need to be articulate. To truly integrate into this circle, besides your own abilities, you also need a bit of luck. It must be said that this mysterious and elusive quality is an indispensable part of the circle. Jean Jia hung up the phone. The little koala Yang Chaoyu was still hanging onto her, not moving for half a day. His cheek pressed against Cold Star Moon's cheek. She seemed a little embarrassed. Sister, why are you so nice to me? Yeah, why am I so nice to you? Maybe it's because I like you. Seeing someone in the circle with a personality as pure as mine, I just can't help but want to chime in. But sister, I don't have much influence. Even if I told Jean Jia all this, I doubt the company would agree to let you come back. Sister can't do anything about it. I'm sorry. Her head shook like a metronome. Her eyes were red. No, sister, you've always been the best in my eyes. In this industry, to be honest, you're the only person who's ever been truly kind to me. Really, ever since I was a child, due to family issues, I dropped out of school and started working. I've done almost every dirty and tedious job imaginable. Later, because of my good looks, I entered this industry. By that point, I had seen it all. I know it all, I understand it all. But who would want to see a friend who was once kind and gentle turn against you over a low-budget film with only a 2-line supporting role? Having said that, there is no point in continuing further. Cold Xingyue turned around, placing both hands against her delicate face. He kissed her forehead deeply. He got up and went to the refrigerator, taking out a few cans of beer he had just bought that day. The flight leaves at noon tomorrow. Just don't miss it. Well, today I'll make an exception and let you have this. It's an adult beverage, so I'll reluctantly admit you're an adult. Yang Chaoyu held the beer with both hands, wiped away tears, and suddenly looked at Long Xingyue and asked, "Are we still betting? Bet? What do you want to bet on? I wonder where this girl got the courage. If I win, I want kisses, hugs, and to be picked up high." This little girl. Cold Xingyue couldn't help but smile as she looked at her. She still says she's not a child, her mood fluctuating between gloomy and cheerful. Alright, what if you lose? Yang Chaoyu blushed, then I'll just let my sister do whatever she wants with my 80+ pounds. Cold Xingyue. There's such a thing as this? Cough, cough, this won't do. You can't be so noble. The two of them sat down at the table, looking at the hot pot in front of them, along with 2 boxes of small lobsters, a fruit platter, and some skewers. At the time, I was a bit indecisive, so I ended up buying a little of everything. Looking at it now, it does seem like a bit too much. She no longer paid attention to the rapidly increasing number of followers on her phone, but instead took several photos and posted them on Weibo and her WeChat moments. She began peeling the small lobsters. We ate and drank for about half an hour. Yang Chaoyu's cheeks were rosy. Her eyes were a bit dreamy. Yeah, can I ask you a personal question? Long Xingyue didn't think much of it. She took a sip of beer and looked at her, saying, "Sure, go ahead. What's the private question?" She just stared at Long Xingyue. Before asking again, she took another big gulp of beer. Have you ever had an emotional experience that left a deep impression on you? Cold Xingyue's hand paused. She gave a faint smile and said, "Emotions, after all. Who hasn't had a few? Emotions worth reminiscing about? I'm human too, so of course I've had them. Why are you asking? Are you trying to play the paparazzi, you little girl?" Yang Chaoyu shook her head firmly. "I just wanted to know who was so blind as to give up such a beautiful and charming girl. Could it be that he has a problem with his brain?" Ha ha. Long Xingyue couldn't answer her question. The two of them were thinking of completely different answers, and she couldn't bring herself to say it out loud. That person had died in her arms. She instinctively reached for a cigarette. After searching for a while, she realized that she hadn't smoked in a long time. I could only pick up the beer again and take a few big swigs. Well, young lady, have you ever had a romantic experience that left a lasting impression on you? Cold Xingyue couldn't bring herself to share her own story, so she simply turned the question back to her. However, Yang Chaoyu's state of mind caught her off guard. This girl has always been in a cute and innocent state. Now, however, she seems like a completely different person. With a bitter smile, he now gazes out the window. His eyes tell a story. Yes, but that's in the past. Do you want to hear about it? I don't want to hear it. If it would make you relive that painful time, I wouldn't want to reopen old wounds. We're all in this together, why hurt each other? However, the young woman was staring at her intently. She pouted, but sis, I wanted to tell you. Cold Xing Yue poured her a glass of milk. He laughed along, I'm afraid you'll deny it tomorrow when you wake up. If you find out I told you such a secret, you'll kill me to keep me from talking. Hee, I wouldn't dare. I didn't drink that much. She held the milk and took a big gulp, slurping it down. This wine is so sweet. Cold Xing Yue said she hadn't had much to drink. Seeing that she wasn't speaking, the young girl smiled and began to tell a story that had never been heard before. And this story began when she first stepped into this society. Lung Xingyue dared not use a toothpick to eat the fruit for her. Instead, she used a spoon to scoop out a piece of watermelon and feed it to her. The little girl perked up and said, last time we were talking about. Chapter 105, a story with no sense of immersion at all. As mentioned in the previous chapter, back then, an innocent young girl, unaware of the hardships of life, stumbled into the world without a clue. She struggled and fought her way through for an unknown period of time before finally encountering a benefactor who recognized her talent, leading her onto a path that seemed like a broad and smooth road. At that time, the young girl was only 18 or 19 years old. This 18 or 19 refers to the age of 18 or 19. Please forgive my lack of education. She was in the prime of her youth. After experiencing the harsh realities of life and the indifference of her parents, she gradually lost all interest in the world, becoming like a puppet, wasting her years. She no longer cared about the subtle rivalries among her colleagues or the schemes of her superiors at the company. Those days were gone. Yang Chaozhue recounted her story while being cared for by Long Xingyue, vomiting in the bathroom. But it was unclear whether she was genuinely intoxicated and feeling nauseous, or if the memories of that period of her life were so repulsive that they made her want to vomit. Often, after enduring the darkest times, as long as you persevere, everything in the future will be bright. Although she was using words that seemed devoid of deeper meaning, she was recounting all her past experiences. However, every word was carefully chosen, leaving Lang Xingyue no choice but to lower her head and listen intently to every heartfelt word she spoke. This child has suffered far too much. This is also one of the reasons why I've always been so kind to her. Those days were like hell, with no room for my own thoughts, wandering through the world until I met a handsome young man. No, spit on that, a despicable scoundrel. He took advantage of her youth and innocence to steal her heart. Little did he know that it was all for a fleeting affair. When she refused to commit, he turned to his female accomplice, and the two of them conspired to deceive her out of all her savings. They then framed her for a crime she didn't commit and expelled her from the company. At this point, she could no longer continue. She didn't know if it was because she couldn't continue telling the story in this way, or because the weight of the events had surpassed what she could bear. Every time she saw her choking back tears, Long Xingyue felt a pang of sadness in her heart. She took a tissue and gently wiped her cheeks. He held her in his arms, gently patting his back. Does the story feel immersive? No. Yet every word spoken could be heard, or seemed to reveal, the kind of girl Yang Chaoyu once was, and the countless dark experiences she had endured. Those who managed to emerge from this, I believe, are all heroes in their own right. At the very least, that's how she sees it. Yeah, I feel like my life has been such a failure, yet so fortunate. After enduring so much hardship from a young age, I've finally reached this point today. Every time I fall down, I recall this incident, with no other purpose than to surpass her. When I stand beneath the sky and look down upon them, they will naturally understand how foolish and laughable their decision was that day. Sigh, I've had too much to drink. This girl has gotten so dramatic. She naturally understands how I feel. It's just that. Cold Xingyue rubbed her cheek, signaling for her to snap out of it. Holding her phone, she opened a certain app and showed her clearly, it's not even been a day yet, and you already have over 5 million followers saying you've reached the heavens. Didn't you notice? You're just too proud to look down anymore. Always look up. We'll eventually forget those who once doubted or hurt us. Who would bother with an ant that once bit them? I think that every time you appear on TV, those dogs, those scoundrels, will regret it so much they beat their chests and blame each other. They probably have already gone their separate ways, ending up as insignificant specks of dust in the vast current of this industry. Perhaps Yang Chaoyu hates them, and when Lung Xingyue hears this, she'll be so angry she'll jump up and down cursing. But as her older sister, she must tell her the right perspective on life and values. Perhaps one day in the future, when she encounters these two individuals, she might even take the initiative to confront and reprimand the man. However, when facing Yang Chaoyu, what she must do is not join her in berating the unfaithful individual, but rather help her emerge from the pain of the past. Now, these two are no longer worthy of Yang Zhaochao's continued concern. They don't deserve it. Only you, my sister, have been the kindest to me. The little girl, drunk, hugged Long Xingyue and sat down on the bathroom floor, falling asleep there. You said you couldn't drink, yet you insisted on challenging yourself like this. Are you trying to be like Lu Xiaowei? Even if he didn't want to be, he wasn't, and he didn't commit the crime either. He took off Yang Xiaoqiao's clothes and laid them flat on his own pitiful little bed. After staring at it for a while, he decided he must find an opportunity to replace it with a larger bed. It was simply too cramped. I started packing up all the stuff on the table. After tidying up, he took a cold shower and didn't go to bed until after midnight. Before going to bed, I also gave Yang Xiaoyu some water to drink. Lying beside her, he felt the fragrant, soft presence on one side. Though slightly excited, he couldn't resist the heavy eyelids and gradually drifted off into a deep sleep. I slept straight through until past 9 o'clock the next morning before finally waking up. Yang Xiaoyu was hugging her arms, sound asleep, but she had to wake her up. There were several new messages on her phone. They were from Yata Jia, Hejiong, and Peng Peng. It seems like everyone saw the photos Yang Yuchao posted on Weibo yesterday, and even discovered the video that the little girl accidentally uploaded on Douyin. Within just one night, numerous influencers began to emulate Cold Star Moon. Unfortunately, despite their beauty, none could replicate her ethereal aura, her serene smile, or her voice that cut straight to the heart. It is truly a masterpiece that leaves one in awe. Hey, girl, wake up. You'll miss the flight, and I'll leave you behind. I'm busy replying to Mr. He's messages over here. I reached out to wake up Yang Xiaoyu, who was still asleep. Ha? Sister, what are you doing here? Is it time to eat? Where's my clothes? Sister, you're responsible for me. The little girl, still half asleep, yawned and rubbed her eyelids. Cold Xingyue scolded her with a laugh and slapped her little bottom. What are you responsible for? You're such a troublemaker. You drank 2 cans of beer and passed out. You call yourself the wine god of Yancheng? Next time you come to my house, I'll show you what I'm made of. Yang Xiaoyu could only smile awkwardly, then collapsed weakly beside her, acting cute and playful. Currently, Yang Xiaoqiao's intimacy level has increased to level 5, the level of a close female friend. Depending on the host state, level 5 intimacy seems to be similar to maternal love, or can be translated as family. Chapter 106, The Subtle Influence. Family? That's fine. Now that I have this little sister, I won't be lonely anymore. Though they might seem close, Yang Xiaoyu truly regarded her as her own sister, so it made sense. Perhaps only she can help Yang Xiaoyu peel away his tough exterior and reveal his tender heart. To her, she always makes herself both love and pity herself. The two of them didn't have time to eat breakfast. After quickly packing their belongings, they hurriedly left home and rushed to the airport. On the way, Yang Xiaoyu held onto Long Xingyu the entire time. Since she was less than 1.7 meters tall, and her height reached over 1.8 meters when she wore high heels, holding her hand felt like holding her own child. Especially with her cute 2 ponytails. She wore a long dress in a pure black color scheme, with a black leather handbag hanging from her body. She was carrying a suitcase in her hand. She walked with a limp. She had originally planned to wear flat shoes, but unfortunately Yang Xiaoyu disagreed. She had also forgotten about it. She couldn't wear high heels at all. The last time she wore them, they were barely passable as boots, but this time they were sky high, and she was starting to feel a bit scared. What's so fun about walking on stilts every day as a woman? Yang Xiaoqiao carefully supported her. Seeing how cautious she was while walking, he suddenly asked, Sister, could it be that you're not used to wearing high heels? Well, sort of. This is the first time I've ever worn them, and I don't wear them very often. I usually prefer flat shoes when I go out, so I'm just a bit unsteady. It's okay, I'll just walk a bit more. Hold on to me for support. Fortunately, the two of them took a car all the way to the airport and didn't have to walk far before reaching the departure hall, where they sat waiting for their flight. Finally, at 11:40, the two boarded the plane and entered first class. It wasn't until she sat down that she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, safe and sound, no twisted ankles. From now on, I'll never look down on women who wear those sky-high heels again. To be able to walk around outside in those shoes is truly amazing. In the waiting area, Yang Xiaoyu met with her personal assistant and others. They were all seated in business class. However, the agent, Jin Jie, did not accompany them. However, this time it was about establishing a connection with Su Zhang, so there was no need for her to get involved, and there was no need for her to accompany him either. Having an assistant follow along was sufficient. Plus, she already has Long Xingyue by her side. After yesterday's phone call, Jin Jie's impression of Long Xingyue improved significantly. This girl doesn't speak pretentiously, nor does she think about her own interests. All she cares about is Yang Xiaoqiao's problem. These qualities alone are enough to make her feel confident enough to entrust this artist under her care. At that moment, on the plane, she was seen constantly rubbing her feet. Yang Chao looked at her with a heartfelt expression. Yeah, are you okay? Did you twist your ankle? Cold Xingyue glanced around. Several men were staring intently at her side, so she quickly moved her foot to the other side. It's nothing, I just haven't worn these sky-high heels in a while, so my feet are a bit stiff. She studied Long Xingyue carefully. She nodded in agreement with Lang Xingyue's words. Sis, you should really stop wearing these kinds of shoes. Otherwise, your pretty little feet will get all worn out. Cough, cough. We're on a plane. Keep your mouth shut. Do you think those smelly men aren't staring at you enough? Wait, why did I call them smelly men? Oh no, is this subtle brainwashing? I'm flying to Shanghai. Around 3:30 p.m., I arrived at their film crew. As the two stepped out of the car and walked toward the set, they immediately caught everyone's attention before they could even speak. Especially the men, who were staring blankly at Lung Xingyue and Yang Chaoyu. The two young women, one vibrant and beautiful, the other cold and elegant. Walking down the street, they are a sight to behold, capturing the attention of 99% of passers-by. From a distance, you can already spot the shiny bald head of Su. He was currently focused on filming a romantic scene below and didn't have time to look at them. Yang Chaoyu had intended to greet everyone politely, but she stopped her. He simply gave the staff a friendly smile. I quietly approached Director Su from behind, not daring to disturb the others. Director Su, who had been intently watching the screen, sniffed the air. He, who had been fully immersed in the scene, suddenly snapped back to reality. Who's wearing perfume? It smells so good. After looking around, he finally noticed two beautiful girls standing behind him. Yeah, and you, little Yaya, both Yayas have come. I don't know why, but whenever I call Yang Chaoyu Little Moon, it always makes her feel a bit helpless for no apparent reason. It's not even a month, but why does it always remind her of that big round face? Hurriedly shook hands with Su Zhang. Lung Xingyue smiled shyly at him, feeling embarrassed. The traffic jam on the way made her late. Would Su Zhang blame her? Traffic jam. Who dares to block that? Ha, you're such a joker. Let's take a look at the lines first. If you think they're okay, we can start with the makeup. If there are any parts you think need improvement, we can discuss them. Everyone saw how generous Su Zhang was. They looked at him with disdain. After all, beautiful women are better. Earlier, I didn't know who it was, but someone had given them a good scolding here. Now that two beauties have arrived, even this bald-headed man can't resist their charm. His previously fierce face has turned into a smile as bright as a flower. Yang Chaoyu hummed in response and obediently went back to reading the script. Meanwhile, Lung Xingyue held the notebook, gave it a quick glance, and cold sweat began to trickle down her forehead. She flipped through a few pages and then looked at the names on the page. He turned his head to look at the director beside him. Is this character for me? The director is a middle-aged man with glasses, looking refined and cultured. He didn't think much of the two young women arriving and didn't see any reason to get so excited. But when Lung Xingyue leaned in, he almost decided to divorce his wife, hold his wedding with Lang Xingyue, and even had a name picked out for their child. Who is this girl with such natural beauty that she doesn't even need makeup? The director cleared his throat, feeling a bit nervous to speak in front of her. No, that's right, this is your scene. Is it too short? Should I add some more? No, it's fine, no problem. You're just complaining that there's not enough, aren't you? It's clearly too much, isn't it? She's actually playing the male lead's ex-girlfriend here. There's a scene at a banquet where she sees him again, and he has a brief flashback. Jojo was holding Dong Qingcheng, and the two of them were sitting on the grass, their heads getting closer and closer, until they finally kissed. There's actually a kissing scene in this? What the hell? Chapter 107, Going All Out, one of a woman's most powerful weapons. A major challenge. This kissing scene is something she simply can't do. If it were a woman, she might have accepted it, but a man? Whether he's handsome or not, in front of her, he's all the same. If she were to kiss him, she couldn't even imagine how sickened she'd feel for days. Alright, this scene was good. Everyone take a break for half an hour, then get ready for the next scene. The crew takes a break. During this time, Lung Xingyue and Yang Chaoyu need to greet the other actors in the crew to get acquainted. Yang Chaoyu was eager to drag Lung Xingyue along with him. However, he discovered that his older sister, Yu, had a displeased expression on her face while holding the script. Yeah, what's wrong? Did Director Su give you a difficult scene? Seeing Yang Chaoyu approaching, Lung Xingyue forced a smile. Little sister, wait here for me for a moment. I need to have a serious talk with Director Su. Be a good girl, okay? Director Su is currently reviewing the scenes that have already been filmed, and is also discussing the next scenes with the scriptwriter and director. Suddenly, a pleasant fragrance wafted through the air, and there was no need to guess it was cold Xingyue who had arrived. I hurriedly looked up at her. Yeah, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with the script? The script isn't too bad, but it's not perfect either. There's one thing I'd like to discuss with you. Take a look at the last part. It's clearly a flashback, and they're still in school. Having one together there might not be appropriate. If children see this, what about early romance? Su Zhang. After all that, you just don't want to do the one play, do you? No way, this one scene is the highlight of this segment. If you don't kiss him, what's the point of the male lead reminiscing? Absolutely not, Su Zhang said with a serious expression. Indeed, sometimes, the essence of a scene lies in the expression of emotions. It is also the most compelling aspect of the performance. However, Long Xingyue has psychological issues. In that case, Director Su, how about I swap scripts with Xiaoyu? While saying this, Long Xingyue silently muttered to herself about her younger sister. She could only bear the injustice. After all, it was already quite difficult for them to give the two of them such a great opportunity. If they still insist on being picky, then there's no point in arguing further. In the entertainment industry, no matter how pure a star may seem, there are few who don't come into contact with such things while filming. It's unavoidable, the film requires it. If you can't adapt to this, you'll be left behind. But she would rather not act in Su Zhang's films than work with a man in such a way. If necessary, she would only take action scenes or period dramas in the future, and completely avoid romantic films or urban dramas. Su Zhang could tell that the girl simply didn't want to take on any more one roles. This left him feeling a bit down. The script wasn't something you could just change on a whim. Do you think this is a cabbage? Su Zhang was thinking of her best interests when he gave her a role with almost as many lines as a supporting actress. Yet Long Xingyue still didn't appreciate it. Su Zhang just stared at her. He was just about to put his hands on his hips and write the words, "Baby is unhappy," on his face. She just arrived and immediately demanded changes to the script. She must have realized she was overstepping her bounds. But, to just compromise like this, what's the point? It's better not to take the role at all. Looking at Su Zhang, who was sulking, Long Xingyue clenched her teeth and made an incredibly difficult decision in her heart. Her trembling hands gently tugged at Su Zhang's sleeve, shaking it lightly. "Please, Su Zhang brother." Slap. Su Zhang's script fell to the ground. Who would have thought that a cold beauty like Long Xingyue would pull such a move? Su Zhang immediately felt his nose flush with blood and turned his head away. Meanwhile, the director was bleeding profusely. Staff members rushed over to help stop the bleeding. Cough, cough. Well, if that doesn't work, then we'll have to use a stand-in. Forget about being a stand-in, you'll never get that in your lifetime. If there were any girls who looked anything like you, they'd probably already be celebrities by now. They wouldn't be stand-ins. If using a stand-in doesn't work, then I'm out of ideas. Even if you try to be cute, it won't help. Cold Xingyue wiped the cold sweat off her forehead and thought to herself, "Thank you, Tan Liang. All this time, you've always been spoiling Cold Xingyue, letting her learn your tricks. Otherwise, this matter might have been quite difficult to handle. Is it embarrassing to act spoiled? It's really embarrassing. But that's still better than offending Su Zhang or enduring the disgust of having to kiss a man. Su Zhang is a seasoned veteran. He naturally understands that for such an ice-cold beauty to make an exception and act so spoiled, she must truly not want to offend him and doesn't want to film such a scene. Su Zhang is a seasoned veteran. He naturally understands that if such an icy beauty is willing to make an exception and act so endearingly, she must truly not want to offend him and doesn't want to film such a scene. If pushed too far, this girl would probably refuse to continue filming. If you don't give her a way out, it'll be hard to explain to Huang Lei later. Seeing that he finally relented, she herself also breathed a sigh of relief. She patted her chest anxiously. "Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Su Zhang. I'll go pay my respects to the other seniors first. You can take your time here." Su Zhang looked at her helplessly, urging her to go quickly and come back soon. It was so hot outside, if she got sunburned, Huang Lei would beat him senseless. Put. Everyone was amused by his remark. Hit him so hard that his hair came out? How did you hit it like that? Is it that amazing? When she returned to Yang Chaoyu's side, the little guy was smiling like a fox, with both hands wrapped around her waist. Yeah, you're so cute. I never thought Director Su would push you to start acting so adorable. Ha, too bad I didn't record it. Otherwise, it would have been amazing. Go on, you little tease. Are you mocking me? Do you think I have any say in the matter? Director Su assigned me a role with some emotional scenes. What can I do? Long Xingyue sighed helplessly. He pulled her around and started to walk away. But Yang Chaoyu hesitated for a moment. His expression grew stiff. When's play? No way, I need to go talk to Su Zhang about this. When belongs to me, you stinky man, don't even think about it. I wonder where she got the courage to turn around and go talk to Su Zhang. However, she was pulled back by Long Xingyue. Oh, please don't cause trouble. I finally changed the script from a real scene to a stand-in. If you say something, they'll change it back and then it'll be ruined. Besides, she's pinching Yang Chaoyu's cheeks. Who else would give you one? You little girl, what are you thinking about all day? Alright, come with me. We're going to pay a visit to the seniors here. Remember to choose your words carefully, understand? Yang Chaoyu. Sis, dare you let go of me first and let me suck your hair? Chapter 108, Visiting an Elder. Throughout the entire film, there are approximately 50 actors. They didn't need to greet each one individually. Given Yang Chaoyu's current popularity in the industry, she only needed to greet the senior figures and the top 5 male and female members. The rest of them aren't worth paying any attention to. It's not that they judge people based on their appearance. Being too enthusiastic can make people feel awkward. The two of them are just here for a cameo, and they're not big stars. There's no need to make the whole crew know about it. It's unnecessary. The lead actor of this show is one of the top male actors in the world. He has a sunny and handsome appearance, and can certainly be considered a rising star. His name is Yang Yu-jae. He is quite influential in the industry. Currently, he is lying in his RV, resting with his eyes closed, while two female assistants fan him. Another is reading him the script for the next scene. His hands were currently holding the small hand of the female assistant beside him, gently rubbing it as if he were cracking walnuts. The young woman felt a bit embarrassed, her face turning bright red, but he acted as if he had no idea, his hand still not moving an inch. Yu-jae. Two guest actresses from the production team have come to pay you a visit. This isn't the time for you to get any funny ideas. A steady male voice suddenly rang out from outside the door. The two guest actresses? What tier are they? Both are 4th tier actresses. Yang Miss is currently at the beginning of the 4th tier and is on the verge of breaking into the 3rd tier. As for Lang Miss, she was originally at the end of the 5th tier, but her popularity has surged recently, propelling her to the end of the 4th tier. She is expected to break into the middle of the 4th tier within the next few days. Both are highly promising actresses. Yang Yu-jae sneered disdainfully. 4th tier? 4th tier celebrities? I've seen plenty of them. Do you really think they became popular just by rushing into the spotlight? The two of them coming over are probably just trying to get to know him better. If they can spread some gossip, their fame could skyrocket overnight. These are just the old tricks of former female celebrities. Nowadays, it's just laughable. He didn't even bother to open his eyes, immediately refusing to see them. If it were a cooler day, I might have had the energy to play around with them, but today, it's so hot I can't muster any interest. The voice outside the door fell silent for a moment. All right. When the two women walked over under the scorching sun, a stern-faced middle-aged man was standing at the door. Upon seeing the two of them, he managed to force a smile. We appreciate your kindness, but Yang Yu-jae is currently resting. The weather outside is quite hot, and he just returned from abroad. He's still adjusting to the time difference and has a slight case of heat stroke. We apologize for the inconvenience. Upon hearing this, Lung Xingyue cast a casual glance at the RV. Suddenly, she smiled at him and nodded, saying, "All right, since Mr. Yang is not feeling well, it's best to rest early. My younger sister and I will take our leave now. Oh, by the way, here, take this. It's hot out, so use it to wipe the sweat off. In the summer, it's better to wear less formal attire. After all, health is the foundation of everything." Lung Xingyue handed the agent a pack of wet wipes and pulled Yang Chaoyu away from there. Those who can serve as agents for top-tier celebrities are no ordinary individuals. She wasn't trying to curry favor with him, but it wouldn't hurt to build a good relationship. A pack of wet wipes doesn't cost much. But especially for people at this level. In reality, what they value most is character. Would the agent of a top-tier celebrity really be lacking a pack of wet wipes? Of course not. However, when Lung Xingyue handed him the wet wipes, the feeling inside him was undoubtedly different from what he had expected. The agent watched Lung Xingyue leave, his silent face now adorned with an even broader smile. In this circle, there really aren't many girls like her anymore. Originally, he also believed that these two girls had come specifically to flatter Yang Yu-jae. However, judging from cold Xingyue's recent words and actions, she is a very well-mannered young lady, showing no signs of artificiality whatsoever. If such a young woman were indeed seeking to climb the social ladder, there would be no need to choose a top-tier celebrity. With her looks, to put it bluntly, she could easily be compared to a modern-day Sudaji. She could easily find a top-tier big shot to help her elevate her current status. Why go through all that trouble? Looking at the wet wipes in my hand. He wiped the sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand and stuffed the pack of tissues into his pocket. The older women were all easygoing. After the two young women greeted them one by one, they finally made their way over to the female lead. The female lead of this film, she did recognize. The famous actress Bai Baiha. From the way she and Yang Yu-jae were resting, one could already tell who was superior. At that moment, she was sitting on a lounge chair with a large umbrella placed above her head. She held a small fan in her hand, and the heat had caused her makeup to melt, leaving her cheeks slightly flushed. Yang Chaoyu and Bai Baiha weren't meeting for the first time. When they met again, she gave Bai Baiha a sweet smile. She hurried forward to greet her. "Sister Bai. It's been a long time." She stepped forward and greeted her hurriedly. "Chaoyu? Come here, let your sister give you a hug. It's been ages since I've seen such a cute child." The two pretended to hug each other. Lung Xingyue just watched the two of them. She smiled silently. When she saw Bai Baiha looking at her, she hurriedly gestured with her hand. "Hello, Lily, I'm Cold Star Moon. Please take care of me." However, Bai Lily stood up and gave her a hug as well. And she didn't let go once she had her arms around her. "I don't know why, but holding yeah makes me feel so cool." She looked up and down at Lung Xingyue and teased, "You're so pretty." From now on, I'm your older sister. If you need anything, just tell your sister. I'll look out for you. Long Xingyue. Something's up. Can you let go of me first? However, Bai Baihe's personality did reassure her somewhat. At least she hadn't done something like Yang Yuje, who had left them both out in the cold. Moreover, she was extremely easygoing. Over the next 10 minutes or so, the three women chatted enthusiastically about topics such as cosmetics, handbags, and clothing, things that contemporary young women tend to enjoy. Of course, Long Xingyue managed to keep up. At the same time, she came to understand that the white lily in this world shared only her appearance and name with the one from the other world, but many other things were different. Now in her early 30s, she is considered a top-tier second-tier artist in her industry and has not yet married. She has never been involved in any scandals. This began to make him doubt. Could it be that the two worlds overlap but not completely? But then again, even if they did overlap, it would only be random. Chapter 109, Please Draw Me Uglier. Half an hour passed quickly. According to the original plan, they were supposed to first shoot the scene where the male lead and female lead meet. Unfortunately, the location was not ready yet, so they had to start filming Yang Chaoyu's scenes first. She was playing the role of a supermarket cashier. The male lead came in wanting to buy something but couldn't find any money. He then tried to use his charm, but was dismissed with a disdainful glance from Yang Chaoyu. The story is quite simple. Since Yang Chaoyu is a singer herself, Su Zheng dared not give her too many lines at short notice, fearing she might get nervous. When Yang Yuje came out, he went straight to the makeup room to touch up his makeup. Yang Chaoyu, dressed in a sales clerk's uniform, stood before Lang Xingyue, her small hands tightly clutching hers. It was evident that she was still a bit nervous. $25 total, $25 total. Sorry, we don't offer credit here. Sorry, we don't offer credit here. Ugh, no thanks. Listening to her mutter these three lines under her breath, Lang Xingyue held her phone and captured her nervous expression. Chiyu said, cheese. When she turned her head to look at herself, the phone captured this rare moment in a photo. Oh, sister, you're so mean. I'm so nervous, don't come and disturb me, she pouted. It's $25 in total. Eggplant is $25. Eggplant is $25. Where did the eggplant come from? Oh my goodness. Seeing her like this, Bai Baihe couldn't help but spit out the water she was drinking. Remembering three lines like that, Yang Xiaochao was truly adorable. Seeing how nervous she was, Lang Xingyue felt sorry for her and hurriedly wiped the sweat off her forehead. She then quietly sat down beside Bai Baihe, watching her memorize her lines. Miss Lang, could you please come with me to the makeup room to touch up your makeup and change into a different outfit? A young girl behind her whispered softly. Oh, okay. He turned around and followed the little girl into the room. At that moment, there were only two people in the makeup room, a young woman and a man who was applying makeup. As for who this man was, Lang Xingyue really didn't know him. Since the makeup room wasn't very big, as soon as Lang Xingyue walked in, Yang Yuje felt a sense of familiarity wash over him. He instinctively turned his head toward her. The makeup artist was fixing his hair, but when he turned his head, it was all ruined. 10 minutes of work down the drain. When Yang Yuje saw Lang Xingyue, his eyes widened, and he stared at her blankly. He couldn't tear his gaze away for half a day. He had thought she would wave at him, but she didn't even acknowledge Yang Yuje's presence. She sat down at the first chair without a second thought. There were 3 sets of chairs in the makeup room. Yang Yuje was in the innermost row, while she sat in the outermost row. There was a chair between them. The makeup artist behind her was holding makeup remover, intending to apply it to her face. Lang Xingyue hurriedly stopped her, saying, "Don't use that. Just draw directly on my face. I'm not wearing any makeup." What? The makeup artist was startled, then gently touched cold Xingyue's cheek. You're not wearing any makeup? My goodness, Miss Lang, your skin is flawless. Of course, you should look. Don't you know who your older sister is? But you have the system on your side. This skin is the result of optimization from countless beauties within the circle, so it's naturally top-notch. Miss Lang, this is the first time we've encountered such a situation. With your natural beauty, I can't guarantee that you'll look more beautiful after makeup than you do now. So, do you still plan to apply makeup? Looking at the face in the mirror, cold Xingyue gently caressed her face. Draw it for me, but make it look ugly. You know, the kind where it's obviously makeup. If my personal appearance stands out too much, it won't highlight Sister Lily's beauty here. Still thinking about Bai Baihe. The makeup artist paused for a moment. Well, how about this? I'll apply a little foundation to your face to make you look a bit darker. Would that work? She nodded in agreement. The crew began to bustle about, and makeup began to be applied to her face. Yang Yuje had just finished his work. He walked over and stood behind Lang Xingyue, looking at her with a slight smile on his face. This young lady seems unfamiliar. Would you be so kind as to tell me your name? Cold Xingyue kept her eyes closed at first, but when she heard him speak, she slowly opened her beautiful eyes. I'm just a small celebrity. When I visited Mr. Yang earlier, your agent said you weren't feeling well, so I didn't dare to disturb you. But now it seems you're in good health after all. Yang Yujae's expression froze. After all, if it had been her who came to visit earlier, he would have at least invited her in for a proper chat. I was indeed feeling a bit under the weather earlier, but as an actor, I must prioritize filming. No matter how uncomfortable I feel, I must persevere and finish today's scenes. To express my apologies, would you grant me the opportunity to make amends by inviting you to dinner tonight? Seeing him staring at her face, neck, and the area below her neck, his gaze made Lung Xingyue feel a wave of disgust. I'm sorry, I'm just here for a brief appearance. I don't want to take up Mr. Yang's time. I appreciate your kindness, but let's reschedule the meal for another day. I'll treat you then. Another day? Well, okay then. This guy was smiling broadly, as if he was thinking about something underhanded. However, the only good thing was that he didn't overly pursue Lung Xingyue, which made her breathe a sigh of relief. Outside, on Yang Chaoyu's side, filming officially began after Yang Yuzhu emerged. She didn't see Lung Xingyue there, which made her feel a little nervous. Yang Yujie looked at Yang Chaoyu, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Cold Xingyue's beauty was no longer that of an ordinary mortal woman. If one were to call her China, one might even believe it, but Yang Chaoyu, this adorable young woman, had sparked some playful thoughts in him. Alright, everyone, pay attention. 3, 2, 1, begin. Once the official filming began, Su Zhang no longer seemed as friendly as before. His expression turned serious. Yang Chaoyu, however, grew increasingly nervous. This was her first time acting, so she couldn't help but feel a little self-conscious. There were only 3 lines of dialogue in total, and they weren't difficult to understand, but she simply couldn't capture the tone of contempt and mockery required. After 2 takes, Su Zhang scratched his bald head, indicating that he was feeling a bit annoyed. He wasn't angry, though. It was obvious that Yang Xiaoqiao was just nervous because he hadn't had any contact with her before. At that moment, she stood helplessly to the side, repeating the 3 lines of dialogue in her mind over and over again. What's going on? Is she being bullied? Cold Xingyue's voice came from the side. Yang Chaoyu felt a warm surge in her heart and almost burst into tears. Sis, I've embarrassed you. Chapter 110, on the outside, he looked as steady as a mountain, but inside, he was panicking. Oh my goodness. What's going on? Seeing Yang Chaoyu's little expression, Lung Xingyu hugged her. Let her calm down and explain everything slowly. It turned out that it was all due to nervousness. Seeing her worried expression, the entire crew was waiting for her. The more she felt this way, the more nervous she became. Cold Xingyue took her hand. After thinking for a moment, she took a step toward Su Zhang and whispered a few words. He hesitated for a moment but eventually agreed to her request. Alright, let's give it a try first. If it works out, then we can go ahead with that. At that moment, Lung Xingyue was wearing a luxurious evening gown, with an outer coat over it, and a white baseball cap on her head. Before the official filming began, she quietly whispered 2 sentences into Yang Chaoyu's ear. Immediately, Yang Chaoyu retorted, You think you're worthy? Yes, keep it up. That's enough. You're the best. Let's reshoot again. Su Zhang watched this scene in the supermarket. He gestured with his hand. 3, 2, 1, go. Cold Xingyue kept her head down, picking out canned goods from a nearby shelf. Yang Chaoyu saw her older sister nearby, which gave her a certain amount of courage. However, deep down, she was still thinking about the question she had quietly asked Yang Chaoyu earlier. Yang Yujie seems to be interested in me, and he even invited me out to dinner tonight. Do you think I should go? This question sparked intense thoughts in her mind. Meanwhile, the male lead hurriedly grabbed a few items from the shelves and placed them in front of her, intending to pay. Yang Chaoyu ignored him, gave it a quick glance, and said, $25. Oh, 25, right? The male lead frantically searched his pockets but realized he hadn't brought any money with him. The embarrassment and distress on his face were all clearly visible. Looking at Yang Chao, I asked, I'm in a hurry to go out. Can I pay later? I'll leave my phone with you, is that okay? I'm sorry, but we don't offer credit here. She looked indifferent, playing with her fingernails. He was constantly thinking about the matter involving Lung Xingyue. Yaya is clearly mine, yet this guy dares to interfere? What gives him the right? Does he even deserve it looking like that? The only man worthy of Sister Yaya is someone who is unmatched in the heavens and on earth. Yang Yujie? Sorry, he's not one of them. The male lead looked anxious. Seeing her refuse to give him face, he slammed the table, startling Yang Chaoyu. At the same time, he was trying to look cool and handsome as he stared at her. Little sister, how about we be friends, the kind that lasts forever? As soon as those words left his mouth, Yang Chaoyu exploded in anger, glaring at him with disdain. You dare to say that? Stop. After the cut was called, Yang Chaoyu reacted instantly. He spoke his lines. He hurried over to Su Zhang, bowed his head, and apologized. Director Su, I'm so sorry. I messed up my lines and caused you trouble. I apologize. Su Zhang didn't seem angry. Instead, he looked at the last three characters on the screen, Yang Xiao Chao Yu. You don't deserve it. Tough enough, bold enough. No problem, you did a great job acting, especially that last line, it was absolutely brilliant. I think it's better than the previous ugly rejection scene. Alright, that's it. You can finally rest now. Let's see how your older sister Ye acts next. Su Zheng's words were also heard by Long Xingyue, who stood nearby, smiling silently. But her heart was stirred. Is it my turn? Is it really my turn? What should I do? I think I memorized all the lines, but now I'm stuck. What was I supposed to say? Who hasn't acted before? When Long Xingyue realized it was finally her turn, her legs began to tremble slightly. Stay calm, stay calm, stay calm. Take a deep breath, inhale, exhale, cough. She was doing well, though she was panicking inside. She didn't show it on her face, and even had a smile that seemed to say she had everything under control. Bai Baiha pulled Yang Xiaoyu over to stand in front of Long Xingyue. She smiled and said to her, look at your sister, then look at yourself. What are you so nervous about? You little girl. Yang Xiaoyu bit her lip. Even though the filming was over, thinking back to the scene earlier still made her feel nervous. She felt ashamed that she had let Su Zhang and the others down. With only 3 lines of dialogue, she hadn't even managed to say them properly. She really shouldn't have. At that moment, she looked at Long Xingyue and remained calm. She couldn't help but envy her older sister. She was truly remarkable. No matter when she looked at Long Xingyue, she always remained composed, as if a mountain were collapsing before her. If only she could be like Sister Ye, that would be so wonderful. Of course, if the little girl knew that her sister was also panicking inside, she probably wouldn't think that way. When the two approached her, Long Xingyue's gaze fell on Bai Baiha. She noticed a faint white glow emanating from her forehead. She silently resolved to give it her all. She reached out and hugged Yang Xiaoyu, pressing her forehead against hers. Then, he embraced Bai Baiha and gently kissed her forehead as well. White Lily, Script Memory Optimization 2. White Lily, Smile Optimization 1. Cold Star Moon. What does after adversity comes prosperity mean? This is it. Bai Baiha and Yang Chao didn't feel anything for each other. Among girls, a little kiss isn't a big deal. Besides, Long Xingyue is such a beautiful girl, even I want to take her home and hug her every day. Letting her kiss me is no problem at all. After all, I like her. However, in Lang Xingyue's mind, the lines she had memorized earlier were being refined one by one. They grew clearer and clearer, and her thoughts gradually settled down. Ha! Finally, I can breathe a sigh of relief. All departments, get ready. 3, 2, 1, go. At a banquet. Cole Xingyue, dressed in luxurious attire, was holding a middle-aged man by the waist as they slowly descended the stairs from the upper floor. As everyone congratulated the two, the male lead and his companions pushed open the door and just happened to see this scene. His former girlfriend had now become the woman of an old man. This blow is not something just anyone can endure. Xing Chang, you. Cold Star Moon's face gradually lost its smile, and as her eyes turned slightly red, the smile reappeared once more. She turned to look at the man beside her, then at him again, and said, Zhozhe, bless us. Since we parted ways, I realized that life isn't as bad as I imagined. Perhaps we were simply a mistake from the start? Yan Yujie stared at her intently, his eyes flickering with a hint of a strange smile. From the moment I first laid eyes on you, I knew that there was no room in my heart for anyone else. I like you. Cold Star Moon? This guy, has he been drinking? His lines don't seem right. What is he talking about? Chapter 111, The joy of being a woman is something you can't even imagine. When he finished speaking, the people around him naturally began to cheer. Oh, what's Yuga doing? Is he confessing his feelings? It's rare for Yuga to confess his feelings. You should accept him. Agree to him, agree to him. Cold Xingyue silently watched the young people who were egging him on. Her eyes held a faint look of disdain. He crossed his arms and scanned the crowd, wondering if they were done making a scene. Su Zhen wasn't exactly known for his temper either. Seeing someone causing a commotion here, he suddenly stood up from his seat with a loud thud. Get out of here! Making a scene here? Do you think this is your home? The few people causing a commotion were all Yan Yujie's assistants or bodyguards. They didn't even acknowledge Cold Xingyue or the crew members around her. He furrowed his brows slightly. He hadn't intended to win Cold Xingyue's heart with such an awkward line anyway. Yan Yujie's initial plan was simply to make her blush. Once she was embarrassed, he would have countless ways to approach her and gradually win over her innocent heart. Who would have thought that Long Xingyue was indeed that cold? Su Zheng understood that Long Xingyue was a girl who dared to ride a motorcycle to chase criminals. If she were provoked, she wouldn't stop until she'd beaten at least 2 people today. He quickly stood up and shouted at them. Sorry, I might have mixed up my lines. Director Su, could you please reshoot that scene? Yan Yujie pretended not to understand and smiled awkwardly. He didn't dare to say much more. He could only nod silently in agreement and start over again. Soon, this one passed perfectly. Su Zhang watched Lung Xingyue's performance and couldn't help but nod in praise. To have such acting skills at such a young age is truly remarkable. Although she has a lot of lines, it's only 2 scenes in total. The first is where she meets the male lead here. The second is the male lead's flashback, where the two secretly pledge their love and share their first intimate moment. While preparing for the second scene, everyone had no choice but to take a car together to a middle school. After changing into their school uniforms, they finally began the next part of the shoot. Originally, Yang Zheyu hadn't taken this scene too seriously. However, upon learning that the actress filming the scene was actually Lang Xingyue, he was so excited he almost shouted out loud. This shows just how excited he was. Just to let you know in advance, this scene is staged. There's no need for actual kissing. I'll have the camera pan across you, and it will zoom out at the end. There's no need for actual kissing, so the two of you must control your emotions. He was just joking around, but he was also subtly reminding the two of them. In reality, the only person being reminded was Yang Yujie. Everyone followed suit and laughed together. They then proceeded to begin the filming process. The two sat side by side on the grass, quietly gazing at the star-studded sky. Yang Yujie couldn't resist any longer and reached out to wrap his arm around her shoulders, letting her lean against him. Lung Xingyue resisted the urge to punch him, forcing a smile as she leaned in closer. In the distance, Yang Chaoyu rolled up his sleeves, looking down as he searched around for something. Bai Baiha looked at her and couldn't help but ask, "Zio Yuyu, what are you doing?" "Oh, nothing, sis. I'm just looking to see if there are any bricks on the ground." "Bai Baiha. You call this nothing? When you get it on camera, then it'll be a big deal, right?" Although she didn't know why the child had become so crazy, Bai Baiha still managed to calm her down. She could scare someone to death in a single day. Yang Chaoyu tried to break free from Baihe's embrace, but found it impossible. She could only watch helplessly as Lung Xingyu and Yang Yuji's faces grew closer and closer. The camera began to pan away. Slowly zoom out, from near to far, and finally shift to mid-air. However, the actual situation is not like this. Yang Yujie had no intention of wasting this opportunity. He wasn't thinking about using a stand and he wanted to make the fake act real. That way, he could use the excuse of being too immersed in the role to cover up his true intentions. His hands were slowly climbing up cold Xingyue's shoulders, gradually increasing the pressure. Due to the camera's zoom, they didn't notice the movements of the two people on the other side. However, this scene is quite beautiful. Cold Xingyue placed both hands between her legs, her eyes tightly closed in tension, seeming both afraid and eager for this moment to unfold. Closer, closer. Yang Yujie could almost hear her slightly heavy breathing as she grew tense. And the fragrance of her breath, as delicate as the scent of orchids. Unable to resist, he closed his eyes as well. Immediately afterward, he found himself kissing something cold and icy. It was icy cold and very hard. When he opened his eyes, he found himself pressed tightly against the blade of a butterfly knife. Cold Xingyue's eyes were beautiful, but now they were coldly staring at him. The butterfly knife in her hand was pressed against his lips, the corners of her mouth curving into a smile. "I must say, Mr. Yang's acting is truly impressive. I hope we have the opportunity to collaborate again in the future." Yes, that's right, Miss Lang's acting is also really great." No one noticed that Lang Xingyue's movements were swift. The butterfly knife was drawn quickly and she sheathed it even faster, almost forming a knife flower. In the blink of an eye, the knife was gone. Yang Yujie glared at Lang Xingyue as she walked away, his face dark with anger. That figure was still so beautiful that it filled him with an overwhelming desire to possess her. But this wasn't a rose with thorns anymore. Damn it, it was like she was wearing a layer of armor. A girl carrying a butterfly knife? Or is she a beautiful fairy who looks like a goddess? Where can one go to reason with such a sight? Cold Xingyue took a step forward and left the place, heading first to remove her makeup. At the same time, she took off the school uniform she was wearing and returned it to the production crew. She then put on this black plain dress again. Yang Chaoyu was waiting for her at the door. As soon as she came out, he rushed over eagerly. He gazed at Lang Xingyue's cherry red lips. "That stinky man didn't touch her, did he?" "Of course not. Don't you know who your sister is? How could I let him touch you so easily?" "Alright, our task is complete. Should we wait for Lily to finish and then go eat together, or should we leave here first?" Yang Chaoyu bit her finger as she looked at Bai Lily. She saw her talking to her assistant and others. After thinking for a moment, he decided to walk over. I asked him a couple of questions in person. It seemed that Yang Chaoyu had chosen to stay here with her. Baihe was excited, stood up, hugged her, and gave her a big kiss on her little face. At the same time, she couldn't run away either. Baihe leaned in and gave her a forceful kiss on the face. "I never expected my two younger sisters to be so well behaved. Tonight, your older sister will treat you to dinner, so make sure to wait for me." Rubbing her cheeks. Looking at Baihe, whose mood had clearly improved. Cold Xingyue felt for the first time that being a woman wasn't so bad after all. There was joy in it too. This couldn't help but remind her of an advertising slogan, "Being a woman is truly wonderful." Chapter 112, The System's Unexpected Upgrade. 8 o'clock at night. It wasn't until Su Zhang shouted "That's a wrap" that everyone excitedly began packing up their things. Bai Baihe whispered something to her assistant, then slipped out the side door with Long Xingyue and Yang Chaoyu in tow. "Have you two booked a hotel yet?" Yang Chao turned his head and glanced at Long Xingyue. Seeing her shake her head, he shook his head as well. "Then why don't you stay with me tonight? It's a suite anyway, and the room is quite spacious. We can have a nice meal together in my room tonight." "Sure, I'm the wine connoisseur of Yancheng. Cold Star Moon. If you keep talking like that, I'll have to spank you." "What about the wine god? I almost lost my mind yesterday." The three of them got into Bai Lily's car and rushed toward her hotel. Yang Xiaoyu, the young girl, was secretly using her phone to send messages to her assistant, instructing them to cancel her room. She had originally planned to stay in the same room as Yaya Jia, but now there's another Lily Jia added to the mix. "Sigh, it's so hot, you know?" On the road, Bai Lily and Yang Xiaoyu always get off the car to buy some food when they see something they like. She was about to follow them, but her phone suddenly rang. It was Su Zhang calling. "Hello, Yaya, why did you leave so suddenly? I was planning to treat you to dinner." "Oh, Su Zhang, please don't be so polite. I'm already very happy to be here as a guest. Please don't mention inviting me to dinner. Once you finish filming, I'll treat you to a meal." "Oh, Mr. Su Zhang, please don't be so polite. I'm already very happy just to be here as a guest. Please don't mention inviting me to dinner. Once you've finished filming, I'll treat you and your wife to a meal, okay? What is this world we live in? It's all about human relationships and social conventions." Although Long Xingyue was also someone who didn't particularly enjoy socializing in her previous life, she understood this better than anyone else. Especially someone like Su Zhang, a director who had done her a favor. She knew she had to repay him generously for even the smallest kindness. Su Zhang burst into laughter. "Alright, since you want to invite me to dinner with your sister-in-law, then it's settled. I'll be waiting for that meal." After exchanging a few more words, they hung up the phone. It was clear that Su Zhang was a very easygoing person, but when it came to work, he was extremely serious. He is a director who keeps his professional and personal life separate. More importantly, it is his gaze. Cold Xingyue could tell that in Su Zhang's eyes, there was none of the blankness or desire that other men had when looking at her. What he saw was the concern and admiration of an elder toward a younger person. Huang Lei and He Jiong both have that look, while De Hua is more admiring, and Peng Peng is full of respect. Perhaps what I'm saying might be a bit off, but please trust a woman's intuition. It's a man's intuition. She discovered that ever since she had perfectly merged with this body and seamlessly integrated the memories, she had begun to subtly shift her thoughts and perspectives toward those of a woman. If she didn't take this seriously, it might be too late to change in the future. After a while, Bai Baihe and Yang Chaoyu finally returned, both carrying a bunch of snacks in their hands. It seemed as though they had bought every single item from the entire snack street. "Alright, let's head to the bars next." "Oh!" Yang Chaoyu exclaimed, raising his hands in celebration. "Cold Star Moon milk, juice, or soda, pick one." "Sister, yeah, you're blatantly discriminating against me. I'm from Yancheng, and I drink Yancheng wine." "Ha!" Yang Xiaoyu hadn't even finished protesting when Long Xingyue shot her a glance. She didn't say another word, lowering her head and muttering, "I want some fat guy's happy water Coca-Cola." "Good girl." Wah, yeah is being mean." "Lily, I want a kiss, a hug, and to be picked up high." In a suite of a 5-star hotel in Shanghai, 3 women entered carrying a lot of food. Just as they opened the door, inside, I saw a lot of colorful underwear scattered on the sofa and bed. Bai Baihe gave a slightly embarrassed smile. Yesterday, I went to bed a bit late, and when I woke up the next day, it was already too late. In a hurry, I was looking for clothes to wear, but actually, I'm still a very clean person." Yang Chao placed the items on the table and looked at her with a smile. "Yeah, right, I'll believe you when I see it. Hey, you little brat, stay where you are." The two of them were playing around nearby. A bit of skin was exposed. Cold Star Moon stood by, watching with amusement. What a beautiful scene. The joy of being a woman, you can't feel it. Congratulations, host. Your popularity has reached 1 million. The system will automatically upgrade in 1 minute, with an estimated duration of 10 hours. Please wait patiently. After the voice in his mind sounded, a 60-second countdown began. 1 million popularity points? Where did I get that popularity score? He silently asked the system in his heart, but it didn't give any response. She decided not to ask any more questions. Since her luggage wasn't there, Yang Chao called his assistant and asked them to drive it over. He really felt bad making them come all the way out for this. "So, I gave them 2 boxes of stinky tofu as a token of my gratitude." The luggage arrived, and Long Xingyue went about changing her clothes on her own. To her surprise, Bai Baihe and Yang Chaoyu were staring intently at a certain part of her. Their eyes gradually turned red. See? I see it. Why is it that, as women, some parts of her body are so well nourished yet her waist remains so slender? And me? Oh, the heavens are so unfair. Don't let her age fool you. Bai Baihe is a woman in her 30s, but her youthful spirit can rival that of Yang Yuchao. Seeing her look a bit sad, Xiao Yuyu gave a mischievous smile, which made Long Xingyue feel a bit uneasy. She hurriedly grabbed some clean clothes and quietly left the room, heading toward the bathroom. She was smiling like a little fox. She definitely didn't have good intentions. Lily, want to touch it? Yaya's figure, so annoying. Really? Let's go then. Let's go. Hey, where is everyone? Hey, Yaya is so sneaky. She hid in the bathroom. Let's go after her. Long Xingyue stared at the door of the bathroom. She furrowed her delicate brows and muttered, what a crappy hotel. The bathroom door doesn't even have a lock. Haha, Yaya, you've finally woken up. Just as the three women were having an incredible time in the bathroom, upstairs in the presidential suite, Yang Yujae's face was cold as a female assistant applied medicine powder to his wound. The wound wasn't very large, just like a dry crack, but it was unbearably painful. Even now, whenever he thinks about what happened, he still shakes uncontrollably. Damn it, it was an incredibly sharp real knife. Who the hell is this Cold Star Moon? This is way too brutal. Chapter 113, are you just venting your anger? You're clearly just showing off your love. That day, the life they had always dreamed of began anew. The dress that Cold Star Moon had grown accustomed to was now wrapped around her as she walked along the rural path, holding Little White and dragging a suitcase. She also took a moment to check on the old woman who sold magnolia wood. Among them, she seemed to have discovered something quite interesting. Mr. Lawn, the dragon-like man, was single, and the old woman selling magnolia wood was also single. Yet the two of them were very close, or rather, Mr. Long would often come over to look at the old woman, bringing her something delicious to eat. Though they hadn't broken the ice, how could such a thing escape her sharp, observant eyes? Along the way, Xiaobai chatted non-stop, but the cameraman couldn't understand a word it was saying. All he could hear was its constant meowing. Cold Xingyue remained silent, her face adorned with a gentle smile. She listened quietly to the little one as he shared the family gossip. Recalling the scene 2 days ago when she parted ways with Yang Chao and Bai Liwa, the young girl's tearful expression lingered in her mind, leaving her with a touch of reluctance. She's not a child anymore, yet she still acts like one. Even now, when she recalls that night in the state they were in after drinking too much, her face still flushes slightly, and her forehead feels a bit prickly. This is something to look forward to. Let us plan it for next time when we have a break. She was the last one to return here. By the time they reached the mushroom house, it was already past 5 in the evening. Mr. Huang Lei was busy cooking. However, he seems to be lost in thought. Meanwhile, He Jian was holding a phone sponsored by a certain brand, taking photos with De Hua and Peng Peng. Little H and Little O, the two little ones, were the first to spot Long Xingyue. However, even the twinkling lanterns looked up in their direction, waving greetings to Cold Xingyue and Xiaobai. If you come back late, you'll probably get caught in the rain. But that's not so bad, it'll wash away all the worldly dust you've accumulated. Cold Star Moon. As for the colored lights, they're still as incomprehensible as ever. However, Xiaobai didn't seem to mind this at all. He hurriedly jumped out of her arms. He waved at the few people in front of him. Miao hey, long time no see, H brother, O sister, and colorful lantern sister, Dian Dian auntie, Tianba sister. Woof. Wang I miss you so much, Xiaobai. Ha? Long Xingyue froze. Was that voice just now? Was it Xiao's? And this time, what was shifting in her mind wasn't text, but a voice, a rather pleasant one at that. However, Xiaobai and the colored lights are still words. What's the deal with this little O? Moreover, she still couldn't understand what little H was saying, but she could hear what little O was saying. It's quite strange, but in the mushroom house, many of the animals are female. Dian Dian, Tianba, Kai Deng, Little O, and Xiaobai, all of them are female animals. Is this perhaps the work of a higher power? Xiao O. Now, he didn't even bother to greet Mr. Huang Lei and the others. Instead, he looked at the little dog. Can you understand what I'm saying? Woof. Yes. Wow, that's amazing. What's going on here? Earlier, it was because Xiaobai had a fever that wouldn't go down, which caused its intelligence to be on par with a child's. What's going on now? Has the collective intelligence suddenly skyrocketed? System upgrade successful. The animal voice system is now available as a reward, automatically upgrading your level by 1. Hosts can now communicate with any female animal. Note, must be a biological entity over 2 years of age. 2 years old or older? So, does that mean Kai Deng is not yet 2 years old? If you think about it, it does seem to be the case. The first batch was obtained from a duck farm, and this is only the second year, isn't it? The system automatically upgraded, and it seems like it gave her a gift package, but she had completely forgotten about it. Now, the voice in her mind rang out again, and she finally realized it. Mr. He had already noticed her, and rushed over to greet her while holding the puppy at the door. Xianyue, you're here. Why didn't you say anything? You were so busy holding little O that you didn't even notice little H over there. Daho hurried over to help her carry the boxes upstairs. Hee-jeong walked toward her slowly, with a hint of feigned resentment on his face. Mr. He, I'm done squeaking. Hee-jeong, are you being so mischievous? Do your family members know about this? The two hadn't seen each other in a long time, so they hurriedly hugged Mr. He. Peng Peng, who was standing in the distance, smiled shyly and walked over to greet them. Sis, you look really beautiful today. Peng Peng's eyes sparkled as he looked at Lung Xingyue. This kid, day after day, always saying such honest things. Only Huang Lei ignores him. I wonder what's going on. Cold Xingyue gave Huang Lei a meaningful glance. Mr. Huang, what's going on? Who upset him today? Could it be that he's gained weight again? Her voice seemed a bit loud. Huang Lei glanced over and snorted, I heard that. He hasn't gained weight. Your brother is still as slim, handsome, and dashing as ever. Alright, you're older, so whatever you say goes. Hee-jeong gave Huang Lei a disapproving look with a smirk on his face. What else could it be? He's having a falling out with some female colleague. He clearly loves her so much, yet he insists on arguing endlessly over trivial matters. Sigh, I've given up on him. Those words were like a spark that set everything off, instantly igniting the powder keg. Huang Lei placed the rotating platter with the dishes from the wok on the table, his face filled with anger. Jeong, I don't like hearing you talk like that. What do you mean, trivial matters? That's 2,000 yuan. To emphasize that 2,000 was a huge sum, Mr. Huang even made a scissors gesture with his hands. This was to show his slight anger and dissatisfaction. 2,000? Lung Xingyue was taken aback. 2,000? 10,000? 2 million? You're crazy. If I had 2 million, she'd beat me to a pulp if she found out. Cough cough, you're just a kid, you don't understand. You don't understand? Ha ha. Lung Xingyue instantly understood. No wonder Mr. Huang cared so much. 2,000 yuan, how much did he make this season? Tens of millions. But this money had to be handed over to his family. Even though I earn more, handing it over is a way of showing love for my wife. Although this approach is subject to differing opinions. He, on the other hand, has savings in the 7 or 8 digit range. But, secret savings, that's a whole different story. Money that his wife doesn't know about spending that is so much more thrilling. So he was hiding his secret stash from his sister-in-law and got caught, ending up looking so dejected. No wonder Hee-jeong gave him a cold shoulder. With appearance fees alone costing hundreds of thousands, he is sulking over $2,000 in secret savings. Are you just trying to make a scene? You're clearly just finding ways to flaunt your relationship, aren't you? Upon hearing this, Lung Xingyue immediately turned her head to look at Daho, who was just coming out of the mushroom house. Dawa was getting ready to eat. He helped Mr. Huang Lei carry the bowls and chopsticks. Oh, these past 2 days have been so busy. I'm really tired. It's still better here. While chatting with Mr. He and the others, they made their way to the pavilion and sat down, freely discussing the latest family gossip. Huang Lei. I was actually waiting for Lung Xingyue to comfort me. You poor thing, I felt so sorry for you. Chapter 114, Leave it to me. As long as no one dies, it's fine. Even the magistrates find it hard to settle family matters. As for Mr. Huang Lei's issue, they don't intend to get too involved. Of course, what Huang Lei really needs is someone to confide in. Is he someone who is short 2,000 yuan? It's just that 2,000 yuan is really not much for a celebrity, but as a husband, secretly saving a little pocket money here and there is no easy feat. Everything is still learned from Sha-yi. Over the past 7 days, I secretly saved 2,000 yuan and hid it all in Dodo's storybooks. But I have no idea what came over his mother. She suddenly felt like telling Dodo a story, and well, everything was exposed. These days, everyone uses tablets. This old fox thought he had hidden it well. He figured that since Dodo was already so old, he wouldn't touch those storybooks anymore. They were boring to read, but too good to throw away, so he just left them on the bookshelf. Little did he know, his wife was even more cunning. She found them after only a few days. At the dinner table, there were 3 dishes on the table. Braised fish in an iron pot, stir-fried bamboo shoots, and potato strips. The taste was still the same, but at the dinner table, Mr. Huang Lei kept a gloomy expression, making them feel a bit uneasy and unable to eat properly. Oh, come on, you're such a grown man, is it really that big of a deal? You're only short 2,000 yuan. I'll give you 4,000 later, okay? It's not about the money. Then what is it about? Hee-jeong asked in return. She is, isn't she? 2,000 yuan, and she won't give me a single word to criticize her with, no matter how wise she is. When Huang Lei is faced with his beloved wife, he can't even find a single word to belittle her. Who can blame him? His wife is simply too perfect. Did Sunli give you money when you came over? Yes, they did. How much is it? I have a subcard, and she has the main card, so she can spend as much as she wants. Just let her know later. Then why are you sulking all day over $2,000? He Jeong was completely defeated. However, Long Xingyue could understand his feelings. Men, their secret stash is often different from their other money. The money they secretly stash away, no matter how much or how little, they spend with a clear conscience, and they don't worry about their wives checking up on them. Suddenly, it was all confiscated, which was quite upsetting. However, Mr. Huang was just bored and had nothing better to do than follow in the footsteps of Mr. Shai. His wife has already given you a credit card, meaning you can spend it however you like. Why are you being so stingy? Shai is different from you, he really doesn't want to share with you. Alright, Mr. He, stop talking. Mr. Huang is at this point everything he does seems like he's showing off his love. He has money but insists on keeping it hidden. We dare not say anything, we dare not ask. Let's just eat. Though the couple seemed to be having a quarrel, Huang Lei would still sneakily send messages to his sister-in-law at night when He Jeong and Dahu weren't paying attention. That evening, everyone was well fed and satisfied, sitting on chairs to cool off and rest. Suddenly, the phone rang. Dahu followed Pangpang as they exchanged glances, then walked straight into the mushroom house. After answering the call and exchanging a few words, Pangpang froze in place. Mr. He, what should we do if the other party wants roasted whole lamb? Huang Lei chuckled, that's easy, just grill a few pieces. Let him go somewhere cool and stay there. Why not just roast a whole camel instead? He Jeong ignored Huang Lei's words and instead walked into the room and addressed Pangpang. Now, only Lang Xingyue and Huang Lei remained in the room. He silently took a sip of tea and turned to look at Long Xingyue. Yeah, I watched the episode of Extreme Challenge. Overall, it was pretty good, but there was one thing, your sense of variety isn't very strong. Of course, this might be related to your personality. Regarding this point, I think it's necessary to seek more advice from Mr. He. Additionally, Old Yen has praised you highly. Although the latter part of this episode was a bit lackluster, the promotional efforts have already been made, and with your participation, it should have a good outcome. Regarding this, Long Xingyue naturally understood. Since Huang Lei had brought it up, she nodded in response. I understand what you're saying, but my personality is what it is. No matter how hard I try to break out of it, I probably won't be able to change my temperament like Mr. He. However, I'm working on it and striving to become independent as soon as possible. You're a promising student. Huang Lei nodded approvingly. After a while, Mr. He finally emerged from the room. Earlier, two people had called, a man and a woman. I recognized the man's voice, but the woman's voice, though sweet, sounded like she was straining her throat. I couldn't make out who she was. The two of them were both quite rude, one demanding braised pork, the other braised fish. He Jeong was smiling happily, showing no signs of being upset. Sitting beside Huang Lei, he picked up the teacup from earlier and took a sip of water. He began to look a bit lazy. He hadn't even opened his mouth to speak again. Huang Lei then announced a shocking piece of news. Tomorrow, I've decided to mix things up. You stay home and cook, and I'll go fishing with Mr. He and pick up some groceries. How about it? Can you handle this test? Dahu and Pangpang were a bit surprised by the late arrival of Sanni. But Long Xingyue raised her thumb in approval. Don't worry. Leave everything to me. As long as no one dies, it's all good. Huang Lei. She made me break out in a cold sweat. Is this girl any good? To ensure safety during the period, that night, Huang Lei copied down all the dishes that needed to be prepared for the next day. He meticulously recorded the preparation method for each dish word for word in his notebook before handing it to Long Xingyue. The next morning, she stretched her graceful body, opened the door, and let the film crew in to record a scene of her just waking up. It was already past 8 o'clock. Xiaobai was licking his little paws. Little H and Little O were playing wildly outside. Huang Lei and He Jeong were sitting in the pavilion, doing nothing, sipping their tea. Ah, youth is truly wonderful. He Jeong. Can this old man change his tone? We're not even 50 yet, okay? I don't have any children yet, I'm still young and straight, okay? Today, the old couple has made up their minds and decided not to cook. This honorable yet challenging task has been entrusted to Long Xingyue. Let's see what kind of mind-blowing meals this newbie chef in her mushroom-shaped house can whip up. Of course, as long as it doesn't poison anyone, he'll accept it. He thought about it all night last night. This girl may seem cold on the surface but kind-hearted, but who knows if she knows how to handle other dishes properly. Oh, Mr. Huang and Mrs. He are up already. Long Xingyue teased. Chapter 115, I'm the one who gave her the nickname Worship Moon. Both of them rolled their eyes at Long Xingyue in unison, expressing their dissatisfaction. However, I'll just pretend I didn't see anything. Early in the morning, Dahua was busy boiling water, while Pangpang was applying a face mask nearby. Long Xingyue examined the strawberry wine she had brewed, feeling that the process was taking far too long. Every time she saw the jar, she couldn't resist taking a sip. Before arriving, the production team confiscated her wallet, so she couldn't even go to a bar to satisfy her craving. Now she holds a cup of rice porridge in her hands, sipping it slowly. Huang Lei began to reflect on today's incident with Mr. He. Jeong, I'm ready to pursue my dreams and hopes. Do you want to come with me? Jeong didn't understand. What does that mean? Speak plainly. Huang Lei, one by one. I was just thinking of trying to throw a paper airplane in this field. Why don't we see who can throw it farther? The loser has to do an awkward dance during dinner tonight. How about it? I don't know what's going on, but Mr. Huang is really letting loose today. She's really going all out. Jeong glanced at him. He looked again at his naturally well-formed stomach. Awkward dance? You call that awkward dancing? It's clearly just shaking your body. To spare the old man's feelings, he went along with it. Maybe we're playing a little too hard? How about we change the bet? Dahu and Peng perked up. Take us with you, it's just a plane, right? I used to fold paper airplanes all the time when I was a kid. They flew so fast, almost no one could beat me. I was known as Airplane Peng back then. Airplane Peng? This reminded her of the wine god of Yencheng. It had only been a few days since she parted ways with young Chaoyu, and she really did miss him a little. That pretty young girl who always liked to stick close by her side. What a pity. I can't always have her with me. However, it seems that the matter of her going solo has been temporarily put on hold. It appears that the words I previously shared with Ms. Jean had some impact, prompting her company to reconsider the situation with a long-term perspective. Since the person involved doesn't seem to care about her future career, they've decided not to make things difficult for Yang Chaoyu anymore. To them, this young woman is a future cash cow, so of course they need to take good care of her. If she were to act like Ao Hua, that would be disastrous. Now that company has become the topic of conversation for everyone during their free time. They didn't recognize a gem when they saw one. Such a large piece of gold inlaid jade, and you just put it in cold storage? I don't know whether to say the boss of Ao Hua is blind or the young master is outstanding. Just let cold Xingyue go like that. The plane? Put. Huang Lei and Jeong followed with a laugh. Daho hurried forward to help him explain, hey, there's me too. There's me too. I'm the one with the nickname, Tan Ko Hua. After he finished speaking, both of them turned to look at Long Xingyue. Oh, my nickname is Battleship Moon. Airplanes, tanks, so I guess I'm the battleship then. What else can I do? I'm just as clueless as you are. Looking at the three of them, Jeong handed them a piece of paper with a sour expression. It listed the tasks that needed to be completed today. Plant rice seedlings, dig bamboo shoots, harvest honey, pick strawberries and raspberries, prepare lunch, and prepare dinner. There are 6 tasks in total, with strawberries and raspberries counted as one. Mr. He pointed to the 6 items listed above and looked at Peng Peng, Dahu, and Long Xingyue. I'll go with Mr. Huang to buy the ingredients. Additionally, we plan to go fishing, take care of the guests, and complete the tasks listed above. These responsibilities are now assigned to the 3 of you. If any tasks are not completed, you will have to dance awkwardly with Mr. Huang in the courtyard tonight. After Jeong finished speaking, Huang Lei immediately objected. Hey, who knows who I'll end up dancing awkwardly? Mr. He, don't be so definitive. Let us see what happens before we jump to conclusions. Huang Lei seems in a much better mood today. Cold Star Moon guesses it's because he has been pampered by his wife. Someone like Mr. Huang doesn't usually have much of a temper. Of course, when it comes to personal savings, it can be upsetting, but even if you get angry, she's still your wife. Why did you have to involve me in something so big? Cold Xingyue couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Jeong laughed with a sly grin. Well, of course it's for the show's ratings. Who wouldn't want to watch our beloved beauty icon, Xiao Yeye, put on a performance here? In the live stream, the netizens have already gone wild. Cold Xingyue's awkward dance? You have to watch this. We've never seen the cold goddess dance before. With that figure and those long legs, she'd be wasting her talent if she didn't dance. Though I'm a die-hard fan of the cold goddess, I'm sorry to say I hope she didn't complete the task this time. The person above has a big heart, but I like it. I really hope cold goddess's dance is the kind where she uses a stick. Second floor, get out of here, old man. What kind of thoughts do you have? Silent one, no one should see this, right? The live stream was filled with joy, but here, as soon as Teacher He finished speaking, an unexpected and delightful sound came from outside the door. Mr. He really has good taste, recognizing me as the face of the group. However, I wouldn't dare call myself the face of the mushroom house. My looks are only slightly better than Peng Peng from Daha, nothing to write home about. Xiao Ye walked in with a smile, dragging his luggage. As soon as he reached the door, he heard Mr. He's words. He hadn't watched this program before, mainly because he was too busy. When he received the invitation to appear on the show, Yeye was so excited he nearly jumped 3 feet in the air, almost knocking a hole in the stage. He heard that on this show, you could eat whatever you wanted, whenever you wanted. Is there really such a white and adorable show? So he was so excited last night that he made a call and ordered a whole roasted lamb. As a result, he was severely reprimanded by Mr. He. From roasted whole lamb, it turned into braised pork. This isn't just a little bit of shrinkage. But that's okay, because he also heard that the life he aspires to doesn't require working, and he can live the life he calls his ideal life. He thought it was simple just staying inside the house. In the evening, he could enjoy some crispy braised pork. Salary is paid like this. Perfect. Is there anything more soothing and enjoyable than this program? No way. Especially since he hadn't even pushed the door open yet. Mr. He gave him a round of praise first. This is so embarrassing. He walked in with a passion that was overflowing. His face was radiant with a bright smile. Oh, my dear Mr. He. Then, he saw that face, whose beauty was etched deeply in his memory. Wow, Xiao Yeye? You're not talking about yourself? How come she's here too? Cough, I think I might have gone to the wrong room. Sorry about that. I have something to do, so I'll head back first. No need to see me out. Chapter 116, Keep deceiving. Though he said that, Xiao Yeye didn't move, and neither did they. If you say you went the wrong way, then go ahead and leave. He Jiang and Huang Lei just laughed, not moving, while Long Xingyue crossed her arms, half closed her eyes, and looked at the young man in front of her. Now that Yang Chaoyu was gone, she had once again become the little moon. What was this? Was this going to be a show of the real and fake little moons? In the live stream, when they saw Xiao Yeye, especially when they saw his awkward round face, they couldn't stop laughing. These people are so unreliable. They said they were leaving, yet no one even bothered to see them off. Oh, this is a bit awkward. Hurry up, De Hua, see the guests off. Huang Lei, standing nearby, said without caring about the situation. Xiao Yeye. What do you mean? You're trying to kick me out, aren't you? I'll smash the table in a minute. Is this how you treat guests at Mushroom House? Xiao Yeye grew increasingly angry as he thought about it, glaring at Huang Lei and He Jiong, and the beautiful woman who had been casting a shadow over him for the past 2 days. He clenched his teeth and stomped his foot. Oh, Mr. Huang, Mr. He, what's going on? We're all family here. Don't do this. What's the big deal? I just came over for a meal. It's not worth getting so worked up over. Alright, Xiao Yeye gritted his teeth, stomped his foot, and gave in. It wasn't even related to He Jiong and the others. He was the one who said he went to the wrong place. Seeing him start to speak softly, He Jiong and Huang Lei finally laughed. Show off, you think you're so great, but you still got it wrong. I recognized your voice yesterday. You even roasted a whole lamb. Should I get you a roasted elephant? Yeye gave an awkward laugh. Cough, well, forget about the elephant. I was counting on collaborating with Sun Fat to make some extra money and expand our stand-up comedy business. He Jiong. Emotions have always made this guy treat Sun Fat as an elephant. But to be fair, with that build, he does kind of look like one. Daho, Peng, and Xiaoye were meeting for the first time, and the three of them shook hands in a friendly manner. As for Long Xingyue, Xiao Yeye is far away. Cold sister, hello. Today isn't extreme challenge, it's the good life. Could you give us some face and let us have a friendly day? Pfft, who wants to spend a day with you? Xiao Yeye, your words are too ambiguous. Long Xingyue turned and walked into the room, hugging the sleepy, sprawled out Xiaobai, and sat down at the door. She felt the dazzling sunlight above her head. Suddenly, it felt like repeating what Mr. Huang had just said. Ah, youth is truly wonderful. Yeye arrived. Huang Lei glanced at He Jiong, and the two tidied up before entering the house, probably to figure out how to fold paper airplanes. Peng and Dahu also wanted to follow them inside. However, the door was blocked by Long Xingyue, who stretched out her leg to stop them. Cough. Let's take a short break. Hua, get a chair for Uncle Yu. He's a guest here. He came to rest and recuperate, so we must take good care of him. Did you hear me? Today, Uncle Yu is entrusting him to you and Peng. Dahu hurriedly brought a chair for Xiaoye. They nodded in agreement over there. Don't worry, I'll take good care of Xiao Yeye. Xiaoye looked a bit confused, sitting down on the chair in a daze. He sensed something was off in the conversation and hurriedly tried to stand up, but was stopped by Peng and Dahu. Wait, what are you doing holding me here? I'm a guest. I came here to have fun. These two are so clueless. Long Xingyue hurriedly stopped them. Just then, a voice was heard again outside the door. A long-haired girl walked in carrying a suitcase. Hello, I'm Wu. Never mind, little sister, come sit down first. Dahua has some sense of propriety. Look at Peng over there. Long Xingyue said with a smile while holding the cat. Wu Shuani walked in, and Peng and Dahu all knew her. Only Long Xingyue didn't recognize her. The girl hadn't figured out what was going on yet, but Peng had already brought over a small stool, gesturing for her to sit down and listen to the young leader's lecture. Of course, since the old couple from the Mushroom House weren't around, the role of leader naturally fell to her. Are there no other guests today? She asked Peng. Yesterday's phone call was between him and Mr. He. We will naturally find out how many people will come today. That's it, just these two. Oh, okay, let's start with a brief overview of the kind of life we aspire to. The concept of this show is that you order the dishes, and we'll cook them, but the ingredients need to be sourced by all of us together. You Gu ordered braised pork, right? Long Xingyue looked at the confused Xiao Yeye and suddenly asked. Ha? Oh, right, I ordered roasted whole lamb, but he Laosher didn't agree. He even feels pretty wronged. I bet he's thinking to himself, what a lousy place. They won't even make roast whole lamb. Oh, I see. Whatever the guests order, you have to go and prepare it. Originally, you were supposed to walk 10 miles to the market to buy meat. However, considering your physical condition, I discussed it with Mr. Huang Lei yesterday for a long time, and he finally agreed not to make you go buy meat. Instead, you'll dig bamboo shoots. Because of this, Mr. Huang Lei is a bit upset today, as he now has to go shopping with Mr. He Jiong. Tell me, don't I treat you well? Xiao Yaya, is that really true? But I heard from others that this show is supposed to be relaxing. Are you lying to me? Dahu and Peng Peng both covered their mouths. They were holding back their laughter, afraid to laugh out loud. Wu Xuanyi, however, looked at Long Xingyue in surprise. This was the older sister who would light up with little stars in her eyes whenever Yang Chaoyu was mentioned. She's so regal. Long Xingyue rolled her eyes at Yu Yunpeng. A relaxing program? That depends on the type of relaxation. If it's just about ordering whatever you want and lying down to rest, why come here? You could just stay at a hotel. The relaxation here refers to mental relaxation, feeling connected to nature through labor. Most of the activities we offer aren't something you can just try out casually. If it weren't for hearing that Brother Yu was coming, we would have all been fighting over this work today. It's so much fun. Xiao Yu thought to himself, you really think I've never done farm work before, do you? It's so much fun. I don't believe it. What's so fun about it? You know me, I'm weak and sickly, so maybe you could give me something easier to do? Oh, poor me, he said, covering his head and pretending to be sick. Seeing him say that, Long Xingyue realized there was a chance. Although he was pretending to have a headache, she knew him well. If he couldn't resist, he would just find an easier job to do. Seeing him say that, Long Xingyue understood there was an opening. Although he was pretending to have a headache, she knew Yu Gu well. If he couldn't resist, he'd reluctantly find a lighter task to do. She clapped her hands immediately. This way, in a moment, we can go to the bamboo forest to experience the unique plant beauty of Jiangnan. At the same time, you can also personally experience the joy of digging bamboo shoots. Imagine the gentle breeze rustling through the bamboo grove. How poetic and picturesque it must be. Xiao Yeye looked up at the bamboo grove, smacking his lips with delight. It's pretty nice, huh? You weren't lying to me after all. Chapter 117, Song, Kanjiing, Kangiingho? Of course, you're our senior. You're the oldest here, followed by Dahua and Peng Peng. Upon hearing Cold Star Moon speak in this manner, Dahua hurriedly explained. And oh, I'm still young, I'm still straight. No one paid any attention to him. Yu looked at Long Xingyue again. What about the rest of the sightseeing plans? No one noticed that Wu Xuanyi had already made her way over to Long Xingyue's side, curiously examining her and the little white cat in her arms. She looks so cute while sleeping. It's clear that Xiaobai absolutely trusts Long Xingyue, otherwise, he wouldn't adopt such a surrender-like sleeping position. His belly is exposed, and his spread eagle pose is sure to melt the hearts of many animals and people alike. Well, here's the plan. After digging up the bamboo shoots and feeling the beauty of the bamboo forest, someone will take you to experience harvesting honey yourself. That feeling of working in the fields, you've never experienced that before, have you, Yu Gu? Xiao Yu thought about it. The girl seemed to have a point. He had indeed never experienced such treatment before. As for what comes next, it's lunchtime, so we'll keep it simple. By the way, where are you from, Mr. Yu? I'm from Hunan. Oh, then let's have Lanzhao noodles for lunch today. Yeah. What does that mean? Are you mocking me? Actually, not really. Cold Star Moon was originally planning to make an authentic Hunan dish, but unfortunately, I didn't have the ingredients. All she could do was awkwardly mention eating Lanzhao noodles instead. He turned his head to look at Wu Xuanyi. It wasn't intentional to ignore the young lady earlier, it was just a plan to deal with Yeye first before properly entertaining her. Young lady, you. When she saw Lang Xingyue turn around and look at her, Wu Xuanyi smiled brightly, hugged her arm, and said, "Hello, Sister Yu. My name is Wu Xuanyi. I'm Qiao Yu's best friend. I didn't come last time, but I've heard Qiao Yu talk about you a lot. She also asked me to tell you something." Looking at Lang Xingyue's skin, she smiled and even reached out to gently touch her cheek. As Qiao Yu said, Yu Yu's skin is exceptionally soft. It's indeed true. Yu, from now on, you only need to meet Xian. Well, another outgoing girl. When she mentioned that Lang Xingyue's skin was exceptionally beautiful, Dahua Pengpeng and Yeye all looked at her face, then glanced away. When she mentioned that Long Xingyue had particularly good skin, Dao, Pengpeng, and Yeye all turned to look at her face before quickly shifting their gaze elsewhere. It's better to be a woman. You can kiss whoever you want. If there were two men here, they'd probably go in for a kiss the moment they met. They'd beat someone's head in like a dog's. Wu Xuanyi, Skin Smoothness Optimization 1. Wu Xuanyi, Voice Resilience Optimization 1. Following the completion of system upgrades, the system will update and optimize them all. Users can now use their popularity points to purchase any virtual items in the optimized mall and simultaneously unlock the system's internal space, which is 1 square meter in size. System space? She didn't really care about that optimization mall, but this space was truly like having a golden finger. Wu Xuanyi's timing was perfect. Your skin looks great too. Since you're such a good friend of Qiao Yu, you're like my little sister. Go say hi to He Laosher and the others over there. I've got something to take care of. We'll chat later. Skin optimization again. Voice optimization makes my throat feel itchy, like I want to cough, but this skin optimization has left me covered in a layer of oily sweat. It looks dirty. It made her feel very uncomfortable. She had just changed her clothes, and now she had to get dressed again. After she hurriedly took a shower, she came out again. Wu Xuanyi looked at her own cheeks and leaned in again. I don't know if it's just my imagination, but I always feel like your face looks even more exquisite after you take a shower. You're so beautiful it takes my breath away. Let me kiss you and feel it for myself, okay? No way. Oh, sis. You think you're so clever. Do you think I'm the kind of person who would let you kiss me just like that? He Zhong held a paper airplane in his hand, smiling as he watched Wu Xuanyi flirt with Long Xingyue. It's unclear why these young women, who seem so composed, become so clingy when they're around Long Xingyue. Especially when she saw her happily give cold Xingyue a kiss. Oh, how lovely. He Zhong exclaimed. Dahe, Ye, and Peng Peng nodded silently in agreement with Mr. He's words. Yes, that's great. Looking at that face, which didn't need any makeup. Da Huai murmured to himself. Hey, I was just saying that the two girls seem to have a good relationship. Are you guys thinking something else? He Zhong shot a sideways glance at Da Hua and asked immediately. Da Hua, actually, I think the same way. I really want to be a girl like Ye, following them around and playing together. Peng Peng. The last sentence is your final thought, right? You think so, and so do I. Is that possible? The cold moon has also come out. He Zhong and Huan lay tidied up, picked up the plane, and looked at these energetic young people. Of course, among them was an older man who was already married with children. So we'll go shopping first and give my kanjiing car a try while we're at it. A fly? Da Hua tried repeating it. It's the kanjiing, not the kanjiing. Looking at Da Hua, Mr. He said angrily. Oh, son, ing, and fly? Da Hua wasn't quite sure how to pronounce the words. Of course, whether it was intentional or not, that was impossible to tell. Anyway, Mr. He was furious. He had finally come up with a cool and stylish name, only for Da Hua to mispronounce it as fly. How frustrating. I'm not going to waste my breath on them. The old couple, carrying their own fighter jets, left the place leisurely. Before leaving, Huan Lei looked at Long Xingyue with a smug expression, saying, just wait and see He Laosher's awkward dance performance tonight. That's exactly what I was going to say. The two of them talked to each other as they walked, gesturing with the airplanes in their hands. This kind of friendship is truly enviable. Alright, let's get back to work. Cough, cough. Let's hurry up and go see the beautiful bamboo forest scenery. Alright, everyone, please follow me. We'll head to the next stop together, the beautiful Jiangnan scenery and bamboo forest. Please make sure to bring your belongings with you. Peng Peng swiftly pulled out several shovels and handed one to Xiao Ye and Wu Xuanyi each. He also gave them a pair of brand new gloves. Yeah, wait for me. Let's go together. Chapter 118, Ye was startled. Since time was of the essence, Wu Xuanyi held a bottle of sunscreen lotion and applied it as she walked. She was nothing like Long Xingyue. With that fair, delicate little face, even heaven couldn't bear to let it get tanned. Sister, do you want to put some on? I'll pass. I actually want to get a little darker. It looks healthier. Wu Xuanyi kept calling her sister this and sister that. The three men behind them were truly envious. Peng Peng couldn't hold back any longer and spoke up. Xian, there's something I need to remind you about. It seems like you're a year older than Yu. Wu Xuanyi turned and gave him a disapproving look. You're 2 years older than big sister Yu, yet you still call her sister so sweetly, don't you? Peng Peng. What you said makes so much sense that I don't know how to respond. However, calling her sister every month eventually made Xiao Yu feel a bit uncomfortable. It always felt like she was calling him by his own name. We're both named Ye, but look at her, she has fair skin, is beautiful, and has a pair of long legs. Now look at yourself. He's just a bit more handsome than Peng Peng from Dahu. Compared to Wu Yanzu, there's still a bit of a gap. This is simply incomparable. The five of them arrived at the bamboo grove one after another. As they gazed upon this exceptionally elegant scene, Xiao Ye suddenly felt inspired. In this situation, I suddenly feel like admiring the bamboo. Everyone, please go ahead with your work. I'll stay here and admire the bamboo, and then I'll catch up with you later. Everyone. Do you really think we can't see through your little schemes? Still giving me bamboo? You're clearly just trying to slack off. That's fine, but I think it would be better if you went deeper. The scenery there is even more beautiful, and the bamboo shoots are very elegant. I've already tried my best to convince Mr. Huan Lei to let you dig for bamboo shoots instead of buying meat. If you don't dig up 6 bamboo shoots, there will still be braised pork for dinner, but it won't be your dish. Lang Xingyue pulled Xin Xian along, and the 2 girls walked ahead. Ye couldn't help but ask curiously. Isn't that my dish? What am I supposed to eat? Well, it depends on what you order. Whatever you order, that's what you eat. Put. Dahu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Peng Peng was also struggling to hold back his laughter. Dian Dian? Who is Dian Dian? Ye looked at Dahua. This guy is laughing the hardest. When they grow up a bit more, they'll be able to see breakfast. Dian Dian is the sheep we keep at home, but it has a very good diet, occasionally getting some vegetable leaves or the like. Ye's meaning is that if you don't work, you won't have the fruits of your labor to enjoy. Dahu's words truly captured the deeper meaning of what she had just said. Ye nodded, seeming to understand. So, in the end, we still have to work. Although Lang Xingyue had already told him, there was still a tiny glimmer of hope in his heart that he might be able to take a little break. However, he soon realized that it was simply impossible. Well, I guess I'll just have to accept it. If you're here, you might as well make the best of it. Otherwise, it would have been a wasted trip. His idea is actually quite good. Unfortunately, he didn't say anything. Otherwise, Lang Xingyue would have definitely given him a thumbs up. If you had said that earlier, I wouldn't have had to waste so much time trying to convince you. We've made some progress. The 5 of them scattered in different directions and began searching for the newly sprouted bamboo shoots. Before they could dig up a few, Ye was already drenched in sweat. With the sun beating down on his head, the temperature outside was as high as 25 or 26 degrees. Plus, in this part of Jiangnan, it's both humid and stiflingly hot, making people feel a bit uncomfortable. He wiped the sweat from his brow, dug 2 holes, and sat down silently on the ground. I'm done digging. Let me rest for a moment first. I didn't expect this to be so exhausting. Just 2 bamboo shoots, and I've probably already burned off all the calories from breakfast. Seeing that he was tired, the others also put down their hoes and rested in place. Dahua watched Ye sit directly on the ground and thought for a moment before saying, Ye, be very careful of your head. There are snakes in this bamboo forest. You must be careful. He thought Dahua was just teasing him on purpose. Dahu, stop teasing me. How could there be snakes in the bamboo grove? That's ridiculous. No sooner had he finished speaking than he felt something wriggling beneath him, and the movement was quite noticeable. Ye's expression changed instantly. His face turned pale in an instant. He looked at Dahua, then glanced at Lang Xingyue. He suddenly pointed to the ground beneath him. Here, there's something moving under me. What should I do? Stop recording and come help me. The way she said it, it almost sounded like she was crying, and it didn't seem like she was faking it. Cold Xingyue looked at him in confusion. Hurriedly, she helped him to his feet. She put on gloves and came to Ye. Move aside quickly. What if it's a poisonous snake? Don't get hurt. At this critical moment, he actually said something nice. Lang Xingyue gave him a smile. She reached out and grabbed his arm, but despite her effort, she couldn't budge him. She shouted for Dahu and Peng Peng to come over and help. Wu Xuanyi wanted to come over, but was stopped by her assistant. Dahu and Peng Peng were well aware of Lang Xingyue's strength, so they weren't worried about her safety. The 3 of them exerted force together, and Ye suddenly tensed his waist, pulling himself up from the ground. At the same time, they saw that beneath his buttocks, a fuzzy little head had emerged. It looked just like a big rat. Xiao Ye was so scared that he let out a loud scream. Wu Xuanyi's little face also turned pale with fear. Oh my goodness, what is this? Mom, you scared me to death. Cold Xingyue acted swiftly, dashing over immediately. She grabbed its head with one hand. It was held down. With both hands exerting force, they managed to pull it out of the ground. It turned out to be a plump bamboo rat. It was now baring its sharp front teeth, challenging Cold Xingyue. Did you see that, Yugo? That's what's under your butt. You probably didn't notice that you were sitting on their hole. They probably couldn't breathe, or maybe you made too much noise and scared them away. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come out in this weather. What a pity. Saying that, she put the bamboo rat back where it was. The plump, large rat, seeing that Lang Xingyue had released it, quickly dug into the ground with its little paws and burrowed back in. It dared not linger even for a moment. Peng Peng looked at Lang Xingyue's disappointed expression and curiously asked, Sister Ye, you wouldn't be thinking of... Yes, there's a saying here called 1 rat can take on 3 chickens. The rat refers to bamboo rats. They taste pretty good, but unfortunately, they're a nationally protected species, so you can't just catch them. If you want to eat them, it's best to buy them from a legitimate source. Though she said that, Xiao Ye shook his head repeatedly. No, I won't eat this little thing. Just looking at it makes me shiver. I'd rather have some braised pork or something. Chapter 119, Why Not Make a Bet? Finally managed to calm Yeye down. Everyone dug up the bamboo shoots and returned to the mushroom house together. Looking at Yeye's pale face, it was clear that today had truly frightened him greatly. Cold Xingyue furrowed her brows as she looked at him. She couldn't help but feel that since he was a guest, she should give him the utmost care and attention. Dahu, take you go to the rice paddies first. The honey can wait until this afternoon. I'll cook dinner for you guys. After finishing with Dahua, she turned to look at Yugu. Later, have Dahua and Pang Pang take you to the rice paddies to play. There are eels and yellow eels there, it's so much fun. It'll help you relax, and while you're playing, you can learn how to transplant rice seedlings. When you have time in the future, bring the kids along to play too. Yeah. Is that reason so refreshingly unique? Study? Do I even need to study anymore? Hey, cold sister, look at me, your brother-in-law. I was so scared just now, my heart was pounding. Is this morning going to be like this? Let me rest for a while, and we can continue playing in the afternoon, okay? Looking at Long Xingyue's beautiful, charming face, Xiao Yeye really wanted to take a break. However, he dared not meet her eyes. Sure, of course you can. You are our honored guest at Mushroom House, so you are welcome to join us for the afternoon activities. I didn't expect Long Xingyue to actually agree. Yu looked at Long Xingyue in disbelief. Her face was filled with astonishment and surprise. Is this really true? Of course it's true. But you're a senior in the industry, and the netizens are all watching. If you try to find an excuse to slack off this afternoon, it won't look good. Plus, what if your daughter is watching the live stream? Right? Those words felt like a sharp knife stabbing straight into Yeye's heart. No wonder she agreed so readily. She was waiting for this moment. Using the expectations of netizens toward their own daughter as leverage. Alright, that's ruthless. I'm impressed, little Yeye. May I ask what tasks are scheduled for this afternoon? Not much. You can go harvest honey first, then go plant rice seedlings. That's all there is to do. Long Xingyue still smiled cheerfully, as if she were an angel. Is that all? That's it. Hey, why didn't you say so earlier? It's just harvesting honey. Dehua, let's go. This afternoon, I'll show you what expert rice planting techniques look like. Thinking there were only 2 living Yeyes today, they suddenly felt energized. With a surge of energy, he called out to Dahua. Pang Pang and Dehua were both puzzled as to why Yuga suddenly got so excited. However, seeing him so full of energy was actually a good thing. They just hoped he could keep it up and not get so scared at the beehive that he couldn't move. The 3 of them, fully armed, turned and headed toward the beehive. Watching their backs. Cold Xingyue silently turned her hands behind her back. Sigh, I fell for it after all. I feel so sorry for Xiao Yeye for a second. It's not that the hunter's skills weren't up to par, it's just that the fox was too cunning. It looks like we won't get to see the cold goddess's awkward dance performance tonight. Oh my goodness. Never mind, there's still Mr. Huang and Mr. He. I'm actually looking forward to their awkward dance. I've already prepared to record it. Netizens are buzzing with discussion. Meanwhile, at the mushroom house, Long Xingyue began to get busy preparing lunch. There were no ingredients in the room, and Mr. He and the others hadn't returned yet. While we said we'd make Lanzhou-style noodles, it's probably not possible at the moment. We can only manage to make a simple noodle soup. After thinking for a moment, she looked over at Wu Xuanyi, who was busy washing bamboo shoots nearby. Xian, come with me. Let's go catch a fish. That old couple, he and Huang, are probably fishing in the middle of the lake. Although they have the leisure time to do so, they are really slow. It would be better to go to the fish pond and catch a couple of fish directly. It would be much easier. Xian doesn't know where Lang Xingyue is taking her to catch fish. However, she followed her without hesitation. She held the fishing net, thought for a moment, then picked up Xiaobai and placed him on her shoulder. If we don't catch any fish, I'll put you down and let you try. Cold Xingyue whispered to Xiaobai. Xiaobai was just dozing off when she said that, and it completely woke him up. Her fur stood on end as she looked at Cold Star Mooncat Master. I'm still a kitten with baby teeth. I can't catch fish. You catch it, I can't do anything about it. Saying this, it innocently spread its paws. He made a helpless gesture. Long Xingyue didn't care. She stroked its little head. It's okay, it won't catch fish, but it could make a decent bait. Xiaobai. It began to feel a bit suspicious, wondering if following its master might put its life in danger. Bait? What is the master thinking? That's a terrifying thought. Xian, standing nearby, looked at Long Xingyue and the little kitten on her shoulder. She was holding her phone and taking photos non-stop. Their eyes sparkled like little stars. Wow, Xiaobai is so cute. Wow, Yaya Jia is also so cute. Yeah, where are we going to catch fish? And we only have this one tool. Isn't that a bit too simple? Xian put down her phone, and the two walked along the rural path. Suddenly, she turned to her and said, Up ahead, not far away, was a fish pond. Among them, there are many fish being raised. This is where she will be staying this time. See that fish pond over there? That's where we're going. Mr. Huang and the others went fishing on the lake island. We're counting on the old couple to bring the fish back, but it'll probably be dark by then. I plan to make some fish soup, so catching 1 or 2 fish will be enough. We don't need to go in the water. Xian looked at the huge fish pond in front of her with a mix of surprise and doubt. Not going in? Can you catch fish? She seemed a little skeptical. Cold Xingyue could naturally see her confusion. She gave her a casual smile. Xian, want to make a bet? If I catch a fish, you have to agree to one of my conditions tonight. If I don't catch one, I'll agree to one of yours. Really? Wu Xuani's eyes lit up as she looked at her. Her face was filled with surprise. If I win, can I make Yaya do whatever I want? Cold Xingyue, don't be too much. However, it was clear that the girl was already lost in her own world and hadn't noticed what she had just said. Such a big reaction, is it really necessary? In the bamboo grove, she had already fully realized her shortcomings. Where exactly were they? Her physical condition was poor. She had originally planned to go to the gym, but the system upgrade had spared her the time. System, how many popularity points do I have now? 143,000. Wow, that's so much. Chapter 120, A Sudden Kiss. Give me a physical enhancement upgrade first, and then give me 100,000 popularity points. Lang Xingyue now feels a bit like a wealthy person and starts to spend money recklessly. What's a popularity score? I've got plenty of that. Physical Fitness Optimization 1. Cold Star Moon. That's it? Physical Fitness Optimization. In the mall, each point of physical fitness corresponds to 10,000 popularity points. The system kindly reminded him. Just a little increase for 100,000? So with my 1.4 million, I can only get 14 optimizations? This really has to be said, that's way too expensive. System, is it this dark at your house too? The system didn't respond to her. A little physical conditioning has indeed made her feel much better now. Especially now, she can clearly feel a warm current flowing slowly through her limbs and throughout her entire body. It feels just like the true qi described in wuxia novels. It feels a bit special. The system has over 1 million popularity points left. Should I use them all to improve my physical stats, or is there a better way to utilize them? Do you have any suggestions? Currently, due to low host popularity, we recommend using the lottery system, which costs 10,000 per entry. The price is reasonable and fair, and includes various optimizations ranging from 01 to 10 data. Why not leave 200,000 popularity points and invest the rest here to see how it goes? For some reason, the system's voice this time seems to carry a hint of temptation. It feels like it's trying to lure me in, like a prize draw. Glancing at Xian without leaving a trace, she saw that she was trying hard to catch fish with a fishing net. She didn't notice us over here. She was fully focused on communicating with the system. Are you encouraging the host to gamble? This is just a lottery draw, it's not gambling. It's like a big spinning wheel, there's no way to alter or cheat the outcome. As a system, we have clear rules and regulations that must not be violated. If you don't believe me, you can try it yourself. The medium-tier lottery draw costs 100,000 credits per attempt, with a 100% chance of winning. No, I think the risk is too high, and I don't plan to try it, unless her words stop here. Ever since the system upgrade, it seems like it's become a bit more talkative. Unless you can give me a free trial. You currently have one chance to win a free prize. Please select your prize within 30 seconds, otherwise the opportunity will expire. So straightforward? Seeing how straightforward the system was, Lang Xingyue immediately chose to draw. A massive spinning wheel appeared in her mind, spinning rapidly for 3 seconds before slowing down and finally coming to a stop. The pointer landed on the option labeled Optimize Eyesight. Eye Charm Optimization 1. The next moment, Lang Xingyue could clearly feel a faint coolness in her pupils. It felt as though eye drops had been applied, causing her to dare not open her eyes. As she stood there with her eyes closed, Xian stared blankly at her. Yeah, what's wrong with you? She set the fishing net aside and looked at Lang Xingyue with concern. A beauty is a beauty even with her eyes closed, her exquisitely delicate cheeks were enough to make one's heart skip a beat. Oh, I can feel the gentle breeze from nature caressing me. As she spoke, in her mind, she had already begun to panic. Keep up the good work. 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 Physical Fitness Optimization 05. Red Lips Sensuality Optimization 1. Keep up the good work. Keep up the good work. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the Keep Going card 6 times and earned the title Keep Going. In real life, this is like winning a lottery prize. Every time you fail and get a second chance, your luck temporarily increases by 80%. Keep going, only those who persevere can reach the final destination. Is this title system intentional? If I get another 2 chances and end up drawing the same thing again, I'm done with this lottery system for good. Cold Xingyue muttered to herself. Due to the optimization of the red lips, the tip now felt slightly numb. It appears slightly dry and cracked. With her eyes closed, she unconsciously sweetened the corners of her mouth. Gazing at the 2 lips of Lang Xingyue, which were as red as peach blossoms. I don't know what I was thinking. A playful wink hit the camera. She quietly stood in front of Lang Xingyue, her toes gently curling upward. He gazed at her peach-colored petals. He went straight in for a bite. Would, huh? The film crew was shocked. Netizens were also stunned. Is this still considered a little joke among girls? I guess so. Though I know that girls, especially close friends, love to play like this, and sometimes it can get pretty intense, but seeing this scene now, I still want to say with conviction, Miss Xiaowu, you did a great job. As a woman, I understand Xianxian's thoughts. The cold goddess is enjoying the gentle breeze right now. Such a great opportunity. If I didn't go up and do something, I'd probably regret it later. This kind of thing involving a group of fangirls is best left to us guys. Next time something like this happens, please make sure to call me. As for everyone else's attitude toward this, it's really nothing to make a fuss about. Girls, especially young women nowadays, holding hands, hugging, or giving a quick kiss are all perfectly normal behaviors. Especially Xian, who just gave a quick kiss like she was doing something sneaky and then ran off. Her little face was flushed red. This kind of scene would make almost everyone, whether male or female, burst into laughter. Please do it again. I didn't see it clearly just now. I mostly regret not recording it. What a pity. Cold Xingyue slowly opened her eyes, and in her eyes, it seemed as though ripples of light were flowing between them. Those eyes alone nearly caused several men from the film crew to drop their cameras to the ground. You're such a tease, even more so than Xiao Yu. You little vixen. Looking at Xian, Lang Xinyue's face couldn't hide whether she was happy or angry, but her displeased expression made Xian hurry back to hug her arm and pout. Oh, Moon, it's just that you're so beautiful, I couldn't help myself. Tell me, even a beauty like me thinks you're so beautiful that I couldn't resist. How beautiful you must be. Go on, I know what I look like. How could I compare to you, the newly crowned goddess of otaku? Hurry up, we need to catch the fish. Mr. He and the others will be back soon, and they'll be cleaning up after you tonight. Xian's sudden movement startled her. The system in her mind, startled by the sudden scare, froze up twice in a row. Keep going. Physical Fitness Dance Optimization 10. Following closely behind is a flood of dance instruction. Whether this was good or bad, she couldn't say for sure. Chapter 121, alright, she's actually learned to turn the tables. Anyway, now whenever she walks, she wants to tiptoe, or twist her waist and limbs, swing her arms, and show off a dance in her mind where she's holding a stick. What the heck is going on? Are you out of your mind? Physical fitness improved by 15%. With her physical fitness improved, she finally understood why it was so expensive. This doesn't refer to a single aspect like strength or speed, but rather a comprehensive improvement. This 15 is almost 15 times as much. She could clearly feel her strength surging. At the same time, the 10-point dance optimization. Allow your body to undergo a gradual transformation. Although these physical changes may not be as immediately noticeable as targeted physical training, dancers develop a certain presence over time. A graceful demeanor. Nowadays, this elegance is slowly emanating from her body, radiating outward from within. A vast amount of obscure and difficult knowledge is permeating her mind in every part of her body. Cold Star Moon always has some ideas, so she calls out, Big Brother 1, Big Brother 2. Her arms were strong, but they felt much softer, as if she were a dance expert who had been training for years. Holding a fishing net in his hands, he walked along the edge of the fish pond. Wu Xuanyi followed behind. She seemed to be thinking, if Lang Xingyue hadn't caught the fish, then tonight. Splash. Unfortunately, the next scene completely shattered the little hope she had left in her heart. Cold Xingyue held a net in her hand and actually caught a fish that was shorter than her arm. It was thrashing around in the net, and she could tell it weighed at least 2 pounds. Though not much to eat, it would be enough for soup. He scooped up the fish and turned to look at Wu Xuanyi. He gave her a playful wink. Don't forget our bet, ha. Bet? What bet? Could it be that Sister Yaya is thinking, oh no, I'm not ready yet? What should I do? Should we ask Xiao Yu? Wu Xuanyi clenched her hands into tiny white fists and placed them at the corners of her mouth, seemingly lost in thoughts best left unsaid. Lang Xingyue looked at her helplessly. He gave her a sharp tap on the head. What are these girls thinking these days? Can't they be more pure like me? Ouch, yeah, that hurts. Come on, silly girl, I don't know what you're thinking about all day long. Hold on to little white. The two of them walked slowly back along the path. Wu Xuanyi always felt that this mysterious Yaya Jia, with her dazzling beauty, seemed even more beautiful than before. For some reason, her eyes and that touch of red lipstick always made her unable to look away. Yaya, I'm curious. With your looks, you should have been able to make a name for yourself in this industry. Why did you stay out of the spotlight for so long before suddenly rising to fame? This is actually not a question she should be asking. However, perhaps she naturally possesses a certain charm that makes girls feel relaxed and at ease when they are around her. Since you asked, she doesn't seem to mind. Instead, she stretched lazily. Though it may not be appropriate to say so, since you asked, I will say it, to survive in this industry, appearance may indeed be crucial. Some might argue that there are those who aren't conventionally attractive yet have become big stars. Take Huang Bo, for instance, who is still a renowned actor. But what I'm saying is, those are just exceptions. To put it bluntly, in this industry, looks matter, but they're not the decisive factor in whether you succeed or not. I, for example, used to have a proud and aloof personality, so I never really made it big. I don't even want to talk about it. Sigh, talking about it just makes me cry. But as she spoke, she smiled even more brightly. She turned her head to look at the camera. Perhaps looks are important, but what's really more important is this. She pointed to her heart. I don't ask for everything to be perfect, but I ask that I have no regrets. If you have worked hard, sweated, and given your all, that is enough. Why must you insist on leaving a vivid mark on this world, making everyone cheer for you? You are the hero in your own heart. Why bother caring about others' opinions? What she really wanted to say was very simple. Although the standards of judgment in this circle are based on appearance, even if one is beautiful, having a cold and arrogant personality is of no use. As long as you give your all in everything you do, you will definitely be rewarded. Heaven will not let those who strive hard waste their time in vain. In this regard, it is absolutely fair. If any of you are like I was before, chasing your dreams and striving for them, but now facing setbacks and blows, I hope you can understand that you don't have to be perfect, but you must be true to yourself. Once you've made up your mind, you must try to change the status quo. The first step toward success is to take the first step. If you keep telling yourself you can't do it, then you really can't. I wonder if these words are meant for myself or for everyone else. In any case, Lang Xingyue felt deeply moved by it. Without thinking, she reached out to touch the cigarette. But once again, I found nothing. She glanced at Wu Xuanyi beside her, who was staring at her with sparkling eyes. She was clearly in awe. Wow, yeah, you're amazing. Awesome? I feel like you're mocking me. To show my admiration for you, please allow me to express my highest respect. Then, she puckered her red lips and leaned in close. Go back and find De Hua, and you can kiss him. He'll definitely be thrilled. Back to the mushroom house. Clean the caught fish simply, scale them, remove the innards, and slice the flesh into thin layers. Finally, place the fish bones along with the fillets into a pot and simmer. Didn't you say you couldn't cook any other fish? Well, that was naturally to prevent Mr. Huang Lei from always being lazy and making her cook instead. Before long, a fragrant aroma began to waft through the air, quickly filling the entire courtyard. Even the sleeping little white dog couldn't resist the aroma, drooling as it slept. Even the sleeping little white dog was so enticed by the aroma that it drooled while sleeping. We're back. Wow, this smells amazing. Xiao Yeye, didn't you say you couldn't cook any other fish? What's going on here? Huang Lei and He Jiong returned carrying quite a few things. As soon as Mr. Huang entered, he began to question Xiao Yeye. You still have the nerve to say that? You know I can't cook, yet you still made us cook today. What are you thinking? Aren't you afraid the guests will say our restaurant is taking advantage of its size? Huang Lei. You little moon, you've learned to turn the tables on me. Watching Long Xingyue kneading the dough, Huang Lei rubbed his eyes. It still seemed a bit blurry. Joan, take a look. Is Yeye getting prettier, or am I just getting old? Chapter 122, I'm known as the Little Songbook of Haikao. Chapter 122, I'm known as the Little Song Library of Haikao. Come on, look at how you're talking. My Yeye is always beautiful. Mister, he said, turning his head to look at Long Xingyue. Upon seeing her, he was also startled. She really does look even more beautiful. Those plump lips, those eyes, so lively and expressive. Huang Lei. This is how university professors are described. Just take a look. Can ordinary people compare? They had just sat down when Dahua and the others also came back. Yeye's expression grew even more grim. Zue kept muttering about bees, saying they were terrifying, even more terrifying than bamboo rats. I'll never eat honey again. I'll only eat braised pork knuckles, and pot-roasted pork. Seeing that the three of them seemed to have no issues, Lang Xingyue didn't say anything either. Wu Xuanyi was busy nearby, slicing bamboo shoots and preparing other side dishes. She added everything to the pot. The fish soup was almost done, and she busily added the freshly kneaded noodles to it. She also added a few drops of sesame oil. I chopped some cilantro and green onions and put them in separate bowls. Alright, it's time to eat. Let's all have a quick meal together. There's only this bowl of noodles. Cook the noodles in fish soup. In theory, it should be very fishy, but in practice, if done properly, the earthy fishy smell will be minimal, and it will actually be very fresh and flavorful. She placed the chopped scallions and cilantro on the table and then brought over the large pot of noodles. The white broth complemented the fish meat. Topped with a sprinkle of scallions, it looks so tempting that it makes your mouth water. Hey, Jeong, it looks like we'll have to tease Xiaoyu more often. Otherwise, she won't tell the truth. She made it so well, yet she insisted she could make squirrel fish. This little girl. Huang Lei muttered under his breath while reaching out to serve the soup. However, his hand was gently slapped by a small, pale hand. Looking up, he saw it was Long Xingyue. Huang Lei quickly withdrew his hand. You little girl, are you trying to cause trouble again? What's the matter now? Dodo might be watching. Go wash your hands. You're a teacher, aren't you? Mr. Huang and Mr. He, you two haven't washed your hands either, have you? You're such a child. I spoil you too much. Alright, I'll wash them. Poof. Cold Xingyue was right, but Huang Lei just couldn't bring himself to do it. This little girl really isn't giving her older brother any face at all. After washing his hands, he returned to the table, where the fish soup noodles had been prepared for him, topped with a thin layer of green onions and cilantro. This is more like it. Huang Lei's little annoyance instantly vanished, and instead of picking up his chopsticks to start eating, he took a sip of fish soup first. The taste was a bit bland. However, the flavor is rich and aromatic upon tasting. Among them, I also tasted a piece of fish meat cooked to perfection. It was so tender that it could be crushed with just a gentle bite. But the flavor is exquisite. While the soup is the main attraction, the bamboo shoots, fish slices, and other side dishes are even more important. It's like a grand performance. A spoonful of fish soup, followed by a large mouthful of fresh, fragrant, chewy, and smooth noodles. How could one word like refreshing possibly describe how I feel right now? When she took her first bite of the noodles she had made herself, Long Xingyue was speechless. To be honest, the dish she made most often was hand-pulled noodles. But it's never tasted this good before. What's going on? Looking at my hands. She placed her doubts on the 10 dance optimizations. Dance optimization is actually more about physical coordination and softening the body's various parts. This makes individual parts more sensitive and gives them a sense of life. Perhaps his technique has become more precise, and the dishes he prepares have improved in taste as well, who knows? Other than that, she couldn't think of a better explanation. Actually, there is something I need to tell you very seriously, Mr. Huang. I really can only make hand-pulled noodles. As for the rest, I can only try my best. The lunch today exceeded my own expectations. As for the braised pork and braised fish for dinner, please don't have too high hopes. Yeah, you're so humble. Exactly. I've been looking forward to the delicious braised pork tonight. Me too. I'm so eager to take you home right now. Long Xingyue. Why is it that when I tell the truth, no one believes me? Is there no trust between people? After lunch, everyone was resting here with a cup of tea in their hands. Only then did they have time to ask He Jiong. Mr. He, how is your kanjiing ship doing? I told you, it's not the kanjiing, it's the kanjiing. Cough. The name doesn't matter. What's important is that you'll be able to see it tonight. Before Mr. He could finish speaking, Huang Lei interrupted eagerly. Hey, I've got a great idea. Let's have a plane throwing competition this afternoon. I'll take the bet, but I have to drag someone else into someone to dance awkwardly with me tonight. Huang Lei said this, but his eyes were fixed on Long Xingyue. What does that mean? Does that mean I'm going to lose? You're joking, right? I'm the mighty warship Moon, how could I possibly lose? Cough, well, due to cooking, I won't participate. Everyone just have fun. The task I assigned earlier, now I have an excuse. Huang Lei silently stared at Long Xingyue. His eyes gradually widened. Yeah, you can't do this. You can't just leave your brother here alone. With you here, at least the two of us could dance a social dance or something. If you leave, you're clearly trying to make me look bad. Long Xingyue helplessly waved her hand. There's nothing I can do. I need to study tonight's menu carefully, and I'm very busy. I can't help Mr. Huang right now. It's really a pity, but it's okay. I won't participate. I still have my sister, right? She said, gently stroking Wu Xuani's hair. The young girl nodded her head vigorously. That's right, Mr. Huang, just leave it to me. If I lose, I won't let you lose face. I'll sing and you dance. I've already picked out the songs. Burn those calories, goodbye donuts, pearl milk tea. Alright, I appreciate your kindness, Xian, but this song is making me feel a bit tired. The calories aren't burning off. If we're going to collaborate, maybe we should sing a slower song instead. Slow down? Sure, I'm known as the little songbook of Haikao. I can sing anything. It's just a slow song, right? Listen, cough, you say zui bie do once, and then. Huang Lei hurriedly stopped her. Looking at the crowd, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, who's participating? Xian might not lose. I believe in her abilities. But in his heart, he added, mainly, I don't believe in myself. I wonder what kind of dance I'll come up with to the accompaniment of Zue Badudu. Chapter 123, the first paper airplane competition at the Mushroom House officially begins. Chapter 123, the first paper airplane competition at the Mushroom House officially begins. I, Plain Pang, am here to join the competition. And I, Tankhua, have come to join the battle. And I, Songying Jeong, have come to join the battle. He Laoshi also said, unwilling to be outdone. Xian looked around at everyone and said, me, Haikao Zyakuku, and Rocket Xian, were here to join the battle. Everyone looked at Ye and Mr. Huang, gesturing for them to shout out their nicknames and show off together. I am Hunan Yanzu, here to join the battle. Huang Lei. How can you be so shameless? Hunan has no shame? Why don't you just say you're from Puyang, known for its poor cuisine? You all have nicknames, so should I come up with one too? Huang Lei scratched his head with a smile. Cold Xingyue suddenly popped up behind him and said, you have one too, don't you? You're a wife-controlled man in the capital city. Put. He Jeong was the first to burst out laughing. Next came Dahu, Pang Peng, and Yeye. Mr. Huang's face turned pale. He turned to look at Long Xingyue. Reached out and gave her a playful tap on the head. If you were that stinky kid De Hua, I would have kicked you already. You little girl, what are you talking about? Who doesn't know my status at home, right, Jeong? He Jeong nodded solemnly and said, that's right. I can prove it. Don't say Mr. Huang is a pushover. At home, he's the boss. He does whatever he wants, wash dishes if he wants, cook if he wants. He scares his wife so much that she's too scared to move. When he has free time, he either goes shopping or stays home watching TV. Oh my, watching him makes me think Mr. Huang is too strict with his wife. Hoof. Huang Lei, exactly. Good friends for over 20 years, I never thought that Mr. He would treat him like this. Facing the child like that, he didn't even try to cover for himself. This is truly. Mr. He, what you're saying is a bit like jumping in the bathroom. Mr. He smiled at him. What do you mean? You're being too harsh. The two of them weren't really angry, everyone enjoyed watching these two old-timers banter. He Jeong smiled at him, and Huang Lei also smiled at himself. I actually think that after being so loving at home for so many years, there's nothing to be ashamed of. It's like being thirsty and finding a clear spring, perfect timing. What do you think? What is appropriate about that? All the respect I've worked so hard to build up has been ruined in an instant. But what he doesn't know is that the one throwing a tantrum yesterday was him. The six of them were ready. Taking advantage of the break, they began studying how to fold paper airplanes. Everyone is competing in this small courtyard. Anyway, no matter how you fold a paper airplane, it can't fly farther than this place, so competing here is really fast. He Jeong didn't bother to join in. Instead, he followed Leng Xingyue in clearing the dishes and utensils, setting them aside to cool. Mr. He, why not take this opportunity to give your kanji and kara tune up and change the oil? Cold Xingyue teased from the side. He Xingyue teased from the side. He Jeong shot her a disapproving glance. Are you kidding? Your teacher, he's Craggy Eagle, needs maintenance? Besides you, Mr. Huang, who else could be a match for my Craggy Eagle? I'm not bragging, but in the upcoming matches, I'll have it in the bag. Do you believe me? Alright, next up, we're about to hold the first ever The Life We Aspire to paper airplane competition. The participants in front of us are this year's contestants. First up is our very own Kanjiing Jeong and his plane, the Kanjiing. Please give them a warm round of applause. Cold Star Moon, the host, is now beginning the program introduction. Mr. He holds his own plane and waves at the camera with a touch of arrogance. Second, we have our outstanding Mr. Huang, known for being strictly controlled by his wife in Beijing, along with the fly swatter model of the airplane he's holding. Upon hearing this name, He Jeong remains silent, staring at Mr. Huang. What does it mean? Are you targeting me? A fly swatter? This is clearly the eagle, isn't it? Huang Lei rolled his eyes at Long Xingyue at that moment. Can't you take away this nickname of wife-controlled man of the capital from me? Now the old couple are at loggerheads. One is determined to drag Mr. He into it, while the other is thinking of having Mr. Huang perform an extremely sensational dance. I no longer bothered to intervene with the two of them. Cold Star Moon continued, alright, next up, please welcome the Mushroom House Brothers duo, Tan Kehua and Fei Jipang, making their dazzling debut. As soon as the two appeared, De Huang expressed his dissatisfaction to Long Xingyue, saying, yeah, why didn't you mention our plane's name? Are you looking down on our fighter jet? Long Xingyue. Alright, I do look down on you. Mainly because of the name you chose for yourself. Read it yourself. I'll read it. My fighter jet is called the Invincible Steel Wings Ultraman Spinning Cannon, thank you. Thank you. Pang Pang silently watched everyone. I tried to stop De Huagu, but it was no use. He told me that the longer the plane's name, the more powerful it would be. So, The viewers in the livestream watched Dahu's plane and couldn't help but show awkward expressions on their faces. What the heck? The Invincible Steel Wings Ultraman Mark Cannon? That sounds so powerful. The game is starting. I'm betting on Dawashing. No other reason the cannon is sure to win. I don't buy it, Mr. He's kanjiing. I'm betting on kanjiing, and I'll stake my future single life on it. Wow, you're really going all in up there? Alright, I'll take you up on that. If you win, I'll go home with you right away. I'm betting on Mr. Huan Lei's fly swatter to win. What's going on the third floor? Playing so big? I'll join in too. I'll bet on Peng Peng's airplane. If Peng Peng wins, the third floor has to come with me. By the way, is the third floor a guy or a girl? Are you asking me again? I'm a genuine little cutie, you know. Peng Peng's plane is unremarkable, but in the current situation, its lack of uniqueness has made it unusually eye-catching, and even its name is quite unremarkable. Peng Peng. Okay, next. Peng Peng? Xian held a pink airplane with a girly design and walked over with a smile. Next up, please welcome Haikao Zyakuku, Rocket Xian, and her airplane. Welcome. Long Xingyue stared at the name on the plane for a while. She couldn't pronounce it. However, Wu Xuanyi wrote it all on a paper airplane. On both sides of the plane, one side reads Xian, the other side reads Yu, with a heart-piercing arrow drawn in the middle. What does this girl mean by this? Such a blatant hint? Cough, Xian, your drawing of the lamb skewers is pretty good, huh? Chapter 124, The Art of Throwing Shoes. You've mastered it. Wu Xuanyi's face, which had been smiling moments ago, froze instantly. Mr. He and his students responded with enthusiastic laughter. Yeah, this is clearly an arrow through the heart. What are you talking about, lamb skewers? Take a closer look. Hey, Xian, it's the competition. Be careful, or I'll say you're using your beauty to seduce the judge. Tap her forehead. Finally, there was one more person who hadn't made an appearance yet. Alright, next up, please welcome Hunan's Wu Yanzu, Xiao Yeye, along with his fighter jet, the 5 rings. Xiao Yeye walked over with a confident smile, holding his paper airplane. Wu. Alright, thank you very much to Hunan Wu Yanzu for the performance. Thank you. Lang Xingyue immediately cut off the song and got straight to the point. She paid no attention to Yeye's resentful gaze. Mr. He, Mr. Huang, everyone, please quiet down. First, I will announce the reward for first place and the punishment for last place. The first place winner will receive imperial treatment today, including a special meal. Unfortunately, the last place winner will have to choose between awkwardly dancing with Mr. Huang Lei during dinner or dancing alone. The decision is yours. But that's not the main event. What Mr. He and the others didn't know was that she had secretly gone to discuss it with the director's team earlier. Actually, there's a main event coming up. Among the 6 of you, the top 3 who are farthest away will get to compete against the director's crew. I've already arranged it for every person you beat from the director's crew, you'll get $20 for living expenses. If you lose, you'll just have to treat Director Wang and the others to a small meal tonight. Mr. Huang, are you excited? Huang Lei had no idea there was such a great opportunity. He grinned widely, laughing happily. This instantly lifted his spirits. After all, his living expenses for 3 months were only 300 yuan. If he could beat all 3 members of the directorial team, that would be 60 yuan, wouldn't it? That's a huge expense. While he was happy, Huang Lei couldn't help but feel a bit resentful toward Lang Xingyue for not consulting him about such an important matter. Xingyue, your surprise was indeed quite big, but you're still too naive. Do you believe me? If you had brought me along to talk to old Wang, I would have gone there wearing my slippers, and he would have raised the price to 50 for one person. Do you believe me? Wang Dao's face turned dark. He thought to himself, from now on, when I sleep, I'll make sure to point my feet toward Huang Lei's direction. All you ever do is threaten them with your shoes. What credibility does this production team have left? Cold Xingyue smiled without speaking. At this moment, speaking would only offend both sides. It was better to let her beauty speak for itself. Everyone ready? I'll now announce the start of the first paper airplane competition for the life we aspire to. Let the competition begin. Whoosh, snap. Just shouted start. Dawa's invincible steel wings crashed. It seems that the quality of a name has absolutely no bearing on the performance of an aircraft. The second one to crash was Xuan's lamb skewer's flight, and of course, that name was chosen by Lang Xingyue herself, because it did indeed resemble it quite a bit. This plane, filled with pink and girly charm, collided with the Peng Peng flight, resulting in both crashing to the ground. Now only the 5 rings, the gray eagle, and the fly swatter are still flying. Xiao Yeye is pretty excited. His plane is swaying back and forth. Though it might not win first place, at least it won't come in last. The ultimate victory will come down to comparing Mr. He and Mr. Huang, the 2 old friends. The 2 of them are a case of love and hate. In the end, Huang Lei's fly swatter shot flew a tiny bit farther than He Lasher's eagle shot. He emerged victorious in this round. See, I told you so. I knew I'd end up dragging someone else into this with me. Now we've got someone who can sing and play the accompaniment. At least I'm not alone on this path of embarrassment anymore. Mr. Huang Lei patted Dahua on the shoulder with a satisfied smile. Although Dahua was a little disappointed, it didn't affect Mr. Huang's good mood. A loud name does indeed have a significant impact. Look at it before changing his name to Fly Swatter. He had never beaten Mr. He. Now, his combat effectiveness has skyrocketed. Wu Xuanyi, holding cold Xingyue's arm, seemed a bit unhappy. After all, her lamb skewers hadn't shown their full potential before colliding with Peng Peng's paper airplane. Holding Xuan's little hand, he comforted her. Now, please have the production team come over. Mr. Huang Lei, Mr. He, and Mr. Yu, whether we can make back today's expenses depends on you. Huang Lei and He Jiong exchanged a glance. The two quietly took out their paper airplanes. They scanned the mushroom house. Lung Xingyue immediately understood. She quietly handed each of them a small object. Wang Dao, though he noticed the three's unusual behavior, did not realize what they were doing. Cough, cough. Since there are no issues, let's begin. Everyone, please get ready. Ready, set, go. The three staff members from the director's team are still too inexperienced. Furthermore, once the scene began, they simply dropped the plane. At the same time, Ye's 5 Rings aircraft was also thrown out. Huang Lei and He Jiong exchanged glances, each holding a plane in their hands, which they immediately tore apart and crumpled into a ball. They placed the small stone that had been handed to them by Long Xingyue inside. He raised his hand and threw the crumpled paper into the sky. Oh my, it's clear that Mr. He and Mr. Yu's 2 planes are catching up. With this speed, they might just win the championship. Long Xingyue ignored their underhanded tactics. She continued to explain the current situation. Wang Dao couldn't help but sigh, such a good girl, ruined by Mr. Huang. Holding the 40 yuan handed to him by the director's crew, Huang Lei smiled so widely that the corners of his mouth nearly reached his ears. Today was truly an exciting day. I never expected that playing a game of throwing planes would earn me $40. That covers today's meat expenses. I've broken even. Alright, the first season of the paper airplane competition in the life we aspire to has officially come to an end. Let's go fishing. We common folk are truly happy today. Huang Lei placed 40 yuan into the mushroom-shaped piggy bank in the mushroom house, feeling much better, and even started singing while holding his fishing rod. Peng Peng, as they were about to leave, looked at Huang Lei with concern and said, Mr. Huang, don't forget that you have to dance tonight. We're just ordinary people. You ruined my good mood. I finally managed to forget about it, and now you've reminded me again. Turn around, take off your slippers, aim, and throw such a smooth sequence of movements. Someone with Mr. Huang Lei's build managed to do it all in one go. And it was executed with remarkable precision and force. When the shoe finally hit Peng Peng, Long Xingyue couldn't help but marvel at the precision of the throw. This shoe throwing technique must be mastered to perfection by you, sir. I am truly impressed. When it hit Peng Peng, Long Xingyue couldn't help but marvel at the precision of the strike. This art of throwing shoes must be mastered to perfection by you, sir. I am truly impressed. Chapter 125, This cat guarantees it with a cat food can. In the afternoon, Dahua took Peng Peng and Ye to the rice field to transplant rice seedlings. At the mushroom house, they had originally planned to take Xian strawberry picking. But the girl said it was too hot outside and she was all sweaty, so she insisted on taking a shower. Now she's in the bathroom, humming a song while taking a shower. Yeah, help me. Cold Star Moon had finally tidied everything up and just sat down when Xian started shouting. Alright, I heard you. What's wrong with this girl? The bathroom door opened a small crack and Xuan's little hand reached out and beckoned to her. Cold Xingyue looked at the camera behind her. He instinctively stepped back 2 steps while pausing the recording. She finally stepped to the bathroom door and looked at the shy little girl. Yeah, I forgot to bring my change of clothes. Could you help me out? It's an emergency. I'll remember your kindness. Cold Star Moon. She had intended to say, just make do with what you're wearing now. But her conscience wouldn't let her. Alright, I'll help out if I can. Her suitcase is in the guest room. Today, Ye seems to be sleeping in the same room as Mr. He and the others. Walking into the guest room, the cameraman wasn't an idiot. If he filmed the girl's privacy, he'd be asking for trouble. They've gone out to the courtyard to rest. Upon entering the room, he opened Xuan's suitcase. Adhering to the 3 principles of do not look at what is improper, do not think about what is improper, and do not do what is improper, she randomly picked out a set and hurriedly handed it over. This young woman has always had a heart that craves fashion. Perhaps it is because I am too conservative. In a previous life, wasn't there a female celebrity who was still abroad, sunbathing on the beach in some way? Times have changed, and her mindset isn't as closed off as it used to be. Of course, that's only when it comes to others. As for herself, well, let us just leave it at that. He neatly folded the scattered clothes and put them away. He went downstairs and gently knocked on the bathroom door. Then, he handed her the clothes he was holding. Xian took them and looked at Ye with a hint of apology. Says, thank you so much. Should I help you wash them? Bang. The clothes were delivered, and Long Xingyue immediately shut the door. She didn't care what the girl might say next. You really don't know how deep this society is until you're a woman. Female perverts are actually more numerous than male ones, and every one of them is fixated on her beauty. Sigh, who can blame me for being born so beautiful? There's no one in the living room. He cautiously looked out into the courtyard again. Wang Dao and the others were having lunch and resting. He quietly returned to his own room. Her arm flickered backward. Her feet were positioned in a graceful, asymmetrical pattern, and without meaning to, she had inadvertently struck a pose reminiscent of Chang'e flying to the moon. Now, her limbs and waist were no longer as stiff as before, and her mind was filled with numerous dance movements. Next, she tried to perform the dance from Jiangxi province, gently moving her neck. The point work of ballet. And the mechanical style of street dance. After experimenting with everything, I finally figured out that the 10 key points of dance optimization are essentially based on ancient court dances. As for other dances, I have only just begun to learn them. Now, the vast amount of information in my mind merely paints a picture of the once magnificent court dances. Perhaps with some effort, I might even become the Zhao Fian of modern times. Lung Xingyue's hands moved gracefully like water sleeves, dancing continuously, her posture light and graceful, resembling a delicate swallow in flight. The entire sequence was dreamlike and ethereal, transforming the room into a beautiful painting with an enigmatic rhythm. It also resembles the moon goddess Chang'e, about to ascend to the moon. So that heaven itself draws the curtain. In my previous life, I was just a straight-laced guy. Now, I have become a woman of delicate beauty and grace, seemingly alluring yet strong-willed, which truly makes one marvel at how unpredictable life can be. Just as she was lost in her own thoughts, she caught a glimpse out of the corner of her eye of a small furry ball crawling nearby, its eyes half closed and its little paws curled up sweetly. Cold Star Moon. Oh no, the secret's out. I thought no one was here, so I started dancing on my own, only to be discovered. Well, I guess you're right. There was no one here, but there was a chatty cat. Should I kill the cat to keep it from talking? Seeing Long Xingyue glaring at it, Xiao Bai, sensing danger from his wild instincts, sprang to his feet. His two little paws flapped rapidly. Meow meow, good, good. Master's dance is like that of a fairy, truly beautiful. Seeing Long Xingyue walking toward it, Xiao Bai grew increasingly afraid of Miao. Oh, don't worry, I won't tell the lantern Andes that the master can dance. Really? Holding the little one, Long Xingyue asked from above. Meow, this Meow uses cat food as collateral. That's good. He ruffled the little guy's fluffy head. He placed it back in its nest. Turned around to open the door and leave. The door opened just then. As the door opened, a figure appeared, but slipped and fell. He wasn't paying attention and fell right into her arms. When he caught the faint scent of shower gel in her hair, Yeah sighed in relief, knowing who it was. Fortunately, she had managed to catch her, otherwise she might have fallen badly. Seeing Xuanxuan's luggage placed at her own door, Lung Xingyue felt a chill run down her spine. She didn't show any expression on her face, lowering her head to look at her, who was clinging to her like a little kitten. Aren't you getting up yet? Let me hold you. Cough cough, thank you, yeah. If it weren't for you, I might have fallen just now. Looking down at Shen Shen, I saw the girl walking toward me with her bare, white feet, as delicate as jade, on the floor. It was a miracle she didn't slip. Fearing she might slip again, Lung Xingyue wrapped his arms around her waist and pulled her close. He lifted her up and placed her on the carpet in his own room. Where are your slippers? Not caring about the girl's flushed face, she frowned and asked. Perhaps because she saw that Lung Xingyue was a bit upset, Shen Shen blushed and lowered her head in embarrassment. Her little mouth puckered slightly. Her index fingers pointed at me. I had just finished taking a shower and stepped on the dog's poop when I went out. I didn't know if it was little H or little O who did it. What a naughty little thing. Cold Star Moon. How about that, Shen Shen? She really has good luck. So far, no one has stepped on these two little guys' poop. She's the only one who won the jackpot. No wonder. If it were me, I probably wouldn't wear shoes either. Just as she was about to speak again, she noticed Shen Shen staring at her with those big, sparkling eyes. It was her first time resting in an unfamiliar place, and she was feeling a bit scared. Chapter 126. Where can we put our old faces now? I don't want it. Do all the girls in your rocket squad talk like that? It's so cheesy. Lung Xingyue rubbed her arms. How cute, I can't do that. Shen Shen looked at her. Her feet were moving back and forth. Sister, yeah, Xiaoyu sleeps with you too. That girl sleeps like a little koala, but I don't. I won't disturb you at all. Shu Yu and I have to share a room because there's no other option. Su Zhang and Wang Laoshe are staying in the guest room, but this time, we've cleared out the guest room for you. You. Turn to look at your own bed. Shen Shen was already hugging the blanket and starting to snore. Seeing her posture while hugging the blanket, it was almost identical to Yang Chaoyu's. She was a koala, but what was she doing? A koala? You little girl, it seems you've made up your mind. Cold Xingyue sat beside them. He reached out to cover the exposed skin, hurriedly pulling her clothes over to shield her. Sigh. As soon as she uttered that sigh, Xian immediately opened her eyes, sat up, and hugged Lung Xingyue. Yeah, Jia, in that sigh, I heard your helplessness and your love for me. This kid has some nerve. There's no helping it, but since you like him, fine. Stay here tonight. I'm really scared of you. If 2 more girls from the Rocket Girls come over, I'm afraid my bed won't be big enough for all of you. Seeing that she agreed, Xian excitedly wrapped her arms around Lung Xinyue's neck. Before she could resist, he kissed her on the cheek. He kissed her several times to express his excitement. Lung Xingyue actually wanted to bring the other half of her face closer, but after thinking about it, she ultimately held back. Dignity, she must maintain her dignity. Can you hold it together a bit more? You're a goddess in front of your online fans, but here you're acting like a child. She almost started to doubt whether she had some kind of dumbing down aura. Xian just shrugged it off with a smile. That was simply her nature. She tended to be more reserved around strangers, but when she was with someone she liked, she became more lively and carefree. Cold Xingyue doesn't have any dumbing down aura. However, ever since Yang Chaoyu returned to the Rockets, the girls of the top-tier group have all been highly praising Lung Xingyue. Especially with Yang Chaoyu constantly praising his own Yu Jie sister Yu for how wonderful she is. This made her close friends curious. Now that she had actually met her, whether it was her personality, her demeanor, or her appearance, there was nothing she could say. Being able to have such a person as her older sister naturally made her happy. If the initial closeness was due to Yang Chaoyu, then everything that followed was entirely her own doing. That said, given the opportunity to share a room with such an older sister, how could she possibly let such a chance slip away? Don't even think about it, it's impossible. Let's just use Mr. Yu's build as an excuse and have him sleep in the guest room instead, so he doesn't take up 2 beds by himself. Everyone would end up sleeping uncomfortably. Sacrificing one person, Cold Star Moon, to ensure a peaceful night for the entire mushroom house, how wonderful. Yeah, Jia, you're just a bit old-fashioned. We girls often use physical affection to show how close we are. Actually, I also want to thank you for talking to Jean Jia and allowing Chaoyu to return to the Rocket Girls. Everyone wanted to come, but unfortunately, due to work commitments, I had to come and thank you on their behalf. Don't worry about it. Chaoyu is my younger sister, and she doesn't want to leave you either. I just did you a favor. Maybe your company also considered this, so there's no need for me to say more. She'll stay for a while. Xian looked at Lung Xingyue. Her eyes held a hint of confusion. Suddenly, I felt that you were so handsome, especially when you spoke, not arrogant or timid, yet full of tenderness. No wonder Chaoyu likes you so much. Her compliment made Lung Xingyue feel a bit embarrassed. It's okay to compliment me a bit more. I'll get used to it. Pulling her out of the room, the 2 of them carried their baskets and went strawberry picking. When they came down, they saw Yeye looking nervous. He imitated Dahua Pengping's manner and went barefoot onto the ground. But with that first step, you never know what you might step on. There might be an eel swimming by right under your feet. It might give you a start. Just as the 2 women went downstairs, Yeye suddenly shouted out. Oh my goodness, something just touched me. Could it be a snake? Peng looked completely speechless. He wiped the sweat off his forehead with the back of his hand and looked at Yeye. Yuge, it's all just mud. How could there be a snake? Don't scare yourself. You must have stepped on an eel. Isn't there everything in your land? What about you? If I say eel, can you catch one right away? Yeye muttered as he planted rice seedlings. With that kick, he froze again. He reached down and felt along his leg toward his feet. Then he suddenly pulled it out. Bang! Wow, it really is an eel, and it's as long as an arm. Such a big eel is quite rare. Wow, Uncle Yu, you're so skilled. Peng hurried over to him, looking at the yellow eel in Yu's hand with envy. That's... Who's your older brother? The Wu Yanzu of Hunan? A mere eel isn't worth mentioning. Peng, you take it first. I'll wait a moment. Despite catching such a large eel, he was very happy. But he wouldn't allow himself to eat the legs. They're still trembling now. From a distance, Lung Xingyue held Xuan's hand and looked at Yeye. The 2 of them laughed so hard they were bending over, but they didn't go over to disturb them. If this moment passed, Yeye might feel embarrassed. By the time the 2 of them entered the strawberry greenhouse, the sky had grown dark, and it seemed like it could start raining heavily at any moment. The weather, after all, is unpredictable. On the lake island, Huang Lei and He Jiong finally had a chance to truly relax together, fully immersing themselves in their current fishing endeavor. For this reason, they had come all the way to this lake island. Though they might not catch any fish, at least the scenery was beautiful, the climate was comfortable, and it was the perfect place to rest and unwind. Ah, I've got a bite. After a while, the 2 finally caught 2 fish. And they were both about the size of a palm. Because they were too small, Mr. Huang put them back. Red braised fish can't be cooked like this. I've been sitting here for nearly an hour, and aside from enjoying the pleasant scenery and the gentle breeze, I haven't felt anything else. Fishing is something I'm not very good at, though I do enjoy it. Mr. He, I think maybe we should head to the pond early and catch a couple of fish. Otherwise, where will we put our old faces? Chapter 127. This lake always hides some secrets. He Jeong didn't seem to care. He thought to himself, anyway, you're just an old man. Tonight, you're going to lose all your dignity. Why bother caring about your dignity now? Before he could speak, he suddenly noticed a middle-aged man fishing at a nearby rock outcrop. Just then, the man lifted his fishing rod, which was holding a grass carp weighing at least a pound. Ha! That guy looks familiar. Mr. Huang, do you recognize him? Following He Jeong's finger, Huang Lei looked over. Furrowing his brows in thought, he finally realized, hey. Isn't that the tavern owner who bought the monthly strawberries? I didn't expect him to be here too, and he even caught such a big fish. Hey, why don't we go over and strike up a conversation and buy it from him? The idea was good, but unfortunately, just as Mr. Huang finished speaking, Wang Huanzi removed the grass carp from the hook and examined it carefully. Seeming to find nothing of interest, he reluctantly released the fish back into the lake and continued fishing. With the gentle breeze blowing, he occasionally took a few hearty sips. It looks quite carefree. Oh, how could you release it back into the wild? What a pity, such a pity. The two had no intention of bothering Wang Huanzi. They were just trying to catch a few fish, and Huang Lei and He Jeong were both holding their breath in anticipation. Little did they know that the sky was gradually growing dark. The boatman who had been accompanying Huang Lei and the others fishing saw the sky and couldn't help but shake his head. Turned to look at Mr. Huang Lei. The weather is getting bad today. It looks like a heavy rain is coming soon. We should head back early. Though this lake is calm, a heavy rain could still be dangerous. Wait a little longer, old man. It's only 3:40 now. Can you give me another 20 minutes? The sky isn't completely dark yet, so there shouldn't be any major issues. I can't go back empty-handed, can I? Not catching any fish is one thing, but I have several younger relatives waiting for me to return with a full catch. I can't possibly lose face in front of them, can I? The old man sighed helplessly. He could only take a few raincoats from the boat, just in case. He Jeong, however, was intrigued by the tavern owner who was closely associated with Lang Xingyue. After all, this man was a major client of their mushroom house. Those strawberries are counting on him to buy them. Old man, the tavern owner, why are you giving back the fish you caught? Are all the villagers here so refined now? He Jeong's words made the old man in charge of the boat give a wry smile. He's always like this. In our village, there are only two eccentric old men like him. The other one is the old village chief from the east end of the village. He's a master at fishing, but every time he catches a fish here, he releases it back into the water. Later, he even stopped using a fishing rod with a hook. Instead, he just takes a willow branch, ties some bait to it, and says he wants to catch the fish that remind him of his youthful days. You tell me, how can this old man live like this every day? Speaking of which, the old boatman actually laughed, indicating that he and the village elder must have a good relationship. However, when he looked at Wang Huanji, his expression grew solemn. Shaking his head, he sighed regretfully, this young man. He's fishing to find something. Back in our village, he was quite famous because he was a college graduate and had made something of himself. After graduation, he didn't go out to make a living but returned here to open a small tavern. At that time, he had a young woman by his side, and the thing he was searching for was something she had lost here. Later, for some reason, the young woman parted ways with him. The young man fell silent for 2 months and left the village for nearly 2 months. When he returned, he was a completely different person. Now, he can even get drunk from drinking water. No one knows what kind of blow he must have suffered. In a live streaming room, listening to the boss's words, everyone was discussing it heatedly. There were all sorts of opinions. It must be a woman. She's into money and left him for someone richer. The guy went out looking for someone else and got hurt, so he came back like this. Hey, you upstairs, why are you accusing the woman of cheating? Can't you look for reasons on your own side first? Men who just drink all day long, what's the point of them? Alright, stop arguing. I think this matter is quite straightforward. Didn't you hear what the boss said earlier? The two of them had already separated. If it was truly because he despised poverty and loved wealth, then he wouldn't still be searching for something at this point. Mr. He didn't ask any further questions about this matter, and the old captain seemed to know only that much. The fishing rod in Huang Lei's hand twitched slightly. With a quick flick of his wrist, a large fish was suddenly reeled in. Before we could even get excited. On the other side, there was a thud. Wang Huanji somehow fell into the lake. Huang Lei and He Jeong saw this and didn't even bother with the fish they were holding. They dropped the big fish and rushed over. They grabbed Wang Huanji's arm, followed by He Jeong and the director behind them, and pulled him out of the lake. Raindrops began to fall on his head. Wang Huanzi wiped the water droplets from his face. He stood up and bowed to Huang Lei and the others in gratitude. Thank you all for your help. Actually, I can swim. I just panicked a bit earlier and caused everyone trouble. Seeing the rain, the old man looked at him. Xiao Wang, give it up. The lake is so big. How could you possibly find that tiny earring in it? Wang Huanzi seemed unconvinced by the old man's persuasion. He twisted his clothes, but found it too troublesome, so he took off his short-sleeved shirt and draped it over his shoulders. Uncle Wu, please don't try to talk me out of it. I must find this earring no matter what. It's the last thing Xiao Qiu left me. You're such a child. Sigh. The old man turned to look at Huang Lei and the others. He had originally planned to send these distinguished guests from the village away first. However, as another boat slowly approached and two elegantly dressed figures, holding umbrellas, stepped out and strolled through the rain like fairies, he suddenly froze in surprise. Seeing that there were cameramen following them, the old man immediately understood and said nothing, standing quietly to the side. Huang Lei, seeing the old man like this, also turned to look behind him. Cold Xing Yue and Xian Xian, the two young ladies, walked over holding several umbrellas. Looking at the sky, it looks like it's going to rain. I brought umbrellas for you, and raincoats for the cameraman. Put them on quickly so you don't catch a cold. The cameraman took the raincoat she handed him, smiled shyly, and quickly put it on. He also covered the camera with a raincoat. When the umbrella was handed over, she finally noticed that Wang Huanji was bare-chested. This guy, with water streaking down his face, looked utterly disheveled, but his eyes were filled with a determined gleam. Hey, long time no see, drunkard boss. Is the wine in your flask not enough, so you came here to drink your fill? Chapter 128, There's nothing difficult in this world for those who are determined. Chapter 128, Nothing in this world is impossible for those who are determined. Wang Huanzi couldn't help but laugh. Actually, Huang Lei and He Jiong didn't really want Long Xing Yue to get too close to this tavern owner. After all, once you get too involved with a tavern owner, those unscrupulous journalists will inevitably write some kind of CP scandal, even if it's false, just to smear your reputation. Sometimes, in this circle, there are no lies, only words that blur the lines between truth and fiction. You don't believe it, he doesn't believe it, but there will always be someone who thinks there's more to the story. That's how it works in this circle. 3 people can make a tiger, but in this place, the focus isn't on 3 people, it's on 300, 3,000, or even 30,000 people. The current cold star moon is like a young sapling in the hands of him and Huang Lei. They truly don't want her to endure any hardships. This girl has it so tough. He had a basic understanding of what had happened. During this time, Wang Huan didn't say a single word. Only at the very end, when Mr. He asked everyone to leave, he turned to Long Xing Yue and said, "Strawberries, still for sale? Yes, I'll sell them to you tomorrow. Yes, I'll bring them over tomorrow." She turned and smiled, and in that smile, it seemed as though the raindrops had come to a halt. Once a decision has been made, it must be carried out. Having a goal is no easy feat, and no matter what lies ahead, since you have chosen this path, you must be prepared to dedicate your life to it. No one agreed with his idea. They all thought Wang Huanji was wasting his time, doing something pointless. Why close a thriving tavern and insist on fishing for earrings here? However, Long Xingyue's words were like a flickering candle being reignited, giving him new hope. "If you weren't a girl, I'd really like to have a drink with you, but alas." The two said nothing. As Huang Lei was packing up his fishing net, he unexpectedly discovered that the fish was still inside. It hadn't escaped at all. Earlier, he had thrown the fish back into the lake to save someone, but he never expected it wouldn't escape. The rain was getting heavier and heavier. On the boat, everyone watched Wang Huanji sitting on the rocks, silently fishing in the pouring rain. Each had their own thoughts. Perhaps most people think he is a lunatic. But to Long Xingyue, everything about him makes perfect sense. Perhaps it was a mutual admiration between men, or perhaps it was because he could empathize with the pain he had once endured, just as he had. He felt a sense of sympathy toward him. Now that he had many friends and relatives around him, he gradually began to feel better, but he could never leave this place. On the way back, Mr. He and Huang Lei were still discussing that person's affairs in the rain. As they talked, the conversation eventually turned to Long Xingyue. Yeah, do you know about the tavern owner's situation?" She shook her head. "How could we tear open someone else's wounds? We just need to know that he's a big customer of Mushroom House." Huang Lei agreed with her words. The rain was getting heavier. A few people returned to the Mushroom House with muddy footprints. Dahua and the others had already returned and were currently bathing in the bathroom. Yeye and Peng Peng have changed into clean clothes. In the courtyard house, they wiped their hair. Seeing them return, he couldn't help but look at the two women first. Unfortunately, their clothes weren't wet. What a pity that it started raining today. But it's not so bad, at least it will cool us down a bit. Yeah, why don't you go cook dinner? It's already past 4 o'clock, so it should be ready by 6 or 7. Lang Xingyue's shoes were wet, so she had to hang them aside and put on a pair of sandals. Alright, then Peng Peng can help me tend the fire. Mr. He and Mr. Huang, why don't you two go take a shower or drink some hot water to warm up first? Xian Xian had originally planned to help, but was stopped by Mr. He. Xian Xian, wait a moment. I need to talk to you about something. I wonder what Mr. He is up to. She obediently returned to her seat and sat down properly. Similarly, Mr. He called Dahu and Pangplang back as well. Seeing his extremely serious expression, they feared that something bad might happen. Mr. He, what's wrong? Xian asked suspiciously. Teacher, he glanced at her. He thought to himself, don't you get it? All of you are the losers of today's game. I called you here to discuss the next task. This time, it's not just De Hua and Mr. Huang. The two of you are tied for second to last place, so you also need to put on a performance. As for what it is, you two can decide for yourselves. Whether it's a comedy sketch, a song, or a dance performance, you must come up with something. Xian sighed in relief. She hurriedly patted her chest. Oh my goodness, you scared me to death. I thought you were trying to set us up. Look at how you scared me. He Jiong. Pang glanced sideways at Wu Xuanyi, sizing her up from head to toe. You think you're so great? My goal is a woman like Ye Jia. You're not even close. Xian shot him a similarly disdainful glance. She said bluntly, Sister Ye, I advise you to give it up. Sister Ye is a treasure among us women. You men should choose other girls. Don't even think about a goddess like Sister Ye. Cold Xingyue heard this in the kitchen, but she was speechless. A treasure for all women? That makes me sound like a sanitary pad. The two of them were arguing fiercely. Pang and she were in the kitchen, crouching there, stoking the fire while discussing the performance that Mr. He was most looking forward to. Daho and Mr. Huang were also busy. Since it could boost ratings, they were willing to go all out. What's the point of saving face? Just go for it. While cleaning the fish that Mr. Huang had caught, he slit open its belly and found a silver earring lying quietly inside. Xiaobai suddenly appeared out of nowhere, jumped onto her shoulder, and whispered in Cold Star Moon's ear, Meow? This fish seems to be a gift from the Fish King of the lake. It looks like you're in luck today, master. Oh? She didn't know what kind of luck she had stumbled upon, but the silver earring inside the fish's belly made her smile indifferently. She had always believed in the saying, there's nothing too hard for those who are determined, and this earring was the best proof of that. It seemed that Wang Huanji's reign hadn't been in vain. Yeah, can you do me a favor? Xian suddenly ran over, looking pitifully at her. She quietly tucked the silver earring in her hand away, making sure they didn't see it. She turned her head to look at Xian. What's wrong? How about we sing together during dinner later, and make Pang, that fat guy, dance? What did you just say? Yeah, can you do me a favor? No way. Chapter 129, Not everyone riding a white horse is a prince. Oh my, Sister Ye. As she was talking, the girl started to act spoiled. It's really puzzling why the prettier a girl is, the more she seems to enjoy acting spoiled. However, when it comes to being spoiled, girls like Wu Xuanyi are truly a different league. She and Yang Chao, you are both incredibly beautiful women. This little face, if it weren't for the fact that she's looking at herself and has built up some resistance, it would be hard to withstand. It's not that I don't want to help you, but your sister can't sing in tune. I really can't help you. You're forcing me to reveal my weakness. This child is really something not cute at all. Cold Star Moon sings off key. Yeah, anyway, that's what Tong Liang said. But I guess there shouldn't be any major issues now. If she hadn't planned to perform more on the Masked Singer show, she wouldn't have been able to contain her excitement and would have already shown off her singing voice. Why would she be here enduring this? Sister, I'm sorry. Yes, sister. I didn't know you sang off key before. Otherwise, I wouldn't have told you about this. After learning this, Wu Xuanyi felt a bit nervous, afraid that Long Xingyue would think she was intentionally mocking her. She wasn't that petty. It's just a matter of singing off key. It's no big deal. Besides, that's all in the past. Nowadays, she sings, dances, and plays basketball. She may not be an expert, but she's good enough to impress anyone. Oh, look at you, you're so scared. I wasn't trying to blame you. Look at yourself. In the brief moment I was distracted, Wu Xuanyi's eyes had already turned red. It seemed as though she was truly afraid that her offhand words might hurt her. Cold Xingyue hurriedly reached out to rub her face, signaling that she wasn't angry. From Yang Chaoyu to Wu Xianyi, these two girls are really pure-hearted. After much persuasion, we finally managed to calm her down. She realized she wasn't actually angry, and finally broke into a smile. That evening, everyone was seated in the hall. When Long Xingyue brought out the two dishes, braised fish and braised pork, their expressions clearly showed how eagerly they were anticipating tonight's dinner. However, having prepared these two dishes according to the recipe given to her by Mr. Huang, she had already secretly tasted them herself. The flavor wasn't bad, but it was surprisingly ordinary. For her, this was a significant breakthrough, but it seemed that Ye and the others had set their expectations a bit too high for these two dishes today. Wow, these two dishes smell so good. Dahua was born abroad, so naturally he hasn't had much experience with braised pork. Now, upon seeing these two dishes that looked so appetizing, he was naturally the most excited. Yeah, I couldn't wait any longer. He picked up his chopsticks, didn't even take a bite for himself, and first served some into the bowls of Mr. He and Mr. Huang. Then he served Dahu and Pangpeng, making sure everyone had a piece before carefully picking one for himself and placing it in his mouth. Perhaps it was due to the exhaustion from today's activities. This dish of braised pork was so delicious that he almost shed tears of joy. Delicious. Cold sister is a great cook, she'd make a good wife. Oh, right, I have a younger brother, Yaya had barely started speaking when everyone shot him a glance. Those glances were filled with murderous intent. It made him choke on the words he was about to say. He swallowed it all down with his rice. With your big face? Your brother's face probably isn't much smaller. How could you possibly marry your brother? What are you thinking? Everyone's thoughts were surprisingly in unison. It feels like we didn't do much today. The day just flew by, right? Heejong said this with a sigh as he was halfway through his meal. Huang Lei nodded. Actually, time is a strange thing. The more you pay attention to it, the slower it seems to pass. The less you care about it, the faster it slips away. It's really quite peculiar. When the topic turned to time, everyone fell silent. Seeing that the atmosphere had become oppressive, Cold Xingyue suddenly spoke up. On this matter, I am actually the most qualified to speak. Back when I was in middle school, I used to look forward to 4:30 p.m. so I could get out of class on time. Later, I was so desperate that I started counting on my seat. A class was 40 minutes long, and there were 60 seconds in a minute. I kept counting back and forth. At that time, it felt like such a torture. However, as she spoke, she couldn't help but laugh herself. Perhaps that was the most carefree time of her life. Huang Lei gave her a disapproving look and teased, "You little girl, you're just a typical troublemaker." At the same time, looking at the camera, he hurriedly clarified, "Everyone, please don't follow Yaya's example. Her grades have never dropped below the top 3 in school. Even when she sleeps, the teachers don't bother her. But those underachievers don't follow their example, or else when you look back at this show about the life you once aspired to, you'll blame us for corrupting you." Everyone was amused by Mr. Huang's words. The atmosphere relaxed considerably. Xian picked a piece of fish without bones for Long Xingyue. She smiled as she watched everyone. "I remember when I was a child, I used to do such things. But back then, I was young, and my studies were still decent. I would secretly read novels about love behind my mother's back. At that time, I hoped that one day a Prince Charming would come and take me away." As I spoke, I couldn't help but blush a little, looking like a shy young girl. "Wow, Wu Xuani, you're so beautiful. Goddess, I'm coming for you. I'll ride my white horse to find you right away. They're talking about a prince. You up there, do you have the standard features of a prince?" Seeing her like this, Cold Xingyue suddenly delivered a final blow. Not everyone riding a white horse is a prince, it could also be Tang Sanzang. Pang is drinking water right now. However, upon hearing Cold Xingyue's words, "Put," the saliva sprayed directly onto Dahu's face. Dahu looked at him with an expression of helplessness. His anger seemed to be subsiding. This is my brother, calm down, calm down. Sis, we're on the same side. How could you say that to your dear sister?" Right after dinner, Xian leaned against her shoulder. Her face was full of smiles as she swayed her slender, long legs. Seeing that she had only eaten half a bowl of rice, she had been busy for half an hour, all the while picking fish bones out of her own food. She couldn't help but feel a little sorry for the girl. Being a celebrity these days is no easy feat. Especially for someone like her, who's a goddess-level celebrity. She has to maintain her figure at all times. Cough, Mr. Huang, can we perform now?" Heejong had brewed a pot of tea and was silently watching Huang Lei and the man named Dahu beside him. The two exchanged a glance and eventually sighed. Well, it seems like there's no escaping it. Chapter 130, The Pang Duo. Cough. Next, please enjoy Katyusha, performed by Huang Lei, with accompaniment by Dehua. Mr. He is serving as the host. There were only 2 people in the audience, Lan Xingyue and Yaya. In the end, Mr. Huang still didn't dance awkwardly. In the living room, he sang a world-famous song, Katyusha. As pear blossoms bloomed across the horizon and gentle veils of mist drifted over the river, Katya stood on the steep bank, her voice as bright as the spring sunshine. Katyusha stands on the steep bank, her voice like the bright spring sunshine. After all, Mr. Huang is a professional singer by training. This world-famous piece was child's play for him. Just a quick vocal warm-up is enough to show that he truly has the talent. Although he has since switched careers to acting, his foundational skills remain intact, and he sings beautifully. Looking at Mr. Huang, Long Xingyue couldn't help but think of the task that Yaya had entrusted to her earlier. That song she couldn't recall ever hearing it before. However, I've been very busy these past 2 days and haven't had a chance to visit Yaya. It seems like I need to find an opportunity to pay her a visit and see how she's doing. While I'm there, I'll give her the song I've been working on so she can experience a bit of the heavenly music from another world. In the end, Mr. Huang even threw in a high note. He brought the song to a higher pitch and then stopped. This left a higher position for Peng Peng and Xianxian, the two members of the next group. If they can't get it, it'll be embarrassing. I guess Huang Lei did it on purpose. The purpose was to make the two of them slightly inferior to the other two, thereby preserving the face of the elder. A win-win situation, pretty good. But who knew that Xianxian walked up to the stage with a mysterious smile on her face, while Peng Peng brought over a small table at the same time. Everyone glanced at Ye, then turned their attention to the two of them. They stepped forward and bowed first. Then, Xianxian finally spoke up. Actually, we were originally planning to sing, but then we thought about it and realized that if the two of us sang, wouldn't that be taking away Mr. He's livelihood? Peng Peng immediately chimed in, exactly. Everyone knows how well Mr. He sings GZ Huakai. If he were acting, he'd outshine Mr. Huang in no time, right? Yeah, so what? So, we just glanced at Ye, cleared our throats, and started telling jokes. Sigh. Ye didn't mind, but seeing them telling jokes, he found it quite novel. He started to cheer them on. It's definitely easy to offend Ye, isn't it? The little joke at the beginning was well done. Cold Xingyue didn't know the criteria for evaluation, but since Mr. He and the others were all laughing, it meant that, for now, it was still considered decent. However, the subsequent back-and-forth exchange felt a bit stiff. In the end, everyone gave it a unanimous thumbs up. After all, it was freshly ground, so it was already quite good. After all four of them finished their performances, everyone looked at Ye and Ye, the duo that had formed over the past 2 months. I noticed that the two of you make a pretty good pair. Ye and Ye, you're the Peng Peng duo. Huang Lei joked playfully. Peng Peng. Peng Peng duo, 4 months old. Everyone has expressed their opinions. Mr. He is also the host. Why don't you two form the Peng Peng duo and put on a performance? Ye looked eager to try, turning to look at Lang Xingyue. He asked nervously, Sister Lang, why don't we go up and try? I'll take you with me. She chuckled to herself, guessing that Ye had gotten the urge to perform stand-up comedy again. To satisfy the guest's request, she stood up and followed Ye to the front of the stage. Ye naturally took his place at the comedian's spot. However, he was pushed into the table by Lang Xingyue. Today, let me try this position. You should give me more support. Seeing that she was trying to be funny right off the bat, Ye actually got into it. Can you do it? This isn't easy. Sure, just give me a hand, you goo. It's just for fun, no big deal. Seeing that she had said that, you didn't bother arguing further. The two of them bowed to Mr. Huang and the others. Yu bowed slightly. But little did anyone know that Lang Xingyue, standing nearby, bowed deeply, her expression solemn, as if something terrible had happened. Hey, why are you bowing so deeply? Isn't this just being polite? Lang Xingyue felt she hadn't done anything wrong and looked at him with a frown. A bow is enough to show our manners. Too much is unlucky, you know? The next moment, Lang Xingyue's eyes widened, and she reached up to cover her mouth. She looked at Yu. Is it that amazing? Yeah. You're actually copying me. When everyone saw that Lang Xingyue was imitating Ye's classic moves so perfectly, they all started laughing. To be honest, these moves really depend on who does them. When little Yu does them, they're just cute and funny, but when the cold goddess does them, they're genuinely adorable, so cute it makes your heart melt. Sigh, there's no comparison, and no harm done. Looking at Yuji's face, it's almost purple like an eggplant. I guess he's realized his own shortcomings. Yugu, don't cry. Get up and keep going. After all, you've performed stand-up comedy on the same stage as the cold goddess. Just for that, I've gone from being a fan to just a casual observer. How dare you perform on the same stage as my cold goddess? I'm so jealous. Sigh, the person above is crazy again. Ye felt a little embarrassed. Seeing her like this, I scratched my head awkwardly. Was I like this before? Cold Xingyue remained silent, but Peng Peng, He Laosher, and the others all spoke in unison, yes. Hey, you guys are really leaving. Ye turned to leave, but was pulled back by Lang Xingyue. The guy seemed a bit upset and turned around to hug Lang Xingyue. However, he was scolded into submission by her stern glance. Cough, let's continue. This is my first time performing a comedy routine with Mizu, and to be honest, I'm incredibly excited. As for why I'm excited, to be honest, it's because I finally don't have to listen to the 5-ring song anymore. As soon as Lang Xingyue said that, Mr. Huang and the others immediately started to cheer. Hey! Thank you all for your encouragement and support. Before I could finish my sentence, Ye was already pushing her aside. Hey, why don't you just listen to the 5-ring song? Oh my goodness, the 5-ring song, cold sister, it's so beautiful. Stop. Remember your role, you're the straight man. You don't have that many lines today. Just say, this is, go away, you're my dad, and that's it. These words weren't intentionally used by Lang Xingyue to insult anyone, they're just common phrases used in stand-up comedy. Ye heard this and gently pushed Lang Xingyue's shoulder, saying, forget it, there's no such line at the end. The last line? There wasn't one. She pretended not to notice. "You're my dad," that line. Huang Lei and the others were standing nearby, and they all exclaimed in unison, "Ah." The night grew quiet and deep. Xian gazed at Lung Xingyue with a mischievous smile, as if she were hatching some little plan. Chapter 131, The True Mask. The two only exchanged a few words, though it seemed like he had tricked you, but he could sense that Lung Xingyue actually had some talent for stand-up comedy. Just as they sat back down, Ye looked at her with a touch of curiosity. "Cold sister, why don't you come with me to perform stand-up comedy? I guarantee you'll become the next Jia Ling. You'll be famous all over the country, and you can even take me as your master." "Absolutely, no doubt about it. Long Xingyue. You have such a wonderful time ahead of you, why not enjoy it instead of competing with us for a job? At the moment, I'm busy waving them off, saying I won't go. Your industry is too dangerous." Ye's expression froze. Mr. He stood by and mocked his futile efforts. He wrapped his arm around Lung Xingyue's shoulder and looked at him smugly. "What's up, Xiao Ye? Now that you're a big star, you've learned how to recruit people? But aren't you afraid that Ye's fans will eat you alive? What were you thinking? Are you going to make Ye perform stand-up comedy? That would be a waste of her good looks." Mr. He was just joking around. Lung Xingyue hurriedly spoke up, coughing, "Mr. He, actually I'm a powerhouse. What I really want my friends to see is my inner strength. Looks don't matter at all." Laughter filled the mushroom house. It continued until past 10 o'clock at night. Only then did everyone begin to prepare for bed. Under the envious glances of the men, she was dragged into the bathroom by Xian. "Sigh, it's so nice to be a girl." Dahua muttered this to himself, his eyes filled with envy. Huang Lei looked him up and down, patted Dahu on the shoulder, and said, "It's okay. At your age, it's not too late for surgery." Then he gave a sinister smile, his expression somewhat terrifying. No, I'll pass. I'll stick with being a man who likes women. At least now I can pursue Ye. When I marry her, that's when you'll all be jealous of me." "Hey, you're just bragging. These days, even bragging requires a script? Hey, you're just bragging. Don't people even bother to draft their lies anymore?" Everyone turned to look at Dahu and made a cutting sound. They were all daydreaming about these wonderful things. In the bathroom, Ling Xingyue was busy scrubbing her back. The space was already quite small, and with two people in there, though it wasn't cramped, it still felt a bit awkward. "It's just these two young girls. I actually like them quite a bit, otherwise, I wouldn't have come in with them no matter what." Her heart was in agony. When the two of them emerged, Mr. He had just stepped away from the phone. There was a call from a customer earlier. It was a young woman, but I couldn't make out who it was. She ordered bamboo shoot braised pork and braised beef. He Jeong hurried over and said, "Bamboo shoot pork and braised beef? Doesn't she need to watch her figure?" Xian suddenly asked. In this industry, not only female celebrities but even male celebrities need to maintain their figures. Sometimes, you can tell a person's basic characteristics just by looking at their food. However, based on what Xian said, Ye seemed to have thought of something and slapped his thigh, wondering if Jia Ling was coming. Everyone laughed along, as the implication was clear: Jia Ling must be eating a lot. "You can't say that, Ye. Jia Ling isn't fat. Besides, she ordered 2 dishes for tomorrow's guests, which means there will likely be other guests coming. Otherwise, it must be someone who was very familiar with Mr. Huang or Mr. He, otherwise they wouldn't dare order 2 dishes, especially 2 heavy ones." This isn't just idle talk. After studying the first season of Longing for Life and combining it with my understanding from the first 2 episodes of the show, she was able to analyze the current situation. As things stand now, there is a high possibility that there is more than one guest. He Jeong seemed to agree with her idea. Like Huang Lei's old friend Su Zhang, he immediately ordered 2 dishes and even joked around. As for the young woman, she didn't change her tone much, indicating that she wasn't one to put on airs. From her voice, she seemed like a very composed and steady woman. Ye is right, her voice is very steady, so she must be a very disciplined person in private. Such a person wouldn't change her diet just because of a variety show. The only reason she might be like this now is that they came together as a group, and she's just following along. Perfect. This analysis is almost as sharp as an old fox's. Mr. Huang stood up, took He Jeong's hand, and shook it repeatedly. "Congratulations, Jeong, you have completed your training. Your master has nothing more to teach you. Go down the mountain and seek your own opportunities." "Yes, master. Your disciple will surely carry on the legacy of the old fox." He Jeong echoed. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he burst into laughter himself. He decided not to speculate any further about who the caller might be. It's always better to leave a little mystery in everything. Just as she was about to go to sleep, Xian finally told him about giving the guest room to Ye. Little Ye was deeply moved and wanted to give her a hug, but Wu Xian skillfully dodged him. It was late at night, and the recording had long since ended. Everyone returned to their respective rooms to rest. At this point, the cameraman couldn't go to Lang Xingyue's room to film, so he informed Xianxian in advance that he would need to film a segment early the next morning, giving her some time to prepare. He then packed up his equipment and prepared to rest. In the room, Wu Xuanyi let her hair fall loosely around her shoulders. She lay lazily on the bed. He gazed at Lang Xingyue with a smile in his eyes. This smile, however, was completely different from the one she showed to the outside world. Sigh, you girls, always putting on a show on the surface and being something else behind closed doors, don't you get tired of it? Yang Zhaochao is like that, and she is too. Lang Xingyue undid her clothes on her own and changed into her own pale purple nightgown. Xianxian, with her clothes half undone, spoke in a lazy tone, yeah, where did you notice that I was pretending? At this moment, Wu Xianyi looked much the same as before, but her tone of voice carried a hint of calm naturalness. However, fortunately, her eyes sparkled with a gentle light. From the moment your eyes started to redden, I knew another future Oscar-winning actress was in the making. You girls, you can't all just copy each other, can you? She quickly tidied herself up and turned to look at Xianxian. She opened her suitcase, took out a small pack of women's cigarettes from the bottom compartment, and, though she didn't smoke, took one out and held it under her nose to smell it. It wasn't really about trying to be cute. It was just that I had grown accustomed to wearing a mask around others. The most authentic part of myself had long since vanished. Yeah, you see, I'm different from Chao Yu. She endured many hardships as a child yet remained pure and kind at heart. But I, being a few years older, had already seen the harsh reality of this world and had no choice but to hide my true self behind the camera. Sigh, even if I want to smoke a cigarette, I can't. I can only take one out at night, smell it, and laugh. But don't tell anyone, this is our little secret. Chapter 132, The Unknown Side. The current Xianxian has evolved from a cute young girl into a lazy older sister. Especially the way she holds the cigarette and leans against the bed, with her legs stretched out straight. Wow, that acting was so convincing, it almost fooled her too. Lang Xingyue stared at the cigarette in her hand and swallowed involuntarily. She crossed her legs and sat down across from her. Cough, now that you're being so open with me, does that mean you trust me to keep your secret? But I actually think there's no need for that. If the fans found out that the adorable Xianxian is actually a mature, alluring older sister behind closed doors, they'd probably go even crazier. Xianxian didn't respond to this, but instead looked at Lang Xingyue with a mischievous smile on her face. Xianxian didn't respond to that, instead looking at Lang Xingyue with a mischievous smile on her face. She reached out and handed her a cigarette. I'm sorry, I don't have a lighter, so... Snap. Cold Xingyue, however, fished out a cheap lighter that cost 1 yuan each from Xiao Bai's room. Without a word, she lit the cigarette. Phew, it's okay, I have a lighter. Xianxian placed her index finger on her lower lip and smiled sweetly at Lang Xingyue. I really envy you. You can smoke whenever you want, and no one bothers you. Now you're almost on the verge of success, and there's no company tying you down with all these restrictions. You're truly an enviable young woman. She speaks without trying to be cute, and it's actually a bit unsettling. Cold Xingyue brought over a piece of paper, and at the same time, the window was opened. She silently tapped the ash from her cigarette. At night, the mountain breeze blows gently, tossing the long hair of the two. You envy my current freedom, but have you ever seen the despair I felt during that year when I was frozen out? Actually, I'm a straightforward person. When it comes to personality, I'm colder than anyone else. But I'm different from you and Xianxian. I'll try my best to change who I am now, rather than putting on a fake facade. I'll pour my entire heart and soul into this world every day. Are you tired? Xianxian remained silent, turned around, and took out a black laptop from her suitcase. It seemed a bit warm in the room, so she took off her outer garment, leaving only a thin short-sleeved shirt. She glanced at Lang Xingyue. Tired, but when you see someone more talented than you still working hard, what excuse do you have to rest? This line of work is like rowing against the current. If you don't move forward, you'll fall behind. Besides, I've always been a bit lazy by nature, so this is probably better for me. Under this facade, I can still push forward and keep striving. Sometimes, when I feel tired, I'll play a few games to unwind. Seeing her open the computer, Lang Xingyue said nothing, took a deep drag on her cigarette, and exhaled the smoke slowly without letting it pass through her lungs. She crushed the cigarette butt, wrapped it in paper, added a little water, and extinguished the embers completely. She then tossed it into the trash can. Before she could turn around and go to Xianxian, her phone suddenly buzzed with a message. It was Yang Chaoyu. After thinking about it for a long time, I still feel it's necessary to tell you, sister. Xianxian is a very nice person, but sometimes she can be a little crazy. I hope you can understand, and don't be scared. What does that mean? Crazy? Could it be that Xianxian has some other bad habits at night? Looking at her phone with a puzzled expression, Xianxian noticed her odd behavior and quietly walked over. Her delicate nose twitched slightly. It seemed to be sniffing the smoke in the air. The scent of the cigarette blended seamlessly with the natural fragrance emanating from Lang Xingyue's body. It wasn't unpleasant, either. Non-smokers won't understand the feeling of smelling cigarette smoke when you're trying to quit. Ye and Xianxian walked over with mischievous smiles on their faces. Hey! Long Xingyue put down her phone and turned to see Xianxian approaching. She immediately thought to herself, something's wrong. She hurriedly tried to step back. But there was already a wall behind him. She leaned in, gently sniffing the tobacco scent in the air, her face glowing with a look of pure bliss. It seemed as though she had finally understood. Perhaps this was the meaning behind Yang Chaoyu's message, the madness he had spoken of. She gave an awkward smile, then realized she was acting like a mature woman and quickly changed her tone. Being an idol is tough, you can't smoke. I guess I'll just have to sniff the smoke in the air. Don't mind me, yeah. After saying that, she let go of Long Xingyue and turned around to fiddle with her computer. Long Xingyue. This girl is so dramatic, is that all she's here for? If I weren't afraid of a 404 error, I'd let you get away with this. Long Xingyue extended her thumb and wiped the corner of her mouth where she had been smoking. Xianxian no longer had any trace of her former cuteness. Instead, she exuded a mature, alluring femininity. At least on the surface, she seems to be putting on a convincing act. He stood up and smoothed out the wrinkles in his nightgown. He gazed at Xianxian, who lay lazily yet elegantly on the carpet. Should you give me an explanation, little Xianxian? This is really quite unexpected. She sat cross-legged on the bed, staring at Wu Xuanyi, who was playing with her computer at her feet. Her thoughts were a bit jumbled. Does Sister Yaya like the cute me, or the me I am now? As she said this, she playfully winked at Long Xingyue. Though she was makeup-free at the moment, she was still a beauty. The aura around Long Xingyue is growing increasingly intense. She could sense it too, what Yaya was thinking. It seemed she was truly upset. You can show your true self to me, which means you trust me, and I'm happy about that. However, I can't agree with what you're doing now. Are you and Chaoyu also like this? Of course, she was referring to smoking and changing her personality. When she nodded in agreement, cold Xingyue couldn't help but sigh. After all, she was getting old. She didn't even realize it herself. She simply didn't understand women, especially beautiful ones. Alright, I really don't understand you, but let's not let what happened earlier happen again. If someone misunderstands, it'll be terrible. Her voice was cold, but there was a faint tremor in it. Earlier, she almost thought Xianxian was up to something bad, which made her heart race. She didn't know if she was afraid or worried. Sister, are you scared, or are you shy? Xianxian giggled, suddenly standing up and looking down at her. Her lively eyes made Long Xingyue feel a bit annoyed. Now her power is 1.5 times what it was before. Almost on par with that of a man who regularly works out at the gym. At the same time, he stood up with a lecturing expression, placed both hands on her shoulders, and made her sit down. He reached out and pinched her cheek, looking at her with a serious expression. I wonder if this is your true face. But whether it's real or not, don't use it on me. Be careful, or you'll burn me. Xian. Hey, that's an old joke. Chapter 133, The Golden Barbie Little Girl? At this moment, when the usually serious Cold Star Moon was present, the slightest thought of teasing her had completely vanished, leaving only panic and confusion in its wake. Yeah, cough, big surprise, right? Isn't it a bit fun? If it's not fun, how about we try a different game? Xian, I was just smelling the smoke. What's wrong? It must be my sister being shy. You're just thinking too much. Otherwise, she wouldn't act like this. Though she thought this in her heart, she couldn't hide it on her face. Don't you think you have a bit of a mature woman vibe? Why not keep it up? Gazing at the delicate and smooth face, she leaned in and gently sniffed the faint scent of shampoo from Xuan's forehead. What she didn't know was that the most fragrant person was herself. What brand of shampoo is that? It smells so good. Xian. After all that, that's what you wanted to ask? I'm using yours, you know. Long Xingyue just pinched this face full of collagen. She made no further move. At that moment, two small figures appeared above his head. Demon Moon, go on, keep going. Xian just treated you like that. If she comes, you should let her know what it means to touch a tiger's tail. Pfft, you're the one who's the tiger's butt. How dare you talk like that? Angel Moon, that's right, the devil is right. Hurry up, Cold Star Moon. If you don't go, I will. The angel and devil in her mind had surprisingly similar thoughts. Xian no longer had the laziness and mystery of before. As Long Xingyue drew closer, she slowly closed her eyes. Long Xingyue, what's this little girl thinking about? Just then, the notebook lying on the ground suddenly emitted a melody. She was startled but smiled, reaching out to gently touch Xuan's forehead, and in doing so, gained 2 points of attributes. She stood up and finally let her go. You know what's coming, don't you? Stop showing off, or I'll teach you a lesson. Well, I'm really looking forward to it. Xian turned her head and cautiously stuck out her tongue. It seems like I went a bit too far. She felt a little dissatisfied with the sudden stop, but she didn't say anything. She didn't want Long Xingyue to think she was a girl with unhealthy thoughts. She stood up and glared at the laptop that had ruined her plans. The music playing was the sound of the game that had just finished updating. LOL. Seeing this game on the notebook, Lung Xingyue was a bit surprised. She never thought there would be such a game in this world. Xianxian looked at the laptop computer placed on the table beside her. She smiled at her older sister Yaya and dared her to play 2 games with her, with the loser having to drink it. Saying that, she took out a small bottle of alcohol from the box. The bottle wasn't very big, about the same size as a Jiang Xiaobai bottle. Looking at the alcohol content, it was over 30 degrees. Among white spirits, it can be considered fairly standard. However, what she was really concerned about was what exactly the girl had brought with her. Seeing Lung Xingyue curiously looking at her backpack, Xianxian finally explained, "This wine is a product I'll be endorsing next. It's not something I want to drink. Sister Yaya, don't misunderstand. I'm a good girl. Lung Xingyue. I never said you weren't." Looking at the bottle of wine, she shook her head decisively. She wasn't an alcoholic, so why should she drink it? It made no sense. Xianxian saw that Lung Xingyue wasn't falling for it at all. She rolled her eyes and suddenly smiled. "Alright, Xueyue, if you win, I'll give you this whole pack of cigarettes, and I'll even drink a penalty shot. If you lose, you just have to drink, no need for any other stakes. How about it?" Cigarettes? To be honest, that cigarette really got her craving going. Hearing her say that, Lung Xingyue finally nodded in agreement. "Alright, the game, right? I need to download it first. Also, best of 3, no more than that, or I won't play. Is that okay?" "No problem," Xianxian replied cheerfully. Though she didn't know what this girl was up to, it was just 3 games, and it was League of Legends, which she was familiar with, so there shouldn't be any issues. While Lung Xingyue was busy playing the game, Xianxian quietly got dressed. She opened a live streaming app. "Sis, you know how to live stream, right? If you don't like being on camera, just lie on the left side so you won't be in the frame." Lung Xingyue didn't pay much attention to what she was saying about the live stream. Instead, she silently nodded her head. He sat down beside her with his notebook in his arms. From this angle, indeed, the camera couldn't capture her. Due to the rapid development of the live streaming industry, even celebrities have started to enjoy live streaming. The goal is to solidify their popularity and increase their exposure. Fans love this feeling because it often makes them feel closer to the celebrities. It makes them feel excited. Being able to interact with the celebrities they've always dreamed of is so exciting. "Wow, I won. Xianxian, my goddess, is live streaming. The goddess is so beautiful. For the goddess, let's get this party started. Let's go on a cruise." She just went live, and there are already countless people flooding into her live stream. In less than 5 minutes, the number of people in the room had already exceeded 30,000. Wu Xuani was wearing headphones, her voice deliberately kept low. "Don't send me any gifts. I'm just bored in watching you all. Next time, I'll have a game showdown with my sister, and you'll all be witnesses." Lung Xingyue smiled at her but didn't say anything. Meanwhile, Xianxian took advantage of her distraction and typed a few words on the computer. "Are there any strategies or tactics that can help win in a one-on-one match in League of Legends?" As soon as this message was posted, it immediately garnered a flood of attention from a large number of people. Moreover, many players with gold level status or higher began offering her advice and strategies. "Alright, Xianxian, let's get started. Which server are you on? I'll find you there." Lung Xingyue tried to log in with her old account, but it showed that the account didn't exist and the password was incorrect. With no other option, she had to register a new QQ account and wait for Xuanxuan's response. This voice? It sounds so good it gives me goosebumps. It's too beautiful. Goddess, dare you let me see your sister's true face? I'll buy you a car. It sounds a bit familiar, doesn't it? I think it sounds familiar too, but I don't think I've heard it before. Xianxian hurriedly switched the computer screen to the game. "Sis, I'm online. I'll find you after you log in." After she logged in, she added Xianxian as a friend. When she saw the name above, she almost burst out laughing. "Golden Barbie Little Lolita? The name is quite interesting." When Xianxian saw her name, she burst out laughing as well. "Wide Noodle Killer Wu Yifan. The name certainly fits. Alright, I've invited you, so don't forget our bet, okay?" Xianxian said this at the very end. "Don't worry, I've always kept my word," Lung Xingyue said while playing on her computer. Wu Xuani. Chapter 134, an ordinary story without any dramatic twists. First Blood. When Xuanxuan's chosen hero was picked by Lung Xingyue's marksman, and she was cornered at the tower with low health before being killed, she silently glanced at Lung Xingyue's notebook. Well, no wonder she's an alien. She blamed the computer for her earlier loss. Cold Xingyue was holding a high-end gaming laptop worth tens of thousands of dollars, while her laptop was a lightweight high-end business laptop, a Dolly brand. Now she's completely outclassed in this area, let alone the fact that she's also running a live stream. You've already lost once, accept the consequences of your actions. Looking at the little girl sitting on the ground, Long Xingyue gestured toward the bottle of wine. Xian looked awkwardly at the computer and said helplessly, "Sis, I'm live streaming right now. I can't just end it like this. Drinking isn't allowed during a live stream. How about we switch?" Instantly, she understood what Xian meant. This girl was trying to use her fame to boost her own popularity. At the same time, when netizens learn about Lang Xingyue, they can also help boost her popularity to some extent. It was a win-win situation, but they didn't consult her beforehand before making such a decision, which made her look up to the girl even more. Alright, then. In front of her fans, Xian once again transformed into that adorable young girl. There was not a trace of her previous mature and confident demeanor. The two switched computers. When Lang Xingyue appeared on the computer screen, the netizens were all stunned. Wow, this is actually the cold goddess? The cold goddess is Xuan's older sister? That's not right. The cold goddess is a year younger than Xian, so how can she be called sister? You don't know what you're talking about. Pang is even older, but he still calls the cold goddess Yeye's sister. It's because our cold goddess has a more mature personality than them, so she gets called sister. That's right, even though I'm 30, I still want to call the Ice Queen sister. She has such a mature and confident vibe, doesn't she? What the netizens didn't see was that Xian was twisting open a wine bottle on the side, frowning as she was about to take a drink. Cold Xingyue watched her in this conflicted state and was just about to try to stop her. Xian, why don't you just stop? Stop. This girl clearly doesn't drink much, yet she drank a third of this small bottle in one go. A big mouthful of alcohol. Now it's so spicy it's making me cough. The two of them were talking about betting on drinking, and they only said these things after turning off the microphone. The netizens were left completely confused. But they didn't say much either. After all, they're not professional online streamers. They don't know how to say things to please their online fans. He patted Xuan's back repeatedly and gave her some water to drink, which helped calm her down. Look at you. You can't even drink, yet you want to bet with me. Are you out of your mind? Wu Xuani shook her head repeatedly, wiped the corner of her mouth, and said it was nothing. Hurry up and get ready for the next game. But this doesn't look like there's nothing going on at all. Sister Yeye has worked so hard to build up this following, don't waste it. This is your chance to gain more popularity. Don't worry about me, I just choked on my drink earlier. We must not let this opportunity go to waste. Lang Xingyue had no choice but to return to her seat and sit properly. She began interacting with Xian, and the two played another game together. The result was the same. Xian lost again. Cold Xingyue's account was already a top tier one. How could it possibly compare to her account, which was only over 100 levels? After 2 games, the live stream ended. However, her popularity continued to rise in her mind. From the previous 200,000, it had now risen to 300,000 and was still continuing to increase. The game has ended, and the live stream has been shut down. While Lang Xingyue was lost in thought, Xian took another sip of wine. Her face already showed signs of intoxication. Ruan leaned against the bedhead, gazing out the window at the moon and smiling dreamily. You must have something on your mind today. If I can't even tell that Xian is acting strange, then I might as well throw away my own eyes. Sitting beside her, I wrapped my arms around her and casually snatched the wine from her hands. He took a small sip himself. Since your voice has undergone multiple optimizations, to avoid damage, please minimize alcohol consumption and smoking. It is recommended not to exceed 3 cigarettes and 2 ounces of alcohol per day. Beer and red wine are excluded. Ignoring the system, he instead looked at Xian in his arms. She wasn't smiling as cutely as before, but instead wore a nostalgic smile, deeply nostalgic. That kind of smile was one she had once worn herself, bittersweet and sorrowful. All the negative emotions were somehow woven into that single smile. On the surface, it seemed like a smile, but in reality, it was a tribute to something. Yeah, earlier, Mr. Huang mentioned that time is something we can't see or touch, yet it's the most tangible thing we can feel. Following that thought, I couldn't help but recall my younger self, my innocence and naivety, and the bittersweet memories of my first love and youth. She wrapped her arms around Lang Xingyue's waist and rested her head against her chest. Her words seemed to carry a hint of longing for the past and a touch of regret. However, in Cold Star Moon's view, this was simply a natural expression of one's age. Due to the development of the times and the progress of society, more and more people are now afraid of time flying by and the years passing swiftly. However, among them, the most anxious and fearful are the young people of the post-90s generation. They can't help but reminisce about their childhood and the good times they had. Compared to the harsh realities of society, they often use memories to escape from reality. It's really hard. Is this because you're thinking about your first love? Cold Xingyue pinched Xuan's cheek and asked in a soothing voice, as if she were comforting a child. Wu Xuani was lost in her memories. She murmured softly to herself. No, I'm not that kind of girl like Xiaoyu. When it comes to first love, I've already let it go. People have to move forward in life, haven't they said that? A person's life will go through three kinds of love. The first is naive, the second is deeply etched in the heart, and the third is a lifelong companion. I've already gone through the naive phase and am now waiting for the second deeply etched phase. By the way, have you ever had a moment that was truly unforgettable for you? When she asked that question, Long Xingyue fell silent. She suddenly downed the wine in her hand in one gulp. Her face bore a determined expression. Xian, would you like to hear a story? What kind of story? Xian didn't see the expression on Long Xingyue's face. She closed her eyes silently, feeling the cool breeze that had swept over the hill, bringing a refreshing chill. A ordinary story without dramatic twists and turns, without a plot device, and without any cliched tropes. At this point, she seemed to chuckle self-deprecatingly, gazing out the window at the bright moon. Alright, I'm all ears. Chapter 135, A Single Word Awakens the Dreamer. Cold Xingyue lit another cigarette. In the silent night, all that could be heard were the chirping of insects and the croaking of frogs outside. The story goes that a poor young man, at the age of 17, enlisted in the military. He spent 6 years there, rising from an ordinary infantry soldier to a member of the local elite special forces unit through his own efforts. However, 3 years later, during another rescue mission, he sustained a serious injury to his left leg, leaving him with a permanent disability. He was no longer able to engage in high-intensity training as he once had. With no other option, I had to choose to retire. He didn't want to trouble his old squad leader to arrange a new job for him, so he quietly packed his belongings and left the place that had been his home for the past 6 years. Upon returning to the metropolis, by a twist of fate, he met a benefactor who introduced him to a billionaire. From then on, he took on the role of bodyguard, starting at 50,000, gradually increasing to 100,000, 300,000, and eventually reaching 1 million. His duties evolved from guarding the estate to providing close protection for the daughter of a wealthy family. At this point, she finally noticed that her cigarette had burned down to the filter, yet she had only taken a single puff. She had thought Xian had already fallen asleep, but to her surprise, she was staring at her with wide, bright eyes, waiting for the story to continue. What happened next? Seeing that she was interested, Long Xingyue continued, later, it was just as you imagined. Xian was taken aback. Really? That bodyguard is dating a wealthy individual? Cold Xingyue. What kind of thoughts are these? A normal person wouldn't think about protecting the escort and the young miss, would they? Seeing the smile in her eyes, it was clear she was doing it on purpose. I couldn't help but tap her forehead. You pervert, just listen to me. Later, Baozhen followed the young miss and they started dating. They lived together for several years until one day, while Baozhen was protecting the young miss abroad, he couldn't help but tightly grip her hand. Her body trembling slightly. At the time, the wealthy individual was engaged in a fierce competition with another company over the development rights to a piece of land. The opposing party employed various tactics, including persuasion, threats, and pressure, but none of them worked. In desperation, the individual, who was normally level-headed, lost his composure. Since it was difficult to act domestically, he set his sights on the wealthy man's daughter, who was far abroad. Unfortunately, they were unaware that a devastating disaster was about to strike. By the time they realized it, it was already too late. 7 or 8 black-clad men armed with firearms burst into their villa. Since they were all armed, the only one left to protect the young lady was him. He dared not engage in a direct confrontation and instead chose to flee. Little did they know that they didn't get far before the bodyguard, while taking out 2 of the men, was also injured. At that moment, a gun barrel emerged from the nearby trees, aimed at him, and fired a shot. He had no chance to dodge the bullet. Just as he thought his life was over, the young miss stepped forward, colliding with him and knocking him aside, but she was struck by the bullet and fell to the ground. At that critical moment, the bodyguard had lost his mind. Ignoring the incoming bullets, he fired a shot that blew the man's head off. Holding the young lady, who was barely clinging to life, he tried to flee, but it was already too late. Cold Xingyue's voice carried a hint of anger. She didn't know why she was telling Xian this story. Perhaps it was because she had been drinking, or maybe she simply wanted to forget the story entirely. That young miss, however, revealed a secret to Baozhen at the moment of her death. All these years, she had been using Lang and using Baozhen as a front. In reality, she was attracted to women. Her true motive for getting close to Baozhen was to prevent her father from discovering her secret. Now that she had taken a bullet for Baozhen, it could be seen as her way of repaying him for the years he had been deceived. After saying this, she kept her eyes open, staring at Baozhen, refusing to close them for a long time. Impossible. Xian suddenly interrupted Long Xingyue's words. Xuanxuan's excitement made her feel a bit strange, and she couldn't help but laugh as she looked at her. It's impossible. The young Mrs. feelings for the bodyguard were genuine. She only said that because, in the end, her death would make her lover, the bodyguard, blame himself for the rest of his life. So, in the end, she chose to deceive him with a lie, saying she had deceived him all these years, just to make the bodyguard believe that he didn't know her anything. I've been playing you like a fool all this time, and I, in the end, have repaid you. Wu Xuanyi's words were like sharp knives, piercing Lung Xingyue through and through. Is that so? Back then, I still believed that she had deceived me for all those years, but in the end, I couldn't see things as clearly as a young girl. Is that really the case? Is it truly that simple? Lung Xingyue's eyes were a bit vacant, but with Xian by her side, she dared not easily reveal her weakness. In fact, there was one final sentence he had not uttered. Perhaps that was the ultimate reason he came here. At the time, she was half consumed by anger, half because of her girlfriend's death and the enemy's pursuit, and half because she truly believed what she had said was true. She had been deceived for so many years. At the time, I didn't know what I was thinking. I spoke without thinking. She shouted toward the sky, vowing that if there was a next life, she would become a woman. She wanted to know, after all, what was so good about women liking women. He hated it, hated the unfairness of fate, hated his own foolishness. At the time, he must have been so enraged that he blurted out such words. Looking back now, it all seems like a joke. He dared not recall the face of his former girlfriend or her gaze, for fear of losing control of his emotions and shouting out loud. From that day onward, Lung Xingyue believed that there were divine beings watching over her from above. Otherwise, why would it be so effective for her alone? Saying that in the next life you'll be reincarnated as a woman, and you actually became a woman. Nowadays, what you say doesn't matter anymore. What matters is that she misunderstood the woman she once deeply loved. I always thought she was just lying to herself. Now, Xuan's words hit the nail on the head, finally making her realize the truth. Yes, perhaps things aren't as bad as I thought. It's all because of my own subjective first reaction. Her head was spinning. After saying those two sentences, Wu Xuanyi was also feeling the effects of the alcohol, and now she was hugging herself and had fallen into a deep sleep. Gazing at the bright moonlight, Lung Xingyue's eyes finally couldn't hold back 2 tears. I'm sorry, forgive my slowness. After all this time, I finally realized that I was just a fool. Chapter 136, I'm not playing with newbies. That night, she barely slept at all. Constantly thinking about those past scenes. Every time she thinks about how she could have been so gullible and believed her late girlfriend's words, she falls into a spiral of self-blame. It was because of her that she had ended up here. However, times have changed, and I have become a woman, while she. Has she also been reborn here? Perhaps, among the people around her, there is someone who resembles her. Who knows? That night, I stayed by Wu Xuanyi's side, gazing at the faint glow on her forehead. As she stood up, he gently kissed her. Wu Xuanyi, Skin Radiance Optimization 1. The only knot in my heart was untied yesterday. However, after it was untied, she felt even more guilty. If she hadn't believed her back then, perhaps he would be in another place now, reunited with the departed. This morning, Wu Xuanyi seemed to be affected by alcohol and wasn't woken up until after 8 o'clock. At the same time, that cute mask was put on again. Perhaps this girl's true personality is similar to hers, but only on the surface. Oh my gosh, yeah, my head hurts so much, and I'm so tired. At that moment, she was holding cold Xingyue, and the two of them were busy washing up. There was no one else around, and she couldn't help but smile. After seeing your true personality, I must admit I'm a bit unaccustomed to your current cute style. Perhaps I should say, I think your more mature, confident style might be more appealing. Why not give it a try? Xian gave her a mischievous smile and pushed Lung Xingyue against the wall. What's the matter, Xingyue? Did you feel my charm yesterday? Do you like me more now? She teased Lung Xingyue with a playful smile. Looking at her, she smiled brightly at herself. Cold Xingyue felt a bit dazed. Like you? Get brushing your teeth. You still smell like alcohol. She rubbed her cheek and hurriedly got up to leave. She didn't look back at her, fearing that he might lose himself again. In the morning, Mr. He had already boiled a pot of water and prepared a cup of rice porridge for everyone. Why do Ye and Xian look so tired today? Did they not sleep well last night? Miss He had keen eyesight and immediately noticed that something was wrong with the two of them. Xian blushed and gave a little cough. She gave Mr. He a sheepish smile. Last night, I played video games with my sister and even streamed it for a little while, so I might not have slept well. But it's not a big deal, I feel pretty energetic. Playing video games? Huang Lei held a cup of rice porridge and followed Daho Pengpeng over. When Xian mentioned that she had played video games last night, Pengpeng seemed to get excited. Games? What kind of games? LOL, do you play too, Pengpeng? Xian asked absent-mindedly. To her surprise, Pengpeng looked thrilled. Of course. Let's play together someday. I'm a gold player, I'll carry you to victory. Oh, sorry, I'm diamond. I don't want to play with a noob. Peng. Huang Lei and He Jiong couldn't understand, but looking at Pengpeng's expression, they knew something was amiss. He must have been hit hard. However, seeing that the two of them were chatting happily, taking turns to speak, Mr. He and Mr. Huang smiled at each other. No one said a word. But in their hearts, they were thinking, Peng and Xian actually make a pretty good pair, don't they? Today, we have 3 main tasks. First, we need to hurry up and finish the rice field. I see there's not much left, so I'll leave it to Dahu, Pingpong, and Xiaoya. Ye looked up at Long Xingyue. He looked at Huang Lei again. Then what should I do? Huang Lei. He must have thought he was talking about Long Xingyue, that little moon. Go plant rice seedlings. I already told you, if it's cold Xingyue, I'd say yeah, not Xiao Yuyu. He chuckled awkwardly, feeling a bit embarrassed. Hey, I was just saying, we can't let cold sister go plant rice seedlings by herself. I'm just resting at home, so I'll go with Daihua and the others to plant rice seedlings. He Joan finished the last sip of rice porridge, wiped his mouth, and hurriedly said, right, I'll come too. An extra pair of hands is always helpful. I don't think Mr. Huang needs any help either. If we need to buy groceries, we can go later in the afternoon. Let's leave lunch for Mr. Huang to figure out. Meanwhile, Mr. Huang was actually busy with other matters. Looking at the courtyard, the two little ones, Little H and Little O, are running around everywhere. This always makes him a little uneasy. I couldn't help but look at He Joan with a stern expression. I was thinking maybe I should get a cage for these two little rascals. They're always running around and doing their business everywhere. If discipline doesn't work, I'll just get a small darkroom and lock them up for a while. What do you think? A cage? Mr. He naturally agreed with this suggestion. He had already felt it was necessary to get one. The hot dog mat that Haiqing had given to Little H earlier was simply too small. Now it's simply not big enough for anything. You could try making one, but since everyone else is out planting rice fields, you're not seriously considering doing it yourself to feed yourself, are you? As soon as those words left her mouth, Long Xingyue wasn't happy. Cough, Mr. He, I can't pretend I didn't hear that. I can help, and besides, there's Xian too. Don't look at us as women. Haven't you heard that women hold up half the sky? Exactly. Xian chimed in from the side. Huang Lei chuckled and looked at Long Xingyue, who indeed had something important to entrust to her, and it wasn't a small matter. He scratched his head, unsure of how to put it into words. There's actually something I need your help with. This is already the third installment, and we can't delay the rice field any longer. So, today you'll have to work a bit harder. Later, come with me and Xian to the bamboo grove to cut 2 bamboo poles. I estimate 1 should be enough, but we're cutting 2 just to be safe. If that doesn't work, you can switch with Dahua. The main reason I'm asking you to go is because you know how to handle yourself in the wild. With you there, everything will be fine. The bamboo grove is a place where even Dahu, Pingpong, and still feel a bit uneasy. If it's just digging bamboo shoots, it's no big deal, but cutting bamboo is different. We can't help but worry that there might be some creatures hanging from the bamboo, which could suddenly fall and startle them. Thinking about how Xian would be leaving in the afternoon, I still planned to deliver the strawberries and earrings to the tavern. There wasn't too much to do. So I agreed. No problem, shall we leave now? Then go change your clothes, and we'll leave shortly. We have a lot to do today. Chapter 137, A Critical Moment. Below the mushroom house, 3 people were hiding behind a rock. Is this the place? Does that woman live here? The man in the middle, with a grim expression and a full beard, stared at the old-fashioned courtyard. He tightened his grip on the object wrapped in newspaper in his hand. This is definitely the place, Big Brother. It was reported on the computer earlier. It's that woman named Leng Xingyue who sent the second and third brothers to the police station. What should we do? Should we just charge in now? A skinny guy on the left asked in a low voice. Although the man with the bushy beard was angry, he was not a fool. He shot a cold glance at the skinny man beside him and snapped, "Charge in now? Are you brain dead? They're from the production crew. Do you know how many people are inside? Today, they're only after her, Leng Xingyue. If we alert the others, the cops will be here in no time. Then, the 3 of us will have to join old number 2 and old number 3 in prison. Just wait. I don't believe they won't come out." No sooner had he finished speaking than the door to the mushroom house was suddenly pushed open. Huang Lei, wielding a, emerged, followed by the 2 young women, Long Xingyue and Wu Xuani. Behind them were 2 cameramen and an assistant. 3 people came out, and there were actually 4 or 5 more people following behind them. The thick beard on his face twitched slightly. His eyes were half closed, and he clutched tightly to the newspaper-wrapped object in his hand. Follow them. What does it matter if there are many of them? Just listen to me. Don't alert them. All 3 of them are big stars. As long as we catch one of them, the other 2 won't be able to escape. Let's go. Mr. Huang was leading the way, holding a pair of gloves in his hands. The machete was held in his hand, its sharp blade glinting faintly in the light. Xian and Long Xingyue followed closely behind. Before we leave, Xian, is there anything you want to take with you? I can pack some strawberries and bamboo shoots for you. How about that? Huang Lei said politely. Thank you, Mr. Huang. Can I take Yaya with me too? Xian clung to Long Xingyue's arm, her face beaming with joy as she looked at Huang Lei. What are you thinking? Do you think I'm a gift that can just be given away? Long Xingyue tapped her forehead with her finger, forcing a smile. Today, for some reason, she felt a heaviness in her body. Everything was fine yesterday. Could it be because I didn't sleep well last night that I feel like this today? No way. The three of them arrived at the bamboo grove while chatting and were about to walk in. Cold Xingyue's face suddenly paled slightly. She clutched her abdomen and stopped in her tracks. The sudden sharp pain brought her back to her senses, clearing the fog from her mind. Fortunately, Mr. Huang and Xianxian didn't notice her little gesture. Hurrying to catch up, he stepped into the bamboo grove. Seeing that they had all entered the bamboo grove, the three burly men behind them gave a cold smile and followed suit. We don't need to go any further. These two trees should be fine. Huang Lei reached out and tapped a mature bamboo stalk as thick as an arm. The in his hand was itching to strike, as if, should Cold Star Moon agree, he would immediately bring it down. This bamboo seems a bit too big. Mr. Huang, do you think we can handle it? Long Xingyue examined the bamboo in front of him. At least 10 meters long. Such heavy bamboo poles would be quite a hassle to carry if you needed 2 of them. If it's growing this well, 1 should be enough. After all, it's just for a dog cage, so it won't take much bamboo. After saying that, Mr. Huang carefully observed the proportions of the bamboo from top to bottom, then turned to look at Long Xingyue again and confirmed, "This one?" Cold Xingyue nodded. If necessary, they could split it into 2 parts later. She followed Huang Lei back to carry it home. It wouldn't be too much trouble. Let's get started. Huang Lei swung his arms wide and chopped at the bamboo in front of him from the bottom. When it came to strength, Mr. Huang was no slouch. Just a single bamboo stick. After just a few cuts, a large gap opened up. Oh my, this is really old. I didn't expect that after just a couple of cuts, I would be out of strength. It seems that you can't fight old age. Seeing Mr. Huang panting, Long Xingyue hurriedly handed him a wet wipe, gesturing for him to wipe the sweat off his forehead. Bamboo is a very hard material. Using just a single machete would definitely be quite laborious. But he didn't seem to have anything else with him. Long Xingyue was somewhat surprised. Mr. Huang, you didn't bring anything else? He gave an awkward smile. He had originally thought that cutting down the bamboo would be a simple task, like in the movies where a single sword strike causes a row of bamboo to explode in unison. He had assumed that bamboo wasn't as sturdy as he had imagined, and combined with his overconfidence in his own strength, this had led to the current awkward situation. Cough, I didn't see a saw, so I only brought a chopping knife. But it's no big deal. If it's just one bamboo stalk, I'm confident I can cut it down in 5 minutes. Just be careful not to get scraped by the bamboo. Mr. Huang didn't want to lose face in front of his sister, so he wiped the sweat off his forehead and got back to work with renewed effort. His hands moved swiftly, and the bamboo indeed began to sway, teetering precariously, as if it might collapse at any moment. The man with the bushy beard, seeing that they were focused on cutting down the bamboo, gave a signal, and the 3 of them darted out together. The newspaper in his hand unfolded to reveal a shiny knife. The 3 of them grinned savagely and looked at them. Old 4 and Old 5, stop them. Anyone who dares to call the police will have their arm cut off. The sudden appearance of the 3 of them caught the staff off guard. The cameraman turned his head to look at them. Seeing this, the man with the bushy beard kicked him. The sudden change left Huang Lei stunned, unsure of what was happening. Seeing the other party suddenly attack the staff, he shouted, "Stop!" However, it was already too late. The kick sent the cameraman stumbling. He nearly destroyed the camera worth tens of thousands of dollars in his hands. The camera itself was a minor issue. What was truly important was the recorded video footage inside it. Everyone was surrounded by a crowd. They weren't unwilling to resist, but the other side was wielding knives over a foot long. Huang Lei shielded Xianxian and Lang Xingyue behind him, clutching A in his other hand as he glared at the bearded man. Who are you people? This is a society governed by the rule of law. Have you not considered the consequences of your actions? Threats? For now, we can only test the waters and see where these people stand. Consequences? Don't you dare bring up consequences to me. My 2nd and 3rd brothers were sent to prison by that cold-hearted woman, and I don't care about consequences. If I don't come after you, I'll go after her. The bearded man raised his knife, pointing it at the woman named Long Xingyue behind him, and laughed coldly. You were so heroic earlier, yet you dared to race with my brother? Haha, what's the matter now? Have you finally learned your lesson? Chapter 138, the thing I least wanted to happen has finally happened. Car racing? Old number 2 and old number 3? Cold Xingyue instantly realized who these 3 people were. In her mind, she silently instructed the system, convert all my popularity points into physical enhancement. Cold Star Moon, physical attribute optimization plus 5. Cold Xingyue, physical fitness optimization plus 5. Previously, simply adding 15 points had already doubled her stamina and strength, based on her original baseline. Now, after spending all the popularity she had accumulated from yesterday's livestream, she added another 5 points of quality optimization. She didn't know exactly how this quality optimization increased her strength, but if it was indeed 5 times her previous strength, that would be incredible. Looking for me? Alright, release them. I'll stay here. Huang Lei tried to stop Lang Xingyue, but he couldn't stop her. She walked up to the man with the bushy beard and glared at him coldly. Having already been deeply impressed by the video on the computer, seeing it in person was even more breathtaking. The man with the bushy beard had an unusual look in his eyes. He began to scrutinize her from head to toe. Alright, you've got some guts, but do you really think I'm a fool? I never let a tiger go back to the mountain. I've already captured 2 of my own brothers. Now that you're in my hands, don't even think about leaving alive. The man with the beard held a knife to her delicate cheek. He smiled coldly and savagely. Big brother, you're so handsome, let's. The skinny guy wanted to say something, but was glared back by the man with the bushy beard. He turned his head to look at Huang Lei and the others. Tie them up first. These are all big stars. Even a single hair from them could ruin us. We can't just let them go so easily. Cold Xingyue had planned to take advantage of the moment when he was distracted by looking at Mr. Huang and suddenly attack, but this guy's techniques were extremely skilled. The knife was now pressed against her neck, leaving her unable to move an inch. Huang Lei and the others remained relatively calm, saying nothing, frantically thinking of a plan in their minds. But Xian was terrified. No matter how calm she was by nature, she was still a young woman in her 20s. She had never seen such a scene before. Gripping Huang Lei's collar, she looked worriedly at Ye, who had a knife pressed against her neck. She was more worried about Lang Xingyue than herself, fearing that something might happen to him. Now the knife was pressed against her slender neck. If it goes in just a little deeper, it could be fatal. Cold Xingyue did not look back. Instead, she stared intently at the man with the bushy beard, a mocking smile curling at the corners of her lips. Your 2 brothers aren't any better. You can't even race a woman, so now you're getting your comeuppance? Starting to learn to find your parents? Luo Xianhu didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled coldly. I really hope you can still say that in a moment. You're so pretty, I should just kill you. But I really don't want to. However, since you insist on dying, don't blame me. Judging by his expression, he didn't seem to be bluffing. But Lang Xingyue felt a chill run down his spine and thought to himself, this guy really dares to kill? If he was just trying to scare her, then this bearded man's acting skills were truly impressive. Be careful the wind doesn't blow your head off. Lang Xingyue knew exactly what was going on. Now that his power had surged again, all he needed was an opportunity. The bearded man was furious with shame. He held the knife horizontally at her neck, and with his other hand, he clenched it into a fist and slammed it into her stomach. When the punch came, she had several ways to dodge it, but she wasn't confident she could knock him down directly. Suddenly, she caught a glimpse of a shadow on the bamboo. She made up her mind on the spot and prepared to take the punch head-on. Her body has been optimized. Her abdominal muscles suddenly tensed. He managed to block the punch. The strength of this bearded giant was far beyond her expectations. Her lower abdomen was injured, and Cold Star Moon pretended to be struggling to stay upright, her face pale as death. Yeah. Damn it, you bunch of good-for-nothings. Huang Lei saw Lang Xingyue get punched and immediately flew into a rage, grabbing and preparing to attack. However, the skinny man's knife was pressed against his neck, and he was grinning coldly at him. The other man was watching the few staff members nearby. It wasn't that they dared not act, it was simply because these men were armed with knives, and they feared that any violence might harm the 2 young women. But Lang Xingyue didn't have time to think about that. In her eyes, a jade-green shadow fell from the bamboo behind the man with the bushy beard. At the same time, when it landed at a certain position, it suddenly swept its tail across the bamboo trunk, performing a small lateral shift. It landed precisely on the neck of the bearded man who was holding a knife to Lang Xingyue's throat. Ah! Seeing him scream in agony, the strength in his hands holding the knife weakened considerably. She suddenly raised her hand and grabbed the right hand holding the knife, twisting it violently. The grappling technique suddenly exerted force, and with a swift and agile movement, she dislocated his arm. The instant dislocation of his arm caused pain that far exceeded the agony from the venomous snake biting his neck. The man with the bushy beard felt his eyes throbbing with pain. The other hand reached out recklessly toward Lang Xingyue. But he had underestimated Cold Xingyue's strength and speed. She took a step back, turned around, and kicked him in the chest. The immense force sent him flying backward, and using the momentum from the impact, Lang Xingyue stumbled backward several steps. The skinny man and the other person beside him saw their leader being subdued and immediately drew their knives and charged forward. These 2 were nothing more than henchmen. They were disarmed by Lang Xingyue in a matter of seconds and knocked to the ground. Call the police immediately. Did you record the video? Seeing the crisis averted, Huang Lei hurried over, concerned about Lang Xingyue's condition. While glancing at the camera. It's recorded. The cameraman thought Huang Lei was trying to keep evidence, so he hurriedly said, delete it immediately. Lang Xingyue covered her lower abdomen. She had felt something was off with her body all day, especially after being punched earlier. Though the man with the bushy beard had looked intimidating, she couldn't explain why the stabbing pain in her lower abdomen was growing more intense. Friendly reminder, the host's first menstrual period was originally scheduled for tomorrow, but due to today's enhanced physical conditioning, blood circulation has accelerated, so your first period will arrive earlier than expected. What? Lang Xingyue had initially thought it was because she had been punched earlier, but now she realized it was her own fault. No wonder she had been feeling a slight stabbing pain in her lower abdomen today. Is the thing I was most worried about finally going to happen? Their arms were completely disarmed by me. Once the video is released, I might be charged with excessive self-defense. Regardless of whether it's true or not, this video must not be made public. When dealing with 3 such ruthless criminals, she naturally had her own methods. She signaled to the staff not to touch the 3 knives. She stood in front of the man with the bushy beard and kicked him in the face. Kill someone? I'm so scared. Too lazy to touch him, I took the small blue creature from the back of his neck. Then I kicked him several times with all my strength. Call the police and say that you accidentally encountered 3 people fighting in the bamboo grove. The fight was particularly fierce, and one of them seemed to have been bitten by a snake. Leave one person here to wait for the police. Let's go quickly. Lang Xingyue's face turned pale. Chapter 139, The Great Name Bamboo Leaf Green, nicknamed Xiaoqing. Xianxian saw her clutching her stomach, her face pale as a sheet. She hurried over to support her. Sister Yaya, don't scare me. Did you get hurt earlier? Seeing Huang Lei also walking over anxiously, she could only force a smile. The current issue wasn't too serious, but the upcoming problems were much more severe. They were currently outside, and if things escalated, she dared not imagine the consequences. She leaned close to Xianxian and whispered something to her. Wu Xuani's expression changed, then she looked at Huang Lei and smiled awkwardly. Mr. Huang, there's nothing wrong with Yaya. You know what happened, so I'll take her home first. I'll leave this to you. As she spoke, she hurriedly pulled Lang Xingyue toward the mushroom house. Fortunately, it wasn't too far away. Huang Lei naturally understood why Lang Xingyue had something she couldn't bring herself to say. After all, he was the father of 2 children, how could he not understand? But nothing had happened before, until the bearded man punched Lang Xingyue, and then things took a turn for the worse. He also became enraged and walked toward the bearded man, landing 2 punches. In truth, he was a teacher who rarely lost his temper, let alone resorted to violence. However, these 3 men were ruthless and brutal, constantly threatening to kill and extort money. What was even more despicable was that they showed no mercy, even striking his own sister. Using force was the least of it earlier. Huang Lei had been so enraged that he had wanted to hack them to pieces with a machete. Mr. Huang has already called the police, saying it was just a fight. Won't that be too lenient? The assistant walked over, holding his phone, looking a bit worried. The 3 people on the ground had already been beaten unconscious and couldn't hear a word they were saying. Huang Lei dared to speak freely about contacting old Wang, as they were recording a program here with the support of higher-ups. Though these individuals were fighting here and had no connection to them, they were certainly registered with the authorities. They should be arrested first and questioned later. They should trust the police, they were impartial. Seeing Huang Lei speak so decisively, everyone else had no further doubts. After tying up these few people with the rope from earlier, they prepared to leave one person behind to wait. However, after tying up the 3 of them, he noticed that the back of the bearded man's neck had already swollen up. Moreover, his condition did not appear to be unconsciousness but rather shock. Only then did they recall what Lang Xingyue had said earlier: he had been bitten by a venomous snake. Everyone looked at each other in disbelief, but Huang Lei shrugged it off with a dismissive humph, muttering, he's getting what he deserves. In the bathroom of the mushroom house, Cold Xingyue looked at the band-aid on her hand with a troubled expression. She tried to comfort herself, telling herself that everyone has to start somewhere, and that she would get used to it. Reaching out to grab a band-aid, he resolved his personal issue. He finally turned his attention to the bamboo leaf snake he had brought back with him. The little creature wasn't very big, and it looked like the one from last time. I didn't kill it myself. This time, I came to repay the favor. However, there are now 2 places on its body where the scales have peeled off, and faint traces of blood can be seen flowing beneath. It seems that during the previous incident, when he was hanging onto the man with the bushy beard to save her, he must have scraped it against him when he fell. I'll treat you right away. Just bear with it for a moment. The bamboo leaf green glanced at Cold Star Moon but said nothing, allowing her to pick her up. She placed it in clear water and rinsed its body. Then, he sprinkled some medicinal powder on the wound. Use a band-aid to wrap its body securely. However, Zhu Yeqing felt extremely uncomfortable. Turning its head, it saw 2 earth-yellow band-aids on its beautiful green scales, which it found unsatisfactory. Moreover, walking was uncomfortable, so it kept wriggling its body. Ah, don't move around. Lang Xingyue picked it up and placed it in her arms. Zhu Yeqing, however, looked up at her. Take her home. A tender voice echoed in her mind. She saw Zhu Yeqing using its tail to gently touch her palm. Want to go home? Alright, I'll take you there right away. By the time she came out, Mr. He and the others had already heard what had happened, and they were all still shaken by the ordeal. If anything had gone wrong earlier, Lung Xingyue might have really lost her life. Who would have thought that, back then, she had unwittingly set the stage for such a disastrous outcome by helping that old woman? Fortunately, when they saw her come out, He Jiong and the others immediately wanted to go over to check on her, but just a few steps later, they froze in place. Dahu and Pangping, on the other hand, looked at the small object in her hand with grim expressions. Yeah, what is this? Even Xian was a bit surprised, staring at the green bamboo leaf in her hand, which emanated a cold, icy aura. Oh, this one? Let me introduce you. This is my friend. Her full name is Bamboo Leaf Green, and her nickname is Xiaoqing. Do you like it? Is that a nice name? I wonder if I should tell the snake or Mr. He and the others. Anyway, this astonishing action is truly a bit frightening. Who would have thought that Long Xingyue would be so bold as to walk around holding a venomous snake? Xiaoqing turned to look at Long Xingyue. For some reason, it could understand what Long Xingyue was saying. Difficult. The last word took him a long time to say, but he couldn't get it out. Cold Xingyue rubbed its little head. She didn't care whether it agreed or not. Do you understand what Xiaoqing means, you snake? That's a compliment, calling you a beautiful snake, isn't it? Is that the venomous snake that nearly took the life of the bearded man today? Huang Lei, however, noticed something amiss and looked at Xiaoqing, saying, though it was a snake, it had helped Ling Xingyue, and there was no danger from it in her hands. This indicated that this little creature, like Xiaobai, seemed to have developed some degree of sentience. They say that places with clear mountains and flowing waters are not only good for nurturing people but also for nurturing beasts. Upon seeing it today, it is indeed true. Yes, thanks to its help today, Mr. He and the others are able to chat here while I took Xiaoqing back to the bamboo grove and will be back soon. She walks very slowly now, but each step is now very smooth and steady. Sister, I'll go with you too. Xian is following closely behind her. The two girls walked together toward the bamboo grove. The cameraman wanted to follow, but was stopped by Huang Lei. The two girls had something to discuss privately. You're a grown man, why are you meddling? They're still shaken up. Let them calm down first before we talk. The cameraman was none other than the one who had been kicked by the bearded man earlier. Seeing Huang Lei say that, he didn't bother to follow, instead putting down the camera and staring admiringly at Long Xingyue's departing figure. Disarming three-armed thugs with bare hands. If I hadn't been there today, I would thought this was some made-up story by a sensationalist writer. How could there be such a formidable young woman in this world? That's exactly how it is. Huang Lei nodded with a smile. It seems that Yaya won't just be the face of Mushroom House anymore. She's also our safety net. This little girl, how many more surprises does she have in store for me? Chapter 140, The New Guest. In the bamboo grove, Long Xingyue placed Xiaoqing on the ground. The little one turned her head and gave Long Xingyue a faint glance before turning and leaving the area. Looking at the two band-aids on its body, a smile couldn't help but spread across her face. Let's go too. Just as he turned to leave, his hand was pulled back by Xian. Yeah, I have something to tell you. Long Xingyue looked at her suspiciously. At that moment, Xuan's expression was serious, as if she had something important to announce. After a long moment of contemplation, she reached out and took Cold Star Moon's hand. Yeah, Jia, thank you so much. I really mean it. Although we've only spent a day and a half together here, I've learned so much from you, and you even protected me. Xuan's words caught Long Xingyue off guard. She couldn't help but feel that something was off about her today. I've decided I want to be like Xiao Yu and become your little sister, the kind who wants hugs and to be picked up high in the air. Oh, sure, is that all? That's it, nothing else to discuss. I'll be going now. Xian turned and left. Still looking as adorable as ever. Xian, who was walking ahead, no longer had that proud expression on her face. Instead, she wore a sweet smile and looked forward to seeing him again. Being the younger sister of Long Xingyue, this feeling isn't so bad after all. Mushroom House. The two sat quietly in the courtyard, watching the white clouds above them. Mr. Huang was cooking, while Mr. He and the others were planting rice seedlings in the fields in the distance. The two girls were quite frightened today, and Mr. Huang didn't want them to work anymore. Better just rest quietly. Sister, will we meet again someday? Xian suddenly asked this question, then answered herself, of course we will. I'm so beautiful, how could anyone not like me? As she spoke, she turned her head to look at Long Xingyue. Sis, am I right? Long Xingyue closed her eyes and leaned half against the wall. She seemed to hear nothing of what she said. She didn't speak, and neither did Xian. They just stared at her, as if they were determined to hear her give them an answer. Do I really need to ask? You're my sister. If you want to see me, just give me a call. Do you really need me to say it out loud before you feel safe? You silly girl. Yes, sometimes I really am that insecure. But from now on, yeah, you'll be my confidence. With you by my side, I feel like I can face anything. It's wonderful. Long Xingyue couldn't help but laugh. So what do you think I am? A door god or a police dog? But at the moment, she didn't say anything. She understood Xuanxuan's meaning, so she naturally stopped complaining. She simply enjoyed the time spent with her in silence. Is anyone there? After an unknown amount of time, the door to the mushroom house was pushed open from the outside, and a man and a woman walked in. Their faces were filled with smiles. Xiaoran? Xianxian looked at the arriving guests, excitedly stood up from her seat, and didn't forget to help Ling Xingyue to her feet, pulling her hand and leading her to the two guests. The two guests in front of her bore a striking resemblance to the two celebrities from her previous life, but they were not the same people. Unlike He Laoshi, they had noticeable differences in appearance, names, and age. When Xianxian pulled Ling Xingyue over, Li Xiaoran and her male companion Dong Yueming were astonished by her appearance. It's been a long time, Xiaoran. Xianxian previously had a brief encounter with Li Xiaoran on a film set. Her adorable persona has won the hearts of many, including this older sister. Even her name is completely different. The woman in front of him, Xiaoran, was probably in her early 30s, while the woman beside her, Dong Yuming, was about a year or two older than her. Xianxian and Lixioran hugged each other tightly. They then shook hands with Dong Yueming. Xiaoran, this is my older sister whom I met here, Ling Xingyue. He then looked at Ling Xingyue and gestured toward Li Xiaoran, indicating that she was a renowned actress from our country, and that those who wished to pursue Xiaoran would have to form a line all the way to the South Pole. Hearing this, Li Xiaoran scoffed and said, "You little girl, you're just making up nonsense. If someone really wanted to pursue me, would I still be single like this today? I'm old and past my prime, who would want me?" Cold Xingyue easily caught her glance as she glanced toward Dong Yuming. Just a single glance. The other person cleared their throat awkwardly and dared not respond. Instead, they turned their gaze toward Ling Xingyue. "Hello, yeah. I'm Dong Yuming. Unlike Xiaoran, I'm just an older guy. You can call me Donggu." "Alright, Donggu, come on in first. Mr. He and the others are planting rice seedlings in that rice field over there. They should be back soon. You really timed it perfectly, it's just about time for lunch. Why don't we eat together?" Huang Lei seemed to be busy cooking and couldn't come out for a while, so Ling Xingyue had no choice but to entertain the two distinguished guests herself. "I'll pass on the food. I'm trying to lose weight lately, and I have to go abroad in a couple of days to film a movie. I need to stay in shape, so I'll just skip it." "But what is Mr. Huang making? It smells so good." Li Xiaoran is the typical daughter type. She's the type who says one thing but means another. She claims she's not hungry, but deep down, she's constantly thinking about the aroma coming from the mushroom house. "Then I'll just have a bite. It's perfect since I haven't eaten yet on the way here." Dong Yuming hadn't finished speaking when Li Xiaoran suddenly glared at him. "Then you eat. I'll go upstairs to pack my luggage." Yeah, come on, let's take your sister to see the rooms upstairs." Li Xiaoran's anger left Dong Yuming speechless, unsure of what had just happened. He could only stand there dumbfounded as she stormed off, leaving him completely baffled. "Oh well, maybe I'll go pick you a cucumber to eat. It's good for weight loss and fills you up." Chapter 141, New Guests, Something Fishy is Going On. "Get lost." Li Xiaoran shouted coldly at him from the entrance of the mushroom house. Dong Yuming scratched his head awkwardly and gave the camera a nervous smile. Xianxian didn't go inside, it wouldn't be right to leave Dong Yuming alone here. Fortunately, Mr. He and the others noticed the guests and hurried back. In the kitchen on the first floor, Huang Lei had just finished the last dish. Seeing Li Xiaoran silently swallowing her saliva behind him, he sighed helplessly. "If you're hungry, just eat a bite. You're such a girl, insisting on dieting. You're not even fat. Wait until you're as built as me before you start dieting." Li Xiaoran touched her own stomach, then looked at Huang Lei's stomach, and shook her head repeatedly. "No way, Mr. Huang, you go serve the food. I'll go upstairs and check the rooms. You guys eat without me." This Li Xiaoran is his student he taught her for a year. She was already a pretty girl, and she didn't have any bad habits in her behavior or work. During her university days, many people pursued her, but unfortunately, she rejected them all. As for why, even he didn't know. It wasn't until later, when she began to make a name for herself in the entertainment industry, that more people started to take notice of her. However, she remained the same, always smiling and friendly to everyone, but never discussing her personal life. This led some media outlets to spread malicious rumors, suggesting that she was actually attracted to women. She simply laughed it off. Nonsense. No one paid any attention to him, so naturally, the fishing boat disappeared. Cold Xingyue was carrying Dong Yuming's luggage and leading Li Xiaoran upstairs. Originally, Dong Yuming had planned to carry it himself, but to his surprise, Cold Xingyue effortlessly lifted the suitcase, which weighed over 30 pounds, as if it were an apple. After watching for a while, he silently sat down in the pavilion and began to eat. "Our mushroom house only has one guest room now. Xiaoran, here's the plan, you can stay here, and Yuming will stay with Mr. He and the others. Or you can stay with me, and Yuming can stay in the guest room. What do you think? Long Xingyue asked with a smile. Don't worry about it. Let him sleep with Mr. He and the others. She has a very good personality, but whenever Dong Yuming is mentioned, she becomes a bit irritable. This made Long Xingyue smile inwardly. The two of them seemed to be quite obvious, but strangely enough, Mr. He and the others didn't notice at all. Only she and Xian noticed. Could this be what they call a woman's intuition? There were 2 wooden beds in the guest room. One of them has a simple mattress on top. Li Xiaoran thought for a moment and merged the 2 wooden beds into one. I'll sleep here tonight. This place is so beautiful, with its antique charm, and the air is especially fresh. Yeah, wouldn't it be wonderful to live here? After all, when women get together, there are only so many topics they can talk about. Li Xiaoran suddenly brought up the topic of skincare and beauty, and Long Xingyue could only reluctantly go along with it, mainly because she didn't know much about the subject either. She couldn't very well say that she was naturally beautiful and couldn't be outdone, could she? This is asking for trouble. While chatting with her, Li Xiaoran's hands were busy. She began taking out the mattress from the cabinet and making the bed. As for the blankets, the production crew will bring a new one in the evening. For their use. After all, they are celebrities, so they shouldn't skimp on something like blankets. Almost every episode features a new set of bedding. Everyone knows that while they might say they don't mind, by nighttime, they probably won't even bother to cover themselves with a blanket. It's better to get a new one. It's not that expensive, and it will make the guests feel comfortable and the production team feel at ease. These used blankets are typically donated to disaster-affected areas or disposed of internally. By the way, I brought some snacks for you today. These are from abroad. They're perfect for snacking while watching shows in the evening. I'll give you extra, and you can take some for Xian to eat on the way. The rest can be shared among He teacher and the others. Lixi Oren's suitcase was almost half full of snacks. This reminded her of a certain girl who had bought half a carload of snacks, only to end up eating a few bites and leaving the rest piled up at her house. They seemed to be foreign brands as well. Oh, thank you, Xiaoran. Let's go down first, otherwise, Donggo will be waiting impatiently. Can he really wait for me? Sigh, yeah, you're still too young. Li Xiaoran sighed, took Lang Xingyue's hand, and after packing their luggage, the two of them walked downstairs. Sure enough, in the courtyard, Dong Yuming was holding a bowl of rice and eating heartily. Seeing him with his head down, Li Xiaoran's almond-shaped eyes widened in anger. She pulled Long Xingyue over. You just got here and you're already eating? Can't you be a little more reserved? Looking at Dong Yuming, Li Xiaoyan sat down beside him and whispered. But, this show. Dong Yuming was about to say something, but he noticed that Li Xiaoran was staring at the piece of braised pork in his hand. He instinctively moved his chopsticks toward her lips. He gently opened her lips. Li Xiaoran gently opened her mouth. Then she realized that Mr. He and the others were all grinning mischievously at the two of them. They didn't say a word. Cough, I'd better take a look at the scenery here. How beautiful it is. Saying that, she stood up and walked away without looking back at the vegetables. Braised pork, though leftovers, became even more fragrant and flavorful after being reheated, its aroma alone making one's mouth water. It's quite tempting. Cold Xingyue held her rice bowl, scooping out half a bowl, and watched as Ye served himself his third bowl of rice. Just as she was about to reach for the few remaining pieces of braised pork, she gently tapped his hand. You go, I'll treat you to snacks later. Let me have this dish first. Saying this, he gathered the remaining braised pork to one side, picked a few more dishes, and after arranging them, looked at Dong Yuming. Mr. He, Mr. Huang, and Xian were all looking at Dong Yuming. Dahua and Pangpeng, not knowing what was going on, but they didn't miss a thing. They just kept staring at him. Everyone, why are you all staring at me like that? Dong Yuming was eating halfway through his meal when he noticed everyone staring at him, and he lost his appetite. With trembling hands, he placed the chopsticks and bowl on the table, his face expressionless. It really wasn't the same person. Cold Xingyue thought to herself. If it were the celebrity from her previous life, she wouldn't be so clumsy and ignorant like this one. Dongge, could you do me a favor and take this meal to the guest room on the second floor? The middle room on the second floor is the guest room. Long Xingyue smiled sweetly at him. Seeing that something was off, he noticed that Mr. He and the others were also acting strangely. Without saying a word, he carried the food upstairs. Seeing him go upstairs, Huang Lei finally called out to Li Xiaoran, could you go get something for me? I left it in the guest room. Chapter 142, Shy? Stupid? Oh, okay, Mr. Huang. Li Xiaoran was observing Dian and Tian Ba when she heard Mr. Huang say that, so she naturally agreed. If Long Xingyue had asked her to go up, it probably wouldn't have been that easy. After all, she's the junior. Everyone pretended to eat their meals. After Li Xiaoran went up, Dahua quietly asked, why did we bully Brother Dong just now? Bully? We were clearly helping him, weren't we? Xian couldn't hold back and blurted out first. Teachers He and Huang had also figured out what was going on. Before this, I hadn't noticed their anti-smiles, but who would have thought that today I would catch them red-handed? These two, sigh. Mr. Huang's sigh made Hejeong almost burst out laughing. They had been friends for over 20 years, how could he not understand his thoughts? Hurrying to smile at Long Xingyue, do you know what Mr. Huang is sighing about? Once a teacher, always a father. Seeing his own outstanding daughter fall for a block of wood, how could he not be worried? Right, Mr. Huang? Huang Lei shot Hejeong a disapproving glance. This man was otherwise decent, but his sharp observations were simply too accurate. It was hard not to find him irritating. Xiaoran, this girl was always an excellent student, well liked by everyone, with great acting skills, and always got things done efficiently. She had never dated anyone before, so I assumed she was planning to focus on her career first, like the other celebrities in the industry. But today I realized she has been holding on to a block of wood. No wonder she can't bring herself to like anyone else. Peng Peng, De Hua, and Yu hadn't noticed either, but when they heard this, they were all taken aback. You mean these two? Huang Lei nodded, then shook his head. The flower has feelings, but the water is indifferent. Don't air this part. Fortunately, today's daytime livestream was turned off, so the netizens didn't find out about this explosive news. The two stayed on the second floor for over half an hour before coming down. When they came down, the meal was already finished. When Dong Yuming picked up the bowl and chopsticks to wash them himself, Peng Peng hurriedly took them from him and whispered, "Donggu, who ate this meal?" "Me? What's wrong?" "Me? What's wrong?" Dong Yuming looked at Peng Peng with a puzzled expression. "What? You ate it? It wasn't this." Peng Peng looked at Dong Yuming in surprise, then glanced at Hejeong and Huang Lei. Silently picking up his bowl and chopsticks, he walked over to the sink and began washing the dishes. This Dong Yuming really was like a clumsy fool. After lunch, Ya and Xian got ready to leave. Everyone saw them off to the bottom of the stairs. They bid each other a tearful farewell. Among them, the two who found it hardest to part were naturally Lang Xingyue and Xian. Xian clung to her, refusing to let go. All right. Wait until I have a day off the day after tomorrow, and you can come over to see me. Your sister is sick right now, so she won't be running around. There's also a big pile of snacks that Xiaoyu bought at home. You're always welcome to come over and play. Of course I will. Even if my sister doesn't let me go, I'll just go anyway, hee. Alright, I'm off then. Watching the two cars in front and behind leave one after another, Cold Xingyue waved at the taillights of the departing car. Mr. He, I'll take Donggu to the tavern to deliver the strawberries. We'll be back soon. Although she didn't know why she wanted to take Dong Yuming to the tavern, Miss He nodded and agreed to her idea. Alright, go early, and come back soon. Since you're not feeling well, it's better for you to rest more. Before Lang Xingyue could speak, Daho heard Mr. He mention her illness and hurried over. Yeah, are you sick? What's wrong? Let me take a look. Seeing that he was genuinely concerned, but also sensing that he was trying to take advantage of her, Lang Xingyue didn't let him get close and gently pushed him toward Peng Peng instead. It's nothing serious. Don't worry about it. Well, Mr. He, I'll be on my way now. Taking the strawberries, she led Dong Yuming and the others out. They had originally planned to ride motorcycles down. However, in order to have time to chat with Dong Yuming, I decided to walk instead. Li Xiaoran also wanted to follow, but was stopped by Huang Lei. With no choice, she could only stand in the courtyard, watching the two of them walk and chat. She bit her lower lip slightly. Hejeong watched Li Xiaoran's expression and chuckled. Don't worry, my little Moon has high standards. Cough, really? I think so too. Moon is so beautiful, she'll definitely find a Prince Charming someday. She wouldn't end up like this guy. On the way, Dong Yuming felt a bit awkward looking at her, not knowing what to say. On the other hand, Lang Xingyue occasionally smiled at him. Donggu. There was no one else around, so why not just be honest? I've already noticed that you're putting on an act. Even if you're usually reserved, you wouldn't behave like this today. He just smiled awkwardly. Xiaoran can't eat greasy food. Even if she wants to, she has to resist for her figure. I've already prepared a nutritious meal for her. Just now, I gave her salad and boiled eggs. She must hate me so much. Dong Yuming, though he appeared a bit reserved, was actually an extremely wise individual. Otherwise, how could he have managed to stay in the industry for so many years? Cold Xingyue could also keenly sense a hint of love in his eyes toward Li Xiaoran. Unfortunately, he hid it so well that Cold Xingyue could only catch a fleeting glimpse of it. She didn't say anything, as if waiting for Dong Yuming to make his move. He turned his head and looked at the cameraman behind him, smiling politely and asking if he could pause for a moment. He wanted to say a few words off the record that shouldn't be broadcast. The staff naturally understood and quickly paused the recording. At the same time, they moved further away from Lang Xingyue and the others. Looking at the stunningly beautiful girl beside him, he hesitated. In truth, before coming here, he had wanted to do one thing: confess his feelings to Xiaoyan tonight. However, he lacked the courage, and his popularity couldn't compare to hers. He had been lingering in the third tier, even though he understood her feelings, he dared not accept them. He feared he wasn't worthy of her. Indeed, Mr. Huang believes you truly don't deserve Xiao Ran. Long Xingyue spoke honestly. Dong Yuming fell silent for a moment. In truth, he didn't confide his innermost thoughts to Long Xingyue because he trusted her. Rather, he wanted to hear from someone else whether his actions today were indeed the right course of action. Should he confess his feelings to Li Xiaoran? Actually, you've been stuck in a dead end all along. You think you're not good enough for her, but you really like her. Since you like her and she likes you, why does it matter whether you're good enough or not? All she really wants from you is a promise to hold your hand and grow old together. Do you really think Xiaoran cares about anything else? Chapter 143, Donggood, don't make me look down on you. But I care. I don't want others to point fingers behind my back and call me a man who relies on a woman to support him. In the eyes of ordinary people, I'm a celebrity in the public eye, a hot commodity. But only I know my true worth. Dong Yuming tapped his chest. After all these years in this industry, I'm still only a mid-tier third-rate star, while she, in her early 30s, has already reached the second tier. Xiao Ran has immense potential, and I don't want to hold her back. The passion that had once burned within him seemed to fade away after those words were spoken, and he fell silent once more. The words "I don't want to hold her back" contained so much heartache. Cold Xingyue's face was adorned with a smile. A gentle breeze swept through her long hair, causing her to unconsciously brush it aside. If you truly believe that you are holding her back, then leave Xiao Ran and stop giving her false hope. Besides, she is so outstanding, and it is indeed marrying someone like you would be embarrassing. At least that's how I feel. A man who's afraid of everything, what kind of future does he have? Just because of an artist's evaluation standards, you're rejecting your entire future. Donggood, don't make me look down on you. Dong Yuming remained silent, still hesitating. Cold Xingyue naturally understood this matter and knew it was best not to get too involved. But since he wanted to confess his feelings here, it was now the Mushroom House's business. As long as he agrees, the rest will be handled smoothly by Mr. He and the others. Otherwise, even if we rush, it won't make a difference. Following Cold Xingyue, Dong Yuming made his way to the tavern entrance. Following Long Xingyue, Dong Yueming made his way to the entrance of the tavern. The door was always open, and there were many guests inside, clinking glasses and enjoying themselves. However, there was no sign of Wang Huan. After scanning the area around her and not finding him, she placed the strawberries she was holding on the counter. Looking at the waiter behind the counter, she smiled lightly and asked, "Where's your boss?" "I'm here to deliver these strawberries to him, and I also have something else to give him." The waiter gave a wry smile and pointed to the backyard. He caught a cold after getting soaked in the rain last night. He's resting in the back room. Why don't I take you to see him? This girl is quite friendly. Long Xingyue hesitated for a moment before agreeing to her words, taking Dong Yuming with her, and the three of them entered the backyard together. Passing by several wine barrels, they made their way to the deepest bedroom. The door wasn't locked. The girl reached out and turned the handle, and the door opened naturally. Before she could step inside, she heard a cough coming from inside. "Brother Wang, the cold-hearted strawberry seller from last time has come to see you." She called out once toward the inside but didn't go in. Instead, she smiled at Long Xingyue and turned around to go back to work. "Cough, cough, don't come in. Just put the strawberries on the ground. I'll have Xiao Yun bring the money over tomorrow." Dong Yuming put down the strawberries and curiously peered into the bedroom. The room wasn't very clean, with only a few pieces of furniture, but overall, it was still tidy. Seeing that he had a cold, Long Xingyue didn't plan to go inside either. "Hey, drunk boss, I have something for you. Take a look and see if you recognize it." He took out a box wrapped in a handkerchief from his pocket. He reached out and tossed it over. It landed right next to the bed. Now lying on the bed, Wang Huanzi's eyes were filled with a look of confusion. Slowly raising his hand, he picked up the box and opened it. When she saw the silver earring inside, tears welled up in my eyes. I looked up to thank Lang Xingyue, but the two had already left. They weren't there anymore. "Thank you." He kept those words of gratitude deep within his heart. The importance of this item to him had surpassed even his own life, and now it had been returned to him. A simple thank you was simply insufficient to express the joy he felt in his heart. On the way back, Long Xingyue spotted the waitress Xiao Yun from the tavern, carrying 2 bottles of white wine and waiting for the two of them. Upon seeing Long Xingyue emerge, she hurried over to greet him. He handed the 2 bottles of white wine to her. "Cold sister, can we go out and talk?" Xiao Yun handed over 2 bottles of alcohol, and Dong Yuming took them naturally. He held them in his hands. There was no reason for it. Why give her wine? "Of course you can, but this is your tavern?" Looking at the crowded tavern, she glanced at Xiao Yun in surprise. Was she just going to let the customers stay here like this? "Hey, it's fine. They're all regular customers. Let's go." The young woman in front of him was about 24 or 25 years old. Although she called her sister, it was obvious that she was much older than herself. Dong Yuming walked slowly at the back, with the two women in front. No one spoke along the way. The young woman named Xiao Yun seemed to be restless. When both of them reached the village entrance on this rural path, she finally looked at Lang Xingyue and said, "Thank you for considering Wang Dage a friend. All these years, only you, Lang Jia, have truly understood him." Hearing her say this, Lang Xingyue hurriedly waved her hands. "Hey, don't call me sister anymore. I'm only 23 years old. Why don't you just call me Yaya? What did you want to tell me, Xiao Yun? You didn't just come here to talk about this, did you? Oh, don't call me sister anymore. I'm only 23 this year. Why don't you just call me Yaya? Xiao Yun, what exactly do you want to say? You didn't just come here to tell me about this, did you? Well, then I'll just say it, Yaya. Do you like Wang Dage?" That question caught Lang Xingyue off guard, and she burst out laughing. "Huh, what are you talking about? How could I like an old man who just drinks all day? Let's be honest. If we keep beating around the bush like this, I'm going back." She made a move to leave, but Xiao Yun saw this and quickly stopped her. Hey, actually, besides thanking you for understanding Wang Dage these past few days, I also wanted to tell you about him. The reason why Wang Dage is like this is actually all because of my sister. The story isn't very long, but it sounds so melodramatic." Xiao Yun's sister left without a word. Later, it turned out that she had quietly married someone else. This left Wang Huanji in a state of despair for 3 months. In a subsequent accident, he ended up in the hospital. It was there that he discovered the man who had married Xiao Yun's older sister was actually the doctor at the hospital. After his relentless questioning, the doctor finally revealed the truth. Xiao Yun's older sister had passed away a month earlier, and she was still clutching that silver earring in her hand. Due to the diagnosis of brain cancer, fearing that Wang Huanji would be unable to accept the reality, she colluded with her parents and the doctor to stage this farce, which was hardly even worth calling a play. Cold Xingyue listened to Xiao Yun's account of the story, feeling little emotion. She simply felt that Wang Huanji was truly just like herself. It's just a simple and cliché situation, yet it took me this long to realize it. I was so foolish to hate a woman who loved me so deeply. This guy is such an idiot. He couldn't even see through such a simple act, and now he's regretting it? What was he thinking? Dong Yueming said excitedly. What's that, brother Dong? You have the nerve to talk about others? Chapter 144, Preparations. Dong Yuming was still seething with anger, but Cold Xingyu's casual remark left him feeling particularly embarrassed. Though he didn't want to be like Wang Huanji in the story, always kept in the dark, he felt even more pathetic. He didn't even have the courage to confess his feelings to Li Xiaoran. How could he look down on Wang Huanji? Now Lang Xingyue finally understood why she had felt that this drunken boss was different. It was just as she had suspected, he was the same kind of person as she was. All along, he had misunderstood the person he once loved the most deeply. But she came here, and Wang Huanji spent his days drinking water instead of wine, drowning himself in it every day. Perhaps it was a form of retribution. The girl seemed to realize that she wasn't getting close to Wang Huanzi because she liked him, so she relaxed and explained the reason behind it before leaving. Watching the girl's departing figure, Dong Yuming couldn't help but smile unexpectedly. It seems like this girl has developed feelings for her brother-in-law. Lang Xingyue gave him a glance, and it was pretty clear what she was thinking. Well, yeah, after hearing that story, I've come to realize something. You know, a person's life isn't really that long, but it's not that short either. Sometimes, you never know when your time will come. If I die without telling Xiaoran how I feel, that would be so pathetic. I've made up my mind I'm going to confess my feelings to her. Dong Yuming seemed to have come to terms with the situation. He spoke firmly. No, your confession lacks sincerity. After all these years, is that all you want, just a confession? He's not a naive teenager in his 20s anymore. Is he really waiting to go through a stormy period? Cold Xingyue looked at Dong Yuming, who looked completely clueless, and sighed helplessly. Proposing directly to Xiaoran, though I don't like being so calculating, but if you were to confess your feelings through a livestream, you could at least achieve both fame and fortune. How about it? Are you brave enough? Since he has already decided to do this, what is there to be afraid of? He smiled at Lang Xingyue. The smile on his face was one of having let go of all the burdens in his heart. What's the big deal? Proposing has always been my ultimate wish. Since it can be realized earlier, that's just perfect. But I don't have a ring. I have one, cough cough, use this one. From the alleyway nearby, Wang Huanji emerged, with Xiao Yun supporting him on either side. At that moment, the young woman's face was slightly flushed, and she did not speak when she saw Lang Xingyue. Meanwhile, Wang Huanji handed a red box to Dong Yuming. This was the ring I had once prepared to give to her sister. Unfortunately, there was no opportunity. Now that it can bear witness to the story between the two of you, it has found its purpose. Good luck, Mr. Dong. Alright, I'll return it to you tomorrow after I've used it. This item is far too valuable for me to accept, and besides, I'd like to give her the ring I personally selected. Lang Xingyue left with Dong Yuming in succession. Xiao Yun supported Wang Huanji, furrowing her delicate brows as she looked at him. You lent this ring to Dong Yuming? How could you? Of course, Wang Huanji understood what she meant, but before she could finish, he interrupted her. That's not your sister's thing anyway. Besides, they found something more important for me. I don't need that ring anymore. Xiao Yun, help me back. Xiao Yun seemed to be thinking about something. Fine, anyway, your taste is terrible, and I don't like the design of that ring either. What did you say? No. On the way back, Dong Yu was clearly very nervous, clutching the box tightly in both hands. Suddenly, she glanced at the cameraman not far away. He signaled for him to turn on the camera. Phew, today, I have something very important to announce. I, Dong Yueming, am going to propose to Li Xiaoran today, and I hope everyone can be a witness for me. Since the camera is for recording, not live streaming, even if it's recorded, it won't be available to viewers until 6 months later. Seeing him approach the machine and mention this matter, Long Xingyue couldn't help but chuckle, quickly pushing him away. No, this is a pre-recorded camera. If you want to witness it, you'll have to find the live broadcast machine. Besides, even if you've made up your mind, do you know what to prepare next? De Hua is handling the music, but you'll at least need flowers and red candles, right? A rushed proposal is something that will make a woman resent you for the rest of her life, so I advise you to prepare properly before going to express your feelings to Xiaoran. But where am I supposed to find flowers and red candles? Dong Yuming rummaged through his pockets. His wallet was with his assistant, and he only had less than $300 in his own pockets. A bouquet of roses was out of the question. He could probably only afford a few stems. However, according to what Long Xingyue had said, that would be too rushed. Alright, I'll think of a way to help you. A living person can't be driven to desperation, can they? Go back first. The two hurried back to the mushroom house. When Dong Yuming saw Li Xiaoran, she was playing happily with two small dogs. When she saw him, Dong Yuming cleared his throat twice and hurriedly avoided her gaze, heading upstairs. But what he didn't know was that since he had entered, he had already caught Li Xiaoran's attention. Seeing that he hadn't acknowledged her and had gone upstairs directly. This was somewhat unexpected, so he followed him upstairs, curious to see what this guy was up to. Mr. He, I found something strange on the way here. Come take a look. It's a bit odd. Long Xingyue hurriedly made up an excuse and called Mr. He over. She explained everything that had happened with Dong Yuming. He Jung heard this and his eyes widened in shock. Really? This blockhead finally came to his senses? She couldn't help but laugh, but she didn't tell Mr. He. In truth, Dong Yuming knew everything. He was just pretending to be clueless. This guy is as sly as a fox. Mr. He pondered for a moment, then said, Alright, I'll leave Xiaoran to you. Try not to let her get involved in our affairs. Oh, and take her strawberry picking. Eat all the ones from before, then have De Hua and the others finish them off. After that, go pick some more. Today, everything should be centered around them. We'll address the living arrangements later. Saying this, Mr. He went to find Huang Lei and De Hua to discuss the next steps. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoran had just come downstairs, her face still red with anger. This good for nothing. It seems like he's been upset by Dong Yuming again. Cold Xingyue hurriedly stepped forward, pulling Li Xiaoran's hand. Sis, let's go pick strawberries. Then I'll show you the scenery here. Getting angry will only make you look ugly. Are you saying I'm old? Li Xiaoran asked with a sideways glance. No, you're still as beautiful as ever in my heart, like a goddess. That's more like it. Chapter 145, Stinky Girl, where are you touching? On the way, the two women carried baskets, looking as beautiful as fairies. They weren't in a hurry to pick strawberries. Instead, Long Xingyue took her around to explore, enjoying themselves immensely. After some time, Li Xiaoran began to sense something was amiss. Even though the girl took her everywhere to sightsee, she never mentioned picking strawberries, as if she were intentionally taking her on a sightseeing trip. How could she not start to suspect something? On the way, Li Xiaoran grabbed her hand and stopped her, looking at Long Xingyue's fair face with bright eyes and white teeth, and asked suspiciously, Yeah, why didn't you take me strawberry picking? Instead, you're wandering around here. Don't you have anything else to do this afternoon? Her heart skipped a beat, and she thought to herself, this is bad. She's noticed. By now, according to the schedule, Mr. He and Mr. Huang should have already left with Dong Yuming to go shopping. Meanwhile, Dahu and Pangpang are busy preparing all the necessary materials for the upcoming event. Actually, I made a small mistake, so I couldn't go swimming in the afternoon. You know how it is, so I had to ask my sister to spend more time with me. Reluctantly, Long Xingyue could only use certain illnesses as an excuse to get out of it. Li Xiaoran looked at Long Xingyue and finally realized, oh, is that why? No wonder you seemed a bit off today. But it's normal, women have those days when their nerves are a bit off. Seeing that she didn't press the matter further, Long Xingyue finally let out a sigh of relief. However, she had already begun to suspect something, so for now, she could only lead her to the strawberry greenhouse. Looking around at the picturesque scenery, her eyes held a hint of bewilderment. Yeah, what do you think? If we could buy a piece of land here someday, build a small villa, have a garden, and grow some flowers and plants, wouldn't that be wonderful? Of course, looking at this piece of land, she had also imagined it, though perhaps her mind had wandered, and she had only thought about the big and small details of her future life with those girls. That scene was hard to describe, easily making one's blood boil. I've thought about it before, but now it's still too early to dwell on such things. After all, we're still young, aren't we? What matters is what's in front of us now. Let us leave the future to the future. Why rush to plan everything now? Her words made Li Xiaoran nod in agreement. Maybe you're right. I always can't help but think about what I'll be like in 10 years, or 20 years, making me feel a bit old. Sigh, yeah, do you think your older sister is old? Li Xiaoran seemed very concerned about this question, so she turned her head to look at her face full of confusion. She always felt that over the years, she had been gradually withering away from her most vibrant years. Add to that the matter with Dong Yuming, which served as a burden, leaving her feeling unsure of why she seemed to have become old and unlovable. Sister, you're really funny. If that's what you call old, then no one will dare to call themselves young anymore. Cold Xingyue half hugged her arm as the two entered the strawberry greenhouse. After spending roughly half an hour inside, Lung Xingyue was busy picking strawberries when she suddenly heard a startled scream from nearby, followed by the sound of something heavy hitting the ground. Lung Xingyue quickly looked up to find the source of the sound. She saw Li Xiaoran had actually fallen to the ground. Her face contorted in pain. In front of her, a blackish-green frog, no bigger than half a palm, fled from the side. It seemed that this was the thing that had made her scream and caused her to be so frightened. Sis, are you okay? Li Xiaoran was wearing a dress with a black short skirt underneath and a long silk skirt on top. After the scare earlier, she had accidentally scraped her knee, and now there was a trickle of blood flowing down. It's heartbreaking to look at. It's okay, these are just minor injuries. Go back, clean the wounds, apply some antiseptic ointment, and you'll be fine. It was just that I suddenly saw a frog earlier, which startled me, and my heart is still racing now. She's a strong person, this little injury isn't a big deal for her. What's truly unfortunate is the strawberries scattered on the ground that can no longer be eaten. I don't know why there are frogs in this greenhouse. I'll ask the production team later. Thank goodness it's just frogs. If it were something else, that would be dangerous. Can you walk, sis? She helped Li Xiaoran to the entrance of the greenhouse and gestured for her to sit on a plastic stool left there. She went back to pick up all the strawberries scattered on the ground and put them back into the basket. Seeing her do this, Li Xiaoran looked at her in surprise. Those strawberries are already ruined. Why are you picking them up? Oh, these? Our family's lantern likes to eat them. We can't eat them, so it's better not to waste them. Let's save them for the lantern to eat. I wonder if Kai Deng would be moved to tears if she saw this. Emotion came over to her side, bent down to examine the wound on her leg. The problem wasn't too serious, but since the injury was on her knee, any movement of the joint would touch the wound. It's okay, I already told you, it's just a minor injury. Why are you so worried, yeah? Lung Xingyue simply picked her up, letting her hold the basket, wrapped his arms around her legs, and supported her. He pushed open the gate and walked out of the strawberry greenhouse. Li Xiaoran never expected that this seemingly cold younger sister could be so domineering, simply picking her up and carrying her like that. Though they were both girls, it was still a bit embarrassing, especially being carried by such a beautiful young woman. Yeah, can you help me down? It's just a minor scrape, it's nothing. It's a piece of skin the size of a fingernail, and you call that a minor injury? Xiaoran, I'm very strong, don't worry about me. It's my fault for not protecting you properly and letting you get hurt. I'll take care of the wound when we get back. This afternoon, you'll stay with me, the patient, and we'll just relax and take it easy together. Seeing that she wouldn't let her down, Li Xiaoran grew a bit annoyed. But Lung Xingyue was genuinely concerned about her, so she couldn't bring herself to get angry. Especially when she saw her, carrying her on her back with a calm expression and a steady heart, she knew she wasn't lying to her. Alright then, hey, you little brat, where are you touching? I'm innocent, Xiaoran, I didn't put it there. I was just afraid you'd slip. Chapter 146, Countdown to the Proposal. In the mushroom house, there was no one else besides Xiao Bai, Xiao H, and Xiao O. Mr. He and his team had all gone to attend to other matters. Even Director Wang and his team have left to set up the live stream, focusing their attention on Dong Yueming. After all, the titled proposal showdown is quite impactful. Seeing her sit on the bench in the courtyard pavilion, he fetched a basin of clear water and lifted her skirt slightly. At the same time, to prevent her shoes from getting wet, he took off her flat sandals. Her snow-white legs, as delicate as lotus roots, were flawless except for a dark red patch on her knees. The wound is still dotted with dust, and a piece of skin is stuck to it. Looking at it, Cold Star Moon felt a pang of pain herself. She quickly rinsed the wound with clean water, dried it with a towel, applied some hemostatic powder, and carefully bandaged it with gauze. Seeing that Lang Xingyue was about to help her put on her sandals, Li Xiaoran hurriedly snatched the shoes away. If this continued, she wouldn't be able to stay here. She carried herself back, applied more powder, and her admiration for this girl was skyrocketing, though she felt a bit embarrassed for always causing her so much trouble. However, what she didn't know was, in Lung Xingyue's mind, the system was continuously prompting her. Current affection level of Li Xiaoran has increased, upgraded to level 3 close friend. Li Xiaoran, foot shape optimization 1. Li Xiaoran, leg slimming optimization 1. Xiaoran, why don't I help you up to your room to rest for a while? We don't have anything else to do anyway. You can rest upstairs, and I'll call you when Yi Laoshi and the others return. Recording the program can wait a little longer. Your recovery is more important. Lung Xingyue suppressed the joy she felt from obtaining the attribute, smiling sweetly at Li Xiaoran. She was actually hesitating. At first, she didn't feel anything, but now the pain from the wound on her leg was making her furrow her brows. Alright, but I'll go up on my own. You're such a reckless girl, just picking me up without a word and making me feel embarrassed. I helped her up to the second floor. They entered the guest room to rest. Cold Xingyue finally calmed down and looked down at her own legs. Her legs did indeed feel a fraction thinner than before. We just sent Li Xiaoran upstairs. The voices of Mr. He and the others could already be heard outside the door. In my opinion, tonight, we should turn off the lights, open the front door, and Cold Xingyue is gesturing to them to be quiet. Mr. He hurriedly closed his mouth. The three of them returned carrying quite a few things. The candles were faintly lit, and they had bought quite a few. It seemed like they were planning a romantic night tonight. What about Xiaoran? Dong Yuming placed the items aside and asked softly. Xiaoran was injured earlier. She scraped her knee. Oh, I haven't finished yet. Upon hearing that Li Xiaoran was injured, Dong Yuming immediately ran upstairs to the guest room, probably to check on her injuries. Cold Xingyue, He Jiom, and Huang Lei were left behind, exchanging helpless smiles. You care so much about them, yet you've been hiding your feelings all this time. It took you this long to muster the courage. You're really something else. Yeah, you'll have to put in a little effort and slice these fruits. I'm planning to make a cake. At times like this, I always feel like having a cake would make everything perfect. Huang Lei has already gathered all the necessary items one by one. Eggs, flour, whipping cream, and whole milk, those 4 items. Don't worry, I've got everything under control. After a while, Dong Yuming came downstairs. He gave Huang Lei, who was looking at him, a sheepish smile. She was asleep. Huang Lei shot him a disapproving glance but said nothing. He had always believed that Dong Yuming was not good enough for Li Xiaoran. Besides, she was his student. Back then, he had thought Li Xiaoran was a wonderful young woman who, even if she didn't become a top-tier star in the industry, would certainly carve out a niche for herself. Yet, he never imagined that such a remarkable young woman would fall for a block of wood. Adhering to the belief that a grown woman should not be kept, Huang Lei chose not to intervene. After all, he was just her teacher, not her biological father. He couldn't stop her from pursuing her true love. I have no power to stop her from pursuing true love. Now, under Mr. He's persuasion, I can only try to view Dong Yuming in a different light. It's not that he's incapable, it's just that his temperament leaves Huang Lei deeply dissatisfied. This dull temperament, if he keeps acting like this, he'll end up becoming genuinely foolish. Just in time, you're here. Hurry up and cut these long candles into 3 sections. I'll prepare a wooden board for you shortly. First, arrange the candles according to your own design. Make sure nothing goes wrong tonight. Huang Lei was busy preparing flour for the cake while looking at him with a serious expression. Don't worry, Mr. Huang. Dong Yuming hurriedly carried the candles over to the side and began frantically cutting them into 3 pieces. However, only Lang Xingyue suddenly glanced at the window on the second floor. A pair of eyes stared down at the ground below. Upon seeing Lang Xingyue notice her, she hurriedly gestured frantically for her not to make a sound. He then quietly left the scene. Seeing this, she could only shake her head helplessly. She sighed inwardly. This matter was truly intriguing. Though both parties clearly understood each other's intentions, they both insisted on pretending to be unaware. Is it really necessary to hide it like this? Night falls quietly. Everyone has made all the necessary preparations. The program staff have also quietly taken their positions, hiding in the shadows. At the entrance to the second floor guest room, Cold Xingyue was holding Xiaobai and leaning against the wall. She didn't even glance inside the room. He smiled softly and asked the beauty inside, "Are you nervous?" There was a long silence inside before a faint voice finally replied, "I'm nervous. I thought I wouldn't be back until very late tonight, but now that I'm actually facing it, I still feel nervous." Yeah, what should I do? What expression should I use when I face him? Of course, just your usual expression. Mr. He and the others all thought that Li Xiaoran had slept through the day and only woke up when it got dark, so they sent Lung Xingyue to stop her from coming downstairs. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, candles had been placed in various corners, and buckets of water were prepared in case of any potential fire hazards. In the very center of the courtyard, the candles had been arranged to form the shape of a heart. At that moment, Dong Yueming stood in the middle, repeating the words he was about to speak over and over again in his mind. Dear, will you marry me? I will give you a lifetime of happiness. Dear, come with me. I'm not the right one for you either. Yen, come with me. I'll take care of your clothes and wash the kids' clothes. Seeing him like this, Mr. He and the others in the distance all laughed. Chapter 147, Leaving Early. Alright, it's time for the bride to make her entrance. Beautiful Miss Li, shouldn't you come out and greet everyone? Lung Xingyue smiled indifferently and spoke softly toward the room. At the same time, the door opened, and Li Xiaoran stepped out slowly, one step at a time. It was clear that after several hours of rest, the wound had mostly stopped bleeding and was beginning to scab over. It didn't hurt as much as before. This actually made Li Xiaoran feel much more relaxed. As she slowly made her way down the stairs, Lung Xingyue's phone suddenly vibrated. When she picked up the phone and saw the number, her brows immediately furrowed. Why is she calling me? Li Xiaoran pretended to know nothing and slowly walked downstairs. From the moment she entered the guest room and heard Mr. He's voice outside the door, she sensed something was amiss. She quickly covered the camera in the guest room, pretended to be asleep, and began observing the commotion downstairs. When she saw Dong Yuming clumsily cutting the red candle into 3 pieces, she feared he might cut himself. Until her eyes locked with those of Lung Xingyue, whose eyes were so beautiful they seemed unreal. Only then did she finally settle down to sleep. Finally, she waited for night to fall. The work of these people was finally completed. Without her knowledge, they had managed to set up the venue for the proposal, albeit barely. She came out, ready and waiting, Dahua. He Jiong whispered, while Dahua hurriedly followed and began to play the violin. The melodious music flowed across the land, flowing into the hearts of people. Li Xiaoran looked around in surprise at the red candles, then turned her gaze to Dong Yueming standing in the center of the candles. The man held a bouquet of flowers made from various blooms, his eyes fixed intently on the hostess of the evening. Xiaoran, we've known each other for so long. While everyone was intently watching the situation in the courtyard, Lung Xingyue was busy answering an important call. Yeah, there's something I need to tell you. You'll find out sooner or later, so I thought I'd let you know in advance to save you the worry later. Yaya's sister suffered from heatstroke while filming 2 days ago, causing dizziness, and accidentally injured her foot. She is currently recovering in the hospital. Fortunately, she was taken there promptly, and the diagnosis is a fracture. She will need to rest at home for nearly 3 months. She didn't want me to notify you, fearing it might distract you from your variety show filming here. However, I thought that if you were the last to know, you would probably rush back without even finishing the show. It's better to let you know in advance so you can prepare mentally. Alright, I understand. Which hospital is she in? Lung Xingyue walked back to her room and began packing her luggage. The show is important, but Yaya is more important to her. Without her, she wouldn't even qualify to be on the show. If she doesn't show up in front of Tong Liang right away, she'll feel like she's a complete failure. She would also feel deeply guilty toward her older sister, who had always cared about her and kept an eye on her. In the courtyard, Mr. He and the others are now cheering and celebrating. It seems that the two have already tied the knot. Now that everything has worked out, she can finally take some time off. Without even changing her clothes, she grabbed her suitcase and walked out. Huang Lei happened to be standing nearby, silently watching Li Xiaoran and Dong Yueming embrace each other. For a moment, he didn't notice Lung Xingyue rushing out. Mr. Huang, I have something to ask of you. When she spoke, Huang Lei finally reacted. He hurriedly turned his head to look at her. Oh? Yeah, what's wrong? Seeing that she had already packed her luggage and was getting ready to leave, he Laosher, Dalo, and the others looked at her in surprise. She's live streaming right now, what's going on here? My sister suffered from heatstroke and injured her foot. She's currently in the hospital. I want to go visit her. You understand, without Yaya, I wouldn't be here. As a person, one must have a conscience. Huang Lei and He Jiong exchanged glances, then without hesitation, they quickly moved their cars to let her go first. Work is important, but family is more important. Despite this being an unexpected live streaming incident, netizens have praised Lung Xingyue's attitude. Some people may not understand why she is being praised despite her actions, and subsequently, those in the know began to explain the situation. In the end, it all boils down to one thing: without Yaya, there would be no cold Xingyue standing here today. She should go back now. It's only right. Although it was somewhat unexpected, it was still within reason. While arranging transportation, the production team also booked her the earliest available flight via phone. It's at 10 p.m. tonight. All first-class seats are already taken, and only business-class tickets are available now. She didn't mind, but she was just concerned about when she would be able to return. After Lung Xingyue got into the car, Huang Lei sighed. It's true that when you care, you get anxious. Today's unexpected events were just too much. I was afraid that Ye might not be able to handle it. He Jiong was also worried about this. In the morning, she had just gone through a life-threatening ordeal, and then she had to deal with the most challenging days for a woman. In the afternoon, she was helping Li Xiaoran and Dong Yueming with their busy plans. By evening, she received this notice. Her body wasn't made of iron. I was afraid she wouldn't be able to handle it. At 9:30 p.m., the car finally arrived at the airport and she boarded the plane at the same time, heading to the capital city. However, Yaya was still unaware of the matter involving Lung Xingyue. At that moment, her face was a bit pale, but her expression was still composed. She was currently reading through the next lines of the script. It takes 100 days to heal a broken bone, and she is the female lead in a TV drama. Now, due to her injury, the production team is preparing to postpone filming. Despite all the delays, it seems that human plans are no match for fate. With the lead actress injured, even if the director wanted to speed things up, there's nothing he can do. Shinshin, go tell the director that this is just a minor issue. Let me rest for a couple of days so we can film the scenes that don't require much movement first. We can't let the entire production be delayed because of me. Shinshin was the girl who had just called Lung Xingyue. Hearing Yaya say this, she grew anxious. Sis, this isn't a minor injury. Your foot is fractured. How can that be a minor issue? The director is currently considering postponing the TV series release date. Don't worry, we've got everything under control. You should just stay in the hospital and rest. You have no idea how scared we were when you got injured. Yaha just shrugged it off with a smile. Now she was helplessly staring out the window. I wonder what that girl, Yaya, is doing right now. I should probably give her sister a call. Chapter 148, Should I Go or Not? Shinshin dared not mention the fact that she had called Lung Xingyue. Now she just sat silently by her side. Though her face bears a serene smile, she cannot hide the nervousness that makes her heart race. She hadn't really decided yet. If Yaya found out that she had called Lung Xingyue and asked her to come over, what would she do then? Would she get so angry that she'd defire her? Sigh, as for the masked singer, I'm afraid I won't be able to go. I wonder if Yaya can handle it alone. With her cold personality and tone-deaf voice, I'm worried she'll end up making a fool of herself. Even now, Tong Lia is still thinking about Lung Xingyue. She truly embodies the ideal of a good older sister in China. Sister Yaya, everything will be fine. Sister Yaya, you can rest assured. It's already so late, go to bed first. You'll be discharged tomorrow and can go home to recover. There's no rush for a few more days, right? Shishin smiled at her. She didn't mention a word about her earlier plan to leave early to film. Tong Lia didn't notice this either. After chatting for a few moments, she slowly drifted off into a deep sleep. Late at night. In the business class cabin of the airplane, Lung Xingyue gazed out the window, her face filled with anxiety. She hadn't even had time to change her clothes and was now wearing something extremely simple, a loose-fitting, oversized short-sleeve top and a light blue pair of shorts. On her feet were a pair of white skateboard shoes. She let her hair hang down behind her, wearing a baseball cap. To hide her tired expression, Lung Xingyue also put on sunglasses and a mask. Today had been a busy day, and on top of that, she was already feeling unwell. Even with her physical condition optimized to level 5, she couldn't resist the fatigue she was feeling at the moment. According to the schedule, Mr. Huang Lei and the others had already finished today's recording and sent her messages expressing their concern. Yaya's injuries aren't serious, but they're more worried about cold Xingyue's own situation. She suddenly rushed out in such a hurry, fearing that her body might not be able to withstand such a major upheaval and trigger some health issues. Even Li Xiaoran and Dong Yueming added her on WeChat and began to inquire about her current situation. Seeing this, Lung Xingyue felt much better. Coming to this world and having so many friends who care about her was something she had never experienced in her previous life. Looking back now, it really is quite wonderful. At the very least, it has eased her mind considerably. Sitting beside her was an elderly woman. Although she still attracted a lot of attention after sitting down, no one came to disturb her since it was so late. Rarely, she was able to get a good night's sleep. 3 o'clock in the morning. The plane landed at the capital city airport. Cold Xingyue gazed at the sky, which remained pitch black. Carrying her luggage and covered in frost, she hailed a taxi and headed straight for the central hospital in the capital city. Following the address Shishin had given her earlier, she made her way there. When she arrived at the hospital, it was already dawn. She didn't forget to buy a few crab roe buns on the way. Upon arriving at the hospital, I quietly went up to the 3rd floor. When she reached the door of Tong Lia's ward, she could already see Yaya lying inside, sound asleep. Assistant Shishin was also exhausted, lying beside her, dozing off. Not daring to disturb the two of them, Lung Xingyue saw that they were fine and finally felt a weight lifted from her heart. She exhaled deeply, sat down on a chair in the corridor, took off her glasses and mask, and rubbed her temples wearily. Was that little girl Shishin who called you? Suddenly, a voice filled with the allure of a mature woman drifted over from the side. A fragrant breeze swept past her. A woman with short hair, wearing black glasses, looked to be in her late 30s, dressed in a professional black outfit, was smiling at her. She reached out and pulled Lung Xingyue to her side, leaning her against her shoulder. It was her, but she couldn't be blamed for it. Ever since Yaya was injured, there had been news reports about it, but I hadn't seen them. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come here so late. Lung Xingyue's face was pale. She reached out and took the crab roe bun, which was originally meant for Yaya. However, seeing that she was still asleep, she had no choice but to eat it herself. She hadn't eaten anything on the way here, and her body could no longer endure it. She reached out and handed one to her. The woman hesitated for a moment, but didn't bother with formalities. She took the crab roe bun and began to eat it in small bites. This woman was Yaya's agent, and everyone called her Chu Jia. She is extremely beautiful, and people often ask her why someone as attractive as her would choose to be an agent instead of a celebrity. She just smiled without saying a word. It seemed she wasn't interested in celebrities. We're pretty close. If Tong Liaya is considered an older sister, then she's the eldest. When it comes to getting things done, she is all about efficiency and decisiveness, and that is something Cold Xingyue really admires. To put it simply, Chu Jia is a top-tier agent in this industry, with numerous companies eager to poach her. Yet she has never once considered leaving. She continues to work at Yaya's studio, laying the groundwork for her future. Therefore, in Yaya's eyes, the best relatives in her life are her parents, and in the future, it will be her and Chu Jia. Having one true friend in life is already quite fortunate. Now she has been blessed with two. I am content. Chu Jia didn't treat her like an outsider. It was evident from her actions from the very beginning. Leaning against her shoulder, the fragrance emanating from Chu Jia made her feel drowsy, almost ready to fall asleep. Chu Jia took a tissue and wiped away the droplet of crab roe oil from the corner of her mouth. She turned to look at Lung Xingyue. Seeing the obvious exhaustion on her face, as her older sister, how could she not feel heartbroken? The masked singer Yaya might not be able to go. Now it's just you on stage. I know you're not musically inclined, and without Yaha to support you, things might turn out worse than expected. If you don't want to go, I'll decline the TV station's invitation for you. After all, the news of Yaya's injury has already spread, and they understand that this is an unforeseeable circumstance. They won't say much about it. Lung Xingyue unconsciously gripped Yu Jia's hand tightly. She had originally planned to give Yaya a surprise, but now she couldn't go. Chu Jia's words, of course, were for her own good. Cold Xingyue, of course, understood. So when she heard her words, she couldn't help but hesitate. Chu Jia, can you give me the director's phone number? I want to think it over carefully. From now on, let me make the decision. You've been working so hard, your hands aren't as delicate as they used to be, and look at your waist. I feel so sorry for you, Yu Jia. You've lost so much weight. Chapter 149, a last-minute assignment. This child, how dare you speak like that? You're asking for a beating. Chu Jia angrily pulled Lung Xingyue's hand off her waist. She pinched her waist again. You're so skinny, you look like a broom. Do you even know what feminine charm is? Yes, my older sister Chu is the most beautiful. Xu Yu gave her a disapproving look. Seeing that her mood had improved, Lung Xingyue didn't say anything else. Instead, she picked up her suitcase and walked into the ward, rubbing her cheeks to try to cheer herself up. She made an effort to tease Yaya a little more, not wanting her to worry about her. Upon entering the room, the faint smell of medicine made her feel a bit uneasy. She opened the window, and fresh air slowly filled the room. A thin layer of sweat had formed on Tong Lia's forehead from the heat. The air conditioner couldn't be left on for too long. So I just took a fan and sat down next to Xixin, fanning her. It seemed to bring a sense of coolness. Yaya's face, which had been sleeping soundly, softened considerably. It seemed as though she was dreaming of something, her face adorned with a sweet smile. He carefully wiped the sweat from her forehead. Cold Xingyue just stared at her lying on the hospital bed. It was really tough on her. On such a hot day, she still had to go shoot a period drama, so she naturally had to wear a lot of layers. Just fanning her like this, watching her sleep soundly. The sunlight poured down on them, as if it were a masterpiece, a work of art. Chu Jia didn't follow them inside. She stood there, arms crossed, peering through the glass door of the ward, watching Lung Xingyue and Yaya. She smiled slightly. He turned and left the place. Yaya was injured, and as her agent, she was suddenly swamped with work. All the follow-up matters needed to be handled by her. It's quite a hassle. However, since her own beloved younger sister has returned, I suppose I'll have to make do with borrowing her for a couple of days. At 6 o'clock, Yaya's eyes slowly opened. After so long, she had grown accustomed to waking up naturally. The only time she liked to linger in bed was when she was sleeping with Lung Xingyue. The rest of the time, she was a very disciplined person. When she opened her eyes, the sunlight was so bright it momentarily blurred her vision. All she could make out was a faint silhouette beside her, gently fanning her with a fan. When she saw the person's face, Yaya's eyes welled up with tears. She was usually a pretty strong person, but she didn't expect that when she saw her younger sister, she couldn't hold back her tears, and her smile faded from her face. How did you come here? How's work going? Seeing her teary eyes, Lung Xingyue reached out and quickly wiped away her tears. Of course I took a day off. My most important little beauty is injured. If I don't come over, that would really be unforgivable. Oh, don't cry, don't cry. If you cry, I'll take a photo of you without makeup and post it on my social media. Long Xingyue teased her playfully. You dare? You little brat, you've gotten bold, daring to threaten your older sister. Yaha pretended to be angry and made a move to hit her. Seeing her clenching her little fists tightly, Long Xingyue naturally reached out and took her hands into her own. Unfortunately, her hands weren't very big either, and the two crystal-clear jade-like hands were tightly clasped together. She could feel her sister's arm trembling along with hers. It seemed like she was a bit nervous and scared. Facing her, the things cold Xingyue had encountered before seemed to have vanished into thin air, no longer worth mentioning. Even if she was held at knife point by 3 thugs, it couldn't compare to what had happened to her sister. Now that I'm back, let me take care of you. Her words made Yaha tremble. She feigned anger and said, I'm not an old woman yet. Do I need a little girl like you to take care of me? Stay at home and rest. Your complexion doesn't look good. Go rest with your sister. Maybe she'll share some good food with you. Oh, is that so? Then I'll thank my older sister for her kindness. Not at all, you're too kind, dear sister. The two exchanged glances and couldn't help but giggle. At that moment, Chu Jie walked in from outside. Perhaps Ye is unable to recover. Ye, I am now your agent. You must take over all the mess your sister left behind. Let's go. First, take Yaya home. After that, we'll get to work. Hearing Chu Jie say this, Yada sighed helplessly, gave her a playful smile, and apologized. Sorry, there's too much work. I didn't expect to get injured either. Actually, she had thought of this possibility before. Now that Chu Jie had mentioned it, she wasn't the least bit surprised. Xinshin completed the discharge procedures. She carried Tong Liang on her back, walked straight from the 3rd floor to the door, and put her in the car. At the door, she encountered many reporters who were concerned about her current condition. However, seeing that she was recovering fairly well, they felt somewhat reassured. After sending Yaya home, she didn't even have time to take a sip of water before being taken away by Chu Jie in a black SUV. In the car, besides Chu Jie, there were 2 other girls and a driver who also served as a bodyguard. You'll need to step in for Yaha to shoot a gemstone ad. The original deal was 3 million for 3 years, but unexpectedly, Yaha got injured at this time. Given her current condition, shooting would have to wait another week, and we'd only be able to capture upper body shots. So, we'll have to ask you to help your sister shoot the ad first. Of course, it's on the house. Chu Jie spoke without holding back, but Long Xingyue understood. Tong Lian was a top-tier artist, and a product endorsement deal worth 10 million yuan a year was quite normal. As for being paid nothing, she accepted it. But Chu Jie wasn't finished yet. She held the tablet and looked at the records on it. After the commercial shoot, there will be a product launch event shortly, and Yaha needs to attend. Unfortunately, there's no way around it, so I had to reduce the appearance fee by half. Fortunately, you're quite famous now, and with your rising popularity, I dared to negotiate a higher fee with them. It's only 20 minutes for 800,000. How about it? Are you scared? Chu Jie smiled as she looked at Long Xingyue. In just 20 minutes, the appearance fee was 800,000. This price was simply too high. However, looking at Chu Jie's expression, it seems that this isn't even the highest fee she's ever received in her career. Of course, it also depends on the nature of the product launch. If the company has a strong financial foundation, the appearance fee will naturally be higher. This is undoubtedly true. 80,000? Mine? Yes, it's all yours. Don't forget to treat your sister to dinner tonight. Alright, let's go for the buffet at $60 per person. I'll treat you. Chu Jie. Chapter 150, is this just acting like a diva? That's way too childish. This kid is really stingy. Chu Jie brought Lang Xingyue all the way to the recording location. It was a villa. And today, this is exactly what they need. The advertising crew has already arrived to shoot the commercial. They are currently taking photos of a woman dressed in stylish clothing. When Chu Jie saw the scene, her expression darkened, and she walked toward the director. Director Zhou, what do you mean by this? Yaya's advertisement, you changed it to someone else without even telling me? Now, the woman in the ad is a fairly attractive woman whom I vaguely recognize from TV. She seems to be a top-tier female artist, a one-of-a-kind artist in this world. Cold Xingyue doesn't know her name, but judging by Chu Jie's expression, there might be some minor conflicts between them. Director Zhou also looked helpless. He glanced at a man in a suit sitting not far away. He spread his hands and said, I'm just a guy who does a job for money. Who they choose is not up to me. I can't do anything about it. Chu Jie looked over there, took a deep breath, and seemed to be calming the anger that had just surged up inside her. Mr. Liao, we just discussed this. Are you going back on your word now? Well, Mr. Liao is a mature and steady gentleman. Though his appearance is rather ordinary, Zhou Sheng exudes an air of pride. When he looked at Chu Jie, his eyes flickered with a faint expression. Actually, I think this advertisement would be much more effective if you, Miss Chu, were to personally film it. You may not realize how captivating you are. Additionally, I will certainly fulfill the promise I made to you. Miss Lin is the brand ambassador for our company's Jade Life product, which is different from the Angel's Kiss product endorsed by Miss Tong. You need not concern yourself with this matter. Rest assured, I, Liao Chengfeng, have a good reputation. Seeing him say that, Chu Jie's anger subsided. However, she was a woman of deep reserves, and her thoughts never showed on her face. He didn't even notice that she had been angry earlier. Since Liao Chengfeng had already said that, Chu Jie nodded and turned to wave cold Xingyue over. Seeing her beckoning to him, she hurriedly fixed her makeup and walked over. No one around had noticed yet. Now, when they saw Lang Xingyue take off her sunglasses and mask, the gazes of all the men were almost instantly drawn to her. Even the photographer's camera couldn't help but focus on her, snapping away continuously. In their line of work, they had seen countless artificially created beauties, almost all of them the result of makeup and photo editing. But upon seeing this woman, Lang Xingyue, they truly felt like cursing. How did the cameraman capture such a stunningly beautiful person in real life? She is even more breathtaking than she appears on screen. Her beauty is almost enough to overshadow that top-tier celebrity. Everyone turned their attention to her, and no one was paying attention to themselves anymore. Lin Aoshue's expression grew cold. Was this little celebrity so unaware of the rules? Although her attire was extremely simple, it couldn't hide her graceful figure and stunningly beautiful face. Due to a minor illness, cold Xingyue looked slightly tired. Her appearance evoked a sense of pity, reminiscent of Shishir washing silk by the river. Let me introduce you. This is our studio's newly signed artist, Lang Xingyue. To make up for Yaya's inability to arrive here earlier, we have arranged for her to take a photo shoot for your company free of charge. As soon as Chu Jie finished speaking, Liao Chengfeng's eyes lit up. I'll offer 5 million. How about having her record a commercial? I believe her appearance is perfectly suited for the sub-brand Wings of Angel's Kiss. Wing? Chu Jie furrowed her brows. Isn't that the unfinished necklace project your company hasn't completed yet? How do you plan to film it? Liao Chengfeng reached out his hand, and a staff member handed him a silver-white safe. Upon opening it, inside lay a pure silver necklace, seemingly simple in design, but the pendant was a small feathered wing, adorned with 2 diamonds, making it exquisitely crafted. Additionally, there is a matching bracelet and earrings on one side. As the saying goes, a great sword has no sharp edge. True beauty comes from within. The true beauty lies in the woman herself, not in the jewelry that adorns her. Our Feathers series has been completed, and this is just a prototype. Currently, we are seeking a spokesperson, and I believe Miss Lang would be perfect. Her appearance is as angelic as can be. Regarding Lang Xingyue, Liao Chengfeng had no qualms about praising her directly. This made her feel a tiny bit of goodwill toward him, though it was only a tiny bit. At least he wasn't blind. Ha, Mr. Liao, you're really flattering me. I'm just an ordinary artist. I don't deserve such high praise from you. 5 million for a commercial? That's certainly a good thing. She originally thought it was going to be for free. When it came to money, Chu Jie glanced at Lang Xingyue. Seeing that she agreed, she finally prepared to discuss the details of the contract with Liao Chengfeng. Just as she was being led to the changing room to change her clothes, at the door, she thought her assistant had stopped her and the makeup artist. Ms. Lin is changing inside. Please wait a moment before going in. Seeing her arrogant expression, the makeup artist was a bit displeased. What's so scary about being seen by other women? This has always been our rule here. We already informed the director when we first arrived. If you have any objections, please address them to the director. You. The makeup artist wasn't that old either, and seeing how rude the other person was speaking, she felt a bit angry. Cold Xingyue, however, stopped her. She smiled softly, indicating that she didn't mind and that since they had agreed to wait, they might as well wait a little longer. It wasn't like they were in a hurry. After all, she wasn't even a third-tier celebrity yet, so it wasn't unreasonable for her to act a little arrogant. I'm here to replace Yaya, and I don't want to cause any trouble. I don't want Yaha to worry about me. However, if this woman had provoked Yaya instead of herself today, she would have personally escorted the other party out and had a proper chat with them. Though she said she'd wait, it wasn't long before the changing room door opened, and Lin Aoshue emerged wearing sunglasses. From the moment she opened the door until she left, she never once looked at Lang Xingyue. Lang Xingyue, however, remained smiling, saying nothing. Is that it? That's way too childish. Cold Xingyue could probably guess why she was singling her out. With the spotlight stolen from her, what could she possibly do? Chapter 151, Tonight, you're the hottest guy on the block. Does being good-looking also count as a mistake? Ignoring this top-tier celebrity, Lang Xingyue followed the makeup artist into the dressing room. To match the advertisement, the makeup artist applied a touch of purple eyeshadow to her eyelids. Additionally, a layer of lipstick was applied. Due to her perfect appearance, nothing else was needed. She put on a pure white dress, and behind her, she even had a pair of wings made from balloons hanging from her back. After putting on the necklace, bracelet, and earrings one by one, Finally, the day of her very first advertising shoot arrived. Cut. Good, that's a wrap. Cold Mrs. Performance was flawless, but her smile was a bit too cold. Of course, that might be your signature style, so I won't say much more about it. However, I can't help but feel that if you could manage to show that genuine, heartfelt smile, it would truly allow you to transcend your human form and transform into a fairy. The director's words as he left a deep impression on her. Is your smile cold? She didn't know how long she had been smiling like that, nor had she ever heard anyone describe her that way before. Next up was a product launch event, though it was more accurately described as a star-studded cocktail party. Due to the manufacturer's strong background, this event was of utmost importance. Instead of the traditional press conference format, they had rented an entire floor of the Golden Earl Hotel to serve as the venue. It seemed that the celebrities would be collaborating with the executives on some kind of game project. The event was highly sensationalized, attracting a large number of netizens and journalists from major media outlets. Collaborate together? Shu Jia, I think this is exactly what Long Xingyue meant without saying it outright. She didn't utter the final word, but I believe Chu Jie already understands her meaning. However, Chu Jie just looked as if it were only natural. She shrugged her shoulders, finding it perfectly reasonable. There was no conflict, you pay, she works. It's a common arrangement in this circle. Besides, today's cocktail party isn't as sleazy as you think. There's no need to worry about that. Since Yaya isn't coming, you're still just an artist who hasn't made it to the third tier. All you need to do is show your face, sign your name on their huge display boards, and you're done. 20 minutes maybe. You'll only show your face at the beginning when you enter. Don't worry. Don't worry? Don't worry? How could she not be worried? Looking at Chu Jie beside her, her red lips glistened with a faint sheen. Cold Xingyue gave a wicked smile. Suddenly, she leaned in close. Chu Jie. Ha? What? Cold Xingyue suddenly kissed her on the lips as she looked up at him, then smiled mischievously, just to give you a little motivation. This earned him a disapproving glance from Chu Jie. The two young assistants sitting behind them covered their mouths and giggled softly. Sister Yu and Sister Chu get along so well. Hearing them say this, Long Xingyue rested her head on Chu Jie's shoulder and turned her head to look at the two of them. Of course. My older sister is so beautiful, it's only natural to build a good relationship with her. What if she abandons me one day? I wouldn't know where to go and cry. Go on, you little troublemaker. You're so mischievous all day long. Just wait until I have some free time, I'll show you. Shu Yu, aesthetic enhancement 2. Shu Yu, temperament optimization 2. Charm? She had never really understood this before. In her previous dances, she had vaguely sensed a subtle aura emanating from her body, and now she could feel it even more clearly. Shu Yu, or Chu Jia, exuded an aura reminiscent of a queen. Perhaps because of her beauty, she always speaks to others with reason and logic, but her words carry no emotion whatsoever. This is the exact opposite of Long Xingyue, who is cold-faced but speaks and acts with emotion. Shu Yu, on the other hand, wears a fake smile and never shows mercy in her words or actions. Each has their own distinct character. He returned to Yaya's home first. Before leaving, she needed to change into an evening gown. As for the outfits Cold Xingyue had before, almost none of them could be used anymore. There is an unwritten rule within the industry that female celebrities only wear their evening gowns once and never again. Though no one knows why this rule exists, everyone follows it without question. It seems like everyone is competing with each other, and if someone wears a second-hand evening gown, they will be looked down upon. Of course, this doesn't apply to Long Xingyue. Firstly, she simply doesn't have the time to purchase a new evening gown. Secondly, given her current status, she doesn't feel the need to compete with first, second, or third-tier celebrities. Focusing on her own work is sufficient. Xinshin opened the bedroom door. In the living room, Yaya was watching TV with a bored expression, her injured foot resting on the coffee table in front of her. When she saw Long Xingyue return, she couldn't help but be stunned by her makeup. Wow! Yeah, you finally learned how to apply makeup. You look so beautiful. Let your older sister take a look. Long Xingyue sighed wryly, turned to look at Chu Jie, and gestured for her to go get the evening gown first. She then approached Yaya as if comforting a child. He let her look at his lightly made-up, charming face. I didn't expect it when I went there earlier. That Mr. Liao suddenly thought I could model for their Angel Kiss-themed jewelry line, the Wings. Now I'd become their company's spokesperson. 5 million yuan. I'll take you out for some spicy crayfish later. Holding Yaya in her arms, Long Xingyue smiled happily. As her older sister, she looked at her with indulgence, but said in a teasing tone, so, you made 5 million? Are you going to treat your older sister to lobster? At least get the big one, right? Alright, I'll buy you one as big as a whale. The two chatted and laughed. When Chu Jie found the evening gown that Tong Liang had worn before, she hurriedly gestured for her to come in and try it on. After a moment, Long Xingyue finally emerged from the bedroom wearing the dazzling starry sky dress. The same dress, when worn by the former Yaya, made her look like a fairy. But when Long Xingyue put it on, everyone couldn't help but think, that's a fairy. The pale blue base is adorned with sparkling stars, and the combination of blue and white creates a sense of a starry sky, making one feel as though they are gazing at a galaxy within a single dress. The beauty is simply breathtaking. Is this really my sister? I was completely speechless. Yaya stared wide-eyed at Long Xingyue. Then, as if she had thought of something, she struggled to stand up, and Long Xingyue hurriedly supported her. She led her into the bedroom and saw her take out a small black leather suitcase from the vanity cabinet. When he opened the suitcase, a crystal-clear diamond necklace appeared before his eyes. Come here, yeah. Let me help you put it on. Tonight, you'll be the hottest girl on the block. Chapter 152, What the heck is this godlike beauty? Puff sister, what kind of words are those? You should watch fewer jokes in the future. You're a little fairy, but the moment you open your mouth, you turn into a little fool. Yaya rolled her eyes at her and ignored her. Instead, she pushed her back into her seat and carefully placed the necklace around her neck with her own hands. This necklace was custom made for me. I named it Eternal Brilliance, and it's worth over 4 million. I've never even worn it myself, but today I'll let you, little girl, wear it and show it off. It's clear how much Tong Liaya cares for Long Xingyue. It's heartfelt care. She has given her everything she has. Long Xingyue naturally understood Yaya Je's kindness. She didn't refuse. In her heart, she had originally thought that this time, she would just treat it as a simple cocktail party, go sign autographs and take some photos, and that would be it. But she never expected that Yaya Je actually planned to have her make a splash at that event, using her charm to draw all the attention toward herself. Sigh, I have nothing to offer in return, so I can only pledge myself to you, Yaya's sister. Cold Star Moon turned away without saying thank you. The relationship between the two no longer needed a simple thank you to express it. Holding Yaya tightly, she kissed her fiercely. Chu Jie and Xixin were all there, and Yaya made her blush bright red. Tong Liya, skin whitening optimization 2. Tong Liang, slender figure optimization 2. Current Tong Liya's affection level has been upgraded to level 8, where you can talk about anything. Current affection level with Chu Yu has increased to level 6, close friend. Ugh, you little troublemaker, stop causing trouble. Hurry up and go. I'm watching the live stream at home, waiting for your good news. Don't worry, sis. Got back in the car. Chu Jie smiled warmly at Long Xingyue. It's obvious that your sister has given her all for you. She's so kind to you that even I'm jealous. Yaya knows how good she is to herself, and she naturally understands that. In the future, she will certainly take good care of her. This kindness will likely take a long time to repay. It won't be something that can be settled in a short while. You're saying that Chu Jie has been very kind to me as well. You've worked so hard for us, and we young people have all seen it. You say that, but Chu Jie has been very kind to me as well. You've worked so hard for us, and we young people all see it. Long Xingyue teased her playfully. Chu Yu gave her a playful glance and smiled as she pinched her cheek. You little brat, are you trying to provoke me? You're young, aren't you? Well, I'm young too, okay? Sister is forever 18. The car drove toward the Golden Earl, gradually getting farther and farther away. The Golden Earl Hotel is a renowned ultra-luxury 5-star hotel in the capital city. Currently, the entrance is completely swamped with journalists. To host this event, the mysterious company has actually leased the entire hotel, ensuring that no one will disturb the proceedings on this day. At the entrance, a long red carpet stretches out for a considerable distance. In the central area, a temporary stage had been set up. There was no host on stage, only a row of large display cases showcasing a variety of exquisite watches. Behind them stands a large display board bearing the words Starlight International. Xinghe International is one of the leading companies in the watch industry in China. It is capable of competing head-to-head with major international brands. Now that it's hosting such a large-scale event, it's easy to understand why. After all, it's a big company with deep pockets. They certainly can afford it. Journalists around the venue watched as executives from various companies arrived one after another, snapping photos. Journalist I looked at the stage filled with expensive watches worth a fortune and felt confused, turning to look at journalist B. Hey, teacher, why are there so many luxury watches here? These watches from Xinghe Group must each cost over 10,000 yuan, right? The cheapest one I saw was still worth over 20,000 yuan. What does this mean? Journalist B glanced at him and shook his head helplessly. You're just a newbie. You don't know anything. Every time Star River Group holds a press conference, it's different from other companies. This time, they've already announced online that it's a game-themed event. These watches are for the celebrity guests to choose one each. There must be some meaning behind it. Just wait and see. Since they were following the schedule to walk the red carpet as the final act, almost all the top-tier and second-tier celebrities had arrived, but no one dared to step out first. They were all waiting in their cars for others to go first. Walking the red carpet is also very strict about rules, such as who goes first and who goes last. The later you walk, the more it demonstrates your prestige, so most celebrities here strive to be the last one to walk. However, according to the order, company staff members walked down the red carpet first, followed by the celebrities. As Cold Xingyue and her group arrived, someone had already contacted Chu Jie to have Cold Xingyue enter the venue first. She gave Long Xingyue a strange look. If you let her go in alone, what would happen to the other female celebrities later? The current Lang Xingyue was like a full moon, drawing everyone's gaze wherever she went. Such a person, you let her go first. Chu Jie couldn't imagine what interesting things might happen next. Since you're the first one up, go ahead. I'll be waiting for you at the venue. Good luck, yeah. The assistant behind her hurriedly opened the car door. The celebrities sitting in the car who hadn't gotten out saw that someone was willing to be the first, and most of them chose to just take a glance. The journalists also hurriedly turned their cameras in that direction. The celebrities were finally about to take the stage. The first few celebrities to take the stage are often past their prime artists or newcomers who have been invited but lack the popularity of second-tier or first-tier celebrities. They are here primarily to serve as supporting acts for the big names, so there's no need to pay them too much attention. Reporter B, adopting the air of a seasoned veteran, cautioned the newcomers around him. However, when the celebrity finally appeared, no one was paying attention to what he was saying anymore. The cameras were clicking faster and faster. Click, click. Flashlights flickered everywhere. I almost wanted to use up all the memory on this camera. Who is this beauty? This fairy? My goodness, this is the first time I've seen a top-tier beauty without any photo editing. She can rival the most beautiful girls in the industry, right? This is too perfect. Senior, is this the newcomer you were talking about? Cold Xingyue's entrance instantly raised the atmosphere around her to its peak. There was no other reason. This starry dress, paired with a dazzling diamond necklace, and her breathtakingly beautiful face adorned with light makeup. It truly lived up to Yaya's words. She had become the most stunning person on the street. The other celebrities were stunned. What kind of divine beauty is this? Whoever goes second will surely die of embarrassment. Chapter 153, The Fragile Little Lady. Chu Jie hugged her shoulders and looked at Long Xingyue. She glanced over her shoulder at the big-name celebrities in the cars behind her. She wore a disdainful smile on her face. You want our Yeye to be the first to walk the red carpet? Don't you think your looks can handle it? Cold Star Moon walked onto the stage and signed her name in the farthest corner. The journalists saw this and snapped more photos. This girl was truly considerate, knowing her place. She deliberately wrote her name in an inconspicuous spot. She looked at the row of luxury watches in the display case, picked out a men's watch that appeared elegant but wasn't the most expensive one, and, guided by a nearby attendant, left the area and entered the main venue. Celebrities are different from business people. They compete for popularity and attention. People often only remember the last person to appear on stage and forget those who came before. But unexpectedly, today, it was a little-known young woman who completely changed the course of events. Whether in real life or on camera, people are always two different people. The female celebrities in photos have legs that seem longer than anyone else's, but in real life, they are just like ordinary people, and some are even less attractive than average women. But this Cold Star Moon looks like she stepped right out of a photoshopped image, almost flawless. Who would be so bold as to willingly play the second fiddle? Would they risk being exposed and discredited? After Lang Xingyue had been inside for quite some time, no other celebrity was willing to step onto the red carpet, leaving the scene in an awkward stalemate. Finally, a handsome male celebrity walked in, breaking the tension and putting an end to the awkward moment. Soon, things returned to normal, with one person after another taking the stage, signing autographs, posing for photos, collecting their watches, and leaving the venue. Male celebrities were a bit better off, but female celebrities, despite their elaborate outfits, still showed noticeable differences from their photos. Isn't this person known for having long legs? The legs are indeed long, but they're almost as thick as the thighs. This face, is that really her in the photo? Is that the result of plastic surgery? How terrifying. Wow. Who is this woman? Is she the top-tier singer I saw yesterday? I just watched her concert video yesterday, but there was a lot of buzz below, and the celebrities' expressions were getting uglier by the minute. There was nothing they could do about it. The first one had clearly crossed the line, and they simply couldn't compare. No matter how much they tried to use their popularity to gain an advantage, they knew they had lost. In the main hall, Long Xingyue pushed open the hall doors. Inside, there were already many people standing around, men and women dressed in elaborate attire, holding glasses of red wine and engaging in lively conversation. When Lang Xingyue entered the room, without exception, all eyes turned toward her. The men looked at her with admiration, while the women looked at her with envy, jealous of her beauty and her figure. After a quick glance around the room, he finally spotted Chu Jie in the corner, chatting with a few fellow agents. I didn't want to disturb her, so I quietly sat in the corner with a glass of champagne in my hand. He held the watch in his hand, staring at it intently. He muttered to himself unconsciously, wondering if he could give this watch to her. If he could, it would be perfect. He could send it home to his old man to try. That stubborn old man had been wearing the same watch since he married his mother, and now that he had accepted everything about Lang Xingyue, he naturally wanted to include her parents as well. Why did he take a menace watch? Suddenly, a voice came from beside her. A young man walked over, holding a glass of champagne. He was decent looking, dressed in an expensive suit, and looked at Lang Xingyue with a casual gesture, asking if he could sit beside her. Although she desperately wanted him to leave. But reason made her nod calmly. She gestured for him to sit down. This wasn't his own home, so there was no reason to refuse someone else. Of course, the condition is that he doesn't cause any trouble for me. I chose this watch for my own reasons. Lang Xingyue replied indifferently. The man was taken aback but didn't seem to mind. He glanced sideways at a few men not far away. Those unsavory friends were watching this side. Oh, I wonder if Zipang can get this celebrity to notice him. I think he can. Just throw money at her, right? That's how it's always been done. But to be honest, she's way too beautiful. I'm even starting to like her. You think you're the only one who's tempted? Old man also has his eyes on her, but that guy acted too fast. I didn't even have time to come up with a reason to go over there, and he just went straight over. Wang Jipeng quietly watched Lang Xingyue's charming face, trying to find a single flaw on her face. Unfortunately, every part of her was perfect. It seemed as though she had been crafted by nature itself, evoking an overwhelming sense of comfort. Nice to meet you, I'm Wang Jipeng, the vice president of Ziyuan Entertainment. Seeing him extend his hand, Lang Xingyue's face showed no expression. She watched him silently pick up the wine glass and take a small sip. No need for a handshake, Lang Xingyue. Please continue to guide me in the future, Mr. Wang. She wouldn't give this guy the slightest chance to take advantage of her. She gave him a polite smile, held her glass, and walked away. She didn't care at all about his title as deputy general manager. Chu Jia watched from a distance, her face adorned with a mysterious smile. When Lang Xingyue approached, she pulled her over to her friends and introduced them to everyone. After exchanging a few polite greetings, noticing that Prince Peng wasn't looking their way, Chu Jia finally took Lang Xingyue and left. However, by this time, many celebrities had already entered the venue. The third-tier celebrities had all taken their seats, followed by the second-tier celebrities, and finally the first-tier celebrities. Wang Jipeng was the deputy general manager of Ziyuan Entertainment, a medium-sized entertainment company. There was no need to pay much attention to him, but one of his friends should be quite familiar. When Chu Jia pulled her to a secluded spot, she looked at her and said. Seeing her expression, Lang Xingyue naturally understood who she was referring to. Shi Yuanjia? Chu Jia nodded silently. Shi Yuanjia, the mastermind behind the incident that led to Lang Xingyue being sidelined for a year. Ever since she arrived here, she had been waiting for an opportunity to settle the score with him. Now, it seems that such an opportunity is indeed hard to come by. Unexpectedly, she ended up running into his friend, Wang Jipeng, first. Yeah, are you okay? You handled today's situation very well. You didn't embarrass him, but you also didn't give him any excuse to get angry. Your success is just around the corner. Be careful when dealing with people like him. Lang Xingyue clenched her fists. With a loud crack, she accidentally crushed the wine glass in her hand. Oh, don't worry, sister. I'm just a delicate young woman. I'll naturally keep my distance from him. Chapter 154, Men and Women Work Better Together? It's rumored that this product launch event will have a surprise twist. Star River Group, with their deep pockets, seem to be preparing to select 2 brand ambassadors for their newly launched smartwatches in the next game. The 3-year endorsement fee is estimated to be between 80 million and 100 million yuan. When Chu Jia mentioned this, she sounded a bit helpless, as if regretting that Yaya wasn't here. Otherwise, with her godlike beauty, she would have been a sure bet. As for Lang Xingyue, she has the looks, but lacks popularity. She probably won't even be allowed to participate in the game. 3 years, from 80 million to 100 million? That's truly a massive fortune. That's nearly 30 million in annual income. Star River Group is truly bold and ambitious. I'm truly impressed. Cold Xingyue never imagined she could secure such a major collaboration project. She was still fixated on time. The elusive 100 million versus the 80,000 that would come in within 20 minutes, which was more important, was obvious and didn't need further explanation. I'm not interested in that. Chu Jia, didn't you say I could leave after 20 minutes? Isn't it about time? Let us just go. Yu flipped her wrist to glance at the time, then said thoughtfully, it should be about time. I heard this product launch is quite different from previous ones, so even if we leave now, they won't say much. After all, you haven't established yourself yet, so they won't notice. Well, let's wait until the event officially starts, then we'll leave through the back door. The money's already in our hands. 80,000 in 20 minutes, that was even more exciting than the 80 million over 3 years. After all, she had just taken a stroll around the place and had a glass of champagne. Although she had encountered someone she despised along the way, overall, Lang Xingyue's mood was still quite good. All she could think about was Yada, hoping to get back as soon as possible to take care of her. Oh, right, yeah, when we go out later, we need to deal with the reporters. Otherwise, they'll make up all sorts of stories. Since you left during the live stream yesterday and suddenly showed up here today, some netizens might think you're using Yaya's name to make money. If we don't clarify this, that black mark will be hard to erase. She naturally understood this. Earlier, on the way here, Chu Jia had already mentioned this to her, but due to time constraints, she hadn't had the chance to communicate it to the reporters. But this is definitely not a minor matter. If the timing is missed, coupled with media sensationalism, she could easily be labeled as hypocritical. Some might say she is using her sister's injury as an excuse to seek personal gain. Once labeled as ungrateful, that reputation could be a career-ending disaster. This is far more terrifying than any act of infidelity. Chu Jia looked at the water stains on her hands, sighed helplessly, and took out a tissue to help her wipe them off. A nearby waiter hurriedly swept up the glass shards on the floor. Now, the lights began to flicker in the venue. The lights around us slowly dimmed. Everyone's attention was focused on the stage in the center. Seeing this, Chu Jia didn't hesitate to take her by the hand and move to a corner of the wall, waiting for her to leave. On the stage, a woman dressed in a cheongsam, exuding elegance, was holding a microphone and beginning to speak. Dear friends, today is the product launch event for Star River Group. As you all know, each of our product launches takes a unique form, and innovation is at the core of our philosophy. This time is no exception. Everyone in the audience is holding a watch, and each watch has a unique number on the back. At this point, the staff members understand what is happening. In the center of the venue, a purple light has been turned on. It is now illuminating the area. At the same time, the watch faces on their wrists each displayed a number. Men's watches and women's watches, respectively. Those with matching numbers must pair up to complete the next game. Please note that our game is simple, and the prizes are generous. You are all business elites and standouts in the entertainment industry. While you may not need the prizes, our company hopes that you will have a good time at this product launch event, relax, and gain a better understanding of our product. This is the true purpose of our launch event. Casual entertainment? If any other industry said that, many of the big players would probably leave, but now? Who dares to leave? Cold Xingyue looked helplessly at the watch on her wrist, which displayed a stunningly beautiful number. 8. There were only about 30 people who got the watches. If they were divided into groups of 2, that would be about 10 groups. If someone left early, it would embarrass the person with the same number. Plus, there are a lot of journalists here, and they love this kind of news. Once you embarrass someone, that's when things get interesting. Glancing at the numbers on her watch, Long Xingyue could only give Chu Jie a helpless smile before turning back into the crowd. Since the Xinghe group had prepared thoroughly, every number was a different color. The number 8 in her hand was a pale red. In this room bathed in a soft purple hue, many big-name celebrities were all searching for their respective partners. It seems like it's been a long time since they've had this much fun. What's more, pairing a men's watch with a women's watch creates a perfect match of one man and one woman. This made the male members very happy. When they saw Long Xingyue walking over, they all wanted to look at the numbers on her watch to see if they matched their own. Unfortunately, there was no need to look at the numbers. The faint color alone was enough to tell they didn't match. Moreover, she exuded an aura that made others feel unwelcome. Since everyone present was a prominent figure, and the watch colors were already different, it was best not to risk being snubbed. After scanning the crowd, a slightly nervous voice suddenly came from behind her. "Excuse me, miss? I think we're wearing the same color. Could you tell me which number this is?" The voice was a bit nervous but pleasant. When Long Xingyue turned around, she saw a girl with long hair flowing down her shoulders staring at her. Both hands clutched a lady's watch. Under the purple glow, a number appeared, 8. Sister? The young woman in front of her, Long Xingyue, seemed somewhat familiar. Even if she claimed not to recognize her, the girl was now a red-hot celebrity. "She seems to be a few years older than me. I'm younger than you, so I should call you Sister, Yuchi." Chapter 155, A Premeditated Cocktail Party. The young woman before him bore a striking resemblance to Chen Yuchi from the previous world, both in appearance and name. However, her features are softer, and though they are two completely different yet strikingly similar individuals, one of them is standing right before me, and she seems a bit nervous. Judging by her expression, it didn't seem like she was putting on an act. She's really nervous. When she heard Lang Xingyue call her sister, Chen Yuki first looked at her in surprise, then suddenly realized that her expression seemed rather impolite. She hurriedly apologized. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. I wasn't saying you look old, it's just that it feels a bit odd. You clearly have that kind of older sister aura about you, but I never expected I'd be the younger one." Her words were a bit jumbled, but the overall meaning was clear. He didn't pay much attention to it either. Instead, she looked at her, smiled slightly, and said, "It's okay. You can say I look old, and I won't get upset. Since we're in the same group, please give me some guidance, Yuchi sister." Seeing her reach out to greet her, Chen Yuchi also smiled brightly. This smile, radiating the vibrant glow of youth, was so beautiful that it left Long Xingyue momentarily speechless. She was a pure and beautiful young woman. Seeing the two girls together, Nan Zhong felt a pang of jealousy, but no one said anything. They simply watched the two women chatting and laughing, feeling a bit envious. Chen Yuki, now a third-tier celebrity, has recently become a hotly sought-after female star. Her striking beauty and shy, reserved personality have propelled her to fame in this industry. Though she can't compare to the already sky-high beauty of Lang Xingyue, her appearance is undoubtedly one of the quintessential representatives of the pure and innocent goddess archetype. She is undoubtedly the ideal first love in the hearts of many men. Prince Pang, who was nearby, saw the two of them gathered together and wore a calm smile on his face. Although he hadn't been assigned to the same group as either of them, it no longer mattered. Holding his phone, he snapped a photo of Lang Xingyue and sent it to his close friend. "I've done everything I can. If you're not in a hurry, then I'll go ahead and check out Lang Xingyue for you." Wang Jipeng looked at the female celebrity beside him with a smile on his face. His actions didn't cause much of a stir, but they were still noticed by the highly sensitive cold Xingyue. When she looked at Wang Jipeng, it reminded her of something Guo Lao had once said. "Even if you're wearing Armani and spraying expensive perfume, I can still smell the stench of a lowlife on you. Since you're the friend of my sworn enemy, you can't be a good person either. Just now he was taking photos of me. I bet he's up to something again." Just as she was thinking about how to deal with Wang Jipeng later, her hand was pulled by Chen Yuki, who led her to a seat prepared by the waitstaff nearby. She quietly watched the elegant beauty in front of her as she began to explain the rules of the game. "I assume everyone has already found their partners. Now I will explain the current rules of the game. The first round is simple. Each group will be given 2 cards, 1 red and 1 blue. You will have 3 chances. If your card matches the color I hold, you will continue. If your card is a different color, you will be deemed to have failed and must watch the next round without participating. This is a game of pure luck." When she said this, the audience began to murmur in discussion. However, Lang Xingyue didn't think so. Everything has its own set of rules. Though she doesn't acknowledge it, it must be said that from the Earth's rotation and the seasons to the rhythm of a heartbeat and breathing, everything follows its own pattern. Even with 2 colors, though she hadn't decided which one to choose, she was subconsciously influenced by the actions and clothing colors of those around her. She will choose the most appropriate color. She'll take the blue sign. Lang Xingyue whispered to Chen Yuki. She had been looking at the 2 signs the waiter had brought and was still undecided, but after hearing Lang Xingyue say that, she no longer hesitated. She didn't know why, but she would trust Lang Xingyue unconditionally. Yet, deep down, there was a voice telling her that trusting her was the right choice. After counting down to 3, 1/3 of the 16 teams were eliminated in an instant. They likely did this to prepare for subsequent activities. Moreover, Lang Xingyue could see that most of the people who went down were young people or celebrities ranked below the 3rd tier. As for the others, they all wore a confident smile on their faces. They knew the order. Lang Xingyue discovered the problem. Those who lose will receive a beautiful gift from our Star River group. Though they call them exquisite gifts, what they actually give out are watches worth tens of thousands of dollars each. Though at their level, a few $100,000 isn't a big deal, Star River Group's approach makes people feel very comfortable. At the very least, it makes them feel that your company values them. Yuchi, next, still blue, and finally red. Lang Xingyue seemed to have discovered something. The female host's Cheongsam was deep blue, and with several influential figures standing before her, her face was brimming with pride, as if she were afraid no one would notice her. She always prepares the selected colors in advance and holds them in her hands. Is it because they're afraid others won't notice any tricks involved? Her phone suddenly vibrated. It was a message from Chu Jie. Wait and see. This time, it might be Xingha collaborating with other companies to make some changes. Although the core objective remains the same, I fear there might be other issues at play. Try to keep your color consistent with the large white figure up front. I think losing might result in a gift, but it probably isn't that simple. Chu Jie also noticed something was off. The celebrities present were likely there for the $8 million endorsement deal, but their true intentions remain unclear at this point. Blue, red. In the next 2 rounds of guessing colors, it turned out exactly as she had expected. The original 16 teams were now down to just 4. Apart from the 2 young women, the other teams are composed of middle-aged executives and their 1st and 2nd tier celebrities. There are 2 first-tier celebrities, 1 male and 1 female. She didn't recognize the male star, but the female star was someone she knew. It was Lin Aoshue, the actress who had appeared in the advertisement earlier. At that moment, she was being elegantly escorted by a short, stocky man who had his arm around her waist as they made their way toward the second venue. That short, stocky man was none other than the big white idiot mentioned by Chu Jie, the arrogant-looking guy who always held the sign in his hand ahead of everyone else. When he looked at Lang Xingyue and Chen Yuchi, he silently lowered his hand from Lin Aoshue's waist. He smiled as he looked at the 2 girls. They were truly remarkable. They had managed to guess correctly 3 times in a row. Chen Yuki hurriedly chimed in, but Long Xingyue was staring at her phone. Chu Jia had sent another message. We should make a quick exit when the time comes. This endorsement deal is probably already decided. They're playing it too risky. Chapter 156, A Boring Game and the Enraged Lin. Making a quick exit? Cold Xingyue looked at the few people with suspicion. Is the current situation really that complicated? Upon entering the second venue, there was a large table already set up with various foods laid out on it. And there was also a beautiful woman in a cheongsam waiting for them there. First, congratulations to those who made it through the first round. These small gifts are for you all. Please accept them with a smile. As he spoke, a staff member walked over with a box, handing each person a leather briefcase. Shen Yuki was curious about what was inside the boxes. Upon receiving it, she opened it, and inside were two matching couples' watches. When Shen Yuki saw the watches, she was completely stunned. She whispered to Long Xingyue, I've seen this watch before. It's the flagship model of a top international brand being promoted by Xinghe Group today. Each one costs around 600,000 yuan, and these two must be worth over $1 million. How could they give them away as gifts? Giving away something worth over $1 million? $1 million for a gift? This has once again shattered her perception of the Star River Group. These are just some small trinkets from Star River International. They're nothing to mention. If the upcoming game is successful, we will have a much more generous gift to present. As she spoke, the elegantly dressed woman smiled modestly. Of course, we only have the best for you all, as you are the cream of your respective fields. We don't care about such trivial things. However, we have personally selected different gifts for each of you. She teased them and didn't continue. No one knew what she was really trying to say. Everything revolved around the start of the second level of the game. Meanwhile, according to Chu Jie's message, the main venue had begun explaining the release of the new product and also mentioned tonight's banquet. It seemed that they had made a lot of preparations for today. Just tell me what this round of the game is, there's no need to keep us in suspense. Lin Aoshue said to the elegantly dressed woman in front of her, whose beauty matched her own. Seeing her urgency, the woman in the cheongsam didn't get annoyed. She smiled and said, the game is simple. In the venue, the curtain slowly descended, and the projector began to work. The screen displayed the first venue's footage. In this venue, there are a total of 5 people. They are former employees who were fired by Star River International and came to the scene out of dissatisfaction. If you can identify one of them, you will be considered successful. If you guess correctly, tonight you can choose one of the guests present as your companion or dance partner for the evening banquet. While they were referred to as companions or dance partners, Cold Xingyue had already noticed the gleam in their eyes. All of them were filled with green light. What if the other party refuses? She coldly said to the beautiful woman in the cheongsam. The guests who have come here are all friendly, I believe, and we will naturally respect their choices. If they disagree, there's nothing we can do, but we will also do our best to fulfill the promises we have made. You know, if it can be done with money, then it's not a problem. So, is it just about throwing money around? Humph, Long Xingyue sneered, glancing at Chen Yuki beside her. Yuchi, are you still playing? This girl has never played this game before. It sounds like it's just a dance partner, but look at the people here, not a single one of them is an ordinary person. There's no way it's that simple. Let's not do this anymore. Let's just leave. Seeing the two women preparing to leave, the woman in the cheongsam spoke again. Miss Lang, I think you must have misunderstood something. Engaging in debauchery and using vulgar means to lure customers is something our Star River International would never stoop to. Besides, don't you want to know about the rewards for another game? We can draft a 3-year endorsement contract worth 20 million, where you'll serve as the brand ambassador for Star River International's products. During the contract period, we only need you to take no more than 10 sets of photos and videos. What do you think? I'm sure you must have misunderstood our company's intentions. She seemed to place great importance on Cold Xingyue. She began using various conditions to tempt her. Now, our conversation and actions are being watched by at least 10 cameras around us. This game is actually meant to set the stage for the evening banquet's main attraction. It's not as sordid as you might imagine. She was desperately trying to explain something. Long Xingyue just smiled. A faint glow shimmered on the forehead of the elegant woman in the cheongsam. Women who possess such overflowing qualities are almost always exceptional in a particular field or possess outstanding professional ethics or other notable virtues. It seems that this woman is no ordinary person. Oh, since you put it that way, then fine, I'll stay. Her face was now adorned with a peculiar smile. By blending her own dance-like grace with Chuyu's mature, feminine charm, she became eerily alluring with just that smile. She took a step toward the beauty. Reaching out, he gently tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear. Such an intimate gesture, yet the elegantly dressed beauty showed no sign of surprise. She smiled gently and bowed her head slightly in greeting. Sherlan, Wisdom Optimization 1. Sherlan's current favorability has been upgraded to level 1. Sure. This beauty doesn't seem as simple as she appears. But these two games seem to have absolutely nothing to do with the product launch. Is she just doing this for fun? To be blunt, this game doesn't seem to have anything to do with your company's new product, does it? Lung Xingyue continued to ask. Just do as others say. Do you really think you're someone important? Before Sherlan could say anything, Lin Aoshue had already begun to mock him with disdain. Unfortunately, no one paid her any attention. That's right, there was no connection at all. In fact, this time we were merely searching for a new product spokesperson. As for the game? It was purely out of our chairman's personal interest. Please don't take it to heart. Though the game is simple, it does reveal your observational and judgmental skills. We will naturally provide an explanation and apologize to you all at the appropriate time. Boring. Cold Xingyue silently cried out in her heart. But the other celebrities didn't see it that way, especially the second-tier stars. They see even more hope. This is completely different from what we discussed earlier. The spokesperson for the new product has already been selected. It's me. How can you just change your mind like this? Lin Aoshue suddenly looked at Sherlan angrily. Lin Aoshue's face was dark and grim, as if she had made a great sacrifice for this endorsement, yet now she heard that the spokesperson had not been finalized. It was no wonder she was furious. Miss Lin, I truly apologize. The Mr. Zhao you were in contact with earlier has now become a member of our Star River International Vanguard Department. I am now the Deputy General Manager. Regardless of any prior agreements you may have had, everything must be handled fairly under my jurisdiction. Do you have any questions? Chapter 157, Would you be willing to have dinner with me? No, Lin Aoshue hugged her shoulders and said nothing. At this moment, the clever ones were all observing the projected image in front of them and had no time to pay attention to her. There was nothing to be done. The game was indeed boring, but the rewards were far beyond their imagination. A profit of 20 million over 3 years, and all it took was 10 sets of photos and videos. To put it bluntly, it was like free money. Moreover, this is one of the top-tier corporations, with ads airing during prime time on major TV networks, which will undoubtedly bring in significant popularity and revenue. In short, for celebrities, this game is so lucrative that they'll keep playing it even if it's as bad as crap. The benefits are simply too great to pass up. Actually, the purpose of this game is to find someone among you who can serve as the brand ambassador for our new product. We apologize for making things so complicated, but now that we've come this far, we kindly ask everyone to continue playing. Sherlan still wore a smile on her face, and no one could have guessed that she was actually the vice president of Xingha. She was even willing to take on the role of host here. Some male celebrities have set their sights on Sherlan. The reason is simple: Sherlan is very beautiful, and her status and background speak for themselves. If they could have the opportunity to invite her as a dance partner, certain things might naturally fall into place, including this endorsement opportunity. Even though, aside from Chen Yuki and Lang Xingyue, everyone else here is a top-tier or second-tier celebrity, the revenue of 80 million to 100 million is no small sum. No one would want to give up such a substantial source of income. However, searching for 5 employees who were fired by their company among such a large group is like looking for a needle in a haystack. It's nearly impossible. The projected image barely allowed everyone's faces to be recognized, but it was impossible to make out any details. Each person had only one chance. It's almost entirely guesswork. Cold Xingyue stared at the projection, pointed randomly at a corner, and pointed at a woman who still looked fairly pretty. I think it's her. Sherlan looked at Long Xingyue, her eyes flickering with a hint of surprise. She nodded and said, "Congratulations, you guessed correctly. Someone will be coming to you shortly regarding the 2 million yuan endorsement contract. At Star River International, we always keep our word and never go back on our promises. What if I wanted to trade this opportunity for a dinner with you instead?" She suddenly raised her eyebrows and asked Sherlan. Everyone heard her words and couldn't help but freeze in surprise. With a smile on their faces, they couldn't help but have a strange thought: what's going on with this young lady? Could she have set her sights on the vice president of Xingha International? Sherlan was also a bit surprised. Looking at Lang Xingyue, he rarely saw such an interesting girl and couldn't help but smile a few times. Oh? Inviting me to dinner? If it's such a beautiful young lady, I'd be delighted to accompany you. However, don't you really care about that 2 million contract? Cold Xingyue didn't care either. She spoke honestly, saying that if she could establish a connection with her sister, would she really need that 2 million contract in the future? Sherlan smiled wryly. She really liked this young girl. She seemed cunning, but her words were so straightforward that it caught her off guard. Apart from her, other celebrities might also have similar thoughts, playing the long game to catch a big fish. Unfortunately, they didn't realize that she was the big fish. Current goodwill toward Sherlan has been upgraded to level 2. Alright, then I'll give you a chance to have dinner with me. Sherlan naturally agreed to Long Xingyue's proposal. Although Lang Xingyue had beaten her to it, there was one thing that proved that having dinner with Sherlan was perfectly fine. Moreover, this vice president of Xingha International is exceptionally handsome. Not only is dining with him acceptable, but even further development in their relationship would be considered entirely appropriate. Having such a beautiful and powerful woman as a girlfriend might not be such a bad thing after all. Not to mention celebrities, even the big shots are starting to take notice. They began to carefully study the people on the list, trying to figure out who was who. In fact, the staff of Star River Group had already been keeping an eye on these 5 individuals, but had not taken any action yet. This incident provided a convenient excuse to add some intrigue to the second stage of the game. She slowly stepped back and approached Shinyuki, whispering a few words in her ear. Then Shinyuki stepped forward and began guessing who the fired staff member was, and she guessed correctly as well. Although she had chosen the contract, she dared not keep it for herself. Instead, she returned and excitedly looked at Lung Xingyue, saying, "This opportunity is what you gave me. Let's be brand ambassadors together. I'll only take 1/3 of the fee." Perhaps that's why Shinyuki became so popular. She knows how to handle people. However, she doesn't really care about the money. If she truly cared about it, she probably wouldn't have agreed to have dinner with Shirlan instead of signing the contract earlier. Lung Xingyue had her own plans, a big, unimaginable plan. "It's all yours, you don't have to share it with me. You trust me so much, which only means you're very lucky you always guess correctly." Such a generous gift, Shinyuki dared not take it alone. After all, no one is a fool. Nowadays, everyone can see that among these people, some of them cheated their way through the first round. In other words, these benefits are actually meant for the big shots in the second and first tiers. She managed to get such a large share of the pie. How could she not be nervous? Everyone guessed for a long time, but in the end, no one could figure it out. Only Lang Xingyue and Chen Yuki guessed correctly. Originally, they had planned to use this opportunity to confront Shirlan and ask her, "On what grounds do you claim that only the 2 of them guessed correctly?" But before they could even speak, the security guards from Xingha Group at the first venue had already moved in and arrested everyone, taking them away one by one. Seeing that this was indeed happening, everyone fell silent. They waited for the next game to begin. What a terrible game. It's not fun at all. This is pretty much what everyone is thinking. From everyone's expressions, it's clear that you find the games we've prepared a bit boring. Of course, I admit that, but there's nothing I can do about it. It's what my superior requested. However, the final game will definitely surprise you. Since we're selecting a spokesperson, we've prepared a special room for the senior members to rest. Please follow me. She raised her eyebrows slightly. The business tycoons nodded in satisfaction. They couldn't just let them stay here playing these pointless games. It would be better to prepare a banquet and let them eat and drink to their heart's content. "How about you join us for a drink, Mr. Shir?" the short, stocky man asked with a smile, looking at Shirlan. Chapter 158, What's going on with her? "I'm not interested, you fat pig. And if you dare to stare at me like that, I'll gouge your eyes out." After arranging them in a separate lounge, Shirlan's expression turned cold as she stared at the people in front of her. "You, what kind of attitude is that? I'm good friends with your chairman." "Watch out," the short, fat man angrily tried to say something. However, Shirlan's expression remained unchanged, gazing at them as if they were mere insects. "If you're really capable, then have that good-for-nothing fire me. You're all just a bunch of trash who only know how to play with women." He looked down on them with disdain, snorted coldly, and turned to leave. Though the few were angry, a subtle sense of joy began to rise within them, a feeling they didn't even realize they had. It was as though an unexpected door to a new world had been opened before them. What does she think she is? She's just a little vice president. Before the short, stocky man could finish his sentence, someone beside him had already answered for him. "Yes, she is just a vice president, but you should know who the chairman of Xingha Group is, the leader of the watch industry in China, Shi Tianhe. It is said that recently, Shi Tianhe has already handed over his position to his son, Shi Shaojie, and this Shirlan is Shi Shaojie's younger sister. Can you handle her? Anyone invited by Xingha must be someone with some fame in their industry. Though they may not compare to Xingha, they are still leaders in their own fields. Naturally, she possesses extraordinary abilities. Even when she first claimed to be the deputy director, some people had already begun secretly investigating Shirlan's background. What they discovered was shocking. This woman was actually a prominent female executive in the business world, though she had chosen an unconventional path by founding an entertainment company. Unfortunately, the company suddenly collapsed a year ago. Given her connections to Xingha, it was hard to believe it could have fallen so quickly. In fact, Shi Tianhe had never wanted his daughter to get involved in the entertainment industry, and Shirlan had stubbornly refused to ask her father for help. After the company went bankrupt, she disappeared from the public eye until today, marking her first public appearance. However, her domineering tone was completely different from earlier, leaving people puzzled about what was going on with this tough woman. Even if she's Mr. Shir's daughter, she shouldn't be using such language to insult us, should she? If Mr. Shir's son were here, I would show him proper respect. But she's just a woman. Should we really have to endure this humiliation here? The short, stocky man looked furious. His friends hurriedly stepped in to comfort him. This isn't really your fault. I heard that Sherlan's former company was secretly transferred by her boyfriend, who is now living abroad with another woman. That's why she changed so much and started hating men. But I only heard this from others, so I don't know if it's true or not. I wouldn't dare to spread rumors. Someone once said that Mr. Shi Tianhao often lamented why his daughter wasn't born a man. Her business acumen far surpasses that of Shi Xiaojie. Unfortunately, she was broken-hearted over a love affair. When Sherlan emerged from the room, that cold expression had vanished without a trace. In its place was still that same smiling expression. She truly disliked men, especially those who looked at other men with lecherous eyes. However, that didn't mean she was stupid. No matter where she was or what the occasion, she always kept a straight face. Just now, it was because of what that short, fat old man said that had provoked her. When she approached Long Xingyue and the others, Sherlan didn't bother with small talk. She got straight to the point. There are currently 4 rooms ahead, each capable of accommodating 2 people. The game is simple. Whoever finds the gear I personally hid in one of the rooms first will become the company's brand ambassador. Upon hearing her words, everyone began to divide into teams. Long Xingyue naturally teamed up with Chen Yuki. Although she dared not compete with these seniors for a contract worth 1 billion, if she were to withdraw now, she would be letting Long Xingyue down. She decided to quietly follow behind her, and the 2 of them entered one of the rooms, which was roughly 10 square meters in size. The gears she was referring to were obviously the gears inside a watch, which were likely no larger than a fingernail. Searching for it in this room is a complete waste of time. She had no intention of playing with them here. She had just entered and glanced around the room. I turned around and pulled Chen Yuki out. When he looked at Sherlan, he spread his hands helplessly and said, "I can't find it. I give up. I'm sorry." Saying this, he was about to leave with Chen Yuki. The young girl said nothing, simply lowering her head and silently following behind Long Xingyue. Now, simply by following her, she had already benefited greatly, a contract worth 20 million. This will certainly come as a huge surprise to the agent. Please stay here. Congratulations, Miss Lang, you have been selected as the brand ambassador for our company's new product. Sherlan watched her back, lost in thought, and suddenly said this. This single sentence startled the secretary standing beside him. If it were a first or second tier artist, that might be acceptable, but hiring a 4th tier artist for 100 million? If word got out, people in the industry would probably mock them for being foolish and wasteful with their money. Mr. Shi, this seems to be non-compliant. Ha? Rules? My word is the rule. Remember your place. The secretary dared not say another word. On the contrary, Long Xingyue was curious about Sherlan's attitude. She had already given up her rights, so what did this mean? Miss Lang, may I ask out of curiosity, why did you just give up like that? Sherlan looked at her, his eyes always carrying a certain unusual gaze. It made her feel a bit uneasy. To be honest, your company's game is a bit boring, and I don't have the ability to compete with these seniors. It's better to just give up and save face. That's true, but the real reason is that the game didn't meet my expectations. It's so boring that it makes her want to give up. Oh, since Miss Lang is so straightforward, I'll be honest too. In reality, I didn't place any gears in the room at all. Those who recognize the times are wise sometimes, knowing when to let go is also a good thing. Congratulations, Miss Lang, you've earned the friendship of our Star River group. Only Sherlan reached out her hand to signal to her. What does this mean? Are you just playing around with these celebrities? Long Xingyue didn't understand her true intentions, but hesitated for a moment before reaching out her hand. When she grasped that weak, boneless hand, her fingers actually curled slightly in her palm. What on earth is going on here? Chapter 159, is this considered using one's beauty to negotiate a contract? What kind of signal is this sending to myself? Cold Xingyue nodded with a smile and withdrew her hand. Looking at Sherlan, whose smile was as radiant as a flower, she cautiously asked, I have a favor to ask. Would the deputy director be so kind as to... See the hesitation on her face. Sherlan, however, paid no attention and said, no problem, let's talk as we walk. She then turned to her secretary and said, the rest is up to you. There's still the sub-brand, right? Don't keep any of them, just hand them all over to them. I'm tired of this game today. Let's leave the rest for tonight and have that incompetent person handle it. Let's let Mr. Shi, the chairman, deal with it. Understood, Mr. Shi. The 3 of them entered a private room, and Sherlan gave an apologetic smile first. I apologize for keeping you waiting. This makeup is really complicated. I'll remove it first before we continue. From the nearby sofa, she took out a leather bag, retrieved some makeup remover and cotton pads, and began to wipe off the greasy makeup from her face. When her true appearance was revealed, Chen Yuki gasped in surprise. She quickly covered her cherry red lips. Sherlan was quite beautiful. After removing her previous makeup, she applied a simple, light makeup, and her beauty was almost surpassing Lin Aoshue's. The previous makeup was actually done to make her look ugly. She looked at the stunned Chen Yuki, then glanced at the expressionless Lang Xingyue. Rarely bothering to maintain her professional smile from earlier, she chuckled lightly. What's the surprise? This Miss Lang's beauty must have left me in the dust. Is it really worth getting so worked up over, young lady? Ha ha. Cold Xingyue hurriedly humbled herself. Oh, sister, you're actually very beautiful too. Since you call me sister, I'll consider you my little sister. You might not be familiar with me yet, but my name is Sherlan. Currently, I'm the deputy general manager of this company. Upon hearing her name, Shin Yuki seemed to recall something. Sherlan? Sister, you're from the Sher family, aren't you? Shen Yuki seemed to know something, and the two exchanged a few words. However, Lung Xingyue remained completely unmoved by their conversation. The reason was simple: she didn't understand a single word. What was this Sher family from the capital? As an outsider who had only been there for less than a month, where would she even begin to know? After a brief chat, we finally got down to business. Since you plan to give me the contract for the product spokesperson, I naturally feel responsible toward your company. A contract worth 100 million is no small matter, and as a fourth-tier celebrity, I dare not accept it lightly. How about this? I will hand this contract over to my sister, Ton Liaya. I am here on her behalf this time. I will give her the contract, and in return, I will voluntarily shoot 2 advertisements for your company at no cost. What do you think? Actually, that was Cold Xingyue's original intention all along. Even Chu Jie didn't dare to hope that Tong Lian would compete for the spokesperson position, because it was simply too difficult. Many people were keeping an eye on this leading industry in China's luxury goods sector, and it wasn't enough to just have a good reputation. Even top-tier celebrity Lin Aoshue went to great lengths to curry favor with the former company vice president, only to secure a promise. Unfortunately, she never anticipated Sherlan's sudden appearance, which threw all her plans into disarray. Tong Lia? She's also a decent candidate, but giving her 1 billion yuan just like that? For some reason, Lung Xingyue always felt that there was something off about the way she spoke. She couldn't tell if she was overthinking it or if Sherlan, the mature and sophisticated woman in front of her, was just that kind of person. When she asked me that question, I couldn't help but think that just a month ago, Director Wang from The Life We Desire must have asked Yaya the same thing. One should never forget those who have helped them. Though I don't have many great qualities, I do know how to repay kindness. Ya has been so generous and sincere with me, so as her younger sister, it's only right that I give her the best I can. May I call you Lan Jie? Do you think I'm doing the right thing? She asked Sherlan in return. The other person crossed her legs, and because she was wearing a cheongsam, the slit revealed her stunningly proportioned white legs. Sherlan didn't say anything either. Instead, she took out a pack of women's cigarettes, pulled one out, and looked at her, asking, "Do you mind if I have one?" Seeing her smoke, Lung Xingyue sighed in relief. "Go ahead, I don't mind." Chen Yuki also shook her head repeatedly. Sherlan reached out to offer Lung Xingyue a cigarette. But unexpectedly, she took out a box of Huangdalu cigarettes. She swiftly put it in her mouth and lit it. What she didn't know was that this action of hers had only made the beautiful Lan sister in front of her even more interested in her. Neither of them spoke, just smoking in silence. After a while, Sherlan finished his cigarette and finally spoke. "Alright, have your sister's agent come tomorrow to sign the contract? I know she's injured, so during her recovery period, we'll prioritize using your ads. Once she's recovered, we'll notify her to come back for filming. What do you think? The terms are too generous." This left her with no reason to refuse. "Then I'll stay with my sister." "Thank you, Lan Jie." Lung Xingyue reached out her hand, intending to shake hers. But Sherlan pulled her hand and showed no intention of letting go. "What good is just saying thank you? Find an opportunity to treat me to a nice meal. I'm not picky." Under the intense gaze of this beauty, even she dared not meet her eyes. Of course. If you don't mind, Lan Jie, why don't you come over to my place someday? I'll cook for you myself. How about that? Someone from such a prominent family must have tasted all kinds of delicacies. Inviting her to eat something like lobster would only bore her. Cold Xingyue invited her over for a small gathering at home, which actually piqued her interest. "Alright, then, I'll take you up on that. It's a deal." "Alright, it's settled." After making arrangements with Sherlan, the two parted ways. Once they had exited the venue, Chen Yuki blushed as she asked for Lang Xingyue's phone number and WeChat ID. She also planned to offer her assistance when she was hosting Sherlan. After all, he had secured such a contract. I should take this opportunity to express my gratitude to Sherlan and Lung Xingyue. However, Lung Xingyue's expression remained somewhat peculiar. Was she using her beauty to negotiate a contract? When I found Chu Jie and handed her a copy of the contract, she didn't seem surprised. She merely pinched the delicate face of the delicate Xingyue. "You two sisters should just be together. You both want to give her the best of yourselves. Your sister gave up a contract worth nearly 30 million for you, and yet you, in less than a month, have already given her a contract worth 100 million. It's truly enviable how much you two sisters love each other. Since you both feel this way, why not just get married already? Chapter 160, A Night Alone. You think I don't want to? Cold Xingyue sighed helplessly in her heart. Who wouldn't want to have such a stunningly beautiful woman? So, should we still attend tonight's banquet? On the way back, Long Xingyue looked at Chu Jie and asked. She shrugged helplessly. I'm not important enough. Do you think anyone could just walk into that banquet? This time, Xingha actually presented you with such a generous gift, which means the new product must be top-tier luxury goods, at least around 2 million, something ordinary people can't afford. There's no need to make such a big deal out of it. At today's product launch, they only displayed 2 quartz watches, each priced above 30,000, which are mid to high-end products. In my opinion, they're probably sub-brands. The real products should be unveiled at the banquet. Chu Jie stroked her chin, analyzing Xingha Group's tactics. So all these people were just there to play a simple, boring game with this big company, and in the end, they used an extremely straightforward method to secure a contract worth hundreds of millions. This is truly unpredictable. Who would have thought that after all she's been through, Long Xingyue would end up securing such a lucrative contract? On the way back, she asked her assistant to buy some pork knuckles and some seasonings. Now that all the luggage had been taken to Ton Liyang's home, she still needed to return there to change clothes, so she decided not to leave. Besides, she also needed someone to take care of her. On the way back to Yaya's house, Chuyu looked at Long Xingyue with a serious expression. Why don't you join your sister's studio? For your sister, you could disregard a 1 billion yuan contract without a second thought. It's clear you're not doing this for the money, so why not join her studio? Long Xingyue shook her head, lying lazily on the backseat of the chauffeur-driven car. Actually, she didn't have any other plans. She just didn't like this kind of life. She preferred a more independent lifestyle. Now that she had enough money and plenty to do, if things got too busy, she thought she might start a small studio. But for now, maintaining the status quo was fine. Chuyu looked at her helplessly. Such a talented star, yet she is just a slacker. How could that not worry her? After escorting her to the door, Chuyu and the others did not go inside. After Lang Xingyue got out of the car, she handed the copy of the contract back to her. You should give this to your sister. I'm sure you two have a lot to talk about. I'm just an old woman, so I won't get involved. Her words clearly showed that she was still holding a grudge over Cold Xingyue's teasing earlier. However, the other party pretended not to hear and smiled at her, saying, Chu Jie, see you tomorrow. He waved at them. Long Xingyue held her skirt and carefully went upstairs. Yaya's home was a high-end apartment, not a villa. In this bustling metropolis, purchasing a villa would not be too difficult for someone of her stature as a top-tier celebrity. However, for the sake of convenience in her work, she opted to purchase a conveniently located apartment as her primary residence. Upon arriving at the door, she knocked, and Xixin opened the door, welcoming her inside. Xinxin, you should go back first. It's not good for you to always stay here taking care of Yaya. Go back and rest well. Come back tomorrow. I'll be here tonight. The girl named Xixin wasn't the type to make a fuss. She knew that Long Xingyue and Yaya would have a lot to talk about, so after helping her put the things away in the kitchen, she nodded and left. Yaya seemed to be asleep and didn't notice that Long Xingyue had returned. She is now sound asleep in the room. She took off the starry dress by herself, hung it aside, and removed the diamond necklace from her neck, placing it back into the box. After changing into a more comfortable outfit, she finally let out a sigh of relief. Turning to look at Ya, she saw her sleeping face, which was 3 parts serene, 3 parts gentle, and 4 parts beautiful. Judging by her appearance, she seems to have recovered quite well. That's good. I'm in a great mood. I went into the kitchen to start preparing dinner. Time passed slowly. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, a message from Chu Jie came through on my phone. She sent me the phone number of the executive producer of the Masked Singer show. She also mentioned tomorrow's work schedule. Life is tough. No matter what time it is, Yaya has to rush around all over the place every day to support this studio, whether it's advertising, variety shows, or TV drama shoots. Nowadays, TV drama productions no longer require Cold Star Moon's appearance, and some shows only gain traction because of Yaya's popularity. She wants to help but can't. The only things she can assist with now are simple tasks like magazine cover shoots or pre-arranged advertising campaigns. Of course, it's frustrating, but there's nothing she can do about it. Cold Star Moon is indeed a big name in the industry, but her popularity has already reached the 3rd tier. Unfortunately, she still falls short in some areas. In certain matters, she is merely a substitute for Yaya, often reduced to being labeled as an afterthought. The purpose was to give the other party some time for Yaya to recover and prevent them from unilaterally terminating the contract. In fact, she didn't feel anything about this. Yaya treated her like her own sister, and now that she was injured, helping her was only natural, so there was no need for any arguments. What's the big deal about a bonus? But what she didn't know was that women are actually very sensitive about such things. The bonus sounds embarrassing, but Chuyu had no choice but to do it. However, today's performance by Lang Xingyue completely changed her opinion of this young woman. She was not only beautiful but also kind-hearted, grateful for kindness, and never complained about her work. Especially when she found out about the contract worth 100 million yuan, she was truly surprised. It seems she had underestimated Long Xingyue after all. While waiting for the pork knuckle soup she was cooking, she sat on the sofa beside her and looked at the task Xu Jia had sent her on her phone. Tomorrow wasn't too busy, just one task. I need to shoot a public service announcement. The living room lights were off, but by the light from the kitchen, she could faintly see a figure struggling to come out of the bedroom, moving cautiously, trying not to make a sound. However, she still managed to catch a glimpse of it. Cold Xingyue put down her phone and took a step forward. But she saw Yaya let out a startled cry, her feet slipped, and her body fell forward. Chapter 161, The Simplest Way to Disrupt Her Thoughts. The next moment, Long Xingyue rushed over, supporting Yaha to steady her. She nearly fell to the ground. Yaya's arms were wrapped around her shoulders, and she was still shaking, patting her chest. Oh my goodness, that was so scary. I said, sis, if you're coming out, just give a little noise. What if you fell? And it's summer, why are you wearing socks? What kind of outfit is that? You know your feet stink, yet you insist on making me faint from the smell. You're so reckless. Long Xingyue teased her while helping her sit down on the sofa, then carefully removed the socks from her small feet. She looked at her helplessly. Hey, you're so clumsy. You're going to trip and fall again. Pfft, you're the one with the stinky feet. Yaya's expression softened, and she gave Long Xingyue a playful glare before saying with a hint of annoyance. Sighing in relief, I spoke again, feeling a bit embarrassed. I just wanted to use the restroom. I didn't want to trouble you. As your older sister, do you even care about my authority anymore? Forget it. When have you ever had any authority in front of me? You're just acting like a baby all day long. What kind of sister are you? Come on, you've never had any authority in front of me. Every day, it's either baby is not happy or baby is upset. You're just acting like a baby. What kind of older sister are you? Long Xingyue tapped her forehead and then carefully helped her up. A few steps to the bathroom door, slipped the slippers onto her feet, and only then let her go in alone. After a while, Yaya shyly called out. Yeah, help me back. When she opened the door, her clothes were neatly arranged, but her face was a bit red. The cold Xingyue of the past had always held Yaya in high regard, but now, her feelings for Yaya were no longer merely respect. She helped her to the sofa. You're awake just in time. I have something to show you. As she went to get the contract, she turned on the living room light. The warm yellow glow wasn't too bright, but Yaya still instinctively squinted her eyes. Watching Long Xingyue take out a contract from the table beside her, she sat down next to her. This is what I managed to secure for you. Take a look, sister. What's this? Yaya looked at Long Xingyue suspiciously, then took the contract and read the text. After reading it word for word, her hands trembled slightly. Looking at her beside him, he was filled with doubt and confusion. Yaya, how did you manage to secure a 1 billion yuan contract without saying a word? I don't want it. Since you negotiated it, you can keep it. I have a lot of work to do and am very busy. There is indeed a lot of work, but who could possibly give up 1 billion yuan so easily? Yeah, you're saying this because in your heart, Cold Xingyue's position is far more important to you than 100 million. Ya says this now because, in her heart, Cold Star Moon's position is far more important to her than this 100 million. Or perhaps there is simply no comparison between the two. Seeing that she didn't want to, Long Xingyue embraced her in his arms. I said, Tong Liang, you still don't understand the situation. Nowadays, your sister is just a fourth-rate celebrity. How could they give me a contract worth 100 million? They're not stupid with money to burn. Of course, it's all for your sake. So even if they gave it to me, it wouldn't do any good. To get her sister to go, she is even willing to let Sherlan be labeled as someone who is both stupid and rich. At worst, she could compensate her next time they met. Really? Yaha found it hard to believe. In front of her younger sister, she acted a bit childish, but that didn't mean she was an unintelligent fool. The contract with Xinghe International, could that just be obtained so easily? That's one of the top luxury goods companies in China. Looking at Long Xingyue with suspicion, the young man's face clearly showed disbelief. Don't look at me like that. Your sister is quite capable, you know. Long Xingyue gave her a sheepish smile, trying to ease her suspicion. You little brat, you've really grown up. You managed to get this contract without a word. This one do. I need to call the vice president of Xinghe Group and ask exactly what is going on. Yaya was a meticulous person. She didn't doubt Long Xingyue, but she didn't believe her claim that the contract was only for her own use. Her own sister is like a little fairy. She doesn't believe that the other party would say such a thing just because they're interested in her. Oh my gosh, sister, are you not believing me? Staring intently at Tong Liang, Long Xingyue's mind raced, trying to think of a way to change her mind. Yes, I don't believe you. You must have taken the contract they gave you and given it to me, right? You've always been like this, keeping everything to yourself and only telling your older sister at the last minute. I know you too well, you little brat. Hearing her words, Long Xingyue felt a chill run down her spine. No wonder she was her older sister, she really was formidable. However, her expression suddenly changed. Oh no, yeah, I suddenly remembered something. I put a fish in the water yesterday, and it's been a whole night. I hope it didn't drown. I have to go back and check. What? Drowned? Hurry back, but how could a fish drown? You're just teasing your sister again, aren't you? Yaha glared at Long Xingyue in displeasure. With her hands on her hips and a pouty expression, she was truly capable of melting many hearts. I said, sis, just listen to me on this one, okay? Take care of your injury first, and once you're all better, you can go back to shooting commercials. We can discuss the details later. Besides, it's so late now, calling the Xingha group at this hour would be too abrupt, wouldn't it? You're right. Yaya pretended to think deeply, rubbing her chin, and nodded. Right? I told you, you should. Then I'll call you tomorrow. Cold Star Moon. Alright, as long as it's not today. Yaya's memory is so bad she'll probably forget all about it by tomorrow. Actually, all of this is because she cares about what she does. Cold Xingyue understands that all too well. As she watched, Yaya's gaze grew increasingly tender. Sis, don't worry. I'll listen to you from now on, okay? Just don't get hurt again and make me worry. Yaya looked at her suspiciously. Really? Yes, it is. Then let me see your phone. Ahem, it's getting late. Let's get some rest. We have work to do tomorrow. Yaha's sister. Alright, I was just joking with you. I'll get it for you right away. But before you leave, shouldn't you give your little sister, who's been working hard to secure big orders for her older sister, a little reward? Chapter 162, Your Jade Chi Sister. Alright, once your sister is better, I'll take you out to play. Don't worry. Yaa smiled at Yaya as if she were comforting a child. I'm hungry. Let's eat quickly. Having said that, he actually hopped and skipped his way toward the kitchen. Oh my goodness, be careful, don't twist your ankle. Long Xingyue had just finished speaking. Oh no, Yaya, you're such a harbinger of bad luck. At the dinner table, Yaya's feet were resting on Long Xingyue's legs, and she was rubbing her sprained ankle with alcohol. Ya, however, was happily sipping the pork knuckle soup her beloved younger sister had simmered for her. They say you are what you eat, so eat more pig's feet and your 2 pig's feet will heal quickly. Cold Xingyue teased her, but Yaya paid no attention to the girl's mockery. She knew full well that Long Xingyue was just a bit unforgiving, but deep down, she was actually a kinder girl than herself. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gotten so close to her. A girl with a heart of gold, these days, they're hard to come by. While she was drinking her soup, Long Xingyue also shared some of the interesting things that had happened today with her. When she mentioned Lin Aoshue, Yaya angrily slapped the table. How dare that old woman bully my sister? How amusing. Doesn't she know who her sister is? Yeah, don't worry. Once my sister's foot is better, I'll go avenge you. Yaya snorted coldly, clearly furious about her sister being bullied. Cold Xingyue quietly watched Yaya, who was furious like a little kitten. Her face bore a smile, yet she did not reveal her true thoughts. Never mind, let's eat. I still have to help you tomorrow. Outside the door, the takeout I ordered has arrived. It was still spicy crayfish. She also bought a bowl of spicy hot pot and 2 cans of beer. Suddenly, she looked at Long Xingyue's dinner and then at her own. Yaya looked at her with envy. Yeah, the doctor didn't say I couldn't eat spicy food, did he? This spicy hot pot, you have to share half with me. Sis, can you finish your pork knuckle soup first? Yaya stared at the pig's trotter soup in her bowl, furrowed her brows, and drank it all in one gulp. But it's so greasy. I drank it all. Give me a bite. Alright, I'll feed you. Hey, sister, don't eat it. It's not that bad. Alright, I'll feed you. Hey, sister, don't eat it. It's not that bad, is it? On the same night, in a mansion in the capital city, Sherlon was wearing an expensive nightgown, holding a British-made pure crystal glass wineglass in her hand. The red liquid inside was a 1987 Bordeaux dry red wine. In her other hand, she held a phone displaying Cold Xingyue's WeChat, which also showed several selfies she had taken of herself in the past. She looked pure and aloof. Sister, I heard you gave the endorsement contract for the new product to a 4th-tier celebrity? A voice suddenly came from the first floor. Downstairs, a man in his 30s was taking off his suit, smiling as he looked up at Sherlon on the upper floor. However, Sherlon didn't even glance at him. Instead, he looked at the photo of Long Xingyue and smiled slightly. What? You can't even spare $1 billion now? That doesn't sound like your style, Mr. Sher. Your old man gave you the company, and you're still worried about such a small amount of money? Sure, Xiaojia could tell that his sister was mocking him, but he didn't get angry. The smile on his face didn't fade. I said, sis, can't you be a little more gentle like other people's sisters? I'm not even bothered by this at all. I just feel that after my precious little sister has been so quiet for so long, suddenly doing something like this caught me off guard. Really, it's quite unexpected. That fourth-tier male celebrity? He took a bottle of beer from the fridge, opened it, and sat down on the sofa to drink. The two of them were indeed siblings, even their sitting posture and the way they held the beer were identical. Don't judge my actions with such a filthy mind, okay? Our minds are no longer on the same page. Sherlan gave her older brother no face, snorting coldly before speaking again. She said her name was Lung Xingyue. Originally, she had planned to give the contract to her, but unfortunately, she refused and instead gave it to her older sister, the renowned goddess of the industry, Ton Liaya. As a result, she offered to shoot 2 commercials for us for free. Ton Liaya? Sure, Xiaojie's eyes lit up. This wasn't just any ordinary celebrity. Most female celebrities looked somewhat similar, and it was truly rare to find women with such unique beauty, women who were naturally beautiful without any artificial enhancements. Such women were indeed a rare sight. Especially among top-tier celebrities, those who have reached this level rarely maintain their peak physical appearance. But Tong Liang is different. At this point in her career, her beauty is at its peak. It seems that the cold Xingyue you mentioned is quite skilled at handling people and getting things done. Knowing that she lacks the necessary qualifications to secure this contract, she wisely chose to pass it on to this top-tier actress, thereby earning their trust. She certainly has some cunning. Sure, Xiaojie rarely compliments anyone, but Sherlan looked at him with disgust. Can't you look at this matter without your business-minded perspective? Scheming? Maybe only you would say that. All I see in her eyes is kindness. Sure, Xiaojie, you may be skilled in intrigue and manipulation, but when it comes to judging people and handling matters, the gap between you and me is as vast as the distance between heaven and earth. She downed the red wine in one gulp. Sherlan walked into the bedroom with a smile on her face, holding her phone. It seemed like she was figuring out how to send a message to Lung Xingyue. Sure, Xiaojie downed the rest of his beer in a few gulps, pulled out his phone, and instinctively searched for Lung Xingyue online. When the photo popped up, he was taken aback. It's so beautiful? We ate dinner until around 9 o'clock at night. Cold Star Moon stayed with Yaya, who didn't want to sleep, lying on the sofa watching TV shows. But she kept turning her head to glance at her charming face from time to time. Yaha noticed this about Lung Xingyue but didn't say anything. The two sisters rarely had such tender moments together, so they naturally wanted to cherish every moment of this precious time. The two of them leaned against each other, but she wasn't really interested in the TV show. At that moment, she had planned to take out her phone to check the news. Instead, I unexpectedly received a message from Sherlan. When will you have time? Your older sister is still waiting for you to repay me for that meal you owe me. This message was sent by Sherlan. There is also another message from a friend who added me. The accompanying message is, I am Chen Yuki, your older sister Yuki. Haha, Yuchi's sister? Chapter 163, The Masked Show's Dilemma. Shen Yuki was manageable, but Sherlan, she just couldn't shake the feeling that she was a tough nut to crack. Her aggressiveness seems to surpass even her own. For a woman of her beauty and status, having a few other interests isn't something she'd normally care about. However, if her target happens to be herself, then that would be interesting. Just thinking about it is so thrilling. After some consideration, she accepted Chen Yuki's friend request and typed in Sherlan's chat window, "Let me know when you're available, Mr. Sher. I'll treat you to dinner. Don't worry." After sending the message, the other party did not respond immediately. She didn't think much of it. Until 11 o'clock at night. Yaha was getting a little sleepy. With one foot fractured and the other sprained, there was no choice but to have Lung Xingyue carry her to the bathroom to take a bath. But it doesn't really matter anyway. The two of them had been taking showers together since they were young, so it wasn't really a big deal. At the 8th level of affection, sisters wouldn't bother with such trivial matters. At night, holding Yaya's delicate body, Cold Star Moon couldn't help but yawn. Today was really exhausting. I have no idea how you managed to get through it, Yaha squinted her eyes, her face covered in a face mask, and said nonchalantly, "Now you know how hard it is for your sister, right? Earning money to support the family is no easy task." Put. She smiled along with her, leaned in closer, and said, "Why don't I take care of you from now on? I'll be the one to earn money and support the family, and you just focus on staying beautiful." "Sister, this flower isn't good enough. Where could you find a little flower as delicate as you?" Saying this, she gave a mischievous laugh and reached out with both hands toward Lung Xingyue. Cold Xingyue was wearing nothing but a silk nightgown. Now, Yaha quickly undid it. "Hey, stop messing around. You think you're still the same as before when you weren't injured? If you keep this up, I'll get serious." The two of them held their phones and scrolled through Weibo for a while before finally drifting off to sleep. It wasn't until the next morning, when a ray of sunlight pierced through the glass and illuminated the room, that Lung Xingyue was awakened by the ringtone of her phone. She was holding Ya, who was still mumbling in her sleep. I answered the phone in a daze. "Hello? Yeah, it seems necessary to have Yaha clarify things with you. The thing we least wanted to see yesterday ended up in the newspaper. Despite our statements to the media, some unscrupulous editors have taken liberties with your story. As for this, Lung Xingyue didn't seem to mind. That's fine. Let's see how serious he is. If it's serious, then we'll just sue him. We can't leave any loose ends in a matter like this. If it's not serious, then we'll just clarify it on Weibo. It's no big deal. The news should have been released early this morning, right? I thought it was already past 8 o'clock, so the news should have been out, but when I checked the time, it was only 5 in the morning. No wonder. Apart from that, she was more worried about Chu Jie's health. Chu Jie, you didn't sleep last night? Why did you get up so early? You need to rest more. It was clear that Lung Xingyue was genuinely concerned about her. Chu Jie was also lying half reclined on the bed, holding a tablet and reading today's news. No, I'm just used to getting up at 5 o'clock. You're right, though. Let's wait until 8 o'clock when all the major news outlets have released their reports. By then, it should be pretty much complete. The call ended. She lay back down in bed. Holding Yaya, she gazed at her snow-white cheeks and gently kissed them. As if sensing the intimacy of Cold Star Moon's gesture, she wriggled in his arms, but alas, she couldn't squeeze in. She was blocked by Cold Xingyue's chest. The two slept until 8:30 a.m. before waking up naturally, as if they hadn't slept so soundly in ages. They both stretched lazily, exchanged a glance, and smiled. On Lung Xingyue's Weibo, there were originally a few abusive comments, but subsequent updates drowned them out. Fortunately, before leaving yesterday, she had explained to the reporters that she had come here to replace Yaya Jie at work. Otherwise, she would probably have become famous today, really famous. After a quick wash, Xinshin arrived here at 9 o'clock. At the same time, Lung Xingyue carried her luggage and got into the car waiting downstairs with Chu Jie, returning to her own home first. She then followed Chu Jie to the filming location. Today's workload isn't too heavy, we should be able to wrap everything up by around 2 p.m. What would you prefer to do afterward, head back to Yaya's place or have me drive you home? Lung Xingyue thought for a moment, then looked at Chu Jie and said, let's drop me off at home first. I need to take care of some personal matters. Alright, I'll come pick you up in the afternoon. Alright, I'll come pick you up in the afternoon. This time, there were no unexpected complications with the advertisement, but two other artists needed to appear as well. However, they seemed to be very busy, and Lung Xingyue waited until midnight before they finally showed up. After rushing through the ad shoot, she finally had time to catch a ride with Chu Jie back to her own home. Actually, once she got home, there was nothing else to do, she just wanted to call the director of The Masked Singer. However, for certain reasons, she didn't want Chu Jie and the others to know that she had chosen to participate in this competition. He Jong and Huang Lei had already begun preparing for the show, and the director was also feeling a bit rushed about selecting the participants. When they heard that Tong Liang had injured her foot, although it wasn't her voice or hands, she could still sing. However, with her foot injured, there was no need to look at her face, the bandage on her foot would give her away. Naturally, she couldn't continue participating. Now the recording is about to begin, and there's still one person missing. He's so worried that his hair is falling out in clumps. The show is scheduled to be recorded in 2 days, and we're still missing a celebrity guest. What should we do? Oh, right, Xiao Yuan, what about the celebrity we mentioned earlier as a replacement? Is he available? The executive director, Zhao Quan, asked his assistant beside him. That one won't work. He's from another talent show and just started to get popular. He's really on the rise right now. We had to fight hard to get him for 2 weeks. This show is for professional singers, and he's just a newcomer on the rise. If he loses, his popularity will probably drop. It took us a lot of effort to get him here, so it's not easy to let him come early. Xiao Yuan isn't suitable, he turned to a female assistant director beside him. But before she could speak, she had already made a gesture. No way, she had risen from the 3rd tier to the 2nd tier, and now she dared not easily enter such a professional level singer competition. This won't work, that won't work. Does that mean this season's show is doomed? Zhao Quan slapped his hand on the table, and at the same time, his phone suddenly rang. Chapter 164, another freeloader looking to use the air conditioning. An unknown phone number? Who is this? Zhao Quan didn't have time to think about who was calling, he hurriedly answered the phone. Hello, this is Zhao Quan. Lung Xingyue coughed twice in a hoarse voice and said from the side, Hello, Director Zhao, I'm here to participate in the Masked Singer competition. The Masked Singer? Great. Do you have any time available recently? Yes, I do. That's no problem. I'll have the temporary agent discuss the details with you shortly. Feel free to reach out to us if you have any questions. Alright, let's do that. The call ended, and Zhao Quan laughed heartily 3 times. Heaven rewards those who persevere. Finally, I found the last celebrity guest. Xiao Yuan looked at him in confusion. Who is he? Do you know who the director is? How do you know he's a celebrity? Of course, if he weren't a celebrity, how would he know my phone number? Besides, if he weren't a celebrity, how would he know I'm the executive producer of The Masked Singer? You're not kidding, are you? Alright, Xiao Yuan, I'm not. Soon after, Lung Xingyue received a call from the temporary agent. It was a young girl's voice. Hello, teacher. This is the production team of The Masked Singer. I am your temporary agent. We need to make a brief record here, but please rest assured that we will not disclose your information. May I ask your name? Lung Xingyue bit her index finger, thought for a moment, and said, just call me old driver. This time, she was holding a voice changer, and her voice sounded slightly rough, leaving the girl on the phone speechless. Teacher, we need to know your identity so we can settle your payment according to your current status. Zhao Xiaoyu, who was on the phone, looked helpless and thought to herself, who is this veteran driver? He seems like he's here to make a joke. Alright, I won't take the fee, and I won't register my name either. Is that okay with you? The reason she was doing this was because, on the way back, she had been torn about whether or not to participate in this episode of Masked Singer. Shu Yu had already made the decision for her. She wouldn't be attending, and the reason was that she had received some inside information. It seems that artists from AO Hua Entertainment also participated in this program. If Lung Xingyue participates in this season's program and is eliminated in the first episode, losing to someone else isn't shameful, but losing to someone from AO Hua Entertainment is. Even they would feel uncomfortable about it. So, it's better not to participate in such programs where you're clearly at a disadvantage. There will be plenty of other shows to take revenge on them in the future. We don't need this opportunity. However, when Lung Xingyue heard Chu Yu's words, she had already made up her mind. Since AO Hua's people were also present, she might as well give it a try and see who was the better fighter. I want to see for myself what makes the company that once froze me out so special. No compensation? Let me ask you this, are you a celebrity? You know very well that the Masked Singer program needs celebrities, not fans who admire them. So Zhao Xiaoyu naturally understands what she means. A celebrity who doesn't want payment? There's no such thing in this world. Are the celebrities out of their minds? Don't worry, I am indeed a celebrity, but I'm just a minor one who isn't very famous. Otherwise, how dare I make such a request to you? This phone number was given to me by my agent. Rest assured, I have no reason to deceive a young lady. However, Zhao Xiaoyu was still unsure. She agreed with Lang Xingyue for now, hung up the phone, and went to find Zhao Quan. At that moment, Director Zhao was busy handling matters on stage, and Zhao Xiaoyu hurried over. Uncle! Uncle! Zhao Quan turned to look at Zhao Xiaoyu and said in surprise, didn't I tell you to call that celebrity? Why are you here? Did you finish talking? She really didn't know how to explain the previous conversation. Because it was just too bizarre. Uncle, the teacher who just spoke didn't reveal his real name and told me he doesn't want to disclose his name because he's just a minor celebrity and doesn't plan to accept any compensation. Do you think that's acceptable? No payment? And he doesn't want to reveal his name? Zhao Quan was taken aback. This is interesting. Is he trying to play it mysterious? If it weren't for the fact that the show was scheduled to be recorded in 2 days, he wouldn't have made such a decision. Alright, you can tell him it's okay, but on the condition that we need a sample of his singing today. If the sound doesn't meet my standards, then I'm afraid we'll have to decline. We don't accept overly eccentric guests. Alright, I'll go ahead then, Uncle. Zhao Quan, don't call me Uncle during work hours from now on. When Zhao Xiaoyu relayed Zhao Quan's exact words to Long Xingyue, she added cold Xingyue's newly created QQ number. She then waited in the lounge for Long Xingyue's song demo. They called it a song demo. However, there are still some minor issues. She hasn't realized that she doesn't have instrumental accompaniment. While she can sing a cappella now, what about in the future? If you sing a cappella on stage, that would truly be embarrassing. Thinking of this, she changed into a different outfit and wrapped herself up tightly. She took her phone and stepped out the front door. Started to dominate the charts on various music platforms. Fortunately, since the two worlds don't overlap much, there are many songs with similar styles, but there aren't many that are exactly the same. I didn't drive downstairs, there was a large shopping mall nearby. He headed straight for the home furnishing store. After a quick look around, he chose a double bed. After providing my home address, I arranged for delivery within an hour. I've been wanting to replace my old Shaon for a long time. In my memory, every time Yaya came to my house, she would squeeze under the small single bed with me. In the middle of summer, it was really unbearably hot. It's better to switch to a larger one sooner rather than later, especially since I have the time now. Next door is a fairly large music store. As I pushed open the door and stepped inside, a refreshingly cool breeze greeted me. No wonder it's a place that sells high-end goods, they even have the air conditioning on. It's so cool in here. However, it seems that the weather outside is quite hot, so many people are coming in to enjoy the air conditioning under the pretext of watching the musical instruments. This has left the staff inside feeling a bit helpless. There was nothing they could say, so they just smiled and greeted everyone, but inside they were cursing under their breath. When cold Xingyue walked in, she was already wrapped up tightly. When Lang Xingyue walked in, she was already wrapped up quite tightly. She wore a baseball cap, sunglasses, and a mask, dressed in a loose white bat-wing shirt and a pair of jeans. He just walked out holding a phone. In a corner, several waiters sighed helplessly, slapping their foreheads. Another one here to use the air conditioning. Send the newbie to handle it and make sure she's nice to her. Chapter 165. The veteran takes me under his wing. Staff working at a music store, regardless of their appearance, must have a better attitude toward customers than those at other places. After all, this is a place where musical instruments are sold. The elegant music and cool environment make it necessary for the staff to be polite to customers. However, with so many people coming in just to cool off these days, they've become a bit numb to it. However, since the higher-ups haven't said anything, they can't ask the customers to leave. They can only keep a close eye on this guest, making sure they don't touch the instruments carelessly. This isn't discrimination against them, it's just that in the hot summer, everyone's hands are bound to get sweaty. No one wants to see sweat stains on expensive pianos or other valuable instruments like violins. The new staff member was a young woman with delicate features and a tall, slender figure, wearing a humble smile as she approached Lung Xingyue. Good afternoon, miss. Is there anything I can assist you with? Looking at the faint glow on the young woman's hands, Cold Xingyue's heart skipped a beat with joy. Oh, I'd like to see a piano or a violin, or maybe a flute. Yes, that's a good idea. Please recommend a few for me. Chen Xiaoyao wasn't very familiar with violins or the xiao, but when the piano was mentioned, her eyes lit up. What do you think of that piano? It's a Winkleman, one of the world's 5 oldest piano brands. The sound is crisp and melodious, and the surrounding relief carvings are exquisite and elegant, making it very beautiful. Lung Xingyue nodded and gestured to Chen Xiaoyao, asking if she could play a few notes so she could hear the sound. Seeing that she had no intention of touching the piano herself, this point actually added quite a few points in her heart. All right. Please wait a moment. Since this piano is very expensive, even the staff here must handle it with care. Chen Xiaoyao took a pair of gloves out of her pocket and put them on. She gently played a few keys on the piano with one hand. The crisp sound echoed around the room. Cold Xingyue nodded, seeming to have made up her mind. It's nice, but is there anything simpler? Just plain black would be fine. Yes, we have one, but it's not this model. This one is relatively cheaper compared to the one I introduced to you earlier. If you're not too picky about the sound quality, this domestically produced model is absolutely fine. Plus, it's priced at 70,000, and we're currently running a promotional campaign. Just as Chen Xiaoyao was enthusiastically recommending the piano, Lung Xingyue's single sentence left her speechless. Alright, let's go with this one. 70,000, right? Alipay might not cut it. Let's use a credit card. Good thing I brought my wallet. Cold Xingyue pulled out her wallet from her pocket with a satisfied expression and handed the card to Chen Xiaoyao. She was still staring at herself in a daze. It took her a moment to come to her senses. Oh, please wait a moment, please wait. She grabbed her bank card and hurried over to the team leader, looking at her with a slightly nervous expression. Team leader, that customer ordered a piano worth 700,000 yuan. What should we do? Everyone looked at her with envy and jealousy, secretly regretting that they hadn't gone to ask her earlier. What a pity for Yao Yao. You'll have to treat us to a big dinner tonight, or else the girls won't be happy. That 700,000 yuan order means your monthly salary will be at least that much. One of the girls who was close to her quietly made a 3-finger gesture. This startled her. So many? Of course, with a piano costing 70,000, it's only natural that the commission would be high. Facing such a VIP customer, she dared not take it lightly and hurried to close the deal within 10 minutes. As for the violin and the xiao, Lung Xingyue had no intention of considering them further. Since she hasn't found anyone who can teach her yet, and it would be difficult to learn quickly, she decided to put it on hold for now. Following the address at home, the piano was delivered to the living room. Lung Xingyue shook hands with Chen Xiaoyao. If you have any questions in the future, please feel free to call me. Our store offers lifetime warranty and free tuning. Chen Xiaoyao, Piano Grade 8 Expert Optimization 2. A moment of confusion flashed through her mind. A flood of information about pianos rushed into his mind. But that's not enough. After Chen Xiaoyao and the others left, the double bed she had purchased also arrived. Finally alone, she began to ask the system, how many popularity points do I need to achieve piano level 10 mastery? 10,000. Black, 2 black. Her popularity is skyrocketing, especially after yesterday's press conference, where major media outlets reported that she had stepped in to replace her injured sister for the event. She has attracted a large following. Starting with a dishonest editor's sensationalist reports, the story eventually made its way to major media outlets. This tactic of building up anticipation before revealing the truth caused Cold Xingyue's popularity to surge. It surged all the way to over 5 million. Give me 10 piano pieces at the 10th level of mastery. No sooner had he finished speaking than the system was already ready. Cold Xingyue, Piano Level 10 Mastery Optimization 10. Cold Star Moon, Piano Level 10 Mastery Optimization 10. A tidal wave of knowledge surged into his mind. For a moment, her head ached so badly it felt like it was about to explode. With no other choice, she tightly closed her eyes and endured the pain in silence. 10 minutes later, she managed to endure it. When she opened her eyes and looked at the piano again, she placed her hands on it and tried to play a few notes. A crisp, flowing melody emerged from the piano, carried by her hands, resonating beautifully through the room. At the same time, Long Xingyue cleared her throat and, accompanied by the piano accompaniment in her hands, sang the song she had been longing to sing. Dandelions by the elementary school fence. A scene with a taste of memory. The sound of cicadas echoes from the playground during nap time. Even after many years, it still sounds beautiful. Fold your wishes into paper airplanes and send them as letters. Because we can't wait for that shooting star. Throw the coin that decides our fate with all our heart. But not knowing where you'll end up. The promise we made growing up together. The promise we made, so clear and firm, I believe in it. As many pedestrians passed by downstairs, they were surprised to hear the sound of a piano coming from somewhere and looked around to see where it was coming from. Especially when accompanied by that melodious voice. It's hard not to get lost in the melody. What song is this? It sounds so beautiful. Yeah, and that piano playing, is it recorded or live? It's so skillful. I've been practicing for 8 years and I'm not even half as good as that. Beijing TV station. Just as Zhao Xiaoyu was bored out of her mind and about to fall asleep, her laptop suddenly rang. The mysterious person named Old Driver had finally sent an audio message. She immediately clicked on the music player, eager to hear how the voice sounded. A voice with a slightly neutral tone began to sing along with the piano accompaniment. Veteran driver, take me with you, I want to go to Spring City. Veteran driver, give me a hand, I need to get to the provincial capital. There are many cars heading to Spring City. Why did you stop me halfway? Alili, 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 Alili. Zhao Xiaoyu's eyes widened. What the hell is this? It's got such a rhythmic vibe. Chapter 166, Why is the script wrong? This song, sung by an experienced driver, left Zhao Xiaoyu completely dumbfounded. Fortunately, she only sang a few lines. Cough, cough, sorry, I sang the wrong part. In the audio, Long Xingyue playfully teased her before singing a song that had become widely popular in this world, the Osmanthus Blossoms. As a character whose worlds overlap, He Laoshir's song is now perfectly suited to be sung with this melody. They have all heard this song before, so they can naturally tell the difference between good and bad. Although Lang Xingyue deliberately sang the song in a rough voice, there was no doubt that she still sang the most classic parts of the song. She poured out her inner emotions. In simple terms, Gardenia Blossoms doesn't require commentary on the singer's technical skills. The moment she began to sing, she transported the audience back to their own youthful days. This alone speaks volumes. This singer is no ordinary talent. Hurriedly grabbing her notebook, she rushed toward the door. Upon arriving at the stage, he once again found Zhao Quan busy at work. Uncle Zhao, the teacher sent us an audio sample. Uncle, the teacher sent us an audio sample. Zhao Quan, never mind, call him whatever you want, I can't control you. He reached out and clicked on Zhao Xiaoyu's computer. She scrolled the audio back to the beginning. Zhao Xiaoyu tried to stop her, but it was too late. Veteran driver, give me a hand. I need to go to Spring City. The crowd below was taken aback. What the heck is this? Luckily, after a few lines of lyrics, Long Xingyue cleared her throat and admitted she had sung the wrong words. Immediately afterward, a piano accompaniment began playing Ji Zi Hua Kai. The voice sounded a bit off, but when he sang, I could feel the emotion he poured into it. This singer, to be honest, is a small celebrity, but he is a singer with a solid foundation. Zhao Quan ran his fingers through his stubble. The smile on his face grew broader and broader. I agree with old Zhao. His singing really emphasizes emotional expression, which made me involuntarily recall my school days. It actually resonated with me. It seems like this season has brought us a very talented contestant. A voice suddenly rang out from behind Zhao Quan. Zhao, the director, didn't notice and blurted out, "What do you know?" Her voice seamlessly switches between head and chest voice without any effort. This proves that He Laoshir, when did you arrive? Turning to look at He Jiong, Zhao Quan felt a bit embarrassed. Earlier, I said you didn't know anything, but this song was sung by Mr. He. How could you not know? Just a moment ago, he had said that the other person didn't know anything, but this song was sung by Mr. He himself, how could he not know it? However, He Jiong didn't mind Zhao Quan's earlier words, he was simply listening quietly to his singing. And the crisp piano accompaniment. This accompaniment is also perfect. With such a strong foundation, I wonder if it's a big name pretending to be a newbie just for fun. He Jiong suddenly asked in confusion. Upon hearing this, Zhao Quan also began to fantasize. There was indeed such a possibility, but for the masked singer, it would only be beneficial and have no drawbacks. After all, the more sensational the gimmicks, the better the show's impact. Regardless, we'll see what happens in the next couple of days. Zhao Quan turned to his niece, Xiaoyu, and said, "You need to contact this person immediately and have him come up with a nickname and some costumes." Also, tell him to come over tomorrow to record the song he'll be performing the day after tomorrow so we can hear how it sounds live. That's also why no one wants to come. We only have one more day to rehearse, and the first episode of the Masked Singer program is scheduled for the day after tomorrow. Inadequate song preparation and improper vocal warm-up can all cause significant obstacles for the upcoming performances. Well, why don't you go talk to the teacher about this yourself? I dare not say anything. If I get scolded by Zhao Xiaoyu, I won't even be able to finish my sentence. Before she could finish speaking, she saw Zhao Quan glaring at her. If you don't go, I'll tell your dad that you've been slacking off here all day, watching dramas instead of finding a boyfriend, and all you do is call the male lead in the show husband all day long. Put. Zhao Quan's words made the staff around him laugh for once. Zhao Xiaoyu's face turned red, and she looked at her own uncle with embarrassment. I give up. It's just a phone call. I'll go, okay? That's more like it. Watching Zhao Xiaoyu's departing figure, Zhao Quan couldn't help but mutter under his breath. He Jiang looked at the two of them indifferently. One was his own uncle, and the other was his own niece. He never expected this. Zhao Quan really had the nerve to do such a thing, actually sending his own niece into the line of fire. Under normal circumstances, no one would even consider engaging in a fierce showdown when there's only one day left. In other words, I'm just a backup for this show. The few singers who are truly dedicated to this show even put a lot of thought into song selection. Just one song alone requires several days of careful selection, followed by memorizing the lyrics, rehearsing with the accompaniment, and other such tasks. A day? For a meticulous singer, a day is simply not enough time. Zhao Xiaoyu dialed Long Xingyue's number with a heart pounding in her chest. She had already braced herself for a scolding. There was nothing she could do after all. The production team had been so inconsiderate as to contact her only 2 days before the recording. Hello? What's wrong? Long Xingyue's polite voice came through the phone. Hello? What's the matter? Long Xingyue's polite voice came through the phone. Teacher, it's like this. We've listened to your audio sample, and everyone has given it positive feedback. Additionally, there's something else we'd like to inform you about. We need to come up with a name. Let's call it Lao Si Lung Xingyu. But before he could finish, Zhao Xiaoyu interrupted him urgently. This is the name you'll be using on stage, so you must think it through carefully. Alright, I'll think about it. You're right. The nickname Old Driver is a bit harsh. Lung Xingyue thought for a moment, then suddenly noticed a small yellow duck toy on her sofa and smiled. Let's call it Ugly Duckling. The Ugly Duckling? Zhao Xiaoyu silently repeated the name in her mind. Based on the meaning of the name, was this teacher ugly? What she didn't know was that the Ugly Duckling was a very famous fairy tale from the previous world, where it endured countless hardships before finally transforming into a beautiful swan. Alright, Ugly Duckling teacher, I've noted down your name. Additionally, we need to understand your body proportions to tailor a custom outfit for you. One more thing, you'll need to come to the TV studio tomorrow to record the songs required for the program the day after tomorrow, and we'll need to practice the rhythm together. Zhao Xiaoyu couldn't even finish her sentence, fearing the other party might fly into a rage. Tomorrow? Alright, no problem. Zhao Xiaoyu? What's wrong with the script? Chapter 167, the two sisters really get along well. This whole situation was originally caused by Yaya, but since her foot was injured, it's understandable. With such a tight schedule, the production team didn't do it on purpose. Even if it was for Yaya, she would have gone all out. Really? That's wonderful. Then I'll be waiting at the TV station tomorrow at 10 a.m. Just give me a call when you're on your way, and I'll come pick you up personally. Oh, and one more thing about the outfit, I'll take care of that myself. I don't want to trouble the production team. You've all been working hard these days, so I don't want you to worry about me. Zhao Xiaoyu was almost moved to tears. What a kind person. They didn't ask for any compensation, didn't mind having only 1 day to get acquainted, and even didn't require them to prepare their own costumes. Is this person an angel? After confirming the time, Zhao Xiaoyu repeatedly thanked Long Xingyue for her kindness and understanding before hanging up the phone. She was quite happy on her end, but after hanging up, Long Xingyue couldn't help but smile bitterly. The costumes, songs, and accompaniment all needed to be handled by her alone, and today's tasks were far from ordinary. First, give me 10 points of music expertise optimization. She closed her eyes, lay on the sofa, and waited for the next wave of inspiration to hit her. Cold Star Moon, Music Expert Optimization Level 10. Deduct 300,000 popularity points. The optimization of music proficiency at 10 o'clock wasn't as significant as she had anticipated. Perhaps because music is interconnected, after receiving piano optimization, her understanding of music had deepened considerably, making the analysis of this knowledge much more straightforward. Additionally, she decided to optimize her voice once more. Taking advantage of her current popularity, she planned to first bring her condition as close to perfect as possible before proceeding further. She has long since developed the habit of never engaging in a battle without proper preparation. Recommendation: host should enhance vocal clarity by 2 points, with 1 point each for high notes and falsetto. Given that your voice has undergone extensive optimization, the current maximum optimization level is 10 points. To further enhance it, you will need to upgrade the system by accumulating 1 million popularity points. Alright, I'll follow your advice and start optimizing these first. A system upgrade with 1 million users isn't something she's in a hurry about. Based on what the current system can sell, the cheapest items are already in the tens of thousands. Once upgraded, it might even double that number. It's better to stick with the current level for now and optimize all the areas that need improvement while the system's popularity points are still at a price that only requires 10,000 points. As for the clothing, she had seen the little yellow duck and decided to name it Ugly Duckling. There should be places in the mall where people can buy little yellow duck plush toy sets. As for the clothing, I saw the little yellow duck earlier, which is why I named it Ugly Duckling. So, there should be a place in the mall where you can buy a little yellow duck plush toy set, right? However, Long Xingyue didn't dwell too much on such details. After all, this was a singing competition, not a contest to see who had the best outfit. The most important thing was still the song selection. Cold Star Moon, clear and crisp voice optimization 2. Long Xingyue, high-pitch voice optimization 1. There is a slight tingling sensation in the throat, but it is not overly concerning. He took out a blank notebook from the cabinet, grabbed a pen and paper, and began to list the songs he would need for the next 2 days, along with their accompaniments. Due to the newly acquired knowledge of music theory, the song accompaniments that had previously just sounded pleasant to my ears had now transformed into a series of musical symbols and numbers. Under her guidance, the pen glided effortlessly across the page, flowing like water. In order to make the most of the time available, she worked diligently to refine the song. When she felt that her vocal optimization was complete, she began to softly hum the song in the room. As time slowly passed and the sky grew dark, it was no longer appropriate to play the piano and disturb the rest of the people around her. So I could only silently hum the accompaniment I had written down, over and over again in my mind. Perhaps because she was too focused, it had already grown dark outside. Holding her notebook, she leaned half against the sofa, her mind filled with scenes of rhythm, singing techniques, and the areas of her voice she needed to use. She was so engrossed that she had forgotten to turn on the light. Suddenly, her phone lit up, flooding the living room with light. This finally snapped Long Xingyue out of her musical trance. There was a short message above. Why aren't you back yet? Your sister is hungry. The heart that had gradually grown quiet once again lit up with a smile when she saw the message. Why had she been so focused? Wasn't it all for this beautiful older sister by her side, so that she could smile warmly and proudly tell others, "This is my younger sister"? On WeChat, I replied, "I'll be right back." She massaged her slightly stiff shoulders and arms, then picked up her notebook and stepped out of the room. He drove back to Yaya's house. Upon opening the door, Yaya and Shishin were sitting in the living room. When they saw Long Xingyue return, Yaya couldn't help but look at her with a displeased expression. Where did you go today? Who did you go out to play with? Why did you come back so late? Looking at the takeout dishes still sitting on the table with their lids unopened, Long Xingyue couldn't help but smile, a wave of emotion welling up inside her. Shinshin, however, stood up and began preparing to leave. Long Xingyue stopped her. Stay and have a bite to eat. I'll send you home later. It's already dark, and I wouldn't dare let a young lady like you wander around alone. Shinshin wasn't very old, only around 22 or 23, with a gentle personality. In the studio, she was considered the responsible younger sister everyone looked up to. Yaha naturally feels sorry for her. Upon hearing Long Xingyue say this, she hurriedly agreed. Yeah, you shouldn't go, young lady. How about this? Stay here tonight. You'll need to come back tomorrow, and it'll be a hassle. Why not just sleep here with us? We're all girls, there's nothing to be shy about. Shinshin hesitated for a moment, then said, alright, I'll bother Yaya and Yaya tonight. I'll just sleep on the sofa. How could we let you sleep on the sofa? Let Yaya sleep here, and you can sleep in the bedroom with your sisters. Yaha said with a smile. At the same time, she rolled her eyes at Long Xingyue, as if complaining that she hadn't come back sooner to keep her company. She smiled silently, not bothering to explain anything. She went into the bathroom for a quick shower, then came out and picked up Yaya, placing her on a chair beside the dining table. I can walk on my own. You're such a little girl. Her face flushed slightly. Though it was an ordinary matter, today there was also Shishin present, which made her feel embarrassed once more. Shinshin didn't mind at all. Instead, she envied the close bond between the two sisters. Chapter 168, Preparing for Tomorrow Night's Feast. It's okay. I've been completely devoted to Sister Yaya, but as you can probably tell, some of the other sisters actually made me sleep on the couch. Cold Xingyue said jokingly. Yaya was furious, acting like a little white dog, and angrily threw the pillow at him. You ungrateful little thing, how could I ever treat you badly? The two of them were joking around, which helped ease the tension. What they were really afraid of was that Shishin would get too nervous. Although this girl has been here for quite some time, she still feels nervous for no apparent reason. But that's understandable, considering Yaya's popularity and status in the circle. Just looking at her appearance, and with Lang Xingyue, who was even more stunning, being around such two people always makes one feel inexplicably nervous. However, the playful banter between the two earlier did help ease her mood somewhat. At the very least, it made her realize that these two were also ordinary people, with the same emotions and desires as everyone else, and wouldn't be too distant from her. The takeout on the table was opened one by one. When Lang Xingyue saw the dishes, a warm feeling filled her heart. All of them were her favorite dishes. Xinxin thoughtfully brought Lang Xingyue a cup of brown sugar water. Seeing this, her face couldn't help but show a hint of embarrassment. There was no way to avoid feeling awkward. How did this little girl know about that? Seeing Lang Xingyue looking at her, Xixin blushed and smiled shyly, then looked at Yaya and said, "Yaya told me. Yaya has her period recently, so I specially bought some brown sugar today to make you some brown sugar water." Yaya, standing nearby, gave a playful hum and glanced at cold Xingyue with a look of pride on her face. "You think you can hide it from me? I noticed something was off with you a long time ago. Just drink it already." She's always like this, pretending not to want to get involved, and always acting all sweet about the baby. But in reality, she notices everything and quietly helps you in subtle ways. That's Yada Jia, and perhaps that's why she likes her so much. A woman as gentle as water. She exudes an intellectual and gentle charm. At the dinner table, she found an excuse to tell Yahya about her plans for tomorrow. Additionally, the message from Shirlan had been replied to, with the time set for 5 o'clock in the evening. She didn't really have any concerns about this time. As for Chen Yuki, she plans to notify her after dinner. Or, she doesn't plan to let her rush in. She just feels that Shirlan has other ideas. If she were to bring Chen Yuki into this recklessly, it would likely be to her detriment. Of course, she still planned to convey these matters to her indirectly through side conversations, so that Chen Yuki could make her own choice in the end. After dinner, Yaya and Xixin engaged in a heated discussion about the male and female leads in the TV series. Meanwhile, Lang Xingyue lay in her bedroom, sending messages to Chen Yuki. Yesterday, she seemed to have attended the Star River International Banquet, so she didn't have time to talk to herself, but she had already sent a message early this morning. "Mr. Sher from Star River International has already informed me that he will be visiting your home at 5 o'clock this evening. May I come over to assist you?" Chen Yuki, though we've only met once, cold Xingyue can tell that she is a girl with a pure personality and a timid nature. From the very beginning, she had already indicated that she wanted to help him entertain Shirlan. And the purpose, of course, was to repay both himself and Shirlan for this opportunity they had given him. However, her sudden outburst disrupted the sequence of words that had been forming in Lang Xingyue's mind. She had originally planned to signal her not to come over yet, but unexpectedly, she had already known. Since she was already aware of the situation, there was no need for further explanation. A brief reply would suffice, though she might not be able to leave until much later. The message had barely been sent when a response came back. "Alright, then I'll ask for mercy from Yaya's sister. No, I should be thanking Yuchi's sister for coming to help me." The two chatted for over half an hour. That was when they finally stopped talking. Chen Yuchi, who lived in a luxury apartment far away, wrapped herself in a white nightgown and reluctantly placed her phone on the bedside table. Her mind was filled with endless daydreams, as if she were eagerly anticipating her next encounter with Lang Xingyue tomorrow. Without her, where would such a large contract have come from? 2 million, that's almost on par with first or second tier celebrities. Not only did she get it, but even her agent and the company behind her never imagined that someone would just hand her such a generous gift. Closing her eyes, she could still vividly recall the scene of Lang Xingyue taking her along to participate in that boring game at Xinghe International. When she thinks of certain places, she can't help but let a smile escape her lips. "Cold Xingyue, even if your demeanor is impeccable, I am still your older sister. As your younger sister, I have made up my mind." As if trying to have a beautiful dream, Chen Yuki repeated Lang Xingyue's name twice before gradually drifting off to sleep. This night was destined to be restless for many. In the Sher family estate, Shirlan leaned against the sofa, staring at the computer in front of her. "Xiao Lu, reschedule tomorrow evening's video conference to 4 p.m. I need to hear their reports on their 3-month growth within the next half hour. Additionally, I have other commitments tonight, so anything after 5 p.m. should be handled directly by our chairman. Do not contact me. I will repeat, do not contact me." She revised the draft twice, finally finishing it before midnight. She saved the file and sent it to her company office email. "Tomorrow's tasks are just these few items. It seems nothing can stop me from enjoying my meal now." Late at night. In the bedroom, Lang Xingyue looked at Yaya, who was tightly hugging her, and Xixin, who was following behind her and also hugging her. She had only one feeling. It was so hot. Now she didn't dare to move, afraid of touching Yaya's injured foot. But she had already mentioned earlier that Yaya's sister was known as the little koala, and whenever she slept with her, she would practically cling to her. There's no other reason for it, and even now, I still can't understand why. People always say that being around her makes them feel cool. I heard it for the first time. The Ice Queen is really cool. I've learned something new. Behind her, the little girl Xingshuan seemed to feel the coolness coming from Xingyue's side, clinging to herself and murmuring something in her sleep. What a delicious ice cream! Cold Star Moon. What is this girl up to? Chapter 169, Running into an Old Enemy on the Road. Finally, I've seen what it means to have a sky beyond the sky and people beyond people. Xingxin, that little girl, is asleep, and she's even more terrifying than Yaya. This girl is hugging her own back and dreaming about eating ice cream. One can only imagine what cold Xingyue is feeling inside right now. Dazed and confused, she slept until 6 in the morning, when the ringing of her phone woke her up. She wanted to let Yaya and Xixin sleep a little longer. Lung Xingyue hurriedly grabbed her phone, quietly got out of bed barefoot, washed up, and went downstairs to buy breakfast for the two of them, placing it on the table. Before leaving, she didn't look back, but instead gave Yada a quick kiss on her delicate face before departing. Before heading to the TV station, I must first make sure to buy the little yellow duck plush toy. As soon as I went downstairs, I received a message from Yaya on my phone. Be careful on the way, don't drink with others tonight, your little problem hasn't been fixed yet. Last time I drank alone, Yaha didn't even know I had this issue. Now that she knows, she definitely won't let me drink anymore. Lung Xingyue understood this well. As a woman, she knew that there were certain things that couldn't be done simply because one wanted to. Since heaven had given her a second chance, she was determined to leave a lasting mark on this world. She certainly didn't want to waste this precious opportunity in this lifetime. She drove to the mall and bought a set of yellow duck plush toys. I changed into it in the changing room and drove to the TV station entrance wearing it. Fortunately, the outfit I had purchased was loose and baggy, but made of a breathable, lightweight fabric. It had no cotton lining but was instead supported by a steel wire frame. While it may not look as cool as a real doll, it still allows the person inside to feel a bit of comfort. Inside, it feels like a small, independent space. Cold Star Moon could see that the belly of the little yellow duck had many pockets. She placed a small fan and 2 pieces of chocolate inside. As long as her hand reached in, she could easily grab them. Though it looked bulky, it perfectly matched the cute appearance of the little duck. It must be said that this design is quite clever. Kudos to the designer. She stood at the car door, tucked her hands into her clothes, took out her phone from the inner pocket, and called Zhao Xiaoyu. The call connected quickly, and she told her that she was wearing an ugly duckling outfit and had already arrived at the TV station entrance. Zhao Xiaoyu, the young woman, hurriedly grabbed her phone and ran downstairs. Through the window, she could already see a plump little duckling outside the door. Though she couldn't help but smile wryly, she couldn't help but admire the little duck's dedication. In fact, all she needed to do was wear a mask, but to her surprise, the teacher actually showed up at the TV station dressed like that. In such a hot summer, being able to wear such an outfit is truly impressive. At the very least, Zhao Xiaoyu truly admires her for that. Arriving at the door. Looking at Lung Xingyue, she couldn't help but ask, "Ugly duckling teacher, are you hot?" Cold Xingyue giggled in her doll costume. In a rough, deep voice, she said, "It's not hot, let's just go with it. I have things to do this afternoon. Let's try to get the song polished today." "Alright, then. Please go ahead. You should be able to see the way, right?" The host of the previous season was Hee Jeong, and it's unlikely that will change this season. The timing coincides with the airing of The Good Life, and since it's a pre-recorded show, it won't interfere with his hosting duties on Happy Camp. Overall, there shouldn't be any major issues. Each season will feature 6 singers on stage, divided into 2 rounds of competition. The preliminary round and the final round. In the preliminary round, 6 contestants will select their opponents through a random draw using their mobile phones. The 3 winners will advance to the second round, while the 3 losers will compete in a consolation match. The winner of this match will remain on stage, and the 2 losers will be eliminated. The rules are the same as in the previous world, so there's not much to say. The only issue is the cruelty of this type of program. The audience loves it, but the celebrities find it a bit embarrassing. In the arts, there's no first place, and in martial arts, there's no second place. We're all part of the same circle. If you're not a singer by trade and you come here to sing, that's one thing. But if you're a singer and you lose on this stage, you've really lost face. That's why the more established someone is in this industry, the less they like to appear on these variety shows. Zhao Quan managed to secure these few guests, which was no easy feat. If it weren't for the show's popularity, which is almost on par with the main show, some celebrities wouldn't even consider coming. The 5 singers who came earlier started rehearsing the accompaniment 2 weeks in advance and went through the motions on stage to get a feel for it. The final day was reserved for Lung Xingyue, and Zhao Quan felt a bit awkward about it. As a result, today was originally planned to be exclusively for her, with the band and the stage all set up just for her. However, things took an unexpected turn along the way. When Zhao Xiaoyu dragged Lung Xingyue to the stage area. On the stage stood a tall man wearing a green mask, with what appeared to be small grasses dancing gently on its surface. Grassland teacher? What is he doing here? Didn't we give the stage to Ugly Duckling teacher today? Zhao Xiaoyu murmured to herself. Cold Xingyue didn't say anything, but instead coldly watched the guy on stage. Even if you put your face there, I wouldn't recognize you. In my memory, he was the henchman of the young master of the Aohua family. A popular celebrity, relying on his good looks and physique, he mingled with Chi Yuanza in the entertainment industry in a rather scandalous manner. It seems like he's finally made it big. Aohua has sent him here, which proves that they plan to use all the attention on him and push him to stardom. Zhao Xiaoyu turned around, gave Lang Xingyue an apologetic smile, and hurriedly pulled her into a restroom to sit down. Ugly duckling teacher, please wait here. I'll go check what's happening outside and be right back. In the courtyard, Zhao Quan was following a middle-aged woman, talking to her. The woman was hugging her shoulders, seemingly unwilling to listen to his nonsense. The two of them were getting into a bit of an argument. I don't care what kind of company you work for, arrogant entertainment. Turn off the music and get out of here in 3 minutes. Don't try to use the log-out tactic on me. If you push me too far, even if I have to find someone else, this episode will still go on. Whether you're here or not makes no difference. Zhao Quan glared at him, almost shouting the words. Originally, the agent had planned to let his artist perform on stage a few more times to gain experience, paying no heed to the staff's claim that the stage had already been booked by another artist. They had assumed that since there were few celebrities willing to participate in this program, even if they forcibly requisitioned the venue, Zhao Quan would have no grounds to object. But unexpectedly, Director Zhao was incredibly assertive today. A few words were enough to completely stun her. Chapter 170, Entertaining Distinguished Guests. What kind of attitude is this? We asked for more time, isn't that so our artist can get more practice and achieve better results? What's going on? The recording hasn't even started yet, and you're already trying to push us out? The agent was taken aback for a moment, but she wasn't one to back down. Seeing the director venting his anger at her, she also got angry. The people around them hurriedly tried to calm them down. The agent dared not let his artist leave the show so easily, and Zhao Quan also couldn't let the agent take the artist and just leave like that. No one can say for sure, but today's incident was indeed handled poorly. Zhao Quan thought to himself, we finally managed to invite a celebrity, and they don't care that there's only 1 day left, yet you're still holding on to it. Even if you were to shout until the sky falls today, you'd better get down here. As he was being persuaded to step aside, he happened to see Zhao Xiaoyu going to greet Lang Xingyue. His expression immediately changed, and he thought to himself, this is bad. Did the last singer see what happened just now? If they think the production team is deceiving him, things could get really complicated. Xiaoyu, has the ugly duckling arrived yet? Zhao Xiaoyu nodded and looked toward the stage where Kincaid was practicing singing. Uncle, what's going on? Being questioned by his own niece, he felt a bit embarrassed and gave a nervous laugh. He glanced at the assistant directors gesturing to him, indicating that they would handle the matter. Only then did Zhao Quan lead Zhao Xiaoyu to the restroom where Lang Xingyue was staying. He knocked on the door. Zhao Quan pushed the door open and went inside. The first thing he saw was a large yellow duck toy. If Zhao Xiaoyu hadn't told him in advance, he might have really thought it was a large stuffed toy. Ugly duckling teacher, hello, I'm Zhao Quan, the executive director of The Masked Singer. Cold Xingyue hurriedly stood up to shake hands with you, sir. I'm just a small-time celebrity who's been struggling in the industry. I'm no teacher. Speaking in a hoarse voice, her tone seemed a bit doubtful. However, there was nothing in particular that would make Zhao Quan suspicious. Seeing how reasonable she was, he was naturally very pleased. Today, we had originally planned to give you priority on the stage, but there was a slight mishap along the way. However, don't worry, I guarantee that you will be able to go on stage within 5 minutes. Is that acceptable? No problem, Director Zhao. You've had a tough day, and as your junior, I understand. Now that's what I call talking like a human being. Compared to what that agent said earlier, it's 1,000 times better. However, the more she said it, the more embarrassed Zhao Quan felt. He hurried forward to lead the way, gesturing for her to follow him first. When they returned to the stage, the male performer named Kincaid could be seen with a hint of reluctance as he reluctantly stepped down from the stage. Upon seeing Lang Xingyue dressed in a small yellow duck costume, he suddenly smiled and walked over. This must be the 6th singer of this season, right? Hello, nice to meet you. My name is Kincaid. Looking at the hand he extended toward him, Cold Xingyue ignored him and walked straight past him onto the stage. She rummaged through the doll costume, pulled out a notebook, and handed it to the band. He instructed them to play according to the sheet music. The green grass was slapped hard, and the hand awkwardly withdrew. He was already annoyed by what had happened earlier and had intended to give him a taste of his power. Unfortunately, the man dressed in a yellow costume refused the offer and instead chose to provoke him further. Alright, this is interesting. We'll see how this plays out. He muttered under his breath, didn't even bother to say goodbye to Zhao Quan, and turned around to leave the studio. Cold Xingyue didn't bother to pay any attention to this guy. Since he's one of Aohua's people, I hope he doesn't end up in the same group as me. Otherwise, I'll make sure he's eliminated in the first round. Teachers, please raise the pitch of the second segment slightly. Thank you. I would like the final note to be slightly elongated. She didn't sing loudly, just humming softly to herself. It seemed like she was using a falsetto voice, deliberately mimicking a rough tone, experimenting with various styles. Zhao Quan and Zhao Xiaoyu couldn't understand Long Xingyue's approach, and of course, she hadn't intended for the two of them to understand. After all, everything needs to wait until the moment of the official debut to make a stunning impression, doesn't it? I practiced all the way until around 3:30 p.m. Cold Xingyue finally stepped down from the stage. At the same time, she didn't forget to bow slightly to the band teachers in acknowledgement. If one were to say that she was extremely strict with herself on stage, then off stage, she transformed into a very polite and well-mannered young woman. She is the kind of person who instantly wins people over. After confirming with Zhao Xiaoyu that the official recording would take place at noon the next day, Long Xingyue hurriedly drove to a nearby supermarket. She bought a large quantity of ingredients. Going home to prepare dinner. Having secured a contract worth hundreds of millions with Ye Jia, I should at least treat this vice president of Star River International to a proper meal today. Let us not make it too complicated. I was busy cooking when my phone suddenly rang. When I picked up the phone, I noticed it was Chen Yuki calling. Hello, Sister Yuchi. Chen Yuchi's voice carried a hint of tension. Once the call connected, she softly laughed. Yeah, I've already met up with Mr. Shi. Where is your place? With Shirlan? Long Xingyue was taken aback for a moment, then reported her family's location before hanging up the phone. She began to patiently wait for their arrival. After nearly 40 minutes, there was a knock on the door. Shirlan and Chen Yuchi finally arrived, both of them wrapped up tightly. However, this Ms. Yuchi seemed to think that since it was her younger sister's home for the first time, she should prepare some gifts as a gesture of goodwill. Carrying a number of gifts in her hands, she arrived here. Shirlan was wearing a black company uniform. It accentuated her slender and elegant figure. She was wearing a pair of black fish-mouth high heels. Now she walked in barefoot. She smiled as she looked at Long Xingyue's house. Though the layout isn't large, it's quite cozy. Cold Star Moon brought the last bowl of soup to the table. Upon seeing the beautiful Shi, she quickly took off her crystal-clear jade feet and brought out 2 brand new pairs of slippers. These are brand new, I just bought them today. Please put them on quickly. If Shi's own catches a cold, I'll be in big trouble. She said half-jokingly, placing the slippers in front of Shirlan and another pair in front of Chen Yuchi. The two of them, Chen Yuki was carrying quite a few gifts, and she even noticed some health supplements for her parents among them. As for Shirlan, she was carrying a small leather suitcase, which seemed to contain red wine. Unfortunately, she couldn't drink it herself. Ha! This piano, did you just buy it, little sister? Chapter 171, A Woman Like Su Daji. Oh, that piano? I just bought it 2 days ago. She smiled and motioned for Shirlan and Chen Yuki to come over for dinner. However, Shirlan seemed to have developed a greater interest in the piano. She sat down and gently tapped the keys a couple of times. Can my sister play? Well, I've had some basic lessons, but I haven't taken any exams. Cold Xingyue humbly said, according to the system, I should be at level 10 now, but there's no need to show it off. Yahan knows me too well. I didn't even know how to play the piano before. If she suddenly found out I'm a level 10 pianist, she'd probably be a bit suspicious. As always, hiding one's abilities and developing quietly is the way to go. Oh? If that's the case, then I'll teach you how to do it from now on. I'm a 9th grade piano player, though it's not that high, but teaching you, a little girl, shouldn't be a problem. No, thank you. Sister sure works so hard every day. I wouldn't want to trouble you to come to my house to teach me piano. This is something that takes time, and I'm not in a hurry. She has basically declined politely. Who knows what Shirlan really wants to do? If we agree to her, things will probably never be peaceful again. Fortunately, Shirlan didn't press the issue. She carried the wine box and sat down at the dining table, gently sniffing the few dishes on the table. It smells so good. I didn't expect my little sister to have such culinary skills. Not only is she so beautiful, but she can also cook such a delicious meal. Whoever marries you in the future will truly be a lucky man. Compared to Long Xingyue, Chen Yuki quietly lowered her head and ate the braised carp in her bowl. It really smelled delicious. But compared to her younger sister, she seems to have nothing going for her. She couldn't match her in appearance, and acting was something that was hard to judge. Her character also fell short. Cold Xingyue was articulate and eloquent, though she was somewhat cold in her dealings with others. She had her own way of doing things. Compared to others, she is far superior. It seemed like Chen Yuki was a bit helpless. Lang Xingyue reached out and gently touched a strand of her hair. She smiled lightly and said, Yuchi, you're already doing very well. At your age, you've already reached the level of a 3rd-tier artist. If I were to say, by the time you're 30, you'll definitely be able to break into the 2nd tier, or even the 1st tier. In that regard, I can't compare to you. This isn't flattery, it's the truth. The standards for evaluating artists in this world are really strict. It's not as simple as suddenly becoming an overnight sensation with a hit TV show and seeing your fanbase explode overnight. There are many criteria for determining top-tier status, including popularity and fanbase. However, it is also essential to consider the quality of one's work over the years. In many aspects, evaluation and organization are necessary. Therefore, when Long Xingyue said that Chen Yuki could reach the second tier or even the first tier before the age of 30, she was indeed praising her, not mocking her. However, this Yuchi sister seems a bit nervous. She looked at Long Xingyue, feeling a bit helpless. After all, she was the older sister, but Long Xingyue always acted like the older sister. Sigh, what a terrible older sister she was. Well, I'll take your word for it. Alright, stop talking about me. Have you forgotten our distinguished guest today? Come on, let us toast to Mr. Shi. Chen Yuki held a glass of juice, and Long Xingyue also held a glass of juice, smiling happily at Shirlan. Snap. Shirlan, however, placed her wine glass on the table in displeasure. Mr. Shi, what did I tell you about Yuchi earlier in the car? Shirlan feigned anger, and Chen Yuchi blushed slightly and stuck out her tongue. Hee, I forgot, Shirlan's sister. That's better. And you, yeah, why are you also calling me Mr. Shi along with Yuchi? I consider you my good sister. Long Xingyue kept smiling apologetically. It's my fault. Sure sister, can I punish myself with a drink? She looked at the juice in cold Xingyue's hand and couldn't help but laugh. Her red lips parted slightly, her eyes sparkling with laughter. That confident, mature aura radiated effortlessly, causing Long Xingyue to swallow nervously in her throat. Compared to Xuanxuan's mature and confident demeanor, Shirlan's allure was far more captivating. Every gesture and movement exudes the mature charm of a woman. It's impossible not to be captivated by her. If Shirlan were an actress, she could play a fox spirit without even needing makeup. She's just too alluring. Long Xingyue didn't mean to insult her, she just felt that she and Shirlan were two completely different types of beauty. She was like a celestial maiden from the palace, cold and unapproachable, while Shirlan was like Su Daji, the seductive concubine who brought down the Zhou dynasty. Though both were beauties, Shirlan had an alluring quality that made one want to possess her irresistibly. At that moment, she wanted to give Shirlan 4 words: bring ruin to the nation and its people. Of course, these 4 characters represent her beauty and grace. Self-punishment with a cup of wine naturally meant drinking this. As she spoke, Shirlan opened the wine box, revealing a bottle of expensive red wine inside. Just as she was about to open the bottle, Long Xingyue, who was rarely seen blushing, covered her delicate hands. Sister, to be honest, the reason I don't drink is because, cough, you know what I mean. Shirlan was taken aback. Which issue? Looking at Long Xingyue's cheeks, which were pale white with a faint hint of pallor, she instantly understood. Oh, that's too bad, but it doesn't matter. I'll just drink with Yuchi instead. What a pity we can't share a drink with Yeye tonight and enjoy the beautiful night together. For some reason, Shirlan's words always made her feel a bit ambiguous. But she didn't argue back. Instead, she picked up her wine glass and clinked it against her sister's. Sister, what are you saying? If it doesn't work out today, we'll have plenty of opportunities in the future. As long as I have time and you have an idea, just give me a call, and your little sister will be there in a heartbeat. Cold Xingyue assured her. Now that Yaya had become the spokesperson for Star River International, she had also been assigned to the company. Being able to connect with Shirlan was naturally a good thing. At the very least, it's better than being just another guy, right? If the vice president of Star River International were a man, Cold Xingyue wouldn't even let him step foot in her house. You said it yourself, so don't go back on your word. Your older sister is counting on you to keep your promise. Shirlan's eyes lit up, and she immediately emphasized her words. Chen Yuki was afraid the two would forget about her, so she hurriedly interjected, what about me? I can also come whenever you call. Don't mind me, sure sister. The two turned to look at Chen Yuchi, and her cheeks flushed red. She looked absolutely adorable. Glancing at the wine glass in her hand, he realized he had poured himself a glass of red wine and had already drunk half of it. Seeing that she couldn't handle the alcohol, Long Xingyue quickly took the glass and set it aside. Seeing that she couldn't hold her liquor, Long Xingyue quickly took the glass and set it aside. Yuchi, drink it all. If you don't, you'll have to stay here tonight. I'll go get you some water. I wasn't planning on leaving today anyway. Chapter 172, I am indeed King Zhou, but Daji is not you. After she touched a bit of red wine, the blush lingered on her face for a long time. Cold Xingyue and Shirlan exchanged a glance and smiled slightly. Thankfully, the girl wasn't drunk, so she hurriedly poured her a bowl of soup. If she had drunk too much, that would have been a disaster. At the dinner table, Shirlan looked at Chen Yuki, then glanced at Long Xingyue, and suddenly suggested, why don't we start calling each other sisters from now on? I'll be the eldest sister, Yeye will be the second sister, and Yuki will be the youngest sister. What do you think? Before she could finish speaking, Chen Yuki protested from the side, Lan sister, I'm older than Yeye. Why am I the youngest sister? Yeye should be the youngest sister. Alright, yeah is the youngest sister, and you're the second sister. Is that good? Alright, yeah is the youngest sister. You're the second sister, okay? Sherlan spoke to Chen Yuqi as if she were comforting a child. Now, at the dinner table, the three of them had become quite familiar with each other and were no longer as awkward as before. There are also many more topics to talk about. Sherlan, who looks like a queen, is actually just like any other girl when she talks privately. She can't get enough of cosmetics, clothes, handbags, and other such topics. However, Long Xingyue could understand some of it, thanks to the memory she had previously browsed through in her mind. Otherwise, she wouldn't have understood much of what the two of them were saying. However, since she had acknowledged Sherlan and Chen Yuqi as her sisters, their relationship had clearly improved, and it seemed to be partly due to the alcohol they had consumed. They even dragged Leng Xingyue into a group photo of the three of them and posted it on Weibo. The three of them were already quite attractive, and after Chen Yuqi and Sherlan had each had a sip of red wine, their faces were flushed with a delicate blush. This natural makeup made them look even more charming. As soon as it was posted on Weibo, it was honored with the title of 3 Golden Flowers. Sherlan and Chen Yuqi were quite relaxed about it. However, in contrast, Leng Xingyue was taking her time, sipping juice while listening to the two of them chat about some amusing stories. She didn't say a word. It's not that she couldn't fit in, it's just that she felt that Sherlan, this woman, was truly formidable. Though she seems hard to approach, she actually gets along very well with Chen Yuqi, even to the point of becoming close friends. Yeah, you seem a bit upset. Why aren't you talking with us? Chen Yuqi spoke halfway through, then suddenly turned her head, hugged Long Xingyue's arm, and asked with a blush. Current Chen Yuqi's affection level has reached level 4, close friend. Current Chen Yuqi's affection level has reached level 4, close friend. Sherlan leaned half on the table, smiling as she looked at Long Xingyue. Current affection level with Sherlan has reached level 5, close friend. When the system prompted Sherlan's affection level, Long Xingyue was suddenly startled. Had her affection level increased too quickly? After all, she had been friends with Yaya Jia for many years, and their relationship had only just reached level 8. She's only met her twice, and she's already at level 5? Watching her second sister hugging her arm and muttering something under her breath. I wonder if she's happy today or just relaxed. Suddenly letting go, she stumbled into the bathroom. Seeing her leave, Long Xingyue sighed in relief. You seem relieved. Yuqi, do you think she's troublesome? Sherlan suddenly smiled and asked her. She wasn't lying on the table anymore. Instead, she stretched lazily, stood up, sat on the sofa, and patted the spot next to her, gesturing for Long Xingyue to come sit down. Looking at her, Long Xingyue hesitated for a moment before deciding to get up and walk over. Yuqi, she's a bit shy. I'm worried she might regret her words and actions after sobering up today. I'm just concerned about her. I don't find her troublesome at all, on the contrary, I think she's a charming young woman. Long Xingyue spoke honestly. Now that she was following Sherlan, she was already sitting side by side with her. Sherlan's eyes sparkled with a smile. It seemed that, in her eyes, she might be a very cute or perhaps a bit eccentric junior. As for her special hobbies, she hadn't given it much thought. Lan Jie? To be honest, I haven't formed a complete opinion of her yet. She's a bit mysterious, and sometimes she acts without considering the consequences. When it comes to evaluating her, Long Xingyue didn't hesitate to lie, so she still used the same 4 words to describe her. Regarding your appearance and behavior, I can only describe you with 4 words: a disaster for the nation and its people. Lan Jie, you are mysterious, with an unusual style of doing things, and sometimes you are hard to figure out, just like Su Daji, who seduced King Zhou. In response to the evaluation of Long Xingyue, Sherlan simply smiled faintly. It seemed as though she found his evaluation of herself somewhat amusing, and couldn't help but feel a little tempted to tease him. Looking at this face with its mature beauty, Long Xingyue felt a little nervous. This was the first time she had sat side by side with Sherlan, and her aura was so overwhelming that she felt unable to match her. I wonder, yeah, will you become someone like Su Daji or Zhou Wang in the future? Or perhaps, will you become my Zhou Wang? When the topic turned to King Zhou, Long Xingyue's eyes grew sharp. At the same time, she realized that Lan Jie was teasing her while also testing her. Thinking of this, she smiled and shook her head at Lan Jie, her gaze growing deep. Sorry, Lan Jie, I am indeed Zhou Wang, but my Su Daji is not you. As she spoke these words, Long Xingyue asked herself honestly she wasn't lying. Her Su Daji was only Yaha's sister. Remember. Sherlan's expression suddenly changed. She could discern the approving gleam in Sherlan's eyes with remarkable precision. She continued. There are some things I won't pry into, and I certainly won't spread rumors. If a beauty throws herself at me, I'm naturally happy, but I won't use my sister as an emotional outlet. To put it another way, if you want to drown your sorrows in alcohol, I'm always available. But if you're trying to use someone else to forget about certain things, then I'm afraid I can't accompany you. Sister. Throughout the entire time, Sherlan remained silent, simply observing Long Xingyue in silence. When she heard the last sentence, her entire body trembled. You little girl, I actually think you're more mysterious than I am. Since there are some things you don't ask about, I won't mention them either. However, as for your younger sister, I've accepted her. Chapter 173, The Pressure of the Post-90s Generation. Sherlan's words caused Long Xingyue to smile wryly. However, fortunately, she did not do anything out of the ordinary afterward. After Chen Yuki came out, the three of them gathered in the room again to watch a movie. Finally, they all fell asleep in the bedroom. The aftereffects of the red wine were strong, so Chen Yuki fell asleep on the bed shortly after lying down. Seeing her lying on one side, she had no choice but to sleep in the middle. She gave the other side to Sherlan. If you can't sleep, you can sleep with your sister. When Sherlan lay on one side, she teasingly said to Long Xingyue. She thought she might just fall asleep like that, but instead, she saw her holding a tablet, leaning against Long Xingyue, and flipping through the company contracts. Seeing how busy she was, I didn't want to disturb her. I reached out and felt around on the bedside table, found a bottle of eye drops, and placed it to the side. Looking at the computer for so long isn't good for your eyes. Put a couple of drops in before you go to sleep. Alright, thank you, third sister. At work, she seemed like a completely different person, with a strict demeanor that made her meticulous and attentive to every detail, leaving her no time to pay attention to the cold Xingyue beside her. Under the relentless pressure from the two of them, Long Xingyue drifted off to sleep without even realizing it. She had been too exhausted lately. Though they had only met twice, the two women showed no signs of guarding against her. In fact, she felt safe enough here to sleep soundly through the night. Looking at it another way, they had placed an unconditional trust in her. The next morning, Long Xingyue was the first to wake up. As soon as she woke up, she felt a very pleasant sensation on her back. There was no need to think about it to know what it was. He carefully got out of bed. After tidying up a bit, he went downstairs to buy breakfast. When he returned, Sherlan had already woken up and was browsing the news in the living room. Lanjia, I have work today, so please take care of Yuchi. Here's breakfast I bought for you. I know you're busy, but make sure you eat breakfast before you go to work, okay? I'll be leaving now. She placed the soy milk and fried dough sticks on the table and hurriedly turned to leave. Sherlan finally looked up and gestured for her to stay. The tablet was placed aside, and she stood up, taking a step forward to stand in front of Long Xingyue. He gently kissed her forehead. Work smoothly, drive carefully, and I'll take Yuchi home later. Don't worry. Okay, Lanjia, I'll head out first. You all take your time eating. There's no need to worry about Chen Yuki on the way. Sherlan is much more reliable than I imagined. Though she might have a tiny bit of mischief in her thoughts, overall, she is a rare gem of a good older sister. In the car, she changed into her little yellow duck outfit. She also didn't forget to say good morning to her friend Sudaji Yaya. The photos of the three of them on Weibo yesterday have already trended on the hot search list. It seems like Yaya saw it, but she didn't say much. She just gave me a couple of reminders, and that was it for the day. Meanwhile, at the TV station, the studio was bustling with activity. While checking the sound equipment, stage lighting, and sound effects, they were also asking the temporary agents where the singers were. By the time Long Xingyue arrived, the audience had already taken their seats. The vast studio could comfortably accommodate 500 people. Moreover, she noticed He Jiong and Huang Lei standing nearby, engaged in conversation. She had intended to go over and say hello, but then she looked at her own attire and decided against it. Maybe it was because I stayed up late last night eating dinner with Lan Jia and the others, plus my minor health issues haven't fully recovered yet, so this morning I woke up feeling a bit dizzy. However, overall, I'm still feeling pretty good. Zhao Xiaoyu, this young lady, seems to be participating in a singer's recording for the first time. Now, she's clutching her doll costume, looking even more nervous than herself. She brought herself to the 6th waiting room. Upon entering the room, several camera positions had already been set up, and on the table in front of them was a mobile phone and a voice changer specifically prepared for the singers. Ugly duckling teacher, this is the voice changer prepared for you. Normally, our sound engineer will adjust your voice for you, but if you feel concerned, you can wear this. The voice changer isn't very big. It's only about the size of a watch. Cold Star Moon nodded but didn't move. If she extended her hand, Zhao Xiaoyu would be able to tell whether she was male or female. Her original intention had been to conceal her identity, but after putting on this outfit, she now wanted to hide her gender as well. Otherwise, not only would she have to endure the hardship of walking without transportation for the past 2 days, but if the notorious old fox were around, he might easily guess her true identity. It was better to be cautious. Xiaoyu, you seem a bit tense. Relax a little. She teased Zhao Xiaoyu with a smile. The girl blushed and smiled shyly. Actually, I've only been here for less than 2 months, and this is my first time working as a temporary agent. How could I not be nervous? Ugly duckling teacher, your voice sounds so relaxed. Could it be that you're enjoying this? Cold Xingyue hesitated for a moment. Zhao Xiaoyu's question caught her off guard. Well, I guess so. I'm not the type to put too much pressure on myself. I just do my best. After all, people are born with different abilities, and while hard work is important, in my opinion, as long as you give it your all, you're a hero in your own eyes. What others think doesn't matter much to me. In places like this, where there are so many seasoned veterans, it's natural to feel a bit competitive, don't you think? Cold Xingyue's words made Zhao Xiaoyu pause for a moment, then her eyes lit up. This teacher, who looked like an ugly duckling, didn't seem to like talking much, but every word she spoke always evoked a sense of resonance in others. Gradually, people come to agree with his ideas. Teacher, you've said it so well. I always tend to put too much pressure on myself, which ends up making me feel down all day. Sigh, maybe that's just a common issue among young people. When faced with an ugly duckling, Zhao Xiaoyu always mistakenly sees this person as someone like an elder whom she can confide in about her inner struggles. Young people aren't like you. Most of the post-90s generation have already become the pillars of this world. They have to deal with the pressures of work and life. Who has the time to be gloomy all day long? While she wasn't paying attention, she reached out and used the doll costume to cover her hands, then slipped her phone and voice changer inside the costume. It's about to start, isn't it? Chapter 174. Who has such a big heart? Zhao Xiaoyu glanced outside the door. The cameraman had already given the OK sign. She quickly turned her head to look at Long Xingyue. Ugly duckling teacher, we will first record a simple lottery process. I will come in shortly, and you can use your phone to draw today's number. Where is your phone? Cold Star Moon hurriedly waved her hands inside her clothes. It's here. The clothes are too big, so I put it inside. Pfft, you're so funny, teacher. Did I make you laugh, Long Xingyue? On stage, the host was ready to begin. Mister, he is smiling. He was holding a script in his hands. It's filled with a long list of sponsors, including those for the lifestyle they aspire to. Although you don't need to read it all out at once, the first episode of the show often makes people feel nervous. Even he, the top host at Hunan TV, is no exception. Backstage, the recording had already begun. One by one, the cameraman followed the temporary agents into the differently numbered green rooms. Hello, ugly duckling teacher. I am your temporary agent. You can call me Xiaoyu. Even though we clearly know each other, we still have to pretend not to recognize each other. We simply shook hands. Cold Xingyue, however, placed her phone back on the table. We're looking for you at this time because, as you should know, the competition is about to begin. We need to pair up for the matches. Are you feeling nervous now? I'm really nervous right now. Lung Xingyue deliberately used a man's voice to respond. Feeling nervous? Oh. Zhao Xiaoyu finally reacted and apologized. Sorry, I didn't react in time. Ugly duckling teacher, please draw the lottery ticket. She thoughtfully switched her phone to that interface and began gesturing for Long Xingyue to draw the lottery ticket. However, she didn't move her hands. Instead, she gestured toward her own hands. It's a bit troublesome for me to reach out. Xiaoyu, could you pull it out for me? Don't worry, I'll signal you to pull it out. Whether it's good or bad, I won't blame you. This ugly duckling teacher, who isn't even from Northeast China, insists on pretending to be very talkative. Zhao Xiaoyu couldn't help but laugh to herself, but then she thought about it and realized she was no different. Even though they already knew each other, they pretended not to recognize one another, nodding and exchanging polite greetings. Zhao Xiaoyu saw that Lung Xingyue had already said that, so she didn't bother with any more pretense. She began by reaching out and tapping a card on her phone. When I tapped it, a picture of the moon appeared on the screen, and a row of moons also appeared below it. Looking at the names above, she unconsciously repeated them aloud: Ugly Duckling, Prince Charming. The names alone were already a step behind. Zhao Xiaoyu approached the teacher cautiously, looking like someone who had been through it all. I heard that this singer called the White Horse Prince isn't just anyone. His vocal runs are particularly impressive. You have to be careful. Lung Xingyue chuckled and tapped her forehead. Yes, I know. If you keep talking, I'll end up cheating. The recording of the backstage lottery segment is complete. Upon receiving the message, Zhao Quan made a countdown gesture below. 3, 2, 1. A burst of fireworks erupted on the stage. Gardenia's bloom, so beautiful and white. This is the season when we will depart. The shy girl you can't bear to part with lingers like a delicate fragrance in my heart. The gardenias bloom so beautifully, waving goodbye to joy and sorrow. Time flows like water, swiftly day and night, nourishing our youth. He Jeong emerged from the depths of the stage wearing a black mask, singing his signature song. Alright, welcome everyone to the recording of the second season of The Masked Singer, exclusively sponsored by Yueshin Milk Tea. I'm your host, He Jeong. The audience erupted into thunderous applause. After 3 seconds, He Jeong raised his hand to signal for the applause to stop, smiling as he looked down at the 3 guests below. We meet again. We're all old acquaintances, so I won't bother with formal introductions. This half-joking tone naturally sparked a sense of fun among the audience. The 3 members of the guessing panel below were also familiar faces. They have been sitting here since the first season, and the audience all recognized them. You're being too polite. Huang Lei held the microphone and smiled softly. When he said that, the audience all laughed. This old couple can argue anywhere they go. It's like watching a Masked Singer version of The Good Life. He Jeong rolled his eyes. Mr. Tian hasn't even spoken yet, and you're already giving orders. Is that appropriate? The Mr. Tian he was referring to was a middle-aged woman in her 50s sitting in the middle. When she smiled, her eyes crinkled, giving her a very kind appearance. Upon hearing He Jeong mention her, she also picked up the microphone. It's okay. Let me listen to the two of you banter. It's quite amusing, haha. This Mr. Tian is a very famous singer in the world. In his younger days, he was considered a top-tier artist, but now that he's grown older, he's retired. However, his reputation remains intact, and wherever he goes, people respectfully address him as Mr. Tian. Additionally, he is known for his kind-hearted nature, which has earned him a high standing within the industry. Especially his reputation in mainland China is almost on par with that of Uncle Long in Another World. Hey, look at you talking like that. Let's give a warm round of applause for Huang Lei, Tian Yuntian, and our renowned lyricist, Xiao Yuan. Now that all three have been introduced, we finally got down to business. After hearing the instructions through his earpiece, Mr. He wore a smile on his face. The first singer to take the stage was truly remarkable. It was said that his voice was versatile and clear, like a gentle spring breeze sweeping over a meadow. Please welcome the first singer, King Kaedi. King Kaedi? What a name! Are you really not in a hurry? Don't you have any green on your head? The audience was puzzled, and then the lights on stage dimmed. He Jeong left the stage to the young performer and turned to exit the stage. Huan Lei stroked his chin, studying the person about to emerge. A grassy field? If it were a girl, it wouldn't be so bad, but a guy? Who would be so heartless as to give themselves such a name? Among the men I know, there are only two who are that foolish, Han Lei and Delhua. Han Lei, no matter how foolish he is, would never give himself the name King Kaedi. Here it comes. Wow, what a unique design. The green grass made a stir as he entered through the side door. He was dressed in a white outfit with a pair of blue jeans, looking very sunny. However, if there weren't a few strands of grass on his face, it would have been even better. Huang Lei chuckled and laughed along. Immediately after that, the 500 audience members behind him also burst into laughter. This singer really isn't afraid of trouble brewing behind the scenes. There's a green meadow right above his head. Chapter 175, Mr. Huang's Song? A noisy night. Passionate streets. Wandering in this world, amidst the hustle and bustle of people. A cheerful song is sung by the meadow. This song is unique to this world. That said, there aren't many songs that are the same across two worlds, so it's only natural that they differ. The rhythm is lively, the vocals are clear, and the performer can interact with the audience on stage, demonstrating strong stage presence. Huang Lei watched quietly, furrowing his brows, seeming to have guessed who this person was, but he wasn't entirely sure. However, his voice was simply too distinctive. Although he was singing with a falsetto this time, occasionally hitting high notes, as a former singer, Huang Lei could tell that while his foundation was strong, he wasn't originally a singer, and there were a few minor flaws that he could still pick up on. Huang Lei, who do you think this is? Mr. Tian suddenly asked in a low voice. It's still unclear at this point. His stage presence is quite good, but some details of the song aren't handled perfectly. However, his dancing makes up for this. From what we can see, he should be an artist who can sing and dance, but he's definitely not a singer. Huang Lei's idea was approved by teacher Tian, who shares the same view. The rhythm of the other singer's song was captivating the audience, but as a seasoned veteran singer, she could naturally discern that he was using this approach to mask his weaknesses. Some parts require switching to her true voice, while the falsetto takes on the responsibility of leading the entire song. Overall, the singing is quite good. At the very least, the audience seemed to enjoy it. The first song was already so good? I'm already looking forward to the next one. No wonder it's a variety show with the same name as The Ideal Life and Extreme Challenge. It looks so exciting. Actually, I think it's normal. The singers on The Masked Singer are all big names, so of course they're extraordinary. You're right about that. As the song ended, King Kaedi waved to the audience and returned to the backstage. Xiao Yuan, standing nearby, crossed his arms confidently, raised an eyebrow, and looked at Huang Lei and Mr. Tian. I already knew who he was. Ha, this kid is indeed talented, but I didn't expect him to sing so well either. Huang Lei glanced at Xiao Yuan with a rare smirk. He never thought that even an old fox like him could be surpassed by someone else. Just wait. When he starts singing, I'll definitely be able to figure it out too. It seems like Xiao Yuan is really getting into it. He's staring at Xiao Yuan with a fierce look on his face. I said, Mr. Huang, why are you competing with me? Well, fine. If you want to compete, let's have a proper match. Let's have Mr. Tian randomly pick someone, and we'll guess. The loser will treat the entire production team to dinner. How about that? He Jeong and Zhao Quan perked up. It wasn't the meal they were excited about, but rather the fact that their bet could easily become a highlight of the show. Plus, the singer Mr. Tian chose would likely be one of the most predicted by the audience. Alright, I'll bet my old fox reputation on it. Today, I'll take you on. Huang Lei was rarely this excited, and the two of them got the audience excited as well. Though they weren't invited to eat, the spectacle was certainly worth watching. With the old fox and Xiao Yuan, the renowned talent scout, keeping an eye on them, it wouldn't be long before their flaws were exposed. Xiao Yuan. Though he is a lyricist, he is even more renowned for his discerning eye. Yang Xiaoyu, the rising star of this world, was discovered by him. Cold Xingyue doesn't know how Yang Xiaoyu debuted in the previous world, but she has thoroughly investigated the Xiaoyu in this world. Xiao Yuan was also nicknamed Xiao Bolu because of this. Seeing the two of them at odds, the audience was more than happy to watch the drama unfold. He Jiang didn't join in, but went up on stage and continued, "As for the next performer, I won't introduce her. Her voice is beautiful, and I'm sure she's just as beautiful beneath the mask. Please welcome the next singer, Mo Shanghua Kai." When Mo Shanghua Kai stepped out, the entire venue erupted in screams. There was no other reason. The singer's figure was simply stunning, and she was wearing a sheer long dress adorned with flower petals, with a mask on her face adorned with fresh flowers. Those who didn't know better might have thought she was a flower fairy straight out of a myth. As the song began to play, Huang Lei's expression changed. He Jiang and Xiao Yuanti also looked at him. It was actually his song. The name of the song was displayed on the big screen, "I Think I Am the Sea." This song was performed by Mr. Huang in 1998. At that time, Mr. Huang was a very popular singer. Who would have thought that after all these years, someone would still perform it? This came as a bit of a surprise to Huang Lei. When Mo Shanghua Kai picked up the microphone and sang the first two lines, he knew that this singer was no ordinary talent. My heart felt like soft sand, leaving behind a trail of disordered footsteps. The past holds both joy and sorrow. Always come and go. The more people grow, the harder it seems to understand one another. People are too sensitive. Living a rich but chaotic life. It was almost her turn. As the second singer to perform in the second round, she now stood backstage with her Prince Charming, quietly listening to the melody of flowers blooming on the path. It must be said that this singer is truly remarkable. The singer, known as the White Horse Prince, kept his head bowed, wearing a white horse model on his head, adorned with a crown. However, looking at his hands, tightly clenched into fists, it was clear he was nervous. He turned his head to look at himself, bowing slightly with great politeness. "Please go easy on me in the upcoming match. You too." Both of them smiled at each other under their masks and looked back at the stage. The song had reached its climax, and everyone's emotions were running high. "I think I am the sea. The sea in winter. My mood sways gently with the wind. The tide rises with anticipation. The helplessness of the tide going out." His brows furrowed. "I think I'm the sea. The tranquil depths of the sea. Not everyone understands. Their hearts have been opened. A small pebble can make me feel so excited. Who is lonely yet does not yearn." When the final note faded away, the audience's applause spoke volumes about how successful her song truly was. Mr. Tian, Xiao Yuan was also clapping along down below. After the song ended, Mr. He took the stage, and the green grass from before reappeared on stage. Standing together with the flowers blooming on the path, it truly lived up to the saying, "Green leaves complement the red flowers." From the song just now to the overall styling, to put it nicely, the grassland and the flowers on the path do have a certain chemistry. To put it bluntly, the grassland is just there as a backdrop. Setting the song aside for now, the rest of the performance is almost completely overwhelming. Their outfits are way too similar. Chapter 176, For the Girl from That World. Let's talk about the meadow first. "I think I figured out who you are. Don't pretend. Tell me we met at a restaurant in a certain city last week. You ate 3 portions of spaghetti and 2 pieces of steak." Xiao Yuan's first question made Kincaid feel a bit embarrassed, so much so that he wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. "Cough, cough, Mr. Xiao, you must have mistaken me. I actually eat very little, as you can see. My body is so weak it's almost lifeless." Looking at the grassy field and his muscular physique, Xiao Yuan was certain. There were indeed quite a few fitness celebrities in this circle. Basically, everyone in this circle worked out, but among them, there were few who were as muscular as him and could also sing so well. I'll keep you in suspense for now and not reveal your identity just yet. Let's first discuss a few flaws in your recent song. First, your vocal transitions are a bit weak. Second, the transition between your head voice and chest voice isn't very smooth. However, your stage presence is excellent, and considering you're not a professional singer, I think you're already quite impressive. Keep up the good work. Xiao Yuan gave him a lot of encouragement. Huang Lei and teacher Tian had nothing else to say, as Xiao Yuan had already covered everything. Instead, they turned their attention to Mo Shanghua Kai. "I'm a bit suspicious about your identity. You sang the song flawlessly, even better than me, the original singer," Huang Lei said half-jokingly. "I dare not accept such praise. The sound of flowers blooming on the path had been processed with electronic music, but one could still hear from her tone that she was actually a very reserved young lady. This left Huang Lei completely baffled. Do we know each other? He looked up and asked. Mok Shanghua Kai hesitated for a moment before acknowledging him, but I have a better relationship with your wife. Oh? Huang Lei was now confused. Xiao Yuan quickly took the initiative to speak up. Mr. Huang, why don't you give Sun Li a call right now and ask her if she knows? Her? She has at least 40 or 50 friends. Asking her would be pointless. Now that we've introduced the flowers blooming on the path and the green grass, that's about it. Mr. Tian has been following along but hasn't asked any questions, simply because even if he did, he wouldn't necessarily recognize these two either. The 500 audience members in the venue began voting. Although the song Green Grassland had a great rhythm and showcased his muscles, it ultimately couldn't compare to flowers blooming on the path. 213,287. Moshang Huaqua wins. Although the Green Meadow was a bit reluctant, there was nothing it could do. This was the audience's choice. Now, it could only prepare to give its best in the elimination round. Backstage, the White Horse Prince and Cold Star Moon watched as Mo Shanghua Kai and Xingqiao Di walked over. The prince was polite enough to nod at the two of them. However, Long Xingyue paid no attention to him. She closed her eyes and rested quietly. Today, for some reason, my head feels a bit dizzy. It seems like it's not just because I didn't sleep well yesterday. Next up, please welcome the Prince Charming. The White Horse Prince's outfit was truly eye-catching, not because it was attractive, but because it was so funny that it made everyone laugh out loud. However, his voice was crystal clear, and as soon as he took the stage, he sang a beautiful love song. Dear, where are you? I can't find any traces you left behind. This song seems to be about a man desperately searching for the woman he lost after they broke up. The imagery is beautiful. And the Prince Charming's performance was also spot on. Although she didn't intend to target him, the songs did clash a bit, and her first song was also a love song. Zhao Xiaoyu stood nervously behind Long Xingyue, watching the performance on stage with bated breath. She finally understood why the temporary agent from the previous season had cried uncontrollably after either winning or losing. This was even more nerve-wracking than being a singer. When the prince finished singing, he bowed deeply to the audience below. He turned and walked off the stage. Finally, it was his turn. As she passed by the Prince Charming, Long Xingyue couldn't help but say to him, the song I'm about to sing is also a love song, but it's not meant for you. It's just a coincidence that we ended up singing the same song. I hope you don't mind. The prince was taken aback, chuckled, and said, no problem, keep it up. He Jeong stood in a corner of the stage, glancing at the name on the cue card in his hand, and smiled slightly. Next up, with a clear voice yet a touch of mischief, please welcome Ugly Duckling. Zhao Quan still remembered that old song, Take Me for a Ride, and the melody lingered in his mind long after it had ended. I wonder what kind of song she'll sing today. From the side door, a little yellow duck wobbled out. Cold Xingyue's mind was filled with thoughts of the past. She had been here for a long time, and the knot in her heart had been unexpectedly untied. Her original intention was to take Cold Xingyue's place, to live in place of her deceased girlfriend. Now, she was also striving to make that happen. The first song he composed was his way of telling her, who had once been so deeply in love with him, about his feelings. The accompaniment begins. The name of the song is displayed on the screen. Getting Used to Being Alone. Ha? Is there a song like that? I don't know, I've never heard it before. Okay, stop talking. Just listen and you'll know. Cold Xingyue held the microphone in her hand. Though her heart wasn't heavy, she seemed to recall the little moments of the past. She couldn't help but feel a touch of nostalgia. Dear, thank you for remembering me after so long. After we parted, didn't we agree not to worry about each other? I've already gotten used to it, feeling a mix of emotions as I watch life unfold with a cold eye. I no longer covet what I once had, nor do I long for the weariness of the past. What has passed will eventually fade away. Cold Star Moon wants to use this song to tell her, who is far away in the heavens. I am doing well now, there is no need for you to worry about me. Even when I'm alone, I can often find myself smiling these days. After singing just a few lines, Huang Lei realized that this song was no ordinary one, especially in terms of the singer's interpretation. Nor the choice of song, it was nearly perfect. However, in terms of vocal delivery, he couldn't tell whether it was a man or a woman. It should be a male voice, but there was a faint hint of femininity in it. That's really strange. Cold Star Moon sang again. Love has faded away, and I've returned to my solitary space. Remember to love yourself and stop thinking about it. Why dwell on the past? Forget those memories from so many days ago, we can't go back to the way things were. I've also forgotten the vows of love you once made to me. Everything that once was, I no longer wish to recall. Now, all I can do is forget myself. I suppose you felt the same way back then, didn't you? Cold Xingyue's hands clenched tightly. No one could see her inside the doll costume whether she was excited or sad. All that could be seen was a cute little yellow duck singing a song that brought tears to one's eyes. All sounds came to an abrupt halt as everyone waited for her to sing the most emotionally charged part. I have grown accustomed to walking alone on the streets, using time to push those memories out of my chest. We agreed to forget them in our hearts, but now they linger on our brows. Who is by your side now? Who are you being kind to? The scene erupted instantly. Chapter 177, This is Bad. I've already forgotten that you were once by my side. It doesn't matter who is missing, at least we once had each other. Time will heal those wounds, it won't take too long. I hope your spirit in heaven can see that the once shy bodyguard has now taken on a new role, but your memories remain deep within my heart, though I rarely revisit them. I am here to shine and make a difference in this world on your behalf. Can you see me? We once loved each other, we once held hands. When the final line was sung, Lung Xingyue's tears finally couldn't be held back. However, this would be the last time for the sake of the person she once was, and for the tears she had left behind. She won't be saddened by the events of the previous world anymore. Since she's already promised to live a good life with Lang Xingyue and her share, then this song is the best farewell to the past. Many of the audience members were already in tears as she sang this song. The Prince Charming reappeared, and when he looked at Cold Star Moon, he couldn't even manage a smile. Who is this big shot? Don't play with me. The song you just sang gave me goosebumps all over. Who on earth is this person who can sing such a moving love song? And even under the mask, his eyes were red. Cold Star Moon has sung the most sincere emotions that reside in the hearts of so many people. Huang Lei stared intently at Lung Xingyue, as if trying to figure out who she really was. Are you a man or a woman? Actually, it's not just him, even Xiao Yuan and Mr. Tian are equally curious to know. Although her voice was pleasant to the ear, it was clear that she was deliberately using a fake voice. Other people's fake voices are adjusted to be more shrill, suitable for singing high notes. However, her falsetto voice is slightly coarse. In that case, there are only two possibilities. First, he is a male singer with a very deep voice, and once his true voice is exposed, it is easy for people to recognize him. Second, she is a young woman who intentionally deepened her voice to avoid others noticing any changes in her tone. However, the second possibility is highly unlikely. Because no one can be certain that after lowering the voice, it will still sound so melodious. I'm so cute, of course I'm a girl, ha! Lung Xingyue used a voice changer to produce a rough, masculine voice, causing He Jiong and Huang Lei to burst into laughter. Really? Huang Lei asked again, still skeptical. You only asked me if I was male or female, but I didn't say that what I told you was the truth. Anyway, I did answer you, right? Huang Lei. This kid is not cute at all. Seeing Huang Lei get beaten up, Xiao Yuan laughed nonstop beside him, then turned to Lung Xingyue and asked Ugly Duckling, I want to ask you, who wrote this song for you? Lung Xingyue remained silent for a moment before finally saying, I wrote it myself. In her heart, she silently muttered, I'm so embarrassed. The masters who wrote this song, please forgive me. This song doesn't exist in this world, so I just had the nerve to take it and pretend it was mine. You wrote it yourself? That's impressive. We can chat about it privately sometime. Upon hearing that it was his own composition, Xiao Yuancheng felt a surge of admiration for his talent. Hey, this is still a competition, you know. Mr. Tian interrupted with a smile. Mr. Tian also said a few words about the Prince Charming, but everyone could tell what he meant. The Ugly Duckling, however, proved to be the better choice. Whether it was the sense of mystery or the songs themselves, it left everyone feeling surprised and amazed. Why don't you try guessing who this Ugly Duckling is? Even their gender is unclear, making it all the more fun to guess. As soon as Mr. Tian finished speaking, Xiao Yuan interjected, I think he's a guy. Mr. Huang, you need to choose differently from me for the bet to be valid. Alright, then I'll guess she's a woman. Let's bet. Looking at the oversized doll shoes on her feet, Cold Xingyue silently praised her own cleverness. Fortunately, she hadn't worn her own shoes out, otherwise, her gender would have been immediately recognizable. The votes from the 500 audience members gradually came in. Prince Charming received 150 votes. Ugly Duckling received 345 votes, with the remaining 5 votes being abstentions. The reason was that Cold Star Moon's song stirred up their emotions. They had come expecting to be happy, but ended up feeling even sadder, so they refused to vote for her. This Ugly Duckling is really heartless. I had just started to recover from the pain of a breakup, and now she's made me think of my ex-girlfriend again. Bro, I feel the same way. I thought I had already gotten used to living alone, but I never expected it would make me think of her again. I'd made up my mind. I won T-vote for the Ugly Duckling. I won T-vote for the prince on the white horse either. Who does he think he is, singing and breaking my heart? Backstage, Zhao Xiaoyu was beaming with excitement. Wow, Ugly Duckling teacher, you're so amazing. I never expected you to crush Prince Charming teacher with such a huge lead of over 300 votes. That's truly incredible. Looking at Zhao Xiaoyu's excited face, her cheeks were even a little red. Lung Xingyue smiled slightly and stroked her hair. Without saying a word, she walked straight into the restroom. Back in her room, she couldn't hold back any longer and collapsed onto the sofa. System, what's wrong with me? Due to the host not getting proper rest in recent days, coupled with the current special circumstances, this has led to dizziness and disorientation. Immediate rest is required. Staying at home and resting for a few days should lead to a full recovery. Rest? But that will have to wait until this recording is finished. Just lying quietly on the sofa, I can feel my consciousness rapidly drifting away from me. Just a few days ago, I didn't feel particularly tired, but now I have finally realized this. Fortunately, after the third group is finished, the 3 who fail will have a separate competition. The 2 losers will then choose to reveal their identities and leave the stage. There is actually quite a bit of time to give Lang Xingyue a break. With her eyes closed, she felt drowsy, as if she were unaware of everything happening around her. On the stage, the green grass was the last to appear. The songs performed by the first 2 singers were more polished than their previous performance, and it was evident that their skill level far surpassed his. This made him feel anxious. If he lost in the first round, then everything the company had arranged would be for nothing. So, he decided to take a gamble. When it was his turn, on the grassy field, he took off his shirt, revealing his bare upper body, wearing only a vest. Then, he belted out a high note with his true voice. How much time has passed so quickly? How much time, tightly held in his hands? His voice was so distinctive that the audience instantly recognized who he was. Zhao Quan's expression changed. This was bad. Chapter 178, A Song for Yaya. Once his identity was exposed, the purpose of the masked singer was no longer necessary. But then again, the grassland had never intentionally revealed anything. It was just that the voice was too distinctive. Zhao Quan didn't feel he could say much, but this situation was still somewhat unexpected for him. That voice? It's Li Xiangdong, Dong Dong. What, Li Xiangdong? Oh my god, at first glance, it really is him. No wonder he's so muscular. Wow, Dong Dong, I really like him. Dong Dong, I love you. When the audience below realized who the singer was, they shouted out regardless of the rhythm of the live recording. Indeed, this was A.O. Hua's second-tier male artist Li Xiangdong, a muscular, handsome man, but he was a notorious playboy. During his time at the company, Lang Xingyue had suffered no shortage of harassment from him and Qi Yuanjia, and many new female employees had been charmed by him as well. Cold Xingyue had already recognized him earlier. Alhua is likely using the masked singer platform to propel Li Xiangdong to a higher position. Currently in the middle of the second-tier ranks, if managed properly, pushing him into the first tier is not out of the question. The song came to an end. All the female audience members cheered along with the crowd. Zhao Quan's face turned grim as he looked at Li Dong on stage, unable to say a word. He hadn't broken any rules, but if the first episode ended like this, it might slowly spread and cause trouble. Assistant director, during editing, please remove all audience sounds. Since the sound revealed his identity, he couldn't blame Li Xiangdong either. He could only think of stepping forward to make every effort to remedy the situation. Immediately, he grabbed the microphone and whispered to Li Jiong, Mr. He, please inform Mr. Huang and Mr. Tian to shift the focus away from Li Dong's remarks and create more confusion. We must prevent him from being identified in the first episode. Understood. He Jiong gave a nod and hurried over to whisper something to Huang Lei and Mr. Tian. He planned to shift the focus of the discussion back to him during the upcoming review. You can guess that he is Li Xiangdong, but you can't prove it. Online, Zhao Quan has also prepared a small army of online trolls to shift the narrative, fueling mutual suspicion and creating buzz. At this point, the only remedial actions he can take are these. Backstage, Zhao Xiaoyu gently knocked on the door of the restroom. Ugly duckling teacher, it's almost time for you to go on stage. Oh, okay. Lang Xingyue's expression softened for a moment. She looked up at the ceiling, took 2 deep breaths, and felt the pressure in her body ease considerably. During the previous 3 songs, she had been hiding inside the little yellow duck costume, dozing off for a short while. My current state is much better than before. It wasn't like this when I first arrived this morning. I really don't understand why it got so bad. Looking at the TV, the stage was once again filled with the blooming flowers of Mashan Huakuai. Although his identity as King Kaede was revealed at the beginning, he definitely won't be the singer of the week this time. Now, he has managed to survive solely by leveraging the advantage of his exposed identity. However, the queen of the stage, whose name is synonymous with the blooming flowers on the path, once again swept the crowd off their feet. Similarly, it was a fast-paced song, but when she sang it, it was completely different from the image of a meadow. Though not exactly worlds apart, the difference in quality is immediately apparent to the ear. It's almost my turn. Zhao Xiaoyu was waiting outside the door, looking at her expectantly. Little did she know that when Lang Xingyue stood up, she felt dizzy and stumbled a few steps, nearly falling. However, to outsiders, she was wearing a small yellow duck costume, and her current movements seemed rather cute. That's all there is to it. The cameraman standing nearby suddenly laughed. It seemed as though he found the singer a bit cute, but Zhao Xiaoyu hurried over to help Cold Xingyue, the ugly duckling teacher. Are you okay? Ha, I'm fine. I just didn't pay attention and tripped over something. It's okay now. Don't worry about it. The next song, she planned to dedicate to Tong Liaya, who had always taken care of her. Without her, she wouldn't be who she is today. On stage, Missy's voice has already begun to resonate. Next, please welcome Ugly Duckling. Upon hearing the name Ugly Duckling, the audience erupted into cheers once more, eagerly anticipating that Long Xingyue would once again sing a heart-wrenching ballad that would bring tears to their eyes. But even amid the enthusiastic applause, everyone could sense something amiss. The atmosphere wasn't as intense as before. It seems that the performances of Qin Chaodi and Mo Shanhua have already drained 80% of the audience's enthusiasm. She, along with the yet-to-appear starlit Sky, now faces a less than ideal situation. Everyone couldn't help but laugh as they watched the Ugly Duckling wobble out the side door. Everyone thought she was just trying to be cute. However, when the song started playing, the surrounding area fell silent. The screen displayed the title of the song, We Are All the Same. It's a very famous song by Jiegu. Mr. He watched the Ugly Duckling silently from the audience. Furrowing his brows slightly, he sensed that something was off about the singer. Now standing on stage, the Ugly Duckling stood under the spotlight, no longer swaying. Following the rhythm, a clear voice sings, "Open the window and see the stars. Still shining in the night sky," and I couldn't help but feel a warm sense of emotion. On the very first day I arrived here, I received a call from Yahe Jia, who gave up a $3 million fee to join the life she had always dreamed of. Additionally, I secured an opportunity to appear on The Masked Singer. Looking back now, there is a touch of warmth in my heart. The flickering lights strive to illuminate the darkness. The atmosphere is so peaceful, you are in my life. Are the brightest star, shining silently in the night sky. Guarding our dreams, this world is so vast. My love wants only for you to understand, to accompany me on this endless journey. Do you know? Perhaps I don't know if you are like Mr. He and Mr. Huang, existing in two different worlds, but I think maybe heaven brought me here just to meet you. All my thoughts are in these lyrics. Can you hear it? If you can't hear it, I'll sing it to you over and over again. You know my dreams, you know my pain. You know we feel the same, even if the wind blows as hard as it can. It can't stop the brave impulse to keep striving forward. No matter how tired I am, the beauty of the light after the darkness is worth it. By sharing our strength, we can illuminate each other's path. This song is what she gave to Yaya. She poured all the words from her heart into this song. As the accompaniment gradually came to a halt, the audience finally snapped out of their trance-like state. The song is already over? I feel like I didn't hear much of it. Someone wondered. Chapter 179, The Birth of the Singing King. How fast was that? Is it already over? No way, could it be that the Ugly Duckling only sang the first half? The audience was puzzled and seemed to be protesting her behavior. But eventually, someone noticed something was amiss. I just checked the time. It was 11:40 before the song started, and now it's already 11:47. Ugly Duckling didn't shorten the song. Did we just not notice? Upon hearing this, everyone around them was taken aback. Were all the audience members still immersed in the imagery of the song We Are All the Same from earlier? But they didn't even realize it. Huang Lei and Xiao Yuan were both married men, and they could truly feel the deep love expressed in the song. If it weren't for the mismatched voices, I would have thought it was Zhang Jia. Huang Lei muttered under his breath. He sang this song very well, especially when it came to expressing emotions. I think she must be a professional singer, but I really couldn't tell who it was. Teacher Tian shared his thoughts on his understanding of Long Xingyue. It's just that she's too mysterious, so mysterious that even her gender is unclear. Some people believe that this song doesn't move them as much as her first one. However, those who are married or have found their significant other feel that this song captures the thoughts of the person they love. While opinions vary, one thing is clear, the Ugly Duckling has gone viral. Her ability to infuse her emotions into her songs has captivated audiences, immersing them in a world of imagination. It seems like she's going to be a dark horse in this season of The Masked Singer. Backstage, Xingqiao looked at her with a gloomy expression. She thought to herself, no wonder she dared to reject me, she does have some skill. Such a person would be his greatest rival in the competition to become the singing champion on the show. Even in this first episode of the competition, it is already clear who is strong and who is weak. The flowers bloom on the path, the Ugly Duckling, and the third pair of singers to take the stage and win the stars in the sky. These three are no pushovers. Their strength is so formidable that Li Xiangdong couldn't help but furrow his brows. Xiangdong, don't worry. Now that your identity has been exposed, although the production team will take measures behind the scenes and online to mitigate the impact, once your name is revealed in the upcoming competitions, the audience will be even more eager to hear your voice to verify their suspicions. This episode is just the beginning. The title of Song King in the second episode is undoubtedly yours. The agent behind him whispered softly. Since the company intends to promote Li Xiangdong, it naturally won't let him break the rules so easily. His voice is easily recognizable, and even the program producers can't do anything about that. Additionally, King Kaede has never once claimed to be Li Shangdong or made any gestures indicating his identity, so Zhao Quan naturally understands this and has not come to cause trouble for them. However, this was a fortunate turn of events for them, as the essence of a program lies in its ability to generate buzz. As long as it can arouse the audience's curiosity about the event and the people involved. Then, even if Li Dong is eliminated midway through the competition, it will still attract a large following and boost popularity. For him, it's a surefire win-win situation. By the time the last singer took the stage, the venue had lost most of its energy, largely due to the overwhelming popularity of Ugly Duckling and Wildflowers, who had drawn in such a large crowd. All three had finished their performances and were now standing on stage. The first singer of the day was about to be crowned. Mr. Tian looked at the Ugly Duckling with a peculiar expression. Curiously, he asked the Ugly Duckling, "I'm curious, are you married? Why does this song, 'We Are All the Same,' evoke such vivid imagery for me? The way you capture such delicate emotions is truly unexpected. You must be a professional singer in this circle." Mr. Tian's praise made Ugly Duckling bow repeatedly in gratitude. However, holding the microphone, he honestly replied, "Mr. Tian, I really want to answer your question, but the director said that we shouldn't answer anything the judges ask, so I'm sorry, sir." It's actually quite good that the director's team can take the blame when necessary. Watching Zhao Quan's smug smile, Huan Lei wanted to take off his shoes and throw them at him. Who on earth was this person? Even an old fox wouldn't be able to guess who he was without a single clue. In the subsequent vote, the audience shouted out the names of their favorite stars. Ugly Duckling. Flowers bloom on the roadside. The Ugly Duckling. Starry sky, starry sky. Looking at the girl beside him, dressed in a sheer skirt, he seemed a bit nervous. Cold Xingyue silently withdrew her hand and took a piece of chocolate, biting into it lightly. At the same time, she flipped through her phone messages. Such a large doll, who could possibly tell that there was a slender young woman hidden inside? The data behind it is constantly being updated. The audience was so excited that they started shouting. The tense background music finally came to an end at that moment. The winner of this episode is Ugly Duckling. He Jones' voice echoed throughout the studio. In fact, everyone already knew the result, but when Mr. He announced it, Zhao Xiaoyu still clenched her fists excitedly. Yay, Ugly Duckling teacher is the singing champion. He's the singing champion. 205-20639. It's not that Xingkong sang poorly, it's just that the duet between Ma Chan Huaqua and Chou Xiuya left the audience so spellbound that they couldn't bring themselves to listen to his performance anymore. Nevertheless, he still managed to advance to the second round. It also became clear that these two are likely to be the front runners for this season's singing competition. Their incredible talent is truly astonishing. After the recording ended, Long Xingyue leaned against the wall, briefly said goodbye to Zhao Xiaoyu, and quietly left the studio. Upon arriving at the parking lot, she entered her own car and finally exhaled, removing the small yellow duck headpiece from her head. Without bothering to drive away, she reclined the seat and lay down on it. Before falling asleep, all she could think about was how she absolutely had to get a car where she could stretch out her legs. At the very least, lying down would be much more comfortable. From noon, without eating a meal, she slept straight through until 6 in the evening before Cold Star Moon finally awoke. Or rather, she was awakened by hunger. She rubbed her own stomach. The drowsy feeling she had earlier was gone. All that remains is a sense of hunger. He took off his little yellow duck costume. She placed it in the back seat. He drove ahead and returned to his own home. Along the way, he didn't forget to buy a lot of food. I hurried back home. When she opened the door, she was startled. The room seemed to have been cleaned. On the table, there were several dishes that had already gone cold. There was a note written on it. "We had a great time last night. Lan Jie and Yuchi Jie stayed behind." Chapter 180, Ye being pressured by her mother to get married. Upon seeing the note left for her by the two, the charred eggs on the table, and the unevenly sliced potato strips, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Even without seeing the scene, she could tell from the state of the food what had happened to the two of them. Sitting at the dining table, she served herself a bowl of rice that was still warm. She cautiously took a bite of the egg. Wow, it's so salty. Hey, these potato strips are still undercooked. I wonder who cooked this. Although she said that, she still ate it all. Finally, she sent a message to the two of them. The food was delicious, but maybe we shouldn't make it again next time. I'm worried my stomach might not handle it. After a while, Chen Yuki finally replied. My second sister will definitely learn to cook well. One day, I'll invite you and Lan to my house to try the delicious food I've cooked myself. It's clear she is still enjoying being the second sister, so Long Xingyue didn't say much either. She replied, I'll wait for you. He put down his phone. In the bathroom, he quickly wiped his body down. It was already too late today, so I didn't plan to bother Yaya anymore. I slept comfortably at home all night, and my body has mostly recovered. The next morning, after getting ready, she hurried out the door and headed straight for Yaya's house. On the way, her phone suddenly rang. She looked at the caller ID and saw that it was her parents. He hurriedly answered the call. Hello, Mom. Mom. Yea's mom is currently wearing the watch that Long Xingyue brought over, with a smile on her face. The watch you mailed has arrived. It's very beautiful. Your dad has already put it on and is showing it off to others. Long Xingyue smiled. There was no news, but hearing that her parents at home were safe and sound was more joyful than anything else. That's good. Mom, you should wear this watch when you go out from now on. Dad should too. He's been wearing that old thing for years. Don't worry about losing it when you go out. Your daughter has some money now. If you ever need anything, just let me know. Yea's mom laughed softly. The Lang family was already a wealthy household. They wouldn't make their daughter buy anything. But suddenly, she felt that her daughter had grown up a lot, no longer the quiet, reserved girl she used to be. Perhaps this was the beginning of things improving for the better. Who could say for sure? Yeah, Mom wants to ask you, now that you're all grown up, have you found a boyfriend yet? Just then, we saw a red light, and the car came to a stop. Long Xingyue couldn't help but smile helplessly. Boyfriend? That might disappoint your mother. Mom, I don't want to get married. I'm doing just fine on my own. I'll definitely take care of you and Dad. Why do I need a boyfriend? It's such a hassle. You're such a child. How can you say that? Who doesn't get married? In a couple of days, I'll find you someone to date. When I was your age, I was already. Yea's mom is very pretty and kind, but she's a bit of an egg. The Lung family, specifically Lang Xingyue's father, an old stubborn man, would always hide outside whenever he heard Yea's mother's nagging. As one might imagine. Though all mothers might be a bit nagging, Long Xingyue was truly at a loss. She couldn't very well say that her soul was that of a man and that she couldn't marry a man, could she? If she had to marry someone, she'd have to find a woman and marry her instead? That statement is probably a bit inappropriate. He listened silently to his mother's nagging. She drove all the way to the building where Yaya's sister lived. She had just hung up the phone. Several chat messages from different people popped up on WeChat. All of them were congratulating themselves. There were supposed to be some surprises, but when I clicked to see what they were, I realized I had fallen back to the third tier again. Haha, I never expected this to be an unexpected surprise. I opened WeChat and started replying to everyone who had congratulated me one by one while still in the car. Turn off the engine and pull out the car keys. There are still a few days left, so I should at least spend more time with Yaya. Over the next few days, Cole Xingyue spent her time either accompanying her at Yaya's house or going out to handle various tasks in her place. Meanwhile, she was secretly researching how to buy a large vehicle. She has already found one she likes. The price isn't too expensive for a celebrity like her. A motorhome costing nearly $1 million. However, it should arrive next week. She's not in a hurry. Before she knew it, a week had passed. Carrying her suitcase, Long Xingyue returned once again to the life she had always longed for, back to the small mountain village. Every time she came back, she would notice something new and different about the place. She couldn't tell if she had just noticed it or if it had actually been improved. Just entered the village. I saw Long Dage and his wife. These days, the two of them often go out together, holding these cats and dogs, taking them for a walk. I guess it won't be long before the two of them are together. After greeting them, I followed the path home. But just as he took a few steps, he heard a loud crack. The sound of something breaking. Turning his head, he was surprised to discover a flower shop not far away. In the small courtyard in front of the shop, a young woman in her 20s was crouched down, cleaning up the broken pieces of a flower pot. But her movements looked so clumsy. Her eyes were fixed ahead, and her hands were fumbling around on the ground. Suddenly, she called out softly. Her right hand jerked back as if it had been electrocuted, as if her finger had been cut by the sharp edge of the flower pot. Seeing this, Long Xingyue hurried over. She placed the luggage box aside. Busy watching her. Are you okay? On those fingers as green as spring grass, a bloody wound had already appeared. Though not deep, the wound was quite large. Blood has already seeped out. Holding her hand, he helped the young woman to her feet and hurried back to the room. He fetched a basin of clean water and rinsed the wound. He then took a band-aid from his backpack and applied it to the wound. Thank you. She touched the band-aid on her finger and smiled at Long Xingyue. Her originally delicate face, now adorned with such a smile, became even more radiant and charming. Mu Qingxue, flawless smile 1. I'm so sorry to have embarrassed you. I was watering the flowers and accidentally broke the pot. Ha ha. Mu Qingxue cautiously reached out her hand. Long Xingyue hurriedly reached out to hand it over. The flower shop owner, upon touching her hand, suddenly exclaimed, "What beautiful skin you have! Your hands are so soft and smooth. You must be an exceptionally beautiful woman. Oh, sister, you're too kind. Compared to you, I'm nowhere near as beautiful." As for Mu Qingxue, it seems that since she can't see, her smile doesn't contain anything else. It's as though the smile is just like the snowmelt from the peak of the Tianshan Mountains, pure and clear, without a single trace of impurity. Ha, little sister, you really know how to joke. From your accent, you don't sound like someone from around here, do you? Chapter 181, The Unhappy Little White. Since she had taken a day off earlier, Long Xingyue deliberately came a day later to ensure the program flowed smoothly. In other words, today was the official day for the guests to make their appearance. Oh, I'm here to record the show. I didn't expect to see you here breaking the flower pot just as I was passing by, so I hurried over. Since you've already taken care of the wound, I'll leave now. Goodbye. Mu Qingxue waved her hand toward the source of the voice. Before leaving, Long Xingyue quickly picked up the broken pieces of the flower pot and tossed them into the nearby trash can. She then quietly left. However, this scene was witnessed by the two young women. Now, they found themselves unexpectedly staring at Long Xingyue, who was carrying a suitcase and a backpack. Sister Yaye. Someone suddenly called her from afar. This caused Long Xingyue to look up unexpectedly and survey her surroundings. Suddenly, she saw Pang Pang and Dehua waving at her from a short distance away. At the same time, there were two beautiful girls following them. One tall and one short, they were now staring at him. Dahu, Pang Pang, it's been a long time. The two hurried over to greet Long Xingyue. Wang Luodan and Zhang Zifeng looked at the girl, who was as beautiful as a fairy, and were both taken aback. This must be the face of Mushroom House, right? She's so beautiful and kind. Zhang Zifeng was still young, and his eyes were filled with stars as he looked at Long Xingyue. She must definitely want to become a woman like Long Xingyue. She's beautiful, has a great figure, and is also very kind. Daho wanted to help her with her luggage, but was stopped by Long Xingyue. You don't need to take mine. Help Luodan and Zifeng first. When she approached the two girls, Long Xingyue gave them a sweet smile, which blended seamlessly with the flawless smile she had seen earlier on Mu Qingxue. Now, under the camera's lens, this smile shone brilliantly and purely, seeming even more beautiful than before. She is simply breathtaking. Wow, that smile, I'll protect it. It's been 7 days, no, 8 days since I last saw the goddess. I miss you so much. That smile, I'm done. I might never get married in this lifetime. Looking at the two beautiful women, one tall and one short, standing before him, she gently stroked Zhang Zifeng's head. Hello, Luodan. I'm Long Xingyue. Wang Luodan seems to correspond to the elegant beauty from another world. In this world, she seems even more beautiful. Seeing her dressed in casual clothes, a short-sleeved shirt and jeans, it was clear she was a lively and active young woman. As for Zhang Zifeng, she was wearing a white dress. It complemented her own black dress perfectly. It looked somewhat coordinated. Those who don't know might think they're sisters. Sister, my name is Zhang Zifeng. I'm Mr. Huang's goddaughter. Goddaughter? Long Xingyue smiled faintly, pinching her cheek. If you're my goddaughter, you should call me little auntie. After all, I call Mr. Huang brother, and he calls me sister. The little girl thought quickly, hugging cold Xingyue's arm and chuckling, it's okay, we'll each call each other what we want. The three girls walked ahead, while Dahu and Pang Pang were left to do the heavy lifting. They followed behind. Cold Xingyue's box was very heavy, so she didn't intend to let the two of them carry it. When the three of them reached the door, Pang Pang looked at Long Xingyue with a peculiar expression. Sister Yaya, when you see Xiaobai later, you'd better comfort him a bit. This little guy seems to hold a grudge against you for leaving him behind. Now he won't acknowledge anyone. I heard that even when he was sent to his mother, he threw a tantrum for several days. Xiaobai? I love Xiaobai so much. I want to hold it later. Zhang Zifeng looked full of anticipation. However, Wang Luodan had no idea what they were talking about. Due to her busy work schedule, Wang Luodan didn't have time to watch the program, and as for who Xiaobai was, she really had no idea. Long Xingyue had already anticipated this. Xiaobai, this little guy, had been clinging to her from the very beginning. She hadn't even bothered to tell him before leaving on her own it was indeed her fault. So this time, she had come prepared. Instead of heading straight to the mushroom house, she opened her suitcase and pulled out a cat toy. He also took out a small doll, which emitted a strange fragrance. Inside was catnip, and this little guy was ready to start teething. Holding a cat toy in her hand, Long Xingyue finally pushed open the door and stepped into the courtyard. Mr. He and Mr. Huang were sitting in the courtyard enjoying the cool breeze. When they saw Long Xingyue return, they hurried over to greet her. Oh, Yaya is back, Zifeng? Luodan, so it was the two of you who came. Welcome, welcome. Since they weren't familiar with each other, after greeting the two teachers, Long Xingyue looked around. There was a small white furry ball lying on the table of the pavilion. Glancing at Long Xingyue, it turned its head away and ignored her. Xiaobai, I brought you a toy, you know. Why aren't you coming over? Long Xingyue didn't walk over, but instead waved the cat toy in her hand. Xiaobai's two pink ears were tied up, seeming somewhat attracted to this small toy, but he still had some resentment, so he ignored Long Xingyue. Xiaobai's two pink ears perked up, seeming somewhat intrigued by the toy, but there was still a hint of resentment, so it ignored Long Xingyue. She still didn't acknowledge her. Huang Lei and He Jiong watched cold Xingyue and Xiaobai, the human and the cat, and smiled wryly. Xianyue, you should try to comfort it. After all, Xiaobai is still young. You left without a word for 7 or 8 days, it must miss you. He Jiong's words seemed to sting Xiaobai. He turned around and meowed softly in a baby voice. He turned his head and meowed softly. Meow, this cat doesn't want a master. This cat is living a good life, you know. Xiaobai, come here immediately. I'll give you an extra meal at noon. Lang Xingyue suddenly said seductively. Meow? Canned food with cat-shaped cookies. Deal. Although I didn't know what the little white thing had said, I noticed that after Lang Xingyue had seduced it, the little white thing, surprisingly, had no firm stance and ran over. It threw itself into her arms. Normal kittens grow quickly. However, Xiaobai seems to have developed a larger brain, which has caused some physical issues. Even after all this time, he is still just as small. At first glance, someone who doesn't know might mistake him for a little white mouse. Is this little white? How cute! Oh my goodness, this little cat is so beautiful, all snow white with not a single stray hair. Wang Luodan walked over, looked at Xiaobai, and gently stroked its fur. Can I hold it? Zhang Zifeng didn't even have time to catch up with Huang Dad, he hurried over too. Hugging him was no easy task. This little guy was so proud that I had to coax him for ages before he let me hold him. Mister, he said with a hint of resentment. Chapter 182, It's Just a Child. Xiaobai glanced at He Jiong. He ignored him and instead quietly nudged Lang Xingyue's chest. This was the most beautiful place for him. Lang Xingyue handed the cat toy to Zhang Zifeng. She picked up Xiaobai and placed it in her arms. Behave yourself and let Zifeng hug you properly. There will be something delicious for lunch. Otherwise, you'll have to eat dog food with little h. Meow? Master, you can't do this. I'm still a child. Zhang Zifeng held Xiaobai while following Wang Luodan, who was holding it, with stars in his eyes. Sure enough, girls can't resist cute things. Gazing at the faint glow on Zhang Zifeng's delicate face and the glow on Wang Luodan's red lips, cold Xingyue glanced carefully as she entered the room. Obtaining the attributes of both individuals might be challenging, but it wasn't entirely impossible. Carrying his luggage, he returned to his own room. Dahu and Peng Peng struggled to carry Zhang Zifeng and Wang Luodan's luggage into the guest room. At that moment, Wang Luodan in the courtyard suddenly remembered something. She hurriedly took out the large doll she was still holding. This is a stress relief gadget I gave to Mushroom House. It's really magical, just lie on it, and all your fatigue will slowly disappear. You can try it yourselves if you don't believe me. He Jiong and Huang Lei looked at the pink hippo baby plush toy. Everyone burst into laughter. Alright, I'll give it a try and see how good this thing really is. He Jiong flipped over and climbed onto the hippo's back. Standing on the second floor, watching them have a great time, Lang Xingyue wrote a short line on her notebook. In the last world, it was a pink pig. In this world, it's a pink hippo. It seems that in this world, only a few people overlap with another world, while the rest exist as mirror images of themselves or are simply people who merely resemble others. If that's the case, she wonders if any of her former friends still exist. She changed into a simple outfit and lay down on the hammock. She felt the gentle breeze blowing in from the window. The entire body is soothed. Suddenly, the door to the room was pushed open, and Zhang Zifeng cautiously peeked inside. Upon seeing Lang Xingyue lying half closed-eyed on the hammock with bare feet, the breathtakingly beautiful scene left her momentarily spellbound. Upon hearing the door open, she opened her eyes. Xiaobai wriggled free from Zhang Zifeng's grasp and jumped onto his cat tower, where he quietly fell asleep. The little girl gave Lang Xingyue an apologetic smile. Sister, I'm so embarrassed. Xiaobai has been wanting to come here all along, and I thought it was the storage room. I never expected it to be your room, sister. It's okay, Zifeng and Luodan, you can come in if you want, but remember to knock next time. She smiled and reminded them. Yes. The young girl stood at attention and saluted her. This girl is really cute. On the country road leading here, 2 celebrities are rushing this way. The actress Song Dandan and her son Batu. It's almost here. Oh my, this place is truly beautiful, even more stunning than the location from the previous season. Song Dandan looked around at the mountains and rivers, smiling broadly. They say that people who are always happy live longer, and this saying is perfectly embodied in Song Dandan. Now in her 50s, she still looks as though she were in her 40s. It's just her son who looks a bit older. Oh, Mom, you shouldn't say that. It's easy to offend people. I know what you mean, but you should have said that the 2 places each have their own merits and characteristics. That would have been better. Batu wiped the sweat off his forehead and quickly corrected his mother's words. That's exactly what your mother meant. What's the problem? Can't you understand the spirit of what she said? Batu. Well, what can I say? You're my mom. You're the boss at home, so we all listen to you. Looking at his chubby son beside him, Song Dandan nodded. Alright, you do need to get out more. Look at how fat you are. Go out and get some exercise. It'll be good for you to lose some weight. Otherwise, how are you going to find a spouse and get married? Who would want you like this? Dandan always spoke her mind, and the audience was well aware of that. Viewers in the live stream were laughing so hard they couldn't stop. Many people were constantly sending comments. I want it, I want it. It must be some sleazy old man. Little girl, how could you be so unladylike? Bata seemed a bit embarrassed by what was said. He covered his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. Oh my goodness. Calm down for a moment. Your son is still very talented. Don't worry. I will definitely find you a suitable daughter-in-law. These things require fate. How could it be so easy to find someone like that? In the mushroom house, Mr. He saw Long Xingyue pulling Zhang Zifeng downstairs. He suddenly remembered something. Oh, right, yeah, could you run an errand for me? Go pick some strawberries and deliver them to a flower shop in the village. The shop owner is blind, so you should be able to find it. Oh, I saw him today. What's the matter? Lang Xingyue pulled Zhang Zifeng to sit in the pavilion beside Wang Luodan. They watched him, waiting for Mr. He's next words. Earlier, weren't we helping Dong Yuming propose marriage? We searched everywhere for flowers and eventually found her house. We were all puzzled how could a blind person run a flower shop. Yet she managed to keep the flowers and plants so beautiful. We went to her shop and told her about our situation. The young woman was truly kind-hearted without hesitation. She picked out a few fresh flowers for Dong Yuming and didn't ask for a single penny. I felt that, being blind herself, she must have a tough life, so we naturally wanted to help her. We left 40 yuan though not much, it was all the cash Dong Yuming had left. This time, when we return, let us bring her some strawberries first. I feel the young woman has had it tough, and it's a good opportunity for the three of you sisters to take a stroll around the strawberry fields. As soon as Mr. He finished speaking, Huang Lei came out from the kitchen and hurriedly added, oh, and yeah, your strawberry wine is ready. Should I let Lei Gu satisfy his craving tonight, or should I let Lei Gu satisfy his craving? You choose. Lei Gu isn't in a hurry. Huang Lei smiled at Lang Xingyue, then added, don't forget about the premium tea you shared with everyone. If you don't give me some, I'll treat everyone else. No way, Mr. Huang, I'll give you some. How could I not? You've been so good to me. Chapter 183, A Pair of Brothers, A Pair of Rivals. Carrying a basket. Pulling Wang Luodan and Zhang Zifeng along, he pushed open the door and stepped out of the mushroom house. Cold Xingyue's face still bore a trace of sadness over her strawberry wine being shared by Mr. Huang. This old fox was too ruthless, he didn't just want a cup, he demanded a third of the entire bottle. I have no idea what to do. Sigh, who told me to give away Mr. Huang's premium tea so carelessly in the first place? The root of the problem lies with me. I just got downstairs and happened to run into Song Dandan and Batu. Except for Long Xingyue, everyone else was an old acquaintance. We all know each other. Batu then started talking about how hard it is to find true love. Then, he saw Long Xingyue. Dan Jie? Dan auntie. Oh, Luodan, and Zifeng, you're here too. Come give me a hug. Zifeng has grown taller again. Song Dandan hugged Zhang Zifeng and kissed her little face. She then hugged Wang Luodan. But he didn't kiss her. The two of them shook hands with Batu again. They all exchanged greetings. Cold Xingyue had been standing behind them the whole time. After they finished greeting everyone, she finally walked over and politely shook hands with Song Dandan, saying, hello, Dandan sister. I'm Cold Xingyue. And hello, Bata brother. Bata kept his eyes fixed on Long Xingyue, not taking his gaze away for a moment. When he saw her waving at him, he hurriedly waved back. Oh, hello, he. He scolded his son as if he were a child, implying that the guy had gone dumb in the presence of a beautiful woman. This girl is really pretty. Does she have a boyfriend? Though complaining about her son, Dandan still asked directly. This made Long Xingyue burst out laughing. Her laugh left Bata completely flustered for a moment. Dan, I'm still young, no need to rush into finding a boyfriend. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go inside first. Da Hua will be very happy to see you. Oh, Da Hu. I almost forgot about him. That little rascal, I miss him too. The group followed Song Dandan back to the mushroom house. Bata struggled to carry the suitcase, not because he couldn't lift it, but because the long walk had left him exhausted. The suitcase was also quite heavy, as it contained many gifts for the mushroom house. Seeing that he couldn't manage it, Long Xingyue hurried over to help. Brother Batu, are you okay? Let me help you carry the box. I'm fine. This box must weigh 30 or 40 pounds. You can't carry it. Before Bata could finish speaking, Long Xingyue had already picked up the box and started climbing the stairs. Her movements were light and graceful, as if she were carrying an empty box. This left Batu utterly astonished. Could it be that this Miss Yaya is actually a martial arts expert? Song Dandan was displeased that her son was no match for a young lady, and gave him a disapproving glance at the door. She gave him a look, leaving him to figure it out on his own. Then he followed the crowd into the courtyard. After welcoming them inside, Long Xingyue handed the box to Peng Peng. She clapped her hands, took Zhang Zifeng and Wang Luodan by the hand, and went back downstairs. As he passed by Batu, he gave him a friendly smile. He then led the two women toward the strawberry greenhouse. Dahu expressed his most sincere greetings to Song Dandan, hugging and kissing her. Batu did the same, but his mind was elsewhere at the moment. While taking Song Dandan and Batu upstairs to see the rooms, he pulled Dahu aside and whispered, "You know about that cold Xingyue, right?" At the mention of Long Xingyue, Dawa froze for a moment before nodding and replying, "I know." "What's going on? What's wrong?" "Well, do you think we're a good match?" "Not at all. Not even a little bit." Hearing him say that, Dahua felt a sense of crisis and hurriedly denied it. Song Dandan had sharp ears and had overheard their conversation from the front. Turning to look at Batu at that moment, I felt he wasn't worthy either. The girl was too beautiful, you don't deserve her. Even his own mother had rejected him, leaving Batu feeling utterly heartbroken. Dahua smiled secretly beside him. "Don't laugh along with them. You're not good enough for her. From the way she looks at you and smiles, I can tell she's the kind of girl who is gentle and kind-hearted. The two of you should just give it up." "Impossible. I'll marry no one but Yaya in this lifetime," Dahua stubbornly insisted. "Then I will only marry Yaya." Batu hurriedly agreed, coughing, "Then I will make Yaya only marry me." "Ha? Batu, I never thought we'd be rivals for the same girl. Brothers are brothers, but when it comes to this matter, there's no room for negotiation. You're so handsome you don't lack girls who like you. But I'm different. I've finally found my chance, and I don't want to let it slip away." Song Dandan covered his forehead and shook his head helplessly. "It's over, these two kids are beyond hope. I've made it so clear myself. Do I really have to say it myself, that they don't think you two are good enough? As a mother, I don't want to hurt the child's feelings, but you should at least have some self-awareness." "Alright, I won't interfere anymore. Since you're not going to change your mind until you hit a wall, let him hit it once and see what happens. Maybe he'll learn his lesson when he's all bruised and battered." Deep down, she still had a little hope. If he could really marry a girl like Long Xingyue, that would be a blessing for his family. Taking her out in public would be a real status symbol. Strawberry greenhouse. Long Xingyue sneezed several times in a row. She gently rubbed her nose. He began to pull Wang Luodan and Zhang Zifeng through the plants, searching for strawberries. "Luodan, Zifeng, be careful. There might be a frog jumping out suddenly here and there. Watch out so you don't get scared." "What? A frog?" Zifeng was a little scared. He quickly crouched down beside Wang Luodan and began picking strawberries with her. "Haha, look how scared you are. It's just a little frog." Wang Luodan hadn't finished speaking when, while picking strawberries, she reached out and flipped something over, suddenly letting out a startled scream. Her body leaned backward, and since she had been crouching on the ground, she ended up sitting down. Cold Xingyue hurried over and grabbed her from behind. Holding her delicate, slender body, he could feel the faint fragrance emanating from her. It was hard not to get a little intoxicated. "Rodden, are you okay? What did you see just now that scared you so much?" Zhang Zifeng picked up the strawberry root that Wang Luodan had just pulled up and looked at it. It turned out to be an unripe green strawberry, which she had mistaken for a frog. At that moment, the director behind her finally explained that during the previous recording, due to Li Xiaoran's injury, they had thoroughly cleaned the strawberry greenhouse. "Rest assured, there won't be any frogs or insects to scare you this time." "Wang Luodan, why didn't you say so earlier? I've embarrassed myself in front of my two younger sisters." Chapter 184, A Pot of Orchids. The three of them carried their baskets and followed the country road back to the flower shop. They had planned to go inside, but instead they discovered. In the small courtyard, a young man leaning on a cane was clumsily helping Mu Qingxue tidy up the flowers and plants in the courtyard. However, his expression seemed somewhat tense. It seemed as though he was afraid of messing everything up here. If he messed up, that would be disastrous. "Xiaoxue, take a break. I've poured you some water." Mu Qingxue held a cup of water in her hand and walked confidently along the path between the house and the courtyard. After walking this path many times, she no longer tripped over anything. "Oh, okay, thank you, Xuejie." Mu Qingxue's smile still carried that flawless beauty that made one's heart race. Meanwhile, the young man failed to notice the few people standing not far away in the courtyard. Now he was holding the water that Mu Qingxue had poured for him. Gazing at that smile that could make his heart race, his expression gradually became dazed. It seems like he's fallen for the flower shop owner. Look at that gaze, it's as if there's no room for anyone else. "We're standing right here, but we didn't notice," Wang Luodan whispered to Long Xingyue. Her face was filled with nothing but smiles. However, it was not a mocking smile, but one filled with kindness. Mu Qingxue seemed to sniff the air lightly before suddenly glancing over at Long Xingyue's side. "Wasn't that the younger sister from earlier? Why didn't she come in to sit down? I really should thank you for helping me clear away those debris before you left." The young man came to his senses and turned to look at Lang Xingyue and the other two women, as well as the cameraman and director behind them. Shuijia, they seem like celebrities. Chenjue seemed a bit nervous, but he was mostly focused on protecting Mu Chengshue's safety, as if the next moment, Lang Xingyue and the others would suddenly attack. Seeing this, Mu Qingxue hurriedly reached out to touch his shoulder and gently patted it twice. Seeing this, Mu Qingxue hurriedly reached out and placed her hand on his shoulder, gently patting it twice. This young lady is a good person, don't treat her like that. Cold Xingyue, Zhang Zifeng, and Wang Luodan pushed open the courtyard gate and walked in. They hadn't noticed before, but the flowers here didn't look like those from a formal flower shop bundled and wrapped neatly. Instead, they grew naturally, potted in individual containers, creating a unique and charming scene. Sister, you're so amazing. I was just standing over 10 meters away, and I could still feel your presence here. She didn't hold back her praise, showering Mu Qingxue with compliments. It's clearly your scent that I can smell. My eyes are blind, but my nose and ears become extra sensitive when it comes to a beauty like my sister. I can even sense the unique fragrance that's different from any cosmetics. Oh, of course, I'm not saying that the two people beside you are bad. Please don't misunderstand. Chapter 15, The First Meeting. Zhang Zifeng unexpectedly leaned in close and waved his hand in front of her face. Sure enough, she couldn't see anything, but how did she know that two girls were following Lang Xingyue? Sister, how did you know I was here with Luo Dan's sister? Did you smell my scent? Mu Qingxue gently brushed Zhang Zifeng's forehead. Her cheeks were adorned with a smile. Following the contours of her palm, gently touch her skin. He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, what a beautiful little sister. Hearing Mu Qingxue complimenting her, Zifeng smiled so broadly that her eyes narrowed into slits. He looked utterly delighted and self-satisfied. No, I'm still far behind my older sisters. Though this was said humbly, it was indeed the truth. Zhang Zifeng was currently pure and charming, but her potential for growth in the future was still immense. At present, however, she couldn't compare to Wang Luodan's beauty or Lang Xingyue's ethereal aura. Seeing the two finish their conversation, Lang Xingyue hurriedly held the basket in her hands and waved it in front of her. The sour and sweet scent of strawberries surprised Mu Qingxue. Is this a strawberry? What is this for? She handed the strawberries to the person beside her, who was called Xiaozhua. Then she finally said, earlier, did you meet two boys a few days ago? They said they were going to propose, and you gave them a bouquet of flowers. Mu Qingxue nodded, then seemed to think of something and hurriedly took a paper package out of her apron. Upon opening it, she found that it contained 40 yuan. This was the money they left behind. I didn't touch it. Since it's a proposal, I'll just consider this a good deed. You should take the money back. Lang Xingyue refused to take it and pushed the money back into her hands. Everyone could see her true nature. Whether it's the things she does or the thoughts in her heart, they all exude a sense of kindness. Sister, we can't accept this money. It's as if you feel you're doing a good deed. If they knew you refused the money, they would certainly feel uneasy. Additionally, these strawberries were a gift from the two guests earlier. Since they have already left, they asked me to bring them over and express their gratitude to you. Does that mean the proposal was successful? That's wonderful. Mu Qingxue wasn't the type to be overly sentimental. Since they refused, she didn't insist either. She turned around, muttering to herself as if counting something, then walked over to the flower stand and touched the few pots of flowers she had carefully nurtured. After searching through them, he carefully picked a pot of orchids with buds about to bloom, brought it down, and handed it to Lang Xingyue. Here, this is for you. It's not worth much, but I think it suits you well. Looking at the orchid in the flower pot, Lang Xingyue smiled softly to herself. It suits me perfectly. Orchids are renowned for their inherent qualities of purity, elegance, and unwavering loyalty. They also boast a graceful demeanor, dignified blossoms, and a delicate, far-reaching fragrance. If one were to use orchids as a metaphor for oneself, they would embody these very qualities. Cold Star Moon couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. Sister, this is truly too precious for me. Mu Qingxue held her hand, and that smile contained so much purity. Even Lang Xingyue couldn't bring herself to say anything insincere in her presence. This orchid, she truly loved it. Take them, it's only proper to reciprocate, isn't it? All I have here are these flowers and plants to keep me company. I hope you won't look down on them. How could I possibly reject them? I'd be honored to have them. Oh, by the way, my name is Lang Xingyue. Please take care of me in the future. She placed the orchid aside and gestured with her hand. Mu Qingxue was taken aback for a moment, then took her hand and smiled slightly. All right, my name is Mu Qingxue. Please take care of me in the future. After introducing Wang Luodan and Zhang Zifeng, the three didn't linger any longer. They left the flower shop, holding the orchids. Chenjue looked at the three of them, then turned to Mu Qingxue, who was still smiling, and asked instinctively, is it really okay to give away the flower you love so much? Chapter 185, The Proud Lantern. That young lady is the most extraordinary woman I have ever encountered. She is truly a rare gem among women, like a orchid among flowers. My orchid in her hands is certainly well worth the effort. After all, flowers are meant to be admired by many. Shenhua could only shake his head helplessly. I can't understand your point of view, but I respect your choice. Since you think there's a reason for doing this, then there must be a reason. Mu Qingxue gazed up at the sky, knowing full well that she couldn't see the sky above her head. Yet her face was filled with a smile that made Qingxue feel as though there was a sky of her own within her heart at that moment. The three women left the flower shop. Zhang Zifeng lingered for a moment, glancing back in their direction. Is that lady blind? She seems so pitiful, but she's also so skilled. She can't see anything, yet she managed to tidy up this little flower bed so neatly. That shows how capable she is. Holding the orchid, Long Xingyue looked at Zhang Zifeng. Though her face had no eyes, her heart saw clearly. This sister must live more transparently and openly than others. Her smile revealed no trace of worldly concerns, a truly rare quality. Zhang Zifeng is still young and doesn't fully understand cold Xinyue's words. However, Wang Luodan nodded in agreement. Yeah, was right. If we were to use the word sympathy toward Mu girl, it would actually be disrespectful to her. She has lived her life to the fullest, and I think she is a very self-reliant person. The three of them no longer discussed Mu Qingxue's matter. After completing their task, Zhang Zifeng and Wang Luodan were excitedly discussing what they should do next. As they walked toward the mushroom house, I happened to pass by the tavern. The tavern door was wide open. Looking at the items in his hands, she looked at the two girls. Zifeng Luodan, wait for me a moment. I'll be right back. Under the surprised gazes of the two, she stepped into the tavern. When she saw Wang Huan, who wasn't drinking but busy working, she couldn't help but smile unexpectedly. Not drinking today is a bit of a surprise, isn't it? In the courtyard, Wang Huanji and Xiao Yun were moving something. When they saw Lang Xingyue arrive, they couldn't help but smile in surprise. Sister Yeah is here. Quick, please sit down. When Xiao Yun saw her coming, she smiled happily and hurriedly pulled her aside to rest. No, today I just came to visit you. By the way, I brought you a cup of strawberry wine I made myself. Glancing at Wang Huanji, Lang Xingyue took out a small bottle she had been carrying and gestured for Xiao Yun to fetch a wine glass. Once she brought a stemmed glass. She then slowly poured the pink liquid into the wine glass. You said no one would want to drink this strawberry wine, so consider this a gift for the two of you. Try it and see how my skills are. Just give us a cup. Wang Huanzi looked at the bottle in her hand, which still had half of the strawberry wine left, and asked softly. Cold Xingyue gave him a cold look. Lang Xingyue shot him a cold glance. I didn't brew much of this wine. You think you're so clever. Fine, I'm leaving. You too, enjoy it slowly. I only got one wine glass. Plus the smile on Lang Xingyue's face as she watched the two of them. Xiao Yun's face turned red. Yeah, let me walk you home. As she was sending Lang Xingyue off, Xiao Yun turned to look at Wang Huanji and said, drink less. That's what Jia gave me. What's it for you? It's clearly for both of us. Listening to Wang Huanji's laughter, Lang Xingyu left the tavern with a faint smile. Xiao Yun waved at her from behind. After taking a few steps, Lang Xingyue seemed to think of something and turned to look at Xiao Yun. You should take some time to stroll around the lake island. The one you should truly thank is the Fish King who has been protecting you all. He is an old gentleman. Xiao Yun paused for a moment before breaking into a wide smile. Okay. Though she didn't know why Lang Xingyue would say that, she would choose to believe her. Zhang Zifeng looked at Lang Xingyue in surprise, unsure of what she was doing. However, after she came out, her expression seemed more relaxed, and he couldn't tell if it was just his imagination or if it was truly the case. Wang Luodan looked at the half-empty bottle of strawberry wine in her hand and smiled sweetly. Yeah, I heard from Mr. Huan that this is strawberry wine. Can I have a sip at lunchtime? No way. Lang Xingyue flatly refused her. It's the middle of the day, Luodan, you want to drink? Where's your goddess act? Let's talk about it later tonight. She walked ahead, with Wang Luodan following behind Zhang Zifeng. Seeing her like this, they both smiled unconsciously. They hurried to catch up. Yeah, let's make a deal. I'll teach you how to skateboard, and you let me take a sip of strawberry wine. No way. My little moon. Mushroom house. Daho, Batu, Pangpong, the three of them looked at each other. In the small courtyard, none of them would give an inch. At their feet lay some straw, a few tattered garments, and some tools and planks. Everyone ready? If you're ready, I'll give the signal. Ready, set, go. The three of them moved swiftly, beginning to assemble a scarecrow in the courtyard. Meanwhile, Zhang Zifeng, holding his two sisters, had already returned from outside the door. Just then, he saw Dahu and the others in the middle of a showdown. What are they doing? Wang Luodan looked over at them, seeming quite amused, stretching her neck to get a better look. He Zhang saw Lang Xingyue return and wore an odd smile on his face. Song Dandan and Huang Lei were the same. Zhang Zifeng and Wang Luodan were drawn to their work, while Long Xingyue was captivated by the colorful lights. Dian Dian and Tian Ba were gazing at the colorful lanterns. But it still had that same old-fashioned expression on its face. On Tian Ba's side, which had been the territory of Xiao Huang and the others, there was now a group of newcomers. Hey, master of colorful lights, this is great, you have descendants now. How wonderful. Looking at the little ducklings, she couldn't help but rub the little lantern's head and smile knowingly. However, the lantern seemed a bit shy, or perhaps trying to hide something. She flapped her wings and gently moved her hand aside. I don't need it. Children are the most troublesome. Dian Dian gave a dismissive smile from the side. Looking at Long Xingyue, she said, just listen to it blow. When I first saw these little guys, I couldn't wait to fly right in, but now I'm acting all deep again. That said, these old friends are naturally happy for it. At least it's not alone anymore, it finally has a group of animals just like itself. Ignoring Dian Dian's words, Kai Deng turned its head away. Chapter 186, No Shrimp? Alright, I'll go first. Daha held a wooden frame he had just nailed together and cheered in the courtyard. Lang Xingyue couldn't help but glance over in their direction. Wang Luodan had already sat down in the pavilion. She followed and sat down beside her. She looked at the three of them with curiosity. What were Mr. He and the others doing? He Jian's expression was a bit strange, unsure of what to say. He turned to look at Huang Lei, who thought for a moment before glancing at Song Dandan. Dandan was always straightforward. She looked at Long Xingyue and said bluntly, yeah, what do you think of my Batu? Batu? Looking at Batu working in the courtyard, Long Xingyue nodded. Yes, he's cheerful and kind-hearted. He'd make a great friend. Song Dandan's heart filled with joy. Well, would you be willing to marry into our family? No, I don't want to. Though being so direct was a bit rude to Dandan Jia, in such matters, Long Xingyue was already being considerate by not confronting her.